Chapter 1. A miserable death in the hospital, then rebirth. Uh, uh, SSS. Ugh. Please don't stick another tube in me, okay? It really hurts. Jiang Ye lay on the hospital bed, tubes snaking all over his body, his eyes dull and unfocused. Seeing the doctor preparing to insert yet another catheter, he pleaded helplessly, "Doctor, it really hurts. Please, don't put in another one." The doctor glanced at him with a sigh. "Jiang Ye, your organs are failing severely. If we don't intubate your airway, you won't even be able to breathe properly. You won't last more than a few hours." A tear slipped from Jiang Ye's eye. "Whether you intubate me or not, I know my time is up. Just let me go peacefully." The doctor shook his head helplessly, sighed deeply, and walked out of the room. Weak and disoriented, Jiang Ye grabbed his phone and dialed Lin Yinyin. "Yinyin, it's me. I don't have much time left, just a few hours. I left you a journal. Everything I wanted to tell you while lying here in hospital is written inside. Have you seen it?" On the other end, the woman spat. "Jiang Ye, you're about to die. Can't you just shut up? Why the hell did you write me a diary?" His heart felt pierced by soft, invisible needles, each one leaving a hollow wound. After a long silence, he begged hoarsely, "Yinyin, can you come to the hospital? Just once. I'm on vacation in the Maldives. Do you think I have time to visit you?" she snapped. "The Maldives?" With Yin Feng, Jiang Ye's voice trembled. Suddenly, a familiar male voice cut in. Who else would it be with, Jiang Ye? Despair flooded his chest. From middle school through college and into his working years, Jiang Ye had loved Lin Yinyin unconditionally. She never outright rejected him, only said she'd choose between him and Yin Feng, urging them to compete. To win her heart, Jiang Ye transferred all his money and the shares of Guangyao real estate, the company his mother had left him, straight into Lin Yinyin's name. Yet in the end, she still chose Yin Feng. Jiang Ye exhaled wearily, his voice growing fainter. "Yin Feng, since you two are together now, I wish you happiness. My time is almost up anyway. When you get back, could you settle my hospital bill? It's only about 30,000 yuan. I don't want to die owing anyone money." Yin Feng's voice dripped with mockery. "Still trying to squeeze money out of Lin Yinyin, Jiang Ye? You're dreaming." Jiang Ye froze. "I gave Yinyin everything. Cash and shares worth tens of millions. Can't you even cover 30,000 for my medical fees?" Lin Yinyin scoffed. "That Guangyao real estate company? If Yin Feng and I hadn't stepped in to manage it, it would have gone bankrupt ages ago. How dare you ask for money?" Yin Feng laughed smugly. "Jiang Ye, the company your mother built with her life's work? I'm its CEO now. Isn't that poetic? You were dealt a royal flush plus 4 twos, and you still lost to me. Don't blame anyone but yourself." Jiang Ye's heart bled. Knowing death was near, tears streamed down his cheeks. "Yin Feng, love can't be forced. If Yinyin loves you, so be it. I genuinely wish you both happiness." But Yin Feng's tone turned sinister. "Jiang Ye, ever wonder why someone as healthy as you suddenly collapsed? Why all your organs failed at once?" Jiang Ye's pupils dilated. "Yin Feng, what are you saying? Are you telling me?" Yin Feng lowered his voice. "What do you think? Yinyin and I poisoned you. Heavy metal toxicity. We added a little to your drinking water every day. Harmless in small doses, but over time, your organs rotted from the inside. And you idiot, never noticed. Honestly, my parents' idea was brilliant." Jiang Ye couldn't believe his ears. His best friend and the woman he loved had murdered him? "Why, Yin Feng, I treated you like a brother. Why would you do this?" he cried, voice shaking with rage. Yin Feng sneered. "Why? You've been our pathetic lapdog for years. We were sick of you. Now that you're gone, Yinyin and I can be together openly, and we'll never have to worry about you demanding your money or shares back. You bastards. Yin Feng, Lin Yinyin, you're both monsters." His fury burned, but his voice faded. He could feel his life slipping away. Yin Feng chuckled coldly. "Cruel? The world is full of worse, Jiang Ye. You're just naive. Now die in peace. I'm hanging up." "Wait." Jiang Ye gasped with his last strength. "What now?" Yin Feng snapped impatiently. "One last request. Hurry up. Can you bury my ashes under the hawthorn tree behind my old home?" Yin Feng burst out laughing. "The hawthorn tree? Dream on. Once I collect your ashes, I'll flush them straight down the toilet. Rest in peace, fool, and next life, don't be so stupid." The call ended. Jiang Ye's phone slipped from his hand onto the floor. He sank into an icy abyss. He finally understood. If he hadn't played the devoted backup boyfriend, the pathetic simp, he could have lived comfortably. Instead, he died broke, betrayed, and alone. And now it was too late. No second chances. He'd misjudged them completely. Even knowing Lin Yinyin loved Yin Feng, he still clung on like a fool. Deserved. 3 hours later, Jiang Ye closed his eyes. His breath grew shallow, then still. Time seemed to freeze. The only sound was his fading heartbeat. His eyelids grew heavy, and darkness swallowed his vision. It's over. Maybe it was time for a sleep from which he'd never wake. But not long after. Thwack! A piece of chalk, precisely aimed from the podium, struck him square on the head. Ow! Just died full of injustice. And now, even in death, someone's throwing chalk at me? Jiang Ye jolted upright, only to see his homeroom teacher, Mao Xuezhou, glaring sternly from the front of the classroom. Rubbing his head, Jiang Ye grinned sheepishly. Mr. Mao? What a coincidence. You died too? Fate really brings people together. Boom! The whole class erupted in laughter. Mao Xuezhou's frown deepened. Jiang Ye, sleeping in class is bad enough, but now you're cursing me to die? Stand up and pay attention. Jiang Ye rose, scanning the room. The blackboard, the wooden desks, everything felt vividly real and achingly familiar. He pinched his thigh hard. Sharp pain shot through him. This is... I've been reborn back to senior year, right before the Gaokao. He whispered inwardly. Someone as pathetic as me in my past life actually gets a second chance. Chapter 2, 99 Love Letters. Jiang Ye's mind finally rebooted. Glancing at the date on the test paper, May 2006, it clicked. He was back in 2006. System. Hey, System, answer me. System, you bastard, show yourself. Remembering the novels he'd read in his past life, he tried summoning the classic cheat tool all reincarnators got. But no ding. No floating translucent interface visible only to him. Disappointment washed over him. Reborn, immediately scolded by his teacher. And no system? This was truly hard mode. Still, he still had all his memories from his previous life. It was 2006. Beijing was feverishly preparing for the Olympics. China's reform and opening up was just hitting its stride. The golden age of explosive growth across every industry. Real estate, internet, finance. Each sector brimmed with opportunity, especially real estate. Many called it a bubble destined to burst. But Jiang Ye knew the truth. For decades to come, it would become a pillar of China's economy. And if he remembered correctly, his mother, Zhang Lan, had left him a real estate company. Right now, housing prices in Hangzhou were already rising. People thought they were too high. But Jiang Ye knew, soon, city after city would see prices skyrocket. With 20 years of future knowledge, he possessed an unparalleled macro-level foresight. Wasn't that his ultimate cheat code? Armed with this, how could he not ride the wave of this golden era? Besides, as they say, women are like books. Each one offers a different flavor. In his past life, he'd wasted years obsessing over Lin Yinyin, never even opened another book. This time, he'd read many, especially the rarest, most exquisite ones. After all, he'd been reborn. Wasn't it time to embrace hedonism? To live freely, wildly, and without regret? A faint smile curled Jiang Ye's lips. Mao Xuezhou's eyes narrowed at Jiang Ye. Not only was the boy unrepentant after being punished, but he was smiling. Furious, the teacher slammed his lesson plan onto the desk. Jiang Ye, you stand there like a statue, not a shred of remorse, and you're laughing? How did I end up with a student like you? The class fell silent. Mao Xuezhou, now fully incensed, stopped teaching altogether. He pulled an envelope from his aeon. Jiang Ye, I seated you next to Lin Yinyin hoping she could save you. With less than a month until Gaokao, I wanted her to tutor you, so you wouldn't drag our class average down by failing to even get into college. But instead, you've been writing her love letter after love letter. If you put half this effort into studying, I wouldn't be losing sleep over you. Let's see what nonsense is rattling around in that brain of yours. He tore open the envelope and began reading aloud. Dear Yinyin, this is my 99th letter to you. Even though you sit right beside me, I can't stop thinking about you. My mind is filled with nothing but you. Were you a carbonated drink in your past life? Because every time I see you, I fizz with joy. Yesterday, I went for an 4 drip. Do you know what kind? It was an 4 of missing you all night long. The classroom exploded with laughter. Dude, where does he get these cringy lines? 99 letters. He's the apex predator of simps. So persistent, kind of touching, honestly. Lin Yinyin melt. Touching? She literally handed the letters to the teacher. Haven't you noticed? Yinyin's the campus flower. Yanfeng's the campus king. They're meant to be. Jiang Ye's just a 100-watt spotlight ruining their vibe. Jiang Ye frowned. So this is the exact moment from my past when my love letters got read aloud in front of the whole class. The ultimate social death. He turned to his desk partner, and sure enough, there sat Lin Yinyin. Arched eyebrows, porcelain skin, A floral dress revealing slender arms like lotus roots. Delicate nose, flawless face. Still beautiful, still familiar, but now utterly repulsive. Calm on the surface, Jiang Ye seethed inside. You treacherous pair, Yin Feng and Lin Yinyin. In my past life, I gave you everything, and you poisoned me to death, made me suffer organ failure. This time, I'll make you beg me to be your dad. But this was a law-abiding society. For now, all he could do was curse them silently in his heart. Never mind. Revenge is a dish best served slow. Mao Shuizhou rapped the desk. Silence returned. Class. Focus. Gaokao is coming. Right now, your only job is to study. Even if you date now, by graduation, she'll just become someone else's wife. A student muttered. Someone else's wife? Sounds even more fun. More laughter. Mao Shuizhou, face dark, walked down and handed the letter back to Lin Yinyin. Yinyin, you're our top candidate for a 211 university. Don't let Jiang Ye distract you. If he bothers you again, tell me immediately. Lin Yinyin nodded gracefully. Thank you, Mr. Mao. Ding ding. The bell rang. Mao Shuizhou sighed and left. All eyes turned to Jiang Ye and Lin Yinyin. Clearly enjoying the attention, Lin Yinyin lifted her chin and said coldly to Jiang Ye, You heard Mr. Mao. Stop writing me letters. I only want to focus on studying. Her words were sharp, merciless. In his past life, Jiang Ye would have turned pale, devastated. But now, after being poisoned to death by these two, he found this betrayal laughably trivial. When Jiang Ye remained silent, actually smirking, Lin Yinyin slammed the letter onto his desk. Did you hear me? I said stop writing me letters. I'm not interested in dating. I heard, Jiang Ye shot back coolly. I'm not deaf. And frankly, someone like you, I wouldn't date you if you begged. He gathered his textbooks, stacked them neatly, and carried them to an empty seat in the very back row. The class fell dead silent, then burst into whispers. Didn't he beg the teacher for weeks just to sit next to her? And now he's moving. Is Jiang Ye having a breakdown? He just talked back to the campus flower. Wouldn't you? Your love letters got read out loud. That's peak humiliation. Lin Yinyin's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Ye's acting, completely different. Every time she'd rejected him before, he'd cling harder, even cry. But today, punished in front of everyone, rejected publicly, and he just smiled. He walked away like he truly didn't care. For a split second, doubt flickered in her mind. But then she smirked internally. He always comes crawling back within hours. Let's see how long he lasts this time. Even if he kneels, I won't forgive him easily. Little did she know, this Jiang Ye would never crawl again. Chapter 3 The Campus Belle, who is merely conventionally beautiful, has just settled into the last row, organizing his desk. A tall, robust figure plopped down beside him with a thud. Glancing at the hefty boy, Jiang Ye's eyes brightened. It was none other than his closest companion, shadowy. In his previous life, shadowy had faced a series of misfortunes, only managing to secure a vocational degree and marrying poorly, ultimately leading to betrayal. Not long after, while celebrating his wife's birthday, he stumbled upon her in the company of another man. She vehemently denied any wrongdoing, claiming he merely sought refuge from the heat to bathe and rest, asserting nothing untoward had occurred. Yet, was it not her infidelity that warranted blame? If he had treated her well, would she have entertained another? In a moment of rage, Shaohui struck her, and soon after, they divorced. Later, during a bout of illness that landed him in the hospital, Shaohui devoted over a month to caring for him. Jiang Ye never anticipated that in this new life, he would be reunited with such a loyal friend. At this moment, Shaohui still sported a full head of hair and had yet to develop a pronounced beer belly. Jiang Ye resolved that no matter the circumstances, he must assist him in this lifetime. With an arm draped around Jiang Ye's shoulder, Shaohui lowered his voice. Jiang Ye, you've finally managed to sit next to Lin Yinyin, a coveted position many envy. Are you truly willing to let it slip away? Jiang Ye retorted. Let whoever wants to sit there do so. I have no desire for it. Shaohui sighed, a look of confusion washing over his face. But that's Lin Yinyin, the campus belle. You've harbored feelings for her for years and penned countless love letters. I'm nearly moved to tears. Now you claim you wish to abandon her? Who would believe you? Besides, not only in this school, but in the entire city, you would struggle to find a girl as beautiful as her. Jiang Ye's gaze shifted to the front of the classroom. The sunlight streaming through the glass enveloped Lin Yinyin in a soft, radiant glow, reminiscent of a scene from a cinematic masterpiece featuring a delicate maiden. In his past life, Jiang Ye would have been utterly captivated by such a sight. However, now, as he beheld her silhouette, his heart brimmed with profound resentment. In his previous existence, he had lavished her with money and shares in his company, only for her to choose Yin Feng and conspire against him. After his demise, Lin Yinyin and Yen Feng had even disposed of his ashes in a sewer. In this life, he vowed to show no mercy to these two treacherous souls. With a heavy heart, Jiang Ye sighed. Shall we? Let me tell you, some women are not worthy of adoration. A heart like Lin Yinyin's is as unyielding as concrete. The more you fawn over her, the harder she becomes. She may even strike when you least expect it. Song Shaohui, perplexed, responded innocently. But if you are sincere in your admiration and persist, wouldn't she eventually soften? Jiang Ye was left speechless, realizing the perilous nature of Shaohui's beliefs. For a woman as cold-hearted as Lin Yinyin, how could one fantasize about breaking through the rigid phase and eventually softening? By the time one reaches the later stages, would one not be left with emotional scars? However, Jiang Ye believes this to be quite normal. After all, Song Shaohui lacks the experiences of his past life. For him, it is entirely natural to be drawn to whichever girl is beautiful and to treat her well. Yet, if at the age of 30, his soul still judges people solely by their appearance, that would be utterly absurd. Moreover, from a purely aesthetic standpoint, Jiang Ye considers Lin Yinyin, the campus beauty, to be merely average. In his previous life, Jiang Ye had joined two groups, one for Cadillac enthusiasts and another for fishing aficionados. A common trait among these groups was the frequent inquiries. Brothers, where are you? Got any leads? Having traversed through the myriad of experiences without truly indulging in the depths of romantic encounters, Jiang Ye has nonetheless encountered a fair share of literature. Therefore, his current perception of Lin Yinyin, while acknowledging her beauty, is that it is rather unremarkable, even less appealing than the technician numbered 99. Reflecting on Song Shaohui's divorced wife, Jiang Ye earnestly advised, Shaohui, I find your mindset rather perilous. When searching for a partner, do not hastily settle for the first you find. Take your time to choose wisely until you find someone truly suitable. Or perhaps, consider remaining single. Freedom can be quite delightful. In the end, expenses for a house, a car, and a dowry can easily exceed 1 million. While other men may spend over 1 million for happiness, perhaps you could attain it for just 300. Song Shaohui, with a puzzled expression, asked, Brother Yi, tell me, what kind of woman are you looking for? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye fell into contemplation. He vaguely recalled the last moments of his previous life when a girl rushed into his hospital room, collapsing in tears upon him. As she wept, she claimed to have invested all her savings, even selling her house, vowing to do everything possible to save him. Yet, at that moment, all his organs were failing, and he had lost much of his hearing and sight. Even as his vision and hearing faded, he could not discern who this girl was, only faintly noticing a black mole on her left arm. Remembering this, Jiang Ye's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he softly remarked, If I must choose, I would like a girl with a black mole on her left arm. Song Shaohui glanced at Jiang Ye and jested, Hey, Jiang Ye, why are your eyes red? Did you get bombed? Jiang Ye playfully smacked the back of Song Shaohui's head, retorting, You're the one who got bombed. How did a mosquito manage to fly into my eye in this classroom? Just then, the bell signaling lunchtime echoed through the corridor. Ding! Time to eat. Let us go. In an instant, Song Shaohui dashed from the back of the classroom with his lunch tray in hand. The distance from the high school classroom to the cafeteria was considerable. Only by rushing out the moment the bell rang could one avoid the long queues and secure their favorite dishes. Otherwise, by the time they arrived, only remnants of cold leftovers would remain. Damn it, that dog didn't even wait for me. Jiang Ye hurriedly took out his lunchbox and chased after Song Shaohui. Upon reaching the base of the teaching building, after only a few steps, he sensed something amiss. His entire body felt rejuvenated, brimming with vitality. Entirely devoid of the frail demeanor he had exhibited in his past life while lying in a hospital bed. As he dashed towards the cafeteria, even his hair seemed to dance in the wind. Despite facing countless cold stares and ridicule, he had never relinquished his aspirations. In that fleeting moment, a sense of loss washed over him, yet it gradually faded into the background. Forgive me for being a free spirit in this life. Yet I also fear the day I might stumble. The campus broadcast was playing Beyond's song Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies. As Jiang Ye listened to the campus radio, reveling in the exhilaration of running freely, a smile crept onto his lips, broader than one could suppress even with the most powerful of optics. He thought to himself, This is the youth I truly deserve. Meanwhile, on Song Shaohui's side, as he sprinted, he was astonished to see a shadow dart past him. Upon closer inspection, it was Jiang Ye. Stunned, Song Shaohui exclaimed, No way. Jiang Ye, when did you start running so fast? Jiang Ye halted, grabbing Song Shaohui and teasingly replied, Shaohui, I told you to avoid that video hall under the bridge. Watching those films too often will wear you out. Just look at you, gasping for breath. Song Shaohui retorted, What the heck? You have the audacity to say that? Wasn't it you who took me to that video hall for the first time? Chapter 4. Jiang Ye, where's my food? The two of them were among the first in line at the cafeteria. Jiang Ye filled 2 large plates to the brim and found a spot to sit. He then called out to Song Xiaohai, Xiaohai, don't bother. The food I've got is enough for both of us. Song Xiaohai scoffed, you're just messing with me. Who doesn't he know that you got all that food for Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng? It was then that Jiang Ye realized. Having been reborn to this particular moment in time, the relationship between him, Lin Yinyin, and Yin Feng was quite convoluted. Yin Feng and Lin Yinyin were mutually infatuated with each other. One was the campus belle, the other the campus heartthrob. With the college entrance examination approaching, they had already agreed to apply to the same university. However, Jiang Ye had wealth. Yin Feng and Lin Yinyin were reluctant to part with the various advantages that came with Jiang Ye's presence, so ostensibly, they had not fully clarified their relationship with him. Yin Feng pretended to be brotherly with Jiang Ye, while Lin Yinyin hinted that Jiang Ye still had some opportunities, pitting him against Yin Feng in a subtle competition. Thus, Jiang Ye became a devoted sidekick, trailing behind Yin Feng as he mingled with Lin Yinyin. This peculiar trio became a frequent sight in various scenarios around Hangzhou. One high school. Over time, they evolved into a unique spectacle within the prestigious institution. Based on the current dynamics among the three, Jiang Ye would always rush to the cafeteria, secure a good spot, and prepare meals for Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng, only to wash all their dishes afterward and bring them back to the classroom. Jiang Ye couldn't help but internally lament. The former me was truly pathetic. As Song Xiaohui prepared to queue for his meal at the cafeteria, Jiang Ye cast a sharp glance at him, blocking his path. He feigned drawing the belt from his waist, threateningly brandishing it. Xiaohui, you rascal, I've already prepared the food for you. Why are you whining over there? Upon seeing the belt at Jiang Ye's waist, Song Xiaohui felt a twinge of fear, having experienced a similar punishment from his father just the day before. His father, Song Likuan, had stumbled upon a copy of the story of Bai Jia, the young woman hidden beneath his pillow. Upon returning home early from work, he intended to indulge in its narrative but found the book missing. Noticing Song Xiaohui's unusual demeanor, he eventually discovered the novel beneath a copy of Key Points of Senior 3 Chemistry Analysis on Song Xiaohui's desk. Alarmed by the sight of his father loosening his belt, Song Xiaohui fled in terror, only to be chased around the courtyard several times. Seeing Jiang Ye was not jesting, Song Xiaohui curiously inquired, are you truly treating me to lunch today? Jiang Ye retorted, sit down already. If you don't want to eat, then forget it. With his eyes sparkling, Song Xiaohui seized his chopsticks and exclaimed, then I shall not hold back. Fatherly might. Jiang Ye chuckled. In his previous life, while in the hospital, Song Xiaohui had devoted months to caring for him. Upon realizing his end was near, he had hidden in the stairwell and wept profusely. Such a good brother. Upon returning to their high school days, needed only to treat him to a meal to earn the title of father. Thus, the joy of having a good brother far surpassed the experience of being a sycophant behind Lin Yinyin. Jiang Ye joined him in the meal, savoring dishes such as shredded beef with carrots, tomato and egg soup, braised pork, and stir-fried potato shreds. The familiar flavors rushed to greet Jiang Ye's palate. As he indulged, with grease glistening on his lips, he couldn't help but reflect on how, despite having traveled the country and tasted its myriad culinary delights, he found himself most nostalgic for the simple fare of the high school cafeteria. After finishing his meal, Jiang Ye lifted a glass of soy milk and took a sip. Savoring its depth and richness, he relished the taste, pleased to discover that the school's soy milk remained as delightful as ever. However, he soon noticed something amiss. Having consumed a hearty portion, he still felt unsatisfied and quite hungry. Recalling the inexplicable surge of energy he had felt while rushing to the cafeteria, he wondered if his appetite had increased and his constitution strengthened since his rebirth. He proceeded to retrieve several more plates of food, sharing them with Song Xiaohui, their stack of empty bowls reaching impressive heights. At that moment, Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng ambled leisurely from their classroom to the cafeteria, seeking Jiang Ye. Typically, at this hour, Jiang Ye would have prepared their meals and set them on the table for a shared feast. Upon seeing the towering pile of empty bowls before Jiang Ye and Song Xiaohui, Lin Yinyin frowned and asked, Jiang Ye, where's my meal? A faint smile graced Jiang Ye's lips as he sipped his soy milk, calmly declaring, I've eaten. Lin Yinyin, incredulous, exclaimed, what did you say? You devoured 2 large plates of food? Are you a pig? If you've eaten all that, what are Yin Feng and I supposed to eat? Rising from his seat, Jiang Ye replied nonchalantly, the amount I consume is charged to my own meal card. It has nothing to do with you. You two can eat whatever you wish. It's of no concern to me. I won't be serving you anymore. With that, Jiang Ye beckoned to Song Xiaohai, let us go. Watching Jiang Ye and Song Xiaohai depart, Lin Yinyin's face flushed with anger. Fine. Jiang Ye, this is how you want to play it? Don't blame me later. Don't expect to share a table with me again. You're doing this on purpose. I hope you can endure it for a few more days. Yin Feng, noticing Lin Yinyin's darkened expression, quickly tried to console her. Yinyin, don't be upset. If Jiang Ye won't serve us, we can get our own food. With that, Yin Feng reluctantly joined the long line to queue for food. When it was Yin Feng's turn, the cafeteria's offerings had dwindled. He refrained from purchasing the more expensive dishes priced at 5 yuan and settled for a plate of vegetables at 2 yuan and a plate of eggplant at 3. Yinyin, the options are quite limited. We'll have to make do with these. After retrieving his plates, he spoke with a hint of regret. Lin Yinyin, already famished, felt her mood plummet upon seeing Yin Feng approach with 2 plates of meager fare. The sight of the paltry vegetables left her utterly unappetized. Yin Feng, too, found it hard to adjust. The meals Jiang Ye had previously provided were the more sumptuous 5 yuan dishes he had now declined. After forcing down a few bites, Lin Yinyin's expression darkened further. This time, the girl was genuinely upset. Why was Jiang Ye throwing such a tantrum? Was it solely for delivering a love letter to the homeroom teacher? He had moved her seat to the last row and refused to serve her food? Was he trying to provoke her? The girl resolved that when Jiang Ye came to apologize later, she would ensure he understood the magnitude of his misstep. Chapter 5. Why don't you go serve the confinement? As Jiang Ye and Song Xiaohai exited the cafeteria, Song Xiaohai stared at Jiang Ye in astonishment. Jiang Ye, wow, that was incredibly bold of you. I truly don't understand. You not only refused to serve Lin Yinyin, but also spoke to her that way. Aren't you worried she might ignore you from now on? Jiang Ye scoffed. What nonsense is this Yinyin? Such a cloying name. From now on, it's classmate Lin. Song Xiaohai pressed on. But do you really not like Lin Yinyin anymore? Or rather, classmate Lin? Will you stop serving her meals altogether? Jiang Ye shot him a glare. Of course, I no longer harbor any affection. There are 2 types of liking someone. One is infatuation, and the other is genuine fondness. I currently feel neither for Lin Yinyin. Moreover, why should I serve food to those 2? One treats me as a mere means of sustenance, while the other regards me as a servant. Am I out of my mind? Song Xiaohui gazed at Jiang Ye as if he were an extraterrestrial, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. It was utterly unimaginable that his dear brother Jiang Ye would reach such an epiphany. I can hardly believe it. Jiang Ye, you have finally come to your senses. I have long held disdain for her. You have been so kind to her, doing so much. Yet Lin Yinyin has fixated on that Yin Feng. It is one thing for her not to be with you, but to treat you as a backup, forcing you to compete with Yin Feng. What nonsense is this? In my opinion, a woman like Lin Yinyin deserves to end up marrying a brutish, overweight man who would abuse her daily. Song Xiaohui abruptly halted mid-sentence. What should she deserve? Jiang Ye inquired. Song Xiaohui scratched his head and replied, never mind. Every time you claim to disregard Lin Yinyin, it's not long before you eagerly seek her out again. When I speak ill of her, you end up liking her again, and then you blame me. Jiang Ye lightly kicked Song Xiaohui. If I were to still harbor feelings for Lin Yinyin, I might as well leap into a cesspool. Now, hurry up and finish what you were saying earlier. I wish to hear it. Upon hearing Jiang Ye's fervent declaration, Song Xiaohui finally voiced his unfinished thoughts. What I intended to say is that a girl like Lin Yinyin ought to eventually find herself married to a hefty, abusive man who would beat her with a willow branch every day. Jiang Ye chuckled. No way, Xiaohui. You are quite ruthless. Merely imagining Lin Yinyin being struck with a willow branch brought him an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. However, this life's retribution against Lin Yinyin would not be so simple as a mere strike with a branch. He would ensure that Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng would taste the bitterness of profound revenge. Although he had yet to devise a particularly clever plan for retribution, Jiang Ye was not in a rush. In this lifetime, time was plentiful, and he had ample opportunity to contemplate his strategies. Song Xiaohui smiled faintly. That is indeed harsh. I have even more severe ideas yet to be revealed. Jiang Ye inquired. Xiaohui, where did you learn such cruel tactics? Song Xiaohui chuckled. Well, it was from the video hall you took me to buy the bridge. Jiang Ye. Meanwhile, Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng returned to the classroom after consuming some leftovers. They had not enjoyed a satisfactory meal in the cafeteria, nor had anyone offered to assist with the dishes. As Lin Yinyin washed the bowl, her hands came into contact with cold water, and feeling the onset of her menstrual cycle, she sensed a sharper pain in her abdomen. Noticing Lin Yinyin's pallid complexion, Yin Feng approached the last row of the classroom and found Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye, Lin Yinyin is in pain. Her period has started. Could you please buy her some medicine and bring back a couple of packs of sanitary napkins? Jiang Ye cast a cold glance at Yin Feng and replied, why should Lin Yinyin's period concern me? If you care for her so much, why don't you buy it for her? I see you are so eager to tend to her. Perhaps you should also serve her when she is postpartum. Yin Feng stood dumbfounded, caught off guard. In the past, whenever Jiang Ye was asked to do something for Lin Yinyin or purchase any item, he would eagerly oblige. And if denied, he would even show signs of displeasure. Jiang Ye was more attuned to Lin Yinyin's daily life than she was herself, often preparing things in advance. However, today, Yin Feng noticed a sudden change in Jiang Ye. Despite being instructed to buy sanitary napkins, he refused to go, and his lips curled into a mocking smile. Yin Feng shot him a glare, saying, Jiang Ye, do you not fear that Lin Yinyin will ignore you from now on? If you continue this way, competing for her affection will leave you with little chance. Jiang Ye's smile only widened. Lin Yinyin ignoring me? What a delightful prospect. I cannot aspire to her. I withdraw. I wish you both eternal happiness. Yin Feng was momentarily at a loss for words, increasingly sensing something was off with Jiang Ye, yet unable to articulate why. After an awkward departure, he purchased the cheapest sanitary napkins from the supermarket and delivered them to Lin Yinyin, recounting Jiang Ye's earlier remarks. The girl was thoroughly incensed. All right, Jiang Ye, I offered you a chance to pursue me, to compete with Yin Feng, and you dare to infuriate me over my menstrual needs? You even refuse to buy me sanitary napkins? I wonder how long you can maintain this attitude. When you come crawling back, I shall make sure to slap your face hard. The first class of the afternoon was physical education. The PE teacher, Huang Tianxiang, arrived at the classroom door and called out, Students, it's time for PE. The students, who had been waiting for a core subject teacher, were ecstatic to see Huang Tianxiang. Song Xiaohai cheerfully inquired, Hey, Teacher Huang, haven't you been ill for over 2 months? Are you feeling better? Huang Tianxiang glared at Song Xiaohai, You rascal. It was your subject teachers who arranged for my illness. What could I do? Now, are you all going to participate in PE, or shall I return to my sickbed? Laughter erupted in the classroom, filling the air with joy. The students eagerly made their way to the playground. In May, the weather in Hangzhou City was already quite hot. After an intense PE class, everyone was drenched in sweat and parched. As the class rested under the shade of trees on the playground, Yin Feng spotted Jiang Ye approaching with a large bag of snacks and drinks from the direction of the shop. Chapter 6. Searching for the mole girl, Yin Feng suddenly understood. He whispered to Lin Yinyin beside him, Yinyin, see? I told you. Jiang Ye won't be able to resist returning to us for long. It's only been a little while, and he's already gone to buy us food and drinks to mend fences. You mustn't forgive him too easily. Following the direction indicated by Yin Feng, Lin Yinyin indeed spotted Jiang Ye approaching with a large bag of items in hand. A surge of delight suddenly welled up within the young girl. Just as before, Jiang Ye was once again eager to reconcile with her in less than a day's time. A smile graced her lips, only to be quickly replaced by a feigned sternness as she addressed Yin Feng. After all the outrageous things Jiang Ye did this morning, does he really think that buying me a few bottles of beverages will earn my forgiveness? He must be dreaming. Yet, I must admit, he has some awareness. Recognizing that after gym class, we both are a bit parched. The other students, noticing the large bag Jiang Ye was carrying, cast envious glances toward Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng, speculating that the drinks were intended for the two of them. As Jiang Ye approached the crowd, Yin Feng eagerly reached out toward the plastic bag. To his surprise, the bag was swiftly shifted away. Jiang Ye forcefully swatted Yin Feng's hand aside and transferred the bag to his other hand. Yin Feng, caught off guard, asked Jiang Ye, What do you mean by that? Jiang Ye glanced at him coolly and replied, What do you mean? Yin Feng, your hands are functioning normally, right? Yin Feng, puzzled, responded, Of course they are. To which Jiang Ye queried, And what about your feet? Are they normal? Naturally, came Yin Feng's response. Jiang Ye continued nonchalantly, You have both hands and feet, and they work just fine. Can't you buy your own drinks? Meanwhile, Lin Yinyin was livid. Jiang Ye, are you going to carry on like this today? If you keep it up, we truly won't acknowledge you anymore. After school, we won't walk home with you. Jiang Ye merely smiled faintly, paying little mind to her outburst as he began distributing drinks to everyone. The weather was hot, and he cheerfully declared, Enjoy some ice cream and drinks, everyone. Come, each of you gets a share. The group of girls erupted in excitement, as if it were a festive occasion. What is going on with Jiang Ye? He is giving drinks to everyone but Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng. I don't get it. My brain is about to short circuit. Can someone explain? Could it be that Lin Yinyin handed a love letter to the homeroom teacher this morning, making Jiang Ye thoroughly upset? It's possible. After all, the letter was read aloud in front of the whole class. How embarrassing. But I feel that it won't be long before Jiang Ye comes back to reconcile. Isn't that always the case? Ignoring the chatter of the crowd, Jiang Ye continued distributing drinks to the boys before moving on to the girls. Zhu Gailing, the class monitor, felt a bit shy and hesitated to accept a drink from Jiang Ye, protesting, Jiang Ye, why are you giving drinks to us when you're not even giving any to your Yinyin? Everyone deserves a share. Jiang Ye chuckled as he slipped a can of drink into Zhu Guiling's pocket. Today, she was wearing the school uniform with elastic pockets that appeared small, but could hold quite a bit. Upon receiving a can of beverage from Jiang Ye, Zhu Guiling's face flushed a deeper shade of red as she shyly remarked, "Jiang Ye, you rascal, this is far too large. It fills my pocket entirely." Jiang Ye, inexplicably conjuring certain images in his mind, couldn't help but chuckle. However, he soon recalled that at school, Zhu Guiling, as the class's life committee member, was one of the individuals he interacted with most frequently. Could she be the one who wept for him at his bedside in a past life? Seizing the moment to hand her the drink, Jiang Ye scrutinized Zhu Guiling's left arm, only to find no sign of the distinctive mole. A wave of disappointment washed over him. Who, then, was this girl with the mole? As he distributed beverages to each girl, Jiang Ye meticulously examined their left arms, his heart pounding relentlessly. The mere thought of encountering the girl with the mole filled him with anticipation. He owed her so much from his previous life. Now, reborn into the prosperous year of 2006, a time ripe with opportunity. If he were to locate the girl with the mole, wouldn't it be only fitting to reward her with 200 million? With hopeful enthusiasm, he continued to distribute drinks and ice creams, yet the anticipated mole remained elusive. Ultimately, only the heaviest girl in class, Lu Xintong, was left. Could it be her? A twinge of disappointment flickered in Jiang Ye's heart. Why must the girl with the mole be the heaviest among them? Observing Lu Xintong, who weighed over 150 pounds, his mind raced. There's only one person left to serve. Surely, this girl must be the one with the mole, yet she appeared exceedingly overweight, her skin somewhat dark, adorned with a non-mainstream hairstyle reminiscent of catfish whiskers, and her braces were almost unbearable to behold. In an instant, Jiang Ye resolved within himself, well, it's time to look beyond appearances. A little extra weight can be comforting. At worst, I can simply turn off the lights. Amidst his conflicted thoughts, Jiang Ye handed a can of beverage to Lu Xintong. Simultaneously, he scrutinized her arm once more, only to be met with disappointment yet again. There was still no sign of the mole, not even Lu Xintong. Having examined every girl in the class, he remained unable to find the girl with the mole. A hint of melancholy gripped Jiang Ye. Where on earth had the girl with the mole vanished? Never mind. There is still time. I shall continue my search later. Chapter 7. Apologies, this car is mine. After the evening study session, a luxurious Mercedes-Benz, shaped like a bull's head, parked at the school gate. Jiang Ye, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, approached the vehicle, only to witness Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng board the car ahead of him. Furrowing his brow, he stepped closer to the car. Before he could utter a word, Lin Yinyin, seated inside, exclaimed, "Jiang Ye, during gym class, you didn't even buy us drinks. You didn't serve me lunch either. Didn't I tell you? I'm not going home with you tonight. You can take the bus. There is no place for you in this car." Observing the shameless duo within, Jiang Ye expressed his disbelief, stating, "Who would wish to return home with you too? This vehicle belongs to me. What are you both doing in my car?" Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng stiffened at his words. Having taken this Mercedes for their daily commute to school, both Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng had nearly forgotten that this luxurious vehicle was part of Jiang Ye's family. The Jiang family was relatively well off. Jiang Qingshan, the father, and Zhang Lan, the mother, had seized the opportunities presented by the reform and opening up policy to establish a successful business. Initially, they enjoyed a harmonious family life. However, like many affluent men, Jiang Qingshan became restless with wealth, taking a mistress and living with her and her son. Disheartened, Zhang Lan eventually divorced him. She did not contest the family assets vigorously, conceding the vast majority to Jiang Qingshan, retaining only a villa, a Mercedes, and shares in Guanyao real estate. Unfortunately, Zhang Lan later fell gravely ill. Before her passing, she transferred ownership of the car, the villa in Donghu Garden, and her shares in Guanyao real estate to Jiang Ye, also hiring a driver and a housekeeper for him. 6 months after her death, in pursuit of Lin Yinyin and recognizing her father Lin Buyun's experience in the real estate industry, Jiang Ye entrusted Guanyao real estate to Lin Buyun for management. Upon assuming control, Lin Buyun took advantage of Jiang Ye's naivety, amassing personal wealth from Guanyao real estate and quickly purchasing a high-rise apartment in the Donghu Garden community adjacent to Jiang Ye's villa. Jiang Ye's Mercedes was also commandeered by Lin Buyun under the pretense of conducting business, with the driver additionally tasked with ferrying Lin Yinyin and Jiang Ye to and from school. Given the distance of Yin Feng's home, the driver would first detour to pick him up before returning Lin Yinyin and Jiang Ye home. Over time, everyone began to believe that this Mercedes belonged to Lin Yinyin's family. Upon hearing Jiang Ye's earlier remarks, Lin Yinyin suddenly recalled that the car indeed seemed to be his. which brought a hint of embarrassment to her expression. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "All right, Jiang Ye, you can come up. I won't hold it against you today. But please, do not create any more disturbances. If you do, Yin Feng and I will truly ignore you from now on." Jiang Ye could hardly believe his ears, scoffing. "Lin Yinyin, you won't hold it against me? Who do you think you are? You and Yin Feng, get out of my car at once. This is my vehicle, and there will be no place for you both in it henceforth." The driver, Su Wei, sensing the escalating tension, interjected, "Calm down, Jiang Ye, don't make a scene. Just get in the car. Having it parked here at the school entrance isn't ideal. Let's revert to the previous arrangement. I'll drop Yin Feng home first. Then take you and Lin Yinyin." Jiang Ye cast a cold glance at Su Wei, retorting, "Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself?" Su Wei was taken aback. Realizing that Jiang Ye had transformed, he was no longer the gentle, accommodating young man he once knew. At this moment, an increasing number of students gathered at the school gate as classes dismissed. The onlookers observed the school belle, Lin Yinyin, and Yin Feng seated in a luxurious Mercedes, while Jiang Ye stood resolutely at the car door, preventing it from departing. The murmurs began. What is up with Jiang Ye? Why won't the school belle let him in the car, yet he still clings on stubbornly? Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng are clearly a couple. What is the point of Jiang Ye trailing behind like a third wheel? What is going on with Jiang Ye? I can't believe he is actually opposing the school belle today. As the students' attention intensified, Lin Yinyin grew increasingly furious, offering Jiang Ye an opportunity to back down. He remained obstinate. Lin Yinyin spoke in a low, firm voice. "All right, Jiang Ye. I have yet to settle the score with you for the incidents at noon and this afternoon, and now you're causing a scene? You leave me no choice. Uncle Su, drive. We won't wait for Jiang Ye any longer." Faced with the stalemate, the driver, Su Wei, cast a troubled glance at Jiang Ye. "Jiang Ye, since you refuse to get in the car, I'll take them first. You can catch the bus back on your own." Although the car belonged to Jiang Ye's family, it was Lin Yinyin's father, Lin Buyun, who served as the general manager of Guanyao Real Estate. Su Wei, having been hired by Lin Buyun, had no hesitation in siding with Lin Yinyin. With a press of the accelerator, the Mercedes roared to life, carrying Yin Feng and Lin Yinyin away, leaving Jiang Ye behind. The onlookers could not suppress their laughter. Look, being stubborn does no good. The school belle and Yin Feng are still driving off. Jiang Ye is something else. Thinking he can hitch a free ride, Jiang Ye, expressionless, took out his phone and began dialing. Observing Jiang Ye's refusal to leave, the audience remained intrigued, continuing to spectate at the school gate. Before long, Su Wei returned, parking the Mercedes once more at the school entrance. The driver, visibly awkward, stepped out of the vehicle. "Jiang Ye, what are you thinking? Is it really necessary to call the police over a petty squabble with Lin Yinyin?" Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng were utterly taken aback by Jiang Ye's dramatic turn of events. After disembarking from the car, Lin Yinyin, her face pale, confronted Jiang Ye. "Jiang Ye, are you out of your mind? Did you really call 110 to report the car stolen?" Jiang Ye chuckled, opening the passenger door and retrieving the vehicle's registration from the glove compartment. "Is it you who is unwell? Take a good look at the name on this registration. Jiang Ye, you recognize those characters, don't you? This is my car. On what grounds do you claim it as yours?" Then, Jiang Ye approached Su Wei, pulling the car keys from his pocket and calmly stating, "You don't even know who the true owner is. You're dismissed. You won't be driving anymore." Lin Yinyin, infuriated, retorted, "Jiang Ye, just let it out. Who would want to ride in your car? Even if you beg, I won't get in." Jiang Ye entered the car, started the engine, and lowered the window to address Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng. "Farewell. Wishing you a pleasant bus ride." With that, he pressed the accelerator, and the Mercedes sped away. Upon witnessing Jiang Ye driving away in the Mercedes, Lin Yinyin stood in a state of shock. She had never anticipated that Jiang Ye would take such decisive action. Even more bewildering was the fact that Jiang Ye had only recently obtained his driver's license during the last winter break and had never before laid hands on a vehicle. Yet he maneuvered the car with such finesse. The students gathered at the school gate erupted into excited chatter. "Wow, is this for real? That luxurious Mercedes truly belongs to Jiang Ye?" It turns out the ones trying to cling to the car were not Jiang Ye, but the campus belle and Yin Feng. Jiang Ye can actually drive? How impressive. Su Wei's face turned a shade of deep crimson. After a moment of dazed silence, Lin Yinyin mustered the courage to console Su Wei, saying, "Uncle Su, I had an argument with Jiang Ye today. He's just trying to provoke me. Don't worry, he can't expel you. I'll speak to my father and have Jiang Ye apologize to you." Su Wei's expression lightened somewhat, and he hurriedly replied, "Thank you, Yinyin." Not having a special car to take him home that day, Yin Feng reluctantly accompanied Lin Yinyin to the bus stop to wait for public transport. Chapter 8. A minimum of 3 years, Maximum indefinite Jiang Ye returned to the East Lake Villa, where he found Su Mingru hanging clothes in the garden. Upon noticing Jiang Ye's return, Su Mingru's demeanor was somewhat frosty as she greeted him with a simple, "Xiao Yi, you're back." Taken aback by her coldness, Jiang Ye felt an unexpected pang in his heart as memories of their past flooded back. Su Mingru was a distant relative of Jiang Ye, for years his senior. During their childhood in the countryside, they often played together in their hometown. When Jiang Ye's mother, Zhang Lan, fell gravely ill, she arranged for the freshly graduated Su Mingru to work at Guangyao Real Estate, allowing her to stay in the East Lake Villa to care for Jiang Ye. After Zhang Lan's passing, Su Mingru took on the role of a caring older sister, looking after Jiang Ye with great attentiveness. However, Jiang Ye was largely indifferent, preoccupied with his feelings for Lin Yinyin. At Guangyao Real Estate, Su Mingru grew increasingly wary of Lin Yinyin's family, frequently cautioning Jiang Ye to be on guard against Lin Yinyin, Lin Buiyun, and Yin Feng. Despite the fact that both the car and the company belonged to Jiang Ye, his affection for Lin Yinyin blurred the lines, leading the Lin family to misinterpret their status, even overshadowing Jiang Ye. Furthermore, the entire Lin family seemed to thrive on Jiang Ye's generosity, having become parasites within his real estate company. After Lin Buiyun began working at Guangyao, he quickly bought a property in the same upscale community of East Lake Garden, a feat that would have been impossible for the Lin family under their previous circumstances. Su Mingru had repeatedly warned Jiang Ye to remain vigilant against the Lin family, but he paid little heed. The more she spoke, the more Jiang Ye found himself growing irritated and disenchanted with Su Mingru. Not long ago, in a fit of frustration, he had even struck her arm with a stick. Since that incident, Su Mingru had grown completely disheartened and ceased to mention the Lin family's potential threats to Jiang Ye. Her attitude towards him had since transformed into a palpable chill. Su Mingru resolved to leave and seek employment after caring for Jiang Ye until the college entrance examination concluded. Reflecting on the myriad of experiences from her past life, Jiang Ye felt a pang of sorrow and regret. He realized that he had been an utter fool, unable to distinguish right from wrong. Despite Su Mingru's kindness towards him, he had never reciprocated with a warm demeanor, even resorting to striking her with a stick. Yet, despite such treatment, Su Mingru chose to remain by his side, caring for him until the exams were over. Although she remained silent, one could only imagine the grievances she harbored within. This time, he vowed not to behave as he once had. "Rujia, let me help you hang the clothes." "Shall I?" Jiang Ye said, his heart heavy with remorse. "No need, I can manage on my own," Su Mingru replied. Noticing that Jiang Ye had returned home much earlier than usual, she asked casually, "Jiang Ye, why didn't you come back with Lin Yinyin today? Why should I give Yin Feng a ride? I won't even let Lin Yinyin catch a lift from me again, let alone him. Taking the long route delays me by half an hour. What could I do in that time? Isn't it better to return home sooner?" Jiang Ye retorted. Su Mingru was taken aback. When did Jiang Ye become so enlightened? However, recalling the incident when he had struck her with a stick, she still felt a sense of grievance. With a melancholic expression, Su Mingru said softly, "Xiao Yi, I've prepared a late-night snack for you. Please go in and eat." After speaking, she took the basket of freshly hung clothes and entered the living room. Seeing her reaction, Jiang Ye realized that he had indeed been excessively cruel, which had led to Su Mingru's cold demeanor towards him. Perhaps, she no longer cared about the nature of his relationship with Lin Yinyin. The ice that had formed over time would not thaw easily. Changing the impression he had left would likely take more than just a moment. As Jiang Ye followed her into the living room, he observed Su Mingru closely. She was strikingly beautiful, with delicate features and a cascade of thick black hair tied into a ponytail, exuding youthful vitality. Her figure was exquisite, the contours of her body obscuring the television advertisements for several moments. However, Su Mingru was currently without stable employment, occasionally taking on freelance work, and her mother's health was poor, resulting in their lives being quite frugal. She often wore a shirt that had faded from frequent washing, and her bare-printed slippers had become misshapen over time. Jiang Ye mused to himself that even without any adornment, she was remarkably attractive. How stunning she would be with just a little effort. Shifting his gaze from Su Mingru, he turned on the television. The news channel was broadcasting various reports. Preparations for the 2008 Beijing Olympics had officially commenced, with volunteer recruitment beginning, anticipated to gather over 1 million volunteers. The Shanghai and Shenzhen stock markets had reached new heights, with experts predicting that the index might break 7,000 points within the year, possibly exceeding 10,000 points in the coming years. The 2006 World Cup officially commenced, marking the end of Zinedine Zidane's illustrious career due to a red card. Experts have stated that the real estate market has likely peaked and may be entering a downward trend. advising potential buyers to wait for a price correction before making any purchases. Jiang Ye, upon reading these reports, could not suppress a cold laugh. These so-called experts are utterly unreliable. It is already 2006, and they suggest waiting to buy a house. Once prices soar, they will be impossible to contain. After watching television for a while, Su Mingru emerged from the kitchen with a late-night snack. When Jiang Ye reached out to take the bowl from her hands, he inadvertently brushed against her skin. A tingling sensation coursed through his arm and into his palm. Since his rebirth, he had not experienced such proximity to a girl. A wave of heat surged within him. In his past life, he must have been blinded by foolishness to have followed Lin Yinyin, leading to his own demise. Let alone the girl with the mole on her arm. Even Su Mingru, residing in this villa, surpassed Lin Yinyin in both figure and character by several leagues. How foolish it was to have underestimated Su Mingru's qualities, mistaking youthful allure for treasure. With her ample curves, she was undeniably more appealing than the A-cup. After silently reciting a calming mantra several times, Jiang Ye finally quelled the restlessness within him. After dinner, as he prepared to ascend the stairs, he turned and asked, "Sister Ru, do you have any plans for this weekend? Shaoyi, do you need something?" Su Mingru replied while tidying up the dishes. "I wish to visit the cemetery to see my mother. Would you accompany me?" Su Mingru froze momentarily, her eyes welling with tears. She turned away to discreetly wipe her eyes and softly replied, "All right, Shaoyi, I will go with you this weekend." Upon returning to his room upstairs, Jiang Ye noticed that the clothes he had discarded yesterday were now neatly washed and pressed, with even his underwear and socks arranged tidily on the bed. A wave of guilt and reflection washed over him. The following day, the weather was dismal, with pouring rain outside. After having breakfast, Jiang Ye drove to school. As he arrived at the community entrance, he spotted Lin Yinyin waiting expectantly, having taken the bus home the previous night. She found herself realizing how inconvenient it was not to have a dedicated driver for her school commutes, especially on a rainy morning like this one, where even an umbrella could not keep her dry. However, considering the tension from the previous night's confrontation with Jiang Ye, who had driven off without her and intended to dismiss their driver Su Wei, she felt too ashamed to directly approach Jiang Ye's villa for a ride. Thus, Lin Yinyin resolved to wait at the community entrance, feigning a chance encounter, hoping to catch Jiang Ye as he drove out, allowing her to accept his offer for a ride while providing him an opportunity to save face. After all, it usually takes no more than half a day for Jiang Ye to return to seek me out. Yet, it has been a whole night since then, surely. His anger must have subsided by now. As he approached the entrance of the community, he spotted Lin Yinyin standing under an umbrella. He gradually brought the car to a halt. Lin Yinyin stepped forward to tug at the passenger door, only to find it stubbornly unyielding. The young girl furrowed her brow and exclaimed with annoyance, "Jiang Ye, open the door. Let me in. Can't you see how heavily it's raining?" The door remained obstinately closed. Instead, the window descended slowly, revealing Jiang Ye's slight smile as he remarked, "Lin Yinyin, what are you doing stopping my car? Didn't you say yesterday that you would never ride with me unless I begged? So, I suppose I shall refrain from begging. You may take the bus." Lin Yinyin could hardly believe her ears. "What? In such torrential rain, you expect me to take the bus? Jiang Ye, are you out of your mind? Just because others can take the bus, must I not?" With that, the window rolled back up, and Jiang Ye pressed the accelerator, driving away with a flourish. Watching the Mercedes-Benz fade into the distance, Lin Yinyin stamped her foot in frustration. Anger consumed her entirely. Her eyes brimmed with tears that cascaded down like pearls from a broken string. It felt like a bitter brew flowing down her throat into the once proud heart. Lin Yinyin could not fathom why handing in a love letter written by Jiang Ye to the homeroom teacher elicited such an intense reaction from him. At that moment, Lin Buyin happened to step out of the house, preparing for work. Upon seeing Lin Yinyin alone with her umbrella at the community entrance, crying as she made her way to the bus stop, he hurried over to inquire about the situation. Lin Yinyin, sobbing, recounted how Jiang Ye had refused to prepare her lunch the previous day, denied her water during gym class, and just that morning had barred her from getting a ride. Upon hearing this, Lin Buyun's expression turned a steely shade of anger, and he clenched his teeth in outrage. That little rascal Jiang Ye has truly overstepped. How dare he bully you like this? Yinyin, let us go. I shall take a cab to school with you and confront Jiang Ye. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye had just arrived at the classroom. With some time remaining before the first period began, he took out his exam papers and started practicing problems. With merely a month until the college entrance examination, he needed to strengthen his studies. In his previous life, he barely managed to enroll in a low-tier university. Although the degree ultimately held little value amidst a sea of PhDs and master's degrees, as a reborn individual, failing to secure admission to a respectable undergraduate institution would be utterly embarrassing. As he diligently worked through the problems, an epiphany struck him. He realized that the questions he had once struggled with now appeared much simpler. While some concepts felt somewhat unfamiliar, the knowledge he had acquired in university allowed him to approach these high school science problems with a broadened perspective. Furthermore, he recalled that this year's college entrance examination essay prompt was particularly avant-garde, presenting a hypothetical scenario involving an intelligent chip. This topic was so cutting-edge that many students were at a loss for how to respond, resulting in widespread despair after the Chinese exam. Now, armed with insight into the essay topic, the subject he had previously struggled with, Chinese, might now transform into his forte and advantage. As Jiang Ye was joyfully immersed in his studies, a thunderous roar echoed from the back door of the classroom. "Jiang Ye, you little rascal, come out here." The tranquil atmosphere of the classroom was abruptly shattered, and all eyes turned towards the last row. Upon reaching the corridor, Jiang Ye encountered Lin Yinyin, whose face was contorted with rage. Just then, shadowy, having witnessed the scene, swiftly approached Jiang Ye and positioned himself protectively in front of him, furrowing his brow as he asked, "Who are you? What business do you have with Jiang Ye?" A warmth surged within Jiang Ye. Regardless of the circumstances, shadowy had always been reliable. During a previous altercation with local delinquents at the school gate, it was shadowy who had rushed in with a brick to assist without hesitation. Jiang Ye placed a reassuring hand on shadowy's shoulder and said, "Shadowy, return to your seat. There's no need for concern here. I can handle this." Shadowy, ever obedient to Jiang Ye, remained cautious of the intruder but complied and returned to his seat. Jiang Ye then regarded Lin Yinyin with a calm demeanor and inquired, "What is it, Lin Yinyin?" In the past, due to his affection for Lin Yinyin, Jiang Ye had been exceedingly courteous towards Lin Yinyin, entrusting him with the management of Guangyao real estate and addressing him respectfully as Uncle Yinyin during their encounters. Lin Yinyin, taken aback by Jiang Ye's direct address, felt his anger intensify. He pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Ye and began to scold him. "Jiang Ye, what is the matter with you? Why do you keep bullying Lin Yinyin at school? It's one thing not to feed her yesterday, but you even dismissed the driver Su Wei and didn't take Lin Yinyin with you. What do you mean by that? And how dare you address me by my name?" A cold smile crept across Jiang Ye's face. "Lin Yinyin, how dare you come here to demand answers when you don't allow your daughter Lin Yinyin to ride in my car? You have the audacity to confront me? As the general manager of Guangyao Real Estate, you've treated the company as your private piggy bank, siphoning funds for your own gain, and in less than 6 months, you've managed to acquire a luxurious garden villa. In my previous life, I was naive and allowed your family to manipulate me. But in this life, you expect the same? You are sorely mistaken. For now, I am focused on preparing for the college entrance examination, but once that is over, I shall ensure your entire family receives their due reckoning." Maintaining an impassive facade, Jiang Ye replied coolly, "Lin Yinyin, it is my vehicle, and I shall choose whom to take and whom to leave behind. Is there a problem with that? Moreover, Guangyao Real Estate is solely funded by me. According to corporate law, I possess the authority to appoint and dismiss any personnel within the company. Dismissing a driver is trivial. I could have the general manager removed if I wished. As for you, you are merely a professional manager under my employ. I may address you as Uncle Yinyin when I feel inclined, and refrain when I do not. Is that a problem?" Lin Yinyin was momentarily at a loss for words. His current position was that of the executive vice president of Guangyao Real Estate. Since assuming the role of executive vice president, Lin Yinyin has singularly dictated the operations of Guangyao Real Estate. Jiang Ye has never interfered in any matters concerning the company. Over time, Lin Yinyin nearly forgot that Guangyao Real Estate is wholly owned by Jiang Ye. Observing Jiang Ye now, Lin Yinyin sensed something amiss. Previously, when conversing with Jiang Ye, he was always timid and compliant, never daring to retort even when reprimanded. On occasions when the reprimands were harsh, Jiang Ye would often shed tears. But today, what has changed? Jiang Ye's gaze appeared clear, yet bore a hint of profundity, entirely devoid of the previous timidity and anxiety. It seemed as though he had matured through life's trials, as if his eyes could pierce through all that transpired within the campus. Chapter 10. Lin Yinyin's persona shattered Lin Yin's confidence, and demeanor waned instantly. His tone softened as he spoke. Jiang Ye, given the heavy rain today, how could you allow Yinyin to come to school alone? She got drenched and was so worried about being late for class that she cried this morning. I only have Lin Yinyin as my daughter, and I usually dote on her, so you must take extra care of her at school." Jiang Ye regarded Lin Yinyin with a profound gaze and replied calmly, "Lin Yinyin, let me make 2 points clear. First, my relationship with Lin Yinyin is merely that of ordinary classmates. Your indulgence of your daughter is of no concern to me. Second, your daughter is now an adult. If she cries, it is your responsibility to comfort her and teach her to manage her emotions, not to seek me out. As these words, delivered in a steady and composed tone, emerged from Jiang Ye's lips, Lin Yinyin was taken aback. Jiang Ye's mother, Zhang Lan, had passed away early, and his father, Jiang Qingshan, had established a new family, neglecting Jiang Ye entirely. Though Zhang Lan left him a considerable inheritance, Jiang Ye had always exhibited signs of inferiority, awkwardness, and a lack of expression. To his astonishment, Jiang Ye's recent discourse was remarkably articulate and logically coherent. In a certain sense, Lin Yinyin found Jiang Ye's tone and choice of words more sophisticated than his own. Irritated by Jiang Ye's attitude, yet unable to counter his assertions, Lin Yinyin attempted to smooth over the situation. Jiang Ye, well, you should head to class. The college entrance examination is approaching, and you need to focus on your studies. If you encounter anything you don't understand, ask Lin Yinyin to explain it to you. Strive for a better undergraduate program. I must return to the company now. After Lin Yinyin left in a fluster, Jiang Ye returned to his seat. The exchange between Jiang Ye and Lin Yinyin had been overheard clearly by the eager ears pressed against the classroom window. The classroom buzzed with discussion. Have you noticed? Jiang Ye seems different now. It felt so satisfying when he confronted the school beauty as father just now. Lin Yinyin always claims to run a company, but that company belongs to Jiang Ye, doesn't he? It's hard to tell. Jiang Ye's car, with the school beauty Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng riding in it daily? Now they're not allowed to ride anymore, yet they send family to confront Jiang Ye? How shameless can these two be? Lin Yinyin sat in her chair, listening to the murmur of discussions emanating from the classroom, feeling increasingly disheartened. Throughout her time at school, she had cultivated an image of an aloof heiress, hailing from a wealthy family and living in luxury. She often told her classmates that her family owned a real estate company and that the Mercedes-Benz she rode to school was a gift from her family for her personal use. Earlier, she had hoped that Lin Yinyin would come to school and confront Jiang Ye on her behalf, but the outcome had taken an unexpected turn, leaving her feeling as if needles were pricking her back. The bell rang. The first class was mathematics, taught by the notoriously strict Mr. Deng Guoping. Among all the main subject teachers at Hangzhou No. 1 High School, Mr. Deng was known to be the most severe, and not a single student dared to arrive late to his class. Yet today, it was only Yin Feng who was tardy. His alarm had been set according to the usual schedule, with a dedicated chauffeur arriving at his home. However, upon reaching downstairs, he discovered that no car had come to collect him that day. In a flurry, he rushed to school, only to arrive late, finding that Mr. Deng's lesson had already commenced half an hour prior. As Yin Feng hurried to the classroom door, he lost his footing and stumbled, landing unceremoniously on the floor. The commotion drew laughter from his classmates, filling the room with mirth. Mr. Deng, noticing Yin Feng's fall, furrowed his brow and inquired, Yin Feng, are you all right? Why the rush? Surprised by the unexpected gentleness from the usually fierce mathematics teacher, Yin Feng felt a wave of relief. He thought to himself that his consistently high academic performance would earn him some leniency, even in his tardiness. He quickly scrambled to his feet. Mr. Deng, I'm fine. Very well, Mr. Deng continued, narrowing his eyes. Your hand isn't injured, is it? No, sir. And your foot is intact as well. Yin Feng, taken aback by the sudden scrutiny, hurriedly took a few steps in the classroom. My leg is fine. I can walk, see? Mr. Deng's expression abruptly darkened, turning sharp and cold. You can walk, can you? Excellent. Stand in the front row to attend my lecture. You dare arrive late to my class? Don't think that just because you're a top student, I won't discipline you. Yin Feng was overwhelmed with despair. It became clear that Mr. Deng had no intention of letting him off the hook. He realized that being late would not be so simple to brush aside. The apparent calmness was merely the precursor to a greater storm. Reluctantly, he found himself awkwardly standing at the front of the classroom, enduring the lesson. However, his misfortune seemed far from over. Mr. Deng's temper appeared particularly volatile that day. After explaining a complex problem, he wiped the board clean and slammed the compass onto the podium. Now, I just explained this problem. Did any of you grasp it? Who will come up and explain it to me? Underneath their desks, every student shrank back, seeking refuge behind towering stacks of books, as if that would shield them from Mr. Deng's piercing gaze. As he noticed that no one raised their hand, Deng Guoping's brows furrowed even deeper. He then turned his gaze towards Yin Feng. Yin Feng, come up and solve this problem. You are seated in the front row. You should have heard it more clearly. Right? A chill ran down Yin Feng's spine. During the punishment of standing, he had been preoccupied with his own embarrassment and had completely zoned out. Furthermore, this question was notorious for being the last one on the Huanggang Middle School mock exam, infamous for its difficulty. Thus, Yin Feng was utterly at a loss. Seeing Yin Feng standing before the blackboard like a statue, Deng Guoping's frustration boiled over. He hurled the chalkboard eraser at Yin Feng in anger. I just explained this question, and you all can't solve it? You still have the audacity to be late. Grabbing Yin Feng by the head, he banged it against the blackboard several times. Yin Feng was enveloped in a cloud of white chalk dust, resembling an elderly man. A large bump formed on his head, and a salty liquid trickled down the corner of his mouth. Observing Yin Feng's pitiful state and recalling the misdeeds he and Lin Yinyin committed in a past life, Jiang Ye grinned from the back of the classroom. The time for retribution had not yet come for those who had committed numerous wrongs in their previous lives. However, as the other students shrank back, Jiang Ye's grin caught Deng Guoping's attention. Enraged, Deng Guoping pointed at Jiang Ye and barked, Jiang Ye, what are you grinning about in the back row? Come up here and solve this problem. If you can't figure it out, I guarantee you'll have even more reason to smile later. Chapter 11. Learning is the easiest task. The students' gazes turned towards Jiang Ye. Their eyes filled with a hint of sympathy, and they felt a sense of relief. Only a few minutes remained in the class. Clearly, Jiang Ye had become the last unfortunate victim randomly selected by Deng Guoping. This also meant that the other students were temporarily safe. Song Xiaohai watched as Jiang Ye approached the podium beside him, his fists clenched tightly. He had already resolved that if Deng Guoping dared to treat Jiang Ye as he had with Yin Feng, he would confront him directly. After all, what was getting expelled but a minor consequence? He was unlikely to enter university anyway. Being expelled was of little concern to him. However, to his surprise, once Jiang Ye reached the podium, he picked up a piece of chalk and, under the watchful eyes of everyone, wrote the words Method 1 in large letters on the blackboard. Deng Guoping and all the students in the classroom were taken aback. Method 1. Could it be that Jiang Ye intends to write Method 2 as well? The classroom fell into silence. Unbeknownst to them, having studied advanced mathematics at the university level, returning to tackle seemingly challenging high school problems was, in fact, immensely beneficial and made understanding high school concepts far easier. First, after solving the problem using high school knowledge, Jiang Ye indeed inscribed Solution 2 on the blackboard and commenced to tackle the problem with advanced calculus formulas from university. The indefinite integral of rational functions should employ the method of integration by parts, utilizing the sum of proper and improper fractions. By making a substitution, he arrived at a conclusion. After completing the problem using both methods, Jiang Ye calmly summarized. In the face of the Taylor series and indefinite integrals, L'Hopital's rule is somewhat more cumbersome. Nevertheless, the answers derived from both methods are indeed identical. The classroom fell into a profound silence, which was soon shattered by an uproar. Wow, Jiang Ye is incredibly impressive. Not only did he solve the problem, but he also has two methods? This guy is such a genius, hiding his true abilities so well. He always ranked at the bottom in mock exams. Could it be an act? Deng Guoping never anticipated that Jiang Ye would solve such a challenging question using two approaches. He could only begrudgingly say, I didn't expect you to actually solve it. All right, you may return to your seat now. With that, Deng Guoping redirected his frustration onto the student who was standing as punishment. Yin Feng, will you dare to be late again? At this rate, you'll be caught up by the underachievers. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Deng Guoping exited the classroom. Yin Feng, who had endured an entire lesson of embarrassment, finally found a moment to breathe. He walked to his seat in a daze, unable to fathom how Jiang Ye, who typically struggled in mathematics, could solve the last major problem of the Huanggang mock exam using two methods. Meanwhile, Song Xiaohai plopped down beside Jiang Ye in the back of the classroom, observing him as if he were an alien. Jiang Ye, what you just did was like a cow standing on its head. Jiang Ye responded, a cow standing on its head? What does that mean? It means you're amazing. Jiang Ye chuckled, completely unaware of where Song Xiaohai had acquired such peculiar expressions. Song Xiaohai grasped Jiang Ye's arm with enthusiasm, exclaiming, I can't believe it, bro Ye. When did your studies become so impressive? That was the last major question of the Huanggang mock exam. I thought for sure you wouldn't be able to solve it and would end up getting beaten by Deng Guoping. I even thought about confronting him if he dared to lay a hand on you. Jiang Ye felt a warmth in his heart and shot a glare at Song Xiaohai, saying, you'd confront a teacher? Aren't you afraid of being expelled and missing the college entrance exams? Song Xiaohai sighed. What do I have to be afraid of? For me, it would yield the same result whether I participate or not. I won't even get into an undergraduate program. My father has already lined up a security job for me at a construction site, waiting for the exams to finish so I can take over that position. Jiang Ye glanced at Song Xiaohai and said, Xiaohai, can't you aspire to something greater? Focus on your studies. The college entrance exams are just around the corner. You should at least aim for an undergraduate degree. Jiang Ye spoke from the heart. Once they graduate and start working, the so-called brothers they meet are often driven by self-interest or are merely drinking buddies. lacking genuine intent. It is challenging to find a true, trustworthy brother like Song Xiaohai from their high school days. Once one's career begins to flourish, it is inevitable that one will require assistance from Song Xiaohui. Thus, it is indeed essential for Song Xiaohui to at least complete his undergraduate studies. With a nonchalant demeanor, Song Xiaohui lamented, "I wish I could, but studying is exceedingly arduous. I am simply not cut out for it. Perhaps I should just wait until after the college entrance examination to pursue a security job." Jiang Ye abruptly slapped Song Xiaohui, his voice stern as he commanded, "Xiaohui, sit up straight and listen. Do not act like a spineless shrimp." Turning to Jiang Ye, Song Xiaohui noticed that the usually jovial Jiang Ye now bore a remarkably serious expression, akin to that of a stern elder brother. The intensity of Jiang Ye's gaze surpassed even the menacing glare of Deng Guoping from earlier. Feeling a surge of anxiety, Song Xiaohui stammered, "Jiang Ye, why are you looking at me like that?" Jiang Ye replied in a low tone, "Xiaohui, you dare say that studying is too difficult? Let me tell you, once you enter the workforce, you will realize that learning is the simplest task of all. Those problems were created by humans, not deities. If you dedicate yourself to your studies, how could you possibly fail? Prepare diligently and earn that undergraduate degree. Even if you end up as a security guard, you could at least aim for a managerial position. Do not let me look down upon you." Jiang Ye continued his relentless admonition, leaving Song Xiaohui utterly bewildered. Typically, Song Xiaohui was most obedient to Jiang Ye, and now, being reprimanded so sternly, he felt on the verge of tears. Sensing his distress, Jiang Ye softened his tone, saying, "From today onward, I will study with you. If you encounter anything you do not understand, come to me. We can have our fun. But when it's time to study, we must focus. There is less than a month left. Let us prepare earnestly for the final stretch." Despite his father's countless attempts to impart wisdom through stern words, Song Xiaohui had never truly absorbed them. Yet this time, he seemed to genuinely take Jiang Ye's words to heart. Bowing his head, he replied, "All right, Brother Yi, I will follow your lead and study diligently. If I encounter difficulties, you must teach me." Jiang Ye nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Now, that's more like it. Study hard, and once the college entrance examination is over, I will take you to the grinding factory for a haircut." Song Xiaohui's eyes lit up. "Wow, Brother Yi, you've been to the grinding factory? Isn't a haircut quite expensive there?" Jiang Ye smirked. "It's reasonable, I suppose. A simple wash costs 8 yuan, a wash and cut is 18 yuan, and a wash, cut, and blow-dry is 188 yuan. Song Xiaohui swallowed hard. "Wow, 188? That is not expensive? The wash, cut, and blow-dry must be fantastic." Jiang Ye chuckled. "Oh, it's absolutely exhilarating. You'll see." Chapter 12. Su Mingru delivers an umbrella after a full day of classes. The final evening study session approached. The weather in Hangzhou is notoriously unpredictable, and just as school was about to end, thunder rumbled ominously, and heavy rain began to pour. Jiang Ye's car was parked outside the school, but reaching it soon became a troublesome endeavor. As he pondered this predicament, Song Xiaohui nudged Jiang Ye's arm, exclaiming, "Brother Yi, your sister in the straw hat has come to find you." Jiang Ye followed Song Xiaohui's gaze and soon spotted Su Mingru in the corridor of the classroom. A warm feeling surged within him, prompting him to rush outside. "Sister Ru, you're here." Su Mingru paused for a moment, then handed an umbrella to Jiang Ye, casually stating, "Xiao Yi, your umbrella." She still wore that slightly faded shirt and a straw hat. The rain poured heavily, soaking her shirt as she approached, clinging tightly to her figure and revealing her silhouette. After handing the umbrella to Jiang Ye, she cast a fleeting glance in his direction before turning to walk toward the school gate. Jiang Ye noticed a lingering chill in Su Mingru's demeanor, stirring a sense of unease in him. He had previously crossed a line and wounded her deeply, yet she still came to deliver an umbrella. "Sister Ru." Jiang Ye hurried after her, retrieving his school uniform from his backpack and draping it over her shoulders. Su Mingru was taken aback. Previously, Jiang Ye had always been stern and impatient with her, and now he seemed like a different person. "Thank you. You should keep it at school for yourself." "I'm fine," Su Mingru replied. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed from the sky. Su Mingru flinched, freezing in place as if ensnared by a spell. Jiang Ye looked at her in confusion, then realized that she was afraid of thunder. Yet, the sky had been rumbling for quite some time. He couldn't fathom how she had managed to bring the umbrella to school in such trepidation. Each time it thundered and rained, Su Mingru would come to school with an umbrella for him. He reflected on how much of a jerk he had been in the past. Tears welled in his eyes. "Sister Ru, let us go back together. I'll drive." Su Mingru was taken aback. "It's not even time to finish evening study. And besides, aren't Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng taking your car? Didn't I say that I won't let them ride in my car anymore?" Jiang Ye replied. Su Mingru's eyes widened in surprise. Just yesterday, he had driven home alone and declared he would no longer be nice to Lin Yinyin. She hadn't thought much of it, as he had made such claims before, only to return to Lin Yinyin within hours. This time, however, it seemed he had managed to hold out for over a day. Still, Su Mingru felt that Jiang Ye's affairs with Lin Yinyin had little to do with her. Xiaoyi, thank you, but I found a part-time job and need to go to the mall to sell men's clothing. You should return to the classroom to study. I'll be back later tonight. You don't need to wait for me. With that, Su Mingru returned his uniform, holding the umbrella as she left the school. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Ye felt a whirlwind of emotions. Su Mingru had graduated from college and could have secured a good job on her own. Yet she chose to take a part-time job to care for him. In the realm of the esteemed Guangyao real estate company, Lin Buyun, an outsider, drains its resources, leaving no space for Su Mingru. Perhaps it is time for a transformation. As for Lin Yinyin, during the final 2 evening study sessions, her mind was utterly preoccupied. Ever since Jiang Ye relocated from the seat beside her to the last row of the classroom, she had hoped to focus more intently on her studies. However, the young girl found herself engulfed in a sense of melancholy throughout the day, feeling an emptiness within her that made it even more challenging to concentrate on her lessons. A persistent, inexplicable restlessness plagued her thoughts. All day long, she was distracted, pondering what Jiang Ye was doing in the back row. Was he secretly glancing at her? Surely, after an entire day, he would come to apologize to her. Yet, countless times, when Lin Yinyin casually turned to look, she found Jiang Ye either asleep at his desk, engrossed in solving problems, or playfully chatting with Song Xiaohai. Not once did Jiang Ye lift his gaze towards her. Lin Yinyin felt a pang of discomfort. When had her attention toward Jiang Ye grown so intense, while he seemed indifferent to her? After much contemplation, she deemed that perhaps it was somewhat excessive to have handed Jiang Ye's love letter to the homeroom teacher yesterday. Previously, she had adopted a strategy of alternating between praise and reprimand, keeping Jiang Ye firmly under her thumb. This time, his strong reaction suggested it might be prudent to offer him some comfort. Resolved, Lin Yinyin decided to approach Jiang Ye after their evening study session, to return home together under the same umbrella, allowing their bodies to brush against one another, offering him a taste of sweetness. She would whisper soft words to him, letting him catch a whiff of her fragrance. Surely, Jiang Ye would come back to her as he had before. At long last, as she awaited the end of the evening session, Lin Yinyin prepared her backpack and made her way to the last row to find Jiang Ye, only to discover an empty seat. Jiang Ye and Song Xiaohai had swiftly exited the classroom together. Lin Yinyin was taken aback. How could Jiang Ye abandon her once more to leave with Song Xiaohai? That scoundrel. He would rather drive off with Song Xiaohai than take her along. In her frustration, she stomped her feet. At that moment, Yin Feng approached, having gathered his belongings, and asked Lin Yinyin with hope, "Yinyin, what is the situation? Can we catch a ride home with Jiang Ye?" With a sigh, Lin Yinyin replied, "What ride? Jiang Ye has already driven away. He left with Song Xiaohai." Yin Feng paused, taken aback. What is Jiang Ye thinking? Isn't he afraid we might truly ignore him? Lin Yinyin looked bewildered. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Feng suddenly recalled that tomorrow was the weekend, and coincidentally, it was Lin Yinyin's birthday. In previous years, every time Lin Yinyin celebrated her birthday, Jiang Ye would gather their classmates to commemorate the occasion together. A month prior, he had already mentioned reserving the most luxurious private room at Baiyun Grand Hotel. Reflecting on this, Yin Feng suddenly realized Jiang Ye's little ploy. "Yinyin, I have figured it out. Jiang Ye is deliberately ignoring us, merely setting the stage for a grand surprise for your birthday tomorrow. This back and forth will surely endear you to him even more." Lin Yinyin's eyes brightened with understanding. So that's how it is. That infuriating Jiang Ye is resorting to such childish tricks. Yin Feng felt a tinge of disappointment. "Yinyin, you're not truly captivated by that brat's antics, are you?" Lin Yinyin smiled gently. "Rest assured, Yin Feng, my heart belongs to you. We are the genuine couple. We both agreed to aim for Hangzhou University together. I simply need to give Jiang Ye some sweet moments to ensure he remains dutifully behind us, spending his money." Yin Feng nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, as long as you are with me in spirit, it matters not how things appear on the surface. You may even grow closer to Jiang Ye." Lin Yinyin exclaimed, "What?" Yin Feng declared proudly. "Only in this way will that fool willingly part with his money for us." Chapter 13. Tomb sweeping. Tears soaking the chest on Saturday morning. After a week of intense studying, the rare day of rest arrived. Jiang Ye, yawning repeatedly, had just risen and sat on the edge of his bed in a daze, still lost in the dream from the previous night. He had dreamt of the moment at the end of his past life, witnessing the girl with the birthmark weeping over him in the hospital. Even in the dream, their encounter felt profoundly beautiful. How wondrous it would be to reunite with her in the real world. Regrettably, He had not clearly seen her face in his past life. Nor did he know when he might find this birthmarked girl in this lifetime. At that moment, Su Mingru knocked on his door. "Xiao Yi, are you awake?" Upon seeing the time, already 9 o'clock, Jiang Ye hurriedly dressed and washed up before heading downstairs. Su Mingru emerged from the kitchen carrying a bowl of shredded pork noodles. "Xiao Yi, just look at your schedule. You cannot sleep in so late on Saturdays anymore, especially with the college entrance exams approaching. Once they are over, you can rest all you want. And today, you promised to accompany me to the cemetery, remember?" In the past, Jiang Ye would have been impatient with such nagging from Su Mingru, often retorting or even giving her the cold shoulder. However, now, her gentle reminders filled him with an inexplicable warmth and affection. His mother, Zhang Lan, had passed away early, and it was Su Mingru who had quietly cared for him all along. Only she, along with the woman with the birthmark on her arm, truly held his best interests at heart. Therefore, in this life, he could not let either of these two women suffer any neglect. "Yes, madam, my dear sister Ru, I promise to rise early from now on." As Jiang Ye stood at attention, a playful grin spread across his face. Su Mingru was taken aback, unsure of what had caused this transformation in him over the past few days. He seemed like a different person altogether, lacking any semblance of seriousness. Reflecting on Jiang Ye's previous demeanor, she shot him an irritated glance. After finishing breakfast, and once Su Mingru had tidied the kitchen, Jiang Ye drove them to a cemetery located in the outskirts of Hangzhou. Passing by a supermarket, Su Mingru instructed Jiang Ye to pull over. "Why are we stopping at the supermarket, Rujia?" Jiang Ye inquired. "Xiao Yi, we can't visit Mom's grave empty-handed. Wait for me here." After stepping out of the car, Su Mingru entered the store. Moments later, she emerged with a bouquet of fresh flowers and some fruits in hand. Jiang Ye felt a warmth swell in his eyes. Indeed, Su Mingru was far more considerate than he had realized, even preparing offerings for his mother's grave. How had he not perceived such admirable qualities in her before? Instead, he had foolishly trailed behind Lin Yinyin, who had never accompanied him to this cemetery. In his previous life, Lin Yinyin, alongside Yin Feng, had conspired to take his life, discarding his ashes into the sewer. In comparison, the disparity between women transcended mere physical attributes. It revealed a significant moral chasm as well. In this life, he vowed not to let ignorance cloud his judgment again. The car continued its journey towards the cemetery. Upon arrival, Jiang Ye parked and, alongside Su Mingru, walked along the winding path leading to his mother Zhang Lan's grave. The gravestone was overgrown with weeds, and Su Mingru bent down to clear the surrounding foliage while Jiang Ye placed the flowers and fruits before the stone. Kneeling, he gently caressed the cold surface of the monument, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes. In this second life, his mother Zhang Lan remained merely a faded black and white photograph smiling softly from the gravestone. She was there, and he was here, still unable to embrace her. This perhaps represented the greatest regret of his rebirth. Kneeling before Zhang Lan's tombstone, Jiang Ye's heart felt as though it were pierced by a myriad of soft, painful needles. Filled with sadness and anguish, yet he could not weep. The truest pain is often devoid of tears. At that moment, gazing at his mother's quietly smiling visage, he could only hear the sound of his heart shattering, despair washing over him like a tidal wave, rendering him voiceless. Though Su Mingru had been disappointed by Jiang Ye's past actions, witnessing his current state stirred her own sorrow. She crouched beside him, gently patting his back. "Xiao Yi, if you're sad, just cry. Let it all out." It seemed as though she had offered him an outlet for his emotions. With a rush, Jiang Ye's tears flowed freely. Leaning against Su Mingru's shoulder, she appeared hesitant, shifting slightly away, but after a brief moment of contemplation, she remained close, providing him solace until his emotions gradually began to settle. After a brief moment, Jiang Ye withdrew from the soft embrace of Ru Jia's shoulder. "Ru Jia, could you wait for me by the car? I'd like to have a word with my mother." Su Mingru's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible pain as she nodded. "All right, I'll wait for you by the car." Jiang Ye glanced up at Su Mingru. Throughout this summer, she had been wearing the same two inexpensive shirts in rotation. After numerous washes, the fabric not only had faded but had also become thin. The turbulent tears that he had shed earlier had dampened her shirt significantly, subtly revealing the pink of her undergarments, the contours of her figure emerging faintly. Jiang Ye picked up his backpack and placed it in front of her. "Ru Jia? I'm so sorry. Did I cry so much that I soaked your shirt?" Su Mingru was momentarily taken aback, lowering her gaze to see the dampness, her face flushing with embarrassment. Yet, the pain she felt for Jiang Ye seemed to intensify. After she departed, Jiang Ye sat before the gravestone, gently caressing the cold stone as he spoke softly. "Mom, I've come to see you. Are you well? I have returned to life. But why didn't you come back with me?" If you had returned with me, I would take care of you well and never make you angry again. In my past life, the property you painstakingly built, Guangyao Real Estate, was the only asset you fought for after the divorce. Yet I foolishly handed it over to Lin Yinyin. Rest assured, I will not be so reckless in this life. I will ensure the company thrives. You always urged me to attend a good university. I promise I will. Also, in my previous life, I owe a girl with a birthmark on her arm. In this life, I will find her and be with her. In time, I will bring our children to see you. Mom, why was I so impatient when we spoke before? I regret it so much now. If only I could talk to you once more. Even if it meant you scolding me, I would be overjoyed. Chapter 14. The Dog Taoist. Chun Yongxin. After spending a while by the gravestone, Jiang Ye finally made his way to the parking lot to find Su Mingru. Upon entering the car, Su Mingru looked at Jiang Ye with an uncommon tenderness in her gaze. Xiao Yi, are you hungry? Let us head back. I'll make you braised pork ribs when we get home. Jiang Ye started the engine, saying, Rujia, let us eat out for lunch. I want something nice. Not wanting to argue with Jiang Ye's insistence on dining out, Su Mingru said nothing further. There was a steakhouse in the Xinguang Tiandi Mall that was renowned for its delicious offerings, often with long lines. Jiang Ye held a VIP membership card for the establishment, and after making a reservation via phone, he drove towards the mall. Shortly after setting off, they passed a sign for the Ganyan Residence Taoist Temple. The name struck Jiang Ye as oddly familiar. After a moment's reflection, his eyes lit up. In his previous life, a sensational case had unfolded within that very temple, involving a Taoist priest named Chun Yongxin, who possessed a remarkable ancestral text known as the Observational Notes on the Four Sacred Origins. With the aid of this notebook, he transformed himself, radiating vitality and possessing a robust physique. The temple of Gangyunju flourished with incense offerings, and Chun Yongxin, self-proclaimed sage of the temple, remained detached from worldly affairs. Relying on his physical strength, he engaged with numerous women who came to pay their respects, not only accepting their monetary offerings, but also indulging in their physical company. It was only when a woman named Gan Lanlan realized she had been deceived that she rallied together with other wronged women to expose Chun Yongxin, leading to his eventual downfall. Thus, the legend of the extraordinary tome, Four Sacred Origins, began to circulate. Chun Yongxin became infamous for the greatest scandal within a temple, tarnishing the reputations of countless virtuous women. Zhang Lan, mother of Jiang Ye, had once visited this temple during a severe illness, seeking Chun Yongxin's assistance, and he had subtly alluded to his nefarious intentions. Ultimately, Zhang Lan refused to submit, rebuking Chun Yongxin vehemently, though she fell into a period of deep melancholy afterward. Reflecting on this, Jiang Ye turned his vehicle towards Ganyanju Temple. Su Mingru expressed surprise. Xiao Yi, are you heading to the temple? Jiang Ye replied, I intend to make a wish inside. Su Mingru responded calmly, very well, you may go. I shall wait for you nearby. Upon arriving at the temple, Jiang Ye found it modest in size. After ascending the steps for over 10 minutes, he reached the main hall. He took a small path beside the hall and approached the abbot's quarters, knocking firmly on the door. Shortly, a young bald novice opened it, saying, esteemed guest, this is not a place for sightseeing, please leave. As he spoke, the novice attempted to close the door. Without waiting for it to shut, Jiang Ye braced against it, saying, I need to speak with Master Chun Yongxin. Please inform him that I am acquainted with Gan Lanlan. The novice eyed Jiang Ye with suspicion but went inside to relay the message. Moments later, he returned to the door, saying, esteemed guest, you are invited to enter. Jiang Ye wasted no time and stepped inside. In the room, a portly middle-aged man donned in a Taoist robe was seated on the floor, eyes closed, pretentiously chanting incantations before the incense burner. It was none other than the Taoist Chun Yongxin. Upon hearing someone enter, Chun Yongxin kept his eyes shut, feigning deep concentration on his prayers. Disdainful of Chun Yongxin's ostentatious display, Jiang Ye kicked over the incense burner. What pretense is this? You, a charlatan cloaked in a facade of piety, have preyed upon countless virtuous women, and I am meant to remain oblivious? The sudden action startled Chun Yongxin. The novice had mentioned that the visitor knew Gan Lanlan, and an ominous premonition crept into Chun Yongxin's mind. Recently, he had extorted a significant sum from Gan Lanlan, and he sensed that she had begun to realize his connections with various women. Thus, Chun Yongxin grew apprehensive, fearing that this visitor might be seeking retribution on behalf of Gan Lanlan. As Jiang Ye entered and sent the wooden fish flying, Chun Yongxin felt increasingly certain that this intruder was no benign presence. Chun Yongxin opened his eyes and saw that the visitor was a young student, which put his mind at ease somewhat. However, his expression darkened as he glared at Jiang Ye, saying, you, young man, are exceedingly rude, daring to behave so insolently in a sacred Taoist site. Jiang Ye scoffed, unafraid, and returned Qin Yongxin's glare. Rude? Compared to the sordid deeds you commit in secret, what I do is nothing. Qin Yongxin's expression changed momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. He slowly rose to his feet, attempting to conceal his inner turmoil with an air of authority. Who are you? Why have you come to seek me? Jiang Ye stepped closer, fixing Qin Yongxin with an intense stare. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I know everything about you. I advise you to refrain from your hypocritical demeanor, lest I expose all your misdeeds. Realizing Jiang Ye's sharp words indicated ill intent, Qin Yongxin cautiously inquired, "What is it that you want?" Jiang Ye sneered, getting straight to the point. "I have come to seek the Four Saints Original Observations notebook that you possess." Upon hearing Jiang Ye mention the Four Saints Original, a flicker of surprise crossed Qin Yongxin's face, though it was fleeting and scarcely noticeable, yet Jiang Ye caught it. Qin Yongxin shook his head. "Young benefactor, we do indeed have a collection of scriptures in our Taoist temple, but it seems we do not have the book you mentioned. Even if we did, as we are strangers, why would I part with it?" Jiang Ye, not surprised by Qin Yongxin's denial, understood that from a chronological perspective, Qin Yongxin was indeed unfamiliar with him. If a stranger approached him seeking a rare book, he too would be reluctant to comply. Remaining patient, Jiang Ye said, "Dog Taoist, I shall grant you one more opportunity. Think carefully if you possess it." Qin Yongxin, with a wry smile, shook his head. "I truly do not have the book you seek. What is its purpose?" Jiang Ye's temper flared. "You dare to test my patience? You have used that book to cultivate your skills, preying upon countless innocent souls, and now you feign ignorance? What do you intend to do with it now that you have mastered its contents? Refusal, is it? Very well." Jiang Ye retrieved the incense burner he had kicked away moments earlier and placed it back in its proper position. He then closed the distance between them, leaning in to whisper in Qin Yongxin's ear, "Master Qin, if you insist you do not possess it, then so be it. Continue your chanting. I shan't disturb you any longer. However, would you like me to help tally how many innocent souls, like Gan Lan Lan, you have exploited over these years? It must be nearing 20 by now. How much have you profited from these victims?" Chapter 15. Unexpected gains. Qin Yongxin's situation had been exposed in the news of his previous life. By the time the truth came to light, over 8 years, the number of victims exceeded 50, with a total financial gain surpassing 30 million. On average, 6 to 7 victims fell prey each year. Based on the timeline, it has now been 4 years since Qin Yongxin committed his crimes. Consequently, by average estimates, the number of victims should have exceeded 20. Of course, Jiang Ye had only gleaned these figures from news reports. Furthermore, he did not know the woman named Gan Lan Lan at all. Nevertheless, revealing the name Gan Lan Lan along with the figure of 20 victims was sufficiently intimidating for Qin Yongxin. Upon hearing the name Gan Lan Lan, Qin Yongxin trembled visibly, his complexion turning pale. He had not anticipated that this young man possessed such intimate knowledge of his deeds. He attempted to maintain his composure, but a tremor of panic seeped into his voice. "Who are you? How do you know all this?" Jiang Ye did not respond directly. He merely smiled faintly. "Congratulations, Master Qin. You will soon enjoy free meals and accommodations. And it seems this arrangement will not be brief. Well, I shall take my leave now. Please continue with your recitations, Master Qin." With that, Jiang Ye feigned an intention to depart. "Wait," Qin Yongxin called out in haste. Jiang Ye felt a surge of delight. His psychological maneuver had evidently taken effect. Those two statements had clearly become the final straw that broke Qin Yongxin's resolve. "Is there anything else?" Jiang Ye inquired. Seizing the moment of Qin Yongxin's wavering resolve, "Master Qin, I am not here to expose you. I merely seek that book. If you can hand it over, I assure you that your secret will remain safe." Qin Yongxin remained silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons, before slowly nodding. "Very well, I agree. However, I need some time to retrieve the book." Qin Yongxin hurriedly entered another room. Shortly thereafter, he emerged holding 2 scrolls, yellowed yet carefully bound, and handed them to Jiang Ye with trembling hands. "Young benefactor, I sincerely apologize for earlier. Here are 2 books. One is the Four Saints original text, and the other is the combat techniques of the bear state. These are both offered to you, young benefactor. I hope you will grant me a chance." Observing Qin Yongxin's anxious demeanor as he presented the 2 books, Jiang Ye felt a surge of exhilaration. "My goodness, the combat techniques. Is this not a martial art exclusive to the special forces of the bear state? This technique is characterized by its simplicity and precision, enabling one to harness their potential in confined spaces, often resulting in either fatality or grave injury. It embodies the wisdom of Eastern martial arts and was once regarded as a paramount national secret by the military of the bear state. During the Cold War, only a scarce number of handwritten copies made their way into the country. Who would have thought that, In addition to the Four Saints' original text, I would also stumble upon such an unexpected treasure in Qin Yongxin's possession? Jiang Ye remained silent, merely acknowledging with a soft hum, before accepting the two books from Qin Yongxin. Upon examining them, Jiang Ye noted that both volumes bore the marks of age. The combat techniques book appeared to be more modern, with its pages yellowed, suggesting it was over a century old. The pages were densely filled with various combat techniques and practical case studies, each illustration vividly brought to life, as if one could almost feel the intensity and skill of close-quarters combat emanating from the pages. As for the tome The Four Sacred Origins, it is indeed of ancient lineage. The pages of this book are not composed of ordinary paper, but rather crafted from the ancient form of cowhide parchment. In the presence of Qin Yongxin, Jiang Ye delicately turned the pages, which emitted the distinctive sound characteristic of such parchment. This volume contains profound theories of mental cultivation and intricate illustrations, clearly marking it as a priceless ancient manuscript. Jiang Ye felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. These two books were undoubtedly his most significant gains from this encounter. After perusing for a while, he closed the book and remarked nonchalantly, "Well, in light of your sincerity in presenting these two volumes, I shall grant you a reprieve this time and refrain from exposing you. However, remember to conduct yourself with more caution in the future, even if I choose not to reveal your misdeeds. Should one of the many women you have wronged discover your transgressions, you will find no solace." With that, Jiang Ye tucked the two books into his backpack and made to leave. Qin Yongxin, momentarily taken aback, hastily followed after him. "Wait, young benefactor." Jiang Ye's heart tightened. Could it be that this treacherous monk had changed his mind? Is there something else? Jiang Ye inquired as he turned back. Qin Yongxin, beaming with a broad smile, extended several fuel cards and shopping vouchers freshly retrieved from his drawer, saying, "Young benefactor, these are a few fuel cards and shopping vouchers totaling several thousand. Please accept them as a gift." Jiang Ye chuckled inwardly. It was astonishing how this monk could so casually produce such valuable cards from his drawer. One could only wonder how much he had extorted from those women. Although his own real estate company was quite prosperous, he thought it fortuitous as he intended to dine with Su Mingru at the mall. Who could refuse the joy of complimentary shopping cards? Jiang Ye feigned reluctance. "Qin Master, this is rather inappropriate." Qin Yongxin hastily responded, "There's nothing inappropriate about it. These cards are of no use to me. I cannot shop at the mall. Therefore, I must trouble you to use them on my behalf." "Very well, then I shall reluctantly accept them." Jiang Ye took the cards and pocketed them. He turned and headed towards the main hall of the temple, preparing to meet Su Mingru in the parking lot below. Upon reaching the main hall, he unexpectedly spotted Su Mingru kneeling fervently on the ground, lighting incense and praying, seemingly lost in a silent mantra. Jiang Ye felt a surge of emotion. Su Mingru was beseeching blessings from Manjushri Bodhisattva. Was she praying for her impending college entrance examination? Though she often appeared aloof towards him, it was touching to see her concern at such a critical moment. He quietly observed her devoted silhouette, choosing not to interrupt her. After a considerable time, Su Mingru completed her prayers and rose to her feet. Upon turning, she noticed Jiang Ye standing behind her, momentarily startled. "Xiao Yi, when did you arrive?" Jiang Ye smiled gently. "I just got here. I finished my business over there and saw you praying, so I didn't want to disturb you." Su Mingru exhibited a hint of embarrassment. "I was just casually offering my prayers. It's nothing. Shall we go?" Jiang Ye nodded slightly, opting for silence. Together, they exited the grand hall and made their way towards the parking lot. Upon arriving at the Starlight Plaza shopping center, Jiang Ye led them to a steakhouse. "Sister Ru, what would you like to eat? Today, the meal is on me." "No need. Let me order," she insisted. "I'll treat you today. After staying at your home for so long, I've been a burden." Su Mingru's voice was soft, almost melodic, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Jiang Ye felt a pang of discomfort. It was clear that Su Mingru had been the one caring for him, yet she insisted on labeling herself as the inconvenience. Unable to resist her, Jiang Ye relented and allowed her to place the order. Taking the menu, Su Mingru paused momentarily after perusing it. Although the dishes at the steakhouse were delectable, their prices were rather steep, far exceeding her expectations. After scrutinizing the menu several times, she finally chose her selections and handed the list to the waiter. Chapter 16. It turns out Sister Ru is a foodie before long. Their dishes arrived: a bowl of vegetable noodles, a steak, a plate of beef ragu pasta, and a potato pancake. Su Mingru placed the bowl of noodles in front of herself and set the rest before Jiang Ye. He was taken aback. "Sister Ru, you ordered so much for me, yet you're only having this bowl of noodles?" "I'm not hungry. I'm currently on a diet, so a simple meal suffices. You're studying hard for your exams, and you need to nourish yourself properly," Su Mingru replied. glancing at the menu with a slight movement of her lips, feigning nonchalance. As Jiang Ye observed her, clad in her faded shirt with split ends, a sense of melancholy washed over him. To support him through his college entrance exams, Su Mingru had to forego a full-time job, settling for part-time opportunities instead. Unfortunately, her family circumstances were dire. In her 20s, a time typically filled with beauty and exuberance, she refrained from purchasing even a single piece of new clothing, perpetually donning that same worn shirt. Even during hair washes, she hesitated to use shampoo or conditioner, leaving her long hair dry and split, lacking luster, simply tied back in a bun. At the last class reunion, she had been distressed after spending over 30 yuan, regretting her decision to attend. She lived so frugally, yet when it came to dining out, she chose to indulge herself. Additionally, she ordered her favorite dishes. While Jiang Ye had treated Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng to lavish meals every weekend, never once inviting Su Mingru to join them, he felt a deep remorse, wishing he could slap himself for his thoughtlessness. Regardless, he resolved not to let Su Mingru endure such indignities. With that thought, he retrieved the menu and ordered a plethora of delicious dishes. Surprised by the sudden influx of orders from Jiang Ye, Su Mingru asked, "Xiao Yi, are you still hungry? Was what I ordered not enough for you?" Jiang Ye took out the shopping card that Qin Yongxin had gifted him and handed it to Su Mingru. "Sister Ru, look what I have here, a shopping card. Let's use it to settle the bill for our meal today." Su Mingru hurriedly declined, pushing the card back. "Xiao Yi, today I will treat you to dinner. I'll take care of the bill. Keep this card for after your college entrance exams. You will need it for preparations for university." Jiang Ye insisted, returning the card to her. "Sister Ru, I've never had the opportunity to use this card, and it's about to expire. I've been too busy studying for exams to come here and spend. You should hold on to it. You can buy some delicious food and perhaps some essentials for home." Seeing Jiang Ye's persistence, Su Mingru reluctantly accepted the card. "All right then, Xiao Yi. I'll use this card, and I'll pay you back later." As Su Mingru took the card, she glanced at the balance on the back, which read 5000. She hesitated for a moment, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and softly said, "Xiao Yi, I might not have that much money on hand right now. Can I owe you for the time being? I'll repay you once I find a proper job and start earning." Jiang Ye was filled with mixed emotions. Among girls, Lin Yinyin and Su Mingru were worlds apart. Lin Yinyin seemed intent on extracting everything from him, while Su Mingru, who took care of him in his villa, refused any form of payment and never took advantage of him. She wouldn't even use the luxurious shampoo and shower gel provided in the house, preferring to wash her hair with a single bar of soap. It was as if she reserved the best parts of herself for those who least deserved it, while neglecting the sister who quietly cared for him. With a sigh, Jiang Ye resolved to treat his sister better from now on. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Sister Ru, if you're going to keep track of everything so meticulously, I must do some calculations of my own. You've been taking care of me for nearly 2 years now. During this time, I've never lifted a finger in the kitchen. I've been completely spoiled. If I were to hire someone like you as a housekeeper, it would cost quite a bit each month. How much do you think I owe you for 2 years? This card doesn't even come close to covering it. Besides, it's practically expired. And let us not forget, you are my sister. Am I not your brother? Must we be so calculative? Sister Ru, I've wronged you in so many ways in the past. I've been a real jerk. You must accept this card. Otherwise, I won't eat this meal." Su Mingru looked at Jiang Ye with a complex expression and ultimately accepted the card, choosing not to say anything further. After the second wave of dishes arrived, Jiang Ye skillfully sliced the steak into pieces and began to eat heartily. Meanwhile, Su Mingru appeared somewhat awkward, clumsily trying to cut her steak with a knife and fork. Observing her discomfort, Jiang Ye remarked, "Sister Ru, you needn't be so stiff. When it comes to eating, just relax and do what feels comfortable." Su Mingru appeared somewhat awkward, her gaze lowered as she shyly remarked, "Xiao Yi, I'm just not accustomed to using these knives and forks. I find chopsticks much more convenient." Jiang Ye took Su Mingru's plate and skillfully cut the steak into small pieces. After presenting an array of food before her, he said, "Sister Ru, take your time. You will get used to it with practice. However, if you feel uncomfortable, we can always switch to chopsticks. I think I may have ordered too much. You must eat it all. It would be such a shame to waste it." Su Mingru's cheeks flushed, her heart warmed by his thoughtfulness. When did Xiao Yi become so considerate, even caring for others? Looking at the food Jiang Ye offered, she felt a bit shy and replied, "Xiao Yi, I've already eaten quite a bit. I don't think I can eat anymore. You should have some more." Yet, Jiang Ye remained undeterred, continuing to push the food towards her. "Sister Ru, please don't be polite. You work so hard taking care of me. It's only right that you indulge a little now. Do try the flavors." Reluctantly, Su Mingru acquiesced, continuing to eat. Although she took small bites, She ultimately finished the additional steak, a serving of pasta, half a pizza, and several assorted snacks Jiang Ye had ordered. A smile crept onto Jiang Ye's lips. It turned out that his sister Ru was quite the foodie. Watching her small cherry lips savor the food was truly a delight. If only he could find that girl with the mole on her arm, and she too could eat like Sister Ru, it would be wonderful. He envisioned taking both girls out to dine together, watching them relish various delicacies before him. Such a scene would surely bring him immense happiness. Chapter 17. The birthday banquet of campus belle Lin Yinyin. After the meal, Jiang Ye approached the front desk to settle the bill with his prepaid card. The total came to 168 yuan. Su Mingru, watching from the side, felt a pang of concern. Although it was Jiang Ye who insisted on using his card, spending 168 yuan for a meal for two seemed excessively extravagant. Jiang Ye himself was astonished by the cost. They had enjoyed a bountiful feast, including premium steak. And the total was merely 168 yuan? No wonder, in 2006, prices had yet to soar, and money held significant value. On one hand, the Olympics had not yet commenced, and the tide of reform and opening up had just begun. The real estate, internet, and finance sectors were all in their infancy, with countless opportunities to earn. On the other hand, prices had not skyrocketed, and money was indeed quite valuable. In high school cafeterias, one could order a plate of beef strips for just 3 yuan. The housing prices in the central district of Hangzhou were only around 3,000 yuan. The monthly salary for high school teachers was merely over 1,000 yuan. With these factors combined, earning money in the future would surely be an exhilarating experience. Jiang Ye couldn't help but feel a sense of yearning for this promising era. After paying, he handed the card to Su Mingru, and together they stepped out of the steakhouse. As Jiang Ye arrived at the entrance of the shopping mall, he was unexpectedly greeted by a number of familiar faces. They were all classmates from his senior year, and notably, each one was dressed more exquisitely than usual. Upon noticing Jiang Ye's presence, a dark-skinned and slender girl approached him, unable to suppress a mocking laugh. "Jiang Ye, how dare you show your face here?" This diminutive girl, Sun Hui, was a sidekick to Lin Yinyin, the belle of Hangzhou No. 1 High School. Apart from Jiang Ye, Lin Yinyin attracted a myriad of admirers who showered her with gifts. Sun Hui reveled in her role as Lin Yinyin's confidant and strategist, occasionally reaping the rewards of her association. Jiang Ye previously harbored no significant disdain for Sun Hui, even seeking her favor in his pursuit of Lin Yinyin. However, after his rebirth, the sight of the dark, thin, and petite Sun Hui stirred an inexplicable aversion within him. Frowning, Jiang Ye retorted, "Why should I be embarrassed to come?" Sun Hui sneered, "Just a couple of days ago, you deliberately ignored our school beauty, Lin Yinyin, refusing to let her ride in your car, leaving her in tears. Now, on her birthday, you're here, eagerly reserving a private room for her celebration? Truly pathetic. I told you. You wouldn't tea last 2 days before begging for reconciliation with Yinyin. Lin Yinyin's birthday? Only then did Jiang Ye recall. Indeed, today marked her birthday. After his rebirth, he had so many memories to reawaken and a plethora of exam-related knowledge to revisit that he had completely forgotten about it. Had it not been for Sun Hui's reminder, he might have overlooked the fact that he had already reserved the largest private room at the Chao Jiangnan restaurant in this mall a month prior. In his first and second years, he had always arranged for a grand birthday celebration for Lin Yinyin, inviting classmates to pamper her like a princess. He vividly remembered the day of Lin Yinyin's 18th birthday in his past life, when he had booked the 2 largest private rooms at Chao Jiangnan, intending to throw her a lavish celebration. He had ordered an array of exquisite dishes, spending a considerable sum. Yet it was on this very day, after celebrating Lin Yinyin's birthday, that he witnessed her secretly kissing Yan Feng at the hotel entrance. When he confronted Lin Yinyin, she displayed a look of impatience and defiance. "What's the big deal about a kiss? We're adults now. Besides, I never said I wouldn't give you a chance. If you can outshine Yan Feng, the one kissing me would be you, wouldn't it?" At that moment, Jiang Ye was infuriated, initiating a cold war by ignoring Lin Yinyin. However, after 2 days of silence, it was Jiang Ye who succumbed first, apologizing to both Lin Yinyin and Yan Feng. Thus began a new chapter where Lin Yinyin and Yan Feng's relationship became increasingly brazen, no longer concealing their affections in Jiang Ye's presence. Later, upon entering university, Jiang Ye, in a desperate bid to win over Lin Yinyin, relinquished all his savings and shares in Guanyao real estate to her. Initially, Lin Yinyin treated him with some kindness. However, within a week, her demeanor grew frosty once more. Eventually, she even conspired with Yan Feng to poison his drink. Reflecting on the events of his past life, Jiang Ye felt an overwhelming sense of foolishness. In his previous incarnation, he had been utterly subservient, a mere backup, and in his blind devotion, he had nearly sacrificed his life. Would it not be wiser to have spent that money on Su Mengru or the girl with the birthmark than on Lin Yinyin? At the very least, he could have sought out number 99 at the Silver Lake Water Club on the way to the grinding factory. Even if it were merely to soak his feet, she would greet him with a smile, revealing 2 charming dimples. In contrast, Lin Yinyin only presented him with a disdainful expression. This time around, he was determined not to repeat his past mistakes. Although he had reserved a private room for her birthday, he had no intention of spending a single cent on her celebration. Rather, he was curious to see how Lin Yinyin would handle the situation. At that moment, his classmates began to gather at the entrance of the mall, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. Observing the bustling scene, Jiang Ye felt a twinge of curiosity. Previously, he had booked the private rooms at Jiangnan and covered all the expenses. Now, not only was he completely ignoring Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng, but he also planned to exact vengeance for the grievances of his past life at the opportune moment. It was astonishing that Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng had brought so many classmates to Jiangnan to celebrate. Although the prices in 2006 were not exorbitant, the upscale nature of Jiangnan and the sheer number of attendees meant that the birthday banquet would undoubtedly cost over 10,000. Jiang Ye found a sense of satisfaction in pondering how Lin Yinyin intended to navigate this situation. Su Mengru observed Jiang Ye with a hint of melancholy on her face. Just as he had done in the past, it seemed Jiang Ye would soon return to her side, showering her with affection once more. However, Su Mengru considered this response to be quite normal. After all, Jiang Ye had harbored feelings for Lin Yinyin since middle school. How could one simply let go of such feelings so quickly? Ru Jia, shall we go grab a drink? Jiang Ye suggested, noticing Su Mengru's sorrowful expression. Without elaborating further, he led her to a nearby milk tea shop adjacent to Jiangnan. Shayet, wo bu shi guan na cha, what's your Zhou bin zhanzhan? Yi hui wo guo lai zhang. Su Mengru replied. Jiang Ye nodded in understanding. He ordered a cup of milk tea and settled into a chair placed outside the entrance of Jiangnan, leisurely sipping his drink. Chapter 18 Lin Yinyin. Do you have to irritate me even on my birthday? Meanwhile, Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng had just descended from the escalator in the mall. Upon spotting Jiang Ye seated on a chair, savoring his milk tea, Lin Yinyin felt an immediate sense of relief. She pondered why Jiang Ye had been so aloof towards her recently. Isn't this simply Baba coming over to celebrate her own birthday? Lin Yinyin approached Jiang Ye, a hint of pride curling her lips as she remarked, Jiang Ye, haven't you been ignoring me? Humph, don't think that by coming to celebrate my birthday. I will forgive you. Let me tell you, I am still quite upset. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lin Yinyin with a half-smile. What is it, Lin Yinyin? Do you need something from me? Jiang Ye, are you not done yet? Lin Yinyin retorted, her irritation flaring. Even now, he remained obstinate. Did he really have to maintain such a demeanor on her special day, inciting her anger? Nevertheless, Lin Yinyin resolved to overlook Jiang Ye's attitude, considering the substantial amount he spent on her birthday banquet. After all, this 18th birthday celebration had been long anticipated and certainly could not end abruptly. Moreover, it was imperative not to offend the benefactor of the day. Turning gracefully in her newly purchased dress, Lin Yinyin presented herself to Jiang Ye. What do you think of my new dress? Does it look good? Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback. Unprecedentedly, Lin Yinyin had taken the initiative to soften her stance towards him. However, he quickly regained his composure. It was no wonder she had invited numerous classmates to this gathering, and canceling it would be quite embarrassing for her, given her carefully cultivated image as a wealthy heiress among her peers. Having witnessed Lin Yinyin's usual aloofness, Jiang Ye found it intriguing to see her compromise for the sake of a birthday celebration, actively seeking his approval. He cast a casual glance at her dress, lingering on her neckline, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Lin Yinyin, your dress is quite lovely, but there is one aspect that falls a bit short. What? Lin Yinyin inquired, puzzled. Jiang Ye's expression grew more playful. You can figure it out for yourself. Just then, Sun Hui approached. Observing Lin Yinyin with red-rimmed eyes and a look of distress, she turned to glare at Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye, have you been bullying our Yinyin again? Are you not even going to let her enjoy her birthday? Jiang Ye shot Sun Hui a disdainful glance. What does it have to do with you? As Sun Hui and Jiang Ye appeared ready to engage in a quarrel, Lin Yinyin interjected, Sun Hui, let us not argue. Let us head to the private room and wait for the others to arrive. With that, Lin Yinyin pulled Sun Hui into the elegant establishment. Watching their retreating figures, Jiang Ye felt a sense of satisfaction. In the past, had he managed to anger Lin Yinyin to such an extent, she would have severed ties immediately. However, now, she was reliant on him to cover the expenses of her birthday banquet, forcing her to swallow her displeasure. Indeed, financial foundations shaped the upper echelons, and it was prudent for a man to hold the purse strings. Jiang Ye's anticipation heightened, curious to see what the outcome would be when the banquet concluded and it came time to settle the bill. Sitting at the entrance, he savored his milk tea for a while longer before Jiang Ye ventured into the mall to find Su Mingru, who was just finishing her shopping. Upon noticing the several bags she held, Jiang Ye felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed he would have to feign that his shopping card was about to expire. Only then would Su Mingru consider purchasing some clothes for him. The two drove back to the Donghu villa together. Once inside, Su Mingru handed the shopping bags to Jiang Ye, exclaiming, "Xiaoyi, try on these clothes and shoes. I just bought them for you at the mall." Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback. So all these items were intended for him. A twinge of guilt struck him. "Rujia, why don't you buy some clothes for yourself? Just look at what you're wearing. It's quite outdated." Su Mingru replied nonchalantly, "I'm not in a hurry to shop. I'm not currently working full-time, just a few part-time jobs. There's no need for me to buy anything extravagant. But you, after your exams, will be heading to university soon. You need suitable attire. Try these on first, and if they don't fit, I can exchange them." Jiang Ye sighed internally, realizing that repaying Su Mingru's kindness was indeed a challenge. Fortunately, time was on his side. After quietly changing into the new clothes, Jiang Ye stepped into the villa's yard, where he found Su Mingru hand-washing a few pairs of undergarments she had purchased for him. As she surveyed him, her eyes lit up. "Xiaoyi, those clothes and shoes fit you quite well. Wear them more often. Don't dress so casually all the time." She continued washing while saying, "These undergarments are new too, and I'll rinse them for you. Later, take off your sneakers. I'll clean them for you. You haven't even noticed how long you've worn them. They must be quite odorous by now." Watching Su Mingru diligently wash clothes with her head bowed stirred mixed emotions within Jiang Ye. For years, he had followed Lin Yinyin, showering her with countless gifts. Yet he had never received anything in return. Not even a pair of socks had she bought for him. In contrast, Su Mingru had generously given him a shopping card for his own purchases, yet she had chosen to buy herself clothes instead. The disparity was stark. Reflecting on the past, he realized he had been blind to the treasure that was Su Mingru, instead choosing to pander to Lin Yinyin, whose heart was far from kind. Su Mingru, along with the girl with the dark mole on her arm, were two individuals he vowed never to disappoint in this lifetime. He would cherish Su Mingru as a sister, filling the void of familial affection, while he would pursue the girl with the mole, regardless of her appearance, to compensate for his lack of romantic love. In this light, it seemed a rather perfect plan. Chapter 19. Have I become a glutton in this rebirth? After conversing with Su Mingru for a while, Jiang Ye returned to his room, eagerly rummaging through his backpack for the Four Saints' origin manual. Under the soft glow of his bedside lamp, he could hardly contain his excitement as he opened the cover of the book. On the first page of the craft paper, a few lines of small characters are inscribed. "We have devoted our lives to mastering two techniques. One is the internal cultivation method, for sacred mountain clarity, and the other is the physical technique, for sacred water beauty. Signed, the Taoist of the Four Saints." Is this truly a manual for cultivation? I never anticipated that this somewhat thin volume would contain two sets of techniques. Jiang Ye felt a surge of excitement as he continued to peruse the craft paper book. He discovered that each page contained simple illustrations and textual annotations. Every page depicted various acupoints and anatomical structures from head to toe, alongside important notes regarding the training of these hidden points. Jiang Ye did not seek to comprehend every detail. He merely flipped through the pages swiftly. After his rebirth, not only had Jiang Ye's body regained youthfulness and vitality, but his memory had also remarkably strengthened. While he could not claim to have photographic recall, after a few readings, all the illustrations and text had begun to form a general outline in his mind. After repeatedly reviewing the first half of the book, For Sacred Mountain Clarity, several times, Jiang Ye mentally revisited the contents, already able to recite the essence of the heart method mentioned therein. Following the sitting posture described in the book, Jiang Ye sat upright on his bed and closed his eyes. He envisioned himself transforming into a seed, buried within the fertile black soil. Above the soil, storms raged, with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, before giving way to a bright and warm sunny day. This cycle repeated several times, and gradually, the seed began to sprout. Thriving as it emerged from the earth, the leaves became lush, and some flower buds began to form on the branches. Before long, Jiang Ye truly felt a warm current surging and crashing through his body along the acupoints indicated in the book. Initially, this warm energy did not flow smoothly within him, but after several repetitions, it gradually became increasingly unimpeded. Rising to his feet, Jiang Ye wiped his forehead, finding it beaded with sweat like droplets of water. However, the areas where the sweat pooled felt invigorating, and his entire body felt light. Upon opening his eyes and glancing at the time, Jiang Ye could not help but marvel. Although he felt as if only a brief moment had passed, over an hour had inexplicably gone by. The four sacred source truly possessed remarkable power. No wonder that rogue Taoist Qin Yongxin could engage with so many respectable families after relying on this tome. Having only practiced for 2 hours, he experienced such wondrous effects. What might the future hold if he were to extend his practice for a longer duration? Jiang Ye felt a surge of joy after his rebirth. His physique was already robust and youthful, and with the blessing of the four sacred source, he would no longer be the frail scholar of his past, easily at the mercy of others. Just then, Su Mingru knocked on the door. Xiaoyi, why have you been studying in your room for so long today? Are you hungry? Shall I prepare a late-night snack for you? Jiang Ye stood up, stretching his limbs, feeling an abundance of strength coursing through him. Yet his stomach was gripped by an unprecedented hunger. He approached the door, opened it, and said to Su Mingru, Sister Ru, I must admit I'm rather hungry. Would you be so kind as to prepare a late-night snack for me? Su Mingru looked at Jiang Ye, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. His complexion appeared more vibrant than ever, exuding a newfound vitality. You seem remarkably energetic today. Is there some good news? Su Mingru inquired with curiosity. Jiang Ye smiled, but did not provide a direct answer, merely remarking, Perhaps it is because Sister Ru bought me new clothes, which has uplifted my spirits. He refrained from disclosing the matter of the four sacred origins, as it pertained to the secret of his rebirth, and he preferred to keep it from too many people for the time being. Su Mingru descended to the kitchen and began to busy herself. Before long, she emerged with a large plate of egg fried rice. Jiang Ye accepted the plate, and a rich aroma wafted towards him, causing him to swallow involuntarily. Su Mingru's culinary skills were commendable. Even a simple dish like fried rice appeared enticing. Jiang Ye sat down and began to eat heartily. Slow down, don't choke. Su Mingru cautioned as she observed him devouring the food voraciously from across the table. Jiang Ye looked up, his mouth still full, and mumbled, Sister Ru, your cooking is truly delicious. I haven't tasted anything this delightful in ages. A rare smile graced Su Mingru's lips. Xiaoyi, when did your little mouth become so sweet? In no time, Jiang Ye polished off the entire plate of fried rice. However, he noticed that his hunger remained unabated, perhaps even intensified compared to before he had eaten. This feeling of hunger was unsettling, filling him with an insatiable craving for food. Jiang Ye pondered if his recent cultivation of the four sacred origins had heightened his body's demand for energy. He resolved to study the manual carefully later to determine if it contained explanations regarding such bodily changes. For now, though, he required more sustenance to quell this sudden appetite. Sister Ru, I seem to still be hungry. Could you possibly prepare me something else? Jiang Ye requested somewhat shyly. Su Mingru regarded him with a hint of astonishment. Xiaoyi, we already had a substantial steak dinner at the mall, and you devoured such a large plate of fried rice. Are you truly still hungry? Are you feeling unwell? Should we visit a hospital? Jiang Ye shook his head. There is no need for a hospital, Sister Ru. I simply feel hungry. Perhaps I am growing, coupled with the intense focus on my studies, which has led to considerable energy expenditure. Su Mingru nodded in understanding and turned back to the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, she returned with a steaming bowl of beef noodles. Jiang Ye took the bowl and finished it in less than 5 minutes. The noodles were tender, the beef succulent, and the broth rich. The steam and aroma enveloped him in warmth. Yet, upon completing the meal, he still felt a lingering hunger. Sister Ru, is there more? I would like to eat again. Su Mingru's expression was filled with concern. Xiaoyi, you are truly different today. Is there something you are hiding from me? Sister Ru, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Perhaps the recent academic pressures have simply made me want to eat more. Jiang Ye endeavored to keep his voice light and casual. Su Mingru, with a hint of helplessness, emerged from the kitchen, carrying yet another bowl of beef noodles. Xiaoyi, this is the last bowl. It's not that I don't want to make more. I'm just worried you'll overindulge. There was a trace of concern in her tone. Jiang Ye nodded, accepting the bowl of beef noodles. Driven by hunger, he wasted no time and began to eat voraciously. Each mouthful of noodles seemed to satiate a deep-seated craving within him, compelling him to devour the meal almost ravenously. Upon finishing the last bite, Jiang Ye lamentably realized that his stomach still felt unfulfilled. This is quite the predicament, he thought, troubled by the fact that, after his rebirth, he had become an insatiable glutton. Chapter 20. Are you expecting me to be your ATM? Jiang Ye mused, knowing that if he continued to express his hunger, Su Mingru would surely drag him to the hospital. Setting down the bowl, he let out a long sigh, feigning a burp to project an air of satisfaction. Rujia, thank you. I'm finally full. I never expected that studying could be so energy-draining. Su Mingru smiled slightly at the corners of her mouth. You've truly become a little foodie now. Stretching his limbs, Jiang Ye said. Rujia, I'm going for a stroll to help digest. All right, but don't stay out too late, Su Mingru advised. Exiting the Donghu villa, Jiang Ye made his way directly to the seafood buffet across the street. After paying the 58 yuan fee, he grabbed a tray and headed to the food area, eagerly selecting an array of delicacies. Faced with the buffet's eclectic selection, he was impatient to fill his stomach. It felt as though his stomach had transformed into a bottomless pit. Fresh oysters, succulent salmon, perfectly grilled steak, assorted salads, desserts, and an array of barbecued delights. All were laid out in a spectacular display. Jiang Ye was grateful to have seated himself in a corner, otherwise, the towering plates would have surely drawn the attention of onlookers. He continued to eat without pause, indulging extravagantly. After an hour, he finally felt satiated. He set down his utensils, ordered a few cups of fruit juice, and sipped on some soup, before contentedly letting out a satisfied burp. Jiang Ye could scarcely believe how much he had consumed. In his past life, as an eating broadcaster, he would have easily outperformed his peers. However, it was now 2006, a time before WeChat had even gained popularity, let alone short videos. An idea sparked in his mind. Once smartphones became ubiquitous, this would present an exceptional business opportunity. Upon returning from the buffet, Jiang Ye found himself back at the Donghu villa. Noticing an abandoned barbell in the yard, he approached to lift it and suddenly made a startling discovery. Standing at over 1.8 meters tall, he was alarmingly slender. With arms and legs so thin they were scarcely thicker than those of a woman, he resembled a tall, lean pole, as if a gust of wind could easily topple him. In the past, when confronted with the daunting weight of over 60 kilograms, Jiang Ye found himself utterly incapable of lifting the barbell, despite exerting all his strength. However, just moments ago, he sensed an astonishing surge of power coursing through him. He could effortlessly hoist the barbell above his head, and even perform several squats while bearing its weight. This remarkable enhancement of strength filled him with both surprise and exhilaration. It dawned upon Jiang Ye that the sustenance he had consumed had been transformed into energy, absorbed wholly by his body. Although he harbored concerns about becoming merely a glutton, he felt that the outcome was undeniably positive. He could distinctly perceive that following this hearty meal, his physique had noticeably improved, brimming with vigor and vitality. As Jiang Ye entered the grand foyer of the villa, he glanced into a mirror and was struck by the significant transformation he observed. His arms had visibly thickened, revealing muscular contours, and he exuded an aura of masculinity. A smile graced his lips. That 58 yuan buffet was indeed a tremendous bargain. At that moment, his phone rang. Earlier, he had been curious as to why Lin Yinyin had not yet called. However, engrossed in his practice and the buffet, he had momentarily set aside the thought. Now, Lin Yinyin's call had indeed come through. On her end, the birthday celebration at Xiaojiangnan had finally concluded. The private dining room had accommodated 3 tables laden with exquisite dishes. Everyone had feasted to their heart's content and even ordered a grand 5-tiered cake. However, no one had managed to depart, for Lin Yinyin found herself unable to settle the bill. In previous instances, when Jiang Ye celebrated Lin Yinyin's birthday, he had always taken care of the expenses. She would indulge with her friends, leaving without a worry. Yet, to her dismay, this lavish 18th birthday banquet ended with the manager insisting on a payment of 8,237 yuan. The classmates who had dined together formed a circle, their initial excitement dissipating into an atmosphere of embarrassment. After all, being unable to cover the bill and being trapped in a hotel was far more humiliating than any other predicament. The gaze of every classmate turned to Lin Yinyin, who, upon surveying the crowd, realized that Jiang Ye was nowhere to be found. Panic seized her heart, prompting her to hastily call him. As she dialed, her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger under the scrutiny of her peers. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, Jiang Ye did not answer. It was not until her 3rd call, when her emotions were nearing a breaking point, that he finally picked up. Jiang Ye, what do you mean by this? Lin Yinyin's voice, filled with indignation, pierced through the phone as soon as the connection was made. Jiang Ye's lips curled into a subtle smile. Her anger only elevated his spirits. No matter the circumstances, he was determined to exact a measure of revenge for the grievances of his previous life. The current scenario, where Lin Yinyin was left without anyone to settle the bill at Xiaojiangnan, would serve as the perfect prologue to his grand scheme of retribution. What do you mean? Jiang Ye replied, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Lin, my dear school beauty, what seems to be the trouble? Why such fury? Lin Yinyin was momentarily taken aback. Previously, Jiang Ye called her Yinyin, and then referred to her as Lin Xiaohua. Initially, she assumed he was merely upset and that he would revert to his previous manner of address in a few days. To her astonishment, After such an extended period, Jiang Ye still insisted on calling her Lin Xiaohua. However, at this moment, Lin Yinyin was unable to dwell on such matters. Jiang Ye, come over and settle the bill quickly, she urged, lowering her voice over the phone. Don't provoke my anger. Today is my birthday. Jiang Ye smirked slightly. Why should your anger concern me? It's rather peculiar. You invite classmates for a birthday feast, yet I haven't even stepped into the private room, consumed a morsel, or sipped a drop of water. What gives you the right to expect me to cover the bill? Lin Yinyin protested. Jiang Ye continued. Why don't you ask Yan Feng to pay for you? He seems quite fond of you, and you have an affinity for him as well. You often share meals at school. Or perhaps you could seek out Sun Hui. Your so-called friends are always hovering around you, aren't they? Jiang Ye, please stop this. Lin Yinyin tried to maintain her composure. In the past, on my birthday, you always took care of the expenses. Yan Feng and Sun Hui don't have any money. Jiang Ye chuckled coldly. I covered your bills before because I was foolish, but I've come to terms with that. However, do you really think I would continue to be so naive? Just because I have money, why should I be expected to pay for you? Do you expect me to be your personal ATM? Lin Yinyin was left speechless, holding the phone in confusion as her expression darkened. The classmates in the private room overheard her conversation and began to speculate. What is going on? Such a grand affair today, yet she can't even pay the bill? Isn't the school belle as family quite affluent? They own a company and drive luxury cars. How can she not afford a meal? Have you noticed? The rich second-generation persona of the school belle might just be a facade. Chapter 21. Want me to settle the bill? Beg me. Upon hearing her classmates' discussions, Lin Yinyin felt an increasing sense of panic. Previously, Jiang Ye would provide her with a monthly allowance of 3,000 yuan. She accepted this with conviction, believing it was a rightful compensation for the profits her father, Lin Buyun, had helped Jiang Ye earn through managing the Guangyao real estate company. In 2006, 3,000 yuan was a considerable sum, difficult to exhaust while at school. Thus, Lin Yinyin often treated her classmates to meals or bought them gifts. Over time, everyone began to perceive her as a wealthy heir, willingly drawing closer to her. Consequently, Lin Yinyin maintained the facade of being a rich second-generation student at school, gradually claiming that Guangyao real estate belonged to her family and that the Mercedes was also hers. Unbeknownst to everyone, even her usual allowances were funded by Jiang Ye. Lin Yinyin was now utterly flustered. If Jiang Ye did not arrive, she would truly be unable to leave Xiaojiangnan, and the carefully crafted image of the affluent beauty at school seemed on the verge of collapse. Jiang Ye, must you persist in this manner? What must I do for you to come and settle the bill? Lin Yinyin wished she could find a crevice to hide in, her tone laced with an earnest plea. Jiang Ye chuckled lightly. You expect me to foot the bill while you speak to me in such a manner? If you wish to beg, at least adopt the demeanor befitting a supplicant. Lin Yinyin was rendered speechless with indignation. Even over the phone, Jiang Ye could sense the fury and frustration emanating from her. No longer was he the unconditionally indulgent figure of the past, and this certainly irked Lin Yinyin. Jiang Ye coolly remarked, Very well, since you are unwilling to plead, I shall terminate the call. Wait. Lin Yinyin gripped the phone tightly, gritting her teeth, and in a hushed tone implored, Jiang Ye, I beg you. Is that the extent of your pleading? I cannot hear you. Jiang Ye smirked. You must raise your voice. Taking a deep breath, despite the humiliation and resentment swelling within her, she raised her voice to extricate herself from the predicament. Jiang Ye, I beseech you, please come help me settle the bill. Still not loud enough. I still cannot hear you. Lin Yinyin, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration, summoned every ounce of strength to nearly shout, Jiang Ye, I implore you to assist me in paying the bill. Her voice echoed through the restaurant, drawing curious glances from those around her. Lin Yinyin's cheeks flushed crimson, engulfed in an unprecedented sense of shame. Above all, she yearned for this mortifying situation to conclude swiftly. Jiang Ye, finally satisfied, replied on the phone. Now I can hear you. I shall come right over. Before long, Jiang Ye arrived at Xiaojiangnan and entered the private room. All the classmates gathered for the birthday celebration were still trapped in the room, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward as they awaited Lin Yinyin to pay. While she lacked the funds, now, Lin Yinyin could only endure their scrutinizing gazes within the room. As soon as Jiang Ye stepped into the private chamber, an unsettling air enveloped the group. Is that Jiang Ye? The handsome figure who had just entered the room was indeed Jiang Ye. It was no wonder that the attendees failed to recognize him. Just 2 hours prior, Jiang Ye had been seated at the entrance, sipping milk tea, resembling a tall, slender pole. Now, clad in the new attire chosen for him by Su Mengru, and having practiced the Si Shing Qing Shan technique for 2 hours followed by a hearty meal at the buffet, his entire demeanor and presence had transformed dramatically. The clothing selected by Su Mingru accentuated his physique perfectly, hinting at the muscle beneath his arms, rendering him even more attractive. Lin Yinyin was taken aback by Jiang Ye's striking appearance. When had he become so handsome? Previously, she had chosen Yin Feng over Jiang Ye, not only because Yin Feng was an academic prodigy, but also due to his good looks. Yet now, upon closer inspection, Jiang Ye seemed to rival Yin Feng in appearance, if not surpass him entirely, radiating a masculine vigor that left Yin Feng far behind. Lin Yinyin had no time to ponder the reasons for Jiang Ye's remarkable transformation in just 2 hours. At that moment, all she wished was for him to expedite the payment. Jiang Ye surveyed the hall, feigning innocence. What seems to be the trouble here? Is today not the birthday banquet of Lin, the campus belle? Why is it that even after dining, everyone remains? At that moment, the restaurant's manager approached. Jiang Ye, a frequent patron of this establishment and a VIP at Xiaojiangnan, was somewhat familiar with the manager. Hello, Jiang, the manager began politely. We have encountered a minor issue. This student, Lin, has finished her meal, yet no one has settled the bill. I was merely requesting that they take care of it. Jiang Ye nodded in understanding, then produced a shopping mall prepaid card and handed it to the manager. It's no trouble at all. All those dining here are my classmates. Allow me to cover the bill for tonight. The gaze of those in the hall towards Lin Yinyin grew increasingly intricate. A flurry of whispers ensued. What is happening? It's Lin Yinyin's birthday, yet she has called Jiang Ye to settle the bill? Isn't she a rich second-generation beauty? Does she lack the funds to pay? Have you noticed? The real affluent and handsome one is Jiang Ye. Lin, the campus belle, is merely a pauper? Lin Yinyin felt her cheeks grow warm. No wonder Jiang Ye had insisted she call out for him earlier. Was his intent merely to humiliate her in front of their classmates? Jiang Ye. Has he lost his mind? Jiang Ye cast a meaningful glance at Lin Yinyin, then turned to the manager and inquired, by the way, how many people dined today? What is the average cost per person? The manager glanced at the bill and then calculated. Jiang, the total is 327 yuan. There were 32 patrons, averaging 602 yuan per person. As a VIP, we will waive the small change for you. The students in the private room were astounded. They had only known that the food was exquisite and the ambience luxurious, yet they had not anticipated a meal costing over 8,000 yuan. An average of over 200 yuan per person? In 2006, a typical high school student's monthly allowance barely reached 200 yuan. Thus, it meant that this meal equated to a month's worth of living expenses. Lin, the campus belle, must possess an extraordinary talent for ordering. The critical point was that she herself lacked the means to settle the bill. Then, could you kindly cover the expenses for 29 individuals? As for the remaining 3, Lin Yinyin, Sun Hui, and Yin Feng, they should manage their own bills. I am treating my classmates, but not including those 3. With that, the crowd erupted in excitement. What was unfolding? The scene was a profound humiliation for Lin Yinyin, Sun Hui, and Yin Feng. Lin Yinyin's complexion turned ashen, unable to fathom Jiang Ye's treatment of her. Sun Hui's mouth fell agape in shock. Just moments before entering the private room, she had been mocking Jiang Ye, only to face swift retribution. Meanwhile, Yin Feng was engulfed in embarrassment and fury. Jiang Ye, what do you mean by this? We are classmates. Your actions are rather heartless. Yin Feng voiced his evident displeasure. Are you intentionally placing us 3 in an awkward position? Chapter 22. The collapse of the school goddess persona. With a faint smile, Jiang Ye turned to Yin Feng, his tone laced with subtle sarcasm. Yin Feng, haven't you always pursued the school goddess, Lin Yinyin? She can't even afford her own birthday banquet. Why don't you lend a hand and cover the bill? Jiang Ye's words painted an awkward expression across Yin Feng's face, instantly diminishing his bravado. If only he had money in his pocket, Yin Feng would have relished the opportunity to assert himself and pay the bill. However, with a gambling-addicted father at home, his monthly allowance of 200 yuan was never guaranteed. More often than not, he relied on Lin Yinyin's funds. The thought of 7,000 yuan was laughable. At present, Yin Feng could scarcely muster 70 yuan. The classmates in the private room began to murmur among themselves, speculating about the recent events. Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng found themselves as the center of attention, their faces betraying embarrassment and indignation. Moments later, the manager returned after processing the payments. Student Jiang. Aside from the bills of 3 students yet to be settled, the remaining 30 students' bills amounting to 7,807 yuan have been cleared. This prepaid card has a remaining balance of 42,193 yuan. Please keep it safe. Jiang Ye nodded and accepted the card. To his surprise, the 2 prepaid cards gifted to him by the dog priest, Qin Yongxin, actually contained a substantial amount of money. The students from class 3 and 4 of senior year were left in astonishment. Not only had Jiang Ye effortlessly settled the bill, but one of his cards held over 40,000 yuan. It dawned on them that Jiang Ye was quite affluent. The manager then addressed Lin Yinyin, "Student Lin. The generous Jiang has covered your expenses. However, the three of you must still share your portion of the bill, which totals 742 yuan. You can settle it with 700 yuan. Lin Yinyin's face paled. Throughout her life, she had never experienced such humiliation. It felt as though all eyes in the room were mocking her. Yet, she could say nothing. After all, it was Jiang Ye who had paid. If he were to retract his offer, she might very well find herself detained at the restaurant. Now, she could only silently hope that her money would suffice to cover the 700 yuan. Unfortunately, misfortune struck once more. After rummaging through her pockets, she found only a little over 590 yuan. Ultimately, Yin Feng and Sun Yu pooled their funds together to make up the remaining amount. Together, they managed to gather over 690 yuan, still falling short by 10 yuan. The manager sighed, accepting a handful of crumpled bills, and said resignedly, "Very well. I shall cover the remaining 10 yuan. Thus, they barely managed to settle the bill. Lin Yinyin wished desperately to disappear into the floor. She had envisioned hosting a splendid birthday banquet, with Jiang Ye covering the costs, leading her classmates to believe it was her own generosity that afforded them such a celebration, earning their envy. Yet, the harsh truth had ruthlessly shattered her facade. Just moments ago, they had struggled to scrape together even 700 yuan for 3 people's meal. How could she possibly maintain the pretense of a wealthy second-generation heiress or a privileged beauty? The scene before Lin Yinyin was utterly dismal. She felt that every passing second in the private room was a torment. Enraged, she stormed out, followed closely by Yin Feng. Jiang Ye glanced at the others, a satisfied grin upon his face, and cheerfully proclaimed, "All right, the bill is settled. There's nothing more to discuss. Everyone can leave now. It's getting late." He drove back to the Donghu Villa, where Su Mingru was already asleep. After practicing the 4 sacred clear mountain technique, he had worked up quite a sweat. Upon arriving in the bathroom, he intended to take a shower before drifting off to sleep. As he disrobed and stepped into the bathroom, a distinctive, subtle fragrance, faintly reminiscent of a woman, wafted through the air. It must have been the scent left behind by Su Mingru after her shower. This delicate aroma was extraordinarily pleasant. His gaze fell upon the laundry basket, causing his heart to race and a warmth to spread across his face. In his previous life, Jiang Ye had never truly experienced the essence of manhood. Even in his final moments, he had not shared a kiss with Lin Yinyin. However, after joining a Cadillac enthusiast group, he had ventured to various places. He had even experienced a modest haircut and wash for 188 yuan. The memories from his past life ignited a fervor and longing within his youthful body. Empowered by the 4 sacred origin technique, he felt transformed into a blazing gust of wind on a scorching summer day, yearning to soar at any moment. 3 years of beginnings, with no end in sight. A tranquil heart and restrained desires lead to enlightenment. Yet, Mengru was akin to a sister to him, someone he held dear. How could he harbor such thoughts? Furthermore, there was the girl with the dark mole on her arm waiting for him. He could not betray her. With these thoughts echoing in his mind, Jiang Ye turned on the faucet, adjusting it to the cold setting. After a while, the heat radiating from his body began to subside. He continued his shower, only to discover 2 unopened bottles of shampoo, body wash, and conditioner in the bathroom downstairs. However, the bar of soap in the bathing basket was noticeably diminished. Jiang Ye felt a pang of discomfort. Su Mingru possessed an inherent strength. Despite residing in this villa, she refused to take advantage of its amenities. The shopping cart he had given her yesterday was spent entirely on items for him, from head to toe. Now, she wouldn't even use the shampoo and body wash he had left for her, opting instead for a mere bar of soap. He sighed, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt. Although Su Mingru's family circumstances were modest, she exhibited a resilience and self-sufficiency that many lacked. He had previously owed her so much. When would he ever be able to repay that debt? Chapter 23. When I get serious, even my father gets hit. The following day, just past 5 o'clock, the streets of Hangzhou were just beginning to awaken. Jiang Ye, as was his custom, headed to the bathroom, ready to relieve himself, but realized that his habitual motions were unnecessary. There is nothing akin to the gentle, nourishing spring rain, nor is there any need for unnecessary embellishments. When I took over, the urge to relieve myself was as swift as water gushing from a pressurized tap. There was no need for hesitation. It suddenly dawned on Jiang Ye that his body had been reborn. He was no longer the frail being poisoned by heavy metals and organ failure due to the treachery of Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng in his previous life. With the blessing of the 4 sacred origins, he now brimmed with vitality. A smile crept across Jiang Ye's lips. This rebirth was utterly exhilarating. Unable to sleep upon returning to his bed, Jiang Ye decided to forego rest altogether. He ventured outside to a breakfast stall, indulging in a meal and bringing back another for Su Mingru. On the table, he left a note. Sister Ru, I've gone to school to review. I've saved you some breakfast. Please remember to heat it before eating. Upon arriving at school, Jiang Ye found himself there unusually early, with few people in the classroom. He picked up a vocabulary book for the college entrance examination and began to peruse it. Soon, he noticed something remarkable. After cultivating the 4 sacred origins, his memory seemed to have significantly improved. Words appeared to embed themselves in his mind at a mere glance. Coupled with the knowledge he had retained from his previous university studies, the experience of learning under such dual enhancement was nothing short of delightful. Jiang Ye felt as if his mind had never been so clear. Learning, it turned out, was a profoundly joyful endeavor. For the entire morning, he reveled in the ocean of knowledge, absorbing fragmented information as if he were a great whale devouring tiny shrimp. As the other students began to arrive in the classroom, Song Xiaohai spotted Jiang Ye seated in the last row and plopped down beside him. Greeting, Brother Yi, you're here so early? Jiang Ye merely acknowledged him with a grunt and continued to focus on his work. Observing Jiang Ye's fervent scribbling, Song Xiaohai was taken aback. Brother Yi, this math practice paper was just handed out yesterday, and you've completed so much already? Jiang Ye chuckled, entering a mode of sophisticated bravado. It's quite bothersome. I've memorized 500 words this morning and tackled a language and math paper. Time flies so quickly. Brother Yi, just keep showing off. Memorizing 200 words in one morning? Song Xiaohai scoffed. Why don't you give it a try? Jiang Ye offered the vocabulary book to Song Xiaohai. Just name a word. I've reached it this morning. Anything starting with the letter D. After a moment's thought, Song Xiaohai chose a simple word. Connect. Connect. As in to link. Jiang Ye responded. Surprised, Song Xiaohai then selected a more complex word starting with the letter D. Academic. This word was unfamiliar to him, and he could only break it down letter by letter. Academic, pertaining to scholarship or teaching. Song Xiaohai was taken aback. What? Brother Yi, have you truly memorized all these words? This is akin to 2 little cows standing on their heads. Jiang Ye inquired. What do you mean? Song Xiaohai continued. 2 little cows standing on their heads is quite impressive. When will you lend me your little cows to till the fields, so I too can be remarkable? With that, Song Xiaohai pulled out a blank paper from his backpack and began to copy. Jiang Ye snatched the paper away, exclaiming, Stop copying. You haven't grasped the material. What use is it to copy answers? First, attempt the questions yourself. Bring me the ones you struggle with, and I shall explain them to you. Though Jiang Ye's tone was stern, Song Xiaohai understood that it was for his benefit. He scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. All right, Brother Yi, I shall attempt them first. If I encounter difficulties, I will come to you for help. As more students entered the classroom, Jiang Ye found that sitting in the last row was indeed advantageous, as it felt like a serene corner, free from external distractions. With less than 2 weeks remaining until the Gaokao, this time was perfect for addressing any gaps in knowledge. While Jiang Ye and Song Xiaohai were diligently working on their questions in the back row, Yin Feng approached them. Jiang Ye, we need to talk. Yin Feng's tone was serious. Yesterday, at Lin Yinyin's 18th birthday party, Jiang Ye had embarrassed her in front of the entire class. After returning home from Chaojiangnan, Lin Yinyin was increasingly troubled by the incident and cried for a long time. Yin Feng had comforted her for quite some time, but she had yet to recover. Upon returning home, Yin Feng found himself increasingly troubled by the situation. He felt that Jiang Ye had been excessively reckless lately, continually upsetting Lin Yinyin. Moreover, Yin Feng sensed that his own situation had also been adversely affected. He no longer had a Mercedes to drive him to and from school. There was no complimentary meal card in the cafeteria, and he had to pay for yesterday's birthday celebration himself. The few remaining dollars in his pocket had been pooled with Lin Yinyin's to cover the expenses at Xiaojiangnan, leaving him with scant pocket money for the month. Thus, Yin Feng approached Jiang Ye intending to have a serious discussion. What do you wish to discuss? Jiang Ye raised his head, maintaining a calm demeanor. Though inwardly he was cursing, what do you want to talk to me about? I haven't settled the scores from my past life with you yet, and here you are, provoking me. Now, he was focused on preparing for the Gaokao, and he had yet to devise a plan for dealing with Yin Feng. Once the Gaokao was over, Yin Feng should prepare to face the consequences. Yin Feng, observing Jiang Ye's expression, felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Jiang Ye was not only physically stronger than before, but there was also a discernible change in his demeanor. He no longer resembled the timid follower who once trailed behind Yin Feng, obediently complying with his every command. However, since he had already approached, Yin Feng steeled himself. Jiang Ye, could you please refrain from provoking Lin Yinyin? Your constant tormenting of her makes me very unhappy. Jiang Ye chuckled. You're unhappy? Well, that is precisely the point. I am delighted. Yin Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, a loud clap resounded. Song Xiaohai, unable to contain himself, reacted. He abruptly slapped the table and rose to his feet. The previously tranquil classroom instantly focused its attention on the last row. Song Xiaohai swiftly darted to Yin Feng's side, seizing him by the throat with fervor. "You scoundrel! How you choose to fawn over the school beauty, Lin, is your affair, and I cannot meddle. But if you dare to provoke Jiang Ye, just give it a try. Do you think I want to teach you a lesson? Our Jiang Ye has no interest in Lin Yinyin anymore, so spare me your incessant barking. Don't think I want to dare to strike you just because we're at school, when I'm serious. Even my father would find it hard to contend with me." Chapter 24. Yin Feng. Your birdcage is open. A surge of warmth filled Jiang Ye's heart. No matter the circumstances, Song Xiaohai always stood by him, defending him. Jiang Ye rose and pulled Song Xiaohai away before striding directly to Yin Feng. "My apologies. I tend to be rather straightforward. There are a few things I wish to convey to you, and I hope you won't take offense." Yin Feng had nearly lost his composure and engaged in a scuffle with Song Xiaohai earlier. However, given Song Xiaohai's robust physique, he was uncertain he could overpower him. Moreover, Jiang Ye and Song Xiaohai were united in solidarity. 1 against 2 offered him little chance of victory. Feeling cornered and contemplating how to extricate himself from the situation, Yin Feng was relieved to hear Jiang Ye's unexpectedly courteous approach. Ultimately, Jiang Ye was wary of escalating matters too far, fearing that Lin Yinyin would completely disregard him. Thus, Jiang Ye chose to humble himself first. Yin Feng's demeanor relaxed slightly. "Jiang Ye, what do you wish to say? Speak, I am listening." The once quiet classroom grew even quieter, all eyes fixed on Jiang Ye, eagerly anticipating his ensuing words. Jiang Ye leaned closer to Yin Feng, his lips parting as he spoke softly. "Yin Feng, what I want to say is that I am a quintessential Libra, an individual who is quite particular about appearances. I have a distaste for unattractive individuals and find it quite challenging to converse with someone of your inherently repugnant nature. Thus, I strongly suggest you vanish from my sight post-haste, or I'll not hesitate to shatter your wretched face." Boom. The classroom erupted in astonishment. Previously, Jiang Ye had been a mere follower of Yin Feng and Lin Yinyin, enduring Yin Feng's bullying with quiet submission. Now, however, Jiang Ye dared to confront Yin Feng with such audacity and with such gratifying candor. Unbeknownst to everyone, having lived once more, Jiang Ye's mindset had irrevocably transformed. Given the opportunity to relive his life, he resolved not to be as meek and repressed as in his past existence. In this life, he would live without regret, pursuing only what he truly cherished and avoiding that which he detested. It mattered not who you were. Should you dare to cross me, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. What if you are displeased? As long as I find joy in my actions, that is all that matters. Yin Feng stood frozen, a mix of shame and fury washing over him. At that moment, he yearned to confront Jiang Ye, yet Song Xiaohai loomed nearby, watching with keen eyes. With little hope in a one-on-one confrontation, the prospect of facing 2 adversaries seemed utterly daunting. Yin Feng felt a pang of regret as he once again lost face in front of his classmates. Had he known that such a situation would unfold, he would not have sought out Jiang Ye. "Very well, today shall be left as it is. I shall refrain from confronting you for now." Just as Yin Feng was preparing to leave awkwardly, Jiang Ye noticed something and called out to him, saying, "Yin Feng, is your family quite impoverished?" Yin Feng was taken aback, frowning as he responded, "What do you mean, Jiang Ye?" Jiang Ye pointed at Yin Feng's zipper. "Look, your fly is wide open. Have you not repaired your broken zipper? Surely you have enough for a simple zipper replacement?" Glancing down, Yin Feng realized that indeed, his zipper had loosened, leaving a gaping opening. The classroom erupted in laughter, a cacophony of amusement filling the air. In a flurry, Yin Feng attempted to pull up the zipper, but the metal mechanism was stuck, leaving him in a state of utmost embarrassment. He had no choice but to hastily cover himself and retreat to his seat. The entire scene was witnessed by Lin Yinyin, who sat in the front rows. Although she had felt slighted by Jiang Ye the night before at Xiaojiangnan, her heart brimmed with resentment. However, witnessing the confrontation between Jiang Ye and Yin Feng, Lin Yinyin perceived a transformation in Jiang Ye. Strangely, although she initially sided with Yin Feng, seeing him rebuffed made Jiang Ye appear unexpectedly domineering and handsome. In contrast, Yin Feng now seemed somewhat pitiable to her. In her heart, the scales began to tip towards Jiang Ye. Lin Yinyin found herself pondering why, when both had once expressed affection for her, she had chosen Yin Feng. Yet she quickly recalled that Yin Feng was a top student, destined for a prestigious university, unlike Jiang Ye, whose current grade suggested he would only qualify for a vocational college. After all, in university, tasks like fetching water and meals would require a boyfriend's assistance. With this thought, The balance in her heart shifted back towards Yin Feng. After breakfast, the first class of the morning was taught by Mao Xuezhou. He entered the classroom accompanied by a slender girl carrying a backpack. Classmates, I have brought our class study committee member, Huang Yin, back from Yangqing. She may have fallen behind in her studies during her absence, but we believe she still has the potential to achieve admirable results in the upcoming college entrance examination. Let us welcome Huang Yin back to the class. As Mao Xuezhou's words faded, the classroom erupted into enthusiastic applause. Students turned their heads, surveying the newly returned Huang Yin with curiosity and kindness. Huang Yin lowered her gaze, her cheeks slightly flushed. Though appearing somewhat shy, she made an effort to smile and gently nodded in acknowledgement of her classmates. Mao Xuezhou assigned her a seat, the same as her previous one. The students began to whisper amongst themselves, discussing Huang Yan's return. Mao Xuezhou clapped his hands to signal for silence, urging everyone to cease their discussions and resume the lesson. The classroom fell quiet. Huang Yin served as the academic representative of the class, consistently achieving commendable grades. However, her family's financial situation was dire. They struggled to cover even the most basic educational and living expenses. Faced with such insurmountable difficulties, Huang Yin had sought employment at a garment factory in Yangqing. Upon learning of this, Mao Xuezhou was greatly distressed and made 2 visits to Huang Yin's home, yet he was unable to persuade her family. Frustrated, he purchased a train ticket to Yangqing, bringing Huang Yin back with him. In Mao Xuezhou's view, it was a tremendous loss for such a promising student to work instead of studying. He declared that if her family would not support her education, he would. Witnessing his homeroom teacher, Mao Xuezhou, return with the academic representative Huang Yin, Jiang Ye felt a surge of emotion. Although Mao Xuezhou was often stern, his actions epitomized the essence of a dedicated educator. Jiang Ye's gaze shifted to Huang Yan's seat. Observing her silhouette, he was suddenly struck by a thought. Could the girl with the birthmark be her? Chapter 25. The Raucous Bully in Recent Times. Jiang Ye had taken advantage of opportunities during lessons to discuss topics, distribute drinks, and engage in conversation, meticulously studying the left arms of every girl in the class. He even ventured to neighboring classes to observe familiar faces. Yet, he had yet to encounter a girl with a birthmark on her left arm. Initially, Jiang Ye felt a sense of despair. After all, it was improbable that every event in this life would precisely mirror that of his previous one. The possibility of not finding the girl who had shown him kindness was ever present. However, Huang Yan's sudden appearance reignited his excitement. Everyone had been observed, with the exception of Huang Yan, who had been working away from school for some time. Could it be that Huang Yin was the very girl he had been searching for, the one with the birthmark on her arm? Jiang Ye's heart raced uncontrollably. It had to be her. The girl who had appeared in the hospital during the final moments of his previous life had confessed to liking him since high school. Thus, she must have known him during that time. Yet, he had scoured his high school memories for anyone he recognized, and still, the girl with the birthmark had eluded him. Reflecting on this, he realized that the only one he had overlooked was Huang Yin, who had temporarily left for work and had now returned to school. Before her departure for work, their rapport at school had been quite amicable. She would occasionally share insights about their assignments with him. Considering all this, the likelihood of Huang Yin being the girl with the birthmark was substantial. With these thoughts, Jiang Ye felt a rush of exhilaration. She had appeared. She had appeared. The girl he wished to repay with 200 million for her kindness in this lifetime had finally come into view. Jiang Ye craned his neck, eager to confirm whether that birthmark was present on Huang Yan's arm. However, there remained a considerable distance between him and her seat, making it impossible to discern any details, especially as Huang Yin was wearing long sleeves. After enduring a long class, the bell rang, instantly filling the classroom with a lively atmosphere. Huang Yin took her water cup and stepped outside to fetch some water. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Ye followed closely behind her. Huang Yin, you're back. Upon hearing her name, Huang Yin looked up and smiled upon seeing Jiang Ye. Indeed, Jiang Ye, it's been a while. Jiang Ye took advantage of the moment to swiftly glance at Huang Yan's arm. Due to the angle and lighting, he could not see clearly. Ah, a bug, Jiang Ye exclaimed, pointing at Huang Yan's left arm. It seems a ladybug has crawled into your sleeve. What? A bug? Huang Yin gasped in alarm, instinctively lifting her arm to roll up her sleeve and inspect. Jiang Ye seized the chance to inch closer, his gaze swiftly and meticulously scanning Huang Yan's arm. This time, he finally saw clearly. However, the anticipated black mole was conspicuously absent from Huang Yan's arm. Jiang Ye felt a pang of disappointment. Was Huang Yin not the girl with the black mole? He endeavored to mask his letdown, forcing a smile as he said to her, "It seems I was mistaken. There's no ladybug, my apologies." Huang Yin exhaled in relief, lowered her sleeve, and smiled back at him. It's all right. Thank you, Jiang Ye. Returning to the classroom, Jiang Ye resumed his seat, his mind replaying the scenes from his past life. Had he misremembered? In his final moments, there was indeed a girl who claimed to have sold her house to save him, weeping by his bedside. Yet, at that moment, every organ in his body had been failing, and even the sound of her voice had been distorted, akin to an AI's altered tone. How could he have seen her face clearly? Was there really no such girl with a black mole? Perhaps it was merely an illusion? Jiang Ye pondered deeply. In his previous life, at the point of death, he had given all his money and shares in Guanyao real estate to Lin Yinyin, leaving himself destitute, unable even to pay the 30,000 yuan hospital bill. Moreover, his body was in a state of complete failure, swollen and pale like a corpse immersed in water. Throughout his previous life, he had pursued Lin Yinyin, yet never attained love. Why would he expect to find love in such a wretched state just before his demise? It must have been an illusion, certainly a figment of his dying mind. A wave of melancholy washed over Jiang Ye, but then unexpectedly, he felt a sense of inexplicable relief. Upon his rebirth, he had set 3 goals for himself: to amass wealth, seek vengeance, and find someone. Now, the quest for someone could be struck off his list, leaving only the pursuits of wealth and retribution. As for women, the tragic end of his previous life had obliterated any illusions he might have had about love. A sudden clarity dawned on Jiang Ye. In this day and age, romantic entanglements were mere trivialities. Only children indulge in such sentiments. With a heart unburdened by the presence of women, he would wield his sword like a god. In this life, as long as he acquired wealth, when summer vacation arrived, he could have any woman he desired. In a past life, I simply indulged in fleeting joys within the Cadillac owners group, lacking any genuine experience, which feels like such a loss. In this life, once the college entrance examination concludes and summer vacation commences, I shall relish life to the fullest. With this understanding, Jiang Ye's heart felt remarkably lighter. That evening, after the night study session, Jiang Ye and Song Liang left school together. As they reached the school gate and prepared to depart in their vehicle, just as Jiang Ye was about to close the door, it was abruptly yanked open by a bald man. "Are you Jiang Ye?" The bald man eyed him menacingly, and a group of thugs gathered behind him. Jiang Ye's heart sank. Wasn't he, this bald man, the notorious bully, tyrant, known around Hangzhou No. 1 High School? In 2006, the public security was far from the robust state it would achieve in the following 2 decades. Although on the surface everything seemed calm, shadows of gray areas lurked in the corners. Tyrant and his entourage primarily extorted protection fees from local nightclubs, internet cafes, and KTVs, often taking advantage of students around school during dismissal hours. Their demands were not exorbitant, yet the students dared not resist, forced to swallow their grievances in silence. Seeing the escalating situation, Song Xiaohe jumped out of the passenger seat and rushed towards Tyrant. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Ye gently restrained him. "I am Jiang Ye. What is it you wish to discuss?" Jiang Ye inquired calmly. Tyrant sneered, a glint of malice in his eyes. "Someone sent me to deliver a message. It's best for you to keep a low profile and avoid trouble. Additionally, bring 500 yuan in pocket money to honor me tomorrow at this very spot." "Who is the person that sent you?" Jiang Ye asked coolly. "That's none of your concern. Just know that if you don't heed my words, you won't have an easy time at school." Tyrant glared menacingly at Jiang Ye. "Remember, I will return here tomorrow." Chapter 26. The snowy white feet. After Tyrant and his gang departed, Song Xiaohe was furious. "What sort of people are these? Jiang Ye, why did you hold me back?" I would have confronted him. Jiang Ye shot a disapproving look at Song Xiaohe. "Do you honestly believe you can take him on? What are you afraid of? Just catch one and beat him to a pulp." He continued, "By the way, I'll walk with you after school tomorrow. If Tyrant dares to confront you, I'll handle them. If a fight breaks out, just let me take care of it. You stay out of it." "Why?" Song Xiaohe grinned. "If things escalate and we get expelled, your grades have improved recently. You might actually get into university. As for me, I have no hopes of attending university. If I do get expelled, it wouldn't matter to me." Jiang Ye felt a warmth in his heart. No matter the circumstances, Song Xiaohe always had his back. "Haven't I been tutoring you lately? Why do you lack the ambition to say you want to get into university?" Jiang Ye lightly kicked Song Xiaohe, his gaze softening with warmth. Scratching his head, Song Xiaohe replied, "Bro, I think I've made some progress in my recent mock exams. But my Chinese really drags me down. Every essay I write consistently receives a score below 10, leaving me several points behind my peers in this singular aspect. In such a short span, remedial classes prove futile unless a divine being reveals the essay topic." Jiang Ye's eyes glimmered with realization. In 2006, the specifics of other subjects' examination questions had faded from his memory, yet the essay prompt remained vividly etched in his mind. The topic selection committee had deviated entirely from conventional norms, presenting an extraordinarily avant-garde prompt. What if you possessed an intelligent chip? The original phrasing of the essay topic seemed to suggest that if an individual invented an intelligent chip, implanting it into a vegetable vendor's brain would enable her to comprehend the vast expanse of knowledge, rendering learning unnecessary for anyone. Based on this material, candidates were to compose an essay expressing their views, with no restrictions on genre aside from poetry. Upon the revelation of this essay prompt, every examinee felt as though they wished to vanish on the spot. Following the Chinese language examination, a chorus of lamentations filled the air, with candidates venting their frustrations towards both the vegetable vendor and the examination committee throughout the summer. It was understandable that the candidates were aggrieved. In 2006, personal computers had yet to attain widespread prevalence, and the very notion of a chip was an enigma, let alone the task of composing an essay on it. However, an idea suddenly dawned upon Jiang Ye. If he were aware of the topic, then while it might spell disaster for other examinees, it could present a unique opportunity for himself and Song Shadowy. Contemplating this, a faint smile graced Jiang Ye's lips. Shadowy, focus on thoroughly reviewing your other subjects. You need not worry about the essay. What? Yigu, do you speak as if you possess knowledge of the essay topic? Rest assured, I have secured a formidable connection. I shall ensure your essay is a guaranteed success. Song Shadowy, intrigued, leaned in closer. Really? What connection do you have? Do you know someone from the essay prompt committee? Jiang Ye replied with a playful grin, the Bodhisattva Guanyin. As Jiang Ye drove Song Shadowy back to the Donghu villa, Su Mingru noticed his return, her eyes reflecting a rare glimmer of joy. That morning, Su Mingru had risen early, intending to prepare breakfast for Jiang Ye as per usual, only to discover that he had already left for school. A breakfast plate remained on the table, accompanied by a note. Su Mingru felt a sense of satisfaction swell within her. For reasons unknown, she had sensed a growing maturity in Jiang Ye over the past few days. Throughout the day, she reveled in the unexpected delight of that breakfast. However, while returning the clean laundry to Jiang Ye, she twisted her ankle on the stairs. Observing Su Mingru limping and carrying a bowl of dumplings, Jiang Ye inquired, Sister Ru, what happened to your foot? Oh, it's nothing. I just missed a step while descending the stairs, she replied casually. Jiang Ye turned, shaking his head. Sister Ru, how could you possibly miss a step? Are you perhaps distracted by springtime thoughts while going down the stairs? Jiang Ye had entirely relinquished his quest for the girl with the birthmark. His life seemed to have become lighter and more liberated. His disposition had subtly transformed, and he no longer approached girls with the same awkwardness as before, instead embracing a newfound ease. Thus, in dealing with Su Mingru, Jiang Ye began to jest openly. Sitting on the sofa, Su Mingru felt her cheeks flush upon hearing Jiang Ye's words. Xiao Yi, what nonsense are you spouting? How dare you make a joke at your sister's expense? I merely lost my footing on the stairs, she retorted. Observing the blush upon her face, Jiang Ye felt a stir in his heart. Although he had always regarded Su Mingru as an elder sister, witnessing her bashful demeanor rendered him momentarily spellbound. Typically, she exuded an air of cool detachment in his presence. Yet in this moment of shyness, she appeared rather endearing. All right, Rujia, I was only joking, Jiang Ye chuckled. After finishing the dumplings, he returned from the pharmacy with a bottle of medicinal oil for bruises. Rujia, let me apply the medicine. You must use this oil for your injury. I can do it myself, she protested. That won't do. You take care of me so often. It is only right that I assist you with this. Besides, your delicate hands may not apply it evenly, diminishing its effectiveness. Jiang Ye thought to himself, seizing this golden opportunity. Reluctantly, Su Mingru nodded in acquiescence. Jiang Ye fetched a small stool and, raising his gaze, said, Rujia, put your feet here. You're the one with smelly feet. She replied, her face reddening once more. Hesitantly, she removed her socks and placed her delicate, snowy white feet upon the stool. Despite frequently helping her family with farm work, Su Mingru's feet remained unblemished, likely due to her diligent hygiene and the protection of socks. A faint, alluring fragrance wafted through the air. Su Mingru was known to use only soap when bathing, so it was evident that the delightful scent emanated from her very being. Jiang Ye stole a glance before quickly averting his eyes. He opened the medicinal oil, poured some into his palm, and after warming it, he began to massage her elegant ankles with focused intensity. Lowering his gaze, he diligently worked on her feet, noticing the delicate veins beneath her smooth, fair skin. It was undeniable that the contours of her calves were strikingly beautiful. Even after having seen many in the Cadillac owners group and having a collection stored away in hidden files on his computer, none compared to the beauty of Su Mingru's legs. An absurd thought crossed his mind. How stunning they would look adorned in black stockings. No, This was Rujia, the one who cared for him like a sister. He reminded himself to maintain purity of heart, shaking off the errant thoughts that invaded his mind. Chapter 27. The buffet owner was terrified of being eaten. Su Mengru gazed down at the young man massaging her feet. Recently, Jiang Ye's physique appeared to have developed significantly. His tall, well-proportioned frame could hardly be concealed by his simple athletic attire, which only accentuated his charismatic demeanor. A head of thick, neatly trimmed hair, bright eyes, and a striking brow, he appeared exceptionally poised and spirited. Most importantly, there was a newfound warmth and attentiveness in his every gesture. Su Mengru was startled by the fleeting thought that had crossed her mind. No, Su Mengru, what are you thinking? This is Jiang Ye, your brother. Although there is no direct blood relation, what are you contemplating? Moreover, hadn't this fellow repeatedly angered her before, even striking her with a stick? How could she simply forgive him? Su Mengru hurriedly averted her gaze from Jiang Ye. However, something felt amiss. Her injured foot throbbed without relief, while the other foot tingled with an odd sensation. Upon closer inspection, Su Mengru couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Yi, it seems you've massaged the wrong foot. Jiang Ye paused, a laugh escaping him. So all that effort was in vain. Why didn't she say so earlier? Though feigning displeasure, he felt a surge of delight, thinking that even the mix-up had its silver lining. Su Mengru pouted. You didn't even ask while you were at it. Can't you see how swollen this foot is? Jiang Ye playfully poked the sole of her foot. So now it's my fault? Let me teach you a lesson. Ouch. Su Mengru, sensitive to tickling, instinctively recoiled, inadvertently aggravating her injured foot, which sent fresh waves of pain coursing through her. Xiao Yi, you're insufferable, she exclaimed, lightly kicking him with her uninjured foot. The atmosphere instantly shifted to one of lightheartedness and joy. A slight smile crept onto Jiang Ye's lips. After receiving the playful kick, he felt reassured. It was evident that Su Mengru no longer regarded him with the same coldness and distance, but rather seemed to be growing closer. Interacting with her in a more relaxed manner proved beneficial for both. Previously, when he had been behind Lin Yinyin, he had been overly humble and restrained, which not only invited disdain, but also rendered him somewhat dull and lifeless. Now, it was clear that things had improved significantly. With the foot massage concluded, Jiang Ye returned to the expansive balcony of the second floor of the villa. In recent days, after school, he had diligently studied the upper and lower volumes of the four sacred sources and the combat techniques of Zismart, committing the contents to memory. With this newfound ability, he had grasped the general concepts of the texts. The four sacred mountains emphasized the cultivation of mental techniques, while the four sacred waters focused on martial arts. Jiang Ye initially intended to master the techniques of the four sacred mountains before turning to the four sacred waters. However, recalling the encounter with the Tyrannosaurus earlier that evening and the possibility of facing it again at school the next day, he decided to prioritize practicing the techniques from the four sacred waters for self-defense. In his previous life, after graduating from university, Jiang Ye had worked on a real estate aid project in the land of the bears. During his time abroad, he had grown bored and sought out two local masters, acquiring some fundamental martial arts skills. These fundamental techniques and memories, intertwined with rebirth, remained etched in his mind. Standing on the balcony, Jiang Ye inhaled deeply the fresh air, his heart already brimming with a clear plan. The art of the four sacred waters emphasizes agility and explosive power, while the additional volume of the Zismart combat techniques, gifted by Chun Yongxin, focuses on practical skills. These two texts, indeed, serve as a splendid complement to one another. In the ensuing hours, Jiang Ye commenced his practical training in the garden of the villa on the second floor. As night deepened, his sweat soaked through his garments. Yet he felt no fatigue. On the contrary, he sensed his body growing lighter and his strength steadily increasing. A surge of joy filled Jiang Ye. He understood that the essence of the four sacred waters was beginning to manifest. After practicing a couple more rounds, he felt he had grasped the preliminary basic techniques of the four sacred waters. Though mastery required relentless training, he was confident that the skills he had practiced today would suffice against the Tyrannosaurus tomorrow. Upon completion of his training, an anticipation welled up within him. He wondered what effects this week of cultivation would yield. Perhaps it would present an opportunity to test them against the Tyrannosaurus. As before, an unprecedented hunger enveloped him. Grabbing the keys from his pocket, Jiang Ye ventured to the nearby buffet restaurant. Upon seeing him approach, the restaurant owner was instantly taken aback. "Young man, we are nearly closing. Please dine elsewhere." Jiang Ye, noticing the proprietor's distressed and flustered demeanor, suddenly comprehended the situation. After every training session in the past few days, he had indulged in a feast at this restaurant, stacking his plates high. For a buffet costing nearly 35 yuan, it was not just unprofitable. It was practically a loss every time he visited. The owner was evidently weary of his appetite. With a smile, Jiang Ye produced several crisp bills from his pocket and placed them on the counter. Is it still closing time? The owner, upon seeing the stack of 100 yuan notes, instantly shed his frown and donned a solicitous smile. Oh, dear student, what are you saying? Our restaurant operates 24 hours. You are always welcome. He promptly instructed a waiter to clear a clean table, eagerly guiding Jiang Ye to take a seat. Jiang Ye wasted no time, heading straight to the buffet area to select a variety of delectable dishes. Following his recent training, his body craved substantial energy replenishment. He gathered an assortment of roasted meats, seafood, vegetable salads, and various steaming main courses without missing a single item. In no time, his plate was overflowing with food. Returning to his seat, Jiang Ye feasted heartily. He mused that if only there were a live streaming app for short videos. Given his current dining prowess, he would undoubtedly reign supreme as the top food broadcaster. However, in 2006, let alone food broadcasting software, even mobile phones were limited to brands like Nokia, Motorola, and Bodeo, capable only of making calls and chatting on QQ. The first fully touchscreen phones would not gain popularity until 2 years later, after the opening of the Olympic Games in Yin City. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Jiang Ye felt a stirring within him. Currently, both the real estate sector and the mobile internet are still in a gestational phase, brimming with immense opportunities across various industries in the future. The prospect of engaging in real estate and the internet is indeed quite enticing. Reflecting on these thoughts, Jiang Ye found his meal even more delectable. The other patrons in the restaurant could not help but cast sideways glances, thinking to themselves how astonishingly voracious this young man was. However, Jiang Ye remained blissfully oblivious to their stares, engrossed in the culinary delights before him, savoring each bite. After devouring 3 rounds of food, he felt a slight alleviation of the emptiness in his stomach. He rose once more to fetch additional provisions, continuing his earnest feast. The restaurant owner observed from a distance, secretly relieved that this young man had paid extra, otherwise he would have incurred a loss that night. By the time Jiang Ye finally felt satiated, it was already late into the night. He contentedly wiped his mouth and made his way home under the cloak of darkness. Glancing at himself in the mirror, he noticed that after such a hearty meal, his physique had become even more robust. This newfound strength was not merely a result of rapid weight gain, but rather an inner vitality, as if each muscle had been meticulously sculpted, becoming more resilient and powerful. Jiang Ye could not help but feel a surge of delight at the fruits of his training. It appeared that the 4 sacred waters not only enhanced his martial skills, but also subtly fortified his constitution. Chapter 28. A surprise visit to Guangyao Real Estate the following day, at noon, after finishing lunch at school. Jiang Ye seized the opportunity before his afternoon classes to drive to Guangyao Real Estate Company. Following the death of his mother, Zhang Lan, he had inherited shares in this real estate firm. Previously, in his pursuit of Lin Yinyin, he had entrusted the management of the company to her father, Lin Buyun, and rarely visited the office. All matters concerning the company were under Lin Buyun's control. Anticipating the impending revival of the real estate industry, Jiang Ye resolved to take a more active role in the company. Moreover, he had heard from Su Mingru that Lin Buyun had been profiting excessively from the company, and he feared that by the time the college entrance examination concluded, Lin Buyun might have stripped the company bare. Hence, he decided to pay a visit during the lunch break. Upon arriving at the Guangyao real estate office, Jiang Ye was about to take the elevator upstairs when he was stopped by the security guard. This is an office. Outsiders without ID cards are not permitted to enter, the guard asserted rudely. I am the owner of this company. Let me in. Jiang Ye furrowed his brow in explanation. The guard scrutinized Jiang Ye from head to toe and laughed mockingly. You, the owner? I aspire to be the chairman myself. Who doesn't know that the owner of this company is Lin Buyun? You, a mere child, should run along and play somewhere else. Don't make a fool of yourself here. Do you know Lin Buyun? Jiang Ye asked calmly. Of course. I am Lin Buyun's brother-in-law. What's it to you? The guard replied with a smug expression. No problem. That's splendid. Jiang Ye maintained a composed exterior, but inside he was seething with rage. Damn it. These fools. The driver Su Wei is a relative of Lin Buyun. And now this guard is his brother-in-law? Guangyao Real Estate is a company wholly owned by one individual. Yet it seems to exist solely to support the parasitic Lin Buyun and his entire family. It is no wonder that during her time at Guangyao Real Estate, Su Mingru found Lin Buyun thoroughly disagreeable. However, in her naivety, she sided with Lin Buyun in her pursuit of Lin Yinyin, ultimately leading to her own dismissal. Jiang Ye inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the fury brewing within him. Call Lin Buyun down here, he commanded. The security guard, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, scoffed. Are you really calling Lin Buyun? What? Do you expect our general manager to arrange a security position for you? Jiang Ye's expression darkened as he pulled out his phone, dialing Lin Yin's number. Lin Yin, come down to the lobby of the company. Lin Yin paused, taken aback. Jiang Ye, aren't you supposed to be in class? Why do you need me in the lobby? You'll understand when you get here. Jiang Ye concluded, abruptly ending the call. The security guard, noticing Jiang Ye's severe demeanor and the tone he had used with Lin Yin, began to sense something was amiss. Do you know our general manager? His voice trembled slightly, revealing a flicker of anxiety in his eyes. Jiang Ye cast a cold glance at him, offering no reply, instead choosing to await Lin Yin's arrival in silence. Moments later, Lin Yin hurriedly emerged from the elevator. Upon spotting Jiang Ye in the lobby, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Jiang Ye, what brings you here? Jiang Ye did not respond directly, but pointed at the security guard. You tell him who I am. Lin Yin blinked for a moment before grasping Jiang Ye's implication. He turned to the guard and stated, This is Jiang Ye, the owner of the company. How dare you block our boss from entering? The guard's complexion instantly paled, stammering, I am so sorry. I didn't know. Next time. I'll certainly. Jiang Ye interrupted him coldly. No need for apologies. There won't be a next time. Seeing the tension, Lin Yin quickly stepped in to mediate. Jiang Ye, it was indeed a misunderstanding. He was just following protocol. Let us discuss this inside. However, Jiang Ye remained unmoved, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Yin. Protocol? It seems some individuals have taken liberties, altering company rules to suit their own whims. I believe it is time to revise those rules. With that, he finally stepped into the elevator, ascending to the upper floors. Lin Yin shot a glare at the security guard before hastily following Jiang Ye into the elevator. Upon reaching the top floor, Jiang Ye entered the grand conference room and commanded, Gather all personnel for a meeting. Lin Yin, drenched in sweat, protested, Jiang Ye. Why aren't you at school studying for your exams? Why come here to stir up trouble? Jiang Ye took his seat at the head of the conference table. His voice icy. Lin Yin, must I repeat myself for you to comprehend everything I have to say today? Lin Yin stared at Jiang Ye, panic-stricken. Previously, at Hangzhou No. 1 high school, Jiang Ye had refused to let Lin Yinyin ride with him, causing her to get drenched in the rain. When Lin Yin confronted Jiang Ye at school, he had found himself utterly speechless in the face of Jiang Ye's retorts. On that occasion, Lin Yin sensed an inexplicable transformation in Jiang Ye. Now, upon seeing Jiang Ye, it felt as though he had become an entirely different person. Where was the youthful and inexperienced student? In demeanor, he appeared to have traversed through storms and emerged as a seasoned entrepreneur. Before long, all personnel from Guangyao Real Estate Company had assembled in the conference room. Once seated, the gaze of over 50 individuals converged upon Jiang Ye. Curiosity enveloped the room, as no one could fathom what this young heir, who had rarely graced the company with his presence, intended to convey. Jiang Ye surveyed the conference room with a steely gaze, refraining from immediately addressing the matter at hand. Instead, he turned to Lin Yin and calmly stated, I would like to first hear the report on the overall situation of the company. Lin Yin felt a twinge of anxiety upon hearing this. So sudden? Could we perhaps wait a couple of days? I can have the team prepare the report materials properly. Jiang Ye replied in a stern voice, No need for materials, just speak freely. I wish to focus on the company's organizational structure, project progress, and overall performance. Lin Yin wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, suddenly feeling tense. Jiang Ye, let me prepare some materials first. Without them, my introduction may lack comprehensiveness. With a resounding clap, Jiang Ye struck the conference table. Lin Yin, after investing so much in hiring you as the general manager, are you unable to report on these few simple matters without materials? How do you even fulfill your role as general manager? Are you merely coasting along? Enough. You may as well resign and seek other opportunities. The conference room erupted in a flurry of whispers, the employees exchanging bewildered glances, clearly taken aback by this sudden upheaval. Lin Yin's complexion turned a shade of ashen gray as he fervently defended himself. Jiang Ye, during my 2 years at the company, I have dedicated myself tirelessly, generating considerable revenue for your enterprise and ensuring its operations. How can you possibly dismiss me now? What wrongdoing have I committed? Jiang Ye coldly retorted, Lin Yin. Are you dissatisfied? Very well, I wish to hear about the company's status. Let me ascertain what you have truly accomplished. He then directed his attention to the assembled personnel, heads of various departments, including human resources, finance, administration, and investment. Please proceed to present your reports. The individuals exchanged glances, clearly unprepared for the abrupt turn of events. Nevertheless, the departmental heads proceeded to share the circumstances of their respective areas. Following the conclusion of the reports, Lin Yin, still unwilling to concede, remarked, Jiang Ye, You have heard the reports, haven't you? Last year, the company generated nearly 20 million in revenue, with profits exceeding 1 million. I have led the company to earn such substantial sums. On what grounds do you dismiss me? Chapter 29. Plot 66. Jiang Ye let out a cold snort, placing the company's financial statements before Lin Yinyin. The registered capital of the company stands at over 20 million, with actual capital also exceeding 20 million. Coupled with various liquid assets, the total amounts to nearly 30 million. Given the current bank interest rate of 5.85, the 30 million in accounted assets yields over 1.5 million in annual interest. Your efforts to generate over 1 million in profit within a year are still less favorable than simply placing the funds in a bank. How can you still have the audacity to boast? Moreover, for an entire 2 years, the company has not acquired a single piece of land, merely assisting other real estate firms with a bit of construction management. Is it true that the company has been stagnant all this time? Furthermore, based on the cash flow of the construction management projects, the entire project's cash flow only turns positive in the 4th year, far exceeding industry standards. What a disappointment. Jiang Ye's thoughts wandered back to his past life, where, in his pursuit of Lin Yinyin, he relinquished all of Guangyao real estate to her, leaving himself to struggle in other companies for sustenance. In hindsight, perhaps it was not entirely detrimental. At least, after gaining experience in various companies, he had acquired a certain level of competence. After several years in a real estate consulting firm, he transitioned to a primary client role. With over a decade of combined experience on both the client and contractor sides, Jiang Ye had become quite astute in the real estate industry, evolving into a seasoned professional. Lin Yinyin observed Jiang Ye, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. Initially, he believed Jiang Ye to be just a high school student, utterly clueless. To his surprise, Jiang Ye possessed a profound understanding of the company's financial status. How could he even grasp concepts like IRR? Stammering, Lin Yinyin attempted to explain, Jiang Ye, you must understand that the company's operations require time. I have numerous plans and projects in progress. Just give me a little more time, and the company will undoubtedly flourish. However, Jiang Ye remained unfazed, retorting with a cold laugh. Time? You have already spent 2 years at this company, and what is the outcome? Aside from placing your relatives in positions and treating the company as your personal cash cow, what else have you accomplished? After my mother's passing, the company was entrusted to me, not for you to squander. Lin Yinyin felt a cold sweat break out as panic set in. Jiang Ye was no longer the gullible youth he once was. Jiang Ye continued, effective immediately, Lin Yinyin, you are relieved of all responsibilities within the company. I will arrange for a new management team to take over. You may choose to resign voluntarily, or you can await my formal termination of your employment. However, should you opt not to resign, I will instruct the auditors to investigate any irregularities in your conduct over the past 2 years. Of course, Jiang Ye had no intention of allowing the auditors to scrutinize Lin Yinyin. In 2006, the financial and auditing systems were far from perfect. Although the financial statements appeared to have numerous deficiencies, many invoices were inadequately preserved. If an auditing firm were to investigate, they might not uncover anything substantial. Nevertheless, Lin Yinyin was genuinely intimidated by Jiang Ye's words. With a pallid complexion, Lin Yinyin reluctantly conceded, fine, if you wish for me to leave, I shall go. I am curious to see how you will manage the company in my absence. With heavy steps, Lin Yinyin made his way toward the conference room door. Under the watchful eyes of many, Jiang Ye called out to him, wait. A glimmer of hope reignited in Lin Yinyin's heart as he turned to Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye, have you changed your mind? Jiang Ye, expressionless and holding a payroll sheet, replied, Lin Yinyin, the security personnel and drivers you arranged for the company, take them away as they came. Not a single one shall remain. Surely, I need not enumerate the list for you, do I? Lin Yin's countenance instantaneously darkened further. It was not merely his own dismissal. All those connected to him by ties of favoritism were to be expelled as well. Previously, in the presence of these associates, Lin Yinyin not only basked in the glow of prestige, but also accrued numerous benefits from them. Should these individuals truly be purged, they would undoubtedly not take such a fate lying down. Lin Yinyin, clinging to a dwindling flicker of hope, implored, Jiang Ye, your reckless behavior will ruin the company. Without anyone to manage it, your enterprise won't even earn 1 million in a year. Jiang Ye scoffed dismissively. You need not concern yourself with that. You should rather focus on how you will manage the monthly mortgage payments for the new villa you purchased in Donghu Garden. This remark struck a painful chord within Lin Yinyin. The mortgage for the villa had only just commenced, and without this job, repaying it would indeed become a considerable burden. Lin Yinyin was engulfed in regret and fury. Yet, Jiang Ye was no longer the easily manipulated youth he once was. With heavy steps, Lin Yinyin reluctantly exited the conference room, his silhouette radiating a profound desolation. The employees within the conference room observed this scene, a chill coursing through their hearts as they realized the company was on the brink of a significant transformation. Jiang Ye surveyed the room and declared solemnly, "I will now announce several matters." The ears of those present perked up, intrigued by what Jiang Ye was about to reveal. He continued, "Firstly, human resources. Disperse 50 of the severance for Lin Yinyin and the related personnel to increase the salaries of our staff. Secondly, our working hours will shift from 8:30 a.m. to 9 o'clock a.m. Thirdly, until a new general manager is formally appointed, I shall oversee Guangyao real estate." Jiang Ye's arrangements were driven by a strategic vision. The principle of carrot and stick is the most effective approach in management. Having just dismissed Lin Yinyin and a few others, it would not be beneficial to proceed with solely punitive measures without any incentives to foster a positive environment for subsequent management of the company. The three primary grievances of employees stem from competition, internal strife, and discontent. It was now 2006, and the real estate sector was just entering its burgeoning red ocean phase. Undertaking a few projects could yield substantial profits, rendering internal competition unnecessary. A more relaxed management style would actually stimulate employee motivation. Thus, Jiang Ye made such arrangements and decisions. Following the announcement of these three resolutions, the conference room erupted into applause and animated discussions. Employees had anticipated further layoffs, yet were instead met with the delightful news of salary increases and reduced working hours. As the fervent discussions gradually subsided, Jiang Ye invited Huang Lei from the Investment and Development Department to report on the company's future expansion plans. Huang Lei, the head of the department, was equally exhilarated. During Lin Yinyin's 2-year tenure, they had not acquired a single piece of land, merely engaged in contracted projects. Huang Lei evaluated numerous plots in Hangzhou, yet all endeavors ultimately yielded no results. Eventually, Lin Yinyin ceased to even consider investment expansion information. Huang Lei felt disheartened. If this continued, the investment expansion department would lose all significance within the company. When he encountered Jiang Ye, who requested a report on recent investment expansion research developments, Huang Lei felt a surge of emotion, almost on the verge of tears. He projected a research report onto the screen and began to brief about several key auction plots marked on the map. However, after presenting several plots in the old city of Hangzhou, it seemed that Jiang Ye exhibited no discernible interest. Disappointment welled up within Huang Lei. The mature plots in the old city of Hangzhou, with complete commercial amenities, appeared to hold little appeal for Jiang Ye. Only one project remained, the No. 66 plot in the Handong district, which Huang Lei assumed would garner even less interest. Nevertheless, he decided to introduce the recently listed number 66 plot in Handong district. Upon hearing Huang Lei mention the number 66 plot, Jiang Ye's mind suddenly sharpened, and a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Could it be? The No. 66 plot in Handong district had been listed? Chapter 30. 2 Significant Methods for Profit. After Huang Lei detailed the number 66 plot, Jiang Ye spoke with a serious tone. Follow the developments of the number 66 plot in Handong district closely and secure it at any cost. As soon as he finished speaking, a murmur of discussion arose in the conference room. The number 66 plot in Handong district was relatively obscure, with hardly any surrounding amenities. Guangyao Real Estate had not acquired land for quite some time. Now, when they finally decided to procure land, they chose such a remote location in Handong. Huang Lei felt puzzled and remarked, "Some time ago, I specifically visited the number 66 plot in Handong district. The development there is indeed lacking. Every aspect, medical, educational, entertainment, is considerably inferior compared to other districts in Hangzhou. The property prices in the other districts have long surpassed 8,000. In the most prosperous Xian Street area, prices have exceeded 10,000. Meanwhile, the average price in Handong district is still under 5,000, with even more remote areas hovering just above 3,000. Although the floor price of this number 66 plot is low, around 1,500, selling properties there is challenging, and prices remain modest. Thus, even if we acquire this plot, the return on investment would not be particularly promising." Upon hearing Huang Lei's assessment, Jiang Ye felt a surge of excitement. Although Handong district is currently just a suburban area, lacking any semblance of a first-tier city, it is merely a third or fourth-tier city in every respect. However, who could have anticipated that during the summer following the 2006 college entrance examination, the planning for the Handong new district would be introduced? Following this announcement, this seemingly remote suburb would eventually emerge as the very heart of Hangzhou City. After all, according to the patterns of urban development, cities generally expand towards the east, and Hangzhou is no exception. Once the planning for the Handong New District is unveiled, a substantial influx of people and industries will undoubtedly gravitate toward it. Even the government of Hangzhou is poised to relocate to the Handong New District, and within a mere 2 years, supporting infrastructure will burgeon like mushrooms after a rainstorm. Here, property prices are anticipated to soar dramatically, outpacing all other districts in Hangzhou. In a short span, property values may multiply several times over, with prices in all sections of Hangzhou expected to surge to a starting point of 10,000. The 66th plot, situated in the very heart of the Handong New District and adjacent to the relocated municipal government, is projected to reach an astonishing 20,000. However, prior to the announcement of the Handong New District's planning, the land acquisition price was merely around 2,000 per square meter. When factoring in construction costs, taxes, management fees, and other assorted expenses, the total cost amounts to less than 5,000 per square meter, yielding a profit margin of 15,000 per square meter. In a previous life, the 66th plot garnered little interest, nearly facing an unsold fate. The provincial government of Jiang Ye has maintained strict confidentiality regarding the planning of the Handong New District, providing no indication prior to the formal announcement. Rongqing Real Estate, a small developer in Hangzhou without access to other plots, reluctantly acquired the lackluster 66th plot. To their surprise, upon the sudden announcement of the Handong New District's planning one afternoon, throngs of eager buyers flocked to the development. This small developer reaped substantial profits, emerging as the year's most fortunate developer. Now, this significant opportunity must not be allowed to slip from the grasp of the previous small developer. Witnessing Jiang Ye's determination to secure the 66th plot, the general manager of the finance department, Jiang Ye, expressed concern. Although the listing price for the 66th plot is not exorbitant, the total area exceeds 40,000 square meters, resulting in a land price of over 80 million. Currently, the company's liquid assets are less than 20 million, and sourcing the necessary funds poses a considerable challenge. Jiang Ye cursed under his breath. 3 years ago, when he entrusted Guangyao Real Estate to Lin Yinyin, the company had over 30 million in its accounts. Years have passed, yet Guangyao Real Estate remains stagnant at the same scale. It appears that the 3 years under Lin Yinyin's management have merely enriched him and his associates, while Guangyao Real Estate languishes. Fortunately, there remains some time before the acquisition of the land. Jiang Ye outlined the next steps. I will devise a plan moving forward. All departments should concentrate efforts on the 66th plot. The design department must liaise with the Design Institute to expedite the development of floor plans and high-end decoration schemes, ensuring they are ready upon acquisition. Additionally, the investment department should closely monitor the bidding dynamics for the 66th plot. Upon hearing Jiang Ye's intention to pursue high-end decoration, the design department manager, Guo Liming, was taken aback. High-end decoration? Currently, it seems that very few properties in Hangzhou are delivered with high-end finishes, and the 66th plot will likely sell for around 5,000 at most. If the high-end decoration cannot fetch a suitable price, it would clearly be unwise. Moreover, typically, design work follows land acquisition. Isn't it a bit premature to initiate this now? If we fail to secure the land, wouldn't that render our design expenses wasted? Jiang Ye smiled reassuringly, saying there was no need to worry about the design fees. One simply needed to follow his instructions. Having navigated the real estate industry for many years, Jiang Ye had a profound understanding of its developmental trajectory. In the subsequent decade, the rapid growth of the real estate sector revealed 2 secret weapons for developers: exquisite renovations and swift turnover. High-quality renovations could significantly enhance product value, with a standard of 1,000 per square meter adding at least 2,000 to the property price. Swift turnover involved quickly erecting a model unit after acquiring land, allowing prospective buyers to select homes based on blueprints. In the best-case scenario, properties could be launched within a month of acquisition, achieving complete sales on the opening day and facilitating optimal cash flow. It was now 2006, and the real estate industry was still in its exploratory phase, with the advantages of exquisite renovations and swift turnover yet to be realized by developers. If Jiang Ye could implement these 2 elements on the 66th plot, alongside the classic 95 square meter 3-bedroom layout that was destined to be a fast seller, the potential impact of the 66th plot could be astonishing. After preparing the groundwork for the 66th plot, Jiang Ye returned to school. As the school day concluded, Jiang Ye stepped into the corridor to catch a breath of fresh air. On the 3rd floor of the teaching building, illuminated by the campus lights, he gazed down below. The summer heat in Hangzhou brought forth a vibrant display of fashion, with girls dressed in light attire, short sleeves, and shorts abounding. Song Xiaohai, having packed his bag, approached Jiang Ye in the corridor, asking what he was observing. Jiang Ye gestured towards the scene below, exclaiming, Xiaohai, look at all the beauties down there. Just look at those legs. Song Xiaohai, with an expression of disbelief, retorted, what are you doing at a time like this? How are you going to get home? How else? I'll drive home, Jiang Ye replied confidently. You do remember that Tyrannosaurus said he would be waiting for you at the school gate, right? Shouldn't we sneak out through the small gate? Song Xiaohai suggested. Jiang Ye chuckled, sneak out? No way. Let us go out the main gate and confront Tyrannosaurus. As they made their way to the school entrance, Song Xiaohai expressed his concern. Jiang Ye, if you end up in a fight with Tyrannosaurus, don't engage, just run. I'll handle them. Jiang Ye grinned, sure. You cover me. I'll make a quick escape. I'm quite fast. Upon reaching the school gate, they indeed found Tyrannosaurus and his gang waiting by a luxury car, having emerged from a corner. What's up, little brat? Are you ready with the money you promised? Tyrannosaurus scrutinized Jiang Ye. Song Xiaohai, standing beside Jiang Ye, clenched his fists, eyeing the adversaries warily. Jiang Ye merely smiled calmly. Tyrannosaurus, considering your reputation in Hangzhou, is it truly necessary to resort to harassing students? Doesn't that seem a bit beneath you? The Tyrannosaurus was instantly thrown off balance by those words. Damn it, you little brat. The Tyrannosaurus's face turned ashen as he spat a mouthful of phlegm and charged at Jiang Ye. Given the proximity, there was little time for Jiang Ye to react or evade. However, having trained in the Four Sacred Origins and Zissima, Jiang Ye perceived the Tyrannosaurus's spitting attack as if in slow motion. He tilted his head slightly and deftly dodged. Seeing this, Song Xiaohui wasted no time and rose to deliver a fierce kick at the Tyrannosaurus. The sudden assault caused the Tyrannosaurus to stagger, his rage igniting. With eyes wide open, he pointed at Jiang Ye and Song Xiaohui, bellowing, You two little rascals dare to strike? If I don't make you submit today, I won't call myself Tyrannosaurus. Brothers, charge. Let us finish off these two brats. Realizing an impending brawl was unavoidable, Song Xiaohui positioned himself in front of Jiang Ye, whispering urgently, Jiang Ye, run. He then clenched his fists and advanced. A warmth surged within Jiang Ye. No matter the occasion, it was always Song Xiaohui who stood up for him. Though plump, Song Xiaohui was surprisingly nimble. With a fierce determination, he managed to withstand the initial wave of attacks. Yet, outnumbered, he soon found himself encircled by 5 opponents. Just as fists and feet were about to descend upon Song Xiaohui, a shadow swiftly tore through the group surrounding him. Jiang Ye moved with the speed of a cheetah, closing in on the Tyrannosaurus. With lightning reflexes, he delivered a powerful punch to the Tyrannosaurus's abdomen. The Tyrannosaurus let out a muffled groan, his face paling as he bent over, clutching his stomach in agony. Die! Jiang Ye let out a strange cry. Following that, with the swiftness of a thunderbolt, he seized the Tyrannosaurus and executed a grand suplex. The Tyrannosaurus emitted a grunt, collapsing onto the ground. Jiang Ye's strike not only caught the Tyrannosaurus off guard, but also left his surrounding lackeys dumbfounded. They had never anticipated that the seemingly frail Jiang Ye possessed such extraordinary explosive power. One of the Tyrannosaurus's subordinates, seeing the situation unfold, panicked and pulled out a folding spring knife. Jiang Ye caught a glimmer of cold steel from the corner of his eye, and alarm bells rang in his mind. He swiftly sidestepped, grabbing the subordinate's wrist and twisting it forcefully. With a sharp crack, the spring knife clattered to the ground. Jiang Ye kicked the knife away, his gaze icy as he surveyed the surroundings, softly admonishing, How shameless can you be? 5 against 2, and you resort to weapons? The lackeys, intimidated by Jiang Ye's fierce demeanor, began to retreat, fear etched on their faces. The Tyrannosaurus struggled on the ground, attempting to rise, but Jiang Ye was relentless. With a cold stare, he placed his foot firmly on the Tyrannosaurus's chest, declaring, Don't move, or I'll crush your chest, you idiot. The Tyrannosaurus and his remaining subordinates were utterly taken aback. The ferocity emanating from Jiang Ye's gaze made it hard to believe he was merely a high school student. The Tyrannosaurus let out a pained groan, too intimidated to speak further. From the prowess displayed by Jiang Ye and the messages conveyed through his gaze, one could hardly doubt that he could effortlessly shatter the ribs of the Tyrannosaurus with a single kick. Song Xiaohui stood by, utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend when Jiang Ye had acquired such formidable skills. The atmosphere fell into an unsettling silence. Apologize to my brother and me. I promise if you refrain from causing trouble at school again, I shall spare you, Jiang Ye stated in a low voice. Huh, dream on, retorted the Tyrannosaurus contemptuously. Jiang Ye seized the Tyrannosaurus by the hair and slammed his head against the ground. Apologize. A large bump formed on the Tyrannosaurus' head, blood trickling down his forehead. Apologize, or today will not end well. Huh, in your dreams. The Tyrannosaurus defiantly raised his chin, a glint of ferocity in his eyes. So you refuse to apologize? Jiang Ye grasped the Tyrannosaurus head, prying his mouth open with his hand, before turning to Song Shaohui. Come on, Shaohui, if he doesn't apologize, let him have it. Song Shaohui was momentarily taken aback, then promptly loosened his belt, retrieving his weapon and aiming it at the Tyrannosaurus. All right, I've been holding this in for quite a while, Jiang Ye remarked to the Tyrannosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus' eyes burned with rage, yet he remained unyielding. I'd rather die than apologize. You have no right to insult me like that. If you can't kill me today, I'll make sure to hunt you down. Jiang Ye paused, a flicker of unnoticeable admiration crossing his gaze. He hadn't anticipated the Tyrannosaurus to be so resolute. Fine, you want to put on a show? Then I'll make you my target today. Song Shaohui brandished his weapon, preparing to take aim. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, the Tyrannosaurus turned pale, yet showed no signs of surrender. Just then, Jiang Ye intervened, signaling Song Shaohui to halt. He then stood up, retrieved 1,000 yuan from his pocket, and tucked it into the Tyrannosaurus' clothing. Here's 500 for your bandaging, and 500 for a late-night snack. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to come find me at school tomorrow. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, Jiang Ye addressed Song Shaohui, let us go home. Both the Tyrannosaurus and his followers were left stunned, completely unprepared for Jiang Ye's sudden generosity. Just as Jiang Ye was about to leave in his car, the Tyrannosaurus rushed forward, blocking his path. Jiang Ye, wait. Seeing this, Song Shaohui stepped forward, fist clenched. What's the matter? Haven't you had enough beating? The Tyrannosaurus men followed closely, eyeing Song Shaohui warily. The Tyrannosaurus displayed a complex emotion in his gaze, gesturing for his men to step back before speaking. Jiang Ye, today's incident is on me. Your skills are indeed impressive. However, I am not one to accept defeat lightly. I do not want this money, but I acknowledge your boldness. I simply wish to know why you chose to spare me. Jiang Ye smiled slightly and nodded. I have not misjudged you. Although you cannot best me in combat, I appreciate the tenacity within you. I respect you as a true man. Just refrain from causing disturbances at school in the future. Jiang Ye subsequently returned the money handed to him by the Tyrannosaurus back into his pocket, saying, this money is for you. Go get your wounds treated at the hospital. The Tyrannosaurus, after a moment of silence, displayed a flicker of admiration in his eyes and nodded. All right, Jiang Ye, I respect your demeanor. I will never cause trouble here at school again. A few minor injuries like these do not warrant a hospital visit. Today you have given me such face. In the future, should any matters arise, you may call upon me, and I, the Tyrannosaurus, shall not be remiss in my duties. Upon saying this, he turned to his followers and commanded, remember this well. From now on, when you see Jiang Ye and Song Shaohui, you shall address them as Brother Ye and Brother Shaohui, and show them the utmost respect. Jiang Ye, recalling Lin Yinyin, who had been dismissed from the Guangyao real estate company earlier that day, along with the security guards, remarked, today, we have established an unlikely acquaintance through our confrontation. Since you have called me Brother Ye, I shall not treat you as a stranger. My Guangyao real estate company has just let go of several security personnel. Would you and your brothers be interested in joining us? The salary is 3,000, with 5 insurances and 1 fund, weekends off, and accommodation with 2 meals provided. Chapter 32. The Lady Fong Qing. Jiang Ye understood that the future development of the real estate industry would inevitably encounter numerous gray areas concerning demolition and renovation. Not to mention, before the stringent crackdowns began, the issue of sand monopolizers in various residential complexes, preventing homeowners from purchasing their own sand for renovations, was prevalent in every neighborhood. With individuals like Tyrannosaurus working as security in the company, it would alleviate many concerns regarding stubborn residents during land development and the interference of sand monopolizers. Although the Tyrannosaurus lived a rough life, he still possessed a sense of integrity. This situation presented him with a way out, reducing one enemy, and potentially paving more paths for himself at Guangyao real estate. Thus, after some contemplation, Jiang Ye made this proposal. The Tyrannosaurus was taken aback, clearly not expecting such an offer from Jiang Ye. In 2006, university graduates in Hangzhou could only find jobs paying around 3,000 yuan. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that after having a scuffle, he would be presented with such a promising security job. He glanced at his companions, whose expressions revealed both surprise and a glimmer of hope. The Tyrannosaurus nodded earnestly, saying, Brother Ye, this is truly a timely assistance. We have no stable jobs, and while we manage to scrape by, it is often a case of living paycheck to paycheck. Everyone looks down on us, but now we have such a wonderful opportunity. Of course, we are willing. Thank you, Brother Ye, for this lifeline. Jiang Ye smiled. patting the Tyrannosaurus on the shoulder. Then it is settled. Tomorrow, take them to the Guangyao Real Estate Company to report to the HR department. Work diligently. I will speak with the HR personnel on your behalf. The Tyrannosaurus gratefully nodded and turned to his followers, exclaiming, "Did you hear that? Brother Yi has given us a means of livelihood. We must work hard from now on and do whatever Brother Yi instructs." The Tyrannosaurus and his followers all nodded in agreement, expressing their respect and gratitude towards Jiang Ye. Seeing that the matter was resolved satisfactorily, Jiang Ye turned to Song Xiaohai and said, "Xiaohai, it is time for us to head home." Song Xiaohui nodded and followed Jiang Ye towards the parking area. Once inside the car, Jiang Ye started the engine and slowly drove away from the school entrance. As they traveled, Song Xiaohui couldn't help but inquire, "Brother Yi, what has come over you today? It's one thing to provide money to the Tyrannosaurus group, but why arrange such excellent jobs for them? It makes me think. Since I won't get into university anyway, perhaps after the college entrance examination, I could just hang around your company as a security guard." Jiang Ye shot him a glare. "Get lost. Look at you, aspiring for greatness. Focus on your university entrance exams. There are more significant matters ahead." He continued, "Once we find success, those drinking buddies we make will often have ulterior motives. Their camaraderie, while genuine in moments, is seldom pure. Unlike brothers like you, whom I've known since high school, whose loyalty is the most trustworthy. You will certainly play a vital role in our future business endeavors." Thus, Jiang Ye had long resolved to ensure that Song Xiaohui and he would attend university in the same city. "By the way, Jiang Ye, where did you learn that impressive skill earlier? I've never seen you practice before. Why can't I do it?" Song Xiaohui recalled and asked. "Haha, because my size is 8333D, while yours is merely 81D. Jiang Ye replied with a grin. Song Xiaohui was puzzled. "What on earth is 8333D? You must tell me." Jiang Ye smiled enigmatically but did not respond, continuing to drive instead. Upon reaching the place where Song Xiaohui was to alight, he became increasingly bewildered. "What is it? What did you mean by 8333D? After stopping the car, Jiang Ye said meaningfully, "Xiaohui, it's not my intention to criticize, but you should really practice some Latin dance." Song Xiaohui was taken aback, his mind swirling with questions. First it's 8333D, now Latin dance. What could that possibly mean? Jiang Ye retrieved a piece of paper and a pen from the glove compartment, wrote a few lines, and handed it to Song Xiaohui. "All right, take a look at this once you get out. The answer lies within." After exiting the vehicle, Song Xiaohui watched as Jiang Ye drove away. Opening the note, he saw 3 lines written, Jiang Ye, 8333D. Song Xiaohui, 81D. Therefore, Xiaohui goes to practice Latin dance. Song Xiaohui stood frozen for a while, staring at the note, and after a moment of realization exclaimed, "Oh my." Meanwhile, at Lin Yinyin's home, she returned from school to find an atmosphere thick with tension. Lin Yinyin sat on the sofa with a dark expression, while her mother, Fang Qing, sat beside him, equally gloomy. "Dad, Mom, what is going on?" Lin Yinyin asked cautiously. Before she could set down her backpack, Lin Yinyin jumped up from the sofa, pointing an accusatory finger at her. "What's the matter? Why haven't you established a good relationship with Jiang Ye? Now I've lost my job because of it. What benefits does Yinfeng bring? Clearly, Jiang Ye's family is in a much better situation than Yinfeng's, yet you still choose to associate with him." Lin Yinyin was left utterly confused. Initially, Lin Yinyin believed that Jiang Ye would surely be unable to gain admission to university and that upon attending, he would not be able to share the same institution as Lin Yinyin. Conversely, it was Yinfeng who could attend the same university as Lin Yinyin. Thus, Lin Yinyin encouraged Jiang Ye to waver between the two choices, subtly favoring Yinfeng. Yet, now Lin Yinyin finds himself in such a furious state. "Father, is this not your intention?" Lin Yinyin protested in distress. Still daring to argue, Lin Yinyin stormed towards her, raising his hand as if to strike Lin Yinyin. She was left petrified. Typically, her father, Lin Yinyin, indulged her every whim, showering her with affection as if he would pluck the stars from the sky for her. Never had she witnessed him in such a furious rage. Fang Qing quickly rose and intervened, pulling Lin Yinyin down onto the sofa, glaring at him as she declared, "Yinyin, you have been dismissed. Why take your anger out on our daughter? I see you possess great skill in chastising your own child. Yet, when it comes to our nightly intimacies, I hardly see you exhibit such prowess." Fang Qing, too, had been feeling discontented. At the age when women are often likened to wolves, Lin Yinyin appeared to have aged prematurely into his 50s, with intimacy dwindling to a mere twice a month, each instance lasting less than 2 minutes, utterly ineffective. Lin Yinyin, stung by Fang Qing's words, felt a surge of irritation. Rising from the sofa, he struck her sharply on the backside, exclaiming, "Is it all my fault? Our newly purchased home requires monthly mortgage payments, and the sustenance of our entire family hinges on the profits from Jiang Ye's illustrious real estate company. With my job gone, shall we all simply starve?" Feng Qing, possessing a striking figure with a particularly ample backside, resembled a ripe peach, and Lin Yinyin's slap merely rebounded off her. Though it did not deeply hurt her, she collapsed onto the sofa, weeping. "How could you? You heartless man! Yinyin, you dare strike me! I can no longer endure this. We should divorce." Lin Yinyin was momentarily thrown into a state of panic. Feng Qing was beautiful and well-endowed. Although he struggled in that aspect, he constantly feared that she might attract attention from others. Witnessing her despair, Lin Yinyin hastily soothed her. "My dear, please do not cry. I was merely overwhelmed with anger. You know how much I cherish you. After all these years, how could we so easily abandon our bond over such trivial matters? Moreover, my anger stems solely from losing my job." Just as Lin Yinyin prepared to leave, Feng Qing called out to him, her tone softening slightly. "Do you truly believe that seeking out Jiang Ye will resolve our issues? Can your wooden tongue persuade him?" Lin Yinyin halted, turning back to Feng Qing, his brow furrowed. "Then what do you propose? We cannot simply sit idly by." Feng Qing took a deep breath, rising to her feet and taking Lin Yinyin's hand. "To untie a knot, one must find the one who tied it. Jiang Ye has affections for Lin Yinyin. I will take her to speak with him. Only through Lin Yinyin can we truly discover a breakthrough to resolve this predicament." Lin Yinyin was momentarily taken aback and could not help but praise Feng Qing. "My wife is both beautiful and exceptionally intelligent." Feng Qing huffed, shooting Lin Yinyin a glare. "You rascal." With that, she and Lin Yinyin headed towards the East Lake Villa across the street. Chapter 33. The ultimate technique of a hunter mom after parting ways with shadowy. Jiang Ye seized the opportunity to visit the mall before it closed. After purchasing some professional attire for women and a pair of high heels, he drove back to the East Lake Villa. Upon arriving at the villa, he parked and got out with shopping bags in hand, only to see Lin Yinyin and her mother, Feng Qing, waiting at the entrance. Upon spotting Lin Yinyin and Feng Qing, Jiang Ye quickly deduced the purpose of their visit. Lin Yin's family had recently acquired a garden villa directly across from the East Lake Villa, and their mortgage was substantial. Now that Lin Yinyin had been dismissed from Guangyao Real Estate, not only was it impossible to gain any financial benefit, but even the mortgage had become a pressing concern. With Lin Yin's dismissal, the Lin family was indeed agitated. Lin Yinyin noticed Jiang Ye stepping out of the car with a shopping bag from BK, and a long-buried sense of pride surged within her. The recent birthday banquet at Xiaojiangnan had embarrassed her, and since then, Jiang Ye had been avoiding her. She wondered why Jiang Ye had been able to maintain his distance for so long this time. Upon seeing him carrying items, Lin Yinyin thought, "Has he finally broken down? Is this not just like before, when he bought me gifts to apologize?" This time, Jiang Ye had made a commendable choice, knowing to purchase high-end BK apparel for women. Approaching him, Lin Yinyin huffed, "Jiang Ye, with the college entrance exams approaching, how can you still find time to browse them all? My father was doing well at Guangyao Real Estate, and you dared to dismiss him? Without him, who will earn money for you? Don't think that by buying me these BK clothes, I will forgive you." Jiang Ye regarded Lin Yinyin as if she were merely entertaining him. Once she finished speaking, he replied nonchalantly, "Lin Yinyin, what I do at the mall is none of your concern. You are overthinking this. The BK clothes are not for you." Lin Yinyin was momentarily stunned, and upon realizing this, she felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. "Jiang Ye, what did you just say? Repeat that." Jiang Ye shrugged nonchalantly. "I said, those BK clothes are not for you. With your figure, you wouldn't be able to fill them out anyway." Lin Yinyin's face instantly flushed crimson with indignation, and she began stamping her feet in frustration. She reached out to snatch the shopping bag from Jiang Ye's hands. "If they're not for me, who else could they be for? If you don't give them to me, I'll really get angry and ignore you." Jiang Ye sidestepped, evading her grasp. "Enough of this, Lin Yinyin. If you want to wear them, buy your own. Don't be so unreasonable. I truly don't have time to play with you today." With that, he turned and walked away, bag in hand. "Jiang Ye, you scoundrel!" Lin Yinyin shouted, tears brimming in her eyes. Feng Qing called out to Jiang Ye, "Jiang Ye, wait a moment. I need to speak with you." Turning to Lin Yinyin, Feng Qing instructed, "Yinyin, you go home first. I need to have a word with Jiang Ye." Though reluctant, Lin Yinyin complied and left, turning away. Outside the villa, only Jiang Ye and Feng Qing remained. Under the soft glow of the night lights, Jiang Ye scrutinized Feng Qing. Although she had surpassed her 30s, she was undeniably well-preserved. Her cascading waves of hair framed her face, and the silk dress she wore was unbuttoned at the neckline, revealing her delicate collarbone and hinting at a profound décolletage. The fitted gown accentuated her alluring curves, showcasing a generous bosom, a slender waist, and an enticing silhouette. The hem of her dress revealed a glimpse of her elegantly proportioned calves, epitomizing the allure of a stunning young matron. Especially captivating was her petite, pink-hued mouth, which seemed to beckon for a kiss. Recently, an inexplicable surge of vitality coursed through him, perhaps due to the rigorous training of the Four Saints techniques, leaving him as robust as a young bull. The tumult of emotions within him, compounded by his rebirth and the prolonged absence from the shared escapades of the Cadillac Car Club, had rendered him restless at the sight of Fang Qing and Lin Yinyin, the mother-daughter pair. Jiang Ye swallowed hard, internally chastising himself. It was absurd, utterly absurd. Fang Qing and Lin Yinyin were the very antagonists from his previous life, the ones who had poisoned him and led to his gradual demise. How could he entertain such thoughts of desire? Steeling himself, he turned to Fang Qing and said calmly, "Aunt Fang, is there something you wish to discuss?" Fang Qing regarded him with a hint of complexity in her gaze. "Jiang Ye, please do not hold any anger towards Lin Yinyin." Jiang Ye interjected, his tone composed. "Aunt Fang, my relationship with Lin Yinyin is no longer relevant. I harbor no resentment towards her." Upon hearing this, Fang Qing's expression shifted slightly before returning to an even demeanor. "Jiang Ye, I understand you. The current state of your relationship with Yinyin must weigh heavily upon you." Jiang Ye paused, perplexed. "Aunt Fang, what do you mean by that? Is it that our Yinyin has disappointed you?" Fang Qing sighed. "You have shown such kindness to our Yinyin, yet she remains unaware of your worth. There was a time when you defended her against a group of ruffians, enduring their blows in silence. Yet, you shed tears over a rejected love letter from her. It is Yinyin who has been thoughtless. Compared to Yanfeng, you have treated her far better. She should distance herself from Yanfeng and choose you instead." Had it not been for the profound enmity he had experienced in his past life, Jiang Ye might have been swayed by Fang Qing's seemingly reasonable words. However, this seemingly harmless young matron harbored a heart as twisted as any. In his previous life, it was indeed Fang Qing who had orchestrated Lin Yinyin's union with Yanfeng and conspired with Lin Buyun to poison him. Now, while she publicly lamented Lin Yinyin's lack of understanding and feigned support for him, it was clear that her true intent was merely to restore Lin Buyun's position within the thriving real estate company. Jiang Ye mused that he was, after all, a man in his 30s, possessing the wisdom gained from past experiences. "You little fox, are you seriously putting on an act as if we were in a tale from strange stories from a Chinese studio? You think I am easily deceived, do you? Very well, let us both play our parts and see whose performance excels." Previously, Jiang Ye had not devised any effective means of revenge against Lin Yinyin, a fool in his eyes, and could only harbor harsh thoughts about her and her mother in silence. To his surprise, her mother, Fang Qing, came knocking at his door. Jiang Ye mused, "Since you both have taken the initiative to come here, do not blame me for being impolite. It would be a perfect opportunity to take both of you under my influence after the college entrance examination during the summer vacation. With 2 bicycles standing upright, I would pedal vigorously, consume thoroughly, and once satiated, kick them aside to exact my revenge. I could say I felt no guilt whatsoever." Though Lin Yinyin was not well endowed, her mother was quite ample. "The art of seduction was my secret weapon. Drawing upon my past experiences, securing Lin Yinyin and her youthful mother was merely a trivial challenge." Chapter 34. The gentle Jiang Ye contemplating these thoughts, Jiang Ye feigned a deeply moved expression. "Aunt Fang, your words truly resonate with me. I never anticipated you would advocate for me so ardently. I feel genuinely warmed by this." With that, he forced out a couple of tears. Fang Qing was taken aback, rushing over with concern to wipe his tears away. "Jiang Ye, do not be disheartened. I will speak to Yinyin and persuade her to consider being with you. You have endured so much since childhood. Should you ever face any troubles, do not hesitate to confide in Aunt Fang. I will take good care of you." While Fang Qing pretended to console him, Jiang Ye scrutinized the alluring curves before him. He resolved that he would ensure both she and her daughter would take good care of him. Internally, he thought this, while outwardly expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Aunt Fang. However, I recently received notice of my dismissal from Guangyao Real Estate, so it would be unwise to announce my reinstatement immediately. Let us wait a while, and I will have Uncle Buyun return at the earliest opportunity." A flicker of disappointment crossed Fang Qing's eyes, yet she quickly regained her composure, saying, "Jiang Ye, your thoughtfulness brings me joy. If, by chance, you cannot return to Guangyao Real Estate, it is no great matter. We can have Buyun find another job." Jiang Ye deftly shifted the topic. "To be honest, I envy Uncle Buyun. Aunt Fang, you are so beautiful and always considerate of him. Your life together must be that of a celestial couple, filled with happiness." Fang Qing was momentarily taken aback, her thoughts drifting to the slap she had received from Lin Buyun just before leaving home, causing her to feel irritable. Do not mention it. This is simply the nature of marriage. One must adapt to their partner. Just before I left, we had a quarrel, and he even slapped me. Upon hearing that Fang Qing had been struck, Jiang Ye's heart soared with delight, though he maintained a facade of shock. Good heavens! Uncle Buyan, having taken such a beautiful wife, resorts to domestic violence? If I were to marry someone as lovely, I would cherish her too much to ever lay a hand on her. Although Lin Yinyin's slap had only landed on Fang Qing's rear and was not particularly painful, it left her feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Upon hearing Jiang Ye's words, Fang Qing felt a surge of conflicting emotions. After a deep sigh, she remarked, "Alas, it is what it is. There is little I can do about such matters." Jiang Ye, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Aunt Fang, one cannot dismiss such matters lightly. Domestic violence, once initiated, tends to repeat itself endlessly. I cannot allow Uncle Biyun to bully you like this. He may be struggling at work, but taking it out on you is utterly disgraceful. Come, Aunt Fang, let us return home. I will confront Uncle Biyun to seek justice for you. Otherwise, with the long years ahead in this marriage, how will you endure?" Fang Qing was momentarily overwhelmed. How could Lin Biyun, a grown man, fail to comprehend a truth even a high school student could grasp? With a hint of gratitude, she responded, "Jiang Ye, thank you. I never expected that our Jiang Ye would be such a warm-hearted young man. I am truly touched. However, let us leave this matter be for now. You are preparing for your college entrance exams, and I would not wish to disrupt your studies. I will speak with Biyun, and if nothing changes, we can address it after the exams during the summer break, all right?" Jiang Ye felt a bitter smile forming within him. A warm-hearted young man. How amusing. When summer arrives, he would transform the injustices he had suffered into a blazing vengeance that would leave its mark upon her. Then she would understand what it truly meant to be a warm-hearted young man. After conversing with Jiang Ye for a while, Fang Qing returned home. As soon as Lin Biyun saw her, he anxiously inquired, "How did the discussion with Jiang Ye go?" Fang Qing offered him no warmth in her response. "Is your only concern your position as general manager? Jiang Ye has just dismissed you today. Do you expect him to reinstate you immediately? He mentioned that we should see how things unfold in the future." Upon hearing there was still a glimmer of hope, Lin Biyun's face brightened like a chick pecking at grain. "It seems only my dear wife can intervene. We must have her speak well of me to Jiang Ye." Fang Qing glared at Lin Biyun, her thoughts drifting back to Jiang Ye's earlier remarks. She felt increasingly irate. At this moment, Lin Biyun's demeanor was far less considerate than Jiang Ye's. Indignantly, she declared, "Lin Biyun, do not assume that a slap you dealt me can simply be brushed aside. This is domestic violence. Once it begins, it will surely recur. For this week, you shall sleep on the couch in the living room and keep your distance from me." Recalling that Lin Biyun's encounters were infrequent and brief, she added with a huff, "In any case, you are rather ineffectual, so you might as well remain on the couch." With that, she stormed into her bedroom and slammed the door shut. Lin Biyun stood awkwardly in the living room. After a while, he turned to Lin Yinyin and said, "Yinyin, you saw it yourself. Jiang Ye responds better to kindness than to force. You must be more astute and find a way to appease him. Otherwise, my job is truly at stake, and our family's future could be in jeopardy." Lin Yinyin, displeased, retorted, "First, you insisted I be with Yan Feng, and now you want me to be with Jiang Ye. I am at a loss for what to do." With that, she retreated to her own bedroom and shut the door. "You two are truly exasperating," Lin Biyun lamented, thumping his chest with a grim expression in the living room of the Donghu villa. Meanwhile, Su Mingru had prepared a late-night snack, eagerly waiting for Jiang Ye's return. As Jiang Ye pushed open the door, a wave of delightful aroma enveloped him. Upon seeing Jiang Ye, Su Mingru's face lit up with a gentle smile. "Xiao Yi is back. Quickly wash your hands. The late-night snack will be ready shortly." Jiang Ye nodded, setting down the shopping bag in his hand as he made his way to the restroom. After washing his hands, he returned to the dining table, where a sumptuous spread awaited him. "Why is tonight's meal so lavish?" Jiang Ye inquired with a smile as he took his seat. As Su Mingru ladled soup into his bowl, she replied, "I noticed how hard you've been studying lately, so I thought I'd make something nourishing for you. I've prepared chicken soup. Do have some." The corners of Jiang Ye's mouth lifted. After recently refining the 4 sacred primordials, his body was brimming with vitality. If he were to supplement that, it would be quite something. Nevertheless, he recalled the 2 bicycles waiting for him to ride later, and feeling hungry, he happily began to sip the chicken soup. "Xiao Yi, have you gone shopping for clothes again?" Su Mingru pointed to the shopping bag Jiang Ye had brought. "These clothes are women's wear. They're not for me." "Oh," Su Mingru responded nonchalantly, her gaze darkening. "Women's clothing?" It seemed these garments were intended for Lin Yinyin. It appeared Jiang Ye, as always, could not remain indifferent for long, and had returned to being kind to Lin Yinyin. Jiang Ye observed her reaction and smiled lightly. Ru Jia, these clothes are for you. Su Mingru was taken aback. Huh? For me? Xiaoyi, you're wasting money. I don't need them. Jiang Ye sighed internally. Su Mingru possessed a stubbornness that prevented her from accepting even the shampoo he had bought for her. Now, she was refusing the clothes he had chosen for her as well. Ru Jia, these outfits are professional attire for work. Starting tomorrow, you will return to Guangyao Real Estate. Jiang Ye urged. What? Back to Guangyao Real Estate? No, thank you. I currently have a part-time job, and after your college entrance examination, I will look for something more suitable. Go ahead. I've already arranged everything. You will be the assistant to the general manager at Guangyao Real Estate. Jiang Ye stated firmly. Su Mingru's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Jiang Ye. Assistant to the general manager? Xiaoyi, don't joke with me. How could I possibly manage that? I worked there for a while before and couldn't even handle a minor position before Lin Yinyin dismissed me. Jiang Ye smiled slightly. Ru Jia, Lin Yinyin, and his associates have all been let go by me. Trust me, you can do this. You excel in university and possess outstanding abilities. This will be a piece of cake for you. Su Mingru shook her head vehemently. No. Jiang Ye, I still want to go. I'll wait until summer vacation to seek out a more appropriate job. After much persuasion, Su Mingru remained resolute in her refusal and insisted that Jiang Ye return the women's clothing he had purchased. Jiang Ye chose to remain silent on the matter. Furrowing her brow, she set down the bowl of chicken soup in her hands and made her way to the sofa in the living room, switching on the television. At this moment, Su Mingru felt a twinge of anxiety. After a brief pause, she inquired, Xiaoyi, why aren't you drinking the soup? I'm full, Jiang Ye replied tersely. His expression blank as he stared at the screen. Xiaoyi, why are you still watching television? Hurry up and go upstairs to review your studies. Su Mingru gently urged with a soft voice. I don't want to study. Jiang Ye retorted with a simple three-word response. Noticing this, Su Mingru bit her lip. Feeling a pang of discomfort, Jiang Ye seemed to have transformed into a different person lately. He used to have much to say upon returning home from school. Yet now, he appeared reluctant to engage in conversation. Was Jiang Ye angry with her? Was he upset about her refusal to work at Guangyao Real Estate? With a soft sigh, she sat beside Jiang Ye and quietly asked, Xiaoyi, are you upset? I truly lack confidence in fulfilling the role of assistant to the general manager. Before Su Mingru could finish her sentence, Jiang Ye's words burst forth like a rapid-fire machine gun. Yes. Ru Jia, I am angry. The kind of anger that cannot be soothed. You know that Lin Yinyin is unreliable, creating chaos in the company, yet you still won't come to help me? Moreover, you refuse to use the shampoo I bought for you and the clothes I got you, insisting on keeping everything meticulously accounted for. Are you still my sister? Am I still your brother? I feel so abandoned and lonely. Su Mingru was taken aback. Although Jiang Ye had been a bit of a rascal in the past, even once striking her with a stick, she harbored some resentment toward him. However, she felt a deep pity for him, especially since their mother had passed away when he was in middle school, and his father had since remarried, neglecting Jiang Ye. Despite her own family's financial struggles, she never wished to take advantage of him. To her surprise, her good intentions had been misconstrued, leading Jiang Ye to believe she was deliberately distancing herself from him. Lowering her head, she clarified, Xiaoyi, it's not like that. I'm not trying to distance myself. I've always regarded you as my brother, just like a biological sibling. Please don't be upset. I will accept the clothes, all right? Jiang Ye's heart leaped with joy. He had merely pretended to be angry, delivering a casual jab, while Su Mingru had panicked and revealed her cards. Fine, but you must return to work at Guangyao Real Estate, or I will remain upset. Jiang Ye pressed on. Su Mingru stood her ground. Xiaoyi, I truly cannot agree to return to Guangyao Real Estate just yet. I have recently secured a part-time job, and it wouldn't be proper to leave so soon. Let us discuss it again after some time, shall we? Jiang Ye mused that although Su Mingru had only agreed to accept the clothes for now, there would still be an opportunity to persuade her to return to Guangyao Real Estate later. He decided to take it slow. With a slight smile, he replied, all right. Ru Jia, just come to the company after a while. By the way, Sister Ru, why don't you try on this outfit and these shoes to see if they fit? If they don't, you can exchange them. Su Mingru, holding the clothes, felt a bit embarrassed. Xiaoyi, isn't it a bit inappropriate for me to try on clothes right now? Jiang Ye urged, what is inappropriate about it? Sister Ru, even if you're working part-time, you need to wear something that fits well. Hurry up. Unable to resist Jiang Ye's insistence, Su Mingru reluctantly took the clothes back to the bedroom on the first floor. After a while, the bedroom door opened, and Su Mingru emerged, clad in a perfectly fitting professional outfit. Jiang Ye was utterly astonished. Goodness, was this really the same Su Mingru? She looked like a completely different person. Most importantly, Su Mingru was wearing sheer black stockings. Her long, slender legs encased in delicate gray hosiery shimmered with a subtle sheen, exuding an alluring charm amidst the soft light. Jiang Ye felt as if the files in his D drive, hidden treasures of the past, had suddenly paled in comparison. None could rival the elegance of Su Mingru. How stunning. Sister Ru, in this outfit, you seem transformed, exuding such grace. Jiang Ye couldn't help but praise her. Su Mingru blushed at his compliment, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks. Really? Xiao Yi, don't just say that to make me happy. Jiang Ye nodded earnestly. Truly, Sister Ru, I'm not deceiving you. This outfit suits you perfectly. Clothes make the person, and you should wear this to the mall tomorrow for work. Su Mingru nodded in agreement and returned to her room to change back into her original attire. Xiao Yi, you dismissed Lin Yinyin. How will Guangyao Real Estate be managed and operated now? Previously, whenever Su Mingru mentioned Guangyao Real Estate, Jiang Ye would become impatient, so she had intended to distance herself from its affairs. However, upon hearing that Jiang Ye had dismissed Lin Yinyin, she couldn't help but inquire. Jiang Ye's lips curled into a slight smile. Ah, Sister Ru, it seems you're once again interested in Guangyao Real Estate. He reassured her, no worries. I have everything arranged. Currently, Guangyao Real Estate has two major tasks. One is to eliminate those unprofitable construction projects, and the other is to closely monitor Plot 66 in Handong District. The company's development will gradually return to the right track. Sister Ru, I'm waiting for you. The doors of Guangyao Real Estate will always be open for you. Su Mingru was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of comfort in her heart. She observed Jiang Ye, sensing that he had completely transformed. The maturity and composure in his words were palpable. This was no longer the naive student she once knew. Chapter 36. Confronted at the school gate the next morning. Jiang Ye had just parked his car at the school when he noticed Yin Feng and Lin Yinyin waiting at the entrance. Jiang Ye, Yin Feng called out. So early? What is going on? Jiang Ye furrowed his brow, puzzled. Jiang Ye, you've been behaving quite inappropriately lately. Apologize to me and Lin Yinyin. Yin Feng spoke in a low voice. That day, you embarrassed me in front of the entire class by saying my birdcage was open. Even on Lin Yinyin's 18th birthday, you continued to make things difficult for me. Your behavior is utterly excessive. Jiang Ye found it amusing. Oh, in the past, I paid for our meals. And now when I refuse to do so, I am the one being unreasonable? Furthermore, it is not my responsibility to manage your bird. Upon hearing Jiang Ye's response, Yin Feng furrowed his brow. He felt that Jiang Ye had become increasingly unmanageable. Fine, Jiang Ye. If you continue to defy me, don't blame me for bringing my cousin Yin Hongbing into this discussion. It is now 2006, and the campaign against organized crime has yet to commence. In this tumultuous era, certain forces navigate the margins and gray areas. Yin Feng has a cousin, Yin Hongbing, who occasionally engages in petty illicit work near the school, mingling with some local ruffians in Hangzhou. Although Yin Hongbing prides himself on being a tough guy, he is merely a minor player in the underworld and hardly belongs to the actual circle of criminals. He is only somewhat familiar with a few small-time thugs, sharing meals and drinks with them. Yet, in front of Yin Feng, Yin Hongbing often boasts about his status in Hangzhou, claiming he can handle any school-related issues. Yin Feng frequently mentions this cousin among his classmates, relishing the sense of superiority it brings him. He pointed to a nearby three-wheeled vehicle and sneered, Jiang Ye, you worthless fool. If you do not kneel and apologize today and slap yourself 20 times, you will never be able to remain in Hangzhou. My cousin, Yin Hongbing. Have you heard of him? He is in that vehicle. Surely, you do not intend to make me summon him? Upon hearing Yin Feng mention Yin Hongbing, Lin Yinyin quickly interjected, Jiang Ye, you should apologize to Yin Feng at once. Yin Hongbing is a significant figure in the underworld. He is not to be trifled with. If you offend him, you will encounter numerous troubles. Just apologize to Yin Feng, and we can overlook your previous reckless actions, allowing us to return to our former relationship. Jiang Ye approached Yin Feng, his eyebrows slightly raised, and calmly stated, Yin Feng, I generally do not utter words meant to humiliate others. However, if I do, it is likely that I genuinely intend to make you uncomfortable. Yin Feng was taken aback. Jiang Ye, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? Before you find yourself truly humiliated, you would be wise to distance yourself. Jiang Ye's experiences over 30 years in his previous life had endowed him with an aura that set him apart from the typical high school student. He exuded a streetwise bravado, resembling the archetypal school bully from a drama, even in his school uniform. Coupled with his rigorous training in the four sacred origins, he had voraciously consumed a copious amount of food at the buffet, resulting in a robust physique. Thus, when Jiang Ye gazed at Yin Feng, he perceived him as nothing more than a primary school student. Ding Feng regarded Jiang Ye with a hint of trepidation. However, reassured by the presence of Yan Hongbing nearby. He steeled himself and declared, "Very well, Jiang Ye. If you insist on drinking the penalty wine after refusing the celebratory toast, then let us not dwell on brotherhood. Do not blame me for what follows." With that, Ding Feng raised his voice towards a nearby tricycle and called out, "Brother Hongbing, come over here." Upon hearing Ding Feng's shout, a burly man wearing a floral shirt and sporting a buzz cut leapt off the tricycle. His skin was dark, and intricate tattoos of a dragon and tiger adorned his arms. "What is the matter, Fengzi? Who dares to provoke you? I shall deal with him." Yan Hongbing approached Ding Feng and patted him on the shoulder, inquiring. Ding Feng pointed at Jiang Ye, gritting his teeth as he said, "Brother Hongbing, it's him. Jiang Ye. He humiliated me earlier. I merely asked for an apology, yet not only did he refuse, but he also mocked me here, claiming that even your presence means nothing to him." Jiang Ye? Yan Hongbing's gaze shifted towards Jiang Ye. After scrutinizing him closely, his expression suddenly faltered. Was this not the young student who had previously laid the Tyrannosaurus low and had prepared to urinate in its mouth? Although Yan Hongbing had merely observed from the periphery that night, he clearly remembered how Jiang Ye had effortlessly subdued the Tyrannosaurus with a single move, leading to the latter addressing him with utmost respect. As this realization struck, Yan Hongbing's complexion paled, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. He strode directly in front of Jiang Ye, a broad smile plastered across his face, and exclaimed, "Brother Jiang Ye, what a twist of fate, like a flood sweeping through the Dragon King's temple. It seems we are strangers in our own family. Brother Ye, what brings you here?" Ding Feng stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. He had never anticipated that Yan Hongbing would be acquainted with Jiang Ye, and it appeared there was some history between them. He had expected Yan Hongbing to assist in reprimanding Jiang Ye, yet here was Yan Hongbing, extending courtesy and even referring to him as Brother Ye. "Brother Hongbing, you know him? What is the meaning of this?" Ding Feng stammered, confusion evident in his voice. Jiang Ye, observing the unfolding scene, could hardly suppress his amusement. The infamous cousin, Yan Hongbing, whom Ding Feng frequently boasted about, turned out to be a mere spectator during the previous encounter. Jiang Ye seized his phone and dialed the Tyrannosaurus. Still in slumber, the Tyrannosaurus was roused by the ring, his patience wearing thin. "Damn it, who is this? It's too early to disturb my sleep." However, upon seeing Jiang Ye's name flash on the screen, his tone shifted dramatically to one of deference. "Oh, Brother Ye. What a surprise to receive your call this early. Is there something you need? Where are you right now?" Since their last encounter, the Tyrannosaurus and his underlings had agreed to join Jiang Ye's South Guanyao Real Estate Company as security guards. For the first time in years, he would enjoy a stable income, no longer reliant on the precariousness of street brawls. The Tyrannosaurus had come to regard Jiang Ye as his benefactor. Jiang Ye spoke into the phone, "Brother Tyrannosaurus, I've been cornered at the school gate. There is a man named Yan Hongbing threatening to kill me." On the other end of the line, Tyrannosaurus was momentarily taken aback. Yan Hongbing? Why did that name sound so familiar? He quickly rifled through his mind for information related to it. After a brief moment, he finally connected the dots. Wasn't this the same individual who had been trying to ingratiate himself with one of the small-time thugs under him? This person had cornered Jiang Ye and even threatened to kill him? How dare Yan Hongbing? In terms of fighting prowess, Jiang Ye had effortlessly dispatched him and a group of his lackeys just the other day. Yan Hongbing was even inferior to the least skilled of thugs, yet he had the audacity to provoke Jiang Ye. Moreover, he dared to confront the very source of his livelihood, Jiang Ye. Was this not a farcical situation? "Brother Ye, I believe that little brat Yan Hongbing is tired of living. Hand me the phone," Tyrannosaurus exclaimed. Jiang Ye smirked, handing the phone to Yan Hongbing, saying, "Here, it's for you." Yan Hongbing trembled as he took the phone, his instincts warning him that trouble was imminent. On the other end, Tyrannosaurus barked furiously, "Hongbing, you son of a dog. How could you provoke Brother Ye? Are you tired of living?" Cold sweat trickled down Yan Hongbing's forehead as he stammered, "Brother Tyrannosaurus. I didn't know. I didn't realize the person to settle scores with was Jiang Ye. I acted impulsively. You dare to directly address Brother Ye by name?" Tyrannosaurus cursed. "Do you not understand that Brother Ye is our leader, our benefactor? You have the audacity to create trouble for him? Just wait. I'm coming over to deal with you." Hearing that Tyrannosaurus intended to come over, Yan Hongbing's legs went weak with fear. If Tyrannosaurus truly arrived, it would spell disaster for him. The last time Tyrannosaurus lost his temper, he had broken one of his underlings' fingers. If he came now, he might even lose a limb. Chapter 37. Plan A. Yan Feng, wearing a mournful expression, pleaded, "Brother Tyrannosaurus, please don't come. We are all on the same side. It's all a misunderstanding." Tyrannosaurus retorted angrily, "Hongbing, to provoke Brother Ye is to provoke me. If you do not bow and apologize to him today, I will ruin you. Yin Hongbing, terrified, nodded repeatedly, turning to kneel before Jiang Ye, prostrating himself as he implored, Brother Yi, I'm sorry. I failed to recognize your greatness and offended you. Please, have mercy and forgive me. As Jiang Ye observed Yin Hongbing's desperate display of contrition, a cold smile crept across his lips. He couldn't be bothered to argue with such a small fry. Approaching Yin Hongbing, he looked down at him and said coolly, Yin Hongbing, enough? This matter is settled for today. Thank you, Brother Yi. Thank you, Brother Yi. Yin Hongbing repeatedly bowed his head in gratitude, tears streaming down his face. Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng stood nearby, utterly astonished. They never anticipated the situation would escalate to this degree. Noticing that things were turning awry, Yin Feng prepared to discreetly pull Lin Yinyin away. Stop. Did I permit you to leave? Jiang Ye's voice resonated ominously from behind. Both Yin Feng and Lin Yinyin trembled, frozen in place. Jiang Ye approached the two men at a leisurely pace, his gaze piercing as he locked eyes with Yin Feng. Yin Feng, why did you leave? Did you not claim that today you would settle accounts with me? Jiang Ye observed Yin Feng with a playful yet intimidating glint in his eyes. The intensity of Jiang Ye's stare unnerved Yin Feng, who feigned composure and responded, Jiang Ye, what do you intend to do? A cold smile crept across Jiang Ye's lips as he replied, You're asking me? I have no idea. He then turned to the prostrating Yin Hongbing. Enough of that. You need not bow anymore. Tell me, how shall we resolve this matter? Yin Hongbing hastily scrambled to his feet. Brother Yi, you lead the way. Whatever you say goes. Jiang Ye remarked, I'm uncertain, but I recall that prior to your arrival, he suggested I kneel and apologize, and even to slap myself 20 times. In an instant, Yin Hongbing grasped the situation and approached Yin Feng. Fengzi, today's events were provoked by you. Quickly kneel and apologize to Brother Yi, and give yourself 20 slaps. Yin Feng gritted his teeth. Brother Hongbing, why should I apologize to him? Crack, crack. Yin Hongbing delivered 2 sharp slaps to Yin Feng's face. Hurry up, or I'll take matters into my own hands. The vivid marks of his brother's slaps appeared on Yin Feng's face, and he stared at Yin Hongbing in disbelief. Brother Hongbing, you actually hit me? Yin Feng covered his face, his voice trembling. What of it? If you do not apologize to Brother Yi today, I swear I'll break your legs. Yin Hongbing growled menacingly. Yin Feng cast a resentful and unwilling glance at Jiang Ye, but ultimately succumbed to Yin Hongbing's threat. Slowly, he knelt on the ground, his voice low and filled with humiliation. Jiang Ye, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I apologize to you. With that, Yin Feng began to slap his own face. Jiang Ye lazily raised an eyebrow and remarked, Hongbing, it seems your cousin hasn't eaten lunch. Upon hearing this, Yin Hongbing immediately understood Jiang Ye's implication. He shot a fierce glare at Yin Feng and barked, Fengzi, haven't you eaten? Put some effort into it. Don't make this harder for me. Yin Feng was taken aback. Gritting his teeth, he struck his palms against his own face, each slap resonating loudly. The marks on his face grew increasingly pronounced. As more students arrived for class, they halted to witness the commotion, pointing and murmuring among themselves. Some recognized Yin Feng. Isn't that our classmate Yin Feng? Why is he here getting slapped? Someone else chimed in, and the one he's apologizing to. I feel like I've seen him before. Isn't that Jiang Ye, the one who is always hovering around Lin Yinyin? Indeed, it was he. What is happening today? It feels like the roles have reversed. The chatter among the crowd grew louder, and Yin Feng felt utterly humiliated. Gritting his teeth, he continued to slap his own face, each strike seemingly draining his strength. Finally, after completing the 20 slaps, Yin Feng's face was swollen beyond recognition, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Jiang Ye observed Yin Feng's disgraceful state with a sense of secret satisfaction. You wretched Yin Feng, let this be a lesson for the poison you inflicted upon me in your past life. I scattered my ashes into the sewer. I had yet to attend to your matters, and you dare to show up at my door. You cannot blame me if I do not leave you with a swollen face. You will have to take matters into your own hands. Those 20 slaps were merely an appetizer. After the college entrance examination, I shall devise a more substantial reckoning for you. Yin Feng halted his actions, his face flushed, unable to meet Jiang Ye's gaze. At this moment, Lin Yinyin, both in demeanor and tone, had lost all the confidence and arrogance she had exhibited when Yin Feng had summoned Yin Hongbing. She observed in trepidation, utterly astonished at how events had escalated. Initially, she thought Yin Hongbing would assist Yin Feng in reprimanding Jiang Ye, yet it was shocking to witness Yin Hongbing's evident fear of Jiang Ye, to the point where even Yin Feng was compelled to apologize and endure slaps. Seeing Jiang Ye's gaze linger upon Lin Yinyin, Yin Hongbing stepped forward and proclaimed, Hey, young lady, having had your turn with Yin Feng, Now it is your turn to slap yourself. Lin Yinyin, upon hearing this, turned pale. She had not anticipated that Yin Hongbing would compel her to inflict harm upon herself. At a loss, she looked at Yin Hongbing, her voice trembling. Hongbing, do I really have to slap myself? Yin Hongbing snorted disdainfully. Why do you even ask? If it weren't for your instigation of Yin Feng to trouble Jiang Ye, would this situation have escalated to such proportions? Quickly kneel and apologize, slap yourself, or do not force my hand. Lin Yinyin's eyes reddened, and she turned to Jiang Ye, saying, Jiang Ye, what you are doing is wrong. What difference is there between you and a thug now? I acknowledge my faults. Jiang Ye chuckled. Lin Yinyin stared at him, momentarily stunned. Jiang Ye, if you know what you are doing is wrong, why persist in this course of action? Jiang Ye responded, you called me a thug. A thug knows what is wrong, yet chooses to proceed regardless. This left Lin Yinyin at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, she gazed at Jiang Ye and pleaded, Jiang Ye, must you truly be so heartless? I admit my mistakes. Please do not let Hongbing harm me. Jiang Ye regarded Lin Yinyin, who appeared pitiful and felt no sympathy, yet suddenly found his thoughts drifting towards her alluring visage. Although Lin Yinyin lacked a certain depth in her demeanor, her face was undeniably exquisite. Her skin was delicate and smooth, her features harmoniously arranged, with slightly flared nostrils. Her beauty shone through whether adorned with light or heavy makeup, each revealing different charms and allure. Moreover, her legs were slender and straight, possessing a certain appeal. Lin Yinyin embodied a refreshing elegance, distinctly different from her mother, Fang Qing, while Jiang Ye felt he would need to employ all his cunning to win over Fang Qing. Securing Lin Yinyin would require no such efforts. A mere casual approach would suffice. Once summer vacation arrives, he certainly plans to execute his strategy, thoroughly captivating both Lin Yinyin and Fang Qing. After achieving his goals, he would indulge fully and then seek a bitter revenge. With only a few days remaining before the exams, it would be rather disheartening if Lin Yinyin's delicate visage were marred by slaps, as it would dampen the excitement of his plans. Reflecting on these thoughts, Jiang Ye calmly remarked, forget it, Yinyin. I truly cannot bear to see you strike yourself. Let us put this matter aside. Class is about to begin, everyone disperse. With that, Jiang Ye turned and departed. Lin Yinyin stood motionless, astonished that Jiang Ye would actually let her off the hook. As she observed his figure retreating with his backpack, she inexplicably found him somewhat charming. In a brief moment, the girl quickly regained her composure, her heart brimming with delight. How could Jiang Ye be so heartless as to compel her to slap herself? Indeed, he must still hold a fondness for her in his heart. All the previous instances were merely remnants of his former unpredictable temperament. That insufferable Jiang Ye had truly succeeded in deceiving her this time. Chapter 38. As an employee, you expect me to write an essay? After the morning classes concluded, during the lunch break, Jiang Ye returned to the office to follow up with Huang Lei regarding the auction status of the 66th plot. In Jiang Ye's office, Huang Lei wore a troubled expression. Although the floor price of the 66th plot was less than 2,000 per square meter, its overall area was vast, leading to a starting bid of over 40 million. Currently, Guangyao Real Estate's total funds amounted to only 30 million after consolidation. And even if they were to sell off their less profitable construction projects at a discount, they would still fall short of the initial bid for the 66th plot. This was merely the starting price. Should there be a land premium, combined with subsequent construction and development costs, it would become nearly impossible for Guangyao to secure the 66th plot in Handong District with their current capabilities. After reporting, Huang Lei hesitantly suggested, President Jiang, perhaps we should abandon the 66th plot and explore other options? Abandon the most lucrative plot in Hangzhou's history? Jiang Ye thought him mad. Director Huang, you needn't concern yourself with other plots at this moment. Focus solely on this one. If we allow others to acquire it, your role as the investment expansion director will become redundant. But the company lacks sufficient funds to secure the land, Huang Lei protested. That is not your concern. I will devise a solution, Jiang Ye asserted. Very well, I shall heed your directive. I will keep a vigilant eye on the 66th plot. Having concluded the discussion on the 66th plot, Jiang Ye continued, Director Huang, is there anyone in the company who excels at essay writing? Huang Lei was taken aback, evidently unprepared for such a query. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, as for good writers, our company primarily focuses on real estate. However, Li Qian from the marketing department writes quite well. She just graduated from university with a degree in Chinese and often composes reports and press releases for company events. Her writing is quite coherent. Oh, a graduate in Chinese? That is promising. Jiang Ye nodded, formulating a plan in his mind. Where's Li Qian now? Is she in the office? Huang Lei checked the time and said, at this hour, she should be in her office. Is there something you need from her, President Jiang? Have her come to my office. I need her assistance with a couple of exam essays. You may return to your duties afterward. Huang Lei responded with a sigh and exited the office, inwardly lamenting the absurdity of the situation. It was truly outrageous. This young student, having taken over the company, was behaving so capriciously, fixated on 66. With the college entrance examination imminent, he had the audacity to request his employees to assist him in composing an essay. Huang Lei shook his head. There was little he could do. After all, rank has its privileges. And who could challenge him when he was the sole proprietor of the company? However, if this impetuous youth continued to wreak havoc, he might very well lead Guangyao Company into disarray. 5 minutes later, Li Qian knocked on the door and entered Jiang Ye's office. Mr. Jiang, you called for me? Jiang Ye, seated in his executive chair, looked up and assessed Li Qian. Li Qian was clad in simple professional attire, her delicate features enhanced by long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her large, expressive eyes radiated intelligence, exuding a quiet elegance. Having rarely visited Guangyao real estate, he had not anticipated that a mere random selection from the company would yield such a stunning beauty. Would it be so bad to entertain a little favoritism? His office seemed spacious enough, complete with a lounge area of over 10 square meters, equipped with a bed and shower facilities. No. What was he thinking? One must maintain a clear mind and pure intentions. The consequences of such impropriety could be disastrous, and he was determined to establish Guangyao Real Estate as a successful, diversified public corporation. Such illicit thoughts were utterly unacceptable. It was all the fault of the four sacred origins techniques, which had rendered his physique overly robust and vigorous. After reciting a calming mantra, Jiang Ye managed to dispel those errant thoughts. With a slight smile, he cleared his throat and said, Li Qian, as a student of Chinese literature, I assume you are adept at writing essays? Li Qian modestly replied, I suppose so. I've enjoyed writing since childhood and have even won a few awards. That's splendid. Jiang Ye nodded approvingly. I find myself rather busy at the moment and need to write an essay. Unfortunately, my own writing skills are lacking. Would you be willing to assist me? Li Qian was momentarily taken aback, clearly caught off guard by Jiang Ye's request. Asking a company employee to write an essay for the boss was indeed unusual. However, since her superior had made the request, she felt she could not decline. She nodded and said, Of course, Mr. Jiang. Just let me know the topic and requirements. The topic is if you had an intelligent chip, and I would like you to adhere to the standards of the college entrance examination essay format. An 800-word piece will suffice. Li Qian found the topic rather peculiar, but noted it down in her notebook, nodding in understanding. Thank you for your assistance, Li Qian. Once completed, please submit it directly to me. By the way, how long do you think it will take? Li Qian pondered briefly before responding. If you aren't in a rush, I should be able to finish it by this afternoon. Jiang Ye recalled that, in addition to his own request, that rascal Song Xiaohai would also require an essay. Thus, he instructed, Li Qian, I will grant you a week to complete it. This week, you set aside all your tasks and dedicate yourself to crafting 2 exemplary essays on this particular topic, ensuring they are polished and refined to perfection. Li Qian felt increasingly perplexed. Such an obscure essay prompt required not 1, but 2 pieces, along with meticulous revisions. Was she not even allowed to attend to her regular duties? Despite her confusion, Li Qian reasoned that since there was no immediate concern regarding her salary, it was best to comply with her boss's wishes. She nodded and replied, All right, General Manager Jiang, I shall fulfill your request. Jiang Ye, satisfied, nodded in return and offered a few more details regarding the essays before allowing Li Qian to leave his office. After their conversation, Jiang Ye departed from Guangyao Real Estate Company. As he drove, he contemplated his situation. There remained a shortfall of nearly 20 million for the land acquisition. And when combined with the necessary working capital, the total funding gap exceeded 30 million. Although he possessed an extraordinary foresight, aware of the trajectories of individuals and the economic trends spanning the next 2 decades, as well as significant national events, devising a strategy to generate 30 million in such a brief time frame for Guangyao Real Estate posed a considerable challenge. Furthermore, the auction for Plot 66 was less than a week away. Where could he possibly secure the necessary funds? This was indeed a troubling predicament. Chapter 39. Zhou Xiaodong's concert. Jiang Ye made a turn in his car, passing by the Starlight Tianda Mall, recalling that Su Mingru mentioned she was working part-time there. After a moment's reflection, he decided to redirect his vehicle into the mall. He still had several unused cards from the last time he visited the dog fortune teller, Chen Yongxin, and it would be a perfect opportunity to have a meal with Su Mingru. After a brief exploration of the mall, Jiang Ye spotted Su Mingru working as a part-timer in a men's clothing store from a distance. She was wearing the professional suit that Jiang Ye had seen the previous day appearing even more refined than before. A middle-aged man, noticing her attire, seemed momentarily entranced, unable to move past the store. Even after he exited, he frequently glanced back at her. His wife, noticing his infatuation, pinched his ear sharply and exclaimed, "Old you. What are you staring at? You might as well press your eyes against her chest. Would you like me to add her on WeChat for you?" The man yelped in pain, finally retracting his gaze and following his wife out. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Ye couldn't help but smile as he approached Su Mengru. She was busy assisting customers and had yet to notice his arrival. At that moment, a chubby male customer in the store took out his phone and opened QQ, saying, "Beautiful lady, let's connect on QQ. I'll come back to buy clothes from your store." Su Mengru's face flushed as she declined. "I'm sorry, but my phone cannot access QQ." The chubby customer clearly doubted her words, thinking it was merely an excuse. He persisted, "How is that possible? What phone can't access QQ these days? Are you looking down on me? Adding QQ is nothing." Su Mengru felt awkward, unsure how to extricate herself from this persistent customer. "You want to add QQ? Sure. Come on, let us do it." Jiang Ye opened his mobile QQ and presented it before the stout customer. Come. I am quite curious to see which customer is so brazen as to demand a QQ number from her." The plump male customer was taken aback, casting a glance at Jiang Ye, a flicker of displeasure appearing in his eyes. "Who are you? I was conversing with this beauty. What business is it of yours?" Jiang Ye smirked coldly. "She is my girlfriend. How could it not concern me? How can you be so ignorant of decorum?" Upon hearing this, the stout man's expression darkened. "Your girlfriend? Don't be ridiculous. I didn't see you two together just now." Jiang Ye stepped forward and took Su Mengru's hand, gazing at the man with indifference. "Well, do you see it now? What a foolish man. When you were lean, you couldn't find a girlfriend, and now, having grown as rotund as a pig, you think you can? You." The stout man fumed. Yet, confronting the tall and robust Jiang Ye, he dared not retaliate. After a resentful glare at Jiang Ye, the stout man begrudgingly departed, muttering through clenched teeth, "Damn it. What bad luck. Encountering two ungrateful souls today?" It was only then that Su Mengru hastily withdrew her small hand from Jiang Ye's grasp. Her face flushing as she exclaimed, "Xiao Yi, what brings you here?" Earlier, Jiang Ye had clasped her hand, which was soft and smooth. And even that brief contact sent tingles coursing through her, akin to an electric shock. Now, with Su Mengru suddenly pulling her hand away, Jiang Ye felt an inexplicable void, as if something precious had slipped away. Recalling the alluring scene he had witnessed through the shower room's small opening the previous night, Jiang Ye found his thoughts wandering. If a mere hand-holding could elicit such a sensation, what would occur in the future? "Xiao Yi, who gave you permission to hold my hand just now?" Su Mengru chided playfully. "Ru Jie, when we were little back in our hometown, we used to sleep together. What is wrong with holding hands now?" Jiang Ye chuckled. "If it weren't for that, would that fatso have left so quickly? Ru Jie, you really ought to consider working at Guanyao Real Estate instead of enduring this place." Su Mengru shot him a gentle glare and explained, "I chose to do this part-time job. They selected me and rejected others. If I don't come, wouldn't that be unfair to the establishment?" Jiang Ye, upon hearing this, felt an even greater admiration for Su Mengru's dedication. It was just a part-time job, yet she approached it with such seriousness. He had been foolish to allow Lin Yinyin to dismiss Su Mengru from Guanyao Real Estate. How short-sighted. No matter what, he must find a way to reinstate her there. "Ru Jie, I haven't had lunch yet. Let us go eat together. I still have a mall gift card that hasn't been fully utilized. Xiao Yi, you go ahead. I'm on duty now. It wouldn't be appropriate to leave for lunch. Don't be so rigid." Just then, noticing two female waitstaff returning to the establishment, Jiang Ye said, "Look, they are back. You can take a break and we can grab a bite. It won't take long, come on." Seeing that Jiang Ye had made such a statement, Su Mengru felt it inappropriate to refuse any longer and reluctantly agreed. Very well. The two proceeded to the shopping mall. With a limited lunchtime and classes to attend in the afternoon, they found a stall within the mall and ordered 2 servings of stir-fried noodles. As they began to eat, Jiang Ye found himself engrossed in his phone, reflecting on how he now communicated with Su Mengru solely through text messages and phone calls. And realizing he had not even added her on Feishin, he inquired, "Sister Ru, what is your Feishin QR code? Let me add you." Su Mengru looked at him in bewilderment. "We chat? What is that?" Jiang Ye was taken aback, his phone suddenly feeling antiquated. Where was there a communication tool like Feishin that had surpassed 1 billion installations? His current device was an old Nokia with physical buttons, still operating on a 3G network with a monthly data package of merely 50 megabytes. Although it allowed for internet access, it was limited to using QQ and browsing news via UC browser. The difference was stark compared to the touchscreen smartphones and the plethora of apps that would flourish in the coming decades. Suddenly, a spark of excitement ignited within Jiang Ye. Beyond real estate, the internet industry was merely in its infancy, brimming with potential. If he could seize the opportunity to introduce a giant like WeChat ahead of its time, it would be an exhilarating endeavor. However, haste makes waste. There would be ample time to explore that avenue later. I misspoke, Sister Ru. I meant QQ. Let me add you on QQ. My phone cannot access QQ. Sumingru replied. Really? Just now that chubby fellow asked for your QQ, and you didn't oblige him. Now that I want it, you're still unwilling? Jiang Ye reached for Sumingru's phone. Upon examining it, he was taken aback. It was an inexpensive black and white screen model, showing signs of wear akin to battle damage from a rock. It could only make calls and send texts. Having likely been her faithful companion throughout her college years, 5 or 6 years of use had nearly worn away the letters on the keypad. A wave of guilt washed over Jiang Ye. He had previously gifted Lin Yinyin expensive phones without a second thought, yet had neglected someone who genuinely cared for him. It was time to make amends. After finishing their meal, Su Mingru returned to work. Jiang Ye, meanwhile, ventured into the mall and purchased the latest Nokia N93i. Time was of the essence. His afternoon class was imminent. As he exited the shopping center and prepared to drive away, he noticed a storefront beside the mall adorned with a banner that read, "Achieve Glory. Pepsi superstar Zhou Xiaodong leads the star-studded concert ticket sales." The event was scheduled for June 5, 2006, at the Hangzhou Sports Center. A surge of excitement coursed through Jiang Ye's heart. Was this not Zhou Xiaodong, the singer who had accompanied him throughout his youth? In the years to come, Zhou Xiaodong would perform 4 sold-out concerts in a third-tier city. Never did he imagine that, after being reborn, he would encounter his beloved star in Hangzhou. This was an opportunity he could not miss. Jiang Ye entered the ticketing booth, only to find it eerily deserted. Not a single soul was present to inquire. A sense of bewilderment washed over him. It was now 2006, and Zhou Xiaodong had achieved tremendous fame. Yet, how could it be that his concert in Hangzhou attracted no audience? Upon reaching the ticket counter, he asked, "Are there tickets available for the star-studded concert?" A female attendant, engrossed in her mobile device, lazily gestured towards a sign at the window, stating, "Yes. The prices are listed on the sign." Jiang Ye glanced at the sign. VIP tickets were priced at 1,880 yuan each, special tickets at 880 yuan, standard tickets at 550 yuan, and the ordinary tickets at 160 yuan. "Are all these tickets available?" he inquired. "Indeed, we have plenty. You can have as many as you desire. The ticket prices are half off." Outrageous. Jiang Ye thought to himself. This concert was headlined by Zhou Xiaodong, whose tickets typically sold out in an instant, often being resold at exorbitant prices by scalpers. Although it wasn't solely Zhou Xiaodong's concert, he would surely perform a substantial number of songs. Given Zhou Xiaodong's presence, the tickets should have been in high demand. Yet here they were, not only abundantly available, but also at a mere 50% discount. Zhou Xiaodong's concert, discounted by half? The attendant seemed to sense Jiang Ye's confusion and, with a hint of impatience, emphasized, "Due to health issues, there's a 99% chance Zhou Xiaodong will not be attending the concert in Hangzhou. If you're here for him, you might want to reconsider." Moreover, she added that the organizers might cancel the concert based on ticket sales, urging him to think carefully before making a purchase. It dawned on Jiang Ye that everyone was drawn to Zhou Xiaodong. But with his health preventing participation and the possibility of cancellation looming, it was no wonder these tickets, even at half price, were not selling. A sudden joy surged within him as he recalled the details of this concert from his previous life. Who claimed that Zhou Xiaodong would be absent? Jiang Ye vividly remembered this concert, which took place merely a week after the college entrance examinations. On that day, the roads surrounding the Hangzhou Sports Center were virtually paralyzed. Jiang Ye had planned to spend the night at an internet cafe playing StarCraft with his classmates. But the journey took an extra half hour due to the traffic. Shortly after arriving at the cafe, Lin Yinyin called him, expressing her desire to attend Zhou Xiaodong's concert. Jiang Ye procured a bicycle and painstakingly pedaled Lin Yinyin to the Hangzhou Sports Center. After inquiring around, he finally managed to buy the last ticket from a scalper for an additional 2,000 yuan. Naturally, this sole ticket was for Lin Yinyin. While Jiang Ye waited outside the venue for her return, he idly waited for over 4 hours until the concert concluded, and when Lin Yinyin emerged, they rode off together on the bicycle. As they ascended a hill on their way back, Jiang Ye strained against the pedals, struggling to climb the slope. Lin Yinyin not only refused to come down and push, but also complained to Jiang Ye about whether he had eaten dinner that night. He brought the Mercedes halfway to pick her up. Ultimately, Lin Yinyin jumped off her bicycle and turned to hail a taxi. At that moment, Jiang Ye felt quite guilty, blaming himself for not making proper arrangements. After apologizing to Lin Yinyin several times, the matter was finally laid to rest. Reflecting on the myriad events surrounding this concert in his past life, Jiang Ye could only scold himself for being so naive. His former self truly exhibited a touch of foolishness. However, at present, he had no time to berate Lin Yinyin, that little wretch. He would wait until summer vacation to take his revenge. The most pressing matter now was to secure tickets for the concert, a golden opportunity he eagerly anticipated. Along with the funding for the land parcel number 66, which was now within reach. Zhou Xiaodong had originally been unable to speak due to a throat inflammation, and the duration of his illness was expected to be lengthy. Concerned that his condition would affect the quality of the concert and deprive his fans of a flawless performance, he decided not to participate. To his surprise, however, he recovered remarkably quickly, his condition returning to normal. Consequently, Zhou Xiaodong resolved to issue an announcement that the concert would proceed as scheduled. The announcement was succinct, consisting of just a few words. Hanzhou, see you there. In a mere instant, the tickets for what was once an overlooked event became exceedingly difficult to obtain. Ticket prices skyrocketed. Determined, Jiang Ye converted the company's more than 10 million in liquid assets entirely into concert tickets, knowing that once Zhou Xiaodong's announcement was released, he would undoubtedly reap substantial profits. With his mind made up, Jiang Ye called Zhao Xiaoman, the financial officer at Guanyao Real Estate Company. He then addressed the ticket seller. Hello, I would like to purchase tickets. How many tickets do you want? What price range? From VIP tickets to regular ones. Gather enough for 15 million. 1,500? Young man, are you really buying that many? The female ticket seller expressed some surprise, reminding him, if the concert goes on as planned, tickets will not be refunded. Even if Zhou Xiaodong doesn't show up. Jiang Ye rolled his eyes. I'm sorry, not 1,500. I mean 15 million. The female ticket seller was momentarily speechless, then quickly recovered, snorting, you mean 15 million? Young man, go play somewhere else. I don't have time for your jokes. With that, she buried herself back into her phone. Jiang Ye, exasperated, replied, no, I'm serious about buying tickets. If you can't handle this, call your supervisor. The ticket seller eyed Jiang Ye skeptically, but seeing he did not seem to be joking, she hesitated and made a phone call. All right. Your amount is too large for me to decide. I'll call our supervisor, Yang Bo, he's nearby. Before long, a middle-aged man in a suit approached, sizing up Jiang Ye and stating bluntly, young man, you say you want to buy 15 million in tickets? Jiang Ye nodded, correct. I want as many VIP and regular tickets as you have, totaling 15 million. Yang Bo was clearly taken aback by the figure. He scrutinized Jiang Ye, attempting to discern any hint of jest upon his countenance. You are but a student. From whence do you acquire such funds? Jiang Ye replied, why are you so hesitant to conduct business? Are you selling these tickets or not? My company's finance personnel are en route with a laptop and a USB security device. If you do not intend to sell, kindly inform me in advance, and I shall instruct my finance team to return. Yang Bo observed the earnest expression of this student, which belied any notion of jest, and responded earnestly, of course, I will sell. Such a significant venture, how could we possibly refrain? You must be aiming to profit from the price difference with such a large quantity of tickets. However, I must caution you that it has been confirmed that Zhou Xiaodong will not be attending the concert, and it is possible that the event may be cancelled. Do not find yourself in a predicament like I did, stuck with unsold tickets when the time comes. I advise you to be cautious. Jiang Ye was taken aback by Yang Bo's sincerity. Such integrity among merchants is indeed a rarity these days. Most would hastily conclude the deal upon such a substantial ticket purchase without consideration of the buyer's risks. Yet, Yang Bo stood in his shoes, contemplating the potential pitfalls. Yang Zong, may I have a moment of your time? Jiang Ye said after a brief contemplation. Chapter 41. The final mock examination. Yang Bo, intrigued by Jiang Ye's mysterious demeanor, led him into a small office behind the ticket booth. Young man, what troubles you? Is there something you cannot discuss out there? Jiang Ye inquired. Yang Zong, how many tickets do you possess in total? Yang Bo sighed. To be frank, my young friend, I have managed to secure over 20 million tickets through connections. Now that Zhou Xiaodong is not coming, I doubt these tickets will sell even at half price. I have only just negotiated with the organizers to return them at a discounted rate. I anticipate considerable losses from this endeavor. Jiang Ye chuckled. Yang Zong, I perceive you are a straightforward and honest individual. I relish conducting business with someone like you. Therefore, I shall not haggle. When my finance team arrives shortly, you may simply provide me with tickets worth 15 million. Yang Bo, appreciating Jiang Ye's forthrightness, responded, very well, since you are so forthcoming. I shall grant you tickets worth 15 million. Additionally, I will gift you 1 million worth of tickets. Should the concert be cancelled, I will refund you in full. If it proceeds, you must bear the risk yourself. Jiang Ye's admiration for Yang Bo grew stronger. Given that he could not possibly consume all the tickets Yang Bo had on offer, returning the remaining tickets at a loss to the organizers would indeed be unwise. After finalizing the transaction, Jiang Ye remarked, Yang Zong, I believe after I purchased the 15 million worth of tickets, you should retain the remaining ones instead of returning them to the organizers. Should Zhou Xiaodong make an unexpected appearance at the concert, there remains a substantial opportunity for profit. Upon hearing this, Yang Bo shook his head and sighed. Profit? Young man, I fear you may be blinded by the allure of money. Zhou Xiaodong will certainly not attend this concert. It is doomed. The organizers have personally confirmed with Zhou Xiaodong that he is unwell and unable to speak. His condition is not expected to improve swiftly. If Zhou Xiaodong fails to attend, to whom will you sell the tickets? To be candid, a substantial portion of the funds tied up in these tickets were borrowed for cash flow, and I have already incurred considerable losses. If I invest further, my losses will only compound. Jiang Ye smiled and replied, Manager Yang, whether the remaining tickets are returned to the organizers or retained for yourself bears no relation to me. I merely find our dealings quite pleasant, hence my suggestion. If you trust me, keep the tickets. If not, feel free to return them all. It matters not to me. Yang Bo remained silent for a moment before responding. All right. Thank you, young brother. I will think it over. Shortly thereafter, the company's financial officer, Zhao Xiaoman, approached Jiang Ye with a laptop and a USB key. Upon hearing that Jiang Ye intended to purchase 15 million worth of concert tickets, she was taken aback and quickly cautioned, President Jiang, although the company is yours and you have the final say over expenditures, spending 15 million on concert tickets entails significant risk. If Zhou Xiaodong does not attend, there will be no buyers. Isn't this a clear path to substantial losses? I am aware of all that you mentioned. Just proceed with the transfer to Manager Yang's company, Jiang Ye replied. Though Zhao Xiaoman felt helpless, she had Jiang Ye sign the necessary documents and subsequently transferred the entire sum of 15 million from Guangyao Real Estate to Yang Bo. Once the transaction was complete, Yang Bo handed a stack of tickets to Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye counted them. VIP tickets, Special A tickets, A tickets, B tickets, and general tickets of various price ranges. Yang Bo even generously included an additional 1 million worth of tickets, totaling 16 million. Jiang Ye packed the tickets into his bag and let out a long sigh of relief. In the following days, apart from reviewing his studies, Jiang Ye occasionally checked his phone for news updates, hoping for announcements about Zhou Xiaodong's recovery and the concert. However, the anticipated news regarding Zhou Xiaodong remained elusive. As the concert date drew ever closer, a sense of unease and pressure began to weigh on Jiang Ye. Although current observations suggested that the economic trends and trajectories of individuals were mirroring those of his previous life, minor events could inevitably deviate from the expected course. Furthermore, the butterfly effect induced by his rebirth could alter the outcomes of certain individual events in unpredictable ways. With all 15 million of Guangyao Real Estate as capital invested in this concert, should Zhou Xiaodong truly fail to attend while the concert proceeds as scheduled, not only would the entire investment be lost, but acquiring the number 66 land parcel would also become impossible. For now, all that remained was to see if a miracle would manifest in the coming week. In the afternoon, in the classroom of Senior Class 4, homeroom teacher Mao Xuezhu was announcing the results of the last mock exam. With just over a week remaining until the college entrance examination, the final mock exam has concluded, and Mao Xuezhu is currently distributing the results while offering his commentary. In the upcoming week, there will be no additional assignments. Students are expected to review independently. Jiang Ye stealthily entered the classroom from the last row, feeling a sense of relief for having secured a seat at the back, which afforded him the convenience of avoiding the scrutiny of the homeroom teacher for his tardiness. As soon as he settled in, Song Xiaohai nudged his arm and whispered, Hey, where have you been? Why are you only arriving now? Jiang Ye chuckled softly, replying, Just had some personal matters to attend to. Curiosity piqued, Song Xiaohai inquired, What kind of personal matters? You seem mysterious. With a sly smile, Jiang Ye replied, I purchased something precious. Once I make a fortune, I'll treat you to a meal. Li Hao's eyes lit up at this, but he quickly expressed his skepticism. Don't mess with me. Did you go back to the bridge to watch videos again? Jiang Ye maintained a nonchalant smile. Who still watches videos these days? After the exams, resources online are far superior to what one might find at a video hall. At this moment, Mao Xuezhu, standing at the podium, finished distributing the mock exam score sheets and began his evaluation. Everyone, you've seen your results from this mock exam. With just 1 week left until the college entrance examination, I hope you all can review diligently and strive for excellent results. Utilize this final week to identify and rectify your weaknesses, aiming for breakthroughs in the remaining time. Once the score sheets were handed out, Lin Yinyin eagerly scanned her results. Yan Feng scored 615, firmly holding the top position, while Lin Yinyin achieved 605, placing second. Jiang Ye scored 495, ranking 40th, and Song Shaohai obtained 475, ranking 45th. Upon seeing the results, Lin Yinyin couldn't help but scoff internally. During math class, Jiang Ye had solved the last set of complex problems from the Huanggang mock exam using advanced calculus, leading her to believe he was making significant progress. However, it now appeared that his earlier success was merely a stroke of luck. Scoring below 500 meant he was unlikely to gain admission to even a bachelor's program. She pondered what he was so pleased about. Nevertheless, Lin Yinyin thought to herself that since Jiang Ye had shown a hint of thawing in their relationship the previous night, it might be an opportune moment to use the mock exam results as a pretext to draw closer to him. Chapter 42. Lin Yinyin. Help me with my studies during the break. Lin Yinyin approached Jiang Ye at the back of the classroom and, with her delicate lips slightly parted, said, Jiang Ye, I noticed your score in this mock exam hasn't even surpassed 500. At this rate, you might struggle to secure a place in a bachelor's program. Particularly in Chinese and math, you scored barely over 100 combined. Would you like me to help you with your studies? Lin Yinyin felt a flutter of anxiety within her. The previous evening at the school gate, Jiang Ye had refrained from confronting her, suggesting perhaps that he still harbored feelings for her. However, in the face of his proactive kindness, Lin Yinyin remained uncertain about how Jiang Ye would respond. Jiang Ye lifted his gaze from the book, looking at Lin Yinyin with a deeply moved expression. Is it really you, Yinyin? I noticed that you scored second in the class on the mock exam. That is truly impressive. If you would be willing to tutor me, that would be wonderful. Lin Yinyin felt a surge of joy. Indeed, this Jiang Ye had previously feigned indifference, but now he could no longer contain himself. All it took was a slight beckoning with her little finger, and he was as eager as ever to engage. However, Jiang Ye, you certainly maintained your facade for quite a while. Jiang Ye then produced the mathematics paper from the mock exam, pointing to the final complex problem. Just my luck, I can't solve this last question. Could you explain it to me? He then glanced at Song Shaohui beside him and squeezed him over to the edge of the bench. Move over, you fatso. Make some space. Can't you see that the school beauty Yinyin is here to tutor me? Song Shaohui looked utterly speechless and begrudgingly shifted his considerable bulk into the corner, observing as Lin Yinyin began to explain the problem to Jiang Ye. Seated next to Jiang Ye, Lin Yinyin calculated on a piece of draft paper while elucidating the final question. Based on the properties of monotonic functions, we differentiate the function to determine the sign of the derivative and examine the function's extreme values. Jiang Ye, bowing his head, was entirely distracted, his gaze lingering on Lin Yinyin's long, fair legs. With only a week left until the college entrance examination and summer vacation approaching, it was uncertain whether he grasped the concept of extreme values, but surely, the g-value nestled between Lin Yinyin's legs would soon be calculated, wouldn't it? Jiang Ye, did you understand? Lin Yinyin inquired after concluding her explanation, noticing his silence. Jiang Ye's attention returned from his reverie, and he replied nonchalantly, not really. Perhaps I'm just not cut out for studying. But thank you, Yinyin. I'll ponder it alone, and if I have questions later, I'll ask you. All right. Feel free to ask me anytime. Upon hearing this, Lin Yinyin flashed a smile at Jiang Ye before returning to her seat. Her intention to explain the problems was merely a guise to foster a closer relationship with Jiang Ye. With merely a week until the examination, she was reluctant to squander too much time that could hinder her own revision. After Lin Yinyin left, Song Shaohui expressed his disdain. Jiang Ye, you truly cannot change your ways, can you? Are you planning to trail after Lin Yinyin again and be nice to her? Just look at how intimate you two were earlier. I told you, you could never truly let go of Lin Yinyin. Jiang Ye smirked slightly. So shall we. Are you implying that I am still just a devoted admirer trailing behind Lin Yinyin? Song Shaohui looked puzzled. Devoted admirer? What does that mean? It then dawned on Jiang Ye that it was still 2006, and the term devoted admirer had yet to become popular. He explained, a devoted admirer refers to those who go to great lengths to please others, often in a relationship where they are the underdog, persistently seeking to win over someone who does not reciprocate their feelings. Exactly, Song Shaohui exclaimed. The term diehard admirer is indeed remarkably apt for you. Just moments ago, you tackled that complex mathematical problem with ease, having previously explained it to me. Yet, you feigned ignorance, seeking his assistance solely to draw closer to Lin Yinyin. Jiang Ye inwardly scoffed. It was not merely that single problem. Within the illustrious tome Four Saints' origin, the mental cultivation of the Four Saints Qingshan had already ascended to the second level. This technique bestowed upon him formidable memory and comprehension abilities, complemented by the knowledge he had acquired in his past life. Presently, he had mastered virtually all the concepts from high school, ensuring a solid performance in the 211 range, with a fortunate chance to aim for the top 3. Hence, during the final mock examination, Jiang Ye scarcely regarded it. He neglected to write the Chinese essay and, having glanced at the last few challenging questions in mathematics and science, opted not to attempt them, confident that scoring over 600 would provoke suspicions of cheating, compelling him to spend considerable time proving his integrity. What was the point? Such an effort was entirely unnecessary. He resolved to perform well in the actual college entrance examination instead. Having refined his skills in the Four Saints origin, Jiang Ye now brimmed with vigor, further fueled by his intense hatred for that despicable woman, Lin Yinyin. He yearned to execute Plan A against her and her mother at this very moment. However, to avoid jeopardizing his examination and considering the complications of being a student on campus, he decided to postpone those plans until after the week-long college entrance examination. His pretense of ignorance earlier, allowing Lin Yinyin to explain the problems to him, was merely a strategic move to lay the groundwork for his forthcoming summer plan. To his amusement, Lin Yinyin genuinely believed he wished to rekindle their past. What a farce. Nevertheless, Jiang Ye deemed it unnecessary to elaborate excessively to shadowy. He secretly performed a few sets of glute exercises, enhancing his endurance. Subsequently, he playfully tapped shadowy on the head, teasingly scolding, "You rascal. How dare you lecture me when you barely scored over 470? Mind your own business. If you fail to secure a spot in a decent university, just wait and see if your father doesn't give you a good thrashing with his belt." Upon contemplating this, shadowy felt a tightness in his chest, lamenting, "Brother Yi, I'm at a loss. Your recent tutoring in mathematics and science has improved my scores, but I genuinely cannot write essays. I only received 6 points on my essay in this mock exam. With such a score, breaking 500 and getting into a university seems insurmountable. 6 points for an essay?" Jiang Ye expressed curiosity. He retrieved the mock exam paper from shadowy's desk. The essay prompt had provided material regarding dreams, culminating in an essay titled My Dream. However, shadowy began his essay with the line, "My dream is to become a wealthy person." Upon reading shadowy's essay, Jiang Ye couldn't help but chuckle. Given the relative neatness of shadowy's writing, 6 points seemed generous indeed. shadowy scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, "Yi bro, please don't mock me anymore. I know my writing is poor, but I truly struggle with essays. Every time I attempt to write one, I end up with a headache." Jiang Ye chuckled softly. At noon, Li Qian from Guangyao Real Estate had already finished writing the 2 essays she had been assigned. Jiang Ye pulled a neatly written essay from his backpack and placed it in front of shadowy, stating, "Shadowy, memorize this model essay." Their essay chanced this could be on the exam. Upon seeing the essay prompt, "If you had an intelligent chip," shadowy burst into laughter. "Jiang Ye, are you kidding me? How could the exam possibly feature something like this? What even is a chip?" Jiang Ye rolled his eyes and shot him a glare. "Hurry up and memorize it. If you do, I'll treat you to a pork knuckle in the cafeteria tomorrow. If not, I'll use a belt dipped in chili water to whip you." Chapter 43. Aunt Fong, what use is such a man to you? After evening study sessions, Jiang Ye had just returned to the Donghu Villa when he spotted Fong Qing waiting at the entrance. Her long hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, a few strands gently brushing against her cheeks. As the evening breeze blew, they danced lightly, adding a touch of allure. Today she wore a fitted dress that accentuated her graceful figure. Observing the prominent curves she possessed, Jiang Ye found himself puzzled in certain aspects. Lin Yinyin seemed to lack any genetic inheritance from Fong Qing. However, upon reflection, it was not surprising. According to previous e-commerce shopping data in our country, the statistics were as follows. A accounted for 14, B for 57, C for 17, D for 5, and E for 2, with the combined percentage of F and above being less than 0.5. Therefore, for Lin Yinyin to inherit Fong Qing's traits and surpass 0.5 nationally was indeed a daunting challenge. Jiang Ye's gaze traveled downwards, taking in Fong Qing. Beneath her fitted dress, 2 long legs, subtly wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, were discernible. He inhaled sharply, a rush of blood surging through him. Having practiced the 4 holy origins technique, he was already struggling to contain himself. Lin Yinyin had approached him at school asking for help with her studies, and he had overlooked her legs then. Now her mother was here, flaunting her figure? With exams approaching, why was there no respite? Fine. The summer break was just around the corner. Soon, I shall enchant each of you one by one. Jiang Ye, you're back. I've been waiting for you for quite a while. Fong Qing's face lit up with a smile upon seeing him. Jiang Ye momentarily paused, then replied with a smile, Aunt Fong, what brings you here? Do you need something? Fong Qing nodded, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons as she handed him a lunchbox, saying, Jiang Ye, with exams coming up soon, I made some chicken soup for Lin Yinyin at home and brought you a little. You should drink some to replenish your strength and perform well during the test. A sudden heaviness settled in Jiang Ye's heart, a fleeting shadow of gloom passing through his eyes. In his previous life, it was Fong Qing and Lin Yinyin who had concocted the plan to drug Lin Yinyin's water, ultimately leading to his heavy metal poisoning and organ failure. Are you preparing chicken soup for yourself once more? Although the poisoning incident transpired only after the university graduation, when I transferred my funds and stocks to Lin Yinyin, it is improbable that such a thing would occur at this moment. Nevertheless, who would be foolish enough to indulge in your concoction? Yet, with the impending end of exams and the arrival of summer vacation, the thought of executing Plan A and reveling in leisure made Jiang Ye suppress any overt animosity, instead accepting the soup with a smile. Thank you, Aunt Fong. Fong Qing chuckled. Xiao Yi, do drink the soup tonight. If you can't finish it, place it in the refrigerator tomorrow morning. A bowl of noodles with some greens would be delightful. Shall I prepare some noodles for you in the morning? Aunt Fong, you are too kind. Providing me with soup and noodles. Jiang Ye replied with a knowing smile. I can manage the noodles myself in the morning. You must have been quite busy lately. Do take some time to rest in the mornings. Fong Qing sighed, shifting the conversation to Lin Yinyin. The hardship isn't too burdensome. But Lin Yinyin has lost his job and spends his days at home sighing, creating a rather oppressive atmosphere in the household. By the way, Xiao Yi, could you assist Aunt Fong by persuading your uncle to return to Guangyao Real Estate? Otherwise, we face the monthly mortgage on the recently purchased house. And with Lin Yinyin about to start university, we are at a loss for funds. Jiang Ye scoffed inwardly, realizing that Fong Qing had ulterior motives for delivering the soup. Indeed, she was angling for Lin Yinyin's job. To think that a mere box of soup could exchange for Lin Yin's position was an overly optimistic notion. Moreover, the company had recently allocated a portion of Lin Yin's salary to raise pay for other employees, and after adjusting the work hours, the morale among the staff had markedly improved, leading to a significant boost in operational efficiency at Guangyao Real Estate. Unless a grave illness befell him, there was no way they would reinstate someone like Lin Yinyin, who merely exploited the company. However, Jiang Ye refrained from outright refusal and instead painted a rosy picture. Aunt Fong, why not wait a little longer? With exams approaching, I currently lack the bandwidth to attend to company matters, and it's rather inadvisable for Uncle Yinyin to return so soon after his departure. Once the college entrance examination concludes and summer vacation begins, we can revisit this matter together. Shall we? Hearing Jiang Ye's lack of outright refusal brought a flicker of joy to Fong Qing's face. Very well. Xiao Yi, let us discuss this after your exams. Please enjoy the soup. I must take my leave to wash clothes for your Uncle Yinyin, or he will surely complain upon his return. His mood has been rather poor lately. Jiang Ye sighed. Aunt Fong, with your beauty, why endure such grievances at home? Lin Yin's unemployment is not your fault. What is the point of being with a man who vents his frustrations on his wife after having earned his own income? Fong Qing was taken aback. Although she had conspired with Lin Yinyin to send soup to Jiang Ye, her alliance with him was solely to gently persuade Jiang Ye to relinquish control of Guangyao Real Estate. However, due to the recent surge in financial strain at home, Fong Qing and Lin Yinyin had engaged in their fair share of quarrels. Jiang Ye's unintentional remarks had struck a chord with her. Having lost his job, it is not due to Fong Qing's actions that he sulks at home daily, expecting her to wash, cook, and cater to him. The intimacy they once shared has dwindled. A mere exchange of words often escalates into arguments, and his constant presence in the house only serves to add to her frustration. She finds more understanding in Jiang Ye, a high school senior, than in him. What purpose does such a man serve? Fong Qing sighed, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her gaze. Ah, Xiao Yi, these matters are clear to me. However, you are about to face your college entrance examination. You must prepare diligently and strive for excellent results. Jiang Ye nodded with a smile. Aunt Fong, rest assured, I will study hard for the exam. But you, don't overexert yourself. Take care of your health. Fong Qing smiled appreciatively, patting Jiang Ye's shoulder. Good child, Aunt Fong knows you are considerate. Well then, I shall return now. Remember to drink the soup. Once your exams are over, I will take you out for a delightful meal. You, poor boy, have lacked maternal care since childhood, and your father is also absent. Aunt Fong will take good care of you from now on. Okay, thank you, Aunt Fong. Jiang Ye responded, concealing a hint of coldness within. Take good care of me, you say? Very well. Summer vacation is approaching, and I shall ensure you and your daughter tend to my needs. After a brief conversation, Fong Qing turned to leave. Jiang Ye watched her retreating figure, furrowing his brow, before returning to the villa's entrance, where he discarded the entire bowl of chicken soup into the trash bin. Chapter 44. Why are you all staring at me? May 29th, 2006. Only 2 days remain until the college entrance examination. All classes have concluded, and the homeroom teacher has reiterated the important procedures and matters concerning the exam. In these final 2 days, students may choose to review at school or at home, without any compulsion to remain on campus. Jiang Ye felt a growing sense of anticipation. Summer vacation was finally approaching. In just 2 days after the exams, he would be free to indulge himself. Upon returning to the villa, as usual, Su Mingru had prepared a late-night snack, awaiting Jiang Ye's return. He presented her with the N93 mobile phone he had purchased at the mall. "Sister Ru, this phone is for you." Su Mingru was taken aback and quickly waved her hands. No. Jiang Ye, this phone looks quite expensive. I cannot accept it." Jiang Ye chuckled. "Sister Ru, please take it. Your phone is so outdated that it cannot even run QQ. Besides, this phone isn't costly. It's just over 1,000 yuan. Just over 1,000? That's too expensive. You should keep it for yourself. Summer vacation is approaching, and you will need it." Jiang Ye showcased his own phone. "Sister Ru, I bought an identical phone. Purchasing 2 at once grants and 20 discount. In reality, it cost less than 1,000. After much persuasion, Su Mingru remained reluctant to accept the phone. Jiang Ye, feeling helpless, realized that even after claiming the phone was worth over 3,000 but only cost a little over 1,000, she still refused to take it. It seemed he would have to resort to the old tactics he had employed previously. Jiang Ye furrowed his brows and set down his chopsticks, sitting sulkily on the sofa. "Xiao Yi, what troubles you?" He was met with silence as he pouted. It was then that Su Mingru realized he was upset again. "Xiao Yi, are you angry once more?" A flicker of unease crossed her gaze. "Yes, I am indeed upset. You refuse to accept the gift I bought for you. You are my only family now, and it breaks my heart. Furthermore, with the college entrance examination approaching, I find myself lacking the motivation to study." Jiang Ye felt like he was merely acting in front of Su Mingru. Upon hearing his disinterest in the exam, her eyes widened in alarm. She hastily put away her phone and reassured him. All right. Xiao Yi, I promise to accept it. Please don't be angry. Is it not sufficient that I accept it?" Only then did Jiang Ye pick up his chopsticks once more, smiling as he replied, "Now that's more like it. Sister Ru, having cared for me for so long, you must accept any gifts I offer in the future, no refusals allowed. By the way, those 2 bottles of shampoo and shower gel in the bathroom are about to expire. You should help me use them, or they'll go to waste." Su Mingru had intended to say something else, but seeing Jiang Ye frown and pout again, she reluctantly swallowed her words. "Well then, fine. Jiang Ye, I will use them." Seeing that Su Mingru finally acquiesced, a satisfied smile crept onto Jiang Ye's face. This particular tactic of hers proved to be quite effective. After finishing their late-night snack, Jiang Ye returned to his room, briefly reviewing his studies. He felt little pressure regarding the upcoming examination. University life was rather pleasant. This was a sentiment Jiang Ye had personally experienced in his previous life. Being a university student was truly enjoyable. He had also encountered this in the Cadillac car enthusiast group. Therefore, in this life, university did not hold much novelty for him. With a high likelihood of knowing the essay topic, coupled with the formidable memory bestowed by the 4 sacred origins, Jiang Ye felt confident that achieving admission to a 211 university was practically assured. Even if he were to fail, it would not be a grave matter. After all, it was merely a formality to obtain a diploma. After a brief study session, Jiang Ye began practicing the techniques of the 4 sacred origins. The teachings were divided into 2 volumes, 4 sacred green mountains and 4 sacred clear waters, each containing 5 distinct levels. The 4 sacred green mountains primarily focused on mental cultivation, while the 4 sacred clear waters concentrated on martial prowess. In this lawful society, a modicum of martial skills for self-defense sufficed. Thus, not much energy was expended on the 4 sacred clear waters. However, the 4 sacred green mountains were different. In addition to enhancing memory and physical fitness, they significantly improved certain ineffable abilities in men. This enhancement was something Jiang Ye experienced firsthand each morning upon waking. The effectiveness of Plan A in delivering a satisfying revenge on Lin Yinyin and Fang Qing directly hinged on this ineffable ability. After careful consideration, Jiang Ye primarily devoted his energy to the cultivation of the 4 St. Green Mountains heart method. Having practiced at the 4 St. Green Mountain for over 20 days, he had consistently engaged in the training of Volume 1, Pulse Qi. Enhanced memory and a strengthened physique were the remarkable effects achievable through Volume 1, Pulse Qi. With 20 days of cultivation behind him, he was now ready to embark on the practice of Volume 2, Heavenly Spirit, as indicated by the dates in the manual. A sense of anticipation blossomed within Jiang Ye. If Volume 1 yielded such astonishing and extraordinary results, what marvels might Volume 2, Heavenly Spirit, unveil? With eager hopes, Jiang Ye commenced his attempt to cultivate Volume 2, Heavenly Spirit. Seated at his desk, he closed his eyes and focused his mind, adjusting his breath according to the techniques prescribed in Volume 2, Heavenly Spirit. He sought to attune himself to the celestial spiritual energy, guiding it into his body to nourish his soul. As he delved deeper into his practice, he sensed a mysterious, warm force surging within him, akin to an invisible dragon gliding through his veins, bestowing an unprecedented sense of comfort. The towering tree planted by Volume 1, Pulse Chi, seemed to flourish, as if an unseen breeze were beautifying and pruning its majestic branches. Immersed in this wondrous sensation, Jiang Ye felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill. He could distinctly perceive each cell within him rejoicing, as if undergoing a sacred baptism. Time became irrelevant, and eventually, Jiang Ye slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance dancing within them. A profound and indescribable sense of comfort enveloped him. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs, discovering that his entire being was enveloped in a misty vapor. This thick fog persisted for several minutes before gradually dissipating. Jiang Ye found himself perplexed, uncertain of the origins of this mist. Furthermore, after practicing Heavenly Spirit, aside from feeling a bit hungry and the vapor emanating from his body, there was little difference from his experience with Pulse Chi. Dismissing his curiosity, he turned and exited, heading towards the familiar buffet restaurant. The buffet was not far, a mere 10-minute walk away. Along the way, Jiang Ye felt the curious gazes of passers-by upon him. Notably, several girls, having brushed past him, turned back to stare for an extended moment. Jiang Ye was baffled by what might have changed about him to warrant such attention. Why were they so intent on observing him? He touched his face, wondering if something was amiss, yet found nothing out of the ordinary. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on the matter and continued his journey to the buffet. Upon reaching the restaurant, Jiang Ye pushed open the door. At the counter, as he paid, the patrons there, too, regarded him with keen interest. Jiang Ye's astonishment deepened. What was it that captivated their attention? Having settled the bill and received his utensils, he wandered about, searching for a seat. As he passed each table, the diners appeared to be momentarily frozen, their gazes collectively turning towards him, making him feel as though he had wandered into a zoo, becoming the observed creature. Jiang Ye selected a seat by the window and found himself murmuring, "What on earth is happening today?" Had he worn something particularly striking or performed some eye-catching act? He glanced down at his attire, which was no different from usual, simple t-shirt and jeans, nothing remarkable. With a resigned shake of his head, he focused on his meal. Yet, even during his dining, he could sense the occasional unusual glances directed his way. This sensation pricked at him, robbing him of his appetite. Eventually, he finished his meal and stood to leave. Just as he reached the entrance, he encountered the restaurant's proprietress. A frequent patron, he was well acquainted with her. Upon seeing Jiang Ye, she looked him up and down in surprise. "Jiang Ye, you've come to eat?" she exclaimed. Jiang Ye responded, "Yes, auntie. Why do you look at me like that?" The proprietress paused for a moment before smiling and saying, "Oh, it's nothing. I just think you look exceptionally handsome today." Jiang Ye assumed it was merely her polite banter, a result of his frequent visits, and he shrugged it off. "Please, stop teasing me." He chuckled. "Really? I'm not joking. You look like a movie star." He smiled back, exchanged pleasantries with her, and exited the restaurant. As he walked home, he continued to feel the gaze of passers-by, which left him perplexed and somewhat irritated. Two girls even approached him, brandishing their phones, eager to add him on QQ. Something felt amiss. Was it truly the case that he appeared particularly dashing today? With doubt clouding his mind, Jiang Ye hurried to the mirror upon returning to his villa, scrutinizing his reflection. The features that stared back at him appeared more defined, as if sculpted. Although his appearance hadn't drastically changed, his demeanor radiated an extraordinary charm after some refinement. He touched his face, astonished at the transformation. Could this be the effect of Volume 2, Tian Pei? He recalled the description in the tome regarding Tian Pei, which claimed that its cultivation could lead to a complete metamorphosis, enhancing one's charisma. It seemed the words were indeed true. A smile crept onto his lips as he gazed into the mirror. Handsomeness, he mused, could also be a form of strength. Was this not an additional advantage for executing Plan A during his summer vacation? Before retiring for the night, Jiang Ye habitually scrolled through entertainment news, still finding no updates on whether Zhou Xiaodong would attend the concert. Indeed, the Reborn world remained a genuine one, devoid of guarantees for a smooth journey. Yet, it was precisely this time that he had risked everything, placing all his worth on this concert. In a few days, If Zhou Xiaodong has yet to announce his participation in the concert, it may indeed become quite challenging. Jiang Ye felt the mounting pressure within him, inevitably harboring some apprehension. June 1st, 2006. The day of the college entrance examination had finally arrived. Outside the examination hall, Jiang Ye observed numerous candidates still poring over their materials, some reciting essays they believed would be on the test. Jiang Ye shook his head gently, a smile creeping onto his lips as he thought how these students were cramming at the last minute. If this year's essay topic were to mirror that of his previous life, those candidates would surely be at a loss. He glanced up at the sky. The sun shone brightly, heralding splendid weather. The doors to the examination hall slowly opened, and the candidates surged in like a tide. Jiang Ye joined the throng, presented his admission ticket, and found his designated seat. 10 minutes later, the bell rang, and the examination papers were distributed. The test had officially commenced. As Jiang Ye opened the paper, the first thing he did was flip to the last page where the essay prompt awaited. If someone invented an intelligent chip that, when implanted in the mind of a vegetable vendor, could allow her to possess knowledge of any historical figure without further study, please write an essay discussing your views on this material. Any genre is acceptable except poetry. Jiang Ye couldn't help but chuckle. While Zhou Xiaodong's concert remained uncertain, miraculously, the familiar essay topic had arrived in accordance with his memories. Thankfully, he had prepared in advance. Otherwise, this prompt would have posed a significant challenge. He picked up his pen and began to write fervently, transcribing the essay that Li Qian had previously composed. After completing the Chinese language exam, Jiang Ye submitted his paper and stepped outside the examination hall, where he was met with a cacophony of despair from the other candidates. What on earth is this intelligent chip nonsense? I can't even write the essay. All that effort memorizing model essays down the drain. I swear, I'll take revenge on the teacher who set this question. This is utterly impossible. Well, it's over now. Let us just brace ourselves for the math exam this afternoon, hoping it won't be as monstrous. Jiang Ye listened to the students' lamentations and smirked to himself. Oh, how naive. Just wait until the math exam in the afternoon. That's when you'll truly understand what a nightmare is. The mathematics of 2006 was nothing short of a century-spanning catastrophe. After the exam, many candidates left in tears. At that moment, Song Xiaowei approached him with a wide grin, revealing 2 gleaming teeth. Foster father. Foster father. Incredible. You actually predicted the essay topic. If you had an intelligent chip, how could you have guessed such a bizarre prompt? This is just phenomenal, Jiang Ye replied. Song Xiaowei continued. This is just fantastic. Foster father, you are truly wonderful. Not only did you help me predict the topic, but you even provided the model essay. Upon hearing that some candidates had accurately predicted such an unusual essay prompt, jealousy surged among others. Jiang Ye felt a pang in his heart and lightly kicked Song Xiaowei, saying, Xiaowei, if you truly wish to praise me, you may call me handsome. If you wish to express your gratitude, a meal would suffice, but do not, under any circumstances, refer to me as a good person. If you dare to, I shall retaliate. Song Xiaowei scrutinized Jiang Ye for a moment before exclaiming, Goodness, Jiang Ye. I must admit, you truly have become more handsome. What have you done? You look as if you've undergone cosmetic surgery. Jiang Ye smirked, reflecting on the fact that he had practiced the 4 tones of the Tian Pi yesterday, which indeed had enhanced his appearance. You only just noticed? He thought to himself. Recalling the challenging math problems for the afternoon, Jiang Ye continued to advise, Xiaowei, do not attempt the last 2 difficult math problems. Song Xiaowei looked perplexed. What? Not do the last 2 problems? Why? Isn't that a significant loss of points? Trust me, if you find the math problems daunting, do not waste your time on them. Even if you spend time on them, you won't earn any points. It's far better to allocate your time to questions you can confidently answer, Jiang Ye insisted. Song Xiaowei nodded in agreement. After leaving school, Jiang Ye planned to return home for a meal and a nap before the exam. With the math test scheduled for 3 in the afternoon, he had ample time to rest. As he stepped out of the school gates, he noticed parents anxiously waiting under the scorching sun with umbrellas for their children. The heart of a parent is indeed a tender one. Although waiting outside offered no real assistance, many parents chose to remain there, seeking solace in their presence. Seeing those parents with umbrellas stirred a sense of envy within Jiang Ye, prompting thoughts of his own family and filling him with melancholy. His mother, Zhang Lan, had passed away from a severe illness, and his father had formed a new family, neglecting him entirely. If only his mother were still alive, or had been reborn like him, she would likely be bounding over to embrace him, calling out, Xiaoyi, here. Amidst the crowd, Su Mingru waved at Jiang Ye. Chapter 46. This treatment? Enjoying the college entrance examination daily following the sound, Jiang Ye spotted Su Mingru. She was not holding an umbrella. instead wearing a straw hat and donning that slightly faded shirt. Her face, kissed by the sun, bore a faint blush, yet her eyes sparkled with anticipation and concern. In recent days, Su Mingru must have worked a shift at the mall, adjusting her schedule to care for Jiang Ye. "Sister Ru, what brings you here?" Jiang Ye felt warmth in his heart as he hurried toward her. Su Mingru smiled gently. "I had nothing pressing to do at home after preparing lunch, so I decided to come see you and cheer you on." "Xiaoyi, how did your Chinese exam go?" With confidence, Jiang Ye patted his chest. "Don't worry. I predicted the essay prompt accurately. It should go well." A glimmer of joy flashed in Su Mingru's eyes as she exclaimed, "Really? That's wonderful, Xiaoyi. I knew you could do it." The two then drove back to the East Lake Villa, where Su Mingru had already prepared a meal in advance. After finishing their meal, Su Mingru said, "Xiaoyi, you should hurry back to your room and take a nap. I'll wake you up promptly at 1:30. If you don't rest at noon, you'll be exhausted in the afternoon." Jiang Ye had previously been accustomed to napping. Often, even before finishing lunch, he would already feel drowsy. However, ever since he practiced the 4 sacred primordial heart method, he felt indifferent to the necessity of a midday nap. He shook his head, replying, "No need. I have an exam in the afternoon. With so much on my mind, I'm sure I won't be able to sleep." Upon hearing this, Su Mingru grew anxious. For years ago, she had also faced an examination. Due to excessive nervousness the previous night, she had been unable to sleep well and similarly failed to rest at noon, resulting in a poor performance in her math exam that afternoon. Otherwise, she could have achieved better results and gained admission to a more prestigious university. "Xiaoyi, you absolutely must take a nap, no matter what." Su Mingru insisted. "If you don't sleep well, you won't have the energy for the afternoon exam." "Huh, I really can't sleep. How about this? Rujia, why don't you coax me to sleep for a while? Perhaps then I might actually manage to doze off." Su Mingru's face flushed. She knew that what she was proposing was somewhat inappropriate, yet thinking of Jiang Ye's important exam made her hesitate. Finally, she gently bit her lip and softly said, "All right then, Xiaoyi, go lie down in my room, and I'll come to help you sleep shortly." Jiang Ye's heart swelled with joy. Such a delightful turn of events. Although he no longer needed a nap due to his practice of the 4 sacred primordial heart method, he had merely been teasing Su Mingru. He was taken aback that she had genuinely agreed. Upon hearing her words, he promptly made his way to Su Mingru's room on the first floor and lay down on her bed. This was his first time resting on Su Mingru's bed, adorned with soft pink sheets and a Hello Kitty pillowcase. The room was filled with a delicate fragrance, a scent uniquely belonging to Su Mingru. Taking a deep breath, he savored the refreshing aroma, feeling increasingly pleased with himself. He closed his eyes. Before long, he heard the faint sound of footsteps outside the door. Su Mingru, having dried her hands after washing the dishes, entered quietly. She tiptoed to the bedside, and as she sat down beside him, the mattress sank slightly. Even with his eyes closed, Jiang Ye could sense her presence beside him, accompanied by a waft of the familiar fragrance from the room. Opening his eyes mischievously, he teased, "Rujia, I still can't sleep. How do you plan to lull me to sleep?" Su Mingru's cheeks flushed deeper. She hadn't anticipated that Jiang Ye would suddenly open his eyes at that moment. Clearing her throat, she stammered, "Why, you should close your eyes first, and I'll pat your shoulder to help you sleep." A smile crept onto Jiang Ye's lips as he obediently closed his eyes. He could feel Su Mingru's gentle hand resting on his shoulder, softly patting him in a tender, yet slightly flustered manner. The room fell into a tranquil silence, filled only with the soft sounds of her patting and their steady breaths intertwining. Jiang Ye continued to feign sleep, relishing the rare moment of serenity and warmth. After a while, seeing that Jiang Ye remained still, Su Mingru assumed he had truly fallen asleep. She cast a glance at Jiang Ye, only to discover that his slumbering visage possessed an inexplicable allure. His eyelashes fluttered gently, as if he were lost in a delightful dream, and a faint smile graced his lips, revealing an innocence that seemed boundless. His tousled, raven-black hair added an air of untamed charm, while his steady, deep breaths caused his broad chest to rise and fall rhythmically, resembling a handsome figure stepped out from a painting. When did Xiaoyi become so handsome? Su Mingru found herself stealing glances at him, her heart fluttering in a flurry of confusion as a blush crept upon her cheeks, prompting her to hastily avert her gaze. Rising softly to depart the room, she suddenly recalled something, turning back to adjust the blanket over Jiang Ye, ensuring he would not catch a chill. However, at that very moment, Jiang Ye unexpectedly opened his eyes. Su Mingru was startled by his sudden movement, and her face flushed anew. "You're not asleep?" she inquired, astonished. Jiang Ye shook his head and chuckled. "I was a bit drowsy, but upon hearing that you seemed about to leave, sleep eluded me." Upon hearing his words, Su Mingru felt a pang of annoyance, realizing she had been playfully outwitted by this boy. Yet, the sight of Jiang Ye's radiant smile dissipated her irritation in an instant. Xiaoyi, are you going to sleep or not? Lunchtime rest is precious. She feigned anger. Hee, why don't you hold me? I'll lie on your lap and see if I can drift off, he suggested with a playful grin. You rascal. Su Mingru's cheeks burned. Nevertheless, she resolved that ensuring Jiang Ye rested well for his afternoon examination was paramount. Reluctantly, she brought her legs together and sat at the edge of Jiang Ye's bed. Seeing her comply, Jiang Ye's heart leapt with joy, and he immediately reclined, resting his head upon her lap. He could feel her legs tremble slightly, betraying her nervousness. Closing his eyes, he savored the warmth and softness radiating from Su Mingru, his heart swelling with happiness and contentment. TSK. Who claims that the college entrance examination is terrifying? If this were the treatment, I'd willingly endure it every day. Su Mingru gently patted Jiang Ye's shoulder, using the fan in her hand to create a soft breeze for him. The gentle zephyrs from the fan caressed Jiang Ye's heart, instilling within him an inexplicable tranquility. Before long, he succumbed to a deep slumber. The room enveloped in silence. Only the occasional chirping of cicadas outside accompanied the rhythmic sound of Jiang Ye's breathing, crafting a scene of warmth and serenity. Su Mingru carefully set down the fan, wary of disturbing Jiang Ye's sweet dreams. Xiaoyi, wake up. It's time for the exam, she said, glancing at the clock, which read 1:30, as she gently nudged him. Jiang Ye slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze fell upon Su Mingru's tender face. His heart skipped a beat, and his cheeks burned as he abruptly sat up, feeling a bit sheepish as he scratched his head. Ah, Sister Ru, did I really fall asleep? How long was I out? He asked. Not long. Su Mingru chided. You rascal, it's truly difficult to let you take a nap at noon. My legs are numb. Hurry up and get ready for the exam, wash your face, and let us go together. Look at you, drooling while you slept. Jiang Ye chuckled shyly, hastily rising to wash his face in the restroom. In the afternoon, Jiang Ye arrived outside the school. As he queued to enter the examination hall, the area was bustling with students and parents. Examinees awaited the mathematics exam scheduled for later in the day. While waiting, a middle-aged man spotted Jiang Ye in the crowd and approached him with a flattering tone. Jiang Ye, how did the morning exam go? The speaker was Lin Yinyin, who had brought Lin Yinyin to take the college entrance examination. Jiang Ye turned slightly, recognizing Lin Yinyin, and replied with a hint of indifference, it was okay, just so. Lin Yinyin chuckled, rubbing his hands together, and continued. I heard you spent all 15 million from Guangyao Real Estate on concert tickets for the performance at Hangzhou Stadium. Isn't that a bit too reckless? Guangyao Real Estate is clearly a property company. Aren't you turning it into a ticket scalping business? Typically, the concert was expected to take place within a week after the college entrance exams, yet there had been no sign of Zhou Xiaodong's participation. Worse still, regardless of whether Zhou Xiaodong attended, the concert would proceed as scheduled. If there was no news of Zhou Xiaodong's return in the next few days, the 15 million worth of tickets would result in significant losses. Jiang Ye was already feeling a bit agitated, and Lin Yin's mention of the concert tickets only heightened his irritation. Lin Yinyin, did you come to find me just to discuss this? You've left Guangyao Real Estate. Why are you so concerned about its affairs? Jiang Ye's tone was laced with dissatisfaction. Seeing Jiang Ye's unwelcoming demeanor, Lin Yinyin chuckled awkwardly. I'm just concerned about you and Guangyao Real Estate. Jiang Ye, I genuinely want what's best for you and the company. You should heed my advice. Don't act too impulsively. After all, you are still quite young. Perhaps it's better to leave the company's management to me. Those construction projects may not be particularly lucrative, but they can still bring in a few million annually. Jiang Ye snorted coldly. You should worry less about the company and focus more on how to repay your mortgage. Lin Yinyin was rendered speechless by Jiang Ye's retort, his face flushed with embarrassment, standing there at a loss for words. Just then, the doors to the examination hall slowly opened, and the examinees began to enter in an orderly fashion. Watching Jiang Ye's departing figure, Lin Yinyin muttered under his breath, Prodigal, I'm eager to see how you squander all the assets of Guangyao Real Estate. The following day, at noon, after completing the final comprehensive examination of the day, the college entrance examination could be considered concluded. In stark contrast to the bustling crowd near the examination hall, the ticket sales point for the concert at the shopping mall was rather desolate. Yang Bo lay listlessly in the office behind the ticket sales point, attempting to take a nap in a rocking chair, but finding it impossible to sleep, his mind troubled. The organizer had hoarded a total of 20 million tickets, of which 15 million were allocated to Jiang Ye. The remaining 5 million tickets were intended for return to the organizer by Yang Bo, recalling Jiang Ye's earlier remark about the possibility of Zhou Xiaodong making a comeback. Yang Bo contemplated retaining the tickets, hoping for potential profit in the future. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided against keeping all of them, opting instead to retain only 200,000 tickets, while returning the remaining 300,000 to the organizer. In recent days, Yang Bo had been attentively following news regarding the concert. However, with merely a week remaining until the event, there had been no developments concerning Zhou Xiaodong. Frustration welled within him, blaming himself for having believed the youthful Jiang Ye's fanciful words about Zhou Xiaodong's potential participation, leading him to hoard 200,000 tickets. The deadline for returning tickets to the organizer had passed, and it seemed that the 200,000 tickets he had retained would now become a burden. Originally, he had incurred some losses from the concert tickets, and with the additional 200,000, his financial setback had multiplied. As Yang Bo pondered the possibility of selling these tickets at a discount to mitigate his losses, a sudden commotion erupted outside the ticket window, accompanied by loud knocks against the glass. Startled, he quickly rose to investigate. Upon reaching the window, he beheld a long queue of eager individuals, bustling with excitement. People continued to surge from all directions, sprinting towards the ticket booth. The crowd quickly enveloped the square, with several individuals at the forefront fervently pounding on the glass, shouting, "Tickets! I want to buy concert tickets. Whatever the price, I'll take 100. Some in line expressed their discontent. "Wait a minute, buddy. If you're buying 100, what are we supposed to buy? I was here first. I'm buying 1,000 tickets, and you can't stop me." Observing the chaos outside, Yang Bo felt perplexed. Just days prior, these tickets had been selling for half price, with barely a few selling each day. Now, suddenly, a throng had appeared, clamoring to purchase tickets. At that moment, Du Yunjian, the manager of another ticket outlet, called Yang Bo. His voice was tinged with excitement. "Yang Bo, what is happening at your ticket station right now?" Yang Bo paused for a moment before responding. "I'm not quite sure. A lot of people just showed up all of a sudden, and now there's a long line." Du Yunjian exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Yang Bo, hold on to those tickets. You're about to make a fortune." There's news regarding Zhou Xiaodong. Yang Bo's heart raced. "There's news about Zhou Xiaodong," Du Yunjian continued. "Haven't you seen the news? They just reported on television that Zhou Xiaodong's voice has recovered, and he will participate in the concert in Hangzhou, performing at least 10 songs. I just confirmed this with the organizer." Yang Bo was taken aback. "Wow, Yang Bo, I envy you. You truly have an eye for opportunity. Hoarding those 200,000 tickets. Your fortune is about to multiply. I am truly a fool, having returned all those tickets to the organizers. Now I regret it so deeply that I could beat my legs sore. You're still preparing for the college entrance examination, right?" This monumental news struck Yang Bo like a thunderbolt. For a moment, he was taken aback, nearly dropping the phone from his grasp. It dawned on him why there was an influx of people clamoring to purchase concert tickets. The news that Zhou Xiaodong would be attending the concert had spread. After hanging up, Yang Bo was so exhilarated that he felt like leaping into the air. He hurried back to the ticket counter, and gazing at the long line outside, he felt as though he were in a dream. Witnessing this crowd, he was almost tempted to fight for a ticket, further solidifying his belief that Zhou Xiaodong would indeed attend the concert. In a moment of frustration, Yang Bo slapped himself hard across the face. The 2 million tickets he had hoarded could undoubtedly have netted him 5 million. However, he had returned 300,000 of those tickets, incurring a minor processing fee. All to the organizers. Had he not returned those tickets, he could have made an additional 7 million. Was it truly fate that he let 500 million slip through his fingers? His thoughts then turned to Jiang Ye, who had purchased tickets worth 15 million. A wave of regret washed over him. This young man, seemingly so inexperienced, possessed a remarkably astute eye for opportunity. The 15 million tickets he had secured would now effortlessly yield a profit exceeding 40 million. Yang Bo had previously mocked him for being overly audacious in buying such a vast quantity of tickets. It now appeared that the real folly lay with him. Meanwhile, the queue outside the ticket counter had grown increasingly chaotic, with some patrons even breaking into fights. Yang Bo quickly seized the megaphone and shouted to the crowd, "Please, everyone, do not push. Due to the previous lack of interest in concert tickets, all tickets have been returned to the organizers. We will apply again to see if we can acquire more tickets. The official sale will commence at 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Zhou Xiaodong will be attending the concert and performing over 10 songs. Without a doubt, this concert, once overlooked, will now be in high demand, and ticket prices will soar. Until we ascertain the extent of the price surge, we cannot sell a single ticket." Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, the crowd fell into disappointment and erupted in curses. After hanging up, Yang Bo observed the still boisterous throng outside, a smirk of satisfaction creeping onto his lips. He could almost envision himself counting money until his hands cramped. What had initially seemed a failed investment was now poised to become the most triumphant gamble of his life. However, the thought of Jiang Ye, who had stockpiled 15 million tickets, filled him with even greater admiration. Yang Bo promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Jiang Ye's number. At noon, after finishing his meal, Jiang Ye once again lay on Su Mingru's lap, just as he had the previous day, as she gently coaxed him to sleep. The fragrance of Su Mingru, her soft legs, combined with the gentle breeze of the fan and the subtly veiled mountains, evokes a profound sense of a tender homeland. In just 2 short afternoons, Jiang Ye found himself somewhat enamored with this warm sanctuary. While he eagerly anticipated the summer vacation following the college entrance examination, the thought that this gentle homeland might no longer be his after the exams filled him with a tinge of reluctance. Ding ding ding. As Jiang Ye hurried towards his final exam, a phone call interrupted him. Upon answering, he discovered it was Yang Bo. Jiang Ye, where are you right now? Yang Bo's excitement was palpable through the line. Jiang Ye, without much thought, replied, I'm heading to Hangzhou High School, almost at the school gate. What's up? No. I'm coming to find you right now. Yang Bo's urgency startled Jiang Ye, filling him with curiosity about why Yang Bo was so eager to see him. Yet, he still responded on the phone, all right, I'll wait for you at the school gate. After hanging up, Jiang Ye stood at the entrance of the school, filled with anticipation for the freedom that awaited him once the final exam was behind him. Moments later, a BMW pulled up, and Yang Bo jumped out of the car in a hurry. After making a quick phone call, he finally spotted Jiang Ye amidst the crowd. Jiang Ye, you're incredible. Yang Bo gasped, breathless. Jiang Ye, bewildered by Yang Bo's demeanor, asked, what is going on? Yang Gu, is there something urgent? Yang Bo patted Jiang Ye's shoulder. No. Don't call me Yang Gu. You're the brother here. From now on, I'll call you Yi Gu. Do you know? Zhou Xiaodong has confirmed he will participate in the concert, and he'll sing at least 10 songs. Those tickets are bound to be worth a fortune now. Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat. After finishing his exam that morning, he had searched online for news about Zhou Xiaodong, but found nothing of note. He had prepared himself for the worst, contemplating selling his tickets at a loss if Zhou Xiaodong did not participate in the concert. After all, no one could guarantee that events would unfold exactly as they had in his previous life. To his astonishment, exhilarating news arrived just before his final exam. Catching him off guard, he had bet correctly. He could hardly believe that the concert he remembered from his past life could indeed allow him to profit handsomely in this world. Is this news confirmed? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Jiang Ye asked, seeking reassurance from Yang Bo. Yang Bo chuckled. Why would I deceive you? It's all over the television. And the organizers have confirmed it. You're about to make a fortune several times over. Huh, Yang Bo, you must have made quite a bit too, right? Jiang Ye inquired. Yang Bo's expression turned sour. Don't remind me. I'm too timid. I only kept 2 million of the 5 million tickets. I returned the rest to the organizers. I truly regret not having listened to you and keeping all those tickets. Jiang Ye comforted Yang Bo with a pat on the shoulder. Well, at least you made some profit. With your 2 million votes in hand, you could certainly earn a considerable sum. Yang Bo sighed. Though that may be true, in comparison to your 15 million, my 2 million appears utterly insignificant. Jiang Ye, you have truly struck gold this time. By the way, how do you intend to handle these tickets? Jiang Ye pondered for a moment and replied. As long as Zhou Xiaodong participates, there will be no trouble selling the concert tickets. Let us not rush to sell. We'll wait for the news to simmer for a couple of days, and then sell off the majority when the price rises. We can hold on to a small portion and sell them at a high price on the day of the concert. Here is the plan. Yang Bo, I'll take a portion of these tickets, and you can help me sell them. I'll give you a 5% share of the ticket price as commission. I'll take some tickets now for you to sell, and then you can pay me later. Yang Bo was taken aback. Jiang Ye, let us get straight to the point. If I recall correctly, this is only our second meeting. How can you trust me so readily? Aren't you afraid I might abscond with the ticket funds? Bad girl, don't waste time. Jiang Ye chuckled. Sometimes, trust is established in just a couple of encounters. I believe in my instincts. Yang Bo felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing this. He never expected that after years of navigating the cutthroat business world, he would receive such unwavering trust from a young man. He patted his chest and assured, rest assured, Jiang Ye, I will make sure these tickets are handled meticulously. I've made quite a bit from this venture as well. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. And if any lucrative business opportunities arise in the future, consider me your partner. Jiang Ye contemplated the end of his last exam this afternoon, marking the official start of summer vacation. He could now indulge freely. However, the business landscape also required some companions. With this in mind, Jiang Ye agreed. All right, but I have one more exam this afternoon. You go ahead and keep busy. I'll find you after my exam. Exam? Yang Bo queried, a bit perplexed. Jiang Ye gestured towards the banner at the school entrance and replied casually. There's one last comprehensive exam this afternoon. Yang Bo was taken aback. What? Jiang Ye, you have your own company, and you just shelled out 15 million for tickets. And you're telling me you're still a student? Jiang Ye smiled gently at Yang Bo. Yes, isn't being a student quite wonderful? Life on a university campus is enjoyable. Later that afternoon, Jiang Ye emerged from the chaotic classroom, overwhelmed by a torrent of indescribable emotions. Although he had experienced all this in his past life, he inhaled deeply, savoring the essence of freedom. Song Xiaohong found Jiang Ye in the classroom. Foster father. We finally finished the exams. What are we doing tonight? Let us go to an internet cafe and pull an all-nighter. I'll let you control a peasant as Zerg and crush you. Xiaohong, have you made some progress? Jiang Ye shot a glare at Song Xiaohong. All you think about is gaming. Come, I'll introduce you to something more sophisticated. Song Xiaohong's eyes sparkled. You're not suggesting we're going to the salon, are you? The one where they do the explosive 188 wash and cut? Jiang Ye did not anticipate that a casual remark would resonate with Song Xiaohui. Gripping Song Xiaohui's arm, he exclaimed, the grinding wolf factory, is it? Let's go, let's go. Off we go now. I will elevate you. I will make you explode. Upon realizing Jiang Ye was serious, Song Xiaohui's face turned pale, and he instinctively recoiled. No, foster father. I was joking. I'm not ready yet. Jiang Ye shot him a disdainful glance. Coward. He then pulled Song Xiaohui towards the school gate. If we're not heading to the grinding wolf factory, I'll treat you to a feast. Recently, Song Xiaohui had been diligently studying, hardly skipping classes to play video games at internet cafes, and he had even lost some weight. Thinking about dining with Yang Bo later, Jiang Ye decided to include Song Xiaohui. Upon hearing there would be a feast, Song Xiaohui beamed with delight. Foster father, you are so good to me. I'm famished. As they reached the stairs, they spotted Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng emerging from the classroom. Inspired by Plan A, Jiang Ye felt a surge of determination and followed them. Where are you headed? Lin Yinyin? Jiang Ye inquired. Lin Yinyin paused and turned to face Jiang Ye, her heart fluttering with joy. Ever since Jiang Ye had moved his seat to the back of the classroom, he had not spoken to her for a month. Today, however, he had initiated conversation just like before. Glancing at Jiang Ye, she inexplicably sensed something different about him. Upon closer inspection, her heart raced. How had Jiang Ye become so handsome? With chiseled features and a well-toned physique, he resembled a movie star. Lin Yinyin found herself momentarily entranced. Noticing Lin Yinyin's silence as she gazed at him, Jiang Ye felt a swell of confidence regarding the forthcoming Plan A. Lin Yinyin, what are you pondering? So captivated? Where are you off to? Jiang Ye asked again. Finally regaining her composure, Lin Yinyin blushed slightly and replied, we just finished our exams. Our classmates have planned a night at Honghu Internet Cafe to enjoy a feast. Would you like to join us? Jiang Ye chuckled softly. A gathering at a food stall? An all-night internet cafe session? How dull. I have a friend who is treating me to dinner. Would you care to join? Lin Yinyin hesitated, casting a questioning glance at Yin Feng. Yin Feng thought it was rare for Jiang Ye to extend an olive branch. While he wished to spend the evening with Lin Yinyin after the exams, he also believed in the strategy of patience. Yinyin, it's fine. You should go with Jiang Ye. I'm perfectly fine here. After you finish dining with Jiang Ye, you can return to Honghu Internet Cafe to find us. With that, Yin Feng discreetly signaled Lin Yinyin with his eyes. Lin Yinyin quickly grasped the meaning behind Yin Feng's glance. Ever since Jiang Ye had distanced himself from the two of them, the privileges they once enjoyed, such as dining out, using meal cards, and riding in luxury cars, had abruptly vanished. Both Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng felt quite unaccustomed to this shift. Now that Jiang Ye was showing signs of reaching out, Yin Feng sensed it was a splendid opportunity. As long as Lin Yinyin manages to capture Jiang Ye, she can gradually cultivate a relationship with him, allowing her to once again lavishly spend the money of this unsuspecting fool. Lin Yinyin pondered for a moment and said, may I return home first to take a shower and change my clothes before I go? Sure, go ahead. I'll pick you up downstairs in an hour, replied her companion. Xiaohei and I will head to the internet cafe for a while. After Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng departed, Jiang Ye accompanied Xiaohei to the internet cafe. With a disdainful expression, Xiaohei remarked, Jiang Ye, TSK, look at you. It hasn't been long, yet you still can't help but like Lin Yinyin. Alas, it hasn't been easy. You've held out for quite some time this round. Jiang Ye playfully slapped Xiaohei, retorting, who said I like Lin Yinyin? Xiaohei pressed further, then why did you bring her along for dinner? Jiang Ye smiled meaningfully, you wouldn't understand. Just come along and eat. He mused. Cherish the good girls, and don't waste time on the bad ones. Having lived through much, Jiang Ye had long grasped this truth. Since he was unlikely to find the good girl with whom he had a bond, Perhaps it was time to indulge in the charms of the bad girls on the very first night of this carefree summer. As they arrived at the internet cafe near the school, it was already bustling with students who had just completed their final exams and were now liberated. In 2006, although the variety of entertainment was limited, it brought immense joy to those who enjoyed surfing the net. Games like Legend, Counter-Strike, StarCraft, Fantasy Westward Journey, Audition, Warcraft, World of Warcraft, and Jian Yuan captivated players, whether single-player or online, allowing them to immerse themselves for an entire summer. Xiaohe eagerly opened StarCraft, beckoning Jiang Ye. Come on, Jiang Ye. Let us have a couple of matches. A one-on-one. I'll take Zerg, and you can be Protoss. What nonsense. I'll let you have a single worker, and I'll take on two. Jiang Ye chuckled. Just wait and see how I'll defeat you. StarCraft had been a sensation for over a decade, and even as Jiang Ye entered university, he continued to play, eventually becoming a key player in the school S team. Unbeknownst to Xiaohe, Jiang Ye was no longer the novice who struggled against computers. Come on, everyone, bear witness. Whoever loses must call the other daddy. Xiaohe provocatively challenged. Jiang Ye laughed heartily. Xiaohe, you usually call me father. So if you lose, you'll have to call me grandfather. As the match commenced, many gathered around, intrigued by the prospect of a duel between the two. At first, Xiaohe was brimming with confidence, believing victory was assured. However, a fleeting glance at Jiang Ye's screen quickly revealed something amiss. Jiang Ye's mouse danced across the screen, and the rapid clicks of both mouse and keyboard filled the air. Each scene lingers for no more than 2 seconds, creating a dazzling display that overwhelms the senses. The crowd in the internet cafe erupts with cheers and gasps, utterly captivated by the gameplay. Before long, an airdrop disturbance reaches Song Xiaohui's base. He shouts in frustration as the farmers, driven mad by Jiang Ye, flee in panic. Damn, you old rascal. An airdrop? Just wait until I develop my strategy. Song Xiaohui grumbles. However, he hardly has time to catch his breath. Within 10 minutes, Jiang Ye commands a mixed mechanical army, capped at 200 population, and storms straight to Song Xiaohui's doorstep. Ultimately, as Jiang Ye's forces breach Song Xiaohui's defenses and strike at the heart of his base, he has no choice but to concede defeat. What the hell, Jiang Ye? When did you become so skilled? Song Xiaohui exclaims in disbelief. Jiang Ye smirks with pride. You've only been playing around instead of honing your skills. After 2 matches of StarCraft, Song Xiaohui completely abandons any hope of triumphing over Jiang Ye. As mealtime approaches, he reluctantly follows Jiang Ye out of the cafe. Upon arriving at the entrance of Donghu Garden Community, Jiang Ye meets up with Lin Yinyin. She is adorned in a pink dress, its hem swaying gently with her steps, exuding an air of freshness and elegance. Her lightly applied makeup enhances her femininity, a stark contrast to her usual natural look. As Jiang Ye gazes upon Lin Yinyin, memories from his past life flood his mind. Back then, he would go to great lengths to win her favor, yet never even held her hand, ultimately losing his life at the hands of her and Yin Feng. Now reborn, he is determined to trample those who once bullied him. Lin Yinyin, having made an effort with her appearance, likely has yet to foresee how her exquisite visage may soon be marred by chaos. Jiang Ye, have you been waiting long? Lin Yinyin's voice interrupts his reverie. He shakes his head and smiles. Not at all. I just arrived. You look stunning today. At his compliment, a blush creeps onto her cheeks as she shyly replies. Thank you, let us go. The three then proceed to the hotel reserved by Yang Bo, the Hangzhou July Flower Hotel. Situated in the bustling commercial district of Han City, radiates opulence as soon as one steps into the lobby. The marble floor shines like a mirror, and the dazzling crystal chandeliers cast a soft yet brilliant glow, illuminating the grand hall in splendor. The plush sofas, elegant coffee tables, and courteous staff all reflect the hotel's high standards and sophistication. Yang Bo has been waiting at the entrance for quite some time and eagerly greets Jiang Ye and his companions. Finally, you're here. Come on in, he exclaims. I brought 2 classmates along. You don't mind, do you, Yang Bo? Yang Bo quickly waves his hand. Not at all. The more, the merrier. Today, I've arranged for Master Chef Zhang, the executive chef of Hangzhou July Flower Hotel, to cook for us. Should we invite all your classmates over to celebrate the conclusion of your college entrance examination? Now you can truly relax. No need. It would be too crowded to discuss anything. Jiang Ye chuckled and waved his hand, entering the pre-booked private room alongside Yang Bo. The room was elegantly and tastefully decorated, adorned with several ink wash paintings that added a touch of tranquility and refinement to the bustling city outside. In the center stood a large round table, already laden with an array of exquisite cold dishes that heightened one's appetite. Jiang Ye, come, sit down. Today, we shall not leave until we are fully intoxicated. Yang Bo warmly beckoned. He then instructed the waiter, "Please have Chef Zhang arrange the hot dishes." Jiang Ye wasted no time and took a seat. Before long, a succession of hot dishes arrived: spicy and sour sea cucumber, braised lion's head meatballs, crispy prime beef, and Buddha jumps over the wall. Each dish was a feast for the senses, tantalizing the palate. Jiang Ye glanced at the spread before him, secretly praising Yang Bo for his generosity. These dishes were certainly not inexpensive. However, it was no surprise, for even if Yang Bo had merely retained 2 million from the ticket sales, this banquet would still yield him a profit exceeding 4 million. Compared to these delicacies, the cost was but a trifling matter. On the other hand, Shadowy and Lin Yinyin were utterly astonished by the culinary creations crafted by the executive chef, as they had never encountered such exquisite dishes before and felt somewhat out of their depth. Observing their reactions, Yang Bo laughed heartily. "Today, we are here to celebrate Jiang Ye's completion of the college entrance examination, and I have specially arranged these dishes. Please, do not hold back and enjoy." After several rounds of drinks and an assortment of flavors, Yang Bo raised his glass, beaming at Jiang Ye. "Jiang Ye, I owe you my gratitude. You have truly filled my coffers. You have profited as well, hoarding so many tickets for Zhou Xiaodong's concert. I calculated it. And you must have made at least 50 million from this venture. Come, let us toast. This glass is for you, and for Zhou Xiaodong who has brought us fortune." Jiang Ye smiled, clinked glasses with Yang Bo, and downed the drink in one go. "Yang Bo, you are too kind. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. In the future, let us make more money together. Rest assured, Jiang Ye, if anything arises, do not hesitate to let me know," Yang Bo assured, patting his chest. "Jiang Ye, you actually brought me here to a hotel?" Lin Yinyin, observing the camaraderie between Jiang Ye and Yang Bo, was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Jiang Ye possessed the capability to forge connections with such prominent individuals. Moreover, to have arranged for the executive chef of this luxurious hotel to serve them? What was even more astounding was that Jiang Ye had reportedly amassed 50 million in just a matter of days. Lin Yinyin felt skeptical. How could he have earned such a fortune in such a short span? After all, when Jiang Ye entrusted Guangyao Real Estate to Lin Buyun, it was said that the company only earned a few million annually. What right did Jiang Ye have to accumulate 50 million so swiftly? After pondering for a moment, Lin Yinyin dismissed the notion and quickly discerned the underlying motives behind the situation. It was merely a matter of engaging in idle banter with someone named Yang Bo. Was it not an attempt to elevate her perception of Jiang Ye, thereby fostering a deeper fondness for him? Lin Yinyin considered Jiang Ye's boastfulness somewhat juvenile. However, recalling that he had specifically invited her to dinner, she felt a sweet warmth in her heart, realizing that even his braggadocio was intended to enhance his image in her eyes. Previously, Jiang Ye had feigned aloofness, neglecting her. How could she have thought herself unappealing to him? Was he not now eagerly reverting to his former self? As their meal drew to a close, Yang Bo offered Jiang Ye a cigarette, asking, "Would you like one?" Jiang Ye accepted with practiced ease. Yang Bo swiftly moved to Jiang Ye's side, producing a lighter to ignite the cigarette. Lin Yinyin was taken aback upon witnessing Jiang Ye smoking, her brows furrowing as she exclaimed, "Jiang Ye, how could you be smoking? The smell is overwhelming." Jiang Ye skillfully blew 2 smoke rings, surveying Lin Yinyin's exquisite features through the haze. He mused that smoking had been prohibited at school, but now that exams were over and summer had commenced, indulgence was certainly permissible. Not only smoking, but perhaps he would indulge in her company as well. With such an extravagant feast, Lin Yinyin must surely be satiated and ready for whatever came next, he thought. Jiang Ye calmly remarked, "I invited you to dinner for our mutual enjoyment, not for you to admonish me. If you cannot tolerate the smell of smoke, you are free to leave." Lin Yinyin sat in stunned silence, feeling a wave of awkwardness wash over her. Yang Bo quickly intervened. "Come on now, the exams are over, let us celebrate. A couple of puffs one tea hurt. Jiang Ye, don't take it to heart. Your little friend is just looking out for you." Jiang Ye flicked the ash from his cigarette and replied with a smile, "She is not my girlfriend. I merely live nearby and thought that dining alone lacked ambience. So I invited her along." Upon hearing this, Lin Yinyin felt a pang of disappointment, her cheeks flushing deeper. Looking down, she softly murmured, "I didn't mean it like that. I'm just concerned about your health." Jiang Ye chuckled, choosing not to pursue the topic further, and turned to Yang Bo. "Yang Bo, I truly appreciate your efforts. Your arrangements have been most considerate." Yang Bo waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, it's no trouble at all. We're practically family. By the way, today is a momentous occasion. Since you don't have a girlfriend, how about I invite a few lovely ladies over so we can continue the festivities? After all, my goal today is to ensure you have a splendid time." Lin Yinyin felt a tightening in her chest at this suggestion. Stealing a glance at Jiang Ye, she noticed the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, seemingly intrigued by Yang Bo's proposal. Previously, Lin Yinyin's heart had been unwaveringly inclined towards Yan Feng, yet inexplicably, it began to tilt towards Jiang Ye. When Jiang Ye asserted that Lin Yinyin was not his girlfriend, she realized with dismay that she felt a flicker of disappointment. As Yang Bo suggested that Jiang Ye invite other beautiful women for the second half, Lin Yinyin felt a surge of anxiety within her. She was uncertain whether Jiang Ye would acquiesce, and if Yang Bo truly summoned other beauties, she was at a loss for how to respond. Fortunately, Jiang Ye merely patted Yang Bo's shoulder lightly and remarked with a smile, "Let it go for today. I'm feeling a bit fatigued, and there are other important matters to attend to shortly." Stealing a glance at Jiang Ye, Lin Yinyin noticed his smile directed at her, which seemed to carry a deeper significance. A blush crept across her cheeks, and her heart fluttered with delight. The young girl mused that Jiang Ye indeed still held affection for her, having turned down the women Yang Bo had arranged. Yet it was no surprise. For in Hangzhou, how many could rival the campus belle Lin Yinyin? Yang Bo, catching on, likely deduced the nature of the important matters Jiang Ye referred to, and replied, "All right, let's call it a day then. If you have time tomorrow, we can meet at the lottery shop." Upon reaching the hotel entrance, Yang Bo drove away. Although Song Xiaohe was somewhat curious about the important matter Jiang Ye had alluded to, he refrained from probing further and happily headed to the school internet cafe to play StarCraft. At the hotel entrance, only Jiang Ye and Lin Yinyin remained. Curiosity piqued. Lin Yinyin inquired, "Jiang Ye, where are we headed next? Why don't we return to school? Many classmates are at the internet cafe, and I'd like to join them for a bit." Chuckling, Jiang Ye replied with a hint of mischief, "Oh, are you eager to find your friend Yan Feng at the internet cafe?" At this, Lin Yinyin's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shot an irritated glance at Jiang Ye. "Jiang Ye, what are you talking about? Yan Feng and I are merely ordinary friends." Jiang Ye's expression darkened. If memory served, Lin Yinyin had likely given her first kiss to Yan Feng on her 18th birthday. Before long, she would also bestow her first time upon him. Yet here she was, treating him as a fool while asserting they were merely friends. Noticing the change in Jiang Ye's demeanor, Lin Yinyin was momentarily at a loss and hurriedly clarified, "I just wanted to play online for a while, nothing more." Jiang Ye regarded her, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, is that so? You wish to surf the net? Perfect, I shall take you to a place." With that, Jiang Ye led Lin Yinyin back into the June Flower Hotel and into the elevator. Confused, Lin Yinyin questioned, "Jiang Ye, isn't this a hotel? Is there an internet cafe here as well?" Jiang Ye smiled faintly, "You will find out shortly." Before long, the elevator chimed as it reached the top floor. Jiang Ye guided Lin Yinyin out, traversing a corridor adorned as if it were an art gallery, until they arrived at a door. After swiping a card, Jiang Ye entered the room, revealing a luxurious presidential suite. The suite was spacious and bright, adorned with opulence yet retaining elegance. The soft king-sized bed, exquisite furnishings, and the breathtaking city skyline visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows all exuded a sense of grandeur and sophistication. Jiang Ye closed the door to the presidential suite and walked straight to the window, gazing at the dim lights outside. He remarked softly, "The view here far surpasses that of an internet cafe. Today, let me show you what a true online experience entails. You shall reside here for the time being." Lin Yinyin followed Jiang Ye, surveying the suite with astonishment. She had never imagined that Jiang Ye would bring her to such a place. "Jiang Ye?" Lin Yinyin's heart raced upon entering the suite, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "You actually brought me here too." "Indeed, we are here for that purpose." Jiang Ye turned to face her, a slight smile gracing his lips. Lin Yinyin's cheeks flushed crimson, filled with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. "Jiang Ye, you scoundrel! Who would willingly come here with you?" With that, she pivoted to leave, heading towards the door. "Lin Yinyin, how much does your family allocate for your living expenses now that you have entered university?" Jiang Ye inquired nonchalantly from behind. At his words, Lin Yinyin paused, her expression of shame and anger freezing into disbelief as she turned to look at him. "Jiang Ye, why are you asking that now?" Just days prior, Lin Yinyin's family had indeed deliberated over this very issue, burdened by financial concerns. In 2006, while university tuition was not exorbitant, it still amounted to 5,000 yuan per semester, and monthly living expenses required several hundred more. When her father, Lin Boyun, was employed at Guangyao Real Estate, such sums were hardly a concern. However, after his dismissal, the family struggled to meet their monthly mortgage obligations, let alone cover Lin Yinyin's tuition and living costs. Lin Boyun and Fang Qing had discussed the possibility of borrowing from relatives to secure the tuition fees. While they could only manage to provide Lin Yinyin with a meager 200 yuan for living expenses each month, Should that prove insufficient, she would have to seek part-time work to support herself during her studies. The disparity between Lin Yinyin's former life as a privileged daughter and her current reality was staggering, shattering her dreams of university life. Previously, she had embraced the persona of a wealthy heiress, yet now, not only was she reliant on loans for her tuition, but she would also need to work diligently to afford her living expenses. The notion was utterly unfathomable to her. Nevertheless, she could not comprehend why Jiang Ye had broached such a topic at this moment. Jiang Ye approached her, his gaze penetrating. Lin Yinyin, I am aware of your family's situation. Since your father lost his job and income, life has undoubtedly become challenging. The expenses for your university tuition and living costs are likely to strain your finances. At his words, Lin Yinyin's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she lowered her head, her voice quavering slightly. Yes, my family is indeed facing difficulties, but I will find a way to manage. I can work part-time while studying to cover my living expenses. Jiang Ye, is there any chance you could help my father regain his position at Guanya Real Estate? Losing that job has made everything so difficult. Jiang Ye smirked internally. Lin Yinyin, you little vixen, are you still trying to garner sympathy before me? If I were to fall for your tricks again as I did in the past, that would be truly absurd. Your father's struggles are of no concern to me. If your family were to thrive, it would only disturb my peace. Jiang Ye gently patted her shoulder, his tone softening. Do not fret, I have an idea. Perhaps I can offer you an opportunity to earn some money. Lin Yinyin lifted her head, her face a mask of confusion as she gazed at Jiang Ye. Earn money? Here? How? Jiang Ye smiled slightly, retrieving 2 agreements from his backpack. Lin Yinyin took the contract, her eyes widening at the bold letters that read, Temporary Girlfriend Rental Agreement. Party A, Jiang Ye. Party B, Lin Yinyin. 1. Party A, due to personal needs, has decided to employ Party B as a temporary girlfriend. 2. Party B, after thorough understanding, voluntarily accepts Party A's employment and assumes the role of temporary girlfriend. 3. Party B shall fulfill her duties, comply with Party A's arrangements, and cater to Party A's needs, accompanying him through delightful moments. 4. Party A shall compensate Party B at a rate of 200 yuan per hour as a temporary girlfriend. If Party B excels in her duties, additional rewards may be granted. 5. This agreement shall be governed by the laws of this country, and the interpretation and dispute rights belong to Party A. Upon reading the agreement, Lin Yinyin froze, her face flushed with indignation. Jiang Ye, are you out of your mind? What nonsense is this? If you like me, then pursue me properly. You think paying me 200 yuan will make me your girlfriend? You must be delusional. Don't you realize how outrageous this is? Jiang Ye shrugged nonchalantly, responding, Lin, if you find it excessive, then so be it. I have provided you with an opportunity. Whether you seize it is entirely up to you. Lin Yinyin stared at the agreement in her hands, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within her. She had not anticipated Jiang Ye would make such a proposition, nor could she have imagined herself in such a predicament. Jiang Ye chuckled. Lin, since you are unwilling, that is perfectly fine. You may leave at any time. However, let me remind you, the amount I have offered you is 200 yuan per hour. While it may not seem substantial, this amount begins accruing from the moment we were together. For instance, we dined at 5 p.m., and now it is already 9 p.m. If you were to sign this agreement, in these 4 hours alone, you would have already earned 800 yuan. So this time is calculated from when we started dining? Lin Yinyin bit her lip, her mind racing with calculations. This indeed seemed like a lucrative deal. According to the terms of the agreement, she had merely enjoyed a lavish meal with Jiang Ye and had already earned 800 yuan. If she were to linger in this presidential suite for a while longer, perhaps she could easily surpass 1,000 yuan. In university, part-time jobs such as handing out flyers or tutoring barely paid a meager sum of a few yuan per hour. Jiang Ye's offer was indeed worthy of consideration. If she were to let this opportunity slip by, she wondered if she would ever find another means of earning money. Lin Yinyin surveyed the opulent 5-star presidential suite before her, her resolve gradually wavering. Finally, she inhaled deeply and declared, Very well, I shall sign. However, you must promise me that you will refrain from any excessive actions. Jiang Ye offered a subtle smile and nodded. Rest assured, I shall abide by our agreement. As long as you comply, I will ensure that you are well taken care of and receive what you desire. With that, Jiang Ye retrieved a pen from his bag and handed it to Lin Yinyin. She accepted the pen and solemnly inscribed her name upon the contract. Jiang Ye then produced a box of red ink and said, Here, affix your thumbprint as well, for security. A sense of unease washed over Lin Yinyin. It appeared as though Jiang Ye had prepared this contract in advance and had anticipated her agreement. Nevertheless, she dismissed her doubts and pressed her thumb onto the document. After signing and sealing the agreement, Jiang Ye carefully tucked one copy into his bag. He then pulled out a bundle of cash, counting out 12 bills. Lin, my fair flower, since our temporary girlfriend agreement is now in effect, allow me to provide your remuneration for today. This is 200 yuan for 6 hours of work. Take it. Lin Yinyin felt a surge of delight. Jiang Ye was a fool if he thought money was so easily earned. In such a brief span, she had secured 200 yuan, more than sufficient for 2 months of university expenses. Yet, as she gazed at the stack of bills in Jiang Ye's hand, curiosity crept into her mind. He had compensated her for 6 hours, beginning from their meal at 5 in the afternoon, and 3 hours had already elapsed. What then? Were his intentions for the remaining 2 hours? I am in control here, Jiang Ye declared. Lin Yinyin had initially hoped to spend the night online, accumulating over 2,000 yuan for 10 hours of work. Yet, considering that she had done nothing to earn the 200 yuan, it was not an unacceptable arrangement. Thank you, Jiang Ye, she said, reaching for the stack of cash. However, Jiang Ye abruptly withdrew the money behind him, stepping forward to scatter the bills across the hotel floor, creating a trail that led to the sofa. What do you mean, Jiang Ye? Lin Yinyin questioned in confusion. You're taking the money away just like that? It's hardly amusing. How about this? You kneel on the floor, bark like a dog, and crawl to gather the money, and then it shall belong to you. At his words, Lin Yinyin's face drained of color, disbelief clouding her eyes as she stared at Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye, you want me to bark like a dog? Are you out of your mind? A sly smile curled at the corners of Jiang Ye's mouth as he stepped closer to Lin Yinyin, whispering, What is this? Is our fair flower unwilling? Then this money shall remain out of reach. Lin Yinyin bit her lip, her heart brimming with humiliation and fury. She had never anticipated that Jiang Ye would make such a degrading demand. It was a profound affront to her dignity. However, as Lin Yinyin gazed at the thick stack of banknotes on the floor, her resolve began to waver. This sum represented a fortune for her. If she could obtain this money, her summer would be more generous, allowing her to indulge in internet cafes and shopping. Lin Yinyin's eyes flitted between the cash and Jiang Ye, and ultimately, she made her decision. Taking a deep breath, she slightly bent her knees and knelt on the ground, imitating a dog's bark. With each bark, she crawled forward and picked up a banknote. Jiang Ye stood nearby, a playful smile gracing his face as he observed Lin Yinyin's actions. After collecting the last banknote, Lin Yinyin's face flushed crimson, tears welling in her eyes. She cast a resentful glance at Jiang Ye, lowering her head in humiliation as she gathered the money, preparing to access the computer in the living room. Yet, Jiang Ye seized her arm. Lin, the campus flower, you are now my temporary girlfriend. As my girlfriend, according to our agreement, shouldn't you fulfill your duties? Lin Yinyin trembled, looking up at Jiang Ye, her eyes filled with terror and confusion. Jiang Ye, I have already complied with your demands. What more do you want? Jiang Ye smiled slightly, a glimmer of amusement in his gaze. What do you think couples do? Do you truly believe that barking like a dog will earn you this money? Undress. Lin Yinyin sensed something amiss. She struggled desperately to escape, her voice laced with sobs. Jiang Ye, let me go. You promised you wouldn't do anything excessive. Slap. Slap. 2 crisp slaps echoed across Lin Yinyin's face. Jiang Ye, how could you hit me? She gasped, covering her stinging cheeks in disbelief. Jiang Ye's expression darkened with ferocity. Lin, the campus flower, the agreement is signed. You've taken the money. Do you think you remain the exalted Lin Yinyin? You are merely a pawn in my game. You will do as I command. Remove your clothes. If you refuse, I will share this agreement in the class group. Despair engulfed Lin Yinyin. She never anticipated finding herself in such a predicament. If this agreement were to reach the class group, she would never be able to face anyone again. She regretted signing the agreement for money, and even more so for failing to see through Jiang Ye's true nature sooner. But now it was too late. Lin Yinyin stood frozen for a moment, tears streaming down her cheeks and falling onto the floor. Gradually, she began to undress. Jiang Ye watched her, tears glistening in her eyes, appearing pitiful. For a fleeting moment, a sense of softness and sympathy welled within him. Yet, this sympathy quickly dissipated. Having learned from past experiences, Jiang Ye understood one fundamental truth: a woman's tears, especially those of seemingly pure and beautiful girls, were the least trustworthy. It was her deliberate fall during gym class that had drawn him in, leading him to her vulnerable side and ultimately falling victim to her deceit. Every time she weeps, my heart softens. I always unconditionally acquiesce to her demands. The inheritance I received, even the shares of the Guangyao real estate company, have gradually been wept away to her. Yet, what do I receive in return? She and Yin Feng poisoned the very water I drink, subjecting me to endless torment until my demise. In this lifetime, if I am still ensnared by Lin Yinyin's tears, I might as well seek death by throwing myself against a block of tofu. After all her clothes had been shed, Lin Yinyin crossed her arms over her chest, her body trembling slightly. Jiang Ye swallowed hard, suddenly feeling parched. I must admit, the campus belle is indeed a sight to behold. Although certain aspects of her development leave much to be desired, her exquisite features, fair skin, and slender waist, complemented by her graceful, elongated legs, are simply beyond reproach. Like spring's chill granting a bath in the Hukinki hot springs, Lin Yinyin now resembles a work of art. Bear in mind, the bear and I are of similar stature. What is there to hide? Jiang Ye mocked, and without a moment's hesitation, he forcefully pushed aside Lin Yinyin's arms. Her cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson. She had never been gazed upon so brazenly by a man. With a mix of reluctance and humiliation, Lin Yinyin implored, Jiang Ye, if you truly care for me, can't you show a bit more patience? I have never rejected you. Why can't you compete fairly with Yin Feng and boldly ask me to be your girlfriend? Don't you think your actions are utterly excessive? Jiang Ye's expression darkened, and a sharp slap landed heavily on Lin Yinyin's body. Lin, don't overestimate your worth. Spare me your theatrics. I possess no morals at this moment and will not be swayed by your sob stories. Now lie still and do not move. Lin Yinyin clutched the place where she was struck in pain, her eyes quickly reddening, tears welling up. Yet Jiang Ye seemed oblivious, rudely pushing her onto the hotel sofa. Though it was a first blood moment in the gaming realm, Jiang Ye had no intention of showing any tenderness. Lin Yinyin's body fell heavily onto the sofa, the pain and humiliation intertwining, nearly robbing her of breath. She bit down on her lower lip, striving to prevent the tears from falling. But the tides of fear and helplessness surged within her. She had never anticipated finding herself in such a predicament. Standing before her, Jiang Ye's gaze was frigid, as if she were an insignificant object. His voice was low and menacing. Lin, do you think you are someone special, posing as morally superior in my presence? Today, I shall teach you what it means to obey. Lin Yinyin's heart raced, her mind swirling in chaos. Jiang Ye, what you are doing is illegal. You will regret this. Jiang Ye scoffed, leaning closer, his fingers gripping her chin roughly. Illegal? Huh. Do you think I care? Here, I'm the one who calls the shots. Ultimately, Jiang Ye underestimated the prowess of the Four Saints' original techniques. Although he knew he had grown strong, the reality surpassed his expectations. He felt as if he had transformed into a battalion. After more than an hour, the march concluded. Jiang Ye felt an inexplicable emptiness. Perhaps it was the absence of emotion that left him with a lingering sense of something missing. Contemplating these thoughts, he retreated to the bathroom for a shower, dressed, and prepared to depart. Lin Yinyin was taken aback. As she witnessed Jiang Ye's intention to leave, an inexplicable feeling of reluctance welled up within her. Jiang Ye, are you really leaving? Not leaving. Are you suggesting I stay here overnight? Jiang Ye replied nonchalantly, observing the disheveled Lin Yinyin. He felt little desire to remain in her company. At that moment, he believed that playing StarCraft with shadowy would bring him far greater joy. He retrieved 500 yuan from his wallet and placed it on the table, stating, Here, it's overdue. According to our agreement, I'll add another 200. The rest is your tip. Lin Yinyin's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. What do you take me for, Jiang Ye? Jiang Ye found Lin Yinyin's reaction to be absurd. She wanted to act like a seductress, yet wished to uphold a pristine reputation. A playful smile danced on his lips, his eyes glinting with mischief. Yinyin, we both know the truth. Why pretend otherwise? It's a mutually agreed matter, as laid out in our contract. Let us not complicate things. If you're not interested, I can take this back. You, Jiang Ye, you're unbearable. Lin Yinyin bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Jiang Ye shrugged, feigning indifference. Yinyin, we are adults now. Let us not play games we can't handle. Once the money is exchanged, we're square. I've covered the room fee. And there's a self-service breakfast here tomorrow. You can sleep in and enjoy breakfast before you leave. I've heard the breakfast is quite good. With that, Jiang Ye donned his coat, humming a tune as he turned to leave. Lin Yinyin watched his retreating figure, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had assumed Jiang Ye would be deeply devoted to her, yet it seemed everything was not as she had envisioned. With a sigh, she lay on the bed, her thoughts spiraling. She closed her eyes, attempting to calm herself, but her mind replayed the earlier scenes. Jiang Ye's indifference, his disdain, and that utterly nonchalant demeanor pierced her heart like 1,000 tiny needles. She turned over, picked up her phone, and the screen illuminated her face. Instinctively, she opened QQ Moments. In her feed, Jiang Ye had just posted an update, a photograph of him and Song Xiaowei at an internet cafe, engrossed in StarCraft. The caption read, Nothing brings more joy than gaming with friends. Lin Yinyin's fingers hovered over the screen for a few seconds, She suddenly felt a twinge of absurdity. Had she not just shared the most intimate moments with Jiang Ye? Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had found joy in the gaming world with his friends. A wave of inexplicable emptiness surged within her. Reflecting on her relationship with Jiang Ye, when had it become so convoluted? Was it from the moment the agreement was signed? Or had this relationship been destined to be a mere transaction from the outset? Lin Yinyin shook her head, trying to dismiss these thoughts. After all, the money had been received, had it not? Yet, even so, her heart remained restless. Recalling Jiang Ye's carefree figure as he hummed a tune while departing, a surge of anger welled up within Lin Yinyin. Forget it. I shan't dwell on it, she murmured to herself. Rising, she made her way to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and indulged in another shower. Upon returning to her room, she tidied her clothes and bag, subsequently transferring the money she had received into her wallet. That night, her slumber was far from tranquil. In her dreams, she seemed to return to that hotel room, where Jiang Ye's silhouette lingered, elusive. She desperately attempted to chase after him, yet found herself perpetually unable to catch up, finally drifting off to sleep much later than she had hoped. The following morning, Lin Yinyin awoke to the bright light of day. Glancing at her phone, she noted the time. It was already past 10 o'clock. She sat up, massaging her throbbing temples, and reflected on the dream of the previous night, feeling a lingering sense of oppression. What did that dream signify? Was she truly in pursuit of Jiang Ye? Ding dong. The doorbell rang at the hotel entrance. A spark of joy ignited within Lin Yinyin. Could it be? Jiang Ye has had a change of heart and returned? She thought, reassured that she could not possibly lack charm. After all, Jiang Ye had left her abruptly the night before, exhibiting a callousness that was hard to ignore. He had been so eager to undress her, yet now he seemed to have reconsidered. Surely, I possess at least a modicum of allure, she mused. Lin Yinyin resolved that if Jiang Ye were to return and seek her out, she might not be entirely unwilling to forgive him. After all, he had displayed a degree of generosity last night by giving her 1,500 yuan. Wrapping herself in a hotel robe, she opened the door, only to be greeted by Yin Feng. Yin Feng had spent the night at an internet cafe and now appeared before her with disheveled hair. Yin Feng? What brings you here? Lin Yinyin exclaimed, her face betraying surprise and a hint of disappointment. It was Yin Feng, not Jiang Ye. Yin Feng looked at Lin Yinyin, his eyes revealing a mixture of fatigue and urgency. Yinyin, I've finally found you. Your phone has been off, and I was worried about you all night. Lin Yinyin felt a flicker of warmth in her heart. She hadn't anticipated Yin Feng's concern. Yet, the memory of her encounter with Jiang Ye flooded back, and a blush crept onto her cheeks as she awkwardly lowered her gaze. Yin Feng, how did you find me? She quickly masked her embarrassment. Yin Feng explained, last night. Jiang Ye went to the internet cafe. I noticed you hadn't followed him, so I asked Jiang Ye where you had gone. He mentioned you were at this hotel and even gave me your room number. I was skeptical at first, but after finishing my time at the cafe today, I thought I'd come check it out, and lo and behold, you are indeed here. As Yin Feng stepped into the suite and surveyed the opulence, he was taken aback. Wow, this room is incredibly luxurious. You stayed here alone last night. Why didn't you invite me to join? Didn't we agree to find a place to try out during the summer? During this summer vacation, Yin Feng initially intended to experience a fleeting moment of passion with Lin Yinyin in a short-stay hotel. However, upon observing the opulent surroundings of the five-star establishment, he mused that the conditions here far surpassed those of a 30 yuan, 3-hour room. Yin Feng, this room is not reserved by me, but by Jiang Ye. Who brought me here? Lin Yinyin remarked with a furrowed brow, her demeanor icy and distant. Yin Feng, are you so reluctant to even spend on a hotel room? The astonishment flickered across Yin Feng's face. He had not anticipated Jiang Ye would bring Lin Yinyin to such a place. He glanced at Lin Yinyin and then at the lavish decor of the suite, his confusion deepening. What on earth was Jiang Ye thinking in bringing you here? His tone carried a hint of displeasure and anxiety. Lin Yinyin lowered her gaze, unsure of how to articulate the events of the previous night to Yin Feng. Deep down, she still harbored feelings for him, as he held a special place in her heart, and she felt a sense of dependency and trust towards him, especially since they were both set to attend Jiang University together. Yin Feng, I don't know how to explain this to you, she stammered. Yin Feng's eyes reflected his uncertainty as he scrutinized Lin Yinyin. The room was in disarray, her clothing was strewn about, each piece a testament to the intensity of the previous night's encounter. On the sofa lay a puddle of crimson blood. Yin Feng's complexion turned pale. He abruptly turned to Lin Yinyin, his voice trembling with trepidation. Yinyin, did you sleep with Jiang Ye last night? Lin Yinyin's head drooped lower. Yin Feng, I don't know how things spiraled out of control. It felt as though a heavy weight had been thrust upon Yin Feng's heart. causing an excruciating sense of suffocation. Yinyin, did we not agree that this summer would be ours? How could you so easily abandon our feelings for him? When Lin Yinyin remained silent, Yin Feng's gaze fell upon a document on the table. He picked it up, his eyes scanning the words, temporary girlfriend, mutual consent. 200 yuan per hour. The phrasing pierced through Yin Feng's nerves like a dagger. Upon seeing Lin Yinyin's signature and fingerprint at the bottom of the agreement, he felt as if he might explode. Damn it, Jiang Ye, he bought you out for just 200 yuan? In a fit of rage, he hurled the agreement to the floor. Lin Yinyin, trembling with fear, implored, Yin Feng, it's not what you think. Please, let me explain. What is there to explain? I'm going to confront Jiang Ye right now. Yin Feng's voice was laden with fury. The previous night, he had endured a gaming session at an internet cafe with Jiang Ye, where he had been mercilessly defeated for hours. His bottled-up anger, already simmering, reached a boiling point upon discovering the agreement. As Yin Feng made to storm out in pursuit of Jiang Ye, Lin Yinyin panicked. If this agreement were to be exposed, she would be utterly humiliated. Tears finally streamed down her cheeks as she clutched Yin Feng's arm, her voice choked with emotion. Yin Feng, I swear I did not betray you. I was deceived by Jiang Ye into coming here. I had no idea he would do such things to me. I can't take this anymore. I am now going to find Jiang Ye. I shall eliminate him. Yin Feng, at this moment, resembled an enraged bull. Yin Feng, Lin Yinyin shot Yin Feng a fierce glare and tearfully implored, Go confront him. Have you forgotten that day when you summoned your formidable cousin Yin Hongbing to settle the score, only for both of you to kneel before Jiang Ye, begging for forgiveness? The mere mention of Jiang Ye and Yin Hongbing caused Yin Feng to tremble involuntarily. This incident remained an everlasting disgrace for him. He could never forget the sight of himself and Yin Hongbing on their knees, humbly apologizing to Jiang Ye. A flicker of fear crossed Yin Feng's eyes. He stood rooted to the spot, fists clenched tightly, harboring a sense of resentment, yet his bravado swiftly waned. At that moment, Yin Feng comprehended that Jiang Ye had perhaps deliberately revealed Lin Yinyin's hotel address to him, solely to inform him that Lin Yinyin had become Jiang Ye's woman. It was possible that Jiang Ye had anticipated how infuriated he would be upon witnessing such a scene at the hotel, but he felt utterly powerless against Jiang Ye. Yin Feng, calm down. Now is not the time to confront Jiang Ye. Lin Yinyin observed Yin Feng's pale complexion and attempted to soothe his emotions. Yinyin, I truly care for you. I do not wish to lose you. A wave of dissatisfaction surged within Yin Feng. However, he soon realized that, from another perspective, this situation could serve as an opportunity. Yin Feng remarked, Yinyin, since Jiang Ye is already engaged with you, he must have a vested interest in you now. You could seize this chance to draw closer to him, perhaps even win him over to serve your interests. Who knows? You might be able to have him spend money on us like before. It's worth considering. Lin Yinyin was taken aback. Just moments ago, Yin Feng had been seething with rage over her loss of chastity, and now he was discussing the prospect of spending Jiang Ye's money. Moreover, despite their intimate encounter, Jiang Ye had not demonstrated any real interest in her. After their business last night, he had hastily dressed and left. Lin Yinyin regarded Yin Feng as if he were a stranger, her face etched with displeasure. So, Yin Feng, are you with me merely to exploit Jiang Ye? Just to spend his money? Yin Feng gazed at Lin Yinyin, urgency evident in his eyes. Yinyin, listen to me. This is not exploitation, it's a strategy. Regardless of what happened between you and Jiang Ye, let us cherish our time together. With that, he leaned closer to Lin Yinyin, entwining his arm with hers, and said in a somewhat ingratiating tone, Yinyin, look, this hotel suite is all set up. It would be a waste not to make the most of such splendid conditions. Why don't we finally fulfill what we had planned for the summer vacation? Lin Yinyin felt utterly bewildered. She was still in pain from their earlier encounter. And yet, Yin Feng dared to suggest becoming intimate in the very hotel room Jiang Ye had rented? At least Jiang Ye had generously paid for her time, while Yin Feng was unwilling to even cover the cost of a room. Yin Feng wore an expression of helplessness. Yinyin, I had been saving some pocket money, intending for us to spend it together during the summer vacation. However, yesterday, my gambling father took all my money. Please don't be anxious. When I take a part-time job this summer, I will surely earn some money. Lin Yinyin, visibly impatient, pushed Yin Feng away. Yin Feng, my mind is in turmoil right now. Please leave. I wish to be alone. The thought of being intimate in Jiang Ye's room. How could you even utter such a thing? Yin Feng, taken aback by her rejection, awkwardly explained, Isn't it because I like you? I have been waiting a long time for this moment. Lin Yinyin's impatience grew. Fine, fine. If you refuse to leave, then I shall go. With that, she changed her clothes, angrily grabbed her bag, and stormed out of the suite without a backward glance. Yin Feng watched her retreating figure, feeling a profound sense of disappointment. He had once believed that he and Lin Yinyin would share wonderful moments together this summer, as they had previously agreed. Little did he know that Jiang Ye had already seized the opportunity, and now Lin Yinyin was reluctant to share such experiences with him. With a sigh, Yen Feng turned and exited the suite. As he stepped outside the hotel, the summer sun bathed him in warmth, yet he felt an unsettling discomfort within. Why did it seem that everything was spiraling out of control just as the summer vacation had begun? In the Lin family residence, Lin Yinyin returned from June Flower Hotel. After finishing her college entrance examination the previous day, she had not returned home all night. Although Fang Qing and Lin Boyun were somewhat worried, they suspected that she was celebrating with her classmates after the exams, so they were not overly anxious. Now, seeing Lin Yinyin back home, they felt a sense of relief. Noticing Lin Yinyin's limping gait, Fang Qing inquired with concern, "Yinyin, what happened to you?" Lin Yinyin, feeling embarrassed, could not confess that a part of her was injured. Instead, she blushed, lowered her head, and softly replied, "It's nothing, Mom. I just played online games with my classmates at the internet cafe for too long yesterday, and am a bit tired." Fang Qing observed her daughter's demeanor with some suspicion, but opted not to probe further. Perhaps she was simply exhausted from the previous day's activities and would recover after some rest. "By the way, Yinyin, I haven't asked how you did on your exams." Lin Boyun interjected. With a hint of dejection, Lin Yinyin replied, "Everything else was average, but the Chinese essay was too obscure, and the math was exceedingly difficult." Lin Boyun expressed concern. "Oh no, both of those core subjects were so challenging? What if you don't perform well in the end?" Fang Qing shot Lin Boyun a glare. "Why do you keep saying such things? Don't you have any faith in our daughter? Yin will surely be admitted to university. Meanwhile, you have been moping around at home since being dismissed from Guangyao Real Estate, unable to find a job. You ought to start thinking of ways to contribute. Otherwise, how will we manage Yin's tuition and living expenses when she goes to university?" Lin Boyun retorted. "Why do you keep blaming me? Do you think I don't want to find work? There are several jobs available, but they only pay a little over 1,000 a month. What good is such a meager salary? Why don't you go find a job yourself? At present, it is I who provide for you, and yet you dare to speak to me in such a manner?" Fang Qing was incensed. When Lin Boyun was employed at Guangyao Real Estate, his salary was substantial. He urged Fang Qing to become a full-time housewife, swearing earnestly, "Our daughter shall focus on her studies. I shall provide for the family, and you shall tend to our daughter's needs and maintain your beauty. I shall take care of you both." However, how little time has passed since then. The promises of "I will support you" have now transformed into "I am the one who sustains you" during arguments. Fang Qing could not help but feel a pang of disappointment. This is the true nature of a man after marriage. Witnessing her parents bicker incessantly, Lin Yinyin gazed at them with a mixture of helplessness and pleading in her eyes. "Mom and Dad, could you please stop arguing? I have a terrible headache and need some rest." Upon hearing Lin Yinyin's words, Fang Qing and Lin Boyun ceased their quarrel. Fang Qing, noticing Lin Yinyin's pale complexion, spoke tenderly, "Yinyin, you should rest for now. Mother will prepare some congee for you." Lin Boyun sighed, lamenting, "Ah, indeed, poverty-stricken couples face endless woes. We can only blame ourselves for failing to manage our relationship with Jiang Ye. If only we had smoothed things over with that boy, I would not have lost my position at Guangyao Real Estate and ended up in this predicament." Reflecting on Guangyao Real Estate, Lin Boyun spoke with a hint of envy. Speaking of which, Jiang Ye is quite fortunate, having stumbled upon such luck. He purchased tickets worth 15 million from Guangyao Real Estate for Zhou Xiaodong's concert, only for Zhou Xiaodong to decide to participate after all. Those tickets have recently skyrocketed in value, and he has made quite a fortune, at least several tens of millions. Lin Yinyin was taken aback. Just last night, while dining with Yang Bo, he had congratulated Jiang Ye on earning millions. She had thought it was merely a boastful exaggeration. Yet now, it appeared that Jiang Ye had indeed amassed such wealth. No wonder he had been so extravagant with his spending, booking the presidential suite at June Flower Hotel. When he had given her a little over 1,000 yuan, she had deemed him somewhat generous. However, upon learning that he had earned over 50 million, she felt a jolt of indignation. Jiang Ye had made such a fortune, yet only offered her a meager sum, leaving her feeling somewhat undervalued. Was Jiang Ye truly so miserly? Meanwhile, at the Donghu Villa, Jiang Ye returned home, changed into his pajamas, and collapsed into bed. After a night of revelry with Lin Yinyin at June Flower, he had later spent the entire night at an internet cafe playing StarCraft with classmates. Although he possessed the Four Sacred Origins technique, he did not feel overly fatigued. Nevertheless, the previous month had been filled with early mornings and late nights in preparation for the college entrance examination, resulting in some sleep deprivation. Coupled with his disrupted biological clock, he found himself a bit drowsy. Sumengru was not home, presumably working at the mall. Having changed into his pajamas, Jiang Ye ascended the stairs for some much-needed rest. When he awoke, it was already evening. Descending the stairs, he found Su Mingru had returned from the mall and prepared dinner. "Xiao Yi, you are awake. Last night, you didn't come home at all?" Su Mingru remarked as she brought dishes out from the kitchen. Jiang Ye was taken aback, surprised by Su Mingru's sudden inquiry. He scratched his head and replied with an awkward smile. "Oh, I was out with my classmates at an internet cafe last night, and it got a bit late. So I found a place to sleep outside." Su Mingru looked at Jiang Ye, her eyes reflecting a mixture of concern and reproach. "Xiao Yi, although you finished your exams, you shouldn't turn day into night. Staying up late is detrimental to your health. By the way, I haven't asked how your exams went." Upon hearing Su Mingru's gentle admonition, Jiang Ye felt a wave of warmth in his heart. He knew she genuinely cared for him. Standing at attention and saluting, Jiang Ye declared loudly, "Report, Sister Ru, the college entrance examination was splendid. Absolutely splendid. With a base guarantee for a 211 university. If I perform even better, Tsinghua and Peking University might just be beckoning me." Su Mingru, aware of Jiang Ye's usual academic performance, which placed him at the bottom of his class, was bewildered by his audacity in saying such things. Not to mention the quirky manner in which he presented himself. She was startled for a moment, then quickly amused by Jiang Ye's antics. With a gentle laugh, she shook her head and said, all right. I feel like I've seen a cow flying in the sky. Regardless of how you did, you can take some well-deserved rest now. Let's eat. I've prepared your favorite braised pork." Jiang Ye's eyes lit up, nearly drooling. "Wow, Sister Ru, you truly are my dear sister. I love you the most." Su Mingru playfully glared at Jiang Ye. "Enough of that nonsense. Go wash your hands." Jiang Ye chuckled and skipped off to wash his hands. After dinner, as Su Mingru tidied up the kitchen, she advised Jiang Ye, "Xiao Yi, since you stayed up late last night, why not watch a bit of television and then retire early today?" Wearing an apron over her daytime professional attire from the mall, a hint of black stockings peeked out from beneath, causing Jiang Ye to feel a rush of impulsivity. Jiang Ye settled onto the sofa in the living room, watching television while stealing glances at Su Mingru, who was busily engaged in the kitchen. "Sister Ru, you should come watch some television too. There's a movie playing on Channel 6, he called out when he saw her finish her chores. Su Mingru nodded in agreement. After cleaning up, she removed her apron and sat down on the sofa, only to find Jiang Ye's gaze intensely fixed upon her. Feeling slightly bashful, she playfully chided, "Xiao Yi, what are you staring at?" Nothing, just thinking you look especially beautiful today." Jiang Ye coughed awkwardly, scratching his head, quickly redirecting his attention to the television. Su Mingru blushed at his words, softly replying, "You're quite the charmer. By the way, Xiao Yi, now that you've completed your exams, do you have any plans for the future?" Jiang Ye pondered for a moment before responding, "Not really. I suppose I'll take it one step at a time. Mere plans without action amount to nothing. It's better to tread steadily forward." Su Mingru nodded, her gaze also resting on the television. The 6th channel was airing the cinematic masterpiece True Lies. Suddenly, the television screen transitioned to a scene wherein the agent, portrayed by Schwarzenegger, disguised himself and requested his wife to perform a seductive dance. Jiang Ye was captivated by the screen, astonished that after a decade, this film remained a timeless classic, particularly that alluring dance sequence. Meanwhile, Su Mingru blushed deeply, hastily seizing the remote control to switch to another channel. "This is inappropriate for children," Jiang Ye mused to himself, recalling that he had ridden his bicycle just the previous night. What was watching this television compared to that? Moreover, he had seen far more provocative content with Xiaohong in the video hall by the bridge. Glancing back at Su Mingru, he noticed a rosy hue on her cheeks, her gaze tinged with shyness. "Mingru, you're blushing," Jiang Ye teased. "This is a legitimate film on Channel 6. What is so objectionable about it? Besides, I'm already an adult. What is inappropriate for me?" With that, he reclaimed the remote, switching back to the previous film. Su Mingru shot him a glare, attempting to snatch the remote, yet ultimately failed against Jiang Ye. The film continued to play, and Jiang Ye, out of the corner of his eye, caught a glimpse of Su Mingru, her expression betraying a mix of indignation and amusement. Suddenly, Su Mingru stood up and approached the television, decisively pulling the plug. Jiang Ye stared at the now black screen, bewildered. "Wow, Mingru, that was rather extreme. You unplugged the television just to prevent me from watching. You're not allowed to watch. This film is unsuitable for you." Su Mingru replied, her face flushed. "I'm heading to my room now. You stayed up late last night. Make sure to get to bed early tonight." Jiang Ye recalled how during the past 2 days of the college entrance examinations, Su Mingru had kindly coaxed him to sleep. A thought crossed his mind. Resting on Su Mingru's lap was an unparalleled comfort. If only this privilege could continue. A mischievous smile crept across his face as he followed her to her room, standing at the threshold and saying, "Mengru, I feel so sleepy, but I can't seem to drift off. What should I do?" "Humph. Who told you to stay out all night? Your irregular schedule is why you can't sleep." Jiang Ye scratched his head, feigning innocence. "I truly don't know why. I just can't seem to fall asleep. Mengru, could you soothe me to sleep like you did yesterday afternoon? I want to sleep, but my head hurts so much right now." Seeing Jiang Ye's innocent expression, Su Mengru couldn't help but feel amused and a bit sympathetic. She sighed and, with a hint of resignation, said, "All right, Xiaoya, you may come in. I'll help you sleep again. But if you misbehave and can't sleep in the future, that's on you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye felt as though he had received a grand blessing. Elated, he followed Su Mengru into her room and climbed onto the bed. Su Mengru sat at the edge, just as she had the previous day, allowing Jiang Ye to rest his head on her soft lap. She gently patted his shoulder while fanning him with a hand fan. Jiang Ye lay in her embrace, eyes half closed, basking in the warmth and tranquility, his heart gradually finding peace. However, when the barely opened eyes beheld the creases behind the white shirt and inhaled the faint, alluring fragrance, Jiang Ye lost his composure. How could he possibly sleep? Last night at the Juneflower Hotel, Jiang Ye had completely unlocked the door to a new realm. The image of Lin Yinyin's youthful innocence lingered vividly in his mind. Yet at this moment, Su Mengru appeared as an exquisite embodiment of grace. Jiang Ye squinted, his gaze frequently drifting over Su Mengru's figure, a surge of indescribable impulse swelling within him. Yesterday, he had been with Lin Yinyin solely for the purpose of revenge, yet he felt a sense of clarity and relief. What would it be like to be with the gentle and considerate Ru Jie, who held a special place in his heart? 3 years of beginnings, with no upper limit. 3 years of beginnings, with no upper limit. Jiang Ye incessantly recited this mantra in his mind. Yet, the incantation faltered. A flicker of desire ignited within him, unexpectedly flaring up. The flame grew stronger, and he could feel his body heating up, burning with passion. Ultimately, he could no longer restrain himself. He suddenly rose and leaned in to kiss Su Mengru's lips. Just a gentle brush sent him spiraling into a dizzying euphoria. Last night at the Juneflower Hotel, riding Lin Yinyin's bicycle with a vengeful intent had brought some pleasure, yet it was nothing extraordinary. But now, Jiang Ye was entranced. A medley of delight and tingling sensations intertwined, surging from his lips deep into his soul. Goodness, how could such a fleeting touch feel so intoxicating? It was even more exhilarating than the night before. Su Mengru was utterly taken aback. Startled, she dropped the fan she had been holding and hurriedly recoiled. Her face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, unable to meet Jiang Ye's gaze. "Xiaoyi, how could you do this?" Jiang Ye embraced Su Mengru tightly, attempting to kiss her again. "Ru Jie, I like you." At that moment, Jiang Ye had lost all rationality, holding Su Mengru close. Whispering softly, he breathed in her delicate fragrance and felt her soft skin, transforming him into a spirited young calf yearning to run freely across the spring meadow. Su Mengru struggled desperately, pleading, "Xiaoyi, let go of me. Please don't do this." Yet her strength was no match for Jiang Ye's. His eyes burned with fervor and longing. "Ru Jie, I truly like you." His voice was filled with yearning as he gazed deeply into Su Mengru's eyes, as if he wished to devour her whole. "Xiaoyi, please get up, let us talk this through. This isn't what liking someone means." Su Mengru attempted to rise, seeking to temper Jiang Ye's fervor with reason. However, Jiang Ye seemed oblivious, holding her tightly. Su Mengru found herself unable to move. Amidst their quickened and heavy breaths, Jiang Ye's hand reached for the buttons of Su Mengru's shirt, attempting to unfasten them. Su Mengru's entire being tensed up. For a moment, the once fiercely struggling Su Mengru suddenly became still, as if she had turned to wood. Jiang Ye gazed at Su Mengru and then noticed the glistening tears that had slipped from the corners of her eyes, her entire being trembling slightly. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Ye felt a surge of panic within him. He hastily released her and inquired, "Sister Ru, what is wrong? Xiaoya, could you please let me go? The way you are now truly frightens me." Su Mengru's voice quivered, and Jiang Ye's expression darkened. He quickly descended from her, stepping back several paces to maintain a distance, his eyes filled with anguish and turmoil. "I'm sorry, Sister Ru. I didn't mean to. I just..." Jiang Ye stammered, lost for words, uncertain of how he had acted so abruptly towards Su Mengru. He had sworn that before lying down, he merely wished to rest his head on her lap, just like the day before, and enjoy a sweet slumber. Yet, unexpectedly, an overwhelming heat surged within him, growing increasingly intense and unbearable. He desperately sought to restrain himself, to avoid offending Su Mengru, but ultimately, he succumbed to failure. Sister Ru, I truly did not intend to hurt you. You must believe me. Jiang Ye's face was etched with guilt as he lowered his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. Su Mengru remained silent, simply sitting down and using a tissue to wipe away her tears. Xiaoye, could you please step outside? I wish to be alone for a while. Jiang Ye stood frozen, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Regret washed over him. His actions had crossed a serious boundary, causing Su Mengru distress and pain. He rose from the bed and gently closed the door behind him, exiting the room. Outside, Jiang Ye leaned against the wall, his heart heavy with self-reproach and regret. He replayed the scene in his mind, feeling increasingly miserable. He had already owed Su Mengru so much. He had never anticipated that he would not only fail to make amends, but instead inflict further harm upon her. Jiang Ye resolved that after the night had passed and he had cooled down, he would formally apologize to Su Mengru the following day. The night was nearly sleepless, and it was only as dawn approached that Jiang Ye finally drifted into a vague slumber. When he awoke, it was already close to noon. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he felt a lingering fog in his mind. He sat on the edge of the bed, cradling his head in his hands, striving to clear his thoughts. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, his mood grew heavy once more. Avoidance would not serve as a solution. It was time to sincerely apologize to Su Mengru. Jiang Ye descended the stairs and stood before Su Mengru's door, gently knocking. As he waited, his heart raced with uncertainty, unsure of how Su Mengru would respond to him. However, after a prolonged silence following his knock, he decided to push the door open, only to discover that it was ajar. The room was eerily empty and tidy. Upon closer inspection, he realized that all of Su Mengru's belongings were gone. Panic surged through Jiang Ye. Had Su Mengru moved away? He hurriedly rushed into the living room, scanning the surroundings, only to find no trace of Su Mengru. Jiang Ye took out his phone and dialed Su Mengru's number. But the chilling response from the other end was that the phone had been turned off. A wave of panic surged within him. He was baffled by Su Mengru's sudden departure and at a loss as to how to find her. Just as Jiang Ye was grappling with confusion and astonishment, his gaze fell upon a letter on the table. He quickly picked it up and tore it open, revealing Su Mengru's elegant handwriting. The letter read, Xiaoye, I have moved away. I have truly enjoyed our time together, yet I regret not being able to take better care of you. Xiaoye, we have played together since childhood. After your mother passed away, I have always regarded you as my little brother. However, last night's incident made me realize that our relationship has left me somewhat disoriented. Perhaps I need some time and distance to reflect on whether there is something inherently flawed in our connection. I hope you can understand my decision. Please do not seek me out for a while. Xiaoye, summer vacation is upon us. Do take good care of yourself. Wishing you all the best. Ru Jie. Upon finishing the letter, a tumult of emotions flooded Jiang Ye's heart. He never anticipated that Su Mengru would choose to leave, and with such resoluteness. Memories of their time together flooded his mind, eliciting a sudden pang of pain and sorrow. He had messed up, completely. There was no opportunity for explanation. Su Mengru had simply moved away. This house would no longer have someone to wash and neatly fold his clothes on his bed. Nor would there be anyone waiting for him each night with a midnight snack prepared after his late study sessions, or someone to bring him an umbrella when it rained. Jiang Ye sat on the sofa, lost in thought for a long while. He was unsure how to confront this unforeseen change. Nor did he know how to continue with his life. After deep contemplation, a sense of relief unexpectedly washed over him. The girl with the dark mole was nowhere to be found, and now Su Mengru had also departed. The two girls he cared for most, for whom he wished to be better, were gone. Perhaps, in this lifetime, he was destined to be estranged from love, fated to remain a solitary soul. So be it. After all, in his previous life, entanglements with Lin Yinyin had led to such a tragic end. In this life, he might as well live freely and unencumbered. With no thoughts of women, he would wield his sword like a deity. Summer vacation had arrived. Henceforth, he would focus on making money and pursuing his career. As for women, he would indulge in fleeting pleasures. At that moment, Jiang Ye's phone rang. Jiang Ye, could you come to the ticket booth? Yang Bo's anxious voice came through the line. There's a problem at the ticket office. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye furrowed his brows, a sense of foreboding stirring within him. What happened, Yang Bo? Don't panic. Take your time and explain, Jiang Ye urged, attempting to calm Yang Bo down. Yang Bo's breath was quickened on the other end. Jiang Ye, a group of troublemakers has shown up at the ticket booth, and they are demanding to buy tickets for 200,000 for Zhou Xiaodong at face value. The ticket prices have skyrocketed, rendering them nearly impossible to acquire. This group of individuals is utterly shameless. Jiang Ye furrowed his brow, taken aback by the unexpected turmoil at the ticketing venue at such a critical moment. It would not be an issue if they were to distribute 200,000 tickets to these people. However, once those tickets are allocated, the entire pricing structure would be thrown into disarray, making it challenging to sell subsequent tickets. If everyone resorts to blocking the entrance like this, how could any tickets possibly be sold? Jiang Ye swiftly formulated a plan in his mind while reassuring Yang Bo. Keep them calm. Do not let them escalate the situation. I will be there shortly. After hanging up, Jiang Ye grabbed his keys and phone and hurriedly exited the room. Additionally, he placed a call to the Tyrannosaurus. Once the call was completed, he drove directly to the ticketing point. 59 ticket grabs? How naive. The ticketing location was not far from Jiang Ye's residence. In no time, he arrived at the scene. From a distance, he could see a crowd gathered outside the ticket booth, clamorous and boisterous. After parking his vehicle, he quickly made his way through the throng. Pushing his way to the front, he discovered that several burly men were blocking the ticket window. Behind them stood many onlookers, chattering and pointing at the men obstructing the booth. Upon entering the ticketing area, Jiang Ye spotted Yang Bo, drenched in sweat, negotiating with the imposing figures. Gentlemen, this behavior is unacceptable. We sell tickets strictly at market price and cannot offer them at face value. Yang Bo pleaded earnestly. Yet, the men paid no heed to his entreaties, their demeanor aggressive and unyielding. Enough talk. We demand tickets at face value. Hurry up and hand over 200,000 tickets, or we will smash this place. One of the men growled menacingly. Jiang Ye frowned and stepped forward, placing a hand on the man's shoulder. Brothers, let us remain calm. There is no need for such chaos. We can discuss this amicably. The man turned to Jiang Ye, surprise flickering in his eyes. Who are you, kid? What business is it of yours? He retorted, glaring. Jiang Ye smiled faintly. Oh, the tickets sold here belong to me. I purchased 15 million tickets and merely entrusted this ticketing point to sell them on my behalf. Upon hearing this, the man's expression shifted momentarily, revealing a glimmer of greed. Ah, a big ticket dealer. Perfect, hand us the tickets at face value. No other place has tickets left, and only this booth has them. It is unfair for you all to hoard them. Jiang Ye inwardly scoffed at their audacity, realizing these individuals were indeed unscrupulous, attempting to buy their own tickets at face value. If he were to sell them at that price, what profit would he make? What you are doing is unacceptable. I purchased these tickets with my own money, and I must make a profit. If I sell them all at face value, I will incur substantial losses. I do not care. If you do not provide the tickets, I will beat you up. The man's expression darkened upon hearing those words, and he extended his finger, intent on jabbing it into Jiang Ye's chest. Jiang Ye loathed being prodded in such a manner. With a swift glint in his eyes, he seized the man's finger and forcefully twisted it. With a sharp crack, the man's finger snapped in two, eliciting a piercing scream and rendering his face ghastly pale. Get him! The man's companions, witnessing the scene, glared fiercely and prepared to charge at Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye scoffed. So you wish to fight? Very well. He had been pondering how to test the skills he had honed recently, and here they were, presenting themselves willingly. With a smooth motion, he executed a shoulder throw, sending the first assailant crashing to the ground. He then propelled himself forward like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, kicking a hefty figure weighing over 200 pounds several meters away. Despite his imposing stature, the burly man found himself utterly defenseless against Jiang Ye's consecutive strikes. Sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony, too terrified to rise. The remaining thugs cast wary glances, deterred from advancing further, astonished by the young man's prowess. Hey, what is going on here? Who is looking for trouble? At that moment, Tyrannosaurus, accompanied by several others, approached with an intimidating demeanor. Yang Bo felt a pang of anxiety. Just as he had dealt with one group, another had appeared. Wasn't Tyrannosaurus the notorious ruffian from Hangzhou? How had he gotten involved, escalating the situation further? To Yang Bo's astonishment, Tyrannosaurus strode directly toward Jiang Ye, his face etched with concern. Brother Ye, are these the troublemakers? How shall we deal with them? Just say the word. Recently, Tyrannosaurus and his crew had taken up security work at the office building Jiang Ye had arranged for them at Guanyao Real Estate. Although it was merely a security job, it came with benefits such as insurance, weekends off, dormitory accommodations, and 2 meals a day. Tyrannosaurus could scarcely believe he had landed such a respectable position in life, and he felt immense gratitude toward Jiang Ye. Seeing Jiang Ye in a predicament, he was determined to assist in resolving the issue, eager to repay the favor. He surveyed the surrounding crowd with his wide, alarmed eyes. Those who had initially intended to watch the spectacle recoiled in fear under his gaze. Brother Ye, what do you suggest? Should we incapacitate them or send them directly to the police? Tyrannosaurus looked at Jiang Ye with utmost reverence. Jiang Ye glanced at the fallen man and then at the group of followers behind Tyrannosaurus, formulating a plan in his mind. It's all right. I've dealt with them. Just make them leave, Jiang Ye commanded. Upon hearing this, Tyrannosaurus felt disheartened, deprived of the opportunity to showcase his own capabilities. He kicked the fallen man several times and barked, "Didn't you hear? Get lost. Don't even think about using such despicable tactics to rob my brother Yi of his votes. If you want votes, buy them at the market price like everyone else. If I see you again, I'll break your legs." Several subordinates of the formidable Han swiftly helped him to his feet and retreated in a state of disarray. After engaging in conversation with the imposing Tyrannosaurus and Jiang Ye, they left one of their junior members on site to assist Yang Bo in maintaining order. The ticketing area soon returned to normalcy. Observing this scene, Yang Bo found himself increasingly astonished. Who exactly was this young man, who not only predicted the concert of Xiao Dong, but also commanded the respect of the notorious Tyrannosaurus from Hangzhou? Most intriguingly, just days prior, when he sought out Jiang Ye, he was busy taking the college entrance examination. How remarkably audacious this student was. Once the ticketing area regained its composure, Yang Bo summoned Jiang Ye to the office behind for tea. Jiang Ye inquired about the current status of ticket sales, visibly pleased with the progress. As anticipated, ever since Xiao Dong announced his participation in the concert, ticket prices, ranging from A-tickets, B-tickets, VIP tickets to standard tickets, had soared 3 to 4 times their original value. Particularly, the VIP tickets, originally priced at over 1,500, were now being eagerly sought after at over 6,000 each. Jiang Ye retained a few VIP tickets for himself and entrusted the remainder to Yang Bo, stipulating the usual arrangement. You take a 5 commission. Once sold, simply transfer the proceeds to the account of Guangyao Real Estate. Though these tickets appeared deceptively thin, each bore considerable worth. It could be said that currently, these tickets were a more coveted currency in Hangzhou than gold itself. Yang Bo felt deeply touched by Jiang Ye's trust in him. Jiang Ye had not asked for a single penny as a deposit, yet entrusted him with the responsibility of managing these tickets. Holding the tickets, Yang Bo assured, "Brother Yi, rest assured, I will manage to sell these tickets within the next few days. The funds will be transferred to your company's account shortly." He continued, "Brother Yi, you are truly remarkable. How did you know that Xiao Dong would participate in this concert?" Jiang Ye chuckled, "I deduced it." Yang Bo felt a flicker of skepticism. If it were merely a few tickets, he might believe such a deduction. However, Jiang Ye had evidently purchased tickets worth 15 million. It required immense confidence in one's calculations to place such a substantial bet. Yang Bo's curiosity about Jiang Ye grew deeper. "Could you possibly spare me a ticket?" However, reflecting on the profits he had gained from associating with Jiang Ye, he added, "Brother Yi, we've struck gold this time. If any future opportunities for profit arise, you must include me. Over the past 2 years, my primary business has been a construction company, yet I have not earned much. I had to rely on connections to sell concert tickets. Without you, I would not only have missed out on profits, but would have incurred losses. Brother Yi, there is nothing more to say. If any lucrative opportunities arise in the future, you must bring me along." Jiang Ye's eyes gleamed with excitement. The bidding for the land parcel at number 66 in Handong New District was imminent. Guangyao Real Estate had not secured any legitimate development projects for 2 years due to Lin Yinyin's erratic management, with no particularly strong construction companies in the pipeline. If they successfully acquired the number 66 land parcel, sourcing a reliable construction firm would prove to be a significant challenge. If Yang Bo's company truly possesses the capability, entrusting the project of Plot 66 to him for construction would undoubtedly be a commendable choice. After all, although numerous construction firms exist in the market, finding a reliable partner with a foundation of collaboration is not an easy task. Yang Bo, is your primary business in construction? What is the scale of your company? Are you able to undertake a development of approximately 150,000 square meters? Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement flickered in Yang Bo's eyes as he promptly replied, "Absolutely. While my company may not be large, we can certainly manage a project of around 150,000 square meters. We have established a modest reputation in Hangzhou, having completed numerous projects with commendable quality. However, we have not received many projects in the past 2 years." Jiang Ye nodded in response, stating, "All right then. I am planning to secure a piece of land in the Handong district soon. Once I acquire this land, we can discuss potential collaboration." Yang Bo, taken aback, exclaimed, "Wait. Brother Yi, you intend to acquire land in Handong district? That area is desolate and hardly frequented by anyone. Why would you want to pursue land there? The previous developers who ventured there mostly faced losses. You should reconsider." Jiang Ye countered, "Past losses do not guarantee future failures. In fact, I believe Handong district holds significant potential. Without elaborating further, Jiang Ye subtly indicated to Yang Bo, if you have any idle funds, it might be worth exploring investment opportunities in Handong District. Yang Bo shook his head and replied, Brother Ye, to be honest, the construction industry has not been thriving in recent years, and my company is barely maintaining itself. To invest, a considerable amount of capital would be required. So I think I will pass. However, should you acquire land in Handong District and require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will certainly help where I can. Jiang Ye, upon hearing this, patted Yang Bo on the shoulder and said, All right then, I won't trouble you further. With that, Jiang Ye stood up and departed from the ticket booth. Upon returning to the villa, he was greeted by Lin Yinyin, who was waiting at the entrance. She had donned a white dress. As Jiang Ye observed her from the car window, memories of the previous night's revelry at the Juneflower Hotel flooded his mind, evoking a sense of reflection. Indeed, a man should never be overly submissive. In his past life, he had expended countless efforts to win her favor, only to find it all fruitless. He had given her all his money and company shares, yet in the end, he had not even held her hand and had ultimately met his demise because of her. Last night, however, he had spent merely over 1,000 yuan to effortlessly claim her most treasured first experience, bringing not only physical pleasure, but also a profound sense of vindication. It was truly exhilarating. As he recalled the vivid scenes from the previous night at the Juneflower Hotel, a tumultuous wave surged within Jiang Ye. Youthful vigor, coupled with his practice of the Four's sacred origins, made him feel that he required little cool-down time after enchantment. Lin, what brings you here? Jiang Ye inquired as he parked the car. Lin Yinyin stepped forward, approaching Jiang Ye's vehicle. She bent her legs slightly, seemingly struggling to walk, as remnants of tearing pain lingered from a certain area. Lin Yinyin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and forced a smile as she said, Jiang Ye, it seems that Zhou Xiaodong will also be at the concert in Hangzhou Stadium recently. Can we go together? Jiang Ye gazed at Lin Yinyin, a cold smirk forming within him. The familiar scene from his past life had finally resurfaced. Naturally, he intended to attend Zhou Xiaodong's concert. However, he vividly recalled riding his bicycle to the stadium, handing over the soul scalp ticket to her so she could enter while he waited foolishly outside for hours, only to have her leave without a backward glance, taking a taxi and leaving him to lament why he hadn't brought his car earlier. Such foolish acts would never be repeated. Jiang Ye said meaningfully, Lin, you wish to see Zhou Xiaodong too? His popularity has surged, tickets are hard to come by, and the entire Hangzhou is in a frenzy over them. People from neighboring cities are even queuing all night to buy tickets. Upon hearing this, Lin Yinyin's eyes dimmed momentarily, but she quickly forced a smile. Yes, I know they're hard to get, which is why I asked if you had any way around it. I heard from my dad that you seem to have bought 15 million worth of tickets for this concert. Jiang Ye chuckled. Oh really? I did acquire quite a few tickets, but I resold them at a premium. Lin Yinyin's expression flickered with surprise, quickly replaced by disappointment. She had assumed that given their relationship, Jiang Ye might hold back a couple of tickets for her. To her dismay, he had sold all of them. So, do you have no tickets left at all now? Lin Yinyin asked, her voice tinged with reluctance. Jiang Ye pulled several tickets from his backpack and nonchalantly replied, I certainly didn't sell them all. After all, it's Zhou Xiaodong. I kept a few VIP tickets for myself. I must see his concert, no matter what. Lin Yinyin's spirits soared as she gazed at the VIP tickets, swallowing hard. Wow, Jiang Ye, you still have VIP tickets? That's wonderful. I knew you would be the best to me. Let us go together. Jiang Ye chuckled lightly. It seems these tickets weren't actually meant for you. Lin Yinyin's smile froze instantly, disbelief clouding her features as she looked at Jiang Ye. Did you say? Didn't you say you would go with me to the concert? Observing her reaction, a sense of satisfaction welled up in Jiang Ye. He shook his head gently, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Lin, you misunderstand. I have other plans for these VIP tickets. Given how difficult they are to obtain, I could easily find a few girls to date using them, don't you think? Lin Yinyin's expression darkened. Biting her lip, she seemed at a loss for words, struggling to express her feelings. Jiang Ye, you still have VIP tickets? Could you possibly give me one? I genuinely want to attend this concert. Lin Yinyin's tone shifted to one of earnest pleading. He smiled slightly, deliberately leaving her in suspense. Well, it's not entirely out of the question. As hope surged within Lin Yinyin, she pondered, what must I do to obtain a ticket to the concert? Jiang Ye replied nonchalantly, I could offer you a VIP ticket, but I would require a prepayment of 30 hours of your time. Does that sound agreeable? There exists only a transaction, devoid of emotions. Lin Yinyin, bewildered, exclaimed, What is wrong with you, Jiang Ye? I merely desire a ticket. Why must it feel like a transaction? Jiang Ye chuckled softly. What do you think? Did we not sign a temporary girlfriend agreement yesterday? 200 yuan per hour. Currently, A VIP ticket is worth 6,000 yuan, and the price appears to be on the rise. Is it unreasonable to exchange a ticket for 30 hours of your time? However, it is entirely voluntary. If you are unwilling, that is perfectly fine. With that, Jiang Ye turned towards the villa. Lin Yinyin stood frozen for a moment before hastily catching up to Jiang Ye. Positioning herself before him, her voice trembling. Jiang Ye, you have changed. You were never like this. How can you treat me this way? Your actions strip away any semblance of emotion between us. Jiang Ye halted, his gaze steady upon her. Emotion? Why should I discuss feelings with you? People inevitably change, Lin, and you are no exception. No one remains static. The only constant in this world is change. I once treated you well, I once liked you, but you rejected that, choosing to be with Yin Feng instead. Thus, my heart has grown cold. Between us, there is only a transaction, devoid of emotion. Is that not a natural occurrence? Therefore, I can provide you with the ticket, but you must offer the corresponding time. Lin Yinyin shuddered slightly. His words left her without rebuttal, and she felt a sting in her heart. After some contemplation, she could not resist the allure of the ticket. Fine, I agree. 30 hours in exchange for a VIP ticket. Jiang Ye smiled faintly, retrieving a VIP ticket from his bag and handing it to her. Here is your ticket. Henceforth, your 30 hours belong to me. Subsequently, Jiang Ye opened the villa's grand door. Lin Yinyin, do come in. You have 30 hours that belong to me, and I intend to utilize a few of those hours today. It is currently 5 in the afternoon. You may begin counting from now. Lin Yinyin lowered her head, hesitating briefly, before ultimately following Jiang Ye into the villa. Feeling a bit shy, she murmured, Jiang Ye, could we perhaps postpone today? I'm still feeling a bit sore. Let me rest for a couple of days, and then we can proceed? Jiang Ye noticed Lin Yinyin's somewhat unsteady gait and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The previous night at the Juneflower Hotel had indeed been a bit harsh on her. However, this only served to heighten Jiang Ye's interest. His fervent gaze roamed over Lin Yinyin, his hand resting on her slender waist as he caressed it gently. The agreement is quite clear. The time you have surrendered to me is at my disposal, and I can request anything of you without condition. Since you seem so distressed, perhaps you should return the VIP concert ticket to me. I shall seek someone more obedient. Lin Yinyin's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed. However, thinking of the hard-won VIP ticket, she ultimately succumbed. Lowering her head, her voice barely above a whisper, she acquiesced. All right, Jiang Ye, I shall heed your wishes today. With that, she slowly began to prepare to disrobe. Upon witnessing her actions, a smirk crept across Jiang Ye's lips. In their previous life, this young woman had always feigned modesty, keeping him as a backup. He never anticipated that she would become so proactive for a mere concert ticket. However, Jiang Ye was reluctant to perform any enchantments on Lin Yinyin within this villa. Only girls with a birthmark or someone like Su Mengru could evoke a sense of home, deserving of such magical privileges. Although the girl with the birthmark was nowhere to be found, and Su Mengru had departed, Jiang Ye felt that Lin Yinyin was not worthy of his enchantments. Otherwise, the entire household would feel sullied. Jiang Ye slowly spoke. Lin, what do you intend to do? Lin Yinyin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. No, I thought you wanted me to. I'll go take a shower first. Jiang Ye regarded her with a hint of mockery in his gaze. Did I instruct you to strip? I merely suggested that you follow my lead, not that you should hastily undress. Lin Yinyin's countenance shifted between shades of crimson and pallor as she bit her lip, unsure of how to proceed. Eventually, she awkwardly donned her clothes again. Jiang Ye observed her as she dressed and remarked, I have some matters to attend to. Please clean the floors and tidy up the house. Also, dispose of the garbage from the rooms and wash a few of my socks and underwear by hand. After you finish, we shall reconvene at the Juneflower Hotel. Lin Yinyin was taken aback. Was this truly happening? In the past, Jiang Ye had always been the one to have her fetch meals and run errands for him at school. Now, not only was he no longer catering to her, but he was also commanding her to clean and do laundry. What do you mean, Jiang Ye? She retorted, visibly irritated, with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Jiang Ye replied, What is the matter, Lin? Are you unable to handle a little cleaning and laundry? If I were to hire a maid, it would only cost 15 yuan an hour. I'm offering you 200 yuan an hour. If you continue to disregard our agreement, we might as well annul it. And you can return the ticket to me. It was then that Lin Yinyin realized she had lost all leverage and bargaining power in this temporary girlfriend arrangement with Jiang Ye. He seemed to be a different person altogether. Biting her lip to suppress her anger, she conceded, Fine, I will clean and wash. But don't push your luck. With that, she took up the mop and began scrubbing the floor vigorously, as if to expel all her frustrations onto the innocent surface. Don't forget, he instructed. After you finish, head straight to the Juneflower Hotel and check in. I will reimburse you for the room. With a few parting words, Jiang Ye turned and exited. Shortly thereafter, he drove to the land trading hall in Handong District. The bidding process for the number 66 plot in Handong District commenced this afternoon. In stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere of land auctions in the core area of Hangzhou, the scene at the number 66 plot was notably subdued. While Handong District is indeed a subordinate area of Hangzhou City, it lags considerably behind in terms of economic strength and developmental progress when compared to the city's core. Furthermore, the number 66 plot is situated in a relatively remote location, with inadequate supporting facilities, resulting in a scarcity of developers eager to participate in the auction. However, this situation proved advantageous for Jiang Ye. It appeared that the planning for the Handong New District was under stringent confidentiality within Zhongbei Province, with Hangzhou City itself receiving scan information. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable to release such a pivotal plot at this juncture. As Jiang Ye entered the trading hall, he spotted Huang Lei from Guangyao Real Estate already present and took a seat beside him. The strikingly beautiful CEO, Lu Mi, was also in attendance. Looking around, Jiang Ye noted the lack of activity. Only a few representatives from various development firms were present, some contemplating whether to withdraw from the auction. Given the stark emptiness of the venue, Huang Lei, sensing the desolation of the scene, expressed his discomfort. "Mr. Jiang, the atmosphere here is rather bleak, don't you think? Perhaps we misjudged the situation. Should we retreat? It's still not too late, especially considering several prime plots have recently become available in the main urban area." Jiang Ye remained composed. "Director Huang, why the haste? I have set my sights on this number 66 plot, and today, without fail, I intend to secure it." Internally, Jiang Ye smirked. Little did they know that genuine opportunities often lie concealed in seemingly inconspicuous places. At that moment, a strikingly elegant woman with voluminous hair and high-heeled shoes gracefully made her entrance to the auction hall. Jiang Ye's attention was irresistibly drawn to her. He had encountered many beautiful women in his past life, yet the allure of this particular one was rare. Clad in impeccably tailored professional attire that accentuated her curves, she exuded an air of elegance and competence with every move. She settled into a seat in front of Jiang Ye, opened the auction materials in her hands, and began to study them intently. Wow, impressive. Jiang Ye couldn't help but admire her. Noting that such a beauty would undoubtedly be a social media sensation with millions of followers. As his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the materials she held, he caught sight of the words Hajin Real Estate emblazoned on the cover, stirring a flicker of interest within him. Hajin Real Estate was a substantial player in Hangzhou South real estate market, though not quite on par with industry leaders like Guangyao Real Estate. It still held a respectable reputation. To his surprise, Hajin Real Estate had also set its sights on the number 66 plot. Jiang Ye's attention returned to the captivating woman before him. She was engrossed in perusing the materials, her profile exquisite and graceful, reminiscent of a carefully crafted masterpiece. At that moment, the host briefly introduced the fundamental details of Plot 66 before announcing the commencement of the auction. The starting bid was modest, yet the atmosphere in the room remained rather subdued, with only a handful of companies raising their paddles in a token gesture. As the bidding progressed, other developers gradually withdrew, leaving only Jiang Ye's Guangyao Real Estate and Hajin Real Estate in contention. Guangyao Real Estate, bidding 20 million. Jiang Ye raised his paddle. Hajin Real Estate, bidding 25 million. After Lu Mi placed her bid, she turned her head, casting a slightly puzzled glance at Jiang Ye. He smiled faintly and raised his paddle once more. Guangyao Real Estate, bidding 26 million. Lu Mi's brows furrowed slightly, clearly taken aback by Jiang Ye's increment. She raised her paddle again. Hajin Real Estate, bidding 27 million. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. Representatives from other developers began to whisper among themselves, evidently surprised that this seemingly inconspicuous plot had incited such fierce competition. Huang Lei, unable to remain composed, leaned toward Jiang Ye and said softly, "President Jiang, this price has already exceeded our budget. Should we withdraw?" Jiang Ye shook his head, his tone calm. "No rush, let us wait a bit longer." Lu Mi turned her head again, her gaze imbued with curiosity and intrigue. She was evidently intrigued by Jiang Ye's identity. A young man who appeared to be no more than 20 could represent Guangyao Real Estate in such a significant auction and maintain such poise. Guangyao Real Estate, bidding 30 million. Jiang Ye raised his paddle yet again, his tone imbued with undeniable confidence. Lu Mi's brow tightened further. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately refrained from raising her paddle again. 30 million once, 30 million twice, 30 million thrice. Sold. Congratulations to Guangyao Real Estate for successfully acquiring Plot 66. The host struck the auction gavel, announcing the final result. After the bidding concluded, Lu Mi stood up and walked directly toward Jiang Ye. Upon reaching him, she wore a faint smile, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of reluctance. She slightly raised her chin, her tone tinged with skepticism. President Jiang, securing this plot for 30 million seems rather impulsive, don't you think? From what I understand, its value does not warrant such a high price. Jiang Ye smiled subtly, his gaze casually sweeping over Lu Mi's elegantly long legs. He then replied with a composed demeanor, President Lu, sometimes the market's prospects and a plot's potential cannot be judged solely by immediate figures. I believe this land will yield unexpected returns in the future. Lu Mi's tone carried a note of probing. President Jiang, you may be young, yet your insight is remarkable. However, we at Hejin Real Estate also have our plans for this plot. Now that Guangyao Real Estate has secured it, I wonder if you would be interested in collaborating? After all, a strong partnership could better unlock the plot's potential. Upon hearing this, a slight smile graced Jiang Ye's lips, a glimmer of shrewdness in his eyes. He gently shook his head, exuding confidence. I appreciate your kind offer, President Lu. However, Guangyao Real Estate has devised a comprehensive development plan and currently does not require partners. Should opportunities arise in the future, we may consider collaboration again. Lu Mi's expression darkened slightly, clearly taken aback by Jiang Ye's unequivocal rejection of her proposal. She nodded subtly, a hint of coldness in her tone. In that case, I shall not impose further. I hope that Mr. Jiang can successfully develop this land and look forward to witnessing the accomplishments of Guangyao Real Estate. With that, Lu Mi turned to leave, her heels clicking crisply against the floor. Yet, after taking a few steps, she abruptly halted, glancing back at Jiang Ye. Mr. Jiang, while it is commendable for the youth to possess ambition, one must also heed the risks. After all, the market is ever-changing, and not every venture can guarantee success. Jiang Ye maintained his composed demeanor, nodding slightly. Thank you for your reminder, Ms. Lu. I shall proceed with caution. Lu Mi refrained from saying more and exited the auction hall. Jiang Ye watched her retreating figure, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes. At that moment, Huang Lei approached, whispering, Mr. Jiang, was Ms. Lu just seeking a partnership? Shouldn't we consider it? Hejin Real Estate is quite formidable in the industry. Jiang Ye waved his hand, his tone resolute. No need. We do not require outside interference in the development of this land. Director Huang, we must expedite the process and swiftly initiate the project. Please ensure that the land procedures are completed promptly and coordinate with Yang Bo for the subsequent development. Huang Lei nodded. Though a sense of confusion lingered, he chose not to press further. He sensed that Jiang Ye harbored an unusual confidence in this land that eluded his understanding. In the corridor outside the auction hall, Lu Mi stood by the window, holding an unlit slender cigarette. Her gaze pierced through the glass towards the distant skyscrapers, her mind awash with myriad thoughts. Ms. Lu, are we truly letting it go? Her assistant inquired cautiously from behind her. Lu Mi exhaled a gentle puff of smoke, returning the cigarette to her bag, her expression now tranquil. She turned to her assistant and said, It matters not. Although we did not acquire Plot 66, it was merely an embellishment for us. Hejin Real Estate's focal projects this year are still within the main urban area, and this plot does not warrant excessive effort. The assistant nodded. Indeed, Ms. Lu. The plots in the main urban area are our core focus this year, especially with the recently released plots, where competition is fierce. We should concentrate our energies there. Lu Mi inclined her head slightly. After all, Plot 66 is located in the suburbs, with a prolonged development cycle and uncertain returns. Since Guangyao Real Estate is willing to pay a premium, let them grapple with it. We at Hejin Real Estate need not entangle ourselves in such matters. However, she mused, Jiang Ye is rather intriguing. So young, yet capable of representing Guangyao Real Estate so decisively in such circumstances. It is indeed amusing that they would bid so high for Plot 66. We shall wait and see how Guangyao Real Estate concludes this venture. On Jiang Ye's side, having secured Plot 66, driving with a buoyant spirit, he made his way towards the June Flower Hotel. The memory of Lin Yinyin's remorseful yet resigned expression, as she was compelled to clean the villa, stirred within him a surge of vengeful delight. In a previous life, she had treated him as a mere backup, toyed with his affections, and ultimately claimed his life. In this lifetime, he was determined to make her experience the taste of manipulation and subjugation. Upon arriving at the hotel, Jiang Ye ascended straight to his room. He pushed open the door to find Lin Yinyin seated at the edge of the bed. With a casual motion, he closed the door behind him, his tone laced with mockery as he addressed her. Lin, the campus flower, you've kept me waiting. Do shed your garments. Lin Yinyin lifted her gaze, a flicker of panic evident in her eyes. Jiang Ye, I'm too exhausted. Could we perhaps postpone this for today? Jiang Ye approached her, towering over her with a condescending demeanor. Have you forgotten, Lin? Every moment of yours is mine to command. Since you signed the agreement, you are bound to my terms. Otherwise, I can revoke your ticket at any moment. She bit her lip, her voice barely audible. I understand. At that moment, Jiang Ye forcefully yanked her arm, causing Lin Yinyin to unexpectedly collapse onto the bed. Startled, she looked up to meet his cold, indifferent gaze. His eyes held no compassion, and a wave of helpless despair surged within her, causing her eyes to redden. Jiang Ye stood by, observing her with a detached demeanor. Cry, just like a dead fish. I expected nothing less from you. He found no amusement in her plight. If you cannot muster any enthusiasm, perhaps we should abandon this altogether? With that, he turned to leave. Wait, Jiang Ye. Lin Yinyin was taken aback. Was he truly leaving? What would become of her concert ticket if he did? Trembling, she slowly began to undo her buttons. Time in the room seemed to stretch indefinitely. 2 hours later, Jiang Ye finally released his hold on Lin Yinyin, rising coldly to step towards the window, lighting a cigarette. As he stood there, the smoke curling around him, his gaze wandered aimlessly. Observing Lin Yinyin curled up on the bed, an inexplicable sense of emptiness washed over him. The thrill of revenge had indeed provided a fleeting satisfaction, yet it seemed to linger only on the surface, leaving a profound void within. Making Lin Yinyin experience humiliation and control had seemingly avenged past grievances. However, upon reaching this juncture, he realized that the fulfillment he anticipated had eluded him. Why was this so? Jiang Ye furrowed his brow, a hint of agitation brewing within him. He turned back to Lin Yinyin. Her body trembled slightly, her eyes vacant and helpless, clearly shattered by him. Yet, rather than feeling a sense of relief, Jiang Ye found himself engulfed by an even greater emptiness. He took a deep drag of his cigarette, attempting to suppress the peculiar sensation that stirred within him. Yet that feeling only intensified. Could it be that his sense of emptiness stemmed from the realization that all of this was merely a calculated act of vengeance? There was no emotion, no warmth, only cold transactions and blatant domination. Jiang Ye shook his head, casting aside the distracting thoughts that plagued his mind. He extinguished the cigarette in his hand and turned to the bed, gazing at Lin Yinyin, still curled up in her position, and coldly remarked, "That's enough for today. You may leave now, and remember to be ready for my call. I will reach out to you again." Lin Yinyin was taken aback. Was it not enough that Jiang Ye showed no tenderness towards her, but now he was dismissing her as soon as he had used her? Lin Yinyin's body stiffened slightly. She lifted her head, her eyes betraying an unmistakable blend of fear and anger. "Jiang Ye, what do you mean? You want me to leave?" Jiang Ye let out a cold laugh, approaching the bed and looking down upon her with an air of superiority. "What do I mean? Lin, have you forgotten? There are costs associated with our arrangement. Now that the task is complete, do you intend to linger here and continue to benefit from my investment? I am not a fool. You still owe me 28 hours. When I require your presence again, I will summon you." Lin Yinyin's lips trembled, her voice hoarse and weak. "Jiang Ye, why are you treating me this way? Can't you grant me a modicum of dignity and warmth?" "Warmth?" Jiang Ye scoffed, his eyes filled with derision. "Spare me. Lin, have you mistaken something? There has never been any emotion between us, only transactions." Jiang Ye stood by the window, the cigarette in his hand extinguished, the ashes silently cascading to the ground. Suddenly, he recalled Ru Jie, the woman who had always been gentle and accommodating towards him. The image of her back as she left in anger and moved away lingered vividly in his mind. "Ru Jie," he murmured softly, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Since that quarrel, she had not reappeared. His calls went unanswered, and his messages fell into the void. In his pursuit of revenge against Lin Yinyin, he had utterly disregarded Ru Jie's feelings. Her departure might not have been merely a reaction to anger, but rather a profound disappointment in him. He glanced down at his phone, her number displayed on the screen, yet he hesitated to dial. A sense of powerlessness enveloped him, leaving his heart feeling hollow. The thrill of revenge had long since faded, replaced by a deep-seated regret. "What am I doing?" He chuckled bitterly, his gaze complex. "Jiang Ye, had you not vowed to remain indifferent to women, to wield your sword as a god? What are you hesitating for?" At Su Mingru's residence, after Lin Yinyin departed, silence reclaimed the room. Jiang Ye settled onto the couch, sinking into its softness. He closed his eyes, and the indistinct figure of the girl with the birthmark, alongside Su Mingru's gentle yet stubborn face, surfaced in his mind. What good does it do to dwell on these thoughts? He mused, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. The girl with the birthmark was lost to him, and Su Mingru had moved away. Since nothing could be retained, he resolved to embrace the present. However, "I shall seek out Sister Ru shortly, lest I be burdened by an unshakable sense of guilt." He reignited a cigarette, inhaling deeply, allowing the smoke to escape languidly, as if attempting to expel the chaotic emotions swirling within him. At that moment, Jiang Ye's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Yang Bo. After answering, Yang Bo's exuberant voice immediately resonated through the line. Brother Jiang, this is phenomenal. All our tickets have sold out, totaling 56 million. I've already transferred the funds to Guangyao Real Estate's account. Your insight was truly remarkable. Had you not informed me that the concert tickets would appreciate in value, I would never have profited so handsomely. Yang Bo's voice brimmed with excitement, clearly elated by the prospect of shared wealth with Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye smiled faintly, his tone composed. Opportunities for profit abound. This is merely the inception. Yang Bo, you performed admirably this time. We have numerous collaborative ventures ahead. Absolutely. Brother Jiang, I shall follow your lead from now on. Yang Bo declared without hesitation, his tone infused with admiration and anticipation. You direct me east, and I shall not venture west. By the way, Brother Jiang, do you have any promising projects on your radar? I am at your disposal. Jiang Ye chuckled, a hint of certainty in his voice. Indeed. There are projects. I have secured Plot 66. The next step is development. Prepare your construction company, as I shall entrust this plot's management to you. We can discuss the specifics in person. Plot 66? Yang Bo paused, then quickly grasped the implications, his excitement intensifying. Brother Jiang, your speed is astonishing. I had my eye on that land. I didn't expect you to acquire it. Rest assured, I will oversee the management and guarantee quality and timeliness. Jiang Ye nodded in satisfaction. Good. Your assurance puts my mind at ease. I will have Huang Lei liaise with you regarding the detailed planning and development strategy. Remember, this land is crucial for us. We cannot afford any missteps. Yang Bo immediately patted his chest in promise. Brother Jiang, trust me. I, Yang Bo, am utterly reliable. I will personally monitor both the progress and quality, ensuring your satisfaction. After ending the call, Jiang Ye picked up his phone, accessed his bank account, and gazed at the impressive figures held by Guangyao Real Estate, a smile creeping onto his lips. If emotions are unreliable, then let us pursue wealth. With money, one can indulge freely and exert control over all. Contemplating this, Jiang Ye felt his spirits lift. He rose and approached the window, gazing out at the dazzling cityscape. A surge of ambition and desire swelling within him. This world ultimately operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. Since fate has granted me a second chance, I shall live abundantly. He murmured to himself, a glint of determination flickering in his eyes. Emotions are but illusions. Only money and power possess true substance. After departing from the hotel, Jiang Ye drove to the mall in search of Su Mingru. However, upon arrival, her colleague informed him that Su Mingru had taken a leave of absence today and was not at the store. Undeterred, Jiang Ye obtained her new address from the colleague and proceeded directly to it. Upon reaching the designated location, Jiang Ye stood before the door and gently knocked. After a brief moment, the door creaked open. Su Mingru was taken aback upon seeing Jiang Ye. Xiao Yi, what brings you here? Jiang Ye observed Su Mingru, noting the faint weariness etched on her face, yet her eyes remained clear and bright. He slightly bowed his head. Rujia, I came to see you. After a moment's hesitation, Su Mingru stepped aside to let him in. The room was a modest single space of over 50 square meters. Although small, it was impeccably tidy, with a few potted green plants adorning the windowsill, infusing the little space with a touch of vitality. As Jiang Ye looked around, a pang of melancholy gripped his heart. He remembered how Su Mingru had lived in his villa, where her circumstances had been far more favorable. Now, she resided in such a confined space. Evidently a consequence of their previous encounter. Turning to face Su Mingru, he spoke earnestly. Rujia, I was wrong about what happened last time. I should not have treated you that way, and I sincerely apologize. Upon hearing this, Su Mingru's cheeks flushed, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. She lowered her head. Her voice soft. Xiao Yi, let the past remain in the past. There's no need to bring it up again. Jiang Ye retrieved a VIP ticket to Zhou Xiaodong's concert from his pocket and presented it to Su Mingru. Rujia, I know you have always wanted to attend Zhou Xiaodong's concert. Here is the ticket for you, a small token of my appreciation. Su Mingru glanced at the ticket but did not accept it. Shaking her head, she replied calmly, Jiang Ye, I cannot. Please keep the ticket for yourself. I do not wish to owe you anything more. Jiang Ye's hand hung awkwardly in the air, a wave of bitterness washing over him. Taking a deep breath, he continued. Mingru, I understand that you still hold some resentment toward me. However, living here alone is quite challenging. Why not move back to the villa? I will provide you with ample space and will ensure I do not disturb you. Su Mingru raised her head, her gaze resolute as she looked at Jiang Ye. Xiao Yi, I appreciate your kindness, but I do not wish to return. Although this place is small, it is peaceful, and I genuinely like it. Moreover, I want to live independently and not rely on anyone else. Jiang Ye remained silent for a moment, then nodded, a hint of resignation in his voice. I understand. Rujia, since this is your choice, I will respect it. After all, I was the one who erred, and if you cannot forgive me, I have only myself to blame. A gentle smile graced Su Mingru's lips, her tone softening considerably. Xiaoyi, thank you. In truth, I no longer harbor any anger toward you. It's simply that this location is closer to my workplace, and I desire a space that belongs solely to me. Jiang Ye gazed at Su Mingru, feeling a twinge of disappointment, yet he recognized that her stance was the best outcome possible. He nodded, sincerity evident in his voice. Very well, Rujia, I respect your decision. Regardless, I owe you a heartfelt apology, and I hope we can still remain like siblings in the future. Su Mingru nodded gently, her tone warm. Yes, Xiaoyi, you will always be my brother, even if you can be a bit mischievous at times. Jiang Ye, observing the warmth in Su Mingru's eyes, felt a slight easing of his heart and could not resist making a jest. Rujia, sometimes it's perfectly normal for me to be a bit playful. Just think of me as a lively little shrimp. A bit of mischief now and then isn't too much to ask, is it? Upon hearing the metaphor, Su Mingru couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Ye, her lips curling into a faint smile. You, truly, are quite the rascal. It was one thing when we were children, but now that you've grown, you still behave like a child. Jiang Ye chuckled mischievously, seizing the moment when Su Mingru was distracted to swiftly place a VIP ticket to Zhou Xiaodong's concert on her desk. Sister Ru, I've left the ticket here. It's for your favorite artist, Zhou Xiaodong. You simply must attend. I wouldn't want you to miss such a splendid concert. Su Mingru paused, about to decline. But Jiang Ye had already turned and dashed towards the door, waving his hand as he called back. Sister Ru, I'm off. Contact me anytime. Watching Jiang Ye's retreating figure, she shook her head in resignation, yet an involuntary smile graced her lips. Approaching her desk, she picked up the concert ticket, her gaze softening. This fellow isn't entirely insufferable after all. Gently placing the ticket back on the table, memories of Jiang Ye as a child flooded her mind. He used to follow her around like a shadow, although he could be troublesome at times, even going so far as to cross the line with her. That dependency and trust he exhibited made it impossible for her to truly be angry. Perhaps he has genuinely matured. Su Mingru murmured to herself as she gazed at Jiang Ye's silhouette. After leaving Su Mingru's residence, Jiang Ye felt considerably lighter. Having earned over 50 million today, and with the 66th plot finally on track, combined with a thawing relationship with Su Mingru, he sensed everything was moving in a positive direction. Thus, he decided to treat himself to a bit of relaxation and called his close friend, Song Xiaohe, to join him at a bar for drinks. The two found a lively establishment, ordered some beverages, and engaged in cheerful conversation. A few drinks in, Song Xiaohe's face had taken on a slight flush, and his tongue began to stumble. Godfather, last time you promised to take me to the grinder factory for a shampoo after the college entrance exams, but you never followed through. Isn't it time to make good on that promise? Jiang Ye couldn't help but laugh at this. You still remember that? All right, today I'll help you fulfill that dream. The two reached an agreement, settled the bill, and headed straight to the Silver Lake Water Club at the grinder factory. Upon arrival, Jiang Ye expertly ordered a 188 yuan package for Song Xiaohe and patted him on the shoulder. Xiaohe, enjoy yourself. I'll wait for you downstairs. I'm just going to play on my phone for a bit. Xiaohe nodded eagerly and followed the waiter upstairs. Jiang Ye settled in the lobby downstairs, pulling out his phone to scroll through the news while waiting for Xiaohe. However, a few minutes later, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from the entrance. Looking up, he saw Song Xiaohe rushing down the stairs, his face pale, as if he were being chased by a ghost. Jiang Ye was taken aback and stood up to ask, Xiaohe, what's wrong? You just went up. How are you back so soon? Breathless and panicked, Song Xiaohe exclaimed, Oh, Yigo, what kind of place is this? The moment I stepped inside, that lady came up and started to strip me of my clothes. I was so scared. I ran straight out. This bathing experience is too terrifying. Hearing these words, Jiang Ye couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xiaohaizi, who told you to run up to the second floor? Couldn't you just wash up on the first floor? Song Xiaohe wiped the sweat from his forehead, his heart still racing as he replied, No way, no way. This place is beyond my capacity. I won't wash again. I'm going home to sleep. Jiang Ye laughed even harder. After parting ways with Song Xiaohe, Jiang Ye returned home. After indulging in a bit of wine, he sat cross-legged on his bed and began to practice the Four Saints' original mind method, as recalled from memory. As he adjusted his breathing, the energy within him gradually began to circulate. Jiang Ye quickly sensed something was amiss. This time, the practice was smoother than ever. with the energy flowing through his meridians like a gentle stream, as if every drop of alcohol had transformed into a catalyst of energy, filling him with an unparalleled sense of refreshment. In his mind's eye, he envisioned a towering tree, its branches lush and its roots deeply embedded in the earth. This tree was a tangible manifestation of the Four Saints' original mind method, symbolizing his cultivation level. At this moment, the tree appeared even more vibrant than before, its crown larger, with a faint glow shimmering among the leaves. Could it be that the effects of alcohol accelerated the operation of the mind method? Jiang Ye felt a surge of surprise, but it was eclipsed by joy. The energy within him surged, as if every inch of flesh and blood were rejoicing, every meridian imbued with strength. He continued to immerse himself in the practice, the energy within him accelerating, and the tree in his consciousness blossoming even further. The branches unfurled as if striving to break through the heavens, while the roots delved deeper into the earth, absorbing the energy from the depths below. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped by quietly, and a fine sheen of sweat formed on Jiang Ye's forehead. Finally, when the energy within reached its peak, Jiang Ye slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. That breath carried a hint of the aroma of wine, yet was imbued with pure energy. He stood up, stretching his limbs, and discovered that his body felt lighter and more vigorous than ever. A glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and a slight smile graced his lips. Who would have thought that drinking could enhance the effects of the mind method? It seems that the cultivation method of the Four Saints' original truly is unique. After finishing his practice, he felt that the little wine he had consumed was far from sufficient for his enjoyment. Thus, he picked up his phone and dialed Yang Bo's number. Yang Bo, let's go out for a drink. Yang Bo was eager for Jiang Ye's call. Having made money alongside him, he was keen to spend more time together. Yang Bo quickly agreed. Sure, I'll be right there. The two met at a bar, settling into a corner table. Jiang Ye ordered 2 bottles of high-proof liquor and poured a glass for himself, and Yang Bo looked at Jiang Ye's demeanor with some concern and advised. Jiang Ye, you're still a student. Your capacity for alcohol can't compare to that of seasoned adults. Let's take it slow and not overdo it. Jiang Ye chuckled, raising his glass. Yang Bo, we've made money this time. Cheers. With that, he tilted his head back, draining his glass entirely. Yang Bo, taken aback, had no choice but to follow suit and down his drink. 2 individuals engaged in spirited conversation over drinks, with Jiang Ye's remarkable capacity for alcohol leaving Yang Bo utterly astonished. After several glasses, Jiang Ye remained unfazed, even appearing more alert as he continued to imbibe. In contrast, Yang Bo had begun to feel the effects, his complexion flushed and his speech slightly slurred. Jiang Ye, your drinking ability is truly alarming. Yang Bo leaned back on the sofa, his tone tinged with admiration. I thought you were merely a student, but I never imagined you could drink so well. A slight smile tugged at Jiang Ye's lips. He was fully aware that alcohol had little effect on him. The cultivation of the 4 sacred origins had rendered his physique extraordinarily resilient. For him, such levels of intoxication were akin to sipping water. He chuckled lightly, speaking casually. Drinking capacity is something one can cultivate. Besides, we're celebrating today. A little excess is of no concern. Yang Bo, swaying slightly, raised his glass in salute. Jiang Gu, you are truly impressive. I, Yang Bo, am hereby convinced. Come, let me toast you again. As the two continued their revelry, the clock struck 2 in the morning. The bar was nearly empty, with the music fading into a sporadic backdrop. Yang Bo hurried to settle the bill and exited the establishment alongside Jiang Ye. The night breeze seemed to rejuvenate Yang Bo somewhat, yet he mumbled, Jiang Gu, we must drink together again next time. Your drinking prowess has left me in awe. With a smile, Jiang Ye assisted Yang Bo as they began to make their way to the roadside to hail a taxi. However, upon reaching the entrance of the bar, Jiang Ye's attention was captivated by a troubling scene nearby. A group of young thugs with bleached hair surrounded a drunken beauty, attempting to drag her towards a van. Though the woman was inebriated, she fought fiercely against her captors, slurring, Let go of me. I don't know you. Get away. The thugs laughed mockingly, paying no heed to her struggles. One of the leaders leaned in close, his intentions malevolent as he whispered, Beautiful lady, stop pretending. It's dangerous for a girl like you to be alone like this. We'll take you somewhere safe. Jiang Ye's brow furrowed, a surge of anger swelling within him. He released Yang Bo and strode forward, his voice cold and commanding. You lot, let her go. The thugs turned at the sound of his voice. The leader appraised Jiang Ye, noting his height but youthful appearance, and scoffed derisively. Kid, mind your own business. Scram before you get hurt. Disregarding the threat, Jiang Ye remained composed, though his gaze was icy. I'll say it once more, let her go. The leader, incensed by Jiang Ye's defiance, brandished a baseball bat and charged at him, shouting, "You're asking for it." In that instant, Yang Bo unexpectedly dashed forward, positioning himself in front of Jiang Ye. "Jiang Ge, watch out." A dull thud echoed as the bat struck Yang Bo's shoulder. He grimaced in pain but stood firm, gritting his teeth as he urged, "Jiang Ge, run. Don't worry about me." Jiang Ye was taken aback by Yang Bo's selfless act, warmth spreading through him. Yet a greater fury ignited within his heart. He steadied the swaying Yang Bo with one hand and cast a cold glance at the leader of the yellow-haired gang. "You are courting death." Startled by Jiang Ye's gaze, the yellow-haired leader quickly regained his bravado. "What? Do you want to fight? Brothers, attack. Teach this little brat a lesson." At his command, several of his henchmen brandished their clubs and lunged at Jiang Ye. Yet, Jiang Ye remained unfazed, gently pushing Yang Bo aside. He suddenly exerted force beneath his feet and shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. Crack! With a sharp sound. The foremost henchman's club had not even descended when Jiang Ye seized his wrist, twisting it with force, dislocating it instantly. "Ah!" The yellow-haired thug cried out in agony as the club clattered to the ground. Without pausing, Jiang Ye countered with a punch to his chest, sending him flying against the wall with a heavy thud. The remaining henchmen were thrown into a state of panic. Before they could react, Jiang Ye appeared before them like a specter. In less than a minute, all the yellow-haired thugs lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in distress. The leader, utterly dumbfounded, dropped his baseball bat with a clang. Stammering, he pleaded, "Big brother, I was wrong. We won't dare again. Please, show mercy and spare us." Jiang Ye regarded him coldly and uttered a single word, "Scram." The yellow-haired leader, as if granted a reprieve, hurried to assist his fallen comrades, scrambling away in fear. Jiang Ye then turned to the inebriated beauty and softly inquired, "Are you all right?" Approaching her, he noticed her familiar visage under the dim light. After a moment of recollection, he realized it was Lu Mi, the striking CEO of He Real Estate, whom he had encountered during the auction for plot number 66. At this moment, Lu Mi was thoroughly intoxicated, her gaze unfocused, mumbling incoherently. Jiang Ye furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of helplessness. He turned to Yang Bo and said, "I know her. We can't leave her here. We need to ensure her safety." Though Yang Bo winced from the pain in his shoulder, he nodded in agreement. "Brother Jiang, I'll follow your lead." Jiang Ye attempted to ascertain Lu Mi's address, but her drunken state rendered her unable to articulate even a single coherent sentence, merely shaking her head repeatedly. With no other option, Jiang Ye and Yang Bo supported her as they searched for a nearby hotel, securing a room. They placed Lu Mi on the bed, and Jiang Ye fetched a damp towel to gently wipe her face, covering her with a blanket afterward. Just as he prepared to leave, Lu Mi suddenly grasped his arm, murmuring, "Don't go, don't leave me alone." Her voice was frail and anxious, a stark contrast to her usual poised and capable demeanor. Jiang Ye hesitated, glancing down at her hand that clutched his, resisting the urge to pull away. Yang Bo observed this exchange, and a knowing, meaningful smile flickered across his lips. "Jiang Ye, it's getting late. I should head back. You probably have some matters to tend to here." With a sense of resignation, Jiang Ye settled on the edge of the bed, offering a few comforting words to Lu Mi. Once she had calmed down slightly, she lay down on the sofa by the bed, drifting into a hazy slumber. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the curtains, illuminating the room, and Lu Mi gradually opened her eyes, her head still somewhat heavy. By instinct, she turned her head and was startled to find Jiang Ye peacefully asleep on the sofa by the bed. "Ah!" Lu Mi exclaimed, suddenly sitting upright. Jiang Ye was jolted awake by her voice, still in a daze, when Lu Mi seized her pillow and hurled it at him. "You rogue! What have you done to me?" Jiang Ye, somewhat bewildered by the sudden attack, quickly stood up and explained, "Lu, please calm down. You were intoxicated last night, and I had no choice but to bring you to the hotel. I did nothing." Lu Mi was not convinced, and while delivering a few light punches with her delicate fists, she retorted angrily, "Don't lie to me, you shameless scoundrel. How could I possibly be in a hotel with you?" Jiang Ye, dodging her blows, responded helplessly, "Lu, think back. Last night you were nearly taken away by a group of thugs outside the bar. It was I who rescued you. You couldn't even articulate where you lived, so I brought you to the hotel." Lu Mi paused, her mind flickering with fragmented memories, yet she remained obstinate. "Even so, you should not have stayed in my room. You took advantage of me." Jiang Ye, exasperated yet amused, replied, "Lu, it was you who held onto my hand, refusing to let me leave when I was about to go. I spent the entire night on the sofa without even touching the bed." Only then did Lu Mi notice that Jiang Ye was indeed clothed, and that the distance between the sofa and the bed was considerable. Her anger began to dissipate, though her expression remained tense. Resolutely, she picked up a bottle of mineral water from the table and hurled it at Jiang Ye, declaring, "Get out of here." Jiang Ye, flustered, caught the bottle in a hurry and shook his head in exasperation. All right, I'll leave. Just calm down and think about what happened last night." With that, he turned and swiftly exited the room, closing the door behind him. In the hallway, Jiang Ye exhaled a sigh of relief, muttering to himself, "What a predicament this is. I should have never meddled in this affair." Meanwhile, in the room, Lumi sat on the edge of the bed, massaging her temples as she endeavored to recollect the events of the previous night. Gradually, she began to remember being surrounded by a group of thugs after drinking too much and faintly recalled Jiang Ye coming to her rescue. Could it be that I truly misjudged him? Lumi pondered, feeling a sense of regret for her earlier actions, which now seemed rather embarrassing. Rising to her feet, she approached the mirror to tidy her hair and clothes before finally opening the door. "Jiang Ye, you may come in now." Jiang Ye was leaning against the wall in the hallway, engrossed in his phone. Upon hearing the door open, he stepped back into the room and closed the door behind him. Lifting his gaze to Lumi, he teased, "Lu, have you sobered up?" A hint of awkwardness flickered across Lumi's face, yet she feigned composure and said, "I apologize for earlier. I may have misunderstood you. Thank you for your assistance last night." Jiang Ye donned his jacket, preparing to leave the room. He suddenly halted his steps and turned to Lumi, casually inquiring, "Lu, why did you drink so much alone last night? Were you feeling down?" To his surprise, his words struck a chord deep within Lumi. Her facade of composure shattered in an instant, and tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. She raised her hand to cover her face, her shoulders trembling slightly, with sobs breaking through her fingers. Jiang Ye was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a reaction from a mere question. He stood there, wanting to offer comfort but unsure of what to say. Lumi, weeping like a fragile flower, appeared exceptionally vulnerable. The usually poised and commanding female executive now resembled a helpless little girl. Jiang Ye felt a pang of sympathy and could not help but approach her, gently asking, "Lu, are you all right? Did you experience a heartbreak yesterday?" Lumi's sobs intensified. Jiang Ye was at a loss for words and could only offer, "Lu, did I say something wrong? If you're sad, please express it. It might lighten your heart." Tears continued to flow down Lumi's face. Her voice choked as she said, "No, it's not your fault. It's just that yesterday was my father's Memorial Day. I couldn't help it." Hearing this, Jiang Ye felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He squatted down and gently patted Lumi's shoulder, his tone unusually tender. "Lu, my condolences. Your father would surely wish for you to be well. Don't be too sorrowful." Lumi cried even harder, her voice faltering, "I know, but I miss him so much. He was my only family, and his departure was so sudden." Jiang Ye listened to her lament, feeling a pang of sorrow. He had never imagined that the typically fierce and independent Lumi was burdened with such pain. He softly asked, "How did your father pass away?" Through her tears, Lumi whispered, "In a car accident. He was supposed to pick me up from work that day." Unable to continue, she was overwhelmed by tears again, leaning weakly against the wall, as if she might collapse at any moment. Jiang Ye, observing her state, felt a surge of compassion. After a moment's hesitation, he extended his arms, gently embracing her, and softly reassured, "Lu, don't be sad. Your father wouldn't want to see you in such distress. He is surely watching over you from above, wishing for your happiness." Nestled in Jiang Ye's embrace, Lumi felt an unexpected warmth, and her tears gradually ceased. Although she still stammered, "Every year on this day, I drink to forget. Only in the haze of alcohol can I faintly see his shadow and feel less alone." Jiang Ye gently patted her back, his tone soothing. "You still have friends, colleagues, and even me, this shameless rogue. Don't drink alone anymore. Reach out to me if you need anything. I can be your knight in shining armor. I promise not to take advantage of you." Upon hearing his words, Lumi broke into a smile through her tears. She playfully nudged him, her face still streaked with remnants of sorrow, yet she had regained some of her usual demeanor. "Who would seek you out, you incorrigible fellow?" Jiang Ye, relieved to see her spirits lift, released her and stood up, smiling. "All right, Lu, once you've finished crying, it's time to gather your strength. You are indeed the pillar of Hajin real estate. You must not falter over such trivial matters." As Jiang Ye prepared to depart, Lumi suddenly felt the warmth and breadth of his embrace, a rare sense of security that made her reluctant to let go. She whispered, "Jiang Ye, may I lean on you for just a little longer?" Jiang Ye paused, glancing down at her, and replied half-jokingly, "Leaning is permissible, but I shall not be accountable for any repercussions that may follow." Upon hearing his words, Lumi's face flushed crimson. Yet her gaze remained unwavering as she unexpectedly lifted her head, cradled Jiang Ye's face in her hands, and kissed him without any forewarning. Jiang Ye was taken aback by Lu Mi's sudden action, momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure, wrapping his arms around her waist in return. He thought to himself, this time, it was not initiated by me. You better not throw that water bottle at me later. Time seemed to stand still in that moment, leaving only the sound of their hurried breaths and intertwined heartbeats. Lu Mi's heart felt as though it had been thoroughly broken free by an overwhelming emotion. She no longer suppressed herself or fled. This kiss was as if the feelings she had repressed for years had finally found their release. An hour later, Jiang Ye and Lu Mi lay entwined on the bed, the room suffused with an intoxicating atmosphere. Their breathing had yet to fully stabilize, and their heartbeats continued to intertwine fervently. Jiang Ye gently brushed Lu Mi's forehead, tucking her slightly damp hair behind her ear. Ms. Lu, I never imagined that you, who appears so aloof, could be so passionate in private, he remarked playfully. Lu Mi felt a twinge of embarrassment at his words and lightly punched him, saying, don't take advantage and then act innocent. Let us pretend that just now never happened, all right? Jiang Ye grasped her hand firmly in his, responding, Ms. Lu, once something has happened, it has indeed occurred. There is no need to pretend otherwise. Your feelings for me, as well as mine for you, are both genuine. Is it worth 30 million to take a nap? Upon hearing his words, Lu Mi's heart raced uncontrollably. A blush instantly spread across her face as she playfully punched Jiang Ye again, admonishing, stop being so cheeky. If you continue speaking like that, I shall ignore you. Jiang Ye laughed, holding her hand. All right, I shall refrain from speaking further. However, that feeling we just shared was truly delightful. Lu Mi's face flushed even deeper, and she buried her head in his chest, refusing to lift it. Jiang Ye felt her warm breath, which softened his heart, and he gently embraced her. Resting his chin atop her head, Lu Mi, he softly called her name with a serious tone. Do you know? Being with you has made me experience many feelings I have never known before. Lu Mi lifted her head, gazing at him softly and asking, what feelings? Jiang Ye smiled faintly, the sensation of the earth shaking and the wind howling, as if the entire world is rejoicing for us, while we find the truest sense of security in each other's arms. Lu Mi was momentarily taken aback by his words. She reached out a hand to gently caress Jiang Ye's cheek and replied tenderly, I feel the same way. In your presence, I feel liberated from the burdens of maintaining a facade of strength. I can shed all defenses and embrace my authentic self. The two of us indulged in a moment of intimacy. Lu Mi languidly leaned against Jiang Ye's shoulder, her fingers gently tracing circles on his chest. Suddenly, she lifted her head, squinting as she inquired, Jiang Ye, how is it that your face looks so youthful? Just how old are you? Jiang Ye glanced down at her, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. To tell you the truth, I'm about to enter university. What? Lu Mi straightened suddenly, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at him. You're still a student? I can't believe I'm being courted by a mere child. Jiang Ye laughed, reveling in his triumph, and pinched her cheek playfully. What is the matter, Lu Zong? Are you feeling like an old vine being consumed by this tender calf? Lu Mi's face flushed crimson with indignation, and she playfully thumped his chest a few times. You naughty boy, how can you be so smug about it? How am I supposed to face anyone now? Jiang Ye chuckled, but Lu Zong, you didn't seem to mind earlier. Didn't you just say that being with me feels wonderful? Why the sudden disdain for my youth? Lu Mi found herself at a loss for words, her cheeks burning even brighter as she muttered, you are truly incorrigible. I feel utterly deceived. Jiang Ye gently patted her back, his tone softening. All right. Don't be upset. Age doesn't matter. What truly counts is my genuine feelings for you. Lu Zong, you won't cast me aside over this, will you? Lu Mi raised her head and shot him a glare, though the warmth in her eyes betrayed her. Who said I would abandon you? But you'd better not use this against me in the future. Otherwise, I might just ignore you. Jiang Ye nodded with a grin. All right. I promise I won't bring it up again. Satisfied, Lu Mi nestled back into his embrace. She murmured, but you, young man, with such charms at a tender age. I can only wonder how many young ladies you'll ensnare in the future. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, teasingly replying, Lu Mi, are you feeling a tinge of jealousy? Lu Mi huffed, feigning nonchalance. Who is jealous? I couldn't care less about you. After a brief moment of quietude in his embrace, she suddenly furrowed her brow. Recalling matters of work, Jiang Ye, there is something I need to discuss with you. Your acquisition of the No. 66 plot in Handong district for 30 million is unlikely to yield profits. Are you certain you haven't misjudged? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye couldn't help but chuckle, pinching her cheek again. Lu Mi, it hasn't been long, and you're already worrying about me? Have you begun to assume the role of a supportive partner? Lu Mi felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, lightly punching him. Stop jesting. I'm serious. The market for that plot in Handong is currently unfavorable, and the surrounding infrastructure is underdeveloped. How do you expect to recoup your investment? Jiang Ye's demeanor shifted, his expression turning earnest. Lumi, you're only seeing the surface. You've overlooked the true value of that land. Although the number 66 plot may seem remote now, it is destined to become the core of development in Handong District. Moreover, I have insider information. The government will soon introduce a series of policies aimed at prioritizing development in this area. Lumi paused for a moment, furrowing her brow as she inquired, insider information? Where did you obtain it? Is it reliable? Jiang Ye offered a slight smile, exuding confidence in his tone. You needn't concern yourself with that, rest assured. The information is absolutely trustworthy. So, are you interested in collaborating with me? Collaborate? Lumi regarded him with surprise. What do you have in mind? The last time we worked together, you were rather reluctant. Jiang Ye sat up straight, his tone turning earnest. My proposition is that our two companies can jointly establish a new firm to develop Plot 66. You would provide the technology and team, while I would contribute the funding and resources. Ultimately, we would split the profits 50-50. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Lumi's eyes glimmered with contemplation. After a moment of careful consideration, she nodded. That is indeed a commendable idea. Jiang Real Estate has experience in development. If we can collaborate, pooling our resources might yield significant results. However, she paused, lifting her gaze to Jiang Ye with a teasing smile. Are you not worried that I might usurp your project? During the land auction, I asked if you were willing to collaborate, and you were decidedly uninterested. Why the sudden enthusiasm now? Initially, Jiang Ye did intend to handle everything himself. However, upon further investigation, he harbored grave doubts regarding Guangyao Real Estate's operational capabilities, which had been severely compromised under Lin Yinyin's management. Focusing solely on securing development permits and obtaining land certificates left him feeling overwhelmed. Additionally, lacking adequate development funding prompted Jiang Ye to entertain the idea of collaboration. Jiang Ye laughed heartily, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. Lumi, I am not worried about you taking my project. After all, you are already mine. What is the project compared to that? Lumi felt her cheeks warm at his jest, gently pushing him away. You really lack seriousness. All right, let us embark on this venture together, and I shall await the outcome. However, Jiang Ye, if you dare to deceive me, I shall not forgive you. Jiang Ye patted his chest with bravado. Rest assured, I would never deceive you. Besides, I am counting on you to assist me in managing affairs in the future. Lumi shot him an exasperated glance. Yet her smile betrayed her amusement. You young man, though not old, possess considerable ambition. Jiang Ye grinned mischievously at Lumi. There is something I must discuss with you. Although Plot 66 has been secured, we may still face a slight shortfall in development funds. I would appreciate it if Jiang Real Estate could extend a helping hand by lending me a portion of the capital. Upon hearing this, Lumi's eyes widened in astonishment. She feigned anger, pouting. So, after sharing a bed with you, I am expected to contribute 30 million? Jiang Ye, your calculations are rather shrewd. Jiang Ye quickly waved his hands, chuckling. Please do not be quick to anger. I assure you, this is not a case of taking advantage of you. I come with sincere intentions for collaboration. How about this? I will use my shares in Guangyao Real Estate as collateral and place the assets of Plot 66 under the joint venture's name. We can draft a separate contract for Jiang Real Estate's loan to ensure your funds are secure. As for the operation, we will entrust it to your capable hands at Jiang Real Estate. What do you say? Lumi was momentarily taken aback by his proposal. She gazed at Jiang Ye, a mixture of surprise and admiration in her eyes. Jiang Ye, as a student, how do you possess such profound knowledge? The intricacies of financing and equity structures are often beyond the grasp of seasoned professionals. Jiang Ye chuckled and shrugged. General Liu, one should not underestimate the youth. Besides, I aim for our collaboration to proceed smoothly. What do you think of this proposal? Is it feasible? Lumi lowered her head in contemplation for a moment before raising it again, a glimmer of appreciation and determination in her gaze. All right, since you are so sincere, I shall not be overly frugal. Jiang Real Estate is willing to invest. She paused, a smile gracing her lips, and I can waive the interest on the loan. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow at her words. What do you mean by that? Waiving interest? I cannot possibly take such a significant advantage from you. Lumi chuckled, a teasing tone in her voice. In a partnership, there must be some goodwill. Besides, I have faith in you in this project. As long as you can develop Plot 66 well, this minor concession is nothing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye took her hand earnestly. General Liu, no Lumi, thank you for placing such trust in me. Rest assured, I will dedicate myself to the development of Plot 66 and demonstrate its true value. Lumi nodded with a smile. Good, I shall await the results. However, Jiang Ye, Do not forget that I am not only your partner, but also your creditor. Should you dare to disappoint me, I will not spare you. Jiang Ye laughed heartily, patting his chest. Fear not. When have I ever let you down? Then, with a playful wink, he added, shouldn't we celebrate the successful partnership? Lumi's cheeks flushed as she gently pushed him away. You are truly incorrigible. An hour later, Jiang Ye, feeling invigorated, entered the bathroom, took a shower, and changed his clothes in preparation to leave. Before departing, he retrieved a VIP ticket to Zhou Xiaodong's concert from his pocket and offered it to Lumi. Here, this is for you. Lumi accepted the ticket and, upon realizing it was a VIP pass to Zhou Xiaodong's concert, her eyes lit up with excitement. Oh my goodness, this is a VIP ticket to Zhou Xiaodong's concert. Jiang Ye, where did you manage to acquire this? Jiang Ye smiled casually. Previously, tickets to Zhou Xiaodong's concert were half price and no one was buying them. I saw a rare opportunity and purchased them all. Now that the concert has gained immense popularity, the ticket prices have surged several times, yielding a considerable profit. Lumi was utterly taken aback, her gaze fixed on Jiang Ye in disbelief. You possess such foresight? Those tickets are worth millions. How could you, a student, dare to do such a thing? Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow with a hint of pride. General Lu, this is what I call commercial acumen. Opportunities are always afforded to those who are prepared. Lumi looked at him, unable to suppress her laughter. Jiang Ye, you little rascal, you truly have something special. No wonder you were able to secure Plot 66 and devise such a comprehensive collaboration plan. Upon hearing her refer to him as a little rascal, Jiang Ye couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered, Manager Lu, are you certain it is small? Lumi's cheeks flushed, and she playfully struck him on the arm, exclaiming, Rogue. Jiang Ye chuckled heartily, straightening up and patting her shoulder. All right, Manager Lu, I must take my leave. Remember to attend the concert. Lumi nodded, a smile she could not conceal gracing her face. Yes, I will definitely go. As Jiang Ye turned to exit the room, he glanced back and waved. Lumi, it has been a pleasure collaborating. Lumi looked down at the ticket in her hand, her lips curling into a faint smile. Jiang Ye, you little rascal, or rather, you enigmatic fellow, truly leave one perplexed. The following day, at Lin Yinyin's residence, she excitedly examined the VIP ticket for Zhou Xiaodong's concert multiple times, her heart brimming with anticipation and exhilaration. Just as she was about to put the ticket away, her father, Lin Yinyin, unexpectedly emerged from another room. Yinyin, what do you have in your hand? Lin Yinyin frowned, his gaze fixed on the ticket. Startled, Yinyin quickly concealed the ticket behind her, stammering, Oh, it's nothing, just a regular ticket. Lin Yinyin, clearly unconvinced, stepped forward and snatched the ticket from her grasp. Upon seeing it, his eyes widened in disbelief. A VIP ticket for Zhou Xiaodong's concert? This ticket is worth a fortune now. Where did you acquire it? Yinyin's heart raced, and a look of embarrassment crossed her face. She could hardly confess to her father that she had exchanged 30 hours of her time with Jiang Ye for it. Thus, she steeled herself and concocted an excuse. It was Jiang Ye who gave it to me. I begged him for quite some time before he finally agreed to give me one. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin's frown deepened. Such an expensive ticket. What do you need it for? Can it be eaten? Yinyin felt a sense of injustice rising within her and softly retorted, Dad, it's Zhou Xiaodong's concert. I've always wanted to go. Attending a concert? Lin Yinyin scoffed, his tone laced with sternness. Do you have any idea of our current situation at home? University is about to commence, and your tuition is still unsettled. That ticket costs several thousand. It could cover an entire semester's tuition. After speaking, he shoved the ticket into his pocket, his tone leaving no room for argument. This ticket is confiscated. I will sell it to get some funds for your tuition. Upon hearing this, Yinyin became frantic, tears welling in her eyes. Dad, you can't do this. This ticket was given to me by Jiang Ye. You cannot take it away. Lin Yinyin shot her a stern look, his voice even harsher. What is more important, your university studies or attending a concert? Yinyin, your foremost task now is to study diligently, not to dwell on frivolous pursuits. With that, Lin Yinyin took the ticket and returned to his room. Slamming the door shut behind him, Yinyin was left speechless by her father's words, feeling a tumult of indignation and sorrow. After finally obtaining the ticket from Jiang Ye, she never expected her father would seize it so forcefully, especially considering the efforts she had made, including cleaning Jiang Ye's home, only to have her most treasured possession taken away. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, prompting her to retreat to her room, collapsing onto her bed in tears. Upon returning home after purchasing groceries, Fangqing was greeted by the sound of soft sobs emanating from her daughter Lin Yinyin's room. Setting down the basket, she hurried to the door, gently pushing it open to find Lin Yinyin sprawled across her bed, shoulders trembling as she cried uncontrollably. Yinyin, what has happened? Who has wronged you? Fangqing seated herself beside her daughter, tenderly patting her back, her voice laced with concern. Lin Yinyin lifted her tear-streaked face, sobbing. Mom, Dad took my concert tickets and said he would sell them for money. They were so hard for me to obtain, and I truly want to go. Fangqing's brows furrowed in immediate dismay. What? How could your father do this? Those tickets belong to you. On what grounds does he take them? Lin Yinyin, feeling wronged, nodded softly. I begged him, but he said we have no money and that my tuition is still uncertain. But, Mom, that ticket is really important to me. Seeing her daughter in such distress, Fangqing felt a surge of anger and compassion. She patted Lin Yinyin's hand reassuringly. Do not cry. I will speak to your father. He cannot be so unreasonable. With that, Fangqing rose and strode directly toward Lin Buyun's room. After knocking, she entered to find Lin Buyun seated, smoking. His expression dark and brooding. Lin Buyun, what do you mean by this? On what grounds do you take Yinyin's ticket? Fangqing confronted him directly, her tone accusatory. Lin Buyun looked up, impatiently retorting, what ticket? Don't you know our current circumstances? That ticket can fetch several thousand. It will cover her tuition. What use is attending a concert? Can it provide sustenance? Fangqing's anger flared. Lin Buyun, do not use our financial situation as an excuse. The reason we lack funds is because you cannot earn a living. If you are incapable, do not take it out on our daughter. Lin Buyun, stung by her words, stood abruptly, fuming. Fangqing, what do you mean? How can you say I cannot earn? I am doing this for the family. It is merely a ticket. Why make such a fuss? Fangqing scoffed. You care for the family? If you truly cared, you would seek a respectable job instead of idling about. How much have you ever cared for Yinyin? Now that she finally has something to delight in, you destroy it. Do you not possess a shred of conscience as a father? Lin Buyun was rendered speechless by her accusations, his face a tumult of colors. Gritting his teeth, he coldly declared, Fine, if you and Yinyin think this way, then I will wash my hands of it. From now on, you are responsible for her university tuition and the mortgage. However, I have taken the ticket, and it is mine. Neither of you shall have it. With that, he stormed out, leaving Fangqing trembling with rage in the room. Although Lin Buyun spoke defiantly, he clutched the VIP ticket to the concert in his hand, contemplating where he might fetch a good price for it. After much deliberation, he resolved to try the ticket booth near the mall. Upon entering, he spotted Jiang Ye and Yang Bo engaged in conversation there. He felt a tightening in his chest, yet maintained a facade of composure as he approached and said, Boss Yang, I happen to have a VIP ticket for Zhou Xiaodong's concert. I wonder if you would be interested in purchasing it? Yang Bo's interest was piqued. Of course. Such tickets are highly sought after these days. Where did you acquire it? Lin Buyun hesitated, stammering. Oh, this ticket was given to me by a relative. My family doesn't enjoy concerts, so it's a waste to let it go unused. It's better to exchange it for cash. Standing nearby, Jiang Ye nearly erupted in laughter upon hearing Lin Buyun's words. He stifled his amusement and feigned curiosity, leaning in to ask, Lin Buyun, this ticket looks quite pristine. Did your relative really give it to you? Lin Buyun, caught off guard by Jiang Ye's inquiry, felt a bit uneasy and forced a chuckle. Yes, indeed. It was a gift from a relative. They had several tickets and didn't need one, so they passed it on to me. Jiang Ye nodded with feigned astonishment, his tone laced with playful mockery. Oh, I see. However, Uncle Lin, if that relative were to discover you sold the ticket, they might feel quite disheartened. After all, they gifted it to you, presumably hoping you would attend yourself. Lin Buyun felt increasingly awkward under Jiang Ye's scrutiny and stammered, well, it's just that it's not needed at home. It would be such a waste to let it sit idle. So it's more practical to convert it into cash. Jiang Ye remained silent, yet inwardly found the situation amusing. Wasn't he that ticket originally Lin Yinyin's? The ticket exchanged with me after a 30-hour trade, which I had taken advantage of twice, and now he was planning to sell it? I can only imagine how furious Lin Yinyin must be right now. With a glint of mockery in his eyes and a hint of regret in his voice, Jiang Ye remarked, concert tickets are indeed a hot commodity, especially VIP ones. If your relative learns you sold it, they might think twice about gifting you anything in the future. Lin Buyun felt increasingly uncomfortable, his smile becoming somewhat forced. Well, between relatives, it's not that serious. Yang Bo, overhearing their exchange, sensed an undercurrent of tension, although he did not fully grasp the dynamics at play between Jiang Ye and Lin Buyun. Nevertheless, after receiving a look from Jiang Ye, he proceeded to purchase the ticket for 3,000. As Lin Buyun took the money, an unsettling feeling began to gnaw at him. After leaving the ticket sales point, he hesitated on the roadside for quite some time, ultimately deciding to return and seek out Jiang Ye. He re-entered the ticket sales area, finding Jiang Ye and Yang Bo still engaged in conversation. Steeling himself, he approached with a forced smile. Jiang Ye, there's something I would like to discuss with you. Jiang Ye looked up, arching an eyebrow. Ah, Lin Yinyin, what else could you possibly want? Lin Yinyin rubbed his hands nervously, his tone awkward. I heard you recently acquired the number 66 plot. Your company must need more hands on deck. How about letting me return to Guangyao real estate? I am familiar with the business from my previous tenure. Jiang Ye nearly burst into laughter at this suggestion, leaning against the counter with his arms crossed. He regarded Lin Yinyin with unabashed derision. Lin Yinyin, what gives you such confidence? During your time at my company, you cut corners and accepted kickbacks. All your expenses were covered by my firm, and you were ultimately shown the door. Have you forgotten? Lin Yin's face suddenly flushed crimson as he awkwardly stated. That was all in the past. I recognize my mistakes. Jiang Ye, for the sake of our previous friendship, could you grant me another chance? Jiang Ye let out a cold laugh, laced with sarcasm, and retorted, Lin Yinyin, do not speak to me of friendship. Our families are mere strangers. What friendship could there possibly be? Lin Yinyin was rendered speechless by Jiang Ye's words, his smile frozen in place. Brother Jiang, you are truly my idol, Lin Yinyin said, standing there awkwardly, at a loss for words. However, Jiang Ye had no intention of ceasing his mockery, continuing, moreover, Lin Yinyin, did you not once look down upon me? Did you not predict that my self-managed company would inevitably collapse? Have you forgotten those words? Lin Yinyin felt a surge of humiliation at Jiang Ye's remarks. His lips moved. But he could only stammer, Jiang Ye, please do not say that. I was merely confused at the time. Jiang Ye waved his hand dismissively, his tone indifferent. Enough. Spare me your explanations. Our gleaming real estate is too small to accommodate a towering figure like you. It would be wise for you to seek opportunities elsewhere. After enduring Jiang Ye's ridicule, Lin Yin's face was a mask of humiliation, caught at the door with nowhere to go. The more he pondered, the more he felt stifled, and his pent-up anger finally erupted. He abruptly turned around, glaring at Jiang Ye with a face ashen with fury, his voice rising to a crescendo. Jiang Ye, do not think you are impressive just because you have a small company now. The plot 66? What can a mere rookie like you achieve? Mark my words. That land is a losing investment. Holding on to it will surely lead to your company's downfall. Jiang Ye showed no signs of panic upon hearing this. Instead, a cold smile crept across his face. He sauntered over to Lin Yinyin, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Lin Yinyin, your words are quite amusing. Whether I, Jiang Ye, can achieve success is not for you to worry about. But you, after all these years, have yet to accomplish anything significant. Perhaps you could enlighten me about any legitimate endeavors you have undertaken beyond your deceitful schemes? Lin Yin's complexion fluctuated between shades of anger and embarrassment, his body trembling with rage. You, young man, should not be so arrogant. I have consumed more salt than you have rice. Do you think you understand real estate? With your naive demeanor, you will inevitably stumble. Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, a hint of disdain in his gaze. If you truly understood real estate, you would not have been ousted in the first place. Why not enlighten me about any successful real estate projects you've managed? Lin Yinyin was struck where it hurt. Momentarily at a loss for words, breathing heavily with indignation, he pointed a trembling finger at Jiang Ye, gritting his teeth. Fine, just wait. Let us see how long you can thrive with plot 66. Do not come begging to me when the time comes. Jiang Ye shrugged, his tone tinged with mockery. Rest assured, even if I face bankruptcy, I will not come seeking your assistance. After all, I have no desire to be deceived a second time. Lin Yinyin, seething with anger, could find no words to retort, ultimately casting a fierce glare at Jiang Ye before storming out, muttering curses under his breath. You little brat, just you wait. Once Lin Yinyin had walked away, Yang Bo could not help but approach, chuckling as he clapped Jiang Ye on the shoulder. Brother Jiang, you are truly something else. Uncle Lin is nearly fuming with anger. What happened? Did this person offend you? A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Jiang Ye's eyes as he contemplated, not merely an offense, but a deep-seated vendetta from his past life, a blood feud with the Lin family that transcended lifetimes. There is still more to come with this family. Jiang Ye chuckled softly, shaking his head. I simply find him rather amusing. His daughter resorts to selling herself, and yet Lin Yinyin dares to sell her belongings, claiming they were given by relatives. Such a person deserves a lesson. Lacking capability, yet always seeking to exploit others. Do they truly believe such opportunities abound? Yang Bo nodded, a hint of teasing in his tone. But Jiang, are you not concerned about what Uncle Lin just said? Regarding plot 66, let us not fall victim to his ominous predictions. Jiang Ye smiled, confidence radiating from his demeanor. Rest assured, I have my own plans for plot 66. Lin Yinyin is utterly oblivious to my strategy. By the way, I have secured the necessary liquidity for the development of Plot 66. Your construction company must expedite organizing the team. Yang Bo's eyes widened with curiosity as he leaned in. Jiang, do elaborate on how you managed to handle the situation with Plot 66. I am utterly bewildered. Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, his tone casual. Do you recall the inebriated woman we encountered outside the bar that night? Yang Bo paused, his expression shifting dramatically, his voice rising an octave. No way. Jiang, please do not tell me you slept with that woman and somehow secured a loan. Jiang Ye's lips curled into a knowing smile. What do you think? Yang Bo was taken aback. Are you serious? You actually pulled it off. That woman was truly extraordinary. What exactly transpired? Do tell. Jiang Ye spoke leisurely. That woman is Lu Mi from Hejin Real Estate. We have forged a partnership to jointly develop Plot 66. I provide the land. She supplies the expertise and team, with profits split evenly. Yang Bo's mouth fell open. What about the funding? Did she contribute? Jiang Ye nodded, a touch of pride in his voice. Hejin Real Estate is financing it, and the loan is interest-free. Upon hearing this, Yang Bo's eyes widened even further, his entire being frozen in disbelief. Goodness. Jiang, this is quite astute of you. He swallowed hard, his tone filled with envy. Lu Mi is a renowned powerhouse. How did you manage to persuade her to invest without interest? What is your secret? Jiang Ye waved his hand, a mysterious smile gracing hhis lips. He produced a sheet of paper and inscribed the illustrious 8D theory to elucidate the matter. Yang Bo exclaimed, 8D. Jiang Ye corrected him, 8-3-3-3D. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Bo burst into laughter, then seized Jiang Ye's arm, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Jiang, you must teach me. This maneuver is simply exceptional. If I could master it, I too could achieve great things. Jiang Ye chuckled as he patted his shoulder. All right, do not just be envious. Once the development of Plot 66 is complete, there will be profits for you as well. Yang Bo nodded, but could not help but mutter, this is astonishing. Jiang, how does your mind work? Why could I not conceive of such a strategy? Jiang Ye, you claim to be older than me, yet you incessantly refer to me as Brother Jiang. Can't you simply call me by my name? Yang Bo chuckled, his eyes brimming with admiration. I must call you Brother Jiang. You are truly my idol. A slight smile graced Jiang Ye's lips. The development of Plot 66 is merely the first step. The road ahead is long. Yang Bo's adoration, too, has only just begun. After chatting for a while and discussing the future development plans for Plot 66, Jiang Ye prepared to drive back to the villa. As he neared the community, he spotted a familiar figure walking along the road. Slowing down, he realized it was Fong Qing, Lin Yinyin's mother. Dressed in a simple white dress, the wind gently lifted the hem, accentuating her graceful figure. With her head bowed, seemingly lost in thought, she wore a faint expression of melancholy. Jiang Ye's gaze lingered on her for a moment, particularly drawn to the subtle curves of her silhouette, stirring something within him. 72 Encountering Fong Qing, Jiang Ye smiled and gradually brought the car to a stop beside her, rolling down the window with a casual tone. Aunt Fong, why are you out walking at this late hour? Come, hop in, I'll give you a ride. Upon hearing his voice, Fong Qing looked up, surprise and hesitation flitting across her face as she recognized him. Oh, it's you, Jiang Ye. There's no need to trouble yourself. I can walk home. Jiang Ye replied with a grin. Aunt Fong, please don't be so polite. It's quite a distance to your home, and it's not safe out here at night. Get in. I'm heading that way anyway. After a moment's hesitation, Fong Qing finally nodded. Then I must trouble you. She entered the car and took a seat in the passenger seat, casually adjusting her dress. Jiang Ye's gaze inadvertently swept over her legs, causing his heart to race. Today, she wore black stockings that beautifully enveloped her long legs, rendering them particularly alluring. Her legs were well-shaped, with graceful curves, and the texture of the stockings shimmered faintly under the dim light of the car. For a moment, Jiang Ye found himself lost in thought, his throat instinctively tightening, nearly losing control of the steering wheel. He quickly regained his composure, starting the engine while internally marveling. Although he held a grudge against Fong Qing from a past life, her figure was undeniably stunning. No wonder Lin Yinyin pursued her so fervently back in the day. Jiang Ye couldn't help but admire that despite being in her 30s, Fong Qing possessed an enchanting allure, particularly the way her curves drew the eye when she slightly lowered her head. Fong Qing seemed to sense Jiang Ye's gaze, but said nothing, merely tilting her head slightly to look outside, her lips curving into a faint, enigmatic smile. Her fingers rested lightly on her knees, unconsciously tracing the edge of her dress, exuding an indescribable allure. Jiang Ye silently lamented, thinking, why is Fong Qing so captivating today? He struggled to focus on driving. Yet Fang Qing's beautiful legs and black stockings lingered in his peripheral vision, captivating his thoughts. Fang Qing remained silent for a moment before suddenly speaking. Jiang Ye, what have you been busy with lately? I've heard that your company is thriving. Jiang Ye smiled lightly, his tone casual. It's going well. I just secured the No. 66 plot and am preparing to develop the project. How about you, Aunt Fang? How have you been? Fang Qing sighed, a hint of helplessness in her voice. What else can I do? Lin Yin's father idles away his time, leaving all the household matters for me to manage. Fortunately, Lin Yin is understanding, which alleviates some of my worries. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he feigned a tone of sympathy. Aunt Fang, you work so hard. Why doesn't Uncle Lin lend a hand? His idleness is truly concerning. Fang Qing furrowed her brow, a touch of irritation apparent in her voice. Him? Don't get me started. Just a moment ago, I had a quarrel with him over Lin Yin's college tuition. He insisted on selling Lin Yin's concert tickets to pay for it, without considering how long she waited to get that ticket. Jiang Ye pretended to be astonished, a note of regret in his tone. Uncle Lin is being unreasonable. Those tickets were hard-earned for Lin Yin. How could he even think of selling them? Furthermore, as the head of the family, shouldn't he find a way to address the tuition issue? Fang Qing resonated with his words, her tone growing more impassioned. Exactly. I am utterly disappointed in him. For years, I have shouldered all the household responsibilities. Meanwhile, he lounges around, believing himself to be something special. Seeing the moment ripe, Jiang Ye deliberately sighed, his tone laced with provocation. Aunt Fang, to speak candidly, a man like Uncle Lin is truly of no use. He neglects household affairs and only adds to the family's burdens. You are so capable. Why continue to impose upon yourself? Fang Qing felt a stir within her at Jiang Ye's words, considering that Lin Yinyin was not only unable to earn money, but also lacking in other areas. It felt akin to living as if in mourning. In that instant, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Every family has its own struggles. It is not so easy to contemplate divorce. Jiang Ye offered a slight smile, his tone suggestive. Aunt Fang, you ought to think of yourself as well. After all, you are still young and beautiful. Why waste your life on an unreliable man? Fang Qing's gaze flickered with a complex light upon hearing this. She lowered her head, softly replying, Jiang Ye, you are right. Perhaps I should truly consider this matter. Sensing his objective achieved, Jiang Ye refrained from further words, simply smiling as he said, Aunt Fang, do not be too sorrowful. Life is yours to live. You must take charge of how you wish to lead it. Besides, with your remarkable qualities, what kind of person could you not attract? Fang Qing smiled faintly, gratitude evident in her tone. Jiang Ye, thank you. Hearing you say this has made me feel much better. Jiang Ye waved his hand casually, his tone light. Aunt Fang, you are too courteous. As neighbors, it is only right for me to help you. You took care of me during the college entrance examination by bringing me meals. It is only fitting that I do something for you. Though he spoke in such a manner, inside, Jiang Ye felt a quiet satisfaction. Lin Yinyin, oh Lin Yinyin, your wife's thoughts have already been stirred by me. As the car drove on, Fang Qing suddenly turned her head and glanced at Jiang Ye, her tone laced with a hint of curiosity. Jiang Ye, have you had dinner yet? If not, allow me to treat you to a late-night snack as a token of my gratitude for bringing me home. Jiang Ye felt a stir within him. Although he had long perceived that Fang Qing's invitation carried ulterior motives, he nonetheless smiled and replied nonchalantly, Sure, Aunt Fang. I happen to be a bit hungry too. Half an hour later, Jiang Ye and Fang Qing settled in a quiet late-night eatery. The soft lighting created a relaxed atmosphere as they ordered a few small dishes and a bowl of hot soup. Fang Qing appeared considerably more at ease, a gentle smile gracing her features as she engaged Jiang Ye in casual conversation. After lamenting about Lin Yinyin for a while, a sense of helplessness and fatigue washed over her. Lin Yinyin is becoming increasingly unreliable, neglecting family matters entirely. Lin Yin's tuition is still unresolved, and yet he is thinking of selling Lin Yin's concert tickets. How are we supposed to manage like this? Listening attentively, Jiang Ye served Fang Qing a piece of food, his tone gentle but tinged with a hint of probing. Aunt Fang, Lin Shu's behavior is indeed rather inappropriate. However, do not be too anxious. I happen to have an opportunity that may interest you. Fang Qing lifted her head, curiosity flickering in her eyes. What opportunity? Since collaborating with Lu Mi from Hejin Real Estate, Jiang Ye had managed to sell concert tickets worth over 50 million, needing only to pay 30 million for the land. The remaining 20 million, covered by Lu Mi, was clearly unwise to remain idle in the account of Guangyao Real Estate. Thus, purchasing a second-hand house in Handong New District became the most suitable option. Jiang Ye believed that allowing Fang Qing to handle these matters would not only save him immense energy, but also integrate her into his revenge plan after she reaped the benefits. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Ye set down his chopsticks and spoke earnestly to Fang Qing. I would like to request your assistance with something. The remuneration is quite generous, and it won't be too taxing. Fang Qing looked puzzled. What is it? Jiang Ye smiled slightly and replied, I would like to enlist your help in purchasing a house in Handong District, whether from a real estate agency or an individual. Once the transfer procedures are completed and you obtain the property deed, I can offer you a commission of 5,000 for each house, regardless of its size. Upon hearing this, Fang Qing's eyes lit up. Buying a house? A commission of 5,000? This job sounds appealing, but I am not very knowledgeable about real estate. Will I manage? Jiang Ye reassured her with a smile. Aunt Fang, you need not worry. I will provide you with detailed processes and information. You simply need to follow the steps. Buying just one house guarantees you 5,000. It's a surefire profit. Fang Qing pondered for a moment, her heart wavering. Yet considering her family's predicament, she ultimately nodded. All right, I will give it a try. But Jiang Ye, is it truly as simple as you say? Jiang Ye nodded with a smile. Rest assured, this matter is not complicated. It merely requires some effort in running around and navigating the procedures. Moreover, you can earn a considerable commission from this, sufficient to alleviate your immediate financial concerns. A hint of relief finally graced Fang Qing's face as she replied, Xiao Yi. Thank you so much. I will give it a try. The following day, with a sense of skepticism, Fang Qing arrived in the Handong district as per Jiang Ye's instructions. Indeed, the housing prices here were relatively low, at over 2,000 per square meter, with a two-bedroom apartment costing merely a few $100,000. Although Fang Qing felt a tinge of anxiety, the promise of substantial commissions urged her to proceed. She visited several agencies and viewed various properties, ultimately choosing 3 two-bedroom apartments as Jiang Ye had suggested. Despite the abundance of options, Fang Qing, being a novice in this endeavor, felt uncertain and refrained from making multiple purchases. She negotiated prices, directly conversed with the property owners, and finalized the contracts, signing preliminary agreements. As dusk settled, Fang Qing returned home, her body weary yet her mind restless. She was uncertain whether Jiang Ye would be pleased with her choices or if her actions were indeed correct. Suddenly, her phone chimed, a message from Jiang Ye. Fang Ai, you worked hard today. How did the negotiations go? Fang Qing hesitated for a moment before replying honestly. I viewed several properties today and negotiated 3 two-bedroom apartments. The contracts are signed. However, I didn't dare purchase more, fearing my inexperience might lead to complications. Jiang Ye quickly responded, Fang Ai, you did exceptionally well. Securing 3 apartments on your first attempt is impressive. Come to my villa. Let us discuss the details of the contracts. Half an hour later, Fang Qing stood at the entrance of Jiang Ye's villa, took a deep breath, and rang the doorbell. A sense of trepidation washed over her, yet the promise of the commission bolstered her courage. The door swung open, revealing Jiang Ye, freshly showered, his hair still damp, clad only in a loose bathrobe that accentuated his well-defined physique. Fang Qing paused, her gaze inadvertently tracing the contours of his chest, her cheeks flushing slightly. Internally, she marveled at Jiang Ye's youthful vigor and robust form, radiating an undeniable masculinity. Noticing Fang Qing, Jiang Ye feigned surprise and chuckled. Fang Ai, you arrived quite swiftly. I just finished showering and have yet to change. Apologies for the appearance. She quickly averted her gaze, her voice slightly flustered. It's all right. I came rather hastily. Would you like to change first? I can wait. Jiang Ye smiled, his tone casual. No need. Fang Ai, please come inside. It's rather warm out here. He stepped aside, inviting her in while leisurely tying the belt of his robe, his movements intentionally languid. As Fang Qing entered the villa, a wave of unease washed over her, yet she couldn't resist stealing glances at Jiang Ye. Her thoughts drifted to Lin Yinyin's despondent demeanor, stirring a complex mix of emotions within her. Jiang Ye approached the sofa, changed into a short-sleeved shirt, and casually sat down. With a smile, he addressed Fang Qing. Fang Ai, please take a seat. No need to stand. You've worked hard today. How did the negotiations for the 3 apartments go? Fang Qing settled onto the sofa, striving to appear composed and unruffled. She extracted the contract from her bag and handed it to Jiang Ye. This is the agreement for the 3 apartments we signed today. All selected according to your specifications, 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, with a price that is quite reasonable. I managed to negotiate a better rate. Jiang Ye accepted the contract, casually flipping through it before nodding in satisfaction. Aunt Fang, you have done exceedingly well. The locations and prices of these apartments are quite suitable. I will arrange for the financial department to transfer the funds. All you need to do is assist with the transfer procedures. Fang Qing nodded, feeling a slight sense of relief. After a moment's hesitation, She could not help but inquire, Jiang Ye, with me purchasing so many apartments, won't it lead to a loss? The property prices in Handong district have remained stagnant, and I have some concerns. Jiang Ye smiled, confidence gleaming in his eyes. You need not worry about that. After speaking, he retrieved his phone and swiftly performed a few operations. He then addressed Fong Qing, Aunt Fong. The payment for the apartments and the commission has been transferred to your account. Please check. Before long, Fong Qing received a text message on her phone. A sum of 15,000 yuan had been added to her account. She felt a surge of excitement, astonished at how effortlessly the money had arrived. Jiang Ye, that was incredibly fast. Fong Qing gazed at Jiang Ye in disbelief, her tone laced with surprise and joy. Jiang Ye waved his hand dismissively, speaking in a relaxed manner. Aunt Fong, this is what you deserve. Rest assured, as long as you follow my instructions, your earnings will only increase. Tomorrow, you need not worry too much about the price. Just ensure it is approximately right. Fong Qing nodded, unable to suppress her admiration. Jiang Ye, this money is coming in far too easily. I never imagined that buying property could be so profitable. After chatting for a while longer, Fong Qing took her leave. Jiang Ye watched her retreating figure, a faint smile playing on his lips. He knew that Fong Qing had been thoroughly ensnared in his scheme. Days passed, and Jiang Ye's pace of life became significantly more leisurely. With the college entrance examination results yet to be released, he spent most of his time at home, awaiting the outcome while diligently practicing the heart method of the four sacred origins. On the morning when the results were finally announced, Jiang Ye had just finished a round of cultivation. The surging energy within him made him feel somewhat restless. He was about to take a refreshing shower when his phone suddenly rang. Expecting it to be Song Xiaohong, he was surprised to see that it was Lu Mi calling. Upon answering, before he could utter a word, Lu Mi's voice came through, tinged with reproach. Jiang Ye, you have truly become a hands-off manager. The Hejin Guangyao joint venture company has been established for several days, and you haven't even inquired about it. Is this company solely mine? Jiang Ye chuckled, adopting a relaxed tone. President Lu, your remarks are misplaced. With you overseeing the company, what do I have to worry about? Moreover, I am merely granting you ample autonomy. Lu Mi huffed lightly, her voice carrying a hint of discontent. Spare me that. You need to come to my office. There are matters that must be discussed in person. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with a hint of jest. General Manager Lu, is there some special arrangement that you would like me to attend to so early in the morning? Lu Mi felt a flush creep to her cheeks, her voice tinged with a blend of embarrassment and irritation. What on earth are you thinking about all day? Hurry up and come over. Stop wasting time. Jiang Ye chuckled heartily, hung up the phone, changed his attire, and drove directly to Hejin Real Estate. Upon arriving at the office building of Hejin Real Estate, Jiang Ye ascended to the top floor with ease. Lu Mi's office, located on the highest level, boasted a magnificent view and luxurious decor, reflecting the owner's status and taste. As Jiang Ye pushed open the office door, he found Lu Mi seated at her desk, a document in hand, her brow slightly furrowed, as if deep in thought. Upon hearing the sound of the door, she looked up, and a smile immediately graced her face upon seeing Jiang Ye. Ah, General Jiang finally deigns to make an appearance? Lu Mi remarked, setting down the document with a teasing note in her voice. Jiang Ye approached with a smile, casually taking a seat across from her. General Manager Lu. How can you say that? I am here, aren't I? How are the company affairs being arranged? Lu Mi shot him a sideways glance, her tone tinged with exasperation. Oh, so you do care about the company's matters? The joint venture has been established, and the development plan for Lot 66 is essentially finalized. However, some details still require your personal confirmation. Honestly, I regret meeting you. For Lot 66, I have contributed both financially and in effort. While you have secured the land and seem to have forgotten all about it, I feel like I'm the one doing all the work. Regaining her composure, Lu Mi produced a document and handed it to Jiang Ye. This is the development plan for Lot 66. Take a look and see if there are any issues. Jiang Ye accepted the document and casually flipped through it. He mused that once the planning for the Handong new district was announced, all types of housing would be in high demand and selling like hotcakes. Nevertheless, Jiang Ye still offered a few suggestions. He sketched a rough outline on the plan and handed it back to Lu Mi. General Manager, I believe our primary housing type could be an 80 square meter two-bedroom layout. This configuration is suitable for both young individuals and small families, with significant market demand. Furthermore, I intend to incorporate the concept of a complementary balcony to enhance the usable area. Lu Mi examined the sketch closely, her brow knitting slightly. Complementary balcony? Enhance the area? What does that entail? Jiang Ye clarified. It's quite simple. When we design the layout, we can increase the balcony's size and then market it as a complementary feature, not included in the total area of the house. This way, buyers will feel they are getting a great deal, while we are merely cleverly increasing the usable space through design. Upon hearing this, Lu Mi's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but exclaim, Jiang Ye, are you truly a student? You seem more astute than those seasoned veterans in real estate. How did you come up with such an idea? Jiang Ye chuckled, maintaining a relaxed demeanor. Well, I may have proposed the idea, but you must keep a close watch on the implementation. I've entrusted the management to you. Lu Mi shot him a playful glare, her tone imbued with a mix of resignation and amusement. You, always relying on me. Having managed everything on my end, what are you doing? Jiang Ye chuckled as he rose from his seat, sauntering over to Lu Mi leaning in close. He mischievously whispered in her ear, You. Lu Mi, taken aback by his sudden proximity, felt her heart race and her cheeks flush. Quickly, she pushed him away, exclaiming, You rogue. Jiang Ye merely smiled. His attention was suddenly captured by a door nestled in the corner of the office, prompting his curiosity. Director Lu, what lies behind that door? Lu Mi followed his gaze and casually replied, Oh, that's my private lounge. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. Director Lu, your office is truly luxurious, complete with a lounge. Shall we take a moment to rest? You've been working diligently here for quite some time. Lu Mi, flustered by his teasing, grabbed a folder from her desk, preparing to hurl it at him. What are you thinking, you rascal? Jiang Ye, sensing a playful spirit, feigned innocence. Director Lu, with such relentless dedication to your work, your health may suffer. That lounge of yours looks quite inviting. Why not let me experience it too? Without waiting for her response, he strode confidently towards the lounge. Lu Mi, momentarily taken aback, quickly sprang into action, chasing after him. Her high heels clicked against the floor. Jiang Ye, stop right there. That is my private lounge. Who gave you permission to enter? He glanced back at her, grinning, yet did not halt his pace. Don't be so stingy. I'll only lie down for a moment. It won't interfere with your work. Lu Mi, her cheeks flushed in frustration, quickened her steps to catch up. Although her heels bestowed upon her an air of authority, they were ill-suited for running. After a few strides, she slipped, losing her balance and teetering dangerously. Hearing the commotion behind him, Jiang Ye turned, swiftly halting to catch her just in time. Lu Mi tumbled into his embrace, their bodies pressed closely together. Jiang Ye could feel her warmth and softness, causing his heart to quicken. He glanced down at her, noticing the rosy hue on her cheeks and the hint of fluster in her eyes. Are you all right? He inquired softly, concern lacing his tone. Lu Mi, now enveloped in his arms, felt her face heat up even more. She struggled to regain her footing, but found her legs weak and uncooperative. Reluctantly, she pushed against his chest, chiding, You brat, let me down. Yet Jiang Ye tightened his hold, a playful smirk adorning his lips. You nearly fell just now, and your legs are still weak. How can you attend the meeting? I think we should rest a bit first. Lu Mi, trapped in his embrace, felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Yet for some inexplicable reason, she hesitated to push him away. With a resigned glare, she reproached him. You are becoming increasingly unruly. Let me go. I have a meeting to attend. Jiang Ye, reveling in her flustered state, leaned closer to her ear and whispered, With your relentless work ethic, your health may not withstand it. Let us postpone the meeting and hold our own discussion instead. As the results of the college entrance examination were announced, Jiang Ye unexpectedly lifted Lu Mi, who protested verbally but offered little resistance, her heart fluttering with surprise. Without further hesitation, he carried her into the lounge. Startled by Jiang Ye's sudden action, Lu Mi instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her cheeks flushing crimson. Jiang Ye, you rogue, what are you doing? Put me down. This is the office. Jiang Ye glanced at her, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. I noticed you've been working too hard. I'm merely offering you a moment of respite. Don't be tense. With that, he gently set Lu Mi on the bed in the lounge and took a seat beside her, closing the door behind him. Upon seeing the door shut, an anxious wave washed over Lu Mi. She sat up, her voice tinged with panic. Jiang Ye, don't mess around. This is the office. There are employees outside. What if someone sees us? Unfazed, Jiang Ye leaned closer to her. Relax, the soundproofing in here is excellent. No one can hear us. You've been under so much stress lately. It's time for a little pampering. Lu Mi was simultaneously amused and exasperated by his words, pushing lightly against his chest. You rascal, all you do is babble nonsense. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Ye lowered his head and kissed her, silencing her remaining words. Momentarily taken aback, Lu Mi felt dizzy from the kiss. She instinctively wanted to push him away, yet her body betrayed her, softening as she unconsciously wrapped her arms around his neck. Sensing her response, Jiang Ye felt a surge of triumph, his hands becoming bolder. In the intimate atmosphere of the office lounge, Both their heartbeats quickened. An hour later, Jiang Ye reluctantly released Lu Mi, gazing down at her flushed cheeks. How do you feel? Are you more relaxed now? Lu Mi, both embarrassed and annoyed by his words, playfully punched his arm. You rascal. You're becoming more audacious. What if someone finds out? Where will I hide my face? Jiang Ye smirked, leaning closer. You can hide it on my lips. He planted a playful kiss on her cheek. Lu Mi, caught between laughter and exasperation, leaned against Jiang Ye's chest, whispering, Jiang Ye, you're truly impossible. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she looked up at him, curiosity and playfulness gleaming in her eyes. Jiang Ye, with your cleverness and charm, I bet many girls are fond of you. Do you have a girlfriend? Taken aback by her question, Jiang Ye paused before grinning and feigning mystery. A girlfriend? Not exactly. He deliberately paused, raising his hand and shaking it. Does this hand count? Lu Mi was momentarily stunned. Then realization dawned, causing her face to flush even more. She playfully hit him again. You rogue. How can you be so unrefined? All you do is spout nonsense. Jiang Ye burst into laughter just as his phone rang. Checking the screen, he saw it was a call from Song Shaohui. Jiang Ye answered the phone, and immediately, Song Shaohui's voice came through, tinged with urgency. Adoptive father, why haven't you arrived at school yet? The college entrance exam scores have been released. Everyone is waiting at the office door to check the results. Hurry over. It was then that Jiang Ye remembered today was the day the scores were announced. He slapped his forehead, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Oh dear, I almost forgot about this. All right, I'll head over right away. After hanging up, Jiang Ye turned to Lu Mi and said, the exam scores are out. I need to make a trip to school. Lu Mi nodded, concern evident in her voice. You should hurry. This is a significant matter. By the way, how did you perform? Are you confident? Jiang Ye smiled. His demeanor relaxed. Don't worry, with my intellect, getting into university should be a piece of cake. Lu Mi was amused by his confidence and playfully nudged him. Enough with the banter, hurry along. Let me know your scores as soon as you find out. As Jiang Ye stood up, he suddenly recalled that he had just worked up a sweat in the lounge and said, I need to take a shower and change clothes first. Lu Mi's face flushed, and she shot him a glare. You're aware of your own sweat smell, huh? Go wash up quickly. Jiang Ye chuckled as he walked into the lounge's bathroom, quickly showered, and changed into fresh clothes, emerging revitalized. Lu Mi looked at his refreshed appearance and couldn't resist teasing. Wow, with that attire, you really do look quite presentable. Jiang Ye laughed. Please, no more teasing. I'm off now. I'll report my exam results to you later. Lu Mi nodded, watching as Jiang Ye left the office. This fellow has just taken the exam. I wonder how he actually performed. Lu Mi pondered. As she watched Jiang Ye's departing figure, she unexpectedly realized that she seemed to be increasingly invested in his affairs. Upon exiting the office building, Jiang Ye promptly drove straight to the school. Upon arrival, Song Shaohui was already waiting for him at the entrance. The moment he saw Jiang Ye, he rushed over, exclaiming with urgency, Jiang Ye, you finally made it. In half an hour, the scores will be posted. Jiang Ye nodded and followed Song Shaohui to the office door to wait. Just as they arrived at the office entrance, they overheard a cacophony of excited discussions from inside. The teachers were animatedly discussing something, their voices laced with excitement and speculation. I heard through the grapevine that our school has produced the top scorer in the entire province. This is a rare and joyous occasion. One teacher exclaimed. Indeed. I've heard it's from class 3 or 4. It must be Lin Yinyin or Yin Feng, right? They consistently ranked among the top 2 in the grade. Another teacher chimed in. I also believe it's Lin Yinyin. Not only are her grades exceptional, but she also possesses unparalleled beauty and poise. She truly is the pride of our school. Another teacher added with a smile. Inside the office, Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng were surrounded by a throng of teachers and classmates, basking in the compliments and congratulations. Lin Yinyin wore a gentle smile, though she felt a twinge of nervousness. Hearing the teachers speculate that she might be the top scorer filled her with a sense of pride. She glanced at Yin Feng beside her and noticed he wore a determined expression, prompting her to smile faintly. Yin Feng, once the results are announced, you two must treat us. Our school has produced a top scholar, which is a momentous occasion. A classmate exclaimed cheerfully. Lin Yinyin nodded, her tone infused with confidence. Rest assured, if it turns out to be one of us, I will certainly treat everyone to a delightful meal. Yin Feng chimed in with a smile. Indeed, we should celebrate in style. At that moment, Lin Yinyin caught a glimpse of Jiang Ye entering the academic affairs office. The top scholar of the province was actually him. Upon seeing Jiang Ye, Lin Yinyin's expression momentarily stiffened, a tumult of complex emotions surging within her. They had developed a profoundly intimate bond, particularly after their last encounter, to the point where Lin Yinyin felt a subtle dependence on him. She recalled Jiang Ye's consistently poor academic performance. In the most recent mock exam, he had scored less than 400 points. It seemed unlikely that he would achieve commendable results in this crucial examination. With this thought in mind, Lin Yinyin hesitated for a moment before approaching Jiang Ye, softly saying, "Jiang Ye, you're here." Jiang Ye nodded, his tone casual. "Yes, I heard the results are out, so I came to take a look." Lin Yinyin regarded him, her voice laced with reassurance. "Jiang Ye, try not to be too anxious. The college entrance examination is merely a phase in life. Even if you don't secure a spot in a university, there are numerous opportunities ahead. If you wish, we can pursue adult higher education together, and we can continue to be classmates." Upon hearing Lin Yinyin's words, Jiang Ye couldn't help but chuckle, a teasing tone in his voice. "Lin, you truly care about me. Don't worry, if the opportunity arises, I would certainly like to stay closer to your school, especially since you still owe me 28 hours, right? It would make summoning you much more convenient." Lin Yinyin was taken aback, then quickly realized what Jiang Ye was implying, her face flushing crimson. His words left her feeling both embarrassed and exasperated. She shot him an incredulous glare. "You really are quite improper. I can't be bothered with you." With that, she turned and walked back into the crowd, her heart inexplicably in turmoil. Just then, the computer screen in the academic affairs office suddenly displayed the examination scores for the entire school. Teachers and students immediately gathered around, anxiously fixated on the screen. The top score appeared swiftly: Chinese 135, Mathematics 148, English 142, Comprehensive Science 285, total score 710. The top scholar of the province was Jiang Ye. As Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng prepared to accept congratulations from their peers, even beginning to contemplate where to celebrate, they suddenly heard a teacher exclaim with excitement, "What? Jiang Ye?" Everyone was stunned, turning their gazes towards Jiang Ye, who stood nearby. Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng were equally astonished, their smiles freezing into expressions of disbelief. "This can't be true, can it? Is there a mistake?" someone questioned, unable to contain their skepticism. The teachers quickly verified the information and, upon confirming its accuracy, exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Indeed, it is Jiang Ye. Chinese 135, Mathematics 148, English 142, Comprehensive Science 285, total score 710, the top scholar in the province." As soon as the announcement was made, the entire academic affairs office erupted in astonishment. "Jiang Ye, he is the top student in the province. How is that possible? Wasn't he always at the bottom of the class? How could he suddenly achieve such a high score? My goodness. Jiang Ye is actually a hidden academic prodigy. How could we have overlooked this for so long?" Lin Yinyin, upon hearing this news, was utterly bewildered. Her mind went blank, and her eyes were fixated on the two characters that spelled Jiang Ye on the screen, as if she could hardly believe her own eyes. "Jiang Ye, the top student in the province?" she murmured, her voice quivering with disbelief. She had always considered herself the most exceptional, yet unexpectedly, Jiang Ye had triumphed in the college entrance examination, emerging as the top scholar of the province. Finally regaining her composure, Lin Yinyin approached Jiang Ye, her expression a complex mixture of emotions. "Jiang Ye, is it true that you are the top student in the province?" Jiang Ye nodded, a hint of playful mockery in his tone. "Indeed, Lin Yinyin, it seems I no longer need to pursue adult education." Lin Yinyin felt her face flush at Jiang Ye's words, her heart a tumult of conflicting feelings. Biting her lip, she quietly questioned, "Jiang Ye, why have you never mentioned how exceptional you are? How could you only score over 400 in the last mock exam? Did you cheat?" Jiang Ye chuckled, thinking to himself that during the last mock exam, he was too lazy to even write a proper essay and had disregarded several major questions. Scoring over 400 was hardly surprising, was it? He smiled wryly, teasingly addressing Lin Yinyin. "Lin, the whole school's scores are lower than mine. And you dare to accuse me of cheating?" Lin Yinyin was left speechless, feeling both embarrassed and frustrated. She suddenly remembered how she had previously consoled Jiang Ye, suggesting that if he did not qualify for university, they could attend adult education together, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. As Lin Yinyin watched Jiang Ye being surrounded by admirers, a wave of complex emotions surged within her. She realized that she had never truly understood him. This boy she had once overlooked had, unbeknownst to her, ascended to a height she could not reach. At that moment, the teachers from the academic affairs office excitedly gathered around, extending their congratulations to Jiang Ye. "Jiang Ye, you have truly brought honor to our school. The top score in the province. This is a first in our school's history. Jiang Ye, you are the pride of our institution. We must make sure to publicize this achievement." Surrounded by the teachers, Jiang Ye wore a faint smile, though his heart remained largely unaffected. Having practiced the four sacred origins and knowing the essay topics of the college entrance examination, combined with his previous university experience, achieving such a score was hardly surprising. In the ensuing moments, other students gradually discovered their scores. Lin Yinyin took a deep breath and approached the computer, searching for her name. The screen soon displayed her results. Chinese 120, Mathematics 125, English 130, Comprehensive Science 228, totaling 603. Lin Yinyin gazed at her score, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Although the gap between her score and Jiang Ye's impressive 710 is vast, she is confident that this score will secure her a spot in a prestigious university. Nevertheless, a sense of disappointment lingers in her heart. She had always envisioned herself as the most radiant star, only to find herself overshadowed by Jiang Ye. While she was lost in thought, Yin Feng also discovered his own score: Chinese 95, Mathematics 130, English 125, Comprehensive Science 230, with a total of 580. 580? Yin Feng stared at his results, his expression darkening instantly. If one possessed an intelligent chip, this essay would have entirely surpassed his expectations. His essay merely garnered a meager 10 points. Due to his poor performance in the essay, he fell short, failing to even reach 600 points. How could this happen? Yin Feng stood before the computer, fixated on the score of 580, a number that felt like a sharp blade, piercing his heart deeply. His face shifted from red to white, then pale to a ghastly shade of blue. Yin Feng, how did you only score 580? Didn't you just claim to be the top student? A voice murmured from the crowd. Though it was soft, it detonated like a bomb among the onlookers. Just earlier you mentioned treating everyone. What will you do now? Another classmate chimed in, a hint of schadenfreude in their tone. How embarrassing. You were so confident moments ago, yet you didn't even make it to 600. As the whispers surrounded him, Yin Feng felt his ears buzzing and his face burning, as if he had been harshly slapped. He wished he could vanish into a crevice in the ground and never emerge again. After a moment, he cautiously raised his head, scanning the faces around him. He noticed the shift in their gazes, from adoration and envy to mockery and pity. You all don't understand. Yin Feng suddenly shouted, his voice laced with anger and helplessness. I just had an off day? What right do you have to ridicule me? His voice echoed in the administrative office, yet the surrounding classmates did not relent. Instead, they laughed even louder. At that moment, Song Xiaohe rushed over, throwing an arm around Jiang Ye's shoulders, exclaiming excitedly, My godfather, you are like a little cow taking flight, soaring to the heavens. First in the province, the first top student in our school's history. From now on, I'll be following you. Jiang Ye chuckled at Song Xiaohe's analogy and patted his shoulder. All right, enough of your nonsense. Why don't you check your score as well? Song Xiaohe grinned and approached the computer, entering his examination number. The screen quickly displayed his results. Chinese 105, Mathematics 110, English 100, Comprehensive Science 200. With a total of 515. 515, not bad. At least I can get into a second-tier university, he remarked, nodding in satisfaction before turning to Jiang Ye. Thank you so much, godfather. It's all thanks to the tutoring you provided. I've finally made it. You coward. Last time at the grinding factory, you didn't even dare to go up to the second floor. Jiang Ye teased with a smile. In the administrative office, the atmosphere remained light and cheerful as Jiang Ye and Song Xiaohe indulged in their banter. Surrounding classmates gathered around to congratulate Jiang Ye. Wow, look, a beauty. At that moment, a stunning woman appeared at the entrance of the academic affairs office, prompting everyone to instinctively glance up. Su Mingru? Jiang Ye's gaze fell upon her. Momentarily stunned. Today, Su Mingru donned a simple white shirt paired with fitted jeans and white sneakers, exuding a refreshing and natural aura. The cuffs of her shirt were slightly rolled up, revealing her delicate wrists, while her jeans accentuated her long legs, radiating a youthful vitality. Her long hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, and though her face was free of makeup, her beauty was captivating, drawing everyone's gaze, especially her demeanor, which shone brightly amidst the crowd. Wasn't she akin to the character Lin Yinyin from novels? The students began to murmur. Heavens, isn't this Jiang Ye's rural relative? She's stunning. Goodness, her poise and beauty are simply extraordinary. Jiang Ye is so fortunate to have such a beautiful sister. Jiang Ye, your sister is absolutely gorgeous. She is practically a goddess. Feeling the weight of their stares, Su Mingru blushed slightly. Fortunately, she soon spotted Jiang Ye among the crowd. Approaching him with a smile, she said, Xiao Yi, I heard the college entrance exam results are out today, so I came to see how you performed. Jiang Ye had been momentarily entranced by Su Mingru's appearance. Now, regaining his composure, his heart warmed, and he responded with a touch of emotion, Ru Jie. You've made a special trip. I truly appreciate it. Su Mingru smiled gently, her tone soft. Oh, you silly boy, why are you being so polite with me? Now, tell me, how did you do? Before Jiang Ye could respond, Song Xiaohai excitedly interjected. Rujia, Jiang Ye is the top scholar in the entire province. A total score of 710. It's like a little cow soaring through the skies. Su Mingru paused at Song Xiaohai's words, then shook her head with a smile. A hint of disbelief in her voice. Don't joke around. Being first in the province isn't something to say lightly. Seeing Su Mingru's skepticism, Song Xiaohai grew anxious. Quickly pointing to the electronic screen in the academic affairs office. I'm not joking. Look, the score is right there on the screen. Following Song Xiaohai's finger, Su Mingru indeed saw Jiang Ye's name and score displayed prominently. Chinese 135, Mathematics 148, English 142, Comprehensive Science 285, totaling 710, ranking first in the province. Su Mingru's eyes sparkled with disbelief as she exclaimed, Jiang Ye, is this true? You really are the top scholar in the province? Jiang Ye smiled lightly, his tone relaxed. Rujia, Xiaohai isn't lying. I truly am the first in the province. Hearing Jiang Ye affirm his status as the top scholar, Su Mingru felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, nearly beside herself with joy. She cast aside all notions of modesty, swiftly opening her arms and striding forward to envelop Jiang Ye in a warm embrace. Jiang Ye, you are incredible. I am truly proud of you. Su Mingru tightened her grip around Jiang Ye's neck. Jiang Ye momentarily froze, taken aback by Su Mingru's unexpected display of affection. After that fateful night, when he had erred and she had chosen to ignore him, he had not anticipated her approach, nor her abandonment of past anger to embrace him so openly. Was happiness arriving so unexpectedly? Nevertheless, he gently patted Su Mingru's back, his voice soothing. Sister Ru, please calm down. Many classmates are watching. Only then did Su Mingru realize her lapse in composure and hastily released Jiang Ye. I apologize, Xiao Yi. I was overly excited just now. You truly astonished me. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. This scene did not go unnoticed by their peers, particularly the boys, whose envy was palpable. Wow, Jiang Ye is so fortunate. Not only did he rank first in the province, but he also received a hug from such a beautiful goddess. They exclaimed, their admiration evident. Heavens, if only I could experience a hug from Su Mingru, I would gladly endure broken ribs. Jiang Ye, you are the epitome of success. The top scholar in the province, and with a stunning goddess by your side. How enviable. Jiang Ye could only chuckle at their exuberance, shaking his head in bemusement. Please, stop the commotion. Su Mingru, too, felt a touch of shyness from the attention. She adjusted her attire gently, her voice imbued with warmth. Jiang Ye, you have truly surprised me. I will prepare a delicious meal for you another day. Let us celebrate properly. I must head to the mall for work now. Just then, a deep engine roar echoed from the school gate, capturing everyone's attention. A red Audi Q7 smoothly parked at the entrance, the door swung open, and a pair of long legs and high heels elegantly descended. Lumi emerged from the vehicle, exuding the aura of a powerful and alluring CEO, as if she had stepped out of a television drama. Dressed in a meticulously tailored black business suit, she wore a white silk blouse underneath, the collar slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbones. The fitted jacket accentuated her ample bosom, cinched at the waist with a slender belt, highlighting her slim figure. Her knee-length pencil skirt, paired with sharp black heels, created a strikingly polished and graceful silhouette. Her commanding presence instantly captivated the crowd, igniting a fervor among the students. Who is that? She possesses such charisma, that aura, that beauty. She is truly a goddess among goddesses. Could she possibly be a CEO from some company? How imposing. Amidst the buzz of speculation, Lumi strode directly towards the gathering, scanning the crowd before inquiring, Excuse me, is Jiang Ye here? Upon hearing her words, everyone fell silent, taken by surprise. Immediately, the expressions of the boys transformed into a complex array of emotions. Some even instinctively clutched their chests, as though struck by an overwhelming blow. What? This goddess is also here for Jiang Ye. One boy couldn't help but wail. Goodness, Jiang Ye is truly defying the heavens. To think the top scholar of the province would have not one, but two goddesses seeking him. Is there no room left for us? Another boy lamented despairingly. If looks could kill, Jiang Ye would have been slain by us 1,000 times over. Upon hearing Lu Mi's voice, Jiang Ye hurriedly stepped out from the crowd. Director Lu, have you come specifically to find me? Lu Mi gazed at Jiang Ye's smug demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle, her tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. Jiang Ye, why is your phone off? I just received a call. The city officials have rescheduled, and the ribbon cutting at Site 66 is set for this afternoon. They are already making arrangements. We must go together. Jiang Ye then realized, pulling out his phone to find the screen utterly dark. Embarrassed, he scratched his head. My phone ran out of battery. I didn't even notice. But can't you go alone? Lumi shook her head, her voice laced with discontent. You, of all people, should know that Site 66 is under your purview. I can't go alone. You must attend. Luckily, I caught you here. Jiang Ye chuckled. All right. I just finished checking my college entrance exam scores. Lumi glanced at him, then inquired, How did you do? Jiang Ye replied nonchalantly, Not bad, top in the province. Just a little scholar. Lumi was momentarily taken aback by his words, then burst into laughter. Jiang Ye, your talent for boasting is growing by the day. Seeing Lumi's disbelief, Jiang Ye quickly pointed to the electronic screen in the academic affairs office. The scores are right there on the screen, clearly displayed. Lumi followed Jiang Ye's pointing and indeed saw his name and score shining on the screen. Her face instantly lit up with astonishment. Jiang Ye, you truly have exceeded my expectations. Being the top scholar in the province is indeed monumental. We must celebrate your success properly. Jiang Ye smiled. Are we going to hold another meeting for the celebration? Lumi, realizing the implication, blushed and shot him a glare. Enough of your banter. Let's go. Follow me. Behind you. Jiang Ye cast a meaningful glance at Lumi's figure, responding playfully. Very well. I shall follow behind you. He retrieved his car keys from his pocket and pressed the button lightly. A black Mercedes parked in the corner of the campus flashed its lights and emitted a low unlocking sound. He strode over, opened the door, and took his place in the driver's seat. The car slowly exited the campus, trailing behind Lumi's red Audi Q7 as they made their way toward the construction site in the eastern district of Hangzhou. No way. That Mercedes is Jiang Ye's. One boy exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wasn't that car previously owned by the campus belle, Lin Yinyin? The boys' gazes lingered on the two vehicles as they departed, their faces reflecting a profound sense of despair. A flurry of discussions erupted. Did you all just notice? Jiang Ye arrives at school every day in a Mercedes. That car must be worth over $1 million, right? Jiang Ye actually drives such a vehicle? Oh my, not only did he rank first in the province, but he also drives a Mercedes and has two goddesses vying for his attention. This is simply too enviable. Isn't this exhilarating? How could someone like him emerge from our class? It's utterly unbearable. This truly represents the pinnacle of life. If this is a dream, I wish to awaken swiftly. I can no longer endure such stimulation. Lin Yinyin stood at the doorway of the academic affairs office, watching the taillights of Jiang Ye's Mercedes gradually fade at the edge of the campus. Her heart was a tumult of emotions, akin to a spilled jar of mixed flavors, leaving her at a loss for words. After the college entrance examination concluded, her life seemed to have lost its direction. Each day, apart from watching television at home, she spent her time shopping with a few close friends. Meanwhile, Yan Feng and the other boys engaged in entertainment activities such as spending all night at internet cafes playing CS or jumping on makeshift hopscotch courts in the community, occasionally splurging on an internet cafe membership that would leave them feeling pained for days. Though Yan Feng was relatively obedient, occasionally taking on part-time jobs to distribute flyers for his tuition, he could only earn around 10 yuan an hour. In stark contrast, Jiang Ye had ascended to an entirely different echelon. Not only was he the top scholar in the province, but he also owned a company, drove luxury cars, and even befriended two goddess-like sisters. The appearance of Su Mingru and Lumi seemed to add an extra layer of brilliance to Jiang Ye's already radiant image, making him even more dazzling and seemingly unattainable. When had Jiang Ye transformed into such a figure? Lin Yinyin silently questioned herself. She suddenly realized that she had never truly understood Jiang Ye. The boy she once overlooked had, unbeknownst to her, reached a height beyond her grasp. Her mind involuntarily recalled the moment she had consoled Jiang Ye, suggesting that if he couldn't enter a university, they could pursue adult education together. In hindsight, those words seemed ludicrously absurd. Lin Yinyin, what were you thinking? She chided herself internally, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Yan Feng, standing nearby, exchanged an awkward glance with Lin Yinyin, after which he felt a surge of resentment and anger as he gazed in the direction Jiang Ye had departed. Why did Jiang Ye deserve all of this? Why was he, Yan Feng, left here to harbor envy and bitterness? Typically regarded as the campus heartthrob at Hangzhou No. 1 high school, Yan Feng was the star of the school. Yet, upon receiving the examination results, he barely managed to secure a spot in a first-tier university, while Jiang Ye emerged as the top scholar in the province. The overwhelming disparity was nearly impossible for him to accept. After Jiang Ye left, Yan Feng and Lin Yinyin exited the campus in succession. Yan Feng's spirits remained abysmally low, his his mind preoccupied with Jiang Ye's serene smile and that glaring Mercedes. Recalling their earlier agreement, he turned to Lin Yinyin and tentatively suggested, "Yinyin, how about we hit the internet cafe tonight? Let us play some CS and unwind a bit." Lin Yinyin lowered her head, absent-mindedly kicking the pebbles beneath her feet. Upon hearing Yanfeng's words, she lifted her gaze and cast a cold glance at him. "No, I am not in the mood." Yanfeng felt a twinge of awkwardness from Lin Yinyin's indifferent demeanor. Nevertheless, he did not relent. Instead, he stepped closer, his tone laced with a hint of ambiguity. "Yinyin, look, the college entrance examination results are out. Although the scores aren't particularly high, I should still secure a spot in a first-tier university. How about we find a hotel and celebrate properly? After all, once we enter university, no one will be watching over us." Upon hearing this, Lin Yinyin's brows furrowed instantly, her eyes reflecting a trace of disdain as she retorted, "Yanfeng, is that all that occupies your mind?" Yanfeng was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a direct dismissal from her. His expression faltered. "Yinyin, what do you mean by that? Didn't we agree on this before? We've been together for so long. Do you think I have had enough?" Lin Yinyin interrupted him with an icy tone. "Yanfeng, I have no inclination to discuss this with you right now. The exam results are out, and I didn't even meet the cutoff for a first-tier university. Do you honestly believe I have the luxury to indulge?" Yanfeng was momentarily silenced by her words, feeling a flush of embarrassment, yet he persisted. "Yinyin, don't be so serious. We've done our best. The outcome doesn't really matter. Why not take this opportunity to relax? There are still many days ahead." Lin Yinyin shot him a frosty glance, her voice laced with sarcasm. "Yanfeng, you truly disappoint me. Jiang Ye has already started a company and drives luxury cars, while you only think about spending the night at an internet cafe or booking a hotel room. Do you truly believe we have a future?" Yanfeng's expression darkened instantly, his voice tinged with indignation. "Lin Yinyin, what do you mean by that? Do you think I am inferior to Jiang Ye? Isn't that the case?" Lin Yinyin retorted without hesitation, then turned on her heel and strode away. Yanfeng stood frozen in place for a long while before making his way home. Upon arriving, he sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere. His father, Lin Yinyin, was seated on the living room sofa, his expression as dark as a stormy sky. Upon seeing Yanfeng enter, he abruptly rose to his feet, his tone strained. "Yanfeng, the college entrance examination results are out, right? How many points did you score? I heard you didn't do too well." Yanfeng's heart tightened. Yet he summoned the courage to respond. "Dad, I scored 580 points. That should suffice for a first-tier university, but I might not make it to a 211. "What?" Lin Yinyin's face fell even further. 580 points? Not even enough for a 211. What on earth have you been doing this past year? You used to rank among the top. How could you achieve such results in the college entrance examination?" Yanfeng, stung by his father's barrage of questions, felt a surge of frustration and retorted, "Dad, I did my best. Do you think it is easy to get into a 211? The essay topic this time, what if you had a smart chip, was exceptionally difficult to write." Lin Yinyin glared at him. "You insolent child, are you talking back to me? Let me make this clear. If you cannot get into a 211, you will have to figure out your own university tuition. Regardless of whether you seek employment or apply for a loan, do not expect me to part with my money." Upon hearing these words, Yanfeng's pent-up anger erupted. He scoffed derisively, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Father, you are correct. My failure to gain admission to a prestigious university is my own shortcoming. However, do not pretend to be so magnanimous. Even if I were to secure a place at such an institution, would you truly cover my tuition? Are you not aware of our family's circumstances?" Lin Yinyin, pierced by Yanfeng's words, turned pale, momentarily at a loss for a retort. He shot Yanfeng a fierce glare, dismissively stating, "Do as you wish. I have no money to give you." With that, Lin Yinyin retreated into his room, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Yanfeng inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. He contemplated the over 1,000 yuan he had painstakingly saved from his part-time job. Perhaps with summer work, he could accumulate enough to cover his college expenses. He hurried into his room and opened the drawer beneath his bed. To his dismay, it was empty. The crumpled bills had vanished without a trace. In that instant, Yanfeng's heart plummeted, a surge of fury igniting within him. It was evident that his father had squandered the money on gambling once more. With a bang, Yanfeng slammed the drawer shut and stormed into Lin Yinyin's bedroom. Lin Yinyin was seated at the edge of the bed, a cigarette in hand. Upon seeing his son burst in, he frowned, asking, "What madness is this?" Through clenched teeth, Yanfeng spat, "Father, what happened to the over 1,000 yuan under my bed? Did you take it?" Lin Yinyin hesitated for a moment but quickly regained his composure. coldly replying, "Yes, I took it. So what? You are my son, your money is my money. I needed it in a pinch. What's your grievance?" "In a pinch. You used my money for gambling. And you call that an emergency?" Yin Feng trembled with rage, nearly shouting, "That was my hard-earned tuition. Have you squandered it all? You truly are a pathetic gambling addict." Hearing the term gambling addict, Lin Yinyin's expression darkened. He sprang to his feet, delivering a sharp slap across Yin Feng's face, exclaiming, "How dare you lecture me on my actions?" Caught off guard, Yin Feng's head was jolted to the side, a bright red mark appearing on his cheek. He paused for a moment, then raised his gaze, filled with fury and defiance, demanding, "What gives you the right to strike me? What authority do you have to hit me?" With a resounding crack, another slap landed on the opposite side of his face. "Because I am your father. You failed to gain admission to a prestigious university, yet you still have the audacity to confront me? What is wrong with my taking a little money from you?" Both sides of Yin Feng's face throbbed painfully, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to cry out or retaliate. He had grown accustomed to the violence. Any act of defiance would only result in a more severe beating from Lin Yinyin. Disappointment filled Yin Feng's eyes as he questioned, "Father, aside from hitting me, what else are you capable of doing?" With that, Yin Feng turned and fled from the house, aimlessly wandering the streets. "Jiang Ye, Lin Yinyin, you all look down upon me, but I shall prove you wrong. I, Yin Feng, will not concede easily," he silently vowed within, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. However, as he calmed down and gazed at the desolate street, a wave of confusion washed over him. What am I to do next? Apart from distributing flyers for a meager 10 yuan an hour, what else can I possibly pursue? At the construction site at number 66, Handong District, colorful banners fluttered and a red carpet was laid out. Jiang Ye stood upon a hastily erected podium. Observing the bustling crowd below, a slight smile gracing his lips. Lumi stood beside him, clad in a sharply tailored business outfit that exuded competence and grace. With a smile, she turned to Jiang Ye and gently remarked, "Jiang Ye, the scene today is quite splendid, isn't it?" Jiang Ye chuckled, a hint of pride in his tone. "Manager Lu, this success is largely due to your support. Without Hejin Real Estate's involvement, this project could not have commenced so swiftly." Lumi playfully shot him a glance. "Jiang Ye, at least you recognize my efforts. I've been utterly swamped lately." Jiang Ye thought to himself. Fortunate was the day he encountered Lumi at the bar. For securing her partnership with Hejin Real Estate had alleviated the burdens of navigating the intricate facets of real estate. "Indeed, you've been quite overwhelmed. I shall treat you well later." Jiang Ye grinned mischievously. Lumi comprehended his implication and, taking advantage of the moment, pinched him lightly at the waist. "You little rascal." Jiang Ye yelped in surprise. "Wow, Lumi, are you a little crayfish?" At that moment, Yang Bo approached, his face beaming with joy. "Brother Jiang, everything is set. We are merely waiting for your announcement to commence the ribbon cutting." Jiang Ye nodded, patting Yang Bo on the shoulder. "Thank you for your hard work, Bozi." Yang Bo chuckled. "Brother Jiang, no need for such formality among us brothers." Just then, Baolong strode over with a group of underlings. Although he was dressed in a suit, his roguish demeanor and imposing presence were undeniable. He approached Jiang Ye respectfully. "President Jiang, the fireworks are prepared. Just give the word, and we shall make it a spectacle." Jiang Ye smiled and nodded. "Baolong, well done. Today's display is quite impressive." Baolong grinned widely. "Rest assured, President Jiang, our brothers in the field will support you wholeheartedly, ensuring your honor shines bright." The ribbon-cutting ceremony officially commenced. Jiang Ye, Lumi, Yang Bo, and Baolong stood before the red ribbon, holding golden scissors. At the host's signal, four pairs of golden scissors simultaneously snipped the ribbon, which fell away with a resounding crack. Boom, boom, boom. The 20 or so electronic firecrackers prepared by Baolong erupted in unison, reverberating in the air. Colorful confetti fluttered down from the sky like a fantastical rain. As Jiang Ye beheld the scene before him, a surge of ambition and fervor welled up within. He envisioned the oppressive shadows of his past being utterly dispelled by the thunderous sounds of the fireworks, leaving in their wake a brilliant and resplendent future. Plot 66 marks the commencement of my new journey. Jiang Ye silently vowed within his heart that this lifetime would not be as constrained and pitiful as his previous one. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony concluded, Jiang Ye and Lumi exited the construction site side by side, making their way toward the parking area. Jiang Ye turned his head, observing Lumi's exquisite profile, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Lu, given the joyous occasion today, shouldn't we celebrate in style?" Lumi cast him a sideways glance. "Jiang Ye, what mischief are you plotting this time?" Jiang Ye shrugged, his tone laced with playful banter. Today marks the successful commencement of our Plot 66. Shouldn't we express our gratitude for your hard work lately? Upon hearing the word gratitude, Lu Mi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shot him a glare. Your notion of gratitude seems insincere, doesn't it? Jiang Ye chuckled, leaning in closer, and whispered, Lu, you are mistaken. I genuinely wish to share in this joy with you. Besides, didn't we just silence? Lu Mi promptly interrupted, rolling her eyes at him, her tone tinged with mild exasperation. Jiang Ye, is your stamina made of iron? You've just exhausted me this morning, and now you're at it again? Are you utterly oblivious to fatigue? Hearing her words, Jiang Ye couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. The Four Sacred Sources cultivation method truly is formidable. No wonder the dog Taoist Qin Yongxin managed to manipulate so many virtuous families. He feigned innocence, the corners of his mouth curling upward. Lu, you must understand, as the saying goes, only the land is overworked, not the oxen. Lu Mi's face turned even redder at his words, and she couldn't help but scoff. Jiang Ye, you've truly become increasingly shameless. Jiang Ye laughed heartily. Lu, there's no need to be shy. With our relationship, what is there to be embarrassed about? Lu Mi sighed in resignation, yet a gentle smile graced her lips. All right. Enough of your banter. I am genuinely exhausted today. Let us plan to gather in a couple of days. Jiang Ye, sensing her concession, felt a rush of joy and replied, Very well, I shall heed your words. In a few days, I will properly express my gratitude. Lu Mi shot him a playful glare, her eyes revealing no genuine ire, but rather a hint of indulgence. You, I simply cannot deal with. As they reached the car, Jiang Ye opened the door for Lu Mi, gesturing grandly. Lu, please, enter. Lu Mi smiled slightly as she settled into the car, reminding him as she closed the door, Jiang Ye, drive carefully. Meanwhile, Lin Yinyin had just returned home from school. Upon entering, she spotted her cousin Zhao Yuding seated on the sofa, sipping tea. Zhao Yuding, 3 years her senior and currently in college, was visiting for the summer holidays. Noticing Lin Yinyin's gloomy demeanor, she furrowed her brow. Yinyin, what troubles you? You look quite unwell. Has someone wronged you? Lin Yinyin managed a strained smile, shaking her head. It's nothing, cousin, I'm just a bit tired. Zhao Yuding was not convinced. She set her teacup down, approached Lin Yinyin, and took her hand. Don't deceive me. Your expression surely tells a different story. Come, share with me what is troubling you. As her cousin pressed her for answers, the grievances that Lin Yinyin had been harboring surged forth. Tears brimmed in her eyes, yet she resolutely refrained from letting them fall. I am truly fine, cousin. Please do not inquire further. Observing Lin Yinyin's demeanor, Zhao Yuding's tone softened considerably. Yinyin, we are relatives and sisters. Is there anything you cannot share with me? Seeing you like this pains my heart. Unable to hold back any longer, Lin Yinyin's tears cascaded down her cheeks as she choked out, Cousin, I did poorly on my college entrance examination and did not even meet the cutoff for first-tier universities. Moreover, Jiang Ye is ignoring me. Zhao Yuding was taken aback. Jiang Ye? Hasn't he always held affection for you? How could he suddenly disregard you? Sitting on the sofa with a teacup in hand, Zhao Yuding found herself increasingly puzzled, her thoughts swirling with uncertainty. She was well aware of Jiang Ye. Since their first year of high school, he had treated Lin Yinyin exceptionally well. A person who seldom cried throughout his life had shed many tears for her. He prepared meals for her daily, arranged for his family's car to pick her up, and even persuaded Lin Buyun to work at Jiang Ye's Guangyao real estate company. Jiang Ye's devotion to Lin Yinyin was nearly impeccable. To Zhao Yuding's perspective, he epitomized the ideal boyfriend, thoughtful, caring, dedicated, and responsible. If such a young man were pursuing her, she would not hesitate to marry him at once. Yet now, how could such a passionate individual suddenly change? Lin Yinyin claimed that Jiang Ye was ignoring her. After a moment of silence, she finally sobbed, I do not know why. He used to care deeply for me, but now he is cold and unwilling to converse. Zhao Yuding furrowed her brow, a hint of confusion lacing her voice. Yinyin, what exactly transpired between you and Jiang Ye? He treated you so well before. How could he become so indifferent? Did you do something to hurt him? Lin Yinyin felt an even greater sorrow at this remark. After a long hesitation, she whispered, I may have truly erred. I submitted the love letter he gave me to our homeroom teacher and, in class, purposefully instigated competition between him and Yin Feng. Zhao Yuding's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, What? You handed Jiang Ye's love letter to the teacher? You pitted him against Yin Feng? Yinyin, have you lost your mind? Lin Yinyin hung her head, tears streaming down her face. I did not think it through at the time. I just found Jiang Ye too bothersome, always clinging to me. Furthermore, I thought if he knew he had a rival in Yin Feng, he might treat me better. Zhao Yuding took a deep breath. striving for composure while feeling an overwhelming sense of exasperation. This was her dear cousin. Had it been another girl, Zhao Yuding would have likely confronted her in anger. Gazing at Lin Yinyin, she felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. Yinyin, do you realize how hurtful your actions are? Jiang Ye clearly adores you, yet you submitted his love letter to the teacher and deliberately set him against Yin Feng? Are you not trampling on his genuine feelings? After a pause, Zhao Yuding continued, and what do you hope to gain from being with Yin Feng? Yin Feng not only fails to earn money, but also spends yours. His father is a gambler. Being with Yin Feng is akin to engaging in charity work, providing warmth. If you seek a backup, at least choose someone of a higher caliber. The phrase doing charity, providing warmth suddenly shattered Lin Yinyin's defenses, leaving her heart in tatters. She sobbed even more fiercely, cousin. I realize my mistakes, but what should I do now? Jiang Ye, he no longer pays me any mind. Zhao Yuding sighed helplessly, Yinyin. What has happened is done. Regretting it is futile. What you can do now is to reflect on yourself and find a way to make amends. If you truly care for Jiang Ye, attempt to win back his heart. She paused, her tone taking on a serious note. Yinyin, remember, feelings must be reciprocal. One cannot always expect others to give while failing to cherish them in return. Jiang Ye has treated you well, yet you have repeatedly hurt him. Anyone would feel heartbroken. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yinyin was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of regret. Nodding, she wept, cousin, I understand. I will strive to amend my ways. After Zhao Yuding left, Lin Yinyin contemplated her cousin's words and resolved to personally visit Jiang Ye's home to sincerely apologize, hoping to restore their relationship. She went to the supermarket and purchased an assortment of fruits, carefully selecting the varieties Jiang Ye once adored, and nervously approached the villa opposite his house, holding the bag. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and pressed the doorbell. The door opened, and Jiang Ye stood before her, his expression instantly growing cold upon seeing Lin Yinyin. What do you want? He asked, perplexed. Despite having previously distanced himself from her, Lin Yinyin had maintained her lofty demeanor. Today, however, she astonishingly arrived with fruit. It was as if the sun had risen in the west. Lin Yinyin lowered her head, her voice trembling. Jiang Ye, I'm here to apologize. I was wrong in the past. I should not have handed your love letter to the teacher, nor should I have allowed Yin Feng to compete with you. I realize my mistakes. Can you forgive me? Jiang Ye cast her a cold glance, a hint of mockery in his tone. Apologize? Lin Yinyin, do you think an apology is still relevant now? Lin Yinyin lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with earnest pleading. Jiang Ye, I am sincere. I deeply regret my past actions. Could you grant me another chance? Jiang Ye smiled, yet his eyes held no warmth. Lin Yinyin, did you notice those two women who came to find me at school today? Lin Yinyin was momentarily taken aback and instinctively inquired. The two women who checked scores at the academic office during lunch. Jiang Ye leaned against the doorframe, his tone flippant. Those two women, whichever it may be, they possess more than you do. What gives you the right to compete with them? Hearing this, Lin Yinyin froze, her complexion turning pale. Her mind went blank, unable to fathom how Jiang Ye could utter such words. Jiang Ye, how could you say that? Lin Yinyin's voice trembled slightly, tears streaming down her cheeks as she exclaimed, how could you insult me like this after we once shared such intimacy? Jiang Ye let out a cold laugh, his tone laced with disdain. We agreed from the start that it was merely a transactional arrangement. I paid for your time, nothing more. I advise you not to overthink it. As tears continued to fall, Yinyin felt overwhelmed by a sense of injustice. After standing in place for a moment, she bit her lip and, with a choked voice, said, Jiang Ye, I'm going back now. With that, she turned and ran away. Throughout her journey, Jiang Ye's words echoed relentlessly in her mind. Others surpass you in every way. What gives you the right to compare? This phrase pierced her heart like a sharp blade, filling her with boundless regret. The top student in the province, driving a Mercedes, managing her own company, who had once been wholly devoted to her. How could she have let such a perfect man slip away? Suddenly, the sky opened up, unleashing a torrential rain. The raindrops pelted down on Yinyin, prompting her to hasten her steps back. Although the distance was not great, she became drenched. From the radio, the gentle voice of Lu Ruiying filled the air. Afterward, I finally learned how to love, but alas, you had long departed, vanishing into the sea of people. Instantly, Yinyin's eyes reddened. This song effortlessly dismantled her emotional defenses, especially on such a dismal rainy night. After Yinyin's departure, Jiang Ye observed her retreating figure, his expression betraying no emotion. He bent down, picked up the discarded fruit bag from the ground, and tossed it into the trash can. The bag landing with a soft thud, the fruit tumbled out, scattering across the bottom of the bin. In his previous life, It was through such seemingly innocuous actions that she had edged closer to him, ultimately poisoning his food. Jiang Ye's gaze grew icy as he watched Yinyin leave, a sharp pang of pain stirring within him. He had no intention of consuming her fruit. Closing the door, he turned towards the sofa, sat down, and lit a cigarette. Inhaling deeply, as the smoke curled around him, his thoughts drifted back to the nightmarish betrayal of his past life, and his hatred surged anew. Just then, the doorbell rang. Frowning in confusion, he wondered, could it be Yinyin again? He approached the door and opened it, only to find Fong Qing standing outside, drenched from the rain, her clothes clinging to her form, accentuating her mature and alluring curves. Her wet hair cascaded over her shoulders, yet her face radiated excitement. Jiang Ye, you're home. How wonderful. Taken aback, Jiang Ye quickly ushered her inside. Aunt Fong, why are you soaked like this? Come in quickly, you might catch a chill. As she wiped the rain from her face, Fong Qing laughed. It's nothing, nothing at all. I was just so eager to come over that I forgot my umbrella. Jiang Ye handed her a towel and inquired, Aunt Fong, what brings you such joy? Fong Qing wiped her hair, unable to conceal the joy on her face. Jiang Ye, I haven't been idle these past few days. Following your request, I have viewed 30 properties, and we have nearly finalized the purchase agreements. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow and nodded with a smile. Aunt Fong, your efficiency is truly impressive. It seems I was right to ask for your assistance. Fong Qing's smile widened. Of course, I have put my best skills to work. As soon as we concluded the contracts, I hurried over to report to you. Jiang Ye nodded, briefly reviewing the purchase agreements before retrieving his phone from his pocket and executing a few commands. Aunt Fong, I will first transfer you 75,000 yuan as commission. As for the property payment, my company will transfer it tomorrow. Fong Qing's phone promptly received the transfer notification, and upon glancing at the screen, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiang Ye, you are truly generous. I've earned 100,000 yuan in just these 2 days, far better than my husband, Lao Lin. Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, his tone tinged with playful banter. Aunt Fong, with your skills, collaborating with me in the future will surely yield even greater profits. Fong Qing nodded, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Jiang Ye, I cannot thank you enough. Without you, I would still be fretting over household expenses. Jiang Ye waved his hand dismissively. His tone relaxed. Aunt Fong, you are too kind. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. You assist me, and I provide you with commission. It's only fair. After chatting for a while, Fong Qing prepared to leave. As she departed, Jiang Ye gazed at her retreating figure, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes, reminiscent of memories from a past life where the Lin family had poisoned him. The grievances from his previous life lingered like a thorn in his heart. Yet the sight of Fong Qing stirred something within him. Fong Qing, the mother of Lin Biyun, Jiang Ye mused internally, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The time seemed ripe. Perhaps it was time to ensnare Fong Qing. He quickly caught up to her, adopting a casual tone. Aunt Fong, you have rendered me such a significant service today. How about I treat you to a late-night snack to celebrate your efforts and accomplishments? Fong Qing hesitated for a moment before smiling and nodding. That would be wonderful, Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye grinned and led her to the car, heading straight for the June Flower Hotel. Throughout the ride, Fong Qing animatedly discussed the purchase agreements while Jiang Ye occasionally chimed in, though his thoughts wandered to her long legs and the fullness of her bosom, far removed from the conversation at hand. Upon arriving at the hotel, they entered the restaurant and settled at a table, just about to order when Jiang Ye suddenly remembered something. Aunt Fong, you're still wet. That can easily lead to illness. Fong Qing looked down at her damp clothing, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yes, I was caught in the rain earlier. It is indeed uncomfortable. Jiang Ye frowned slightly, his voice laced with concern. How about this? I can book a room for you at the hotel so you can take a warm shower first. And once you're feeling better, we can enjoy our meal. I wouldn't feel right having you sit like this. Fong Qing hesitated. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? This hotel is quite expensive. Jiang Ye waved his hand casually, his tone relaxed. It's no trouble at all. The hotel is right here, and it won't take long to book a room. If you're feeling unwell, I would feel quite guilty. Fong Qing pondered for a moment, realizing Jiang Ye had a point, and nodded. All right then, I appreciate your help, Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye smiled, stood up, and went to the front desk to secure a room. He returned to the dining table with the room key in hand. Aunt Fong, the room is ready. Allow me to accompany you upstairs. Fong Qing gratefully accepted the key and said, Jiang Ye, you are truly considerate. You are far more attentive than our Lin. Jiang Ye smiled silently as he accompanied Fong Qing upstairs. Upon reaching the door, Fong Qing opened it and turned to Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye, please head back to the restaurant and wait for me. I'll be down after a quick shower. However, Jiang Ye remained where he was, a gentle smile gracing his face. Aunt Fong, please go ahead. I will wait here for you, so you don't lose your way back to the restaurant. Fong Qing nodded, acknowledging Jiang Ye's good intentions without further thought. All right, I will be quick. With that, she entered the room and closed the door. Jiang Ye stood outside, a slight smile on his lips, a flicker of coldness in his eyes. Fong Qing, this is the debt you and your daughter owe me from your past lives. You shall repay it shortly. After her shower, Fong Qing donned the hotel-provided bathrobe, drying her damp hair with a towel. She approached the mirror, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she gazed at her reflection. Exiting the bathroom, she found Jiang Ye leaning against the wall outside, a cup of hot tea in hand. Upon seeing her, he smiled and offered the cup. Aunt Fong, this is hot tea I brewed for you. It will help ward off the chill. Fong Qing accepted the cup, warmth flooding her heart. Jiang Ye, you are incredibly thoughtful. Jiang Ye chuckled, teasingly responding. Aunt Fong, with your beauty, I cannot let you catch a cold. Fong Qing felt her cheeks flush at his words, lowering her head to sip the tea, though a sense of unease stirred within her. Jiang Ye's gaze was unervingly direct, and she couldn't help but wonder how he had become so strikingly handsome. Fong Qing settled onto the sofa, and Jiang Ye unexpectedly took a seat beside her, his eyes reflecting a knowing smile. Aunt Fong, you've truly worked hard today. Fong Qing nodded, her tone tinged with reflection. Indeed, but I am quite happy to assist you. Jiang Ye leaned in closer, an enticing scent wafting towards her. In a low voice, he remarked, Aunt Fong, I have always admired you. Uncle Lin is so irresponsible, yet you single-handedly hold this family together. It is no easy feat. To brave such heavy rain to purchase a house and achieve such commendable results is truly remarkable. Upon hearing Jiang Ye mention Uncle Lin, Fong Qing's expression shifted slightly, her voice laced with resignation. Sigh, why discuss such matters? It's fate. If it weren't for Lin's lack of ambition, things would not be this way. Noticing Fong Qing's somber mood, Jiang Ye gently grasped her hand, his tone softening. Aunt Fong, please do not be disheartened. I am here for you, and I will help you in the future. Fong Qing was taken aback by Jiang Ye's actions, instinctively attempting to withdraw her hand, yet Jiang Ye's grip tightened. She lifted her gaze to find a flicker of an incomprehensible light in Jiang Ye's eyes, which only heightened her unease. Jiang Ye, what are you doing? Fong Qing's voice trembled, a flush rising to her cheeks. Jiang Ye offered a slight smile, his tone laced with seduction. Aunt Fong, you need not worry. I merely wish to treat you better. After all, you deserve a more fulfilling life. Fong Qing's heart fluttered at his words. Originally, she had intended to approach Jiang Ye through her daughter Lin Yinyin, hoping that Lin could gain some advantage from him. But she had not anticipated that Jiang Ye would directly take her hand. Flustered, Fong Qing stammered, Jiang Ye, this is inappropriate. You are still a student, and I. Jiang Ye let out a soft sigh, his tone tinged with resignation. Aunt Fong, I will soon be entering university. Have you not noticed that I possess the means to provide you with a better life? Fong Qing was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Jiang Ye as her resolve began to waver. She had not expected that Jiang Ye would harbor an interest in her. Initially, she had planned, alongside Lin Yinyin, to gradually exploit the assets of Guangyao real estate through Lin Yinyin. However, with that avenue closed and Jiang Ye showing little regard for Lin Yinyin, she pondered whether it might be wiser to pursue a connection through herself. On one hand, she found Jiang Ye's muscular physique, glimpsed during her visit to his villa, undeniably alluring. On the other hand, if she truly managed to draw closer to Jiang Ye, new opportunities might arise to secure funds from his company. Sensing Fong Qing's hesitation, Jiang Ye seized the moment to draw nearer, whispering, Aunt Fong, you need not feel burdened. I simply wish for you to know that you are worthy of being cherished. Fong Qing's breathing grew rapid, her defenses crumbling. To refuse again might mean missing an opportunity to alter her destiny. Jiang Ye, can we truly proceed like this? She asked in a hushed tone. Jiang Ye smiled, having detected a hint of longing in her voice, indicating her silent consent. Gently, he wrapped his arm around Fong Qing's shoulders, his tone imbued with tenderness. Of course, Aunt Fong. With me, you have no reason to worry. At last, Fong Qing ceased her resistance, leaning into Jiang Ye's embrace. Her heart raced, her breath quickening. Jiang Ye's fingertips traced her skin, each touch igniting a flame deep within her. Soon, she was enveloped in an unprecedented sensation, Jiang Ye's increasingly fervent actions exuding a confidence that left her utterly defenseless. So this was the essence of femininity. Fong Qing mused inwardly, her cheeks flushed. An hour later, Jiang Ye slightly turned, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he softly inquired, Aunt Fong, how do you feel? Fong Qing murmured, as if drained of all strength, her voice tinged with shyness. I never imagined I could experience such feelings. Jiang Ye smiled faintly, a trace of subtle mockery and satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Fang Qing remained oblivious to her own retribution, and she could never return to the past. He had successfully sown the seeds of influence in her heart. In due course, he would gradually guide her towards the path he desired. Leaning against Jiang Ye's chest, Fang Qing's voice was languid and gentle. Jiang Ye, you are far superior to old Lin. He has become quite incapable, unwilling to even touch me, and often I send him off to sleep on the sofa. Jiang Ye feigned surprise, raising an eyebrow with a teasing tone. Oh? Uncle Lin is so disappointing. No wonder you always appear somewhat unhappy. Fang Qing sighed in exasperation, her voice tinged with complaint. He spends his days idly, neglecting his responsibilities at home. I truly do not understand what I saw in him in the first place. Jiang Ye gently caressed Fang Qing's shoulder, his tone laced with provocation. Aunt Fang, you are so capable and beautiful. Why should you demean yourself by staying with a man who neither provides nor fulfills your needs? Fang Qing was momentarily taken aback, raising her gaze to meet Jiang Ye's, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Jiang Ye, what do you mean by that? Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed yet imbued with deeper significance. Aunt Fang, please do not misunderstand. I simply believe you deserve a better life. Look at us now. Is this not quite delightful? Fang Qing felt a flutter in her heart at his words, lowering her head and murmuring, but I am already married. And there is Yin to consider. Jiang Ye interrupted her with unwavering resolve. Aunt Fang, marriage is merely a formality. What you truly need is happiness, not to uphold a relationship that has long since lost its meaning. What do you think? Fang Qing fell silent for a moment, her heart beginning to waver. She looked at Jiang Ye, her eyes filled with a mix of anticipation and unease. Jiang Ye, are you suggesting I should not be with old Lin? Jiang Ye nodded with a smile, his tone resolute. Of course, Aunt Fang. You merely need to give yourself a chance. After all, the days of marriage are long. Warmth surged through Fang Qing's heart as she nestled against Jiang Ye, gently nodding. All right, I will consider it carefully. Seeing that Fang Qing was swayed by his words, Jiang Ye seized the moment to further incite her. Aunt Fang, have you thought about it? The money you earn now, if you do not divorce, would have to be shared with Lin Yinyin. Why should he benefit from the fruits of your labor? Fang Qing's brow furrowed at this remark, her tone laced with discontent. Indeed, he idles away his days, earning not a penny. Why should I share half of my earnings with him? Jiang Ye noted her intense reaction with hidden delight, embellishing his words. Moreover, Aunt Fang, you have become familiar with the process. The commissions you earn will only increase. I am planning to purchase properties worth 20 million, totaling over 100 units, which would yield over 500,000 in commissions alone. Just imagine, if Lin Yinyin were to claim a portion of that, how disheartening it would be for you. Fang Qing's expression grew increasingly grim, her disdain for Lin Yinyin intensifying. Jiang Ye, you are absolutely right. I cannot allow him to take advantage of me, especially since this money has been earned through my own hard work. Jiang Ye nodded, his tone imbued with encouragement. Aunt Fang, you are so capable. There is no need for you to compromise yourself by being with a useless man. After the divorce, not only will you retain the money you've earned, but you will also enjoy greater freedom and comfort. Fang Qing fell silent for a moment, leaning against Jiang Ye's embrace, and said, Jiang Ye, you are right. All this money is the fruit of my labor. Why should I share it with him? I have decided to divorce. However, this is not a trivial matter. I will take my time to consider it. Jiang Ye, I have come to realize that you are truly an empathetic and understanding young man. As she spoke, Jiang Ye glanced down at Fang Qing, only to find that she had fallen asleep, weary. A barely perceptible smirk flickered in Jiang Ye's eyes. He silently mused. Fang Qing, do you truly believe that I am understanding? Reflecting on the events of his past life filled him with bitterness. While Fang Qing was not the direct perpetrator, her suggestion to poison herself had dire consequences. Her unconditional support and indulgence of Lin Yinyin were also significant factors leading to Jiang Ye's tragic fate in his previous life. Fang Qing, you and Lin Yinyin, like Lin Yinyin, are merely coveting the wealth of my illustrious real estate company. The more you trust me, the easier it becomes for me to manipulate you. Once I have thoroughly drained you of everything, I will unceremoniously discard you, allowing you to taste the bitterness of betrayal. Lin Yinyin, you and your mother owe me from your past lives, and I shall ensure that you repay it with your flesh. When the time is ripe, you will understand what true despair feels like. Jiang Ye rose and walked to the window, gazing into the night, his heart brimming with the thrill of vengeance. His plans were progressing smoothly, and Fang Qing had become utterly ensnared in his scheme. Fang Qing dozed for a brief moment, While Jiang Ye feigned warmth and care towards her, he showed no mercy in his actions. After having her hair tied up, she stood for an hour. They had a bite to eat at the hotel before departing. Just as Fong Qing reached the hotel entrance, her phone suddenly rang. She took it out and saw it was Lin Yinyin calling. Upon answering, before she could speak, Lin Yinyin's voice came through, laced with tears. "Mom, help me. Someone wants to chop off my hand." Fong Qing's face turned pale instantaneously, her voice trembling. "Yinyin, where are you? What is happening? Who wants to chop off your hand?" Suddenly, a man's voice, fierce and threatening, came through the phone. "Your daughter owes us money and cannot repay it. If you wish to see her intact, bring the money to the bridge under the grinding factory. Do not call the police, or you will be waiting for her corpse." With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Fong Qing felt as though struck by lightning. Her phone nearly slipped from her grasp. Shaking uncontrollably, tears streamed down her face as she clutched Jiang Ye's arm. Her voice choked with emotion. "Jiang Ye, something has happened to Yinyin. Someone wants to chop off her hand. Please, take me to the bridge. I beg you." Jiang Ye had initially wished to remain uninvolved in such troublesome affairs, but upon hearing that Lin Yinyin was to be dismembered, his interest was unexpectedly piqued. A cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he mused. So, Lin Yinyin has her day of reckoning? If she were truly to be harmed, the spectacle would undoubtedly be quite entertaining. After all, having honed his skills in Zizmate, he harbored no fear. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ye feigned a look of concern and addressed Fong Qing, saying, "Aunt Fong, do not fret. I shall escort you there immediately. Yinyin will be safe." Fong Qing nodded, tears streaming down her face as she repeatedly murmured, "Yinyin, Yinyin." Jiang Ye assisted Fong Qing into the vehicle, ignited the engine, and sped towards the bridge leading to the grinding wheel factory. Throughout the journey, Fong Qing trembled with anxiety, her fingers gripping the seat tightly. Her gaze fixed ahead as if she yearned to soar to Lin Yinyin's side at once. Jiang Ye, while driving, stole a glance at Fong Qing, thinking to himself that today was indeed fortuitous. Having just dealt with Fong Qing, her daughter Lin Yinyin now found herself in peril. The car soon arrived at the base of the grinding wheel factory's bridge. Jiang Ye halted the vehicle, and Fong Qing immediately flung open the door, rushing out. Jiang Ye sauntered behind her leisurely, a playful smile gracing his face. Upon reaching the bridge's base, Jiang Ye and Fong Qing beheld a crowd gathered around a bridge pillar, the atmosphere thick with tension and oppression. Fong Qing's eyes quickly landed on Lin Yinyin, who was encircled by several burly men, her face pale and trembling, yet seemingly uninjured. A slight sigh of relief escaped Fong Qing's lips, but seeing her daughter's terrified countenance filled her heart with anguish. However, when her gaze shifted to another side, she was utterly stunned. Yin Feng, battered and bruised, knelt on the ground, his lips swollen like sausages, his eyes nearly swollen shut, rendering him a pitiful sight. Even more shocking was the sight of Yin Feng's father, Yin Yinyin, bound with ropes, sprawled on the ground, enduring blows from two men, his pained groans echoing in the air. "Yinyin!" Fong Qing shouted anxiously. The group of men halted their actions upon hearing her cry. One of the bald men, their leader, cast a cold glance in her direction and asked, "Are you the girl's mother? Have you brought the money?" Fong Qing stifled her fear, her voice trembling. "Why are you attacking people? What has my daughter done to offend you?" Lin Yinyin sat limply on the ground, her complexion ashen and her gaze vacant, clearly shaken by the preceding events. Upon seeing Fong Qing and Jiang Ye approach, she looked at them as if they were her salvation. Clutching the hem of her clothing tightly, her voice quavering, she said, "Mom, Jiang Ye, I never expected things would turn out this way." Fong Qing hurried over, crouching down to gently embrace Lin Yinyin, her tone laced with both concern and reproach. "Yinyin, are you all right? How did you end up with Yin Feng? What on earth transpired?" "This is a true man." Lin Yinyin lifted her head, tears welling in her eyes, her voice choked with emotion. "Mom, I also did not foresee this. Yin Feng suddenly came to find me today, claiming he had been beaten by his father, and that his part-time earnings had been taken away. He was in a terrible mood and insisted that I accompany him. I felt I could not refuse, so I went with him to the internet cafe for a little while." She paused for a moment before continuing. "As soon as we emerged from the internet cafe, we encountered Yin Yinyin, surrounded and assaulted by a group of individuals. Upon spotting Yin Feng, he called out to him, and without hesitation, the mob seized us, demanding that we repay Yin Yinyin's debts." At this point, Lin Yinyin's tears finally streamed down her face, her voice carrying a tinge of grievance and fury. "I had no idea they owed such a substantial amount of money. Yin Feng never informed me. On what grounds do they have to capture me?" Hearing this, Fong Qing's complexion turned ashen. Her heart ached for her daughter, while simultaneously brimming with anger towards Yin Feng and his father. She turned to Yin Feng, her tone laced with accusation. Yin Feng, how could you take Yinyin to the internet cafe? Your father owes so much money. Why didn't you tell us sooner? Yin Feng lowered his head, the bruises on his face rendering him even more disheveled. His voice was hoarse, tinged with remorse. Auntie, I was unaware of my father's debts. He suddenly came to find me today, took all the money I had earned from my part-time job, and slapped me twice. In a fit of anger, I ran out to talk to Yinyin. I truly never anticipated that she would become embroiled in this. Jiang Ye stood nearby, nearly bursting into laughter at Yin Feng's pitiful state. What retribution? In a previous life, you dared to drug me? I hadn't even had the chance to settle accounts with you, Yin Feng, and now you've already been beaten by others. So, you have a father burdened with gambling debts? And now you too are receiving a thorough thrashing? Delightful. Today feels more joyous than the new year. Once Feng Qing grasped the situation, she hurriedly exclaimed, Big brother, this matter has nothing to do with my daughter. Please allow us to leave. The bald man sneered, his tone dripping with mockery. Nothing to do with her? Your daughter is with this lad, and therefore she must bear responsibility. I do not care whether you have money or not. In any case, unless the debts are settled today, no one will be permitted to leave. Jiang Ye, observing the unfolding scene with a cold gaze, calculated silently. This bald man is truly unreasonable, but if I step in to assist Yin Feng now, it would only benefit him and his father. After some contemplation, Jiang Ye decided to refrain from getting involved. After all, Feng Qing had already been with him at the Juneflower Hotel, and they had shared a meal and witnessed the spectacle. He intended to quietly slip away from the back row. Suddenly, the burly man shouted, Stop! Who allowed you to leave? Once you arrive, you cannot depart. This is not a vegetable garden. Unless the debts are settled today, no one will be allowed to leave. Jiang Ye's brows furrowed slightly, feeling a surge of impatience, yet he did not exhibit it outwardly. Instead, he calmly replied, There is a rightful owner to every debt. Lin Yinyin owes you money, so you should seek him out. Why trouble others? Upon hearing Jiang Ye's words, the burly man's expression darkened, his voice laced with menace. Kid, don't try to reason with me. I don't care about rightful ownership. Unless the money is repaid today, no one will leave. He took a deep breath, maintaining his calm demeanor. Big brother, I advise you to avoid causing trouble. I do not wish to engage in conflict with you. Let us each take a step back. Shall we? The bald man erupted into laughter upon hearing Jiang Ye's words, his tone laced with mockery. Kid, are you threatening me? With you? Do you dare to challenge me? Jiang Ye remained silent, merely gazing at him with a hint of coldness in his eyes. The bald man felt a disconcerting chill wash over him under Jiang Ye's stare, but he quickly regained his composure, shouting in a fit of anger, Kid, you must be tired of living. I will teach you a lesson. Infuriated by Jiang Ye's apparent disregard, the bald man swung his fist towards Jiang Ye's face. However, before his fist could make contact, Jiang Ye swiftly seized his wrist, executing his move with remarkable speed and precision, as if he had foreseen the bald man's attack. With a cold smile, he applied a slight force, causing the bald man to double over in agonizing pain. Ah, let go, let go, the bald man cried out, his face paling instantly. Yet, Jiang Ye showed no intention of releasing him. Instead, he twisted with force, causing the bald man to collapse to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. I have already stated, grievances have their origins and debts have their payers. If you insist on seeking trouble, do not blame me for being impolite. Jiang Ye's voice was as frigid as ice. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly delicate young man could subdue the bald man with a single move? Whence did this young man derive such formidable strength? The bystanders whispered among themselves, hesitant to intervene. Kneeling on the ground, the bald man, sweat pouring from him, stammered, Kid, do you dare to lay a hand on me? He then called to his companions, Come on, all of you, attack him together. Initially hesitant, the others rallied at his command, rushing forward in a chaotic swarm. 5 or 6 thugs brandished their fists and clubs, charging at Jiang Ye. Kid, you're seeking death. One of them yelled, swinging a wooden club fiercely at Jiang Ye's head. Jiang Ye's eyes narrowed, a slight smirk dancing on his lips. With a graceful sidestep, he effortlessly evaded the club's strike, then raised his hand in what appeared to be a casual push. Yet, the thug wielding the club was sent flying backward by an unseen force, crashing to the ground with a pained scream. The remaining thugs hesitated for a moment, stunned, but soon rushed at him again. Jiang Ye, unfazed, darted among them with ghost-like agility, each strike infused with the essence of martial prowess and power. In less than a minute, all 5 or 6 thugs lay sprawled on the ground, some clutching their stomachs, others cradling their legs. cries of agony filling the air. The bald man watched in horror, his face draining of color. He could hardly believe that this seemingly frail young man possessed such fighting prowess. Fang Qing stood nearby, observing Jiang Ye dispatch the thugs with fluid grace, a strange feeling swelling within her. Jiang Ye's movements were sharp and decisive, reminiscent of a master from a martial arts film, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. Jiang Ye was simply too impressive. Fang Qing silently marveled, her eyes inadvertently betraying a hint of admiration and reverence. This is what a true man embodies. The bald man called for assistance, and Fang Qing couldn't help but feel a rush of warmth color her cheeks. In that moment, she perceived a stark contrast between her husband, Lin Yinyin, who meandered through life without purpose, and Jiang Ye, who stood as a paragon of strength and capability. Suddenly, Fang Qing sensed an unusual sensation coursing through her body, as if a warm current surged from within, igniting a subtle heat that enveloped her. What is happening to me? She thought, instinctively tightening her legs together. She had never anticipated that witnessing a man in combat could elicit such an intense physiological reaction. Her cheeks flushed deeper, and her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. Stealing a glance at Jiang Ye, she found him amidst the fallen thugs, wearing a nonchalant smile that exuded effortless charisma. Fang Qing endeavored to maintain her composure, yet the warmth within her became increasingly pronounced. I must regain my composure, she admonished herself internally, but her body seemed to defy her commands. She could only stand there, striving to mask her embarrassment. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye remained oblivious to her turmoil. Clapping his hands, he addressed the fallen figures with a casual tone. Did I not make myself clear? I harbor no desire for trouble, yet you forced my hand. Are you willing to concede now? I refuse to accept defeat. If you possess the skill, do not leave. I'll summon someone who excels at fighting. The bald man retorted bitterly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye couldn't suppress a chuckle. Bending down, he regarded the bald man's pained and furious expression with a hint of mockery. Go ahead, summon your ally. I shall await their arrival. Grinding his teeth against the pain, the bald man retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Hello, boss. I've been attacked. It's a young punk, exceedingly arrogant. Please hurry and bring reinforcements. A deep voice replied from the other end. Hold on, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, the bald man lifted his head, a smug expression gracing his features. Kid, just wait. My boss is coming. You're as good as finished. Jiang Ye smiled. Very well. I am eager to see who your boss is. The surrounding thugs, witnessing Jiang Ye's calm demeanor, felt a twinge of unease. Though they lay on the ground, they dared not rise, instead cradling their wounds while covertly observing Jiang Ye's expression. Before long, the distant roar of motorcycles echoed through the air. A sleek black motorcycle sped toward them, its rider clad in a black leather jacket and helmet, exuding an imposing aura. The motorcycle screeched to a halt before the group. The rider dismounted, removing their helmet to reveal a fierce countenance. Scanning the surroundings with a glint of hostility in their eyes, they demanded, who is causing a ruckus here? The bald man, upon seeing the newcomer, instantly perked up, pointing at Jiang Ye and shouting, Boss, it's this kid. Not only did he strike me, but he also took down all my brothers. With a tone steeped in pride, he continued, Boss, it's this very punk. He not only struck me, but also brought down all my brothers. The Tyrannosaurus Rex followed the bald man's finger and glanced at Jiang Ye, his expression abruptly changing. The previously fierce demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by a visage of respect and astonishment. Brother Ye? What brings you here? The bald man was taken aback, as were the other thugs sprawled on the ground. Their leader had just referred to this young man as Brother Ye. Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed. Tyrannosaurus. What a coincidence. Your little brother here is quite arrogant. Upon hearing this, Tyrannosaurus's face turned ashen. He pivoted to the bald man, his eyes simmering with anger. How dare you provoke Brother Ye? Are you tired of living? The bald man trembled at Tyrannosaurus's reaction, his voice quaking. Boss, I didn't know he was yours. Shut up. Tyrannosaurus roared, delivering a kick to the bald man's leg. Kneel down. Apologize to Brother Ye. The bald man collapsed to the ground, his face pale as he hurriedly bowed to Jiang Ye. Brother Ye, I was wrong. I truly didn't know it was you. Please forgive my transgressions. Jiang Ye observed the bald man's pitiful state and couldn't help but chuckle. All right, rise. Your business with the accounts doesn't concern me. Handle it as you wish, but do not break the rules. The bald man nodded rapidly. Yes, Brother Ye. I won't dare again. Seeing that Jiang Ye had no intention of pursuing the matter, Tyrannosaurus breathed a sigh of relief, turning to Jiang Ye with a hint of apology. Brother Ye, this is my fault. I'm no longer in the game, and these brothers just act recklessly. Jiang Ye waved his hand, his tone casual. It's nothing. Just a minor incident. How have you been at the company lately? Upon mentioning his job, a smile crept onto Tyrannosaurus's face. Brother Yi. Thanks to the opportunity you gave me, I'm now the head of security at Guangyao Real Estate, and life is quite comfortable. Jiang Ye nodded, a note of approval in his voice. That's good. Lin Yinyin stood by, utterly astonished by the unfolding scene. Jiang Ye's fluid movements, his commanding presence, and the sight of the thugs fleeing in disarray left her in a state of unprecedented shock. Was this still the Jiang Ye she once knew? Lin Yinyin silently questioned herself, her gaze filled with complex emotions. The Jiang Ye of her memories was always quietly trailing behind her, like a shadow, lacking any presence. He would bring her an umbrella on rainy days, keep vigil at her bedside when she fell ill, and even traverse half the city for her whims. To her, he had been nothing more than a dispensable backup, a man who would never resist or change, forever obedient. Yet now, the Jiang Ye standing before her was entirely different. He was no longer that timid boy, but rather a man exuding confidence and strength. She couldn't help but recall her cousin's words, feeling a deeper sense of regret. How could Yanfeng possibly compare to him? Lin Yinyin stood there, her gaze fixed on Jiang Ye, her heart swirling with a myriad of complicated emotions. It was the first time she had seen such a confident, calm, and powerful Jiang Ye, as if he were a complete stranger. Is this still the same Jiang Ye from before? Lin Yinyin silently questioned herself. She reminisced about the Jiang Ye who once catered to her every whim and selflessly devoted himself to her, contrasting him with the young man before her, who exuded an air of dominance with every gesture. A wave of indescribable disappointment surged within her. He had transformed. He was entirely different now. Lin Yinyin's eyes reflected a blend of confusion and regret. Suddenly, she realized that she might have irrevocably lost the Jiang Ye who had once loved her so deeply. I'm sorry. All that remains between us is an agreement. At that moment, the bald man, accompanied by his gang, prepared to turn and leave. Yanfeng and his son Lin Yinyin instantly breathed a sigh of relief, their faces revealing a semblance of survival after a calamity. However, Jiang Ye abruptly spoke. His voice icy. Stop. The bald man and his accomplices froze in place, their faces turning ashen. Trembling, the bald man turned around and spoke with a hint of trepidation. Brother Yi, do you have any further instructions? Jiang Ye cast him a fleeting glance, his tone calm. Aren't you going to collect your debts? The bald man paused momentarily before comprehending, hastily waving his hands. No need. No need. Since Brother Yi has spoken, how could we dare to collect? Jiang Ye remarked meaningfully. Debts that ought to be collected must still be addressed. It is a matter of principle. However, every grievance has its rightful owner. Who should you seek for your debts? The bald man instantly grasped Jiang Ye's implication, nodding and bowing. Yes, Brother Yi. You're absolutely right. We will go seek Lin Yinyin for the debts. Upon hearing this, Lin Yinyin's expression turned deathly pale, and he pleaded desperately. Jiang Ye, please help me. I truly have no money. Jiang Ye coldly regarded Lin Yinyin, his tone devoid of sympathy. Repaying debts is a fundamental principle. I cannot assist you. Lin Yinyin slumped to the ground, despair etched across his face. Seeing this, Yanfeng turned to Jiang Ye, his eyes pleading. Jiang Ye, considering our past as classmates, could you lend us a hand? Jiang Ye glanced at Yanfeng, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, his tone laced with irony. Yanfeng, I cannot intervene in your affairs with your father. One must bear the consequences of their own actions. Jiang Ye exchanged a nod with the muscular man before turning to leave. Just then, Fangqing and Lin Yinyin hurriedly caught up. Jiang Ye, wait. Fangqing panted. Shall we ride back together in your car? Jiang Ye regarded Fangqing briefly, then cast a glance at Lin Yinyin, nodding indifferently. Very well, get in. Fangqing and Lin Yinyin quickly entered the vehicle, and an air of silence enveloped them throughout the ride. Fangqing attempted to speak several times, but, upon seeing Jiang Ye's aloof demeanor, ultimately refrained. Upon reaching the villa district, Lin Yinyin suddenly spoke. Jiang Ye, may I have a word with you privately? Jiang Ye halted the car, his tone calm. All right, go ahead. Sensing the moment, Fangqing discreetly exited the vehicle, softly stating, I'll head back first. You two chat. After Fangqing walked away, Lin Yinyin took a deep breath, her voice trembling. Jiang Ye, please don't misunderstand. It was Yanfeng who insisted on seeing me today, and I only went with him. I did not intend to be with him. After listening, Jiang Ye's lips curled slightly, his tone laced with a hint of indifference. Lin Yinyin, what does your affair with Yanfeng have to do with me? Taken aback by Jiang Ye's response, Lin Yinyin quickly defended herself. Jiang Ye, I just don't want you to misunderstand me. I know I've made many mistakes in the past, but I truly regret them. Jiang Ye chuckled softly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Lin Yinyin, there's no need for your explanations. You and Yin Feng, the school beauty and the school heartthrob, make quite the couple. I wish you both happiness. Upon hearing this, Lin Yinyin's complexion paled instantly, her heart pierced by a sudden pang. Jiang Ye, do you really not care? Jiang Ye turned his head, his gaze devoid of any emotion. Lin Yinyin, let the past remain in the past. There's nothing left for us to discuss. With that, he opened the car door, his tone still cold. All right. It's getting late. You should head back. Lin Yinyin gazed at Jiang Ye's indifferent face, an overwhelming sense of despair surging within her. Biting her lip, tears welled in her eyes, yet she refrained from saying anything further and exited the car. Jiang Ye's eyes lingered on Lin Yinyin's exquisite legs, a flicker of interest igniting within him. Having just enchanted Fangqing earlier, he wondered if enchanting Lin Yinyin at this moment would also prove worthwhile. Lin Yinyin, stop. Just as Lin Yinyin was about to leave, Jiang Ye's voice called out from behind her. Her heart leapt with hope, believing he had changed his mind. And she swiftly turned around, her face alight with anticipation. Jiang Ye, is there something you need? Jiang Ye remained seated in the driver's seat, his expression impassive, his tone distant. You still owe me 28 hours, don't you? I need 1 hour now. Lin Yinyin froze, her smile fading abruptly. She had not anticipated that Jiang Ye had called her back solely for this reason. Jiang Ye, must you be this way? Her voice trembled, a mix of grievance and confusion reflecting in her eyes. Jiang Ye scoffed, a trace of mockery in his tone. Lin Yinyin, you didn't say that when you signed the agreement. What's this? Regretting it now? Lin Yinyin lowered her head, tears brimming in her eyes. Jiang Ye, I know I was wrong. Can't you treat me differently? Is there nothing left between us but this agreement? Jiang Ye offered no response, merely staring coldly at her, his gaze lacking any warmth. Lin Yinyin, how did you treat me back then? Now you feel wronged. Lin Yinyin found herself at a loss for words, her heart aching. Biting her lip, she spoke softly. Jiang Ye, I truly regret it. Yet Jiang Ye remained unmoved, his tone still frigid. Stop wasting my time. If you're unwilling, then let the agreement be null and void. Just leave. Upon hearing the mention of nullifying the agreement, Lin Yinyin felt a tightness in her chest. That agreement was her only chance to remain with Jiang Ye, and she did not wish to lose it. Fine, I agree. Lin Yinyin lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Jiang Ye nodded, his tone unyielding. Get in the car. Lin Yinyin fought back tears as she climbed into the vehicle. Jiang Ye started the engine and drove away from the villa area, heading towards the June Flower Hotel. Jiang Ye, why aren't we going to your home? Lin Yinyin asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. Jiang Ye felt a sense of revulsion in his heart, yet he spoke in a nonchalant manner. In a hotel, the environment is pleasant. Inside the car, the atmosphere was stifling, nearly suffocating. Lin Yinyin gazed out at the night sky, a wave of bitterness swelling within her. She suddenly found herself rather absurd, as the pride and defiance of her past had transformed into her deepest regrets. The car halted before the June Flower Hotel, and Jiang Ye led Lin Yinyin upstairs, directly entering the very room he had shared with Fangqing earlier. Upon entering, he casually closed the door behind him, his tone indifferent. Let us do it here. Lin Yinyin stood in the room, her heart racing with anxiety. She glanced at the disheveled bed, a pang of sorrow washing over her. What had transpired on this bed? Jiang Ye, however, offered no explanations. He removed his coat and sat on the edge of the bed, his expression cold. Lin, the school beauty, let us not waste time. Let us begin. Lin Yinyin was momentarily taken aback, feeling a surge of panic. Jiang Ye, can we sit down and talk? Jiang Ye replied dismissively. Talk? What is there to discuss? Undress. Lin Yinyin was choked by his words, tears welling in her eyes. She knew she had no choice left. Gritting her teeth, she lowered her head and approached the bed. An hour later, Jiang Ye adjusted his clothing, his tone still devoid of warmth. It's done. I have matters to attend to. I'll be leaving. Lin Yinyin lay on the bed, her body trembling slightly, her heart feeling hollow. She watched Jiang Ye's retreating figure, her voice choked. Jiang Ye, can't you stay a little longer? Don't you care about me at all? Jiang Ye paused, glancing back at her, his eyes devoid of any warmth. Lin Yinyin refrained from asking such trivial questions. Alone in the hotel room for a while, Lin Yinyin felt a sense of futility. She took a bus home. Upon entering, she was met with the sounds of a fierce argument emanating from the living room. Lin Yinyin, I've had enough. You laze around all day, neglecting your responsibilities at home. I want a divorce. Fangqing's voice was laced with anger and resolve. Divorce? You dare? I want to agree. Lin Yin's voice was filled with irritation and loss of control. Fangqing scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Lin Yinyin, do you still think you're the illustrious big boss? You have no job now, spending your days drinking and gambling, while I bear all the household expenses. What right do you have to disagree? Lin Yinyin was struck by her words, his face paling. Fangqing, don't go too far. I'm looking for opportunities. Aren't I? Besides, when did it become your place to dictate family matters? Fangqing, infuriated, stamped her foot. Lin Yinyin, stop making excuses. What else can you do besides drinking and gambling? You can't even manage that, and you still dare to challenge me? Lin Yinyin, wounded by her remarks, turned pale with rage, shouting, Fangqing, shut your mouth. My affairs are none of your concern. A divorce? No way. Just then, a loud crash echoed through the living room as Lin Yinyin seized the remote from the coffee table and hurled it violently at the television. The television shattered into several pieces, sparks flying in every direction. Lin Yinyin was taken aback and hurried over, exclaiming, Dad, Mom, please stop arguing. Lin Yinyin, seeing his daughter, was instantly engulfed in rage. You finally decided to come back. If it weren't for your fallout with Jiang Ye, would I have been dismissed? Now you've ruined our entire household. Lin Yinyin was stunned, tears streaming down her face. Dad, how can you say that? What does this have to do with me? Lin Yinyin scoffed, his tone laced with sarcasm. Nothing to do with you? If you hadn't handed Jiang Ye's love letter to the homeroom teacher and encouraged Yin Feng to compete with him, would he have turned so callous towards our family? Now look, I've lost my job, and we can barely make ends meet. All because of you. Lin Yinyin felt a piercing pain in her heart from her father's words. Biting her lip, she choked out, Dad, how can you place all the blame on me? Your issues with Mom have nothing to do with me. Fangqing, witnessing Lin Yinyin's distress, felt a pang of sympathy and stepped forward to grasp her hand. Yinyin, don't listen to him. He's just shifting his incompetence onto others. Lin Yinyin slammed his hand on the table in frustration. You two are just the same, both ungrateful. After all I've done for you over the years, is this how you repay me? Lin Yinyin gazed at her father's deranged demeanor, feeling both wronged and helpless. Suddenly, she realized that their family had already shattered beyond repair. Dad, Mom, please stop arguing. Lin Yinyin's voice was faint, laced with a plea. Can we talk this out? However, the quarrel between Lin Yinyin and Fangqing only escalated. The entire home descended into chaos, resembling an apocalyptic scene. After the fight, Fangqing collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted, and upon seeing Lin Yinyin's tear-stained face, her heart ached. Sighing softly, she gently took her daughter's hand. Yinyin, let us go downstairs. I need to talk to you. Lin Yinyin wiped her tears and followed Fangqing downstairs. The night breeze caressed them as Fangqing leaned against the railing of the community square, speaking softly. Yinyin, I see clearly how things stand between you and Jiang Ye. It's over. Upon hearing this, Lin Yinyin felt a sharp pang in her heart, and tears welled up once more. Mom, I know, but I truly regret it. I don't know what to do. Fangqing gently patted Lin Yinyin's shoulder, her voice tinged with complex emotions. Yinyin, don't be upset. Although you and Jiang Ye are finished, he still holds some interest in me. Lin Yinyin paused, looking up at Fangqing, confusion etched on her face. Mom, what do you mean? Jiang Ye is interested in you? Fangqing's face flushed slightly. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to be honest. Yinyin, I don't want to hide this from you. Recently, Jiang Ye asked me to help him buy a house and work for him. There is indeed something between us. She paused, her voice dwindling. He even took me to a hotel. Lin Yinyin's mind exploded with disbelief, her complexion turning ashen, lips trembling. Mom, what are you saying? You and Jiang Ye. Fangqing lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. Yinyin, I never wanted it to be this way, but Jiang Ye. He really takes good care of me. Moreover, she also promised to assist me in resolving matters at home. Lin Yinyin's tears suddenly welled up. Her voice tinged with despair. Mom, how could you do this? How could Jiang Ye treat you this way? Fangqing felt a pang of guilt. Yinyin, I am truly sorry. I never intended to hurt you. Yet, you are aware of our family's predicament. Your father is unreliable, and I must rely on myself. You must never disclose these matters to your father. Suddenly, Lin Yinyin seemed to recall something, raising her head and tremblingly asking, Mom, did you go to the Juneflower Hotel? Fangqing paused, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Yinyin, how did you know? Lin Yinyin's tears flowed freely, her voice breaking. Mom, I was just there as well. Jiang Ye previously made me sign a temporary girlfriend agreement, 200 yuan an hour. Upon hearing this, Fangqing felt as though struck by lightning, her complexion draining of color. Her fingers quivered slightly, her voice laced with disbelief. What? Jiang Ye made you sign an agreement? Lin Yinyin nodded, tears streaming down her face. Mom, Jiang Ye is simply taking revenge on me. He is not sincere with you, nor with me. He merely seeks to humiliate us both. Fang Qing's mind was in turmoil, her heart pierced by a sharp pang. She gripped the railing tightly. Her voice weak. Yinyin, I had no idea it would come to this. Mother and daughter conspired against Jiang Ye. Lin Yinyin, observing her mother's agonized expression, felt a deeper despair. Mom, do not be deceived by him. He merely seeks to exploit us, to retaliate against us. How can you trust him? Fang Qing's body trembled slightly, her heart filled with regret and self-reproach. Yinyin, I have been so foolish. I thought he genuinely wished to help me, but unexpectedly. Upon hearing her mother's words, Lin Yinyin felt a surge of anger and pain, gritting her teeth. That scoundrel Jiang Ye. I am going to confront him. How dare he treat us this way? She exclaimed, turning to rush out. However, Fang Qing grasped her arm firmly, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Yinyin, do not act impulsively. Lin Yinyin, confused, turned to her mother. Mom, why are you stopping me? Jiang Ye has wronged us. Should we simply endure this indignity? Fang Qing took a deep breath, a glint of cold determination in her gaze. Yinyin, I am not suggesting that you endure in silence. I propose we play along with his game. Play along. Lin Yinyin paused, her face a mask of bewilderment. Fang Qing nodded. Her tone calculated. Since Jiang Ye is interested in both of us, we shall indulge him. As long as we can get close to him, we need not fear the lack of opportunity. She paused, a sharp glimmer in her eyes. When the time comes, we will ensnare him and acquire his company's shares. Then everything will be negotiable. Once we have money, you may pursue Yin Feng or anyone else you wish. I will not interfere. Lin Yinyin, taken aback, felt a tremor of shock. Mom, are you suggesting we scheme against Jiang Ye? Fang Qing let out a cold laugh, her tone icy. Yinyin, men are unreliable. We women must be shrewd. Jiang Ye's treatment of us begs the question, why should we refrain from retaliating? As long as we secure the money, nothing else holds significance. Lin Yinyin hesitated slightly. But, Mom, is this truly the right course of action? Fang Qing placed a reassuring hand on Lin Yinyin's shoulder, her tone resolute. Yinyin, remember this, the world operates on such principles. If you do not scheme against others, they will scheme against you. Jiang Ye shows us no mercy, and we owe him no loyalty. She paused, a hint of derision in her gaze. Furthermore, isn't Jiang Ye seeking revenge against us? Let him discover who will ultimately emerge victorious. Lin Yinyin gazed at her mother's stern expression, feeling a flicker of uncertainty. Mom, do we really have to proceed with this? Fang Qing nodded firmly, her voice unwavering. Rest assured, my dear, I will arrange everything for you. Just follow my lead and do as I instruct. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yinyin finally acquiesced. All right, I will follow your guidance. Fang Qing smiled with satisfaction, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Jiang Ye, do you believe you can control everything? I look forward to witnessing who will truly have the last laugh. Upon returning to his villa from the Juneflower Hotel, Jiang Ye paused momentarily at the door, taken aback. The room was immaculately clean, the floor gleaming, and the cushions on the sofa meticulously arranged. Even a faint fragrance lingered in the air. Who could have tidied up? Jiang Ye furrowed his brow, puzzled. As he stepped further inside, he noticed his dirty laundry had been washed, dried, and neatly folded in the wardrobe. At that moment, his gaze fell upon a note on the coffee table, the handwriting elegant and neat. Picking it up, he discovered it was from Su Mingru. Xiao Yi, I came by to see you, but when I found you absent, I took the liberty of cleaning your room. Your clothes are washed. Please remember to collect them. By the way, I've prepared some meals for you in the kitchen. Just heat them up before eating. Su Mingru. As he read the note, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. He was taken aback to learn that Su Mingru had secretly come over to tidy his space and even made soup for him. He ventured into the kitchen and indeed found 3 dishes and a bowl of soup, the aroma tantalizing and inviting. After reheating the food, he savored a bowl of the soup, its flavor exquisite and evidently crafted with care. Rujia, Jiang Ye whispered to himself, feeling a swell of gratitude. She remained as she always had, selflessly giving to others without demanding anything in return. Images of Su Mingru flooded his mind. She was always gentle, attentive, and quietly devoted to him, even in the most unassuming ways. Regret washed over him as he recalled his indulgent behavior at the Juneflower Hotel, his brow furrowing slightly. Su Mingru had cleaned his room, done his laundry, and made him soup, while he had been entangled with other women. Was he being excessively cruel? Jiang Ye murmured softly, a touch of remorse in his eyes. Yet, he quickly reminded himself that Su Mingru regarded him merely as a younger brother. Moreover, the companionship with Fang Qing and Lin Yinyin was solely driven by a desire for revenge. Furthermore, having been granted a second chance at life, was it not agreed that one should not endure the same hardships as in the past, but rather embrace freedom and joy? Jiang Ye's feelings of guilt began to ease slightly. He sighed and set the bowl down upon the tea table. Regardless of the circumstances, even if he were to regard Su Mingru as a sister, he ought to treat her with greater kindness. After all, when one shows me a measure of kindness, I shall repay them with a fathomless gratitude. The following day, in a quaint farmhouse on the outskirts of Hangzhou, Su Mingru sat by her mother Wang Xiulan's bedside, delicately administering her medicine. Wang Xiulan's complexion was pale, and she appeared frail and weary. Yet, gazing at her daughter's earnest demeanor, her eyes brimmed with concern. Mingru, my illness truly burdens you. Wang Xiulan's voice was faint, tinged with remorse. Su Mingru set the medicine bowl aside, gently clasping her mother's hand, and spoke softly, Mother, do not say such things. You are my mother. Caring for you is my duty. Wang Xiulan shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. Your father works in the city at his age to pay for my treatment. You too have come from the city to care for me. My heart aches with guilt. Su Mingru's eyes instantly reddened, and she fought back her tears, speaking resolutely. Mother, what nonsense are you saying? You are my mother. If I do not care for you, who will? Rising, she approached a wooden tub to test the water temperature. Then, carrying it back to the bedside, she said, Mother, allow me to wash your feet. It will soothe your muscles and invigorate you. Watching her daughter busily attend to her, Wang Xiulan felt a pang of sorrow. Mingru, you have always been so understanding since childhood, yet I have been unable to provide you with a better life. Su Mingru shook her head, gently placing her mother's feet into the warm water, her movements tender and meticulous. Mother, do not dwell on such matters. As long as you recover, being together as a family is the best life we could wish for. Finally, Wang Xiulan could no longer hold back her tears, reaching out to stroke Su Mingru's hair. Her voice choked with emotion. Mingru, the greatest blessing in my life is having a wonderful daughter like you. Tears also glistened in Su Mingru's eyes, but she steadfastly held them back. Mother, please do not cry. Once you regain your health, we will live well together, all right? Wang Xiulan nodded, a tender smile gracing her face. All right, I will listen to you, my dear. Su Mingru lowered her head, continuing to wash her mother's feet. Just as she finished drying her mother's feet and was about to dispose of the water, she suddenly heard the sound of an engine outside. Pausing momentarily, she moved to the window and saw a black Mercedes parked at the entrance of the courtyard. The car door opened, and Jiang Ye emerged, carrying an assortment of gifts, a smile adorning his face. Su Mingru's heart tightened, a hint of surprise crossing her features. Shaoyi, what brings you here? She quickly set down the wooden tub and hurried out of the room to greet him. Jiang Ye, spotting Su Mingru, smiled and nodded. Sister Ru, I went to the mall looking for you. Upon learning that you had returned to your hometown, I came to pay a visit. I thought I would also see Andy. As Su Mingru felt a surge of emotion, her face still bore a hint of reproach. You could have called before coming. I had no idea you were here. Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed. It's all right. When you visited my home yesterday, you didn't call me either. Su Mingru shook her head in resignation. Come in. My mother is inside. Jiang Ye followed her into the room where Wang Xiulan lay on the bed, her complexion somewhat pale, yet her eyes radiated warmth. Auntie, I have come to see you, Jiang Ye said respectfully as he approached her bedside. Upon seeing Jiang Ye, Wang Xiulan's face brightened with a smile. Ah, it's Shaoyi. You were so busy yet still took the time to visit. I truly appreciate it. Jiang Ye shook his head, sincerity in his voice. Auntie, please don't mention it. As a younger generation, it is my duty to see you. He glanced around the room. Though tidy, it appeared quite impoverished and dilapidated. Old photographs adorned the walls, and the furniture was distinctly outdated, revealing the family's difficult circumstances. A wave of guilt washed over Jiang Ye. Clearly, Ru Jie was leading a frugal life, yet still took such good care of him. But what about himself? In the past, he had foolishly devoted all his energy to Lin Yinyin, neglecting his own family who deserved his care. After placing the gifts down, Jiang Ye inquired with concern, Annie, are you feeling any better? Wang Xiulan sighed, her tone tinged with self-reproach. It's the same as always. My stomach pain continues to torment me. Mingru has always been so understanding since she was young. Yet my illness burdens her, forcing her to return from the city to care for me. I feel truly guilty. Su Mingru quickly interrupted her mother's words. Mom, please stop. Jiang Ye is here. Why say such things? Standing beside Wang Xiulan's bed, Jiang Ye couldn't help but recall memories from his past life. In that life, Wang Xiulan had been perpetually consuming various medications, only to undergo a CT scan when her condition worsened. It was then discovered that she was in the late stages of cancer, and due to the delay in treatment, she ultimately succumbed to the illness. The doctor had lamented that had it been detected earlier when it was merely a nodule, there would have been a chance for a complete recovery. This thought pierced Jiang Ye's heart with pain. He pulled out a health check card that he had previously purchased at the hospital and handed it to Wang Xiaolan. Auntie, I have this health check card. It's a benefit from our company, and I have an extra one that I won't use. It expires this week, so please take it and use it. Don't let it go to waste. Wang Xiaolan was taken aback, accepting the card with a look of surprise. Shaoyi, this is not appropriate, is it? You paid for this. How can you let me use it? Jiang Ye smiled and shook his head, his tone lighthearted. Auntie, please don't be modest. Keeping this card would be a waste. You should get a checkup to ease both my and Mengru's worries. Seeing that she could not refuse, Su Mengru reluctantly accepted the health check card. Jiang Ye smiled lightly, yet his heart was burdened with heaviness. If Wang Xiaolan's illness had been detected earlier, it could have been completely cured. In this lifetime, he must not allow the tragedies of his past to unfold anew. Wang Xiaolan gazed at Jiang Ye with kind eyes, saying, "Very well, I shall heed your words. Little Yi, my dear child, I have always held affection for you since you were young. Alas, your fate has been cruel, with your mother leaving us so early. Sai, I am truly glad you visited me today. Your sister Mengru is fortunate to have a brother like you. Little Yi, you have made the effort to come. Stay here for a couple of days, and let your sister cook you some delicious meals." Upon hearing this, Su Mengru's face instantly displayed a hint of panic. "Mom, cooking is no problem, but it wouldn't be appropriate for Jiang Ye to stay here, right? He has other matters to attend to." Wang Xiaolan, however, dismissed her concerns with a smile and a wave of her hand. "What is inappropriate about it? Didn't you and Little Yi live together when you were younger? You even shared a bed." Jiang Ye could not help but chuckle at this remark. Back then, he had been so eager to follow Su Mengru around, sharing a bed with his goddess sister. Now that they had grown up, such things were no longer possible. He longed for the simplicity of their childhood days. With a teasing glint in his eyes, Jiang Ye replied, "Indeed, Auntie, you are correct. I often came to your home to sleep when I was a child." Su Mengru's face turned crimson, and she shot Jiang Ye a glare, her voice tinged with playful reproach. "Stop saying such things." Wang Xiaolan laughed heartily. "Mengru, do not be shy. Little Yi is not an outsider. You played house together as children. I watched you both grow up." Embarrassed and flustered by her mother's words, Su Mengru lowered her head and silently stood up. "I will go tidy up the room for Jiang Ye." With that, she swiftly walked into the adjoining room to make the bed. Jiang Ye watched her retreating figure, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Wang Xiaolan turned to Jiang Ye, her tone filled with nostalgia. "Little Yi, you have matured significantly since then. Mengru has always been strong-willed, shouldering everything on her own. I am truly happy that you came to visit her." Jiang Ye nodded earnestly, his voice sincere. "Auntie, please rest assured that I will take good care of Sister Ru in the future. She has always treated me well. It is only right that we look after one another." What a beautiful feeling it is to hold hands. At dinner time, Su Mengru prepared several simple home-cooked dishes. Though they were modest, their aroma was enticing, stirring one's appetite. Jiang Ye sat at the dining table, took a bite, and smiled, praising, "Sister Ru, your culinary skills remain as remarkable as ever. Whoever marries you in the future will be truly blessed to enjoy such delicious meals daily." Su Mengru's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently kicked Jiang Ye under the table, whispering, "Stop flattering me. They are just ordinary home dishes, nothing special." Wang Xiaolan chimed in, chuckling, "Little Yi, if you enjoy it, feel free to come over for dinner often. Mengru has loved cooking since she was a child, and her skills are quite impressive." Jiang Ye responded with a smile, "Auntie, you can count on it. I will certainly visit often." As they sat at the dining table, Wang Xiaolan chatted with Jiang Ye while eating. Suddenly, she recalled something and asked, "Little Yi, I heard your college entrance examination results have come out. How did you fare?" Jiang Ye smiled modestly, his tone imbued with a hint of humility. "Auntie, I performed decently, ranking first in the province." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaolan's eyes sparkled with delight, her face radiating joy. "First in the province. Shaoyi, you are truly remarkable. Our village has never produced a top scholar." Jiang Ye waved his hand dismissively. His demeanor relaxed. "Auntie, please don't flatter me. It was merely good fortune." However, Wang Xiaolan shook her head repeatedly, her voice tinged with pride. "What good fortune? This is genuine talent. Once you attend university, your future is boundless. If your mother were here, oh, I can't even imagine how elated she would be." After a brief silence, Wang Xiaolan glanced between Jiang Ye and Su Mengru, a knowing smile gracing her lips. "Shaoyi, now that you'll be in university, perhaps it's time to consider a partner? Do you have a lady in mind?" Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback by her words, then chuckled, shaking his head. "Auntie, I haven't thought about such things yet. I'll consider it once I'm in university." Wang Xiaolan laughed heartily. "Oh, Shaoyi, you're an adult now. It's high time to think about it." Our Mingru has always been sensible and virtuous, and you two are well acquainted. Su Mingru, overhearing her mother, felt her face flush crimson, nearly burying her face in her bowl. In a hushed tone, she reproached Mom. What are you talking about? Wang Xiaolan, unfazed, beamed at Su Mingru. Mingru, why are you so shy? Xiao Yi is not a stranger. Jiang Ye couldn't help but chuckle at Su Mingru's flustered demeanor, teasingly remarking, Auntie. With Ru Jie being so beautiful, possessing such a lovely character, and cooking so deliciously, if I could date someone like her, I would wake up smiling from my dreams. Su Mingru shot him a fierce glare, her cheeks still ablaze. Don't encourage my mother. Seeing the playful banter between the two, Wang Xiaolan laughed even more heartily. You two have been bickering since childhood, and now that you've grown up, you've become bashful, unable to bear her mother's teasing any longer. Su Mingru stood up. I'll go clean the dishes. With that, she hurried into the kitchen, her heart racing uncontrollably. Jiang Ye watched Su Mingru's retreating figure, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Standing in the yard of Su Mingru's home, his gaze fell upon the adjacent rice fields, where the vibrant green seedlings shimmered under the sunlight, exuding a lively glow. Suddenly, he recalled a skill he had learned from watching short videos in his previous life, using a plastic bottle and earthworms to catch eels. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he thought it would be worth a try. With this in mind, Jiang Ye turned and returned to the house. In the kitchen, he gathered several empty plastic bottles and, armed with a small shovel, dug up some earthworms in the yard. Just as Su Mingru finished tidying up the dishes and stepped outside, she noticed Jiang Ye holding the bottles and earthworms, her face reflecting a look of curiosity. Jiang Ye, what are you up to? Jiang Ye smiled mysteriously, his tone playful. Mingru, I'm planning to catch eels. Would you like to join me? Catch eels? Su Mingru paused in surprise, then, intrigued, leaned closer. How do you do that? I've never caught any before. Jiang Ye shook the mineral water bottle in his hand and explained, we can use this to create a trap. By placing some earthworms inside, the yellow eels will be drawn in by the scent, but once they enter, they won't be able to escape. Su Mingru listened with a look of curiosity. Is this method truly effective? Jiang Ye nodded confidently. Of course. I learned it from the internet in my previous life. I assure you, it works. Su Mingru chuckled at Jiang Ye's self-assuredness. Well, I must accompany you to see this for myself. I find it hard to believe that this contraption can catch any yellow eels. The two made their way to the edge of the rice field, where Jiang Ye crouched down, cutting off the top of the mineral water bottle and inserting it upside down into the bottle body, fashioning a rudimentary trap. He then placed the earthworms inside and buried the bottle in the mud of the rice field, leaving only a small portion visible. With that, the trap was complete. Jiang Ye stood up and brushed the mud off his hands. Uffed. Su Mingru laughed. Is that all? I expected it to be more sophisticated if it were really going to catch yellow eels. Let us come back tomorrow morning to see if we've had any success. Upon returning to the courtyard, Wang Xiaolan urged Su Mingru to take Jiang Ye to the town. Mingru, it's rare for Xiao Yi to visit. Please take him to the town and show him the changes here. Su Mingru felt a bit reluctant, but nodded in agreement. All right, Mom, I understand. Jiang Ye smiled as he stood up. Then I shall trouble you, Mingru. The two exited the small courtyard and walked along the country road toward the town. The summer breeze carried a hint of warmth, and the air was filled with the earthy aroma of the countryside and fresh grass. Su Mingru walked ahead while Jiang Ye followed closely, their steps perfectly in sync. Upon arriving in the town, Su Mingru suggested, Jiang Ye, how about I treat you to some milk tea? Jiang Ye's lips curled into a smile, thinking to himself, how could I refuse Ru Jie's milk tea? He nodded in agreement. Sure, I could use a drink. They entered a milk tea shop, where Jiang Ye ordered a cup of pearl milk tea, while Su Mingru opted for a fruit tea. As they stepped out of the shop, just as they were about to cross the street, an electric scooter suddenly sped out from the side, nearly colliding with Su Mingru. Jiang Ye reacted swiftly, grabbing her hand and pulling her close to him. Be careful. Jiang Ye's voice held a note of urgency. Su Mingru was startled by Jiang Ye's sudden movement, momentarily frozen. His grip on her hand sent a jolt of electricity coursing through her entire being. Her heart raced, and a blush crept onto her cheeks, making even breathing feel laborious. Jiang Ye also felt that strange electric sensation, as if a current flowed from his fingertips to his heart. He glanced down at Su Mingru, who was looking up at him, her eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and shyness. The two shared a lingering gaze, the air thick with a subtle tension. Su Mingru was the first to regain her composure, hastily withdrawing her hand and murmuring, Thank you. Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed. It's nothing. Just be cautious while crossing the street. They continued walking forward, yet the electric sensation lingered, refusing to dissipate. Su Mingru's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, What was happening to me? How could a mere touch lead to such a sensation? After strolling through the town for a while, Jiang Ye returned home, yet his heart remained restless. The warmth and softness of Su Mengru's hand lingered in his palm, moist and inviting. He had no desire to wash it away. Was such an electrifying sensation truly evoked by a simple grasp? This feeling surpassed the joy he had experienced with Fangqing and Lin Yinyin. It seemed that, beyond physical pleasure, this pure, heartfelt flutter was the epitome of ecstasy. Yet, perhaps this exquisite feeling was reserved only for youth. As one ages and experiences more, such beauty became increasingly elusive. Lying on the bed that Su Mengru had prepared for him, Jiang Ye closed his eyes, reflecting on the moments that had just transpired. A wave of sweetness washing over him. This sensation was indeed precious. He silently mused, a slight smile gracing his lips. However, recalling the night he had forced Su Mengru and her subsequent anger that led her to move away, Jiang Ye concluded that it would be best to regard her as a sister. They had nearly crossed the line into something more intimate before. He could not afford to entertain any inappropriate thoughts now. With these reflections, Jiang Ye's mood settled somewhat, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. As the night deepened, Jiang Ye, in a half-dream state, was suddenly struck by an urgent need to relieve himself. He fumbled to get out of bed and, without turning on the light, stumbled toward the door. In rural areas, the toilet was usually located outside, and he navigated his way through the darkness. Just as he stepped outside, he collided with a soft, yielding body. Jiang Ye fell to the ground, his hands landing on two plush forms. He froze for a moment, not fully grasping the situation, until he heard Su Mengru's startled exclamation, "Ah?" Realizing he had bumped into someone, he quickly stepped back, whispering, "Sister, is that you?" Su Mengru's voice was laced with a hint of panic. "Yes, why didn't you turn on the light?" Jiang Ye scratched his head. "I was afraid of waking you." "Sister, why are you out here too?" She replied, her words somewhat muddled. I needed to use the restroom." In the darkness, Jiang Ye suddenly sensed that the area where his hand rested felt unusually different. The softness sent a jolt through him, awakening his senses. His mind went blank. Yet he couldn't help but marvel internally. Was his sister's figure truly so remarkable? This must be the fifth letter following A in the alphabet. As they stood close together, Jiang Ye could feel Su Mengru's rapid heartbeat, her breath distinctly audible in his ears. The soft and elastic sensation made his own heart race. Su Mengru's face flushed a deep crimson, and she took a quick step back, her voice tinged with embarrassment. "Xiao Yi, what are you doing? Where's your hand?" Only then did Jiang Ye snap back to reality, hastily withdrawing his hand, his face flushed with mortification. "Sister, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. It was too dark. I couldn't see it all. Your figure is just too stunning." In the darkness, Su Mengru bit her lip, her face resembling a ripe apple. Su Mengru felt increasingly flustered by Jiang Ye's words, her voice laced with a hint of warning. "Xiao Yi, if you continue to speak nonsense, I shall be quite angry." Jiang Ye hastily waved his hand. "Sister, I did not mean to offend. I was merely stating the truth." Frustrated, Su Mengru stomped her foot in irritation, yet found herself powerless against him. Resolutely, she chose to ignore Jiang Ye, striding towards her room. "You should return to your rest and stop causing a ruckus here." After finishing in the bathroom, Jiang Ye turned back to his room, yet sleep eluded him as his mind replayed the unexpected encounter from earlier. Sister is indeed a grandee goddess, he mused silently, a smile creeping onto his face. Meanwhile, Su Mengru sat in her room, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Internally grappling with feelings of shame and helplessness, she muttered, "That little rascal Jiang Ye is becoming increasingly outrageous." She touched her chest, a peculiar sensation stirring within her. Could it be that my figure is truly so exaggerated? The following day, as dawn broke, Su Mengru and Jiang Ye chanced upon each other in the courtyard. Recalling the previous night's unexpected collision, their eyes met briefly before hastily averting, a subtle tension permeating the air. "Good morning," Su Mengru greeted softly, a blush creeping onto her face. Jiang Ye, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head and diverted the topic. "Morning, Sister Ru. Shall we check the traps in the rice fields?" Su Mengru nodded, retrieving a small bucket from the kitchen before the two set off towards the rice paddies. The morning sun bathed the fields in golden light, with droplets of water in the rice paddies sparkling like jewels under its rays. Su Mengru slipped off her sandals, her bare feet delicately treading the earthen path. Her feet were fair and slender, her toes rounded like jade, and as they pressed into the soft, damp soil, they appeared exquisitely tender. The elegant curve of her ankles accentuated each step, painting a graceful arc in motion. Jiang Ye followed behind, unable to avert his gaze from Su Mengru. Her t-shirt had slightly rolled up, revealing a slender waist, her skin pale as though a mere touch could leave a mark. Her silhouette, illuminated by the morning light, was captivating. Her long hair danced gently in the breeze, exuding a fresh and natural beauty. Jiang Ye found himself entranced, his heart racing involuntarily. He silently marveled at how increasingly beautiful Sister Ru had become. Seemingly aware of Jiang Ye's gaze, Su Mingru turned her head to glance at him. Jiang Ye, why are you walking so slowly? Startled, Jiang Ye snapped back to reality, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Oh, I was just checking for traces of eels. Su Mingru shot him a light glare, but chose not to press further. Upon reaching the edge of the rice fields, Jiang Ye crouched down, reaching for 2 traps. To his dismay, the bottles were completely empty. Su Mingru, standing nearby, could not stifle her laughter upon witnessing this. Jiang Ye, didn't you claim this method was effective? How is it that you caught nothing? Jiang Ye, feeling somewhat sheepish, scratched his head. Perhaps the eels are too cunning, I assure you. The next one will definitely yield results. Su Mingru's laughter grew brighter, her eyes curving into crescent shapes. Very well then, I shall see just how capable you are. As Jiang Ye approached the next trap, he was met with an unexpected clamor, discovering a multitude of eels writhing within. Lumi, I am feeling quite irritable. Jiang Ye stealthily caught a loach in his hand, then feigned nonchalance as he sauntered over to Su Mingru. Mingru, look, I've caught a big one. Su Mingru, intrigued, replied, really? Suddenly, Jiang Ye thrust the wriggling loach before her. Su Mingru's face paled, and she screamed, retreating hastily. Jiang Ye laughed heartily, his expression brimming with triumph. How about that? Do you still dare to mock me? Infuriated by Jiang Ye's prank, Su Mingru stamped her feet, her face a mixture of embarrassment and anger, as she fled while calling out, Jiang Ye, go away, I'm scared. Jiang Ye, chuckling mischievously, pursued her brandishing the loach. After a few steps, he stumbled unexpectedly, tripping over the mud by the ridge and falling to the ground. Su Mingru halted, picked up a stick from the roadside, and seized the opportunity to approach him, lightly tapping his back with the stick. Let us see if you dare to scare me again. Jiang Ye winced from the tap, but wore a broad smile. Sister Ru, are you really going to hit me with such a big stick? Humph, who told you to bully me? Go ahead, hit me. I accept it as affection. He chuckled. Su Mingru's heart raced at his words, her cheeks flushed deeper. She dropped the stick and turned towards the rice fields. I'm ignoring you. I'm going home. Jiang Ye sat on the ground, gazing up at Su Mingru with a hint of tenderness in his eyes, thinking how adorable she looked when she was angry. He got up, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, and laughed as he followed her. Sister Ru, wait for me. Though Su Mingru walked ahead without looking back, a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. This rascal Jiang Ye was becoming increasingly mischievous. Once they returned home, Jiang Ye sat in Su Mingru's courtyard, cradling a cup of freshly brewed tea she had prepared. The fragrance of the tea intertwined with the subtle scent of osmanthus emanating from the tree in the yard. Su Mingru sat nearby, peeling an apple, occasionally glancing up to chat with Jiang Ye and Wang Xiaolan. Suddenly, Jiang Ye was reminded of the girl with the birthmark who had once shown him kindness in his past life. Regrettably, he had been unable to find her in this life. If only he could locate her, once he earned some money, they could surely enjoy a delightful life amidst such pastoral beauty, in a place with mountains and water. At that moment, Jiang Ye's phone rang unexpectedly. He pulled it out and saw it was Lumi calling. After answering, he heard Lumi sulking on the other end. Mr. Jiang, where have you been? We haven't seen you for ages, and you haven't answered your calls. Jiang Ye chuckled helplessly. I've been busy with some matters outside. What's wrong? Lumi's tone grew more urgent. What do you think is wrong? We need to hurry to the district government to handle the pre-sale permit for plot 66. How can I manage without you? Jiang Ye replied with a smile. Can't you just go? You're familiar with the process. Lumi gritted her teeth in frustration. Jiang Ye, isn't it irresponsible of you to act as a shareholder like this? The pre-sale permit for this plot is a significant matter. Who will take responsibility if we delay? This is a joint venture. Shareholders must be present. You can't just leave everything to me. Hurry over, don't make me shoulder this alone. Jiang Ye reflected on how, during this period, all responsibilities had been entrusted to Lumi. Fortunately, the collaboration with Hajin Real Estate on plot 66 had eased the burden. Otherwise, how could he have enjoyed such a leisurely summer? He promptly nodded in agreement. All right, I'll head over immediately, no need to worry. After hanging up, Jiang Ye turned apologetically to Su Mingru and Wang Xiaolan. Aunt, Sister Ru, I need to attend to a matter and may have to leave early. Wang Xiaolan set aside her work with a smile. It's fine. Work is important. Go ahead. Su Mingru stood up and handed him a peeled apple. Be careful on the road. Don't rush. Jiang Ye accepted the apple, warmth flooding his heart. He glanced at Su Mengru, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Wang Xiaolon added, Xiaoyi, do come back to visit when you can. Jiang Ye nodded, promising, certainly, I will. And, remember to get your health check. As he turned to leave, he stole one last glance back. Su Mengru stood beneath the osmanthus tree, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon her. Her smile was like a gentle breeze, softly brushing against Jiang Ye's heart. Xiaoyi, don't forget to eat the apple. Su Mengru waved at him. Jiang Ye smiled and nodded, don't worry. I won't forget. Exiting Su Mengru's courtyard, he hopped into his car, starting the engine while munching on the apple, driving towards the district government. Her voice echoed in his mind, and a smile unconsciously played at the corners of his mouth. Alas, what a pity. Such a beautiful goddess, yet relegated to the role of a sister. Upon arriving at the underground garage of Hejin Real Estate, Jiang Ye spotted Lu Mi standing beside her white Audi Q7. Dressed in a sharp business suit, a folder in hand, her face clearly displaying impatience. After parking, as he approached, Lu Mi furrowed her brow, her tone laced with reproach. Why are you so late? Didn't you say you'd be here shortly? It's been half an hour. Jiang Ye shrugged, offering a smile. There was traffic. Nothing I could do. Lu Mi shot him a glare, her voice playfully scolding. Is being a shareholder that easy for you? You leave everything to me while you enjoy yourself, carefree and unconcerned. Jiang Ye shook his head helplessly, parking his Mercedes. Approaching the red Q7, he opened the door and slid into the back seat without a word. Lu Mi blinked in surprise, puzzled by his actions. Why are you sitting in the back? What's wrong? Did my words upset you? How petty. Leaning back in the seat, Jiang Ye's gaze lingered on Lu Mi's long legs adorned in black stockings as he lazily replied, Yes, I am upset. Come sit back here. Lu Mi frowned in confusion. What are you up to? Nevertheless, she moved to the back door and climbed in. As soon as she settled, Jiang Ye swiftly closed the door, the space inside suddenly feeling constricted. What exactly do you intend to do? Lu Mi questioned, sensing something amiss under Jiang Ye's intense gaze. He turned to face her, amusement dancing in his eyes. Lu, you seem quite irritable these days. Lu Mi let out a huff. Spare me your nonsense. I am indeed irritable. My frustration is only heightened by your negligence. Last night, I worked late into the night for the 66th plot, and you have no idea how long I toiled. Jiang Ye chuckled softly, his gaze turning increasingly suggestive. Shall I assist in alleviating your anger? Lu Mi was taken aback, her cheeks instantly flushed. What are you babbling about? However, Jiang Ye did not grant her the luxury of a response. He swiftly grasped her wrist and pulled her towards him. Caught off guard, Lu Mi lost her balance and fell directly into Jiang Ye's embrace. Jiang Ye, have you lost your mind? Lu Mi protested, struggling in a fluster. Yet Jiang Ye's strength was overwhelming, rendering her unable to break free. He leaned down, whispering into her ear, showering her with a flurry of kisses. Lu Mi's face burned as if it could bleed. Yet, she feigned defiance. You mustn't be reckless. This is a garage. It would be quite improper if someone sees us. Jiang Ye merely chuckled, his fingers brushing gently against her cheek. Fear not. I have observed that the car windows are tinted. No one can see inside. Besides, your garage is secluded. No one will come here. With that, his lips found their way to her neck. The temperature within the vehicle steadily rose, and Lu Mi's resistance gradually crumbled under Jiang Ye's advances. She continued to mumble softly, Jiang Ye, you rogue. After half an hour, Jiang Ye finally released Lu Mi. Observing her flushed cheeks, he smirked. So, how do you feel now? Has your anger subsided? Lu Mi, breathless, shot him a glare, her expression a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. You are simply insufferable. Jiang Ye laughed, tousling her hair. All right, no more sulking. Shall we head to the district government now? Lu Mi adjusted her disheveled attire, her blush still evident, yet she feigned composure. If you dare to act like this again, I won't let you off so easily. Jiang Ye shrugged, his smile unwavering. Shall I assist in alleviating your anger next time too? Fuming, Lu Mi playfully struck his shoulder. Be quiet. Drive. Jiang Ye tidied up the car and his clothing, cheerfully returning to the passenger seat. Lu Mi took the wheel, starting the car. Though her cheeks still bore a hint of crimson, her spirits inexplicably lifted. Jiang Ye glanced at her, a slight smile gracing his lips. Thinking to himself, women surely required gentle coaxing. Half an hour later, Jiang Ye had anticipated that Lu Mi would drive straight to the district government. Instead, she parked in the lot of an upscale shopping center. After securing the vehicle, Lu Mi unbuckled her seatbelt and instructed Jiang Ye, get out. Jiang Ye, taken aback, looked at her in confusion. Aren't we heading to the district government? What are we doing here? Lu Mi shot him a glance, her tone tinged with exasperation. Look at yourself. You dress like a clueless student. Can you command respect in casual attire? Those officials at the district government are seasoned veterans. They will dismiss you at first glance. Jiang Ye glanced down at his casual t-shirt and jeans, chuckling helplessly. I think it's fine. It's not like we're going on a blind date. There's no need to be so formal. Lumi pouted, her tone playful yet firm. Enough chatter. Just listen to me. Come, let us buy you a couple of formal outfits. After speaking, she did not wait for Jiang Ye's response and directly pushed open the car door to step out. Jiang Ye had no choice but to follow, feeling somewhat helpless yet resigned to the situation. The two entered the shopping mall, where Lumi expertly led Jiang Ye straight to an upscale men's clothing store. The interior was adorned with elegance and grandeur, with racks displaying a line of exquisitely tailored suits and shirts. Upon their arrival, the attendant greeted them warmly. Good day, gentlemen. How may I assist you? Lumi pointed at Jiang Ye and instructed the attendant. Please select a suit for him, along with a shirt and a pair of shoes. The attendant promptly nodded and turned to choose from the racks. Jiang Ye stood aside, feeling a bit awkward as he scratched his head. Lumi, is it really necessary to be this formal? Lumi crossed her arms, her tone resolute. Absolutely. Your current attire simply cannot make the right impression. We are discussing serious matters today. We cannot afford to be careless. Before long, the attendant returned with several suits and shirts, presenting them to Jiang Ye. Sir, please try on these selections. They are our latest styles and are perfectly suited to your demeanor. Jiang Ye accepted the garments with a resigned glance at Lumi before stepping into the fitting room. A few minutes later, he emerged clad in a suit. The collar of his shirt slightly open, the tailored suit fitting him impeccably, exuding an aura of vitality and charm. The moment Lumi laid eyes on him, her expression brightened, and a smile involuntarily graced her lips. Quite good. At last, you resemble someone of stature. It's a vast improvement over your previous outfit. The attendant, smiling, approached with admiration in her eyes. Miss, your boyfriend looks exceptionally handsome in this attire. It seems tailor-made for him, instantly elevating his presence. Lumi, upon hearing this, blushed instantly, flustered as she waved her hands. No, he is not my boyfriend. We are colleagues. The attendant paused for a moment before revealing an understanding smile. Oh, colleagues? You certainly have a discerning eye. The clothing you selected suits him perfectly. Lumi's face flushed deeper as she lowered her head, pretending to adjust her bag, mumbling. I merely helped him choose some clothes. Jiang Ye, standing nearby, reveled in Lumi's flustered demeanor, feeling quite pleased. He leaned closer to her, a teasing tone in his voice. Manager Lu, are you so eager to distance yourself from me? We are at least comrades in arms, after all. Lumi shot him a glare, her tone tinged with a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Cease your banter. Keep it up, and I shall reprimand you. Jiang Ye turned to the attendant with a smile. I'll take this suit. Please wrap it up for me. As he observed Lumi reaching into her bag for her credit card, preparing to head to the checkout counter, he quickly interjected, Wait, hold on. I can pay for this myself. I cannot let you bear the expense. Lumi shot him a sidelong glance, her voice leaving no room for argument. No more fussing about it. I brought you here today, and it is I who insisted you purchase this. Of course, I shall pay. Jiang Ye felt a bit embarrassed. Scratching his head, that seems rather inappropriate. I feel uneasy about you spending money on me. Lumi huffed, arms crossed, her tone teasing. Oh, so you are aware of propriety? How remarkable. It's as though the sun has risen from the west. Jiang Ye smiled with a hint of ingratiation in his tone. I am, in fact, quite thin-skinned. Lumi shot him a glance, dismissing him with a nonchalant reply. All right, enough of the banter. Hurry up and get dressed. Time is of the essence. With that, she briskly approached the cashier and swiftly paid the bill. Jiang Ye stood by, watching her profile, a warm feeling blooming within him. This woman, though often exuding an air of aloofness and sharp wit, possessed a heart as tender as tofu. After tidying up, the two drove to the Handong district government. In just half an hour, Jiang Ye and Lumi completed the land certificate and paperwork, exiting the service hall with a sense of ease. As they passed the district government's reporting hall, Jiang Ye caught sight of a cultural forum taking place inside. Several staff members stood at the entrance, their expressions grave as they seemed to maintain order. Curiosity piqued. Jiang Ye leaned in for a glimpse, but was stopped by a staff member. I'm sorry. This is an internal meeting. No invitation, no entry. Jiang Ye nodded, refraining from further comment, and turned towards the sign-in desk. On the table lay a meeting agenda, which he casually picked up to glance at. A row of names was listed, and one name leapt out at him. Gao Jifeng, Secretary of the Hangzhou Municipal Committee. The sight of this name sent a jolt through Jiang Ye. Gao Jifeng. Wasn't he the one whose daughter had tragically died after choking on jelly during the Hangzhou Cultural Tourism Forum when she was just 5 years old? This incident had become a significant news story, leaving Gao Jifeng devastated, leading to his resignation as secretary and causing a stagnation in Hangzhou's development, with economic policies in disarray. A heavy weight settled in Jiang Ye's heart as he glanced at the time. Less than an hour remained until the forum concluded. He turned to Lu Mi, saying, "Lu Mi, I have an urgent matter to attend to. I must leave for a while." Lu Mi looked at him, puzzled. What could be so urgent? "We just finished the paperwork." Jiang Ye, lacking time for elaboration, spoke hurriedly. "There's no time to explain. Please wait for me downstairs. I'll be back shortly." With that, he hurried towards the elevator. Lu Mi observed his anxious retreat. Her curiosity piqued, but she refrained from pressing him further. What on earth was he up to now? On his side, Jiang Ye dashed straight to the floor housing the district chief's office. He recalled from past news reports that Gao Jifeng's daughter had met her tragic fate in the lounge of the district chief's office while consuming jelly. The utmost priority was to reach the district chief's office and locate that little girl to avert the impending tragedy. Upon reaching the designated floor, Jiang Ye had just stepped out of the elevator when a staff member blocked his path. "Sir, whom are you here to see?" "This is the leader's office area. Entry without an appointment is prohibited." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ye quickly explained, "I am a friend of Secretary Gao, and I need to discuss something of great importance with him. I kindly ask for your understanding." The staff found themselves in a predicament. Secretary Gao was currently attending a cultural forum and was not in the office. "Perhaps you could contact his secretary first?" Just then, a sudden and urgent cry for help erupted from the adjacent office. "Help! Someone, come quickly!" The voice was laced with palpable panic and fear. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye's heart tightened instinctively. Disregarding the staff and Secretary Gao, he immediately dashed toward the neighboring office. Upon pushing the door open, he was met with the sight of a 5-year-old girl sprawled on the floor, her complexion already turning purple, struggling to breathe. Nearby, a government clerk stood frozen, trembling uncontrollably. Clearly overwhelmed by this sudden crisis, Jiang Ye quickly discerned that the child was choking on a foreign object. He rushed over and, kneeling beside her, instinctively employed the Heimlich maneuver. Although it was 2006 and this method had yet to be widely recognized, Jiang Ye had observed various first aid techniques during his past life while scrolling through short videos on his phone. With his arms encircling the little girl's abdomen, he formed a fist with one hand, grasping it with the other, and delivered firm upward thrusts. 1, 2, 3. Finally, after the girl emitted a faint cough, a piece of jelly was expelled from her mouth. Gradually, her color began to return and her breathing stabilized. She opened her eyes wide, gazing blankly at Jiang Ye, still in a state of shock. The clerk, witnessing the child's rescue, breathed a sigh of relief. Her legs weakened, nearly giving way beneath her. With a trembling voice, she stammered, "Thank you." I was completely at a loss when she suddenly, I didn't know what to do. Gently placing the girl down and confirming her breathing was normal, Jiang Ye rose to his feet. His tone calm yet tinged with severity. "Children must always be supervised while eating jelly, especially at such a young age. Accidents can easily occur." The clerk nodded repeatedly, her expression a mixture of guilt and gratitude. Yes, I will be more careful from now on. I truly appreciate your help." She staggered down the stairs, her face pale and palms slick with cold sweat. A wave of apprehension washed over her. Her legs trembled as she nearly stumbled on the stairs. The scene from moments ago lingered vividly in her mind, had it not been for the timely intervention of that young man. The consequences for the little girl could have been unimaginable. She could scarcely fathom how she would confront such a calamitous crisis had things gone awry. Hastening to the reporting hall below, she quickly spotted District Chief Zhang Keping seated in the audience, his focus unwavering on Secretary Gao Jifeng's speech. Overlooking decorum, she hurried to Zhang Keping's side and, lowering her voice urgently, exclaimed, "Chief Zhang, there has been an incident. You must notify Secretary Gao immediately." His daughter nearly faced a dire situation, but fortunately, she was saved. Upon hearing this, Zhang Keping's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately rose and swiftly approached the stage, leaning in to whisper to Gao Jifeng. The confident demeanor Gao had exhibited just moments before abruptly faltered, a flicker of alarm crossing his gaze. He hastily concluded his remarks and quickly descended from the stage, making his way to the office upstairs. Zhang Keping followed closely behind, as the two hurriedly made their way to the office. Upon opening the door, Gao Jifeng beheld his daughter sitting quietly on the sofa. Although her complexion remained somewhat pale, the imminent danger had evidently passed. A weight lifted from his heart, albeit slightly. He quickly approached and enveloped his daughter in his arms, his voice trembling. "Xiaojin, you terrified your father. Are you feeling unwell?" The little girl shook her head, her voice soft and delicate. "Daddy, I'm fine now. It was that brother who saved me." Gao Jifeng and Zhang Keping struggled to regain their composure, particularly for Gao Jifeng, who had only been blessed with a precious daughter after turning 40. The events of the day had instilled a deep sense of dread. Had it not been for Jiang Ye's timely intervention, he could scarcely fathom the potential consequences. He grasped his daughter's small hand, filled with gratitude, while simultaneously feeling immense appreciation for Jiang Ye. As the district head, Zhang Keping appeared composed. Yet the recent peril had left him shaken. Gao Jifeng was a prominent leader in the district, and any incident involving his daughter within the district government would not only be a devastating blow to him personally, but would also cast a long shadow over the district's image. Standing before Jiang Ye, both men wore solemn expressions, repeatedly conveying their heartfelt thanks. Young man, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. If it weren't for you, our family might. Gao Jifeng's voice faltered, his eyes reddening. Zhang Keping nodded vigorously. Mr. Jiang, your actions today not only saved a child, but also averted an irreparable tragedy. We shall forever remember this kindness, and should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask. We will do our utmost to assist you. Jiang Ye waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor calm. There is no need for such formality. Esteemed leaders, I merely did what was necessary. The safety of children is of utmost importance. I hope future precautions will be taken. As Jiang Ye prepared to leave, Gao Jifeng hastily produced a business card from his pocket and handed it to him with both hands. Mr. Jiang, this is my contact information. Should you require anything, feel free to reach out at any time. Zhang Keping swiftly followed suit, offering his own card with a smile. Young man, here is my card. Please keep it safe. We must treat you to a meal one day to express our gratitude. Jiang Ye accepted their cards with a nod. Very well, I shall take them. Both leaders felt reassured, knowing their child was safe now. Gao Jifeng quickly added, Young man, please leave us your number as well. We will surely pay you a visit to express our thanks properly. Though Jiang Ye initially hesitated to share his number, he eventually relented under their insistence, providing it before turning to leave the office. As they watched the young man depart, Gao Jifeng and Zhang Keping felt a sense of relief. Yet the day's harrowing events lingered in their minds. Had it not been for Jiang Ye's swift action, the outcome could have been dire. Gao Jifeng reflected on Jiang Ye's retreating figure, contemplating that this young man not only rescued someone from peril, but also exhibited a calm and composed demeanor, far beyond that of an ordinary individual. He resolved to seek an opportunity to forge a deeper acquaintance. After leaving the district government building, Jiang Ye made his way directly to the parking lot. In the distance, he spotted Lumi leaning against a red Audi Q7, arms crossed and brows furrowed, clearly growing impatient from waiting. Jiang Ye, where have you been? I've been waiting for you forever. Lumi immediately complained upon seeing him, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Jiang Ye smiled and approached her, adopting a relaxed demeanor. Lu, I just saved someone. Saved someone? Lumi raised an eyebrow, evidently skeptical. Don't give me that. If you're going to make up excuses, at least make them believable. Noting the doubt on Lumi's face, Jiang Ye shrugged and teased. All right. I actually went to the restroom. Lumi was both amused and exasperated by his response, lightly punching him on the arm. You always so unserious. Come on. Let us get in the car before it gets dark. Jiang Ye chuckled, nodded, and opened the passenger door, settling into his seat. Lumi started the engine and slowly drove out of the parking lot, merging into the flow of traffic. The next morning, as Jiang Ye rose from his slumber, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Bao Long. Brother Ye, sorry to bother you, but I'd like to take a day off to pick up a brother from prison. Bao Long's voice came through the phone, laced with sincerity. Jiang Ye chuckled, his tone lighthearted. Bao Long, there's no need to be so formal with me. The security job doesn't require much in terms of specific tasks. Just manage it as you see fit. By the way, who are you picking up? There was a brief pause before Bao Long replied. I'm picking up Lung Eru. He's being released today. Upon hearing the name Lung Eru, Jiang Ye's brow slightly furrowed, a flicker of intrigue crossing his mind. In his previous life, he had heard of Lung Eru, knowing he was a ruthless individual who once commanded the underworld in Handong district, known for his merciless methods. Of course, that was all after his release. Jiang Ye pondered silently, recognizing that, in the realms of real estate and various businesses, one would inevitably encounter shades of gray, especially with his forthcoming plans, which would greatly benefit from such a fierce character. Concluding that it would be advantageous to bring him on board, Jiang Ye said to Bao Long, how about this? I'll accompany you to pick up Lung Eru. Bao Long was taken aback. Brother Ye, you're coming too? Jiang Ye smiled, his tone carrying a hint of depth. Yes, I have nothing else to attend to, so I'll join you. After a moment's hesitation, Bao Long replied. All right then, I'll come pick you up shortly. After hanging up, Jiang Ye quickly freshened up and dressed in a sharp outfit. Before long, Bao Long arrived at Jiang Ye's residence. Once they were in the car, Bao Long glanced at Jiang Ye and said, "Brother Ye, Long Eru has a bit of a peculiar temper, so please be understanding when you meet him." Jiang Ye smiled, his tone calm. "No worries, I can handle it." The car drove steadily to the prison gates of Handong District. After a short wait, the large doors creaked open, revealing a short, dark-skinned man with a stern expression as he stepped outside. The man donned a simple black t-shirt and jeans, his feet clad in worn sneakers. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, a fierce intensity flickered in his gaze. Upon spotting the man, Bao Long immediately approached, his voice tinged with excitement. "Brother Eru, you've finally made it out." Long Eru glanced at Bao Long, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Bao Long, you still look as spirited as ever." Bao Long chuckled and patted Long Eru's shoulder. "Brother Eru, allow me to introduce you to General Jiang, my boss Jiang Ye. He came specifically to pick you up today." Long Eru turned his attention to Jiang Ye, scrutinizing him with a keen gaze. "General Jiang? Are you the one who gave Bao Long a good thrashing and then arranged for him to work as a security guard?" Jiang Ye nodded, his eyes calmly fixed on Long Eru, his tone inquisitive. "Eru, I've heard that you've had a tough time in prison. May I inquire further?" Long Eru snorted, a flicker of hostility in his eyes. "Prison? Huh. That place is nothing but a quagmire, rife with brutality. I should have been out long ago. I crushed the jailer's 2 eggs, turning him into a mere shadow of a man. If I hadn't been released early." Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, his tone remaining composed. "Why such ruthlessness?" A glint of coldness flashed in Long Eru's eyes, his voice low. "Those in prison are worse than animals. More than half of them want to violate me. If I didn't adopt a harsh approach, I would have been stripped to the bone long ago." With a hint of derision, he continued, "Do you think there are any good people in prison? There's a madman who hung his father up to beat him, then had his mother carve flesh from his body. Another brute even gouged out someone's eyes. Those people are all more savage than the last. I would have been finished by now." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye felt a surge of astonishment within, yet his expression remained unruffled. "Your prison experience sounds indeed brutal." Long Eru scoffed, a note of disdain in his voice. "Brutal? That place is unforgiving. Survival demands a certain ferocity. The only reason I, Long Eru, emerged alive is due to that very fierceness." Jiang Ye nodded, a hint of profundity in his tone. "Eru, now that you are out, what are your plans?" With a sigh, Long Eru's gaze dimmed. "Plans? I haven't given it much thought. After being incarcerated for so long, lacking skills or abilities, who would want me?" Jiang Ye smiled, his tone somewhat probing. "Eru, if you find yourself without a place to go, why not come work with me? I happen to need extra hands." Long Eru narrowed his eyes, skepticism coloring his tone. "You? What makes you think I would follow you?" Unfazed by Long Eru's demeanor, Jiang Ye maintained his calm. "Because I can offer you an opportunity, a chance for a fresh start." Long Eru scrutinized Jiang Ye for a few seconds before suddenly letting out a cold laugh. "Kid, what makes you think I require your assistance?" Jiang Ye replied with a mild smile. "Eru, you don't need anyone's help, but you do need an opportunity, a chance to rise again. And I happen to be able to provide that chance." After a moment of silence, Long Eru's vigilance diminished slightly. He glanced at the Tyrannosaurus beside him and inquired, "How long have you been following him?" The Tyrannosaurus hastily responded, "Brother Eru, I have been tailing President Jiang for nearly half a year. He is quite reliable." Long Eru nodded, his tone softening a bit. "All right, let me see what you are truly capable of." Jiang Ye smiled and extended his hand. "Welcome aboard." Long Eru regarded Jiang Ye's outstretched hand, but did not grasp it immediately. Instead, he coldly remarked, "Don't be too pleased. I, Long Eru, am not easily commanded." Jiang Ye withdrew his hand, maintaining a calm demeanor. "I understand. Take your time." Observing the atmosphere easing, the Tyrannosaurus quickly suggested, "Brother Eru, Brother Ye, let us go for a meal and chat while we eat." Long Eru nodded, following Jiang Ye and the Tyrannosaurus into the car. The vehicle slowly departed from the prison, heading toward the city. Jiang Ye brought Long Eru and the Tyrannosaurus to a resplendent building adorned with dazzling neon lights that proclaimed Oriental Emperor Club. As the enormous gilded glass doors swung open, a line of tall hostesses clad in kipeos greeted them with professional smiles and respectful bows. "Welcome to the Oriental Emperor Club." The interior of the club was extravagantly decorated, with golden wallpaper, mahogany furniture, and genuine leather sofas, each detail exuding opulence and prestige. Though the Tyrannosaurus had seen many things, he was still taken aback by the grandeur. He leaned over to Jiang Ye and murmured, "This place is truly magnificent." Jiang Ye chuckled with a hint of pride. "How could it not be? It is one of the finest clubs in Handong District." He led the two into a luxurious private room, where the decor was even more lavish. A massive leather sofa encircled a crystal coffee table, exquisite oil paintings adorned the walls, and a small bar in the corner was stocked with an array of fine wines. Jiang Ye gestured for them to take a seat, and then instructed the waiter, "Bring us the finest wine." The waiter nodded respectfully and departed. Before long, a sumptuous feast and exquisite wines filled the table. The Tyrannosaurus, eyeing the delectable dishes, could not help but swallow hard and smiled. "Brother Yi, you are too generous." Jiang Ye chuckled, raising his glass, and said to Lung Eru, "Since you are here today, let us toast to your fresh start." Lung Eru lifted his glass, his eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. "Thank you." The three clinked their glasses and drank heartily. As the wine flowed, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. The Tyrannosaurus tentatively suggested, "President Jiang, why not let Brother Eru work as a security guard at Guangyao Real Estate? He has just come out and has nowhere else to go." Lung Eru, overhearing, casually remarked, "Indeed, I know nothing. Being a security guard would suffice for a living." However, Jiang Ye merely smiled lightly and shook his head. "Let's pass on that." A flicker of disappointment crossed Lung Eru's eyes upon hearing this, yet he said nothing further and downed his drink in silence. Jiang Ye set down his wine glass, fixing his gaze on Lung Eru with a tone that bore a hint of solemnity. "Eru, would you be interested in managing this establishment?" Upon hearing Jiang Ye's words, Lung Eru's expression abruptly turned frosty, a glimmer of skepticism in his eyes. He placed his glass down and replied coldly, "Mr. Jiang, if memory serves me right, this Oriental Jiahuang Club is the property of Zhou Qinglong, the foremost gang leader in Hangzhou. Don't jest with me. Do not presume that my recent release from prison has left me uninformed." With that, he stood and left without a backward glance, clearly displeased with Jiang Ye's proposition. Jiang Ye's unreliability was glaring. Accepting a role as a mere security guard might have been tolerable, but to suggest he managed such an establishment was beyond absurd. Jiang Ye observed Lung Eru's retreating figure, and rather than feeling anger, a faint smile graced his lips. He admired Lung Eru's forthright nature. Such a man, while difficult to control, could undoubtedly become a formidable ally once won over. "Eru, do not rush away," Jiang Ye called out, his tone imbued with a deeper significance. "You need not worry about Zhou Qinglong. Although this Oriental Jiahuang Club is his for now, it will soon belong to me." Lung Eru halted in his tracks, turning back with a look of confusion. "Jiang Ye, what do you mean by that?" He was increasingly convinced that Jiang Ye was speaking nonsense. How could such a grand establishment suddenly become Jiang Ye's? It was preposterous. Jiang Ye felt a twinge of unease. He was aware that Lung Eru's temperament was blunt and fierce. However, even the most resilient person would find it difficult to tolerate incessant confrontation. Jiang Ye's own patience was not boundless. Contemplating this, he lifted his glass, gently swirling the ruby liquid within, his gaze growing profound. "Eru, sometimes knowing too much is not advantageous. You simply need to understand that I, Jiang Ye, am a man of my word. Should you wish to stay and join me, I welcome you. If not, I shall not impose." Lung Eru scrutinized Jiang Ye for several seconds, his expression softening slightly. In terms of presence, he could not quite match Jiang Ye's. After a moment of silence, he finally returned to the sofa, his tone laced with cautious curiosity. "Mr. Jiang, you are quite an intriguing individual." Jiang Ye chuckled, brimming with confidence. "Brother Eru, you will soon discover that following me is even more captivating." Lung Eru remained silent, picking up the wine bottle. Although they had exchanged words, he still harbored reservations about Jiang Ye. Thus, he decided to let the alcohol mediate their discourse. Setting his glass down, he regarded Jiang Ye with a challenging gaze, a smirk playing on his lips. "Mr. Jiang, since you claim this evening is in my honor, let us indulge in a drink. I shall not take advantage of you. I will drink two, and you shall drink one. What say you? Drink?" Jiang Ye nearly laughed aloud at this. "With your capabilities, you presume to challenge me?" Over the past weeks, he had been diligently honing his four sacred primordial techniques, rendering his physique extraordinary. For him, consuming alcohol was akin to quenching one's thirst with water. Jiang Ye smiled faintly, a hint of teasing in his tone. "Erhu, you underestimate me. Let us be fair, 1 cup each, and no one should concede." Lung Erhu raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by Jiang Ye's proposal, but more so, he was filled with defiance. "Very well, 1 cup each. Let us see who falls first." The two filled their glasses and clinked them together before downing the contents in one swift motion. Lung Erhu set down his glass, a glint of provocation in his eyes. "Jiang, are you still holding up?" Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, his demeanor relaxed. "Erhu, we've only just begun." From there, the two continued their spirited contest, exchanging cups in a fervent challenge. Initially, Lung Air who was brimming with confidence, but gradually, he noticed that Jiang Ye remained composed. His face unflushed, as though he were sipping plain water rather than alcohol. In contrast, despite his decent tolerance, Lung Air who had already consumed nearly a pound of liquor. He was beginning to feel the effects. Jiang, your capacity for alcohol is rather remarkable, he said, shaking his head slightly. Jiang Ye laughed, a teasing lilt in his voice. Air who, is that all you've got? I haven't even begun. Determined. Lung Air who gritted his teeth and raised his glass for another round. But this time it was clear he was struggling. His face had turned as red as a cooked shrimp, and his gaze had begun to waver. Jiang, I concede. At last, he could no longer hold on and set down his glass. Jiang Ye burst into hearty laughter and drained his glass in one go. His tone infused with admiration. Brother Air who, I appreciate your spirit. You're a straightforward man. Lung Air who leaned back on the sofa, gasping for breath. His eyes reflecting a newfound respect. Jiang, I never expected you to be not only capable, but also such a formidable drinker. I, Lung Air who, am at your service. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I shall not venture west. Observing his reaction, Jiang Ye felt a quiet satisfaction. Now, for the final cup, he declared, lifting his glass with an air of ease. Today, we set aside business matters to welcome you properly. After dinner, make sure to visit the club's bathhouse to cleanse the impurities from your system. In a state of inebriation, Lung Air who stood unsteadily, mumbling, Jiang. I'll go take a bath and sober up. Jiang Ye smiled and signaled to the waiter to escort him to the bathhouse. He then turned to Bao Long. Keep an eye on Air who, don't let him fall. Bao Long nodded and hurried after him. Over an hour later, Bao Long returned to the private room after ensuring Lung Air who was settled. Jiang Ye was reclining on the sofa, a glass of red wine in hand, his expression leisurely. After a moment's hesitation, Bao Long approached Jiang Ye and quietly inquired, Brother Ye, you mentioned earlier about acquiring the Dongfang Jiahuang Club. Is that true? Zhou Qinglong is no ordinary person. This club is listed at 50 million. Are you truly intent on acquiring it? Jiang Ye swirled the wine in his glass. A glimmer of depth in his gaze, though his tone remained light. Bao Long, you'll find out in a couple of days. Bao Long was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Ye's words. His curiosity piqued. Noticing that Jiang Ye had no intention of elaborating, he refrained from pressing further, simply nodding. Understood, Jiang. Jiang Ye then left the private room, heading directly to the lobby of the Dongfang Jiahuang Club. The lobby, resplendent in gold and adorned with brilliant lights, buzzed with activity as several impeccably dressed staff members attended to guests. Jiang Ye approached the front desk and calmly addressed the lobby manager. I wish to speak with the owner of your establishment. I would like to discuss a transaction regarding this venue. The lobby manager looked up, his expression shifting to one of disdain upon noticing Jiang Ye's casual attire and youthful appearance, reminiscent of a student. Young man, he scoffed. You seek our owner to discuss a transaction? Do you have any idea what this place is worth? Don't jest, be on your way. Unfazed by the manager's contempt, Jiang Ye merely smiled faintly. I am aware that your owner has set a price of 50 million for this establishment, but I am not here for jest. Please inform your owner that someone wishes to discuss a business matter. The lobby manager, taken aback by Jiang Ye's words, let out a derisive laugh. 50 million? You, a mere child, speak of such sums? Do you even comprehend what 50 million entails? Stop causing a disturbance and leave. Do not delay us. Jiang Ye remained steadfast. I shall repeat myself. Kindly notify your owner. If matters are delayed, you shall bear the consequences. The manager, irritated by Jiang Ye's persistence, reached out to grasp his collar. Cursing under his breath, you insolent brat, you'll regret disrespecting me. Before he could finish, Jiang Ye reacted swiftly, seizing the manager's wrist and twisting it, then executing a deft maneuver that sent him sprawling several meters away. With a thud, the manager crashed to the ground, grimacing in pain and struggling to rise. This scene immediately attracted the attention of those nearby. Several security personnel clad in black suits swiftly approached. The leader's gaze fierce and his tone laced with menace. You dare create a ruckus here? Have you a death wish? Jiang Ye stood his ground, his demeanor unruffled, his voice calm. I seek to engage with your owner regarding business. This man refused to notify him and attempted to assault me. He has brought this upon himself. The lead security guard furrowed his brow, skepticism evident in his expression, yet the memory of Jiang Ye's earlier display of skill instilled a sense of caution within him. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved his walkie-talkie and spoke softly. Boss Zhou, a young man claims he wishes to discuss business with you. He has also injured one of our personnel. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by a deep voice that commanded, let him come up. The lead guard, upon hearing this, stowed away the walkie-talkie and instructed Jiang Ye, "Follow me." Jiang Ye accompanied the guard through the lobby and entered a private elevator. As the doors closed slowly, he leaned against the wall, maintaining his composed demeanor. The elevator soon reached the top floor. Upon the doors opening, Jiang Ye followed the guard into a lavishly decorated office. "Boss Zhou is waiting for you," the guard announced before turning to depart. Jiang Ye pushed the door open and stepped inside. Within the office, a tall, stern-looking middle-aged man sat on the sofa, a glass of red wine in hand. "You must be Jiang Ye?" Zhou Qinglong spoke, his voice deep and laced with scrutiny. Jiang Ye offered a faint smile, his tone composed. "Mr. Zhou, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I am Jiang Ye, and I am here today to discuss the transaction concerning the Dongfang Jiahuan Club." Zhou Qinglong scrutinized Jiang Ye for a few moments before breaking into laughter. "Young man, you carry quite a bold demeanor. Do you even comprehend the worth of this establishment? Do you truly believe you can make such a purchase? With a transaction of 99, the club could be acquired for 45 million. Jiang Ye retrieved his identification card from his pocket and presented it to Zhou Qinglong. "Mr. Zhou, here is my ID. You may verify the ownership of Guangyao Real Estate at your convenience. The company has recently acquired the number 66 plot in Handong District, valued at 30 million. Along with other assets, 50 million is not a challenge for me." Zhou Qinglong accepted the ID, casting a sidelong glance at it. He then lifted his gaze to Jiang Ye, a mixture of surprise and complexity evident in his eyes. "Guangyao Real Estate? Ah, it rings a bell. After your mother passed, your father absconded with a considerable amount of family assets, seeking to raise another family. Who would have thought that you, a young man, could revive Guangyao Real Estate?" At the mention of his mother and father, Jiang Ye felt a sharp pang in his heart, as if a deep scar had been mercilessly poked. His fingers trembled slightly, yet his face remained serene, betraying no emotion. "Mr. Zhou, let the past remain in the past," Jiang Ye replied calmly, though a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. "We are here to discuss business, not familial matters." Zhou Qinglong regarded Jiang Ye for a few seconds, seemingly taken aback by his composure. He set the ID down. "Jiang Ye, it is indeed commendable for someone so young to bear such a burden. However, while Guangyao Real Estate may belong to you, a transaction of 50 million is no trivial matter. Are you truly capable of producing such funds?" Jiang Ye chuckled softly, confidence lacing his voice. "Mr. Zhou, rest assured. I would never jest with my credibility. If you harbor any doubts, feel free to examine Guangyao Real Estate's financial situation before making a decision." Zhou Qinglong let out a scoff, skepticism tinging his tone. "Young man, your bravado is quite striking. Yet I find myself curious about how you managed to elevate Guangyao Real Estate to this level in such a brief span." Jiang Ye responded nonchalantly. "Mr. Zhou, everyone possesses their own means of survival. As for how I accomplished it, that is not your concern." Zhou Qinglong felt a flicker of irritation at Jiang Ye's demeanor, yet he could not help but feel intrigued by the young man. After a moment of silence, he said, "Very well, I shall investigate. However, Jiang Ye, I must caution you. Should I discover any deceit on your part, the consequences will be dire." Jiang Ye nodded. "Mr. Zhou, feel free to investigate. However, allow me to remind you that time waits for no one. Opportunities, once lost, are irretrievable." Zhou Qinglong scrutinized Jiang Ye, increasingly convinced of the young man's depth. He picked up his phone and dialed a number, whispering a few instructions. After ending the call, Zhou Qinglong glanced at Jiang Ye. "Jiang Ye, you certainly possess some skills. However, I am quite curious as to why you wish to acquire the Eastern Jiahuan Club." This question has certainly crossed Jiang Ye's mind. With a subtle smile, he replied, infused with a hint of profundity, "Boss Zhou, I harbor no grand ambitions. I simply wish to amass some fixed assets in anticipation of appreciation. For engaging in real estate is quite laborious." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qinglong felt an inexplicable sense of unease, yet he could not articulate it at the moment. After a brief silence, he finally stated, "Very well, let us see what price you can offer." Jiang Ye began to articulate his proposal. "Boss Zhou, the Eastern Jiahuan Club is listed at 50 million. I shall not haggle excessively. I believe 45 million is a fair price. As you are aware, the market for clubs has not been particularly favorable of late." Zhou Qinglong scoffed derisively, his tone laced with sarcasm. 45 million? You certainly drive a hard bargain, young man. But can you actually afford it?" Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, maintaining his calm demeanor. "Boss Zhou, I can indeed offer 45 million, though not in cash. It will require some time." At this revelation, Zhou Qinglong's expression shifted dramatically. He slammed his hand on the table. "Are you trying to deceive me? What business can we discuss without cash?" Jiang Ye remained unfazed by Zhou Qinglong's imposing presence, seated comfortably with an air of tranquility. Boss Zhou, please do not rush. Allow me to finish my explanation. Zhou Qinglong fixed his gaze on Jiang Ye, his eyes brimming with hostility. Speak. Jiang Ye continued. At present, I lack liquid assets. However, I can secure a loan against collateral. I have just acquired Lot 66, valued at 30 million, with an estimated total worth exceeding 200 million. I can pledge this land to you as a guarantee. Additionally, I am willing to draft a loan agreement with interest at your customary rate. Zhou Qinglong's brow furrowed slightly as he probed. Are you aware of what I do? Jiang Ye smiled faintly. Boss Zhou, I am well aware of your reputation as a leading lender in Hangzhou. At this, Zhou Qinglong erupted in laughter. Jiang Ye, you certainly possess a bold spirit to propose a loan in my presence. Jiang Ye replied earnestly. Boss Zhou, I propose this plan solely because I have confidence in Lot 66. Once the development launches, I assure you, the 45 million, principal and interest, will be repaid in full. My interest in this club is quite genuine. Under normal circumstances, that should be reasonable, should it not? With such substantial assets, I am bound to fulfill my obligations. You may proceed with the transfer, and after 2 months, once the launch occurs, I shall repay you in full. Zhou Qinglong scrutinized Jiang Ye, his gaze reflective and uncertain. Just then, a phone call interrupted the moment. After answering, Zhou Qinglong's tone took on a playful quality. Jiang Ye, I have investigated your Guangyao real estate. Since you are so confident, I am willing to take a gamble with you. We will proceed with the transfer, followed by drafting a high-interest loan agreement for 45 million. With a monthly interest rate of 15. Full payment, including interest, is due within 1 month. You will pledge your Guangyao real estate company to me. What do you say? Jiang Ye nodded. Boss Zhou, splendid. Let us proceed as you have suggested. Upon listening, Zhou Qinglong lit a cigar and remarked, Jiang Ye, do not blame me for not warning you. My rules regarding high-interest loans are not to be trifled with. The interest accumulates rapidly, and many have lost limbs or worse for failing to repay. Do not be misled by your status as a small business owner. The rules apply equally to all. Jiang Ye smiled faintly, confidence glimmering in his eyes. Rest assured, Boss Zhou, I, Jiang Ye, always honor my word. Moreover, I would not jeopardize myself for 45 million. Zhou Qinglong scrutinized Jiang Ye for a few moments before bursting into laughter. Well, Jiang Ye, you young man truly impress me. It is settled then. We shall sign the contract tonight and proceed with the transfer tomorrow. Jiang Ye chuckled and said nothing further, turning to leave the office. Upon exiting the Oriental Jiahuang Club, he gazed up at the resplendent lights of the establishment, a surge of excitement coursing through him as he thought, Zhou Qinglong, the show is about to begin. I shall enjoy this establishment without cost. The following day, Jiang Ye returned to review the contract. The document clearly stated, the purchase price was 40 million, with a monthly interest of 15. The full amount, including interest, was to be repaid within a month. Failure to do so would result in compounded interest along with penalties, with shares of Guangyao real estate as collateral. After meticulously reviewing the contract, Jiang Ye affixed his signature. Zhou Qinglong promptly instructed his subordinates to begin the transfer process. After a substantial amount of time, the contract was finalized and the handover was completed. Jiang Ye immediately announced a 1-week suspension of operations at the Oriental Jiahuang Club for renovations. The once bustling venue grew eerily silent, with only a few security personnel and cleaners busily tidying up. Seated in the owner's office of the club, Jiang Ye gazed out the window, relishing his triumph. He took out his phone and dialed Long Eru and Baolong. Eru, Baolong, come to the club. I have matters to discuss. I am on the top floor. Before long. Long Eru and Baolong hurried to the club. Upon entering, the two were taken aback by the stark contrast from the previous day's revelry. The once vibrant club now resembled a ghost town, with empty tables and chairs where patrons and staff had vanished. President Jiang, what is going on? Baolong inquired. Confusion etched on his face as he surveyed the desolate surroundings. Why has the establishment suddenly ceased operations? Long Eru furrowed his brow and spoke in a low tone. Jiang Ye, what is the meaning of this? You are halting operations in such a large venue without prior notice? Weren't you the one who said you would manage this place? Jiang Ye rose and approached the two, speaking solemnly. Eru, Baolong, allow me to introduce a new reality. From today onward, the Oriental Jiahuang Club is our territory. I acquired it for 45 million. Long Eru and Baolong were rendered speechless. Long Eru's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Ye, what did you just say? You managed to purchase such a lavish establishment? Baolong stammered in astonishment. Brother Ye, you cannot be serious. This is indeed the domain of Zhou Qinglong. Furthermore, how do you intend to manage such an expansive establishment? Jiang Ye nodded. The contract has been signed, and all procedures have been completed. As for the specifics of how it will be accomplished, you need not concern yourselves with that. We shall cease operations for a week. During this time, we will completely renovate the club and redefine its identity. All the chaotic remnants of the past will be thoroughly cleared away. From now on, the Dongfang Jiahuang Club shall pursue a more upscale trajectory. Jiang Ye smiled, his gaze turning cold towards Lin Yinyin, and continued, Eru, this is the reason I summoned you today. I intend to entrust you with the management of the club. Your prior experiences in the underworld have endowed you with various connections, which is precisely what I require. Eru, you will primarily oversee security. Enlist a few trustworthy individuals to ensure the establishment is well guarded. Lin Yinyin nodded, snapping back from his astonishment. Rest assured, I will handle security. After so many years in this line of work, I do have a few reliable brothers. Jiang Ye nodded in satisfaction and then turned to Bao Long. Bao Long, your main responsibility will be to introduce a premier dining brand to the establishment. We are not looking to engage in any trivialities, but rather to create a truly top-tier club. The dining aspect must reflect sophistication. Don't you know a few individuals in the culinary field? Start by inquiring with them to see if there are any suitable brands willing to collaborate. As for the expenses, do not be overly concerned. We seek quality and reputation. Bao Long, feeling reassured by Jiang Ye's words, nodded. No problem. I will get in touch right away. After Lin Yinyin and Bao Long departed, Jiang Ye dialed Yang Bo's number. Yang Bo, come to Dongfang Jiahuang Club. I have something exciting to discuss with you. Upon receiving the call, Yang Bo teased, Brother Ye, is there a new money-making venture on the horizon? Are you about to present me with a significant deal? Jiang Ye chuckled, his tone shrouded in mystery. Indeed, indeed. You shall see when you arrive. Shortly after, Yang Bo arrived at the entrance of the club. He looked up at the resplendent sign, feeling somewhat bewildered, yet he hurried inside. Brother Ye, what has to play here? Yang Bo approached Jiang Ye, bemusement evident in his expression. Why has the club suddenly closed? Jiang Ye smiled and patted Yang Bo on the shoulder, gesturing around. Yang Bo, what do you think of this place? Yang Bo surveyed his surroundings and nodded. Not bad at all. Dongfang Jiahuang is one of the finest clubs in Handong District. Opulently decorated and well located, but I wonder why it has suddenly ceased operations. A smile crept upon Jiang Ye's lips, laced with pride, because from this moment forth, this club is mine. What? Upon hearing this, Yang Bo's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice elevating. Brother Ye, have you purchased this club? Jiang Ye nodded. Yes. I just finalized the deal. What do you think? Yang Bo was momentarily stunned, then, filled with excitement, slapped his thigh. Brother Ye, you are incredible. A venue worth 50 million, and you secured it just like that? You are on the verge of soaring. Take me along for the flight. Jiang Ye chuckled. A hint of teasing in his tone, whether it flies or not depends on how you assist me. I sought you out to oversee the renovation of this establishment. Upon hearing this, Yang Bo immediately perked up. Brother Ye, what do you need me to do? Jiang Ye gestured toward the hall. First and foremost, we must change the name. Eastern Jiahuang sounds excessively rustic. Secondly, all the lighting strips need to be replaced with a modern, high-end style. The overall decor must be reimagined to evoke a sense of refreshing novelty. In short, I want this establishment completely transformed within a week. As for the renovation costs, you can quote your own figure. After listening, Yang Bo promptly thumped his chest and assured, Brother Ye, you can rest easy. This task is in my hands. My renovation company happens to be available right now, with all the manpower and equipment at the ready. I guarantee it will look splendid within a week. Given that you've entrusted me with such a significant project on Plot 66, I'm not going to profit from this little job. Consider it a gift from me to you. Jiang Ye, observing Yang Bo's confidence, couldn't help but feel amused. He patted Yang Bo on the shoulder, smiling as he said, All right, with your word, I feel reassured. Once this establishment is complete, I will take you along to earn even greater rewards. Yang Bo expressed his gratitude. Brother Ye, had it not been for your guidance in securing concert tickets and the 66 plot, I wouldn't be where I am today. You can count on me to ensure this renovation is exquisite, leaving you worry-free. I know following you presents ample opportunities for profit. Jiang Ye nodded, reflecting inwardly. He felt fortunate to have met Yang Bo during their lottery endeavors. Not only did it save considerable effort, but it also yielded a renovation project for the establishment. 3 words, utterly victorious. The following day, Jiang Ye busied himself at the Eastern Jiahuang establishment, finalizing all handovers and renovation plans before returning to his villa. As night fell, the garden outside the villa was enveloped in tranquility. Recently, Jiang Ye had made slight modifications to the villa. Entering the villa, he ascended to the 2nd floor, arriving at a newly arranged meditation room. The room was furnished in a remarkably simple manner, containing only a mat and a wooden table, upon which lay a few ancient texts and a small incense burner. Jiang Ye lit a stick of sandalwood incense, its subtle fragrance wafting through the air. He settled cross-legged on the mat, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, beginning to circulate the four sacred origins heart method. This technique, a secret of his rebirth, not only enhanced his physical prowess beyond that of the ordinary, but also allowed his martial arts to steadily improve. Thus, he had dedicated a room for his practice. As he engaged in the method, Jiang Ye's breathing gradually became prolonged and profound. The energy within him flowed slowly along his meridians, akin to a warm stream, continuously surging from his dantian and coursing throughout his body. With each passage through an acupoint, waves of comfort washed over him, as if every cell was being nourished. Jiang Ye's thoughts became ethereal, as though he had entered another realm. After approximately an hour and a half of cultivation, Jiang Ye slowly opened his eyes, feeling an abundance of strength coursing through his body. Rising from his seat, he stretched his limbs and found himself not only brimming with vitality, but also possessing a clarity of thought sharper than usual. It appeared that the cultivation of the four sacred origins indeed unveiled deeper insights with each practice. Jiang Ye felt a surge of joy within. With the blessings of the four sacred origins, coupled with his own strategic business plans, the future of Hangzhou would undoubtedly belong to him, though the night had deepened. After completing the heart method of the four sacred origins, Jiang Ye felt an inexhaustible energy coursing through his body. He resolved to go for a run, to release this exuberant energy. The night was tranquil as he jogged along the wooded path outside the villa area, the cool night breeze caressing his face, bestowing a refreshing sense of comfort. However, as he passed a secluded corner, he suddenly heard faint sounds of struggle and muffled sobs. Jiang Ye halted, his brows furrowing slightly as he turned towards the source of the noise. Was that Fangqing? In the shadows not far away, two men with yellow hair were pinning a woman to the ground, one covering her mouth while the other tore at her clothing. One of the yellow-haired men gripped Fangqing's shoulder, leering as he exclaimed, "This woman is truly beautiful, with such fair skin. What a windfall today." The other, while pulling at Fangqing's garments, urged, "Stop talking and hurry up. Although this place is remote, it could become troublesome if someone happens by." Muffled cries escaped Fangqing as tears streamed down her face, her eyes filled with fear and despair as she struggled in vain against the overpowering force of her captors. Jiang Ye's gaze sharpened. Just as he prepared to rush in to save Fangqing, a thought struck him. A bold plan began to form in his mind. He calmly retrieved his phone, activated the camera, and aimed it at the corner, capturing several clear photographs, intentionally zooming in on the details to ensure the images were striking. Once satisfied, Jiang Ye tucked away his phone and swiftly approached, his voice resonating with authority as he bellowed, "What are you two doing?" Startled by his voice, the two yellow-haired men immediately halted their actions and turned to face Jiang Ye. One narrowed his eyes, a hint of defiance in his tone. "You'd best mind your own business, kid. Get lost." Jiang Ye let out a cold laugh, laced with disdain. "Mind my own business? You dare to bully someone on my territory and tell me to leave?" One of the men lunged forward, throwing a punch. Jiang Ye deftly sidestepped, his movements swift as he countered with a powerful fist to the man's abdomen. The assailant let out a muffled groan, his body curling in pain. Without giving him a moment to recover, Jiang Ye delivered a swift kick, sending the man crashing backward. Thud! He hit the ground hard, grimacing in agony. The second yellow-haired man immediately drew a folding knife from his pocket, menacingly declaring, "You're looking to die, aren't you? Do you believe I won't stab you?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ye charged forward. His speed was astonishing. The knife-wielding man barely had time to react before Jiang Ye's fist sent him sprawling to the ground. The folding knife clattered to the ground with a crisp sound. "Get lost." Jiang Ye coldly glared at them, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. The two young ruffians, intimidated by Jiang Ye's presence, scrambled to their feet and fled without a backward glance. Jiang Ye watched their retreating figures and spat disdainfully, "A couple of useless fools." He turned and approached Fangqing, assisting her to her feet, his voice feigning concern. "Aunt Fang, are you all right?" Fangqing's face was pale, her clothes disheveled, clearly shaken by the encounter. Upon seeing Jiang Ye, tears streamed down her cheeks as she choked out, "Jiang Ye, thank goodness you came. I truly didn't know what I would have done otherwise." Jiang Ye spoke soothingly, "Aunt Fang, do not be afraid. I am here. Let us return." Fangqing nodded, leaning against Jiang Ye, her body still trembling slightly. Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Ye poured a glass of warm water for Fangqing and gently reassured her. "Aunt Fang, drink some water to calm yourself. Do not dwell on today's events." Holding the cup, Fang Qing could not stop the tears from falling. Her voice tinged with helplessness. Xiao Yi, thank you. If it weren't for you, I truly don't know what would have happened. Jiang Ye gently patted her shoulder. Aunt Fang, rest assured, with me around, no one can harm you. By the way, why are you home so late? Fang Qing, regaining some composure, quickly replied. I went to buy you a house. I've nearly purchased all the second-hand properties in Handong New District recently. In these past few days, I've acquired 50 more. Jiang Ye scoffed inwardly, as if she had accomplished something grand. They didn't even negotiate. The deal was made at 5,000 per unit. No enthusiasm on her part was quite peculiar. And now she sought to take credit with me? However, the money she earned from me may not be easily retained in the end. Today, having taken compromising photos of her was a fortuitous opportunity. Soon, Fang Qing would be left to lament. Aunt Fang, you've truly worked hard during this time. I am genuinely grateful. Although these thoughts crossed Jiang Ye's mind, he outwardly displayed no reluctance, promptly transferring 250,000 yuan in commission to Fang Qing's bank account. As she saw the notification of the deposit on her mobile banking app, Fang Qing felt a surge of joy. Is this kid really so foolish? He transferred the commission so readily. It appeared he truly trusted her. Since he had such faith in her, one day she would surely seize control of his illustrious real estate company. With this thought, a smug smile spread across Fang Qing's face, her tone taking on a playful lilt. Xiao Yi, I've received the commission. You are quite generous. You saved me again today. I really ought to thank you properly. Jiang Ye replied with a mischievous grin. Aunt Fang, you are too polite. Isn't it only natural for a hero to rescue a damsel in distress? However, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, shouldn't you consider doing something? Fang Qing, catching his drift, responded with a hint of flirtation. Jiang Ye, what do you mean by that? Should I go take a shower first? Jiang Ye, not wishing to complicate matters at home, chuckled softly. Never mind, my place isn't particularly suitable. Perhaps we should head to the June Flower Hotel. The ambience is pleasant and quiet there. Upon hearing this, Fang Qing's face immediately flushed with a hint of crimson, while her heart secretly rejoiced. This young man, indeed, has fallen under my influence. She feigned shyness and said, all right, let us go now. With that, the two of them drove to the June Flower Hotel. After a refreshing shower, Fang Qing meticulously adorned herself. Stepping out of the bathroom, she gracefully rose onto her toes. This time, she was particularly proactive. Jiang Ye, on the other hand, wore a look of indulgence but harbored a quiet smirk within. Afterward, leaning against the headboard of the hotel bed, Jiang Ye lit a cigarette, watching the smoke spiral slowly in the dim light. Although his physical desires had been satisfied, an inexplicable emptiness lingered in his heart. This sensation mirrored feelings he had experienced previously. He glanced over at Fang Qing, who was peacefully asleep beside him. Yet his mind involuntarily drifted back to moments spent with Su Mingru in the countryside just days ago. Why? Jiang Ye lowered his gaze to the ash in his hand, filled with confusion. Surely, Fang Qing is an extraordinary woman? Yet, why did he persistently feel that something was amiss? The emotions he had just felt paled in comparison to a mere glance exchanged with Su Mingru or a fleeting touch of their hands in the countryside. Jiang Ye closed his eyes, reminiscing about that day in town, as he had pulled Su Mingru's hand gently to avoid an oncoming electric scooter. It had felt like a spark of warmth, a sensation of purity and exhilaration he had never encountered with Fang Qing. Was it because I have genuinely developed feelings for Su Mingru? Jiang Ye silently questioned himself. Yet, he quickly shook his head, a self-deprecating smile forming at the corners of his mouth. In this second life, since the girl with the birthmark was elusive, his sole focus must be on wealth, power, and control over everything. Su Mingru was merely an unexpected occurrence, a mystery he could not yet decipher. Moreover, she had always regarded him as a younger brother. It seemed nearly impossible to traverse the chasm of their sibling-like bond. Even as Jiang Ye attempted to convince himself, the sense of loss within him remained persistent. He glanced at Fang Qing beside him, feeling an inexplicable irritation rise within, and subsequently pushed her arm aside, rising to leave the hotel. Very well. I shall seek out Sister Ru instead. At the Hangzhou Starry Sky shopping mall, Su Mingru stood diligently behind the counter of a clothing store, meticulously organizing the newly arrived merchandise. Her colleague, Sister Zhang, approached, holding a cup of hot coffee, which she cheerily offered to Su Mingru. Little Su, you've worked hard. Have some coffee to perk you up. Su Mingru accepted the coffee with a polite smile, replying, Thank you, Sister Zhang, you're too kind. Sister Zhang waved her hand dismissively, her expression tinged with curiosity. Little Su, how old are you this year? Do you have a partner? Su Mingru paused for a moment, then lowered her head, softly replying, I'm 23, not yet. Upon hearing this, Sister Zhang perked up immediately. Ah, at your age, you should be finding a partner. How about I introduce you to someone? I have a nephew, he is quite well off, around your age, working for a large company, with a stable income. And he is quite reliable. Su Mingru smiled gently and shook her head. Thank you, Sister Zhang, but I prefer not to think about such matters for the time being. Sister Zhang, somewhat perplexed, grasped her hand and urged, Oh, dear girl, you must consider your own future. You are young now and may not feel the urgency. But in a few years, finding a suitable partner could become a challenge. Take my advice and seek a fitting companion early on. It will provide you with support later. Su Mingru continued to shake her head, her tone resolute yet gentle. I appreciate your concern, Sister Zhang, but at present, I only wish to focus on my work. Other matters can wait. Seeing her firm stance, Sister Zhang refrained from pressing further. With a sigh, she patted Su Mingru's shoulder. Very well, but you are far too strong-willed. Just know that I am looking out for you. If you change your mind, feel free to reach out to me. Su Mingru nodded, lowering her gaze to sip her coffee, yet her mind wandered back to recent days when Jiang Ye had visited her hometown. The memory of him holding her hand as they crossed the street and catching eels together lingered vividly in her thoughts. Why is that rascal occupying my mind so persistently? From a distance, Jiang Ye stood in a corner of the shopping mall, his gaze fixed upon Su Mingru. She was diligently arranging the clothes on the rack behind the counter, her profile illuminated by the soft light, exuding an air of tranquility and beauty. How adorably earnest she looks while working. A mischievous idea suddenly sparked in Jiang Ye's mind. He retrieved a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and donned them, then casually purchased a magic scarf from a nearby accessory store, wrapping it around his face so that only his eyes were visible. After inspecting his reflection in the mirror, he was pleased to see that he appeared entirely unrecognizable. With a satisfied nod, he approached Su Mingru's counter. Hello, may I assist you? Su Mingru, hearing footsteps, looked up to see a man clad in sunglasses and a scarf standing before her. Though a hint of confusion stirred within her, she maintained her politeness. Jiang Ye deliberately lowered his voice, mimicking a woman with a peculiar tone. I wish to purchase a garment. Could you recommend something for me? Su Mingru paused, sensing something odd about this individual. His voice seemed somewhat familiar, yet she could not place it. Dismissing her thoughts, she nodded and smiled. Of course. May I inquire what style you prefer? Casual or formal? Feigning deep contemplation, Jiang Ye stroked his chin and pointed to a gentleman's coat hanging on the wall. That one appears quite appealing. Could you fetch it for me to try on? Following his gesture, Su Mingru noted a deep blue trench coat, simple yet elegant in design. She nodded, moved to retrieve the garment, and offered it to Jiang Ye. You may try it on. It would complement your aura splendidly. Jiang Ye accepted the coat, deliberately taking his time to put it on. He then examined himself in the mirror, turning to Su Mingru with a question. What do you think? Su Mingru scrutinized the outfit attentively and nodded. It looks splendid, perfectly complementing your figure. Suddenly, Jiang Ye inched closer, lowering his voice and inquiring. Do you believe this attire could captivate you? Su Mingru was taken aback by the unexpected question, her cheeks flushing instantly. Instinctively, she stepped back a pace, flustered as she stammered. Sir, please, do not jest. Observing her reaction, Jiang Ye couldn't help but chuckle. He removed his sunglasses and scarf, revealing a familiar visage, and with a smile, remarked, Sister Ru, it's me. Su Mingru paused momentarily, her eyes widening. Xiao Yi? How could you? Jiang Ye, grinning with pride, teased. So, how do you find my disguise? You completely failed to recognize me just now. Perhaps I am so handsome that you couldn't tell. Amused yet exasperated, Su Mingru playfully struck him. You truly startled me. After a brief exchange, Jiang Ye inquired, Sister Ru, how is your mother's health? Did you not bring her back to Hangzhou this time? Su Mingru lifted her head, managing a faint smile. I'm aware, but my salary hasn't been issued this month. I intend to wait until I receive it before taking her. She reassured him, rest assured, I will arrange it promptly. Jiang Ye, upon hearing her words, frowned slightly, feeling a tinge of irritation. Waiting any longer will be too late. Why is she always so stubborn? Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, merely nodding with a calm demeanor. All right, Sister Ru, as long as you are aware. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. Su Mingru softly acknowledged, lowering her gaze to continue arranging the garments on the counter, seemingly reluctant to prolong the topic. Jiang Ye glanced at her, feeling a mix of helplessness, but chose not to press further. He turned and walked to the dining area of the mall, purchasing a steaming bowl of wontons and a warm cup of soy milk, before returning to the counter and offering the bag to Su Mingru. Sister Ru, I was a bit hungry and had a late-night snack. Here is something for you. Enjoy it while it's hot. Surprised, Su Mingru accepted the bag. Why did you go out of your way to buy a late-night snack? It's unnecessary trouble. Jiang Ye smiled. His tone casual. It was no trouble at all. You still have work tonight. Don't let yourself go hungry. A warmth enveloped Su Mingru's heart as she softly replied, Thank you, Xiao Yi. Jiang Ye waved his hand dismissively. His tone relaxed. No need for thanks. I shall take my leave now. You carry on with your work. Having said that, he turned and exited the mall. Jiang Ye's silhouette stretched long under the lights. Watching him depart, Su Mingru felt a sudden pang of bittersweetness. She glanced down at the late-night snack in her hands, letting out a gentle sigh. This Xiao Yi seemed wholly transformed from the person she once knew. Outside the mall, Jiang Ye stood at the entrance, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply, the smoke curling gracefully into the night. An unsettling restlessness brewed within him, as Su Mingru's earlier words echoed in his mind. Just wait another couple of days. Su Mingru's nature made her reluctant to impose on others, especially him. Yet, the more she resisted, the more discomfort he felt. Very well. If she is unwilling to accept my assistance, perhaps I shall approach this differently. Standing at the roadside, phone in hand, his brow slightly furrowed, he dialed Yangbo's number. And soon a slightly hoarse voice answered on the other end. Hello, Yigo? Is there something urgent at this late hour? Jiang Ye spoke directly. Yangbo, do you know anyone at Hangzhou Hospital? I have an elder whose stomach condition is quite severe, and I would like to consult a specialist. Yangbo pondered for a moment before replying, I do know a few doctors at Hangzhou Hospital, but getting an appointment with a gastroenterologist is rather difficult. Let me inquire and see if I can arrange something. Jiang Ye nodded. All right, I appreciate your help. Please let me know as soon as you can. After hanging up, Jiang Ye did not pause. He dialed another number. Relying solely on Yangbo felt uncertain, so he decided to ask Bao Long if he had any leads. A voice on the other end responded, Yigo? Jiang Ye chuckled lightly. I have a matter I wish to discuss. Do you have any connections? I need an appointment with a gastroenterologist at Hangzhou Hospital. Bao Long laughed. Haha, you've come to the right person. I have a subordinate who used to be a ticket scalper at the hospital, specializing in securing appointments with specialists. Just tell me whose appointment you need, and I assure you I can get it done. Jiang Ye felt a sense of relief, his tone noticeably lighter. Great. Then please arrange for me to see a gastroenterologist tomorrow morning. The following evening, Su Mingru had just returned home from work and was about to change clothes to rest when her phone suddenly rang. She picked it up to see it was her mother, Wang Xiulan, calling. Mom, it's quite late. Is something the matter? Su Mingru answered the call, a sense of foreboding washing over her. On the other end, Wang Xiulan's voice sounded weak. Mingru, I'm at the hospital. Upon hearing this, Su Mingru's heart tightened. Instantly alert. Hospital? Mom, why are you at the hospital? Which one are you in? I'll come right away. Wang Xiulan hurriedly reassured her, don't worry. I'm fine. It was that Jiang Ye who insisted on bringing me. He said there was an expert appointment available today, so he brought me along. Jiang Ye? Su Mingru paused for a moment, suddenly understanding the situation. She bit her lip, her tone tinged with urgency and exasperation. Mom, just wait for me. I'll be there shortly. After ending the call, Su Mingru hastily grabbed her coat and rushed out the door. Her mind was in turmoil, worrying about her mother's condition while feeling a surge of irritation towards Jiang Ye for acting without her consent. This guy? Why does he always take matters into his own hands? She muttered to herself as she walked briskly. Upon arriving at the hospital, Su Mingru spotted Jiang Ye caring for Wang Xiulan from a distance. She approached quickly, her voice laced with reproach. Jiang Ye, why did you bring my mom here without telling me? Noticing Su Mingru's still frosty demeanor, Jiang Ye understood she was upset about his unilateral decision. He stepped forward. Speaking sincerely, Rujia, I realize it was wrong not to consult you beforehand. However, Auntie's condition truly could not be delayed. A friend of mine happens to know a specialist at the hospital who was available today, so I thought it best to bring Annie in for a consultation. Please don't be angry. I only had her best interests at heart. Jiang Ye was agitated. Su Mingru pressed her lips together, her gaze imbued with a hint of complexity. Jiang Ye, I understand your intentions are good, but this concerns my mother. You ought to have consulted me first. Your unilateral decision-making makes me feel utterly powerless, as if I cannot even manage my own mother's affairs. Jiang Ye was about to offer further explanations when Wang Xiulan interjected. Mingru, do not blame Jiang Ye. It was my own choice to come. This child is truly considerate. He came to pick me up early this morning and has been bustling about. Besides, if it weren't for him today, my illness might have been prolonged indefinitely. Su Mingru was taken aback and turned to her mother. Mother, what did you just say? What illness are we talking about? Wang Xiulan sighed, her tone tinged with a hint of fear. Today's examination revealed a nodule in my stomach. The doctor mentioned it as borderline, and thankfully, we sought treatment in time. I have already undergone minimally invasive surgery. The specialist warned that had we delayed further, it could have progressed to cancer. Just think, if it had reached that stage, what would I have done? Upon hearing this, Su Mingru's complexion instantly paled. Mother, why didn't you tell me sooner? Such a significant matter, and I was completely unaware. Wang Xiaolan patted her hand, offering comfort. I didn't want you to worry. Moreover, Jiang Ye has arranged everything meticulously. I need not fret at all. The surgery went smoothly, and the doctor assured me that with proper rest, I can be discharged in a week, with regular follow-ups thereafter. Su Mingru lowered her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She bit her lip and murmured, Mother, I'm sorry. I haven't taken good care of you. Wang Xiaolan smiled and shook her head. Silly child, there's no need for apologies. I'm perfectly fine now. Besides, with Jiang Ye here, I feel at ease. Su Mingru lifted her gaze and glanced at Jiang Ye, her eyes reflecting a mix of gratitude and regret. Jiang Ye, thank you. I was too impulsive earlier. I shouldn't have blamed you. Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed. It's all right, Mingru. I understand your feelings. As long as Anne is well. Everything else pales in comparison. Wang Xiaolan then turned to Jiang Ye and said, Jiang Ye, I truly appreciate your help today. Please come over for dinner sometime. I'll prepare something delicious for you. Jiang Ye responded with a smile. Of course, Aunt. I will definitely come. As Jiang Ye left the hospital and rounded a corner in the corridor, Su Mingru's voice suddenly called out from behind. Xiao Yi, wait a moment. He halted, turning to see Su Mingru hurriedly approaching. Mingru, is there anything else? Jiang Ye inquired. She took a breath, her tone somewhat hesitant. Xiao Yi, how much did the medical expenses amount to? Once I receive my salary, I will reimburse you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye's expression darkened. He stared at Su Mingru, disappointment and irritation flickering in his eyes. Su Mingru was taken aback by his sudden anger. She had never witnessed such a look from him before. Softly, Su Mingru asked, Xiao Yi, are you angry? That wasn't my intention. I merely believe that this is a matter concerning my mother. Your assistance suffices. But it is unacceptable for you to incur any expenses. Jiang Ye's face remained shrouded in clouds. As he remarked, Ru Jie, you always keep a meticulous account of everything, fearful of owing anyone a favor. But have you ever considered me? I assist you because I care for you and for your mother. Must you tally everything so precisely? As if we are not even friends? Su Mingru found herself at a loss for words, her heart racing with confusion. She parted her lips to explain, but realized she was at a loss for what to say. Jiang Ye glanced at her, weariness and disappointment evident in his gaze. Forget it. Think as you will. You need not concern yourself with the money. If you give it to me, I shall not accept it. With that, he turned and strode away, his silhouette appearing particularly rigid under the corridor's illumination. Su Mingru stood frozen, a pang of bitterness surging within her. Watching Jiang Ye's retreating figure, she bit her lip and ultimately decided to pursue him, softly inquiring, Xiao Yi, are you upset? Jiang Ye did not look back, nor did he halt his pace, merely responding coldly, no? Su Mingru's heart ached further. This time, Jiang Ye was genuinely angry. She trailed behind him, her voice barely a whisper. Xiao Yi, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. Jiang Ye's footsteps faltered momentarily, but he still did not turn around. His tone remained distant. Ru Jie, you are always like this, bearing everything alone, unwilling to accept help from others. Have you considered that your actions lead me to feel unnecessary in your life? We are not even akin to siblings. As Jiang Ye's words hung in the air, Su Mingru's tears finally slipped down her cheeks. She lowered her head, gripping the hem of her clothing tightly, her mind a tumult of thoughts, unsure how to respond to him. Observing her distressed demeanor, Jiang Ye's previously resolute indifference began to soften. He sighed, his tone gentler. Ru Jie, please do not be this way. I do not wish to cause you sorrow. Su Mingru raised her head, her eyes red-rimmed, her voice choked with emotion. Jiang Ye, will you forgive me? I know I can be stubborn at times, but I simply do not want you to feel that I am relying on you, that I am a burden. Jiang Ye beheld her pitiful yet remorseful expression, and the remnants of his irritation vanished without a trace. Suddenly, he smiled, a playful glint in his eye. Forgiveness is not out of the question, but there is a condition. Su Mingru blinked in surprise, gazing at him with bewilderment. What condition? Jiang Ye feigned a serious countenance. You must take me to the parking lot and treat me to an ice cream. Upon hearing this, Su Mingru couldn't help but burst into laughter. Tears still clung to her cheeks, yet a smile blossomed. Is that all you require? I thought you would ask me to lull you to sleep. Jiang Ye's eyes brightened at her words, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Is it too late to request that you lull me to sleep now? Su Mingru was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly realize that her previous words had inadvertently provided him with an opportunity. Her cheeks flushed as she pouted and deliberately turned her head away, declaring, I certainly will not lull you to sleep. Who told you to bully me last time? Jiang Ye scratched his head, feigning innocence. When did I bully you? I don't recall. Su Mingru shot him a glare, her tone laced with playful reproach. Are you still pretending? You were being a rogue last time. Upon hearing her mention of his mischief, Jiang Ye could no longer maintain his composure. A smile crept onto his lips. He raised his hands in a mock display of grievance, his voice teasing. How can this be my fault? If anyone is to blame, it's your beauty. I simply couldn't help myself. And besides, what's wrong with me taking a little advantage now and then? Good fortune should not be wasted on outsiders. Su Mingru was infuriated by his absurd reasoning, stomping her foot in frustration, her face reddening to the tips of her ears. What nonsense is this? It's clearly your lack of discretion, yet you shift the blame onto me. Seeing her face flushed with indignation only amused Jiang Ye further, and he couldn't help but chuckle. All right, it's my fault. I lack propriety. But Sister Ru, with your beauty, who wouldn't be captivated? I'm merely exercising restraint. Her annoyance dissipated considerably at his words. Yet she maintained a facade of seriousness. Spare me. Save your flattery for someone else. I am not swayed by your charm. Noticing her tone had softened, Jiang Ye seized the moment, leaning in closer with a gentle tone. Sister Ru, please don't be upset. I was merely complimenting you. If you truly are angry, I won't dare to praise you again. His coaxing elicited a slight smile from her, though she continued to feign indifference, turning her head away. Humph, smooth talking. Who would believe you? With a sense of relief upon seeing her smile, Jiang Ye lightened his tone. All right, I won't tease you any longer. I'll be back to take over the shift early tomorrow. You should get some rest tonight, and not overexert yourself. Su Mingru nodded, her tone gentler now. Okay, just be careful on the way and don't drive too fast. Jiang Ye responded with a cheerful affirmation. Rest assured, I am an experienced driver. Get some sleep. And see you tomorrow. With that, he turned and walked towards the parking lot. Su Mingru stood still, watching his figure gradually fade into the night, warmth surging within her. She let out a soft sigh, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile. This guy, truly, was impossible to resist. Muttering to herself, she turned and headed back to the ward. The next morning, Jiang Ye indeed arrived at the hospital punctually, carrying 2 breakfast bags. He pushed open the ward door and saw Su Mingru sitting by the bedside. Sister Ru, good morning. I brought you breakfast. Eat it while it's warm. Su Mingru looked up at him, a hint of surprise in her eyes. How did you arrive so early? I thought you would sleep in. Jiang Ye busied himself attending to Wang Xiulan, pouring her water and adjusting her blankets, while attentively inquiring if she felt any discomfort. The other patients in the vicinity couldn't help but exclaim, oh my, this young man is truly considerate and filial. Such attentiveness is rare. A middle-aged woman smiled and remarked to her fellow patient, indeed, just look at the tenderness in his gaze towards the daughter of the Su family. What a fortunate girl she is to have found such an admirable son-in-law. Another chimed in, their eyes brimming with envy. Su Mingru, standing nearby, felt her cheeks flush crimson, resembling a ripe apple, with a rosy hue tinting the tips of her ears. Flustered and embarrassed, she hurriedly attempted to clarify, no, it's not him. It's not. But her words were cut short by another round of compliments. Wang Xiulan, reclining in her bed, beamed with satisfaction and pride, exclaiming, yes. It is all thanks to this wonderful child, Xiao Yi. If he hadn't brought me here for treatment, I would have endured great suffering. Jiang Ye chuckled, Auntie, there is no need for thanks. Just focus on recuperating. Accompanying Wang Xiulan for her medical appointment had been immensely rewarding. Not to mention, the spiritual fulfillment derived from this experience was unparalleled. At that moment, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He retrieved it and noticed the name Zhang Ku-ping flashing on the screen. He paused for a moment before answering. Hello, Director Zhang. Jiang Ye greeted respectfully. The voice on the other end was steady and authoritative. Jiang Ye, do you have a moment? I would like to discuss something with you. Jiang Ye glanced at Wang Xiulan on the hospital bed, and then at Su Mingru, who was looking down, and softly replied, I am available. When would be convenient for you, Director Zhang? How about in an hour? I will wait for you at the entrance of your neighborhood. Zhang Keping responded before ending the call. Jiang Ye put away his phone and turned to Su Mingru and Wang Xiulan, saying, Annie Mingru, I need to step out for a bit. I will return after I finish my errands. Just as he was preparing to leave, hurried footsteps echoed from the doorway of the ward. Jiang Ye looked up to see the familiar tall figure of the imposing Tyrannosaurus enter, accompanied by a capable-looking middle-aged female nurse, around 50 years old. Jiang Ye, I've brought the person, Tyrannosaurus announced loudly, immediately capturing the attention of everyone in the ward. This is our hospital's finest nurse, Sister Wang. It's a challenge to even book her normally. I insisted on helping you secure her. And she rushed over from the neighboring ward. The nurse approached with a warm smile and slightly bowed to Wang Xiaolan, saying, "Hello, Auntie. My surname is Wang, and I'm here to take care of you. Please don't hesitate to let me know if you need anything." Wang Xiaolan felt a bit uncomfortable upon hearing this, quickly waving her hands. "Oh no, you're going to so much trouble for me. My minor ailment doesn't require such attention." Despite her words, the joy on her face was unmistakable. After Jiang Ye departed, the ward fell silent for a few seconds before it erupted into chatter once more. The elderly woman in the adjacent bed was the first to break the silence, leaning over to gaze at Wang Xiaolan and Su Mingru, her eyes filled with envy. "Your son-in-law is quite impressive, isn't? Even the district director is well acquainted with him. Look, he even specially invited the best nurse. Such treatment is beyond what ordinary people could ever dream of." Another individual echoed, "Indeed, indeed. Just now, I overheard that nurse mentioning how they usually can't manage to keep up, and yet this time, they rushed over early just for you. Such dedication." Wang Xiaolan initially felt a tinge of embarrassment, but upon hearing these words, her heart inexplicably blossomed with joy. She glanced at Su Mingru, deliberately adopting an air of indifference. Yet her eyes betrayed her undeniable pride. "Ah, the youth are always bustling about. My minor ailment hardly warrants such fuss. But this child, she simply worries too much." Standing nearby, Su Mingru's face flushed slightly, her heart brimming with gratitude. Observing the nurse, who diligently arranged her mother's bedding and inquired about dietary preferences, her appreciation for Jiang Ye deepened. The nurse seemed to sense Su Mingru's thoughts and, smiling, reassured her, "Miss Su, rest assured, I will take excellent care of your mother. Mr. Jiang specifically instructed me to ensure that we do not disappoint his intentions." As Jiang Ye drove into the villa district, he spotted Zhang Keping standing at the entrance of his villa, absorbed in his phone. He parked by the roadside and swiftly approached. "Director Zhang, thank you for waiting." Jiang Ye greeted with a smile. Zhang Keping looked up, his face brightening with a smile. "No problem, I just arrived not long ago." He glanced at the villa before him and couldn't help but exclaim, "Jiang Ye, to own a villa at such a young age, you are truly accomplished." Jiang Ye chuckled modestly. "Oh, it is merely good fortune, I assure you. Please, come in." Upon entering the villa, Jiang Ye prepared a cup of tea for Zhang Keping. After sitting down, Zhang Keping produced a thick envelope from his bag, placing it on the coffee table with a serious tone. "Jiang Ye, this is from Secretary Gao for you. It contains 20,000 yuan. He has been grateful for your saving of Xiao Jin's life and has kept it in mind. He intended to thank you personally, but he has been exceptionally busy lately and asked me to deliver it instead. He mentioned he would make time to see you soon." Jiang Ye's brows furrowed slightly as he regarded the envelope, shaking his head. "Director Zhang, I cannot accept this money. Saving a life is a duty. I would never seek anything in return." Zhang Keping hastily waved his hand. "Jiang Ye, please do not decline." Secretary Gao expressed that this is his sincere appreciation. "If you refuse, I will have trouble explaining it upon my return. Moreover, you saved Xiao Jin. This gratitude cannot be measured in monetary terms." Jiang Ye gently pushed the envelope back towards Zhang Keping, his tone calm, yet resolute. "Director Zhang, I truly cannot accept this money. My actions were driven by genuine intent, not for the sake of reward. I appreciate Secretary Gao's sentiments, but please take this money back." Zhang Keping was taken aback, clearly not anticipating Jiang Ye's firm refusal. He frowned slightly, attempting to persuade further. "Jiang Ye, do not be so stubborn. Secretary Gao specifically instructed this. If you do not accept, it will be difficult for me to explain when I return. Besides, it's not a large sum. It is merely a token of appreciation. Why must you be so rigid?" Jiang Ye smiled faintly, his gaze steady. "Director Zhang, I understand Secretary Gao's good intentions, but this money truly does not suit me. I do not save lives for monetary gain, but rather because it is the right thing to do. Accepting such remuneration would leave me feeling uneasy. Would you not agree?" Zhang Keping found himself momentarily at a loss for words in response to Jiang Ye's statement. Gazing upon Jiang Ye's youthful yet composed visage, he could not help but feel a newfound respect for this young man. It is indeed rare to encounter someone so principled and with such a broad perspective at such a tender age. He sighed and offered a wry smile, saying, "Jiang Ye, you are truly remarkable. I have encountered many individuals, yet few possess the principles and vision you exhibit. If Secretary Gao were to know of your steadfastness, he would surely admire you even more." Jiang Ye chuckled modestly, replying, "Director Zhang, you flatter me. I simply believe that in life and work, one ought to be true to their conscience. Money, in my view, is only valuable in moderation. Excess becomes a burden." Zhang Keping nodded, placing the envelope back into his bag, his tone tinged with reflection. "Very well, I shall not press you further. However, Jiang Ye, you have certainly impressed me. If the opportunity arises, I shall be sure to commend you in front of Secretary Gao. Jiang Ye waved his hand, smiling. Director Zhang, you are too kind. I have merely fulfilled my responsibilities. There is little to boast about. As Zhang Keping seemed to recall something, he spoke earnestly. Jiang Ye, I comprehend your stance on financial matters. However, should you require assistance in other areas, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Having spent many years in Handong District, I possess certain connections and resources that may be beneficial. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye's mind was suddenly flooded with memories of Zhou Qinglong from his past life, a notorious figure involved in usury, drug trafficking, and illegal possession of firearms. It was he who instigated the largest police conflict in Hangzhou's history, ultimately sparking a wave of anti-crime efforts. Jiang Ye felt a surge of inspiration, recognizing this as an opportune moment. If he could leverage Zhang Kuping's influence to expose Zhou Qinglong's crimes in advance, it might expedite the anti-crime campaign. Consequently, the plan for the luxurious club acquisition could progress seamlessly. With this in mind, Jiang Ye feigned a contemplative expression and, with a hint of hesitation, said, Director Zhang, I actually have a concern that has been weighing on my mind, and I am uncertain whether it is appropriate to share. Noticing Jiang Ye's serious demeanor, Zhang Keping immediately adopted a more earnest tone, stating, Jiang Ye, there is no need for such formality between us. Please, share what is on your mind. I will certainly do what I can to assist. Jiang Ye nodded and lowered his voice. Director Zhang, have you heard of a person named Zhou Qinglong? Zhou Qinglong. Zhang Keping's brow furrowed, his voice heavy with gravity. I am aware of him. He is a malignant presence in Handong District, involved in usury, violent debt collection. And I have even heard whispers of drug trafficking and illegal firearms possession. The district has long kept an eye on him and has investigated him several times. But he is exceedingly cunning, managing to obliterate evidence each time, leaving us with no means to apprehend him. He is a source of considerable frustration. Feigning concern, Jiang Ye remarked, Director Zhang, I have recently caught wind of some information suggesting that Zhou Qinglong's sphere of influence appears to be expanding. He not only operates within Handong District, but has also extended his reach into several other areas. Moreover, his business is expanding rapidly, likely entangled with even more formidable forces behind the scenes. If not addressed promptly, it could lead to dire consequences. Zhang Kuping's expression grew increasingly grave as he nodded in agreement, acknowledging, you are right. Individuals like Zhou Qinglong can no longer be allowed to operate unchecked. However, without concrete evidence, we cannot act rashly. Jiang Ye smiled faintly, his tone laced with subtle significance. Director Zhang, to take down Zhou Qinglong, we merely need to locate his lair. Zhang Kuping's eyes brightened as he inquired, oh, do you possess specific information? Feigning mystery, Jiang Ye leaned closer to Zhang Kuping and lowered his voice. Director Zhang, the establishment I previously mentioned is merely a fraction of Zhou Qinglong's operations. I have a friend who is well connected in the underworld, and he recently divulged a more critical piece of information. Zhou Qinglong's true hideout is concealed within a factory on the outskirts. Ostensibly, it appears to be a quarry, nothing remarkable at first glance, but the office within holds secrets. It is said to serve as a storage for contraband and firearms, as well as a base for conducting significant business. Upon hearing this, a flicker of caution crossed Zhang Kuping's eyes as he whispered, is the information reliable? If true, this could be a substantial catch. Jiang Ye nodded affirmatively, his tone resolute. Though my friend operates in the shadows, he never speaks without certainty. He also mentioned that Zhou Qinglong visits the quarry weekly, likely to inventory his ill-gotten gains or manage some clandestine transactions. If we seize this opportunity, we might be able to apprehend him in one decisive strike. Zhang Keping pondered for a moment before declaring, very well. This lead is of utmost importance. If what you say is accurate, and the quarry is indeed Zhou Qinglong's stronghold, we have the chance to ensnare him entirely. However, this operation must be executed with the utmost caution to avoid alarming him. Jiang Ye nodded in agreement. Director Zhang is correct. Zhou Qinglong is exceedingly cunning. Any hint of disturbance could prompt him to destroy evidence or flee. Zhang Kuping expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Jiang Ye. I will arrange for several plainclothes officers to survey the area around the quarry while instructing the technical department to scrutinize the quarry's communication records and related information. Once we have amassed sufficient evidence, we will act immediately. Jiang Ye smiled subtly. Director Zhang, if this operation proceeds successfully, not only will we eliminate the malignant presence of Zhou Qinglong, but we will also eradicate a significant threat within the district. This would be a monumental achievement. Zhang Keping regarded Jiang Ye with a meaningful glance, his tone tinged with a hint of inquiry. Jiang Ye, You have provided such invaluable leads and assisted the district immensely. Do you have any ulterior motives? Yet, Jiang Ye had already calculated everything in his mind. Once Zhou Qinglong was toppled, he could leverage this opportunity to acquire that luxurious establishment at no cost. However, he could not openly articulate this in front of Zhang Keping. Jiang Ye waved his hand and coughed lightly, feigning nonchalance. Director Zhang, you worry too much. As a member of Handong District, it is my honor to contribute. Moreover, individuals like Zhou Qinglong, who are notorious for their malevolent deeds, pose a threat to us all. I only overheard this piece of gossip while dining and am not fully aware of the actual circumstances. Zhang Keping chuckled heartily, patting Jiang Ye on the shoulder. Well, regardless of the outcome, I must express my gratitude to you. Truly, you are a talented youth from our Handong district. Rest assured, once this matter is resolved, I shall remember your contribution. A week swiftly passed, and the atmosphere at the Handong quarry was palpably tense. As night fell, Zhou Qinglong arrived stealthily at the quarry with a few trusted confidants. This evening, he intended to conduct a transaction involving a substantial shipment of narcotics, an operation that demanded absolute precision. However, just as Zhou Qinglong entered his office and had yet to take a seat, a piercing siren echoed from a distance. Suddenly, the quarry's gates were forcefully breached, and a throng of special police surged into the courtyard, accompanied by the thunderous shouts of "Freeze! Police!" Zhou Qinglong's expression shifted dramatically, and he leaped from his chair, a flicker of panic in his eyes. What is happening? Why are the police here? Who leaked the information? His subordinates were equally flustered, stammering, "Boss, we have no idea. What should we do now?" Gritting his teeth, Zhou Qinglong quickly regained his composure, barking, "What are you panicking for? Burn the loan shark documents immediately, and flush all the drugs down the drain. Hurry!" His subordinates sprang into action. Some retrieved thick stacks of documents from the drawers and swiftly fed them into a shredder, while others seized several packets of white powder and dashed towards a hidden drain in the corner of the office, pouring the narcotics down. As Zhou Qinglong directed his men in disposing of the evidence, he swiftly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, old Chun. It's me, Zhou Qinglong. The police have arrived at my quarry. You need to arrange something to keep this situation under wraps." However, silence ensued on the other end, followed by a cold, unfamiliar voice stating, "Zhou Qinglong, there's no escape for you. Surrender now." A heavy dread settled in Zhou Qinglong's heart as he realized his phone was being monitored. He abruptly ended the call, a fierce determination flashing in his eyes. Damn it, they intend to eliminate me. As he witnessed the special police storming into his office, he recognized that escape was impossible. A glint of desperation crossed his gaze. Suddenly, he extracted a lighter from his pocket, ignited it, and kicked over an oil barrel in the corner. Gasoline gushed forth, and flames rapidly engulfed the room in a roaring inferno. "Boss, hurry!" One of his subordinates shielded him as they rushed toward the exit. Thick smoke billowed within the factory, flames reaching skyward, momentarily hindering the special police's advance. Taking advantage of the chaos, Zhou Qinglong dashed out of the factory, sprinting towards a concealed path leading to the rear mountain of the quarry. There lay a small boat he had prepared as his last means of escape. Yet, the special police were well prepared. They split into two teams, one to guard the main courtyard, while the other pursued Zhou Qinglong. In the darkness of the rear mountain, gunfire erupted. "Halt! Don't move." The voice of the special police reverberated through the loudspeakers, followed closely by a barrage of gunfire. In the ensuing chaos, Zhou Qinglong's two subordinates retaliated. Yet their weapons proved inadequate against the overwhelming firepower of the special police, and both were swiftly struck down, lifeless on the spot. With unwavering resolve, Zhou Qinglong charged ahead, his heart racing and cold sweat soaking his back. At last, he spotted a small boat and leaped aboard, hurriedly untangling the ropes. As the vessel drifted downstream with the current, a faint smile of survival flickered across his face. However, just as the boat had ventured a short distance, tumultuous waves suddenly erupted upon the surface of the river. Before Zhou Qinglong could react, a surge overturned the small boat, and he plunged into the frigid waters. "Help!" Zhou Qinglong, unable to swim, thrashed desperately, but the icy river swiftly sapped his strength. He grasped for something, yet all around him was an endless abyss of darkness and surging waters. On the riverbank, the special police noticed the capsized boat and promptly alerted the water rescue team. However, by the time they arrived, it was already too late. Zhou Qinglong's lifeless body was ultimately discovered on a sandbank downstream, his face pale and eyes wide open, as if still haunted by the terror and despair of his final moments. Suspect Zhou Qinglong, confirmed deceased. After the special police captain verified the situation, he grabbed the radio to report back to headquarters. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye, through the assistance of the Tyrannosaurus, had learned of last night's events. A subtle smile graced his lips as he reflected on the demise of a major drug lord. Furthermore, his plan for a zero-cost club venture had finally come to fruition. With Zhou Qinglong's case resolved, the renovation of the club was nearing completion. As Jiang Ye busied himself within the establishment, he suddenly received a phone call. On the other end was the head of the admissions office at Hucking University. His tone was warm and sincere. "Hello, Jiang Ye. I am the director of the admissions office at Hucking University. We have noted your exceptional abilities and achievements and would like to extend an invitation for you to enroll at our institution. With your choice of major and full tuition waiver, we hope you will give it serious consideration." Jiang Ye, displaying little astonishment, merely smiled gently and replied, "Thank you for your kind offer. I will consider it carefully." Shortly after hanging up, his phone rang again. This time, it was the admissions office of Dabe University. Presenting an equally enticing proposition, "Jiang Ye, we at Dabe University are eager for you to join our family. Regardless of the major you choose, we offer a full scholarship along with additional living stipends. Furthermore, we can provide you with access to the finest mentorship resources." Amidst the fierce competition between the two prestigious institutions, Jiang Ye maintained his composure. He responded slowly, "I appreciate Dabe University's generosity, and I will contemplate this thoroughly." Jiang Ye was not particularly inclined to attend either of these elite universities, as his business endeavors were primarily rooted in Hangzhou, making relocation somewhat inconvenient. Just as the rivalry for his enrollment intensified between Hucking University and Dabe University, Hangzhou University could no longer remain passive. Although Hangzhou University may not possess the illustrious reputation of prestigious institutions such as Hucking and Dabe, it stands as a premier educational establishment within the region, particularly renowned for its economic management program, which wields considerable influence within the province. Upon returning to his villa from a club, Jiang Ye was suddenly startled by a knock at the door. He looked up to see a middle-aged man standing at the entrance, slightly plump, wearing glasses, and adorned with a warm smile. "Hello, you must be Jiang Ye," he said. "I am Hu Xiaobo, an admissions officer from Hangzhou University." With a friendly demeanor, Hu Xiaobo stepped inside and extended his hand. Jiang Ye, slightly taken aback, quickly rose to his feet and shook the man's hand. "Hello, Teacher Hu. Please, have a seat." Once seated, Hu Xiaobo wasted no time and stated directly, "Xiao Jiang, I am here today to invite you to apply to Hangzhou University. I understand both Hucking and Dabe have extended offers to you. While our university may not match their prestige, we certainly have our own advantages. For instance, we place a strong emphasis on the integration of theory and practice, particularly within our department, where students can directly engage in project management with leading enterprises." As Hu Xiaobo spoke, he discreetly observed Jiang Ye's expression. Deep down, he did not harbor high hopes. Considering Jiang Ye was the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination, what interest could such a promising young individual have in Hangzhou University? To his surprise, however, Jiang Ye smiled faintly after Hu Xiaobo finished speaking and replied in a calm tone, "Teacher Hu, you are too modest. Hangzhou University is indeed commendable, and I have given it some thought. However, attending Hangzhou University is not out of the question. It ultimately depends on what the school can offer." Hu Xiaobo was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process Jiang Ye's response. He had anticipated a polite refusal, but the fact that Jiang Ye had brought up conditions indicated a glimmer of interest in Hangzhou University. Quickly regaining his composure, Hu Xiaobo responded with enthusiasm, "Excellent. Xiao Jiang, please feel free to articulate any requests. As long as Hangzhou University can accommodate them, we will do our utmost to meet your needs." Jiang Ye smiled. Given that his entire career landscape was situated in Hangzhou, attending university there would undeniably be more convenient. Nonetheless, he proceeded to outline the terms presented by Hucking and Dabe. "Teacher Hu, top-tier institutions operate this way. If Hangzhou University wishes for me to enroll, it must demonstrate some genuine commitment," Jiang Ye stated matter-of-factly. Listening to Jiang Ye's composed tone, Hu Xiaobo couldn't help but admire the young man's negotiation skills. Jiang Ye's value extended beyond his status as the top scorer. His influence was significant. Retaining him would not only enhance the university's reputation, but also open up limitless possibilities for future research and industry collaboration. Maintaining a smile on his face, Hu Xiaobo quickly began to devise a strategy. After a brief pause, he said, "How about this, Xiao Jiang? We shall waive your tuition fees, of course, but we can also provide you with an independent research laboratory. Regarding scholarships, I can petition the administration to grant you a special scholarship of no less than 100,000 each year. With these offerings, I trust you will have no doubts about Hangzhou University's sincerity." After listening, Jiang Ye's eyes flickered with a hint of satisfaction as he remarked, "Teacher whose proposal is indeed enticing. However, I have a modest request. I hope the school will allow me the freedom to manage my learning pace and expedite the completion of my courses. Additionally, I would like to be exempt from military training and not be required to stay in the dormitory. Would these conditions be acceptable?" Hu Xiaobo was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, saying, "You, my dear child, are truly strategic in your approach. Nevertheless, given your capabilities, I believe the school leadership will certainly acquiesce to your request. After all, we wish for a talent like you to realize your potential as swiftly as possible." Having settled his university admission matters, Jiang Ye let out a sigh of relief just as his phone rang. The caller ID displayed Song Xiaohe. Jiang Ye answered the call, and Song Xiaohe's excited voice immediately resonated through the receiver. "Jiang Ye, my friend, we're having a celebration at home. You must come. I've been accepted into Hangzhou University of Science and Technology." Jiang Ye chuckled, "Congratulations. I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, as Jiang Ye was preparing to leave, he suddenly recalled Lu Mi. During this time, Lu Mi had been exceedingly busy with matters concerning Plot 66, likely harboring a great deal of frustration, eager to confront him about it. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ye swiftly dialed Lu Mi's number. The phone rang several times before it was answered, and Lu Mi's cool voice came through. "President Jiang? You, who are always so busy, finally have time to call me?" Jiang Ye replied cheerfully, "Director Lu, what are you saying? I know you've been preoccupied with Plot 66, and I thought I'd invite you to dinner. How about 10 dishes and a soup?" Upon hearing this, Lu Mi's tone softened slightly. "Oh, has the sun risen from the west today? The iron rooster is finally willing to part with its feathers? You, Jiang Ye, are actually inviting me to dinner?" Jiang Ye chuckled, his tone sincere. "Sister Me, you're being too formal. Given our familiarity, how could I forget about you? I'll come pick you up right away." Jiang Ye drove to Hejin Real Estate, navigating the familiar route to the second floor, arriving at Lu Mi's office. Pushing the door open, he found Lu Mi seated at her desk, engrossed in her computer screen, which displayed a beautifully designed advertisement for a real estate project. Hearing the commotion, Lu Mi looked up and, upon seeing Jiang Ye, shot him a glance. "Oh, isn't this the Iron Rooster, young Master Jiang? You actually kept your word and came to pick me up." Jiang Ye smiled, approaching her desk and glancing at the computer screen. "Wow, this advertisement is quite impressive. What price are you planning to set?" Lu Mi casually placed her hands on the keyboard, replying, "How much could it be? The neighboring community is selling for just over 20,000. Although our location is slightly better, it should be around 25,000. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing his lips. 25,000? Director Lu, you genuinely seem unaware of the market trends." Lu Mi frowned, looking at him. "Did you come today just to stir up trouble?" Jiang Ye shook his head, his smile unwavering. "Director Lu, our Plot 66 is far from merely slightly better. Its advantageous location, convenient transportation, and proximity to commercial areas and schools, along with the upcoming extension of Metro Line 2 right next to it, make it exceptionally valuable. When the official opening takes place, the price will certainly not begin with a 2. Lu Mi, however, did not hold back. "Then do tell me, what price do you have in mind?" Jiang Ye, undeterred, held up 2 fingers, starting at 60,000. Lu Mi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Have you lost your mind? 60,000? Are you intending to sell the house at an exorbitant price?" Observing Lu Mi's reaction, Jiang Ye couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The planning for the Handong New District is about to be unveiled, and the location of Parcel 66 is poised to become the golden area for future development. By then, a price increase of several times would be entirely plausible. Thus, Jiang Ye feigned an air of mystery, leisurely stating, "Lu Mi, why don't we make a bet?" Lu Mi raised an eyebrow. "What shall we wager?" Jiang Ye's lips curled into a smile. "Let us bet on whether the price of this property can reach 60,000 at its launch." Lu Mi nearly burst into laughter. "Jiang Ye, don't be absurd. The highest priced properties in Hangzhou are barely over 20,000. Your 60,000 is nothing short of a fantasy." Jiang Ye remained unperturbed, casually leaning against Lu Mi's desk. "But what if it actually reaches 60,000? Lu Mi scoffed, crossing her arms. "And what do you propose?" Jiang Ye grinned. "If I win, you let me touch your legs." At his words, Lu Mi's cheeks flushed slightly. Though they had shared intimate moments before, she was ticklish and never allowed Jiang Ye to touch her lovely legs. "What are you thinking, you rascal?" Lu Mi huffed, feigning indifference. "Who was it that tried to touch my legs last time and ended up kicked off the sofa?" Jiang Ye, grinning with pride, replied, "That was because you ambushed me. I was unprepared. Besides, This is a legitimate bet. You can't back out if you lose. Lumi shot him a glare. But her competitive spirit was ignited. She truly did not believe that Parcel 66 could sell for such a high price, as the market spoke for itself. Raising an eyebrow, she provocatively challenged, "All right, let us make this bet. If you win, I'll let you touch my legs. But if you lose, you must treat me to a Michelin 3-star meal. No, make that half a month's worth." Jiang Ye readily nodded. "No problem. Rest assured, I always keep my word. But don't try to weasel out when the time comes." Lumi shot him a glare. "When have I ever been untrustworthy? Just make sure you don't find an excuse to slip away." Jiang Ye beamed even brighter. "It's settled then. You cannot back out. I've been longing to touch those legs of yours." Lumi felt her ears flush at his bluntness. Just as she was about to retort, Jiang Ye leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "By the way, are your legs really that ticklish? Since you're bound to lose the bet, how about I practice my technique in advance? Get out of here." Lumi feigned anger, pushing him away, though her smile betrayed her amusement. Seeing Lumi's stubborn facade, Jiang Ye couldn't help but feel delighted. Seizing the moment while she was distracted, he leaned in closer, resting his arm on the edge of her desk. "There is still some time before I take you out to eat. Sitting here doing nothing is rather dull. How about I take you to the lounge for a bit?" Lumi's face instantly flushed, and she playfully pushed against his chest, exclaiming, "You rascal! Are you making your move too quickly? Inviting me to dinner, I see you." Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Ye lowered his head and sealed her lips with a kiss. What began as a gentle peck soon transformed into a passionate embrace. Lumi intended to scold him, yet found herself devoid of such thoughts, surrendering to the moment with closed eyes. An hour later, her cheeks still tinged with a rosy hue, Lumi leaned against Jiang Ye's embrace, pouting in a mock huff. "This is hardly an invitation to dinner. It feels more like you came here for a meal." Jiang Ye, holding her close, wore a smug smile. "Oh, you caught me. Whoever marries you will surely be fortunate. They'll save on baby formula." With a final glare, Lumi reluctantly stood up to tidy her clothes, a smile creeping onto her lips despite her annoyance. As they departed from Hejin Real Estate, Jiang Ye drove, humming a cheerful tune with an air of ease. Lumi, seated in the passenger seat, repeatedly glanced at her phone's map, frowning at him. "Jiang Ye, where are we headed? This route seems to stray further away. Wasn't the grand feast in the city?" Jiang Ye cast a sidelong glance at her, maintaining an air of mystery. "Lumi, a grand feast doesn't necessarily have to be in the city. I'm taking you to a unique place." Not heading to the city, Lumi peered out at the increasingly verdant mountainous scenery, feeling a sense of foreboding. She set her phone down and immediately interrogated him. "Jiang Ye, where exactly are we going? Be honest." Jiang Ye laughed heartily, removing one hand from the steering wheel to rest on her shoulder, teasingly responding, "Relax. I can't sell you. Besides, my car doesn't have the power to haul you far away." Lumi maintained a stern expression, retorting, "Don't jest with me. I'm being serious. If you're deceiving me, I'll make you pay." Jiang Ye replied with a grin, "I'm not lying. A feast of 10 dishes and a soup, guaranteed to leave you utterly delighted." Feeling somewhat reassured, Lumi adjusted her seatbelt and impatiently gazed out the window. The scenery on either side of the car grew increasingly tranquil as they traveled the countryside for 20 minutes before arriving at their destination. The vehicle came to a gentle halt outside Song Shaohui's home. Through the car window, Lumi was astonished by the lively scene before her. The courtyard was filled with tables and chairs occupied by guests, 10 to a table, comprising elderly, adults, and children, all gathered around the dining tables. A plethora of dishes, both cold and hot, adorned the tables, creating a vibrant and bountiful spread. The laughter and clinking of glasses among the villagers filled the air with a joyous cacophony. "Jiang Ye, is this truly your idea of 10 dishes and a soup?" Lumi's eyes widened as she surveyed the bustling scene, feeling thoroughly duped by Jiang Ye. Turning to him, her cheeks puffed in indignation, she suddenly reached out and pinched his arm hard. "Jiang Ye, is this what you meant by 10 dishes and a soup?" Jiang Ye gasped dramatically, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. "Oh, Lumi, you're quite fierce. Isn't this exactly what I said? A feast of 10 dishes and a soup?" As you gaze upon the grand platter gracing the table, a quintessential farmhouse feast is laid out, imbued with sincerity and the warmth of rural hospitality. Lumi turned her head, fiercely pinching Jiang Ye's arm and biting her lip in frustration. "Jiang Ye, is it amusing to deceive me? You clearly promised a sumptuous meal, yet here we are at this countryside gathering. You truly excel at this." Jiang Ye blinked innocently, feigning naivete. "Sister me, is this not considered a grand feast? Just look at the lively atmosphere. Besides, you've often expressed a desire to experience rural life, haven't you?" Before Lumi could retort, She became acutely aware of the surrounding gazes converging upon them. The luxurious car parked at the entrance of the courtyard, coupled with Lu Mi's elegant urban attire, instantly captivated the attention of all present. The villagers paused their meals, curiously scrutinizing the newcomers. At that moment, Song Xiaohe emerged from the crowd, beaming as he approached with exuberance. "Ah, foster father, you've finally arrived. Having the top scholar of the college entrance examination dining at my home is truly a pride for our village." His words sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd. Is this indeed the Jiang Ye who has been accepted into Tsinghua University? Remarkable. I hear he is now an executive at a major company. What an impressive achievement. And look at him, accompanied by such a beautiful girlfriend. He is indeed a winner in life. Feeling somewhat uneasy under the scrutiny, Lu Mi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she murmured to Jiang Ye, "Jiang Ye, your performance here is quite the spectacle. Just wait until I return home. I will have words with you." Jiang Ye, unfazed, chuckled as he opened the car door, leading Lu Mi out while greeting the villagers with a wave. "Hello, fellow villagers. Hope you all are enjoying your meal." Though Lu Mi still harbored some dissatisfaction, she couldn't help but admire Jiang Ye's natural charisma as he interacted with the crowd. She muttered softly, "Jiang Ye, you certainly draw attention wherever you go." He turned his head slightly, winking at her with a playful grin. "Don't underestimate today's meal. I assure you it will be to your satisfaction." After chatting with Song Xiaohe for a while, Jiang Ye cheerfully retrieved a red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Song Xiaohe, feigning mystery. "Xiaohe, this is a congratulatory gift for your academic advancement. Wishing you a bright future." Song Xiaohe accepted the envelope, his face brimming with anticipation. "Ah, foster father, you're too generous. To bring a gift when dining at my home? How could I possibly accept?" As he spoke, he eagerly tore open the envelope, only to be stunned by the contents. 1 10 yuan note, 1 1 yuan note, 1 10-cent coin, and 1 1-cent coin, totaling 1,111 yuan. "Jiang Ye, what does this mean?" Song Xiaohe glared at Jiang Ye, his frustration palpable. "Are you deliberately cursing me to remain single?" Jiang Ye shrugged innocently, spreading his hands. "Xiaohe, the number holds significance. 1111 symbolizes a smooth and prosperous journey ahead." "Prosperous, my foot." Song Xiaohe fumed, stamping his feet and shaking his fist, ready to confront Jiang Ye. "You better not run. Today, I will teach you a lesson." Seeing this, Jiang Ye quickly retreated a few steps, laughing while evading his friend's advances. Lu Mi observed the playful banter between the two, her brows arching into crescent moons. After a brief tussle, Jiang Ye, with a flourish, opened the trunk, revealing a pristine laptop and the latest smartphone. He waved them at Song Xiaohui, exclaiming, "Behold, this is the genuine gift for your advancement. I had originally intended for this to be yours, but it seems I've had a change of heart." Upon hearing Jiang Ye's words, Song Xiaohui's expression shifted from joy to alarm, his smile freezing in place. He rushed forward, grasping Jiang Ye's arm with an eager countenance, pleading, Brother Ye, I was wrong. I shouldn't have chased after you. Please, don't hold it against me." Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, feigning seriousness as he concealed the laptop and phone behind his back. "Oh, now you realize your mistake? Wasn't it just moments ago that you were quite fierce, swinging your fists with such vigor that you nearly knocked me over?" Song Xiaohui, in a flurry of desperation, stamped his feet, his face adorned with a hopeful grin. "Brother Jiang, that was merely a moment of impulse. You are like a brother to me. No, you are my adoptive father. I was wrong, truly wrong. Just grant me the gift, and I promise never to lay a hand on you again." Suppressing a chuckle, Jiang Ye maintained his stern facade. "Adoptive father? Your change of heart is rather swift. However, gifts depend on your performance." With a glimmer of hope, Song Xiaohui stood tall, thumping his chest in assurance. "Adoptive father, rest assured, I shall study diligently and strive to excel. I will bring you no shame. If you direct me east, I shall not wander west. If you bid me catch a chicken, I shall not chase a dog." Unable to contain his laughter any longer, Jiang Ye ruffled Song Xiaohui's hair and said, "Well, you certainly know how to charm. Given your earnestness, I shall grant you the gift." As he spoke, he handed over the laptop and smartphone. Song Xiaohui received the presents, his smile widening into a grin that revealed his two prominent teeth, and he bowed repeatedly. "Thank you, adoptive father. Thank you. You are truly like my own brother. No, my own father." Lu Mi, watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth as she remarked, "Jiang Ye, you wear the mantle of adoptive father quite impressively." Cradling his gifts, Song Xiaohui beamed like a child and turned to Lu Mi, saying, "Sister-in-law, you must speak well of me." Upon hearing him call her sister-in-law, Lu Mi felt warmth rise to her cheeks, her ears flushing red. She lowered her gaze, flustered as she waved her hands, What are you talking about? Who is your sister-in-law? Yet, Song Xiaohui's grin only grew wider as he teased. Oh, does it need saying? Our director Jiang treats you with such care. It's practically VIP treatment. Besides, you two share an undeniable chemistry, a perfect match. Jiang Ye, overhearing this playful exchange, couldn't help but laugh, teasingly replying, shall we? Your tongue is particularly sweet today. No wonder I treat you so well. You certainly know how to speak. Lumi, feeling increasingly flustered as the banter continued, gently nudged Jiang Ye's shoulder. You two are quite enough. If you keep this up, I might just leave. At that moment, Song Xiaohui's father, Song Likuan, approached with purposeful strides. Dressed in simple work attire, he wore a hearty smile, his eyes brimming with gratitude. As he approached, he gently patted Jiang Ye on the shoulder and exclaimed with a resonant voice, Jiang Ye, my dear nephew, I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. If it weren't for your tutoring of Xiaohe, how could he have possibly been admitted to a second-tier university? This child had previously exhibited exceedingly poor academic performance, and I was nearly ready to give up on him. Jiang Ye quickly waved his hand, smiling modestly as he replied, Uncle Song, you are far too kind. In truth, Xiaohe is quite remarkable on his own. He possesses potential but simply lacked the right study methods before. I merely provided a slight nudge. The results stem from his own diligence. Upon hearing Jiang Ye's words, Song Xiaohe felt a warmth in his heart, and an involuntary smile crept onto his lips. Thinking how considerate this brother was, speaking up for him at a crucial moment, he quickly interjected, Dad, Jiang Ye is absolutely right. I am no longer the academic underachiever. I've become quite impressive now, and I intend to continue striving forward. Jiang Ye, with playful intent, paused for a moment before stating, Indeed, Uncle Song. Xiaohe has become quite formidable. Oh, in what way has he become formidable? Song Likuan's gaze shifted to Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye replied, Last time, he helped me fend off some ruffians, and when he gets serious, he can even take on his father. Upon hearing this, Song Likuan's smile instantly froze, his brow furrowing as a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. What? He dares to strike even me? Using a belt, no less. As he spoke, he removed a belt from his waistband, gripping it tightly. Damn it, Jiang Ye, you scoundrel! Song Xiaohe exclaimed as he fled, wailing in distress. Laughter erupted in the courtyard, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Half an hour later, the banquet commenced. Each table was laden with a sumptuous array of dishes, their aromas tantalizing, igniting appetites at first glance. The braised pork glistened invitingly, the steamed fish was fresh and succulent, accompanied by platters of home-style stir-fried dishes, all bursting with color and flavor. Lu Mi, already famished, was practically starving, yet she still picked at her food with delicate bites, savoring each morsel with great decorum. Observing this, Jiang Ye could not help but chuckle. Lu Mi, why are you being so genteel? This isn't a high-end restaurant. Just dig in. Otherwise, the dishes will be snatched away. Lu Mi blushed slightly at his words, but with the tantalizing dishes before her and the mouth-watering scents wafting through the air, she finally succumbed to her hunger. She picked up a piece of braised pork, took a bite, and her eyes lit up. Wow, this meat is truly delicious. She then grabbed a piece of steamed fish. The two of them grew increasingly enthusiastic, their chopsticks dancing across the table, alternating between the braised pork, steamed fish, and home-style stir-fried dishes, their mouths glistening with oil. Too engrossed in their meal to even converse. A bit of sauce smeared across Lu Mi's face, and Jiang Ye pointed at her cheek, laughing, Look at you, Lu Zong. Eating like a child. Lu Mi, wiping her mouth, responded with a smile, It's not my fault. The dishes are just too delectable. I never imagined that this village banquet would be so extraordinary, even surpassing the cuisine of those grand restaurants. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow teasingly. Oh, who was it that initially hesitated to come, claiming that there was nothing worthwhile to eat at a village banquet, and now? It seems you are enjoying it more than anyone. Lu Mi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson at his remark. She let out a soft hum and said, Oh, please don't tease me. Is it not enough that I admit my mistake? This banquet truly is magnificent. If such an opportunity arises again, I shall be the first to sign up. Jiang Ye burst into hearty laughter, raising his drink. Then let us toast to our classmate Lu Mi's newfound awareness. Welcome to the Rural Gourmet Fan Club. After the meal, noticing that the villagers had mostly dispersed, Jiang Ye patted his belly, winked, and with an air of mystery said to Lu Mi and Song Xiaohe, Come, I shall take you to a splendid place. What splendid place? Song Xiaohe asked, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Have you heard of the Golden Glory Club? Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride in his tone. Golden Glory? Lu Mi frowned slightly, the name sounding vaguely familiar. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaohe immediately brightened up. Sure, Since we have nothing better to do, let us go check it out. Although Lu Mi was a bit hesitant, the excitement radiating from Jiang Ye and Song Xiaohe made her reluctant to dampen the mood. So she nodded. All right, let us go see. The trio drove to the Golden Glory Club, and as soon as they entered, Lu Mi and Song Xiaohe were taken aback by the scene before them. The lobby of the club was spacious and bright, with crystal chandeliers casting a soft glow. The polished floor reflecting their images, and the decorative paintings on the walls exuding an air of elegance. Everywhere was imbued with a sense of sophistication and grandeur. Song Xiaohe looked around wide-eyed, her gaze darting everywhere, just as she and Lu Mi were still taking in their surroundings. A young man in a black suit walked briskly towards them. It was Yang Bo. With a smile, Yang Bo approached Jiang Ye and respectfully said, Jiang Ye, the renovations of the club have been completed, and the equipment and staff are all ready. We can commence the trial operation at any time. Jiang Ye nodded, his tone steady. Thank you for your hard work, Yang Bo. Please double-check the details to ensure everything is flawless. Yang Bo acknowledged him and turned back to his tasks. Hearing this exchange, Song Xiaohe and Lu Mi were immediately stunned. Song Xiaohe's eyes widened as she pointed at Jiang Ye, stammering, Jiang Ye? This place is yours. Lu Mi was equally astonished, staring at Jiang Ye, unable to regain her composure for a moment. Jiang Ye, you are the owner of this place? Jiang Ye smiled. Indeed. This establishment is mine. Song Xiaohe gaped, finally managing to exclaim, Goodness, you've kept this under wraps. No wonder you mentioned we could enjoy it for free. The owner himself brought us here. Lu Mi couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Ye, you are far too low-key. Such a significant matter, yet you revealed not a whisper. After exploring for a while, Song Xiaohe headed to the swimming pool for the trial operation, while Jiang Ye led Lu Mi to the top floor. Upon pushing open the glass doors, Lu Mi was awestruck by the sight before her. The entire 1,000 square meter terrace was enveloped by a magnificent glass dome. The dome's design was simple yet elegant, with smooth lines allowing a clear view of the blue sky and white clouds outside, as though one were floating among the clouds. In the center of the terrace stood a small stage, upon which rested a white grand piano. In every man's heart, there resides the ethereal figure of Zixia. Jiang Ye approached Lu Mi, gesturing towards the dome above. What do you think of this place? Yang Bo specially commissioned professional designers to create it. He paused, a hint of pride infusing his voice. This venue not only accommodates private banquets, but also serves as a splendid setting for weddings. Imagine at night. The starry sky unfolds above, and as the lights illuminate the space, it transforms into a dreamy realm, truly a sanctuary for romance. Lu Mi was captivated, unable to suppress her awe. It's incredibly beautiful. It feels like a scene from a movie, utterly unreal. Jiang Ye nodded with a smile. Indeed. This place is tailored for the elite of Hangzhou. They crave uniqueness, and here, their desires are undoubtedly fulfilled. He pointed towards the stage, speaking slowly. See over there? Though the stage is modest, it is perfect for an intimate and exquisite wedding ceremony. Envision the bride in her pristine gown, gracefully approaching the groom. As the starlight and city lights intertwine, as if the entire world bears witness to this moment. Lu Mi's heart raced, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Jiang Ye noticed her reaction and teased, What is this? Are you smitten? Perhaps you should consider holding your wedding here in the future? Lu Mi was momentarily taken aback, her face reddening further as she lightly pushed him away. Stop joking. Who would want to get married? Besides, who would even marry me? Jiang Ye jested. I would marry you. Lu Mi was flustered by his sudden jest, her cheeks resembling ripe apples. She shot him a glare, playfully scolding, What nonsense are you talking about? Who would want you to marry? Yet Jiang Ye's laughter was radiant, and he leaned in closer, a playful glint in his eyes. What is this? I'm serious. If you're willing, I'll marry you right away. What do you say? Lu Mi was thrown off by his unexpected declaration, her heart racing uncontrollably. Instinctively, she took a step back, seeking to create distance, but Jiang Ye followed her, mischief dancing in his gaze. Cornered, Lu Mi decided to embrace the moment, her tone imbued with defiance. All right then, since you said you'd marry me, I'll say yes. If we're doing this, who is afraid? Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback by her sudden response. He had merely intended to tease her, never expecting Lu Mi to play along and turn the tables. He instinctively released her wrist, stepping back slightly. Are you serious? You must be joking. Seeing his reaction, Lu Mi felt emboldened, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. What is the matter? Did you not just say you'd marry me? Now you're backing down? Are you merely speaking empty words, afraid to follow through? Inspired by a playful spirit, she stepped forward, puffing out her chest. Come on, there is no one on this terrace. Propose to me now, and I'll accept. Jiang Ye quickly waved his hands. All right. I concede. Lumi huffed, "You silly man. Let us see if you continue to joke like this." The two engaged in playful banter, gazing at the distant cityscape. Lumi gently toyed with his fingers, suddenly lifting her head to gaze at him earnestly. "Jiang Ye, honestly, what kind of person are you looking for as a girlfriend?" Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback by her question. After a brief silence, he slowly began to speak. "Actually, I have always wanted to find a girl with a birthmark on her arm." Upon hearing this response, Lumi couldn't help but chuckle. What a peculiar criterion for choosing a partner. Have you watched A Chinese Odyssey too many times? Are you hoping to find your own Zixia fairy? Jiang Ye was amused by her teasing, yet he shook his head with a hint of sadness, murmuring, "Perhaps every man has a Zixia fairy in his heart." Wukong was fortunate to find his, but as for me, even a glimpse seems impossible. Lumi detected a trace of hidden melancholy in Jiang Ye's tone. It dawned on her that this boy, who usually jested and joked, harbored his own untold story. She sighed softly, wrapping her arms around Jiang Ye's waist from behind. Resting her cheek against his back, her voice tender beyond measure. "Don't think so much. Whether it's the Zixia fairy or the girl with a birthmark, they are but tales. In reality, you will inevitably encounter someone worth cherishing." Jiang Ye felt her soft touch and warm presence, momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that the usually aloof and fierce Lumi would reveal such a gentle side. He slightly turned his head, a teasing tone in his voice. "Lu, if you were always like this, you would surely find a suitor. Men adore tenderness." Lumi blushed at his words, releasing her grip and lightly punching him, reproaching, "Oh, come off it. I was merely comforting you out of pity. Don't get ahead of yourself." Jiang Ye chuckled, rubbing the spot where she had struck him, feigning grievance. "Ouch. With your strength, the one who marries you will need to be quite the fighter, or they won't withstand your blows." Lumi shot him a glare, yet her lips betrayed a hint of a smile. "You do love to jest. I think you're just asking for a beating." They exchanged smiles, the previous subtle melancholy dissipating entirely. As Jiang Ye gazed at Lumi, an indescribable feeling surged within him. When he was with Lumi, devoid of Fangqing and Lin Yinyin, there was always a sense of loss. Perhaps it mattered little whether he found the Zixia fairy. Having someone by his side to engage in playful banter and light-hearted quarrels was rather delightful. Jiang Ye sighed softly. Lumi paused, looking up at him with a mix of surprise and softness in her eyes. She parted her lips, seemingly about to say something, but ultimately only let out a gentle hum before turning away. "You and your sweet words to charm people." After lingering in the dome for a while, Lumi had other matters to attend to and took her leave. Jiang Ye descended to meet Shadowy, who had just finished swimming. Shadowy was engrossed in scrolling through a group chat on his phone when he suddenly noticed the lively chatter within the group. Upon opening it, he discovered that the class monitor had proposed, "As our cohort is soon to disperse, let us organize a class gathering before we head off to university." As everyone gathered in lively spirit, it marked a fitting conclusion to our high school journey. The group chat erupted with enthusiasm as voices chimed in. "Agreed. We must meet. No one should be absent." Rather than choosing a distant date, it was decided to convene today. Shadowy, feeling a surge of excitement, promptly turned to Jiang and exclaimed, "Hey, have you seen the group chat? The class monitor suggested we have a gathering. What a splendid idea." As Jiang Ye gazed out at the nightscape, a wave of sentiment washed over him. During the preparation for the hotel's soft opening, everyone had been incredibly busy, and once the establishment officially opened, their individual paths would diverge. It would become increasingly difficult to gather in such a manner again. Moreover, there was an abundance of leftover food in the kitchen of the club, which would be wasteful to discard. This was an excellent opportunity for everyone to unwind. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ye turned to Shadowy and said, "I suddenly realized that it may be quite challenging to convene like this in the future. Why not seize the moment and invite everyone to gather at the Golden Splendor? It could serve as a reward for us all." Receiving Jiang Ye's directive, Shadowy immediately began messaging in the class group. "Dear friends, let us gather at the Golden Splendor tonight. Hurry over so you don't miss out." The moment the message was sent, the chat buzzed with excitement as everyone responded eagerly. Before long, classmates began to arrive at the Golden Splendor. Upon entering the grand hall, the boys were awestruck by the opulent decor. The crystal chandeliers sparkled brilliantly, and the elegantly poised waitstaff, clad in sleek black attire, stood on either side, wearing professional smiles. Someone couldn't help but whisper, "This place is too extravagant, right? Did we come to the wrong venue?" At that moment, Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng arrived as well. As Yin Feng stepped inside and surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowed in discontent. He turned to his classmates and remarked, "What is Shadowy thinking? A place like this is beyond our means. Is he trying to play a trick on us?" Noticing the hesitation among his peers, he raised his voice and gestured, "Classmates, Let us not waste our time here. This venue is far too expensive for us. Let us leave. Recently, students from the adjacent class have been enjoying casual meals at street stalls, savoring spicy hot pot, and sipping beer, much more relaxed and affordable. Shall we join in the fun? As his words echoed, several classmates chimed in agreement. Indeed, street stalls are wonderful. The atmosphere is lively, and there is no need to feel constrained. This place seems too pricey, clearly not meant for students like us. Just as they were about to turn and leave, a voice called out from the staircase. Now that we're here, why leave? Everyone turned to see Jiang Ye descending the stairs, a gentle smile gracing his face. Dressed casually, with a glass of red wine in hand, he appeared at ease. Yin Feng frowned slightly, his tone tinged with displeasure. Jiang Ye, what kind of place is this for a gathering? We can't afford to indulge here. Do you think everyone is as affluent as you? We could simply gather at a street stall. As Jiang Ye heard Yin Feng's words, a slight smirk of irony graced his lips. He leisurely approached Yin Feng, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Yin Feng, I may not possess much wealth, but at least I am not like some individuals who toil in a restaurant day in and day out to repay their father's gambling debts, nearly losing their hands beneath the bridge of a grinding factory. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Yin Feng's complexion instantly drained of color, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, rendering him immobile. He never anticipated that Jiang Ye would publicly unveil the memories he was most reluctant to revisit in front of so many classmates. His fingers trembled slightly, his lips moved, yet no words escaped them. Witnessing Yin Feng's discomfort, Jiang Ye let out a cold laugh, then turned to face the other students, speaking in a relaxed tone. All right, let us not dwell on the past. Today, I shall treat everyone. Feel free to enjoy yourselves without hesitation. Although this place appears extravagant, I have arranged everything, and you won't need to spend a single penny. Upon hearing Jiang Ye's offer, the classmates erupted with excitement, gathering around to shower him with praise. Jiang Ye, you're incredible. This place is simply lavish. No wonder you're so generous, Boss Jiang. You've truly opened our eyes this time. However, Yin Feng stood to the side, his expression growing increasingly grim. The more he pondered, the more indignant he felt, and he could not resist sneering. Jiang Ye, what is so remarkable about your petty wealth? Flaunting borrowed premises here, pretending to be a big shot? Before he could finish his taunt, Song Xiaohe suddenly stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Yin Feng, what do you mean by that? Who told you this place is borrowed? The Golden Glory is owned by Jiang Ye. Do you think everyone is like you, reduced to working off debts? Jiang Ye has long been the proprietor here. If you don't wish to remain, then go indulge in your street food elsewhere, and spare us your sour remarks. As soon as Song Xiaohe's words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment as they turned to Jiang Ye. What? This establishment belongs to Jiang Ye? My goodness, Jiang Ye truly acquired the Golden Glory? How impressive. No wonder he is so confident. Jiang Ye, is what Song Xiaohe said true? Is this place genuinely yours? Jiang Ye smiled faintly and nodded. Yes. I purchased it some time ago. I invited everyone here to gather, as once we enter university, we may go our separate ways and find it difficult to meet again. Upon hearing Jiang Ye's admission, Yin Feng's face turned a deep shade of anger. He could hardly believe that Jiang Ye had indeed acquired the Golden Glory, rendering his earlier mockery utterly foolish. Clenching his teeth, he shot a resentful glare at Jiang Ye and turned to leave. Observing this, Song Xiaohe added with a cold chuckle, Yin Feng, don't forget to order a couple of skewers of kidneys at the street food stall to soothe your pathetic pride. Without looking back, Yin Feng departed, while the remaining classmates remained enveloped in shock and exhilaration, flocking around Jiang Ye with eager inquiries. The entire establishment resonated with laughter and joy, creating an exuberant atmosphere. Watching everyone bask in happiness, Jiang Ye felt a profound sense of contentment within. Today not only did we deliver a resounding blow to Yin Feng's pride, but the 0 yuan purchase of the clubhouse has proven to be quite delightful. The classmates reveled in the opulent Golden Splendor Club, indulging in singing, dancing, and card games, with the air filled with laughter and merriment. As the clock struck midnight, fatigue began to set in, yet spirits remained high. Jiang Ye, however, quietly slipped away from the bustling hall, seeking solace in a tranquil private room. Seated on the sofa, a glass of red wine in hand, his gaze wandered thoughtfully. Before long, the door to the room was gently pushed open, and Lin Yinyin stepped inside. A faint blush graced her cheeks, a testament to the wine she had consumed. After all, the evening's feast had been exquisite, complemented by an array of complimentary beverages and fine red wine. The 114 revenge plan was about to unfold. She approached Jiang Ye, taking a seat beside him, and with a smile, inquired, Jiang Ye, why are you hiding here alone? Everyone else is having fun outside. Jiang Ye offered a faint smile, shaking his head. I'm a bit tired and just want some peace. Lin Yinyin nodded in understanding, then cautiously asked, by the way, Jiang Ye, which university did you apply to? Everyone is quite curious. Jiang Ye glanced at her, his tone calm. Hangzhou University. Upon hearing this, Lin Yinyin's eyes sparkled with excitement. A radiant smile spread across her face. Hangzhou University? Really? Didn't you score the highest? Why not attend a top 2 university? Is it because of me that you chose Hangzhou University? I applied there too. Jiang Ye shot her a cold glance, his tone laced with sarcasm. Lin Yinyin, you are overthinking. I chose Hangzhou University solely because I do not wish to leave Hangzhou. It offers the resources and opportunities one need. I am not so idle as to select a university solely for you. Lin Yinyin's smile faltered, taken aback by Jiang Ye's bluntness. Biting her lip, she awkwardly replied, Jiang Ye, please don't be so aloof. After all, we are classmates. Jiang Ye interrupted her, his demeanor still icy. Lin Yinyin, we are merely classmates. Do not read too much into it. If you find Hangzhou University unsatisfactory, you may reconsider your options. There is no need to force yourself for my sake. Lin Yinyin's expression darkened. Her gaze lowered as a hint of grievance crept into her voice. Jiang Ye, can't you be a little kinder to me? Jiang Ye regarded her from above, his voice devoid of emotion. Lin Yinyin, I treat everyone the same. If you perceive my demeanor as cold, it merely indicates that you harbor expectations that are unwarranted. Do not waste your time. As Lin Yinyin prepared to exit the room, her mind was already strategizing her next move. Just as she reached the door, Jiang Ye's voice called out from behind. Wait. She halted, turning to ask, is there something else, Jiang Ye? Leaning against the sofa, he cast a cursory glance at her, a knowing smile curling at his lips. That dress of yours is quite intriguing. While your bust may not be ample, your legs are certainly appealing. Care for a little adjustment? Upon hearing this, Lin Yinyin's expression soured immediately. She did not anticipate Jiang Ye would suddenly utter such words, her heart brimming with both indignation and embarrassment. Yet, she restrained her emotions and replied coldly, Jiang Ye, what do you mean by that? Please show some respect. Jiang Ye let out a light chuckle, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Respect? Lin Yinyin, what facade of virtue are you attempting to maintain? You still owe me 26 hours of your time, as per our contract. Surely, you cannot lack even a modicum of integrity regarding our agreement? For those 26 hours, you shall do as I instruct. Lin Yinyin's complexion grew even paler. She bit her lip, feeling a tumult of anger and helplessness within. She understood that Jiang Ye was deliberately humiliating her, but she could not afford to confront him openly just yet. Suppressing her humiliation and fury, she said coldly, Jiang Ye, you have won this round. I will fulfill the contract, but remember, I shall not forget today's events. Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, his gaze filled with amusement. Is that so? I await with bated breath. Lin Yinyin silently vowed, Jiang Ye, just you wait. Once my mother has tamed you and secured your company, you shall pay dearly for this. An hour later, Lin Yinyin forced herself to stand, her face ashen. She straightened her disheveled attire, striving to make her voice sound composed. Jiang Ye, are you satisfied now? Jiang Ye lounged on the sofa, casting a languid glance her way, his tone dripping with sarcasm. It's passable. However, Lin Yinyin, you still need to hone your skills. And while we are on the subject of summer, I believe you might consider undergoing a breast augmentation. Otherwise, though I can begrudgingly tolerate you as my temporary girlfriend, when you enter university, other boys may not be so accommodating. Lin Yinyin was rendered speechless, opting not to respond. She glanced down at her own modest figure, feeling a wave of humiliation wash over her. Could it truly be so inadequate? Yet, deep down, Lin Yinyin recognized that now was not the time to confront Jiang Ye head-on. She must endure until the day Feng Qin completely subdued him. Tentatively, she inquired, Jiang Ye, I noticed you have been spending time with my mother recently. How is that going? Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, a smirk dancing on his lips as he regarded her. What's this? You're concerned about that. Lin Yinyin suppressed her disgust and maintained a calm demeanor. After all, she is my mother. I was merely inquiring. Jiang Ye chuckled softly, his tone laden with insinuation. Your mother is far more entertaining than you. At least she knows how to please me. Hearing this made Lin Yinyin feel a wave of nausea, yet she feigned composure. Is that so? Then I hope you two get along well. Jiang Ye, seated on the sofa, leisurely lit a cigarette, exhaling a puff of smoke before speaking again. By the way, Lin Yinyin, did you know your mother has been assisting me in purchasing properties in Handong District? Lin Yinyin was taken aback, her brows knitting slightly as confusion washed over her. Helping you buy properties? She hasn't mentioned anything to me. Jiang Ye's interest piqued at her reaction. He chuckled, an air of mischief in his eyes. Oh? It seems she hasn't shared that with you. Your mother has earned quite a bit. She received over 200,000 just in commissions. Over 200,000? Lin Yinyin's pupils suddenly constricted, a wave of imbalance surging within her. She was aware of the connection between Fangqing and Jiang Ye. Yet she never anticipated that Fangqing could extract such a substantial sum from him. And what about herself? As Jiang Ye's temporary girlfriend, she earned a mere 200 yuan per hour, all while enduring his humiliation and torment. Yet, Jiang Ye had granted Fangqing over 200,000 yuan. Suppressing her anger and jealousy, she feigned indifference and remarked, "Oh, is that so? Congratulations to her." With that, Lin Yinyin stormed out of the room, visibly agitated. Jiang Ye observed Lin Yinyin's retreating figure, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "Lin Yinyin, do you truly believe I am oblivious to your and Fangqing's thoughts? You too aspire to outmaneuver me? Alas, you are far too naive. I have grown weary of both of you. Each encounter feels increasingly tedious. It so happens that I captured an intimate photograph of Fangqing last time. Well, just wait and see. My plan for revenge is about to unfold." Lin Yinyin seethed with fury as he sat on the sofa in the living room, clutching an empty can of beer, his gaze vacantly fixed on the television screen. The screen displayed a series of dreary advertisements, but he was unable to absorb any of it. Lately, his life felt ensnared in a quagmire, no matter how he struggled. He sank deeper. Fangqing frequently returned home late, and her phone was perpetually unreachable. On the rare occasions she answered, her tone was so cold it pierced his heart. Lin Yinyin understood she was preoccupied with her so-called career, yet she never divulged its true nature. Whenever he inquired, she would offer a few perfunctory remarks before hastily ending the call. Even more disheartening was his fruitless search for employment. Despite his efforts, he remained without prospects. As he aged, with a modest education and a faltering economy, his resumes seemed to vanish into the void. The burden of his mortgage loomed like a colossal stone, suffocating him. With each passing day, the repayment deadline approached, sending waves of panic through him. What pained him the most was the cold indifference of his daughter, Lin Yinyin. Each time she returned home, her gaze bore disdain, as if he were nothing but an incompetent failure. Lin Yinyin was acutely aware of his shortcomings. Yet he was still her father. How could she treat him thus? Previously, during his tenure at Guangyao Real Estate, such a dynamic did not exist. How had everything changed so drastically after Jiang Ye dismissed him from that job? The sudden chime of his phone disrupted Lin Yin's thoughts. His fingers trembled slightly as the screen illuminated, revealing an image in a text message that pierced his heart like a dagger. The photo depicted Fangqing, scantily clad, being pinned down by two blonde men. In an instant, Lin Yinyin felt his world shatter. He stared at the screen, his eyes reddening, breath quickening, his entire being ignited by rage. He tightened his grip on the phone, his knuckles whitening, veins bulging on his forehead. Fixated on that text message, his mind spiraled into chaos, a dull roar echoing in his ears. Ding dong, yet another message arrived. Lin Yinyin instinctively clicked it open, revealing a line of text. "I'm the guy with the yellow hair. Your wife is truly a gem. I had an absolute blast with her that day, huh?" Lin Yin's mind erupted in a cacophony of chaos, a sharp pain coursing through his chest as if struck by a heavy blow. His hands trembled violently, barely able to steady his phone. In a fit of rage, he hurled the device to the ground, where it shattered with a dull thud. "Fangqing, what the hell are you doing?" Lin Yinyin roared, his voice hoarse and filled with fury. His eyes were bloodshot, resembling a cornered beast, as he lost all semblance of reason. Grabbing a beer bottle from the coffee table, he smashed it onto the floor, scattering shards of glass in every direction. His chest heaved with labored breaths, his mind consumed by the lewd photo and the taunting message. He could neither accept nor fathom that the woman he had trusted so deeply could betray him in such a manner. "Damn it, come back here," he shouted into the empty room, his voice laced with despair and rage. He fumbled for his phone, trembling as he dialed Fangqing's number, only to be met with the chilling automated response. "The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Fangqing, if you have any guts, answer the phone." Lin Yinyin screamed hysterically, but she did not pick up. She had long since disregarded him. He sank to the floor, cradling his head in his hands. Engulfed by immense pain and humiliation, Lin Yinyin sat there, his gaze vacant, feeling as though his very soul had been siphoned away. He was at a loss for what to do next, uncertain of any course of action. He simply felt utterly forsaken by the world. Just then, his phone rang once more. Mechanically, he picked it up and glanced at the screen, revealing another message. "What's wrong? Angry? Your wife is truly a divine beauty. Would you like me to send you something even more tantalizing?" Lin Yin's pupils constricted sharply, his fury ignited anew. He glared at the message, his fingers trembling as he typed a response. "You'd better wait. I will make you pay." Almost instantaneously, he received a reply from the yellow-haired man. Huh. Come if you dare. I'm in the third bungalow on the left side of Jinxiu Garden New Village, waiting for you, loser. Jinxiu Garden New Village. Lin Yinyin muttered the name of the complex, a fierce glint in his eyes. At that moment, he could no longer afford to hesitate. His mind was solely occupied by Fang Qing's scandalous photo and the brazen tone of the yellow-haired man, the flames of anger and humiliation rendering him utterly irrational. Grabbing the keys from the table, Lin Yinyin stormed out of his home. He crouched in a secluded corner near Jinxiu Garden, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance of the complex, chain-smoking one cigarette after another. He had waited there for a full 3 hours. The simmering rage within him making it nearly impossible to remain still. Every passing minute, the image of the lewd photo and the yellow-haired man's arrogant message stabbed at his heart like a knife. Finally, as nightfall enveloped the sky, a van came to a slow halt at the doorstep of the bungalow. As the car door swung open, a young man with dyed blonde hair emerged. Lin Yinyin immediately recognized him as the very individual from the photograph, the blonde. In that instant, a surge of blood rushed to Lin Yinyin's head. He sprang to his feet, crushing the cigarette but in his hand with fierce determination, resembling an enraged lion charging forward. Damn it! Stop right there! Lin Yinyin bellowed, lunging in front of the blonde and seizing him by the collar, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Bang! The blonde, caught off guard, staggered backward, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He paused for a moment. Then, as he attempted to retaliate, he caught sight of Lin Yin's eyes ablaze with fury, causing a wave of trepidation to wash over him. Who the hell are you? Are you insane? The blonde exclaimed, covering his face, his voice laced with panic. Who am I? Lin Yinyin scoffed, his fist poised to strike again. I am your father. You dare to lay a hand on my wife? Today, you shall learn the meaning of consequence. Bang! Bang! Lin Yin's fists rained down upon the blonde like a torrential downpour, each blow infused with unrelenting force. The blonde, utterly defenseless, could only shield his head and retreat, emitting groans of pain. Stop! Please stop! He finally pleaded, collapsing to the ground, his face a mask of blood, his voice tinged with desperation. I was wrong. I was wrong. Isn't that enough? That day, I didn't succeed. Your wife was unharmed. I truly did nothing. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin's fist halted midair. Breathing heavily, he fixed an intense gaze upon the blonde. What did you say? Didn't he succeed? The blonde nodded vigorously, his voice trembling. Yes. That day, I intended to assault your wife, but she fought back fiercely and managed to escape. I swear, I never touched her. Lin Yin's mind erupted in chaos. If the blonde truly had not harmed Fang Qing, then how had those photographs ended up on his phone? Moreover, from the images, it appeared that Fang Qing might have been willing. Yet, if she had indeed been coerced, why had she never mentioned it? Lin Yinyin sensed an unsettling dissonance, but he could not piece together the fragments. He kicked the blonde forcefully, his voice hoarse. Get lost. Do not let me see you again, or I swear I will kill you. The blonde, nursing his swollen face, limped toward the shadows of the community, muttering curses under his breath. Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck. To encounter a madman and end up like this. What a misfortune. As he cursed, he pulled out his phone to call for a ride. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed behind him. Before he could turn around, a burlap sack was abruptly thrown over his head, enveloping him entirely. Who the hell? The blonde's panic escalated as he flailed his limbs in a futile attempt to escape the sack. However, his assailants were evidently well prepared. The opening of the sack was swiftly tightened, plunging his vision into darkness. Moments later, a storm of punches and kicks rained down upon him. Every punch and kick landed with tremendous force upon the yellow-haired man's body, his legs, back, and even his head. He cried out in agony. Yet the sack, binding him, rendered him unable to escape. Thud! A heavy kick struck his ribcage, and he distinctly heard a crack, with excruciating pain coursing through him. His ribs were broken, not merely one but several. A heart-wrenching scream escaped his lips as he curled up on the ground, blood seeping from the sack, staining the earth beneath him. Spare me, brother. Did you not already beat me up for your wife? Why does it not end? His cries echoed in the darkness. But his pleas seemed to bear no weight on the mysterious figure before him. The figure remained silent, as if an emotionless machine, the very sound of breathing absent. Despair enveloped the yellow-haired man. He felt certain he would not escape this ordeal. His body was battered and bruised, ribs fractured, every movement eliciting cold sweat from his brow. Please, I beg you, brother, spare my life. The yellow-haired man pleaded. Yet, the figure remained mute. In the shadows, he could only sense the chilling presence drawing near, like the hand of death slowly tightening around his throat. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his leg, as if something piercing had sunk into his flesh. Before he could react, a knife plunged violently into his thigh. Ah! He emitted a piercing scream, his body convulsing violently. Blood gushed from his leg, staining the ground crimson. The agonizing pain dulled his senses. The world around him began to spin, ultimately plunging him into darkness. The enigmatic assailant continued to remain silent, standing in the shadows, casting a cold glance at the fallen yellow-haired man before turning away. His figure swiftly vanished into the night, as if he had never existed. The night remained tranquil, save for the gruesome silhouette of the yellow-haired man, which added a tinge of horror and bloodshed to the evening. It was not until long after that someone discovered his dire condition and subsequently called the authorities, who transported him to the hospital. The night deepened, and the city's clamor gradually subsided. Within a lavish club, Jiang Ye sat on a leather sofa, holding a glass of red wine, his gaze deep and indifferent. Before him stood a robust man, Cold Eru. How did the matter unfold? Jiang Ye took a sip of his wine, his voice low and composed. Cold Eru nodded, his expression stoic, yet his tone bore a hint of ruthlessness. Lin Yinyin indeed sought retribution from the yellow-haired man. Following your instructions, I struck after the yellow-haired man departed. Several ribs were broken, and I stabbed him in the leg. He is likely still lying in the hospital now. Upon hearing this, a slight smile curved Jiang Ye's lips, revealing his satisfaction. Excellent, Eru. I have always trusted your capabilities. Cold Eru lowered his head, his tone remaining even. You are too kind, Mr. Jiang. This is my duty. Jiang Ye set down his glass, approached Cold Eru, and patted him on the shoulder. Your reward will be provided in full. You have worked hard this time. Lung Eru lifted his head, a touch of seriousness in his gaze. Mr. Jiang, your offer for me to work at Golden Glory with such a generous salary is already more than sufficient. There is no need for additional compensation. Jiang Ye smiled faintly and shook his head. A deal is a deal. Your efforts on my behalf deserve their due reward. As for the position at Golden Glory, that is your rightful place, independent of this matter. Lung Eru fell silent for a few seconds before finally nodding. Since you say so, I shall humbly comply. Jiang Ye gently swirled the red wine in his glass, a hint of derision and disdain in his eyes as he remarked, Lin Yinyin is truly a fool. Upon receiving a text from an unknown number, he rushes off to confront Huang Mao without even ascertaining the facts. Such impulsiveness. Standing beside him, Lung Eru nodded impassively. Indeed, he has effectively dug his own grave this time. With Huang Mao in such a state, the police will undoubtedly come knocking. Lin Yinyin is in serious trouble. Jiang Ye took a sip of his wine, his smile broadening. The more reckless he is, the smoother my plans will unfold. A brute like him has now plunged into a quagmire all on his own. Without me having to lift a finger, his own foolishness will lead to his downfall. Listening to Jiang Ye's words, Lung Eru felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He had previously found Jiang Ye's strategy somewhat perplexing, particularly the need to keep tabs on Huang Mao and even intervene personally. However, he now grasped Jiang Ye's profound foresight. Mr. Jiang, I understand now, he said after a moment of silence, his tone laced with admiration. Your intention in monitoring Huang Mao was not merely to teach him a lesson, but to ensure Lin Yinyin becomes thoroughly ensnared. His impulsiveness has led to Huang Mao's severe injury, and the police will inevitably trace it back to him, all while he remains oblivious to the puppet strings pulling him. Jiang Ye smiled subtly, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. Precisely. Lin Yinyin, in his misguided endeavor to stand up for Feng Qing, is merely a pawn on our chessboard. The more he acts rashly, the more likely he is to fall into our trap. By now, he probably has no inkling of how his demise will unfold. Lung Eru nodded, a sense of awe infusing his voice. Mr. Jiang, to be honest, I initially struggled to comprehend your plan. However, it appears my vision was indeed limited. Your scheme is remarkably astute. I cannot help but admire it. Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, patting Lung Eru on the shoulder. Eru, the world of the underbelly is not merely about violence. Sometimes, one must strategically leverage others' strengths to achieve one's goals, thereby alleviating personal burdens. Standing before Jiang Ye, Lung Eru's eyes sparkled with respect. Mr. Jiang, when I was first released, I admit I felt some resentment. After witnessing today's events, however, I am completely convinced. Rest assured, I shall continue to follow you diligently, with unwavering loyalty. Jiang Ye raised his gaze to meet Lung Eru's, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Laced with approval, Eru, you are a straightforward individual. I appreciate such character. In my endeavors, I have always placed my trust in those close to me. As long as you stand by me, you shall never be wronged. In the shroud of night, Lin Yinyin returned home, his weary body burdened by an oppressive gloom. As he pushed open the door, He found Fangqing seated on the living room sofa, cradling a cup of steaming tea. He fixed his gaze upon her, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes, his voice low and icy. "Where have you been?" Fangqing, upon hearing his inquiry, lifted her head. Weariness and impatience etched on her face. "I just got back from a busy day. Why do you look like this?" Lin Yinyin let out a cold laugh, his tone laced with scorn. "Look like this? You certainly play your part well. Tell me, what is going on between you and that yellow-haired man?" At the mention of the yellow-haired man, Fangqing's expression shifted dramatically, her grip on the teacup faltering. She suppressed her rising panic, striving for composure. What yellow-haired man? I don't know what you're talking about." Lin Yinyin strode toward her, his gaze sharp as a blade, raising his voice. "You don't know? Someone sent me a text today, and I saw the scandalous photos of you and that yellow-haired man. You dare claim ignorance?" His words struck like a thunderclap, causing Fangqing to tremble, the color draining from her face. Her fingers clutched the teacup tightly, knuckles widening, her voice quivering. What did you say? Scandalous photos? It can't be. How could?" Lin Yin's expression turned as frigid as ice. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and forcefully slammed it onto the coffee table. The screen illuminated, revealing the shocking image that seared into Fangqing's vision. In the photograph, she appeared disheveled while the yellow-haired man wore a lewd grin. "Still dare to say you don't know?" Lin Yin's voice was nearly a growl, fury blazing in his eyes. "How do you explain this?" Tears welled in Fangqing's eyes, her voice choked. "I was coerced. I came home late that day, never anticipating this would happen. By the time I neared home, it was already..." Before she could finish, Lin Yin's hand struck her face with a resounding crack. The sharp sound echoed in the empty living room, her cheek immediately swelling as she covered her face, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. "Damn it!" Lin Yinyin roared, his voice brimming with anger and disappointment. "Such a monumental affair, and you chose to remain silent? What do you take me for?" Fangqing raised her head, her eyes reflecting despair and derision. "Tell you? What good would that do? You're a coward. Can you seek vengeance for me? Can you prevent those people from violating me?" Lin Yinyin raised his hand once more for another strike, causing Fangqing to sway to the side, her hair falling messily over her face. Her voice cracked with sobs, yet her defiance remained. "What else can you do besides hitting me? Go confront the yellow-haired man. Go after those who harmed me. You're nothing but a worthless brute who only knows how to strike his own woman. Let us divorce." Tears continued to flow from Fangqing's eyes, but she fell silent. The living room descended into an oppressive stillness, the air thick with the weight of their breaths intermingling. Lin Yinyin furrowed his brow, a hint of pride seeping into his tone as he continued. "Who says I won't stand up for you? I just want to find Huang Mao and gave him a stern lesson." Fangqing was momentarily taken aback, her eyes filled with disbelief. "You confronted Huang Mao? I had no idea where he was hiding. How did you manage to locate him?" Lin Yinyin shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "He texted me himself." "Huang Mao texted you?" Fangqing's brows knitted tightly, her face a canvas of incredulity. How could he be so foolish? He should be hiding, not voluntarily revealing his location. Lin Yin's earlier air of pride suddenly faltered, his smile gradually fading. He glanced down at his phone, then back at Fangqing, a flicker of doubt crossing his gaze. "Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit odd." Fangqing's expression darkened further, her voice tinged with urgency. "Lin Yinyin, think carefully. Someone like Huang Mao would never willingly expose himself. He would rather hide far away. Why would he come to you?" It was clearly a trap. Lin Yin's heart sank, his fingers instinctively tightening around his phone. Memories of the day's events began to replay in his mind. That unexpected text, Huang Mao's coincidental appearance, and his own impulsive actions. The more he thought, the more his countenance soured. "Damn it!" Lin Yinyin slammed his palm against the table, frustration and anger lacing his voice. "Could I have been set up?" Fangqing's face shifted, her voice trembling. "Lin Yinyin, what exactly did you do? Did you strike Huang Mao? How is he now?" Lin Yin's tone turned somber. "It's all right. I know my limits. I didn't do anything too severe." Just then, a series of urgent knocks at the door shattered the tense atmosphere in the living room. "Who is it?" Lin Yinyin approached the door, his voice laced with caution. "Police. Open up." A cold, authoritative male voice commanded from outside. Lin Yin's heart sank, and he glanced back at Fangqing, noting her pallor. He slowly opened the door. Standing outside were several uniformed police officers, led by a middle-aged officer whose sharp gaze bore down on Lin Yinyin. "You are Lin Yinyin, correct?" Lin Yinyin nodded, his voice low. "Yes, that's me. What is this about?" The middle-aged officer produced a badge, his tone frigid. "We received a report of an assault. Someone has been injured, with broken ribs and a stab wound. Although we lack direct evidence linking you to the crime, we have determined that you were present near the scene of the incident. We need you to accompany us for questioning. Lin Yin's expression shifted abruptly, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? Huang Mao was stabbed? With broken ribs? That's impossible. I confronted him, but I never harmed him that severely. The middle-aged officer regarded him coldly, his voice unwavering. You can explain that at the station. For now, please cooperate with us. Lin Yin's emotions spiraled out of control, his voice rising dramatically, nearly a shout. You must be mistaken. I had no reason to use such excessive force. Impatient, the officers urged him, stop wasting time. Come with us. Upon concluding, the officer merely waved his hand, signaling the officers behind him to escort Lin Yinyin away. As Lin Yinyin was led into the police vehicle, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud, and he felt as though all strength had been drained from him, slumping despondently against the seat. His mind incessantly replayed the events of the day. He had merely given that yellow-haired man a beating, yet now the man lay grievously injured, even stabbed. How had it come to this? Damn it! Lin Yinyin muttered under his breath, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening. It suddenly dawned on him that he had become ensnared in a colossal vortex. The officer seated beside him cast a glance his way, coldly remarking, do not entertain any notions of trickery. Once we arrive at the station, be prepared to confess. You have landed yourself in significant trouble this time. Lin Yinyin pushed open the door to her home, her hands laden with items just purchased from the supermarket. As she changed her shoes, she called out, Mom, I'm back. The supermarket had a promotion today, and I bought your favorite fruits. However, the living room was eerily silent. With no response. Frowning, Lin Yinyin walked into the room and found Fang Qing sitting on the sofa, her head bowed, clutching a crumpled tissue, her shoulders trembling slightly. Mom, what's wrong? Lin Yinyin set down her shopping bags and hurried to Fang Qing's side. Upon seeing her mother's face, she was taken aback. Fang Qing's right cheek was severely swollen, with a trace of blood still visible at the corner of her mouth. Mom, what happened to your face? Lin Yinyin exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency and concern. Fang Qing lifted her head, her eyes swollen and red, clearly having cried for a long time. She forced a faint smile, her voice hoarse. Yinyin, it's nothing. Noticing the emptiness of the room, Lin Yinyin inquired, Mom, where's Dad? After a moment of silence, Fang Qing, with a somber expression, replied, he was taken away by the police. Lin Yinyin's heart tightened at her mother's words, her brows knitting together in worry. Dad was taken by the police? What happened? What did he do? Fang Qing lowered her head, her voice weak and evidently still shaken from the earlier fright. He got into a fight and injured someone. The other party reported it to the police, and they took him away. Upon hearing this, Lin Yinyin became anxious. Raising her voice, how could Dad get into a fight? He is usually so calm. We need to think of a way to get him out. Doesn't Uncle have connections at the police station? Can't we ask him for help? Fang Qing shook her head, her face etched with helplessness. Even if Uncle has connections, how can we afford to smooth things over? In this situation, it's not something that connections can resolve. Lin Yinyin, upon hearing this, felt even more agitated, and suddenly recalled something. That day, Jiang Ye had mentioned how Fang Qing helped him purchase a second-hand house and earned over 200,000 in commission. Her expression darkened, a hint of accusation in her gaze. Mom, didn't you help Jiang Ye buy that second-hand house and earn over 200,000 in commission? How can we have no money? Fang Qing's expression stiffened, clearly taken aback by Lin Yinyin's mention of this matter. Her eyes flickered, and her tone grew flustered. That money is related to Jiang Ye. It has nothing to do with your father. Nothing to do with him? Lin Yinyin's voice grew cold, her eyes reflecting a measure of anger. Mom, did you not previously state that we must unite against Jiang Ye? Yet now, you've profited handsomely from him. And when trouble strikes at home, you claim you have no money. What are you truly thinking? Fang Qing found herself momentarily speechless under Lin Yinyin's interrogation, her complexion paling. Yinyin, things are not as simple as you perceive. The money I earned was legitimate commission, and I have my own difficulties. Difficulties? Lin Yinyin scoffed, disappointment evident in her gaze. Mom, you always claim it's for the family, yet in reality, you have never prioritized us. Dad is currently in custody, and though you possess the means, you refuse to help him. Do you intend to let him languish in prison? Fang Qing was stung by Lin Yinyin's words, tears welling up in her eyes as her voice trembled. Yinyin, how can you say that? It's not that I don't want to rescue him. I merely believe the situation has not escalated to that point. Besides, I have other uses for that money. Other uses? Lin Yinyin's tone dripped with sarcasm. Is it for Jiang Ye's kickbacks, or for your secret savings? Mom, I truly do not understand what you are thinking. Seeing Fang Qing's reluctance to use her funds to save her father ignited a fire within Lin Yinyin, her tone sharpening. Mom, Since you are unwilling to use that money to rescue Dad, then fine, let me take over the project with Jiang Ye. After all, you are overwhelmed. I will handle it, and the earnings will go to saving him. Fang Qing's expression shifted instantly, her tone resolute. No, that job cannot be entrusted to you. I have painstakingly established this relationship with Jiang Ye. How can I casually pass it to you? Lin Yinyin's brow furrowed, her voice laced with restrained fury. Mom, you are still preoccupied with your work? Dad is in the police station. Do you even care about him? Do you desire money more than you desire this family? Fang Qing, incensed by Lin Yinyin's words, raised her voice. Lin Yinyin, how dare you speak to your mother in such a manner? I work tirelessly for this family. And now you think I am harming your father? Do you believe I do not wish to save him? But this matter is not so simple. Not so simple? Lin Yinyin scoffed, her eyes filled with derision. I see it as you who cannot part with that money. You would rather watch Dad suffer than relinquish this lucrative job. You are utterly selfish. Lin Yinyin. Fang Qing's face turned pale with rage, her voice trembling. How dare you accuse me? I am your mother. Everything I do is for this family. I will find a way to address your father's situation, but that job will absolutely not be given to you. Lin Yinyin's fury erupted completely, standing abruptly, her voice nearly a roar. For this family? You are only serving your own interests. You have never considered my or Dad's feelings. You refuse to assist him, unwilling to share your wealth, and now you want to even let me have one job. Are you truly my mother? Slap. Fang Qing could no longer contain herself, raising her hand to deliver a sharp blow to Lin Yinyin's face. The sharp sound of a slap echoed through the room, causing Lin Yinyin's face to turn to one side, a vivid red imprint appearing on her cheek. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze, covering her face. Lin Yinyin's eyes brimmed with disbelief and fury. Her voice, low and chilling, barely escaped her lips. You hit me? For that job you hit me? Fang Qing's hand lingered in midair, a flicker of regret crossing her face, swiftly overshadowed by rage. I struck you to make you realize. I will handle your father's situation. But you cannot be so disrespectful, nor question my intentions. Lin Yinyin let out a cold laugh, her disappointment and anger unmistakable. Very well. Mother, since you care so much about your job, continue to excel in it. As for my father's matter, I shall find my own way. From this day forth, you follow your own path, and I shall tread my own. Our mother-daughter bond ends here. With that, Lin Yinyin turned to leave. Fang Qing panicked, rushing forward to grasp her. Yinyin, stop. Where are you going? Lin Yinyin violently shook off Fang Qing's hand, her gaze icy as she retorted, Do not touch me. I am not your daughter, and you are not my mother. Tears streamed down Fang Qing's face, her voice laced with desperation. Yinyin, please. I was wrong, truly wrong. Do not leave. Let us talk this through, shall we? Talk. Lin Yinyin's voice dripped with scorn. There was nothing to discuss. Since you have chosen your work, do not regret it. With that, she stormed out of the house, leaving Fang Qing alone in the living room. Fang Qing, tears flowing freely, felt utterly drained, collapsing helplessly to the floor. Silence enveloped the room once more, the only sound being the relentless ticking of the clock on the wall. In the night, Lin Yinyin walked through the cold air, the sting of the slap still burning on her cheek. Her heart was heavy with grievance and fury, a flame igniting within her chest. With nowhere to turn, the only thought occupying her mind was Jiang Ye. He resided in the villa across the street. Gritting her teeth, Lin Yinyin quickened her pace towards Jiang Ye's home. As she stood at the entrance of his villa, her emotions were a tumultuous mix, and she pressed the doorbell. Before long, the door swung open. Jiang Ye appeared in casual home attire. Upon noticing the swelling on Lin Yinyin's face, a flicker of surprise crossed his features, quickly replaced by a gentle smile. Lin, the school beauty? What brings you here at such a late hour? Seeing Jiang Ye, Lin Yinyin's pent-up grievances surged forth, her eyes reddening as her voice quivered. Jiang Ye, I truly do not know who else to turn to. My father has been taken away by the police. And my mother, she does not care at all. She even struck me. I genuinely do not know what to do. Hearing Lin Yinyin's revelation about Lin Buyun's arrest sent a shock through Jiang Ye. Indeed, events were unfolding just as he had anticipated. Furrowing his brow slightly, he feigned concern. What happened? How could your father be taken away? Do not worry. Come inside and tell me everything slowly. Lin Yinyin followed Jiang Ye into the villa and settled onto the soft leather sofa. Jiang Ye poured her a glass of warm water and sat opposite her, gently inquiring. What exactly transpired? Take your time. There's no need to rush. Lin Yinyin recounted the events in one breath, from her father's arrest to her mother's indifference, culminating in a fierce argument between mother and daughter. As she spoke, she could no longer hold back her tears, exclaiming, Jiang Ye, I truly do not know what to do. My father is still inside, and my mother does not care about him. What am I supposed to do? Do not panic just yet. Allow me to fetch something for you. Jiang Ye turned towards the kitchen, with his back to Lin Yinyin. A smug smile crept onto his lips, his heart swelling with delight. The drama unfolding within the Lin family was truly captivating. Lin Buiyun had been imprisoned. Fang Qing bore bruises from a beating, and Lin Yinyin had received a slap from Fang Qing as well. The household was chaotic, more thrilling than any blockbuster film. He returned to the living room, holding a plate of snacks and a cup of hot tea. Lin, the school beauty, here, have a bite to eat. Don't let yourself go hungry. We will find a way regarding your father's situation. Try not to worry too much. Unable to contain her grievances, Lin Yinyin lamented. Jiang Ye, you cannot fathom how selfish my mother truly is. She received such a hefty commission, yet refuses to use it to save my father. She claims it is for the sake of the family, but in reality, it is all for her own benefit. Jiang Ye feigned concern, his brow furrowing slightly, his tone laced with confusion. How could your mother behave this way? Isn't she usually quite devoted to the family? Lin Yinyin scoffed, her eyes brimming with sarcasm. Devoted to the family? She only cares for herself. Jiang Ye, you are unaware. She previously suggested we join forces against you, accusing you of swindling her money. Yet, she has taken over 200,000 from you, and now claims there is no money in the household. She is duplicitous, scheming against both you and my father. Jiang Ye chuckled inwardly, thinking to himself that he was well aware of the true nature of these two women. However, he maintained a facade of shock, exclaiming, "What? Fang Qing actually said that to you? How could this be? I always thought she was quite down to earth." Lin Yinyin grew increasingly agitated, her voice rising. Jiang Ye, you have been deceived. She is not who you believe her to be. She is a selfish woman, willing to do anything for money. My father trusted her too much, which has led to his current predicament. She is nothing but a vile woman. Jiang Ye sighed, shaking his head, his tone tinged with regret. Alas, I never imagined Fang Qing could be such a person. Lin Yinyin, you have suffered. He then reached out to gently pat her shoulder. As for your father's situation, relying solely on the two of us may not suffice. You must call upon your father's relatives to convene and discuss how to rescue him. Lin Yinyin lifted her head, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Call my father's relatives? But will they help? Jiang Ye smiled lightly, his tone reassuring. Of course. Your father is their kin. Given the gravity of the situation, they will certainly not turn a blind eye. You simply need to clarify matters with them. They will undoubtedly find a way to assist. Lin Yinyin nodded, a faint smile finally gracing her face. Jiang Ye, you are right. I shall seek out my uncle and have him come over to discuss this. After a brief conversation, Lin Yinyin departed. Watching her leave, Jiang Ye nodded in satisfaction, though a cold smile lingered in his heart. Call them, the more the merrier. The Lin family was in disarray. The greater the crowd, the more vibrant the spectacle would be. Meanwhile, Fang Qing was restless at home. She feared that Lin Yinyin had approached Jiang Ye and worried that Jiang Ye might misconstrue Lin Yinyin's words, potentially jeopardizing her prospects of purchasing a house. After much deliberation, she resolved to visit Jiang Ye personally to clarify matters. Arriving at Jiang Ye's villa, she pressed the doorbell. Shortly, Jiang Ye opened the door, feigning surprise upon seeing her. Aunt Fang, what brings you here at such a late hour? Fang Qing forced a smile, her tone laced with a hint of ingratiation. Jiang Ye, I have a matter to discuss with you. I hope it is not too inconvenient. The two settled in the living room. After a moment's hesitation, Fang Qing lowered her voice. Jiang Ye, I heard that Yinyin came to see you. Did she say anything to you? That child has been rather unstable lately. If she spoke out of turn, please do not take it to heart. Jiang Ye replied, Aunt Fang, Lin Yinyin indeed visited me and mentioned quite a bit about you. What did she say? Fang Qing inquired, her curiosity piqued. Jiang Ye affected a troubled expression. Perhaps I should refrain from saying anything? Fang Qing urged, it's all right. Please tell me. It is better to clarify certain matters to avoid misunderstandings. With a sigh, Jiang Ye leisurely produced a petite recording device from his pocket, placing it delicately on the coffee table before pressing play. I felt that Lin Yinyin's remarks were rather excessive, so I recorded it. I could hardly bear to listen any longer. Soon, Fang Qing heard Lin Yinyin's voice emanating from the recording device, sharp and filled with resentment. Jiang Ye, you cannot imagine the depths of my mother's selfishness. She has taken so much commission, yet refuses to spare a penny to save my father. She even colluded with me to scheme against you, planning to defraud your company. She is duplicitous and deeply cunning. Fang Qing's expression soured as she listened to the recording. Her previously ingratiating smile froze. Her hands instinctively clenched the fabric of her clothing, knuckles turning white. After hearing the recording, Fang Qing's chest heaved violently, her expression shifting from shock to fury, her eyes nearly ablaze. Jiang Ye gazed at her innocently, his tone tinged with helplessness. Aunt Fong, those words are not mine. They were spoken by Yinyin herself. I do not understand why she would think that. Suddenly, Fong Qing stood up, her face ashen, lips trembling as she spoke through gritted teeth. That unfilial daughter. I have toiled to raise her, and she dares to speak of me, so behind my back. To accuse me of scheming against you? To call me a wretched woman? Jiang Ye let out a sigh and feigned a comforting tone as he said, Aunt Fong, do not let your anger overwhelm you. Yinyin is still young. Perhaps she spoke out of impulsiveness. Impulsiveness? I see her as ungrateful and heartless. Fong Qing's voice suddenly rose by an octave, her fury nearly palpable. I slightly regret the slap I gave her today. In hindsight, it was far too lenient. She is a white-eyed wolf, utterly devoid of gratitude. Observing Fong Qing's uncontrolled demeanor, Jiang Ye secretly reveled in her turmoil, but maintained an expression of concern. Aunt Fong, do take care of your health. After all, Yinyin is your daughter. There may have been some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Huh. I believe she has been spoiled by her father. Completely incapable of empathizing with me. Fong Qing trembled with rage, her tone tinged with hysteria. Jiang Ye, do not heed her nonsense. I have never plotted against you. Nor have I conspired with her. She is merely babbling, devoid of any sense. Jiang Ye nodded gently, his tone soothing. Aunt Fong, I certainly trust you. However, you must manage Yinyin well. If she continues down this path, she may attract even greater troubles. Fong Qing struggled to suppress her fury, yet her voice remained frigid. Jiang Ye, rest assured, I shall discipline her properly. Jiang Ye smiled slightly, his tone relaxed. That is good to hear. Aunt Fong, please calm yourself. Do not let anger harm your health. Matters at home are best resolved gradually. Fong Qing nodded, though the flames of her anger had yet to extinguish. She grabbed her bag and hastily bid farewell. Jiang Ye, I shall take my leave. Thank you for your reminder regarding today's events. Jiang Ye rose, smiling as he said, Aunt Fong, no need for thanks. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Fong Qing forced a smile before turning to leave the villa. The moment she stepped outside, her expression darkened, and she muttered through clenched teeth, Lin Yinyin, you unfilial daughter. How dare you speak ill of me behind my back? Just wait. I will ensure you understand the meaning of regret. From this day forth, I shall no longer acknowledge you as my daughter. The following morning, after spending a night at her uncle Lin Buoxing's residence, Lin Yinyin's emotions had calmed somewhat. She called her second uncle, Lin Bo, briefly explaining the situation, and then returned home with Lin Buoxing and Lin Bo. Upon entering the house, Lin Yinyin went straight to the point, her gaze icy as she fixed it on Fong Qing. Mom, my father is still inside. You must take out the 200,000 yuan commission to save him. Fong Qing, seated on the sofa, darkened at Lin Yinyin's words, her tone laced with clear resistance. Yinyin, what nonsense are you spouting? Where would I procure 200,000 yuan? Moreover, your father's predicament cannot be resolved with money. Lin Yinyin scoffed, her eyes brimming with derision. Mom, spare me the act. Jiang Ye has informed me that you indeed possess the funds. You simply refuse to use it to save my father. Hearing this, Lin Buoxing furrowed his brow, his voice low and grave. Fong Qing, Barian is your husband. He is in trouble now. How can you stand by and do nothing? You must provide that money. We need to secure his bail first. Fong Qing abruptly rose, her tone fervent. Do not pressure me. The money in question is what I have tirelessly earned. It is inconceivable for me to hand it all over. Moreover, Lin Buoyun brought this calamity upon himself. Why should I bear the burden? Upon witnessing Fong Qing's resolute stance, Lin Bowen's expression darkened, his voice laced with indignation. Fong Qing, what kind of words are those? Buoyun is your husband. How can you act this way and still face him? Fong Qing let out a cold laugh, her tone dripping with disdain. Face him? When has he ever regarded me? Over the years, what has he contributed to this family? Now that trouble has arisen, he expects me to deplete our resources to rescue him? In his dreams. At this juncture, Lin Yinyin could no longer contain herself. She rushed in front of Fong Qing, attempting to seize her bag. Mom, stop with the nonsense. You must take the money today, whether you want to or not. Fong Qing angrily pushed Lin Yinyin aside, her voice rising. Lin Yinyin, have you lost your mind? You dare to touch my belongings. Seeing this, Lin Buoxing's expression soured. He stepped forward, grasping Fong Qing's wrist with a fierce tone. Fong Qing, cease this folly. The money must be produced to save Buoyun. Fong Qing struggled, yet Lin Buoxing's strength was overwhelming, leaving her unable to break free. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yinyin snatched the bag from her, swiftly extracting the bank card. She then coldly stated, Mom, do not blame me for being ruthless. You have forced my hand. Fong Qing trembled with fury, launching herself at Lin Yinyin like a wild woman. You ungrateful child. Return the card to me. Lin Bowen, witnessing the escalating situation, quickly intervened to restrain Fong Qing, his tone stern. Fong Qing, remain calm. Saving Boyun is paramount. Blocked. Fong Qing watched helplessly as Lin Yinyin held the bank card, her fury erupting like a volcano, her voice sharp as she yelled, Lin Yinyin, you ingrate. After all these years of raising you, is this how you repay me? Your family has no shame. I will not allow you to succeed in this. Seeing the chaos spiral out of control, Lin Bushing shouted, Fong Qing, your outbursts are futile. The situation is as it stands. Let us discuss this once you have regained your composure. With that, he and Lin Bowen departed. Fong Qing collapsed onto the ground, her gaze vacant, murmuring to herself, you all bully me. The Lin family bullies me. After a while, her eyes began to gleam with madness. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, rushing into the kitchen to grab a knife, screaming hysterically, Lin Yinyin, this matter is far from over. You called me a filthy whore yesterday, and today you dare to steal my bank card? Upon seeing the knife in her hand, Lin Yinyin's face turned pale, exclaiming, Mom, what are you doing? Fong Qing's eyes were bloodshot as she swung the knife towards Lin Yinyin. You ungrateful daughter. I will not rest until you are dead today. Terrified, Lin Yinyin retreated hurriedly, turning to flee while shouting, Mom, you've gone mad. Calm down. As Lin Yinyin burst through the community gate, her steps were frantic and hurried, the sound of her heels striking the ground ringing out sharply. Her heart raced like a drum, her ears filled only with her own heavy breaths and the distant, frenzied screams of Fong Qing. Stop right there. Lin Yinyin, you will not escape today. Fong Qing pursued relentlessly, the knife in her hand glinting ominously in the sunlight. Her gaze wild and deranged, her mouth continuously spewing curses. You ungrateful wretch. I have cared for you all these years, and you dare to steal my money. Today, I will surely end your life. The residents of the community, who were previously enjoying a leisurely stroll, were taken aback by this sudden scene, halting in their tracks and gathering around to witness the commotion. Some pulled out their phones to capture the moment, while others pointed and whispered, what is happening? How did this mother and daughter end up like this? Oh dear, the woman is wielding a knife. This could escalate dangerously. Quick, call the police before it turns fatal. As Lin Yinyin ran, she glanced back and saw Fong Qing closing in, her face paling in fear. She desperately quickened her pace, but stumbled at a corner, her body lurching forward. Seizing the opportunity, Fong Qing charged forward, raising the kitchen knife high and bringing it down with force. Ah! Lin Yinyin screamed, instinctively rolling to the side as the knife grazed her arm, slicing through skin and drawing forth bright red blood. The searing pain in her arm brought tears to her eyes. Mother, have you gone mad? Do you truly intend to kill me? Fong Qing did not relent, continuing her assault with the knife while shouting, do not call me mother. I have no ungrateful daughter like you. Today, it is either your life or mine. Ignoring the pain in her arm, Lin Yinyin scrambled to her feet and continued to flee. Her mind was a blank slate, consumed by a singular thought, escape this madness. Escape Fong Qing's wrath. At that moment, leaning against a car at the edge of the crowd was Jiang Ye, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips, his eyes gleaming with amusement. He watched the chaotic scene unfold, Lin Yinyin's desperate flight and Fong Qing's relentless pursuit, and could hardly contain his delight, murmuring to himself, what a spectacle. As Lin Yinyin ran, tears streamed down her face. The wound on her arm throbbed painfully, threatening to topple her resolve. Her vision began to blur, her steps growing heavier. Just then, she spotted a taxi ahead and waved frantically, shouting, help, help, stop her. The driver, upon witnessing the scene, hastily started the vehicle and sped away. In despair, Lin Yinyin halted, turning to face Fong Qing, her voice trembling. Mother, do you truly wish to kill me? I am your daughter. Closing her eyes, Lin Yinyin felt as though she were staring into an abyss, believing she would not escape this dire fate. Fong Qing, however, dropped the knife to the ground, her demeanor shifting to one of unsettling calm. Yet, as she gazed at Lin Yinyin's arm, blood gushing forth, she realized it was too late for regret. Suddenly, the wail of sirens pierced the air as a police car raced into the community. Several officers swiftly exited the vehicle, commanding loudly, halt, drop the knife. Startled by the sirens, Fong Qing froze momentarily. The officers seized the chance to rush in, snatching the knife from her grasp and pinning her to the ground. Lin Yinyin collapsed to the ground, tears flowing freely as her arm continued to bleed. One officer approached her, concern etched on his face. Are you all right? Do you need an ambulance? Lin Yinyin nodded weakly. The officer called for assistance and turned to deal with Fong Qing, who was handcuffed and ceased her struggles as she was led to the police car. Watching her mother being taken away, Lin Yinyin felt a tumult of emotions swirling within her, tears cascading down her cheeks. She never imagined her relationship with her mother would spiral to such a tragic conclusion. Outside the crowd, Jiang Ye remained rooted in place, observing the unfolding spectacle with an increasingly pronounced smile. Lin Yinyin had been apprehended, Fang Qing had also been taken away, and Lin Yinyin had suffered a grievous injury. Their family had become notorious throughout the entire community. This grand drama was truly exhilarating to witness. Upon returning home, Jiang Ye stood by the window, a glass of red wine clasped in his hand, his gaze coldly fixed outside. At last, his former adversaries lay vanquished at his feet. Whether it was Lin Yinyin, Fang Qing, or that Lin Yinyin who once trampled upon his dignity, they had all paid dearly for their transgressions. A faint smile curved Jiang Ye's lips, a surge of intense exhilaration coursing through him. The satisfaction derived from this vengeance nearly intoxicated him. He settled into the sofa, placing the wine glass on the table, his fingers lightly tapping the surface. The last name that flitted through his mind was Yin Feng, the individual who, in a previous life, had conspired with Lin Yinyin to poison him and had desecrated his ashes by flushing them down the drain. The mere thought of Yin Feng caused Jiang Ye's expression to grow increasingly frigid, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Yin Feng, you are the last remaining, Jiang Ye whispered, his voice laced with a barely perceptible malice. There is no rush. I shall take my time playing with you until your complete unraveling. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, awakening Jiang Ye to the melodious chirping of birds. Rubbing his somewhat heavy temples, he sat up, his gaze still slightly dazed. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Ye approached the door and opened it to find the postman standing there. Jiang, here is your mail. Please sign for it, the postman said, extending an envelope. Jiang Ye accepted the envelope, his eyes drawn to the words Hangzhou University inscribed upon it. His pupils narrowing slightly. He quickly signed, closed the door, and settled onto the sofa, carefully unsealing the envelope. Inside lay an admission letter, prominently displaying the words admission notice from Hangzhou University. At last, it has arrived, Jiang Ye murmured to himself, gently tracing the edge of the letter with his fingers. Although the prospect of attending university held little significance for him, having already experienced it in a past life, this admission letter represented a commendable achievement for his current academic journey. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the date inscribed on the letter, August 15th. Jiang Ye's pupils dilated sharply, his fingers trembling slightly. This date was all too familiar to him. Mother's Memorial Day. Jiang Ye's voice dropped, tinged with a hint of emotion. He closed his eyes, envisioning his younger self standing helplessly by his mother's sickbed, watching her pallid face gradually fade from vitality, a scene as vivid as yesterday. After a moment of silence, he rose, carefully folded the letter, and tucked it into his pocket. He approached the wardrobe, donned a fresh set of clothes, and turned to drive out. Mother, I have been accepted into Hangzhou University, Jiang Ye spoke softly, his tone imbued with tenderness and determination. I will bring the admission letter to show you. The relationship between the two deepens. The mausoleum is nestled in the outskirts of the city, surrounded by verdant mountains, and the air is imbued with a subtle scent of pine. Jiang Ye ascends the steps, clutching a bouquet of white chrysanthemums, his heart heavy with complex emotions. His mother's gravestone stands in a corner of the cemetery, flanked by a few pine trees, with several wilted flowers placed before it. As Jiang Ye approaches the gravestone, he stands in silence for a moment before bending down to gently lay the chrysanthemums at its base. Mother, I have come to visit you, he murmurs, his voice low and tender, tinged with sorrow. He traces his fingers over the photograph on the gravestone, where his mother's gentle smile radiates warmth and love. From his pocket, he retrieves his admission letter, carefully unfolding it and placing it before the gravestone. Mother, do you see? I have been accepted into Hangzhou University. This is what you always wished for me, and I have finally accomplished it. His voice quivers, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Mother, I have ensured that those who once harmed us have paid the price. They will no longer have the opportunity to hurt anyone again. Now, there remains only one last person, and I shall not spare him. Jiang Ye's voice gradually becomes somber. Mother, rest assured, I will live well and witness those who deserve their fate receive it. I will continue to move forward, carrying the strength you bestowed upon me. You must watch over me from above. I miss you dearly. As he prepares to leave, he suddenly hears light footsteps behind him, accompanied by a familiar voice. Xiao Yi. He halts, turning to see Su Mengru approaching with a bouquet of white chrysanthemums in her hand. Sunlight filters through her long hair, creating a soft halo. Her eyes are clear, reflecting a hint of concern. Rujia, what brings you here? Jiang Ye asks, somewhat surprised. Su Mengru steps closer. gently placing the white chrysanthemums and some fruit before the grave. I remember today is your mother's memorial, so I came to pay my respects. Her gaze lingers on Jiang Ye's face, noticing the redness around his eyes, a flicker of empathy crossing her features. Xiaoyi, are you all right? Jiang Ye bites his lip, wanting to respond, but words seem to catch in his throat. Su Mingru remains silent for a moment, and seeing the vulnerability in Jiang Ye, she suddenly steps forward, enveloping him in a gentle embrace. Jiang Ye stiffens, his senses enveloped by a delicate fragrance, a scent unique to Su Mingru, reminiscent of morning jasmine. Warm and soothing, her embrace is both soft and firm, silently offering comfort to Jiang Ye. This hug feels identical to the last time he visited this grave. His hands tremble slightly at his sides, and finally, he raises one hand to softly return her embrace. His voice emerges hoarse, tinged with an imperceptible fragility. Ru Jie. Thank you. Su Mingru gently pats his back, her voice tender. Jiang Ye, you don't always have to be so tense. When you feel sad, I am here. Did you not say that we are siblings who help each other? Indeed, my mother was discharged from the hospital a few days ago, and she specifically urged me to express my heartfelt gratitude to you. Had it not been for your assistance in contacting the hospital specialists, her condition would not have improved so swiftly. Truly, Jiang Ye, thank you. Jiang Ye paused for a moment, then shook his head. No need for thanks. It was merely a small effort. It is a relief to hear that Anne is well. A subtle stirring occurred within Jiang Ye's heart. Su Mingru's embrace was warm and soft, as if capable of dispelling every shadow lingering in his soul. He closed his eyes, allowing the fragrant warmth to envelop him. And for a fleeting moment, the fatigue and heaviness in his heart seemed to lift. If only this could last forever, Jiang Ye silently mused. He longed to remain immersed in this warmth, far removed from the frigid hatred and the burdens of a past life. With a gentle sigh, Jiang Ye gradually released his hold and took a step back, creating distance between himself and Su Mingru. His voice was low and hoarse, tinged with a hint of regret. Ru Jie, thank you. I am feeling much better now. Su Mingru observed his actions, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. But she quickly regained her tender smile. She nodded softly, her tone gentle. Xiaoyi, you need not be so formal with me. We are siblings. And if you need me, I am always here. Upon hearing Su Mingru refer to their relationship as siblings, Jiang Ye felt a slight heaviness in his heart, as if a delicate needle had pricked his emotions. He lowered his gaze, a hint of despondency flickering in his eyes. For Su Mingru, he had long harbored an indescribable affection, especially after that brief moment when he had merely grasped her hand in town. The electrifying sensation and vivid image often resurfaced in his mind. A bitter smile reluctantly graced Jiang Ye's lips. If Su Mingru truly regarded him solely as a brother, then this affection might become an insurmountable chasm between them. Quickly regaining his composure, he privately reassured himself, at least for now, she is willing to engage with me. To show concern. This is a significant improvement compared to when I had previously messed up and she ignored me. Come, Ru Jie, let me escort you home. Jiang Ye said softly, his tone imbued with tenderness. Su Mingru seemed to sense Jiang Ye's fleeting disappointment, and she hesitated, wanting to say something, yet ultimately swallowed her words. In the end, she merely smiled gently and nodded. All right. Xiaoyi, let us return together. The two walked side by side along the path of the cemetery. Sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them. A gentle breeze wafted by, bringing with it a refreshing essence. Jiang Ye's mood gradually began to settle. As dusk approached, the afterglow of the setting sun enveloped them, elongating their shadows. Jiang Ye glanced at Su Mingru, hesitated for a moment, then proposed. Ru Jie, it is getting late. Would you care to join me for a meal? Perhaps at that shopping mall we visited last time? Su Mingru blinked, pondering for a moment, before breaking into a warm smile. Sure, I happen to be a bit hungry as well. A flicker of joy illuminated Jiang Ye's eyes. He had not anticipated Su Mingru's prompt acceptance this time, especially considering how arduous it had been to invite her for a meal during their last outing. The two soon arrived at the Western restaurant in the mall. Jiang Ye noticed that Su Mingru seemed considerably more relaxed than before. Her smile appeared more genuine, and in their conversation, she no longer maintained a deliberate distance. Instead, she exuded a sense of ease and spontaneity. Her demeanor made Jiang Ye feel particularly at ease. During the meal, his gaze occasionally drifted towards Su Mingru. The atmosphere enveloped him in comfort. What are you staring at? Is there something on my face? Su Mingru suddenly raised her head and asked with a feigned seriousness, though her eyes sparkled with mischief. Jiang Ye chuckled at her question, shaking his head gently. His tone soft. No, I simply think you look particularly lovely while eating. Su Mingru paused for a moment, her cheeks flushing slightly. She glanced down at her plate and, feeling a bit shy, said, "Are you mocking me? Am I eating too much? Like a glutton?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head, his tone sincere. "No, Rujie, how could I mock you? In fact, I find it quite genuine and adorable. I truly appreciate this side of you, so unrestrained. It makes me feel at ease as well." Her cheeks deepened in color, and she shyly bit her lip, murmuring, "You really shouldn't keep saying such embarrassing things." Observing her bashful demeanor stirred something within Jiang Ye, prompting him to speak even more gently. "I speak from the heart. Rujie, you need not put on any facade in front of me. I cherish the way you are now, relaxed and natural, which in turn makes me feel particularly comfortable." Su Mingru lifted her head, her heart fluttering lightly. She smiled softly, her voice gentle. "All right then, I won't pretend anymore. I actually feel quite comfortable being with you." A smile spread across Jiang Ye's face, his eyes alight with joy. "Then let us continue this way. Let's both be our most authentic selves, shall we?" Su Mingru nodded, the blush on her cheeks gradually fading, replaced by a warm smile. "Okay." After leaving the steakhouse, Jiang Ye and Su Mingru returned to the villa together. Throughout the journey, their atmosphere remained light and cheerful. Su Mingru took the initiative to suggest helping Jiang Ye tidy up his room first. Jiang Ye was somewhat taken aback, yet felt a wave of warmth in his heart. "Are you sure you want to help me clean? I don't want to tire you out," Jiang Ye said with a smile, a hint of teasing in his voice. Su Mingru feigned displeasure. "I don't know who just said we should be more relaxed." Jiang Ye chuckled and shook his head, his tone gentle. "All right, then I want to be polite." Upon returning to the villa, Su Mingru frowned at the disarrayed room. "Xiao Yi, look at you. This place is a mess, like a dog's den. You don't know how to tidy up." With that, Su Mingru rolled up her sleeves and began diligently helping Jiang Ye organize the room. Her movements were brisk, and soon the space transformed into a neat and bright environment. Jiang Ye stood by, watching her silhouette, a warmth blossoming within him. He suddenly felt that this kind of life might not be so bad after all. Once they finished cleaning, Su Mingru wiped the sweat from her forehead, smiling. "All right, it's finally clean. Is this room usually left untidy?" Jiang Ye scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I've been too busy to manage it properly." Su Mingru smiled gently, about to say something, when suddenly the sound of a car engine echoed from outside. She approached the window and saw a black BMW parked at the villa's entrance, beside which stood a middle-aged man peering curiously in their direction. "Jiang Ye, it seems someone is looking for you," Su Mingru remarked, her tone tinged with curiosity. Jiang Ye furrowed his brow, walked to the window for a glance, and his expression instantly hardened. He recognized the man as his father, Jiang Qingshan. Upon seeing Jiang Ye, Jiang Qingshan forced a smile, his voice carrying a hint of reproach. "Xiao Yi, why didn't you tell me you topped the exam? I could have arranged a celebratory banquet for you, inviting relatives and friends to share in the joy." Jiang Ye regarded him coldly, his eyes devoid of warmth. "You hardly ever make an appearance throughout the year. Why pretend to be a caring father now? Spare me the charade." Jiang Qingshan's smile faltered, clearly taken aback by Jiang Ye's blunt retort. He frowned, his tone laced with displeasure. "How can you speak to me like that? I am your father. Isn't it natural for me to be concerned about you? Furthermore, a celebratory banquet is a significant occasion. Other families host grand events, and the Jiang family should not lose face." "Lose face?" Jiang Ye scoffed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "When have you ever cared about my dignity? From childhood to now, have you ever been there for me? Where were you when my mother was ill? Where were you when I needed you while I was sick? Just 2 days before the college entrance exams, I had a fever during a torrential downpour. My homeroom teacher called you to take me to the hospital, and where were you then? Now that the exams are over, you come here to say these things. Don't you find it ridiculous?" Jiang Qingshan's expression darkened. He opened his mouth as if to argue, but ultimately sighed, softening his tone. "Xiao Yi, I know I haven't been a good father in the past, but I want to make amends now. You've excelled. This is a joyous occasion, and we should celebrate together." "Make amends?" Jiang Ye's eyes revealed a trace of weariness and disappointment. "Some things, once lost, cannot be reclaimed. Leave. I do not need your celebration or your concern. Go spend time with your other son. I have no need for your feigned affection here." Jiang Qingshan was incensed by Jiang Ye's words, his face reddening, veins bulging on his forehead. He glanced around, suddenly pulling a stick from the trunk of the car, and charged towards Jiang Ye, shouting furiously, "You ungrateful child! How dare you speak to your father like that? Today, I will teach you a lesson." Jiang Ye stood his ground, his gaze unflinching, tinged with disdain. "What? If you can't win an argument, you resort to violence? You truly haven't changed at all." Jiang Qingshan raised the stick, poised to strike Jiang Ye. In that critical moment, Su Mingru rushed forward, shoving Jiang Ye aside, and stepping in front of him. With a resounding thud, the stick struck Su Mingru's arm. She let out a muffled groan, her body swaying precariously as if on the brink of collapse. Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback, but his expression swiftly darkened to a steely pallor. He quickly steadied Su Mingru, his voice trembling with concern. "Sister Ru, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Su Mingru forced herself to stand upright, suppressing the pain that radiated from her back, and shook her head. "I'm fine, don't worry about me." In an instant, Jiang Ye's gaze turned frigid, as if encased in a layer of frost. He raised his eyes to Jiang Qingshan, fury simmering within him. "How dare you strike her?" Jiang Qingshan, taken aback by Jiang Ye's fierce glare, stumbled back a step, but quickly regained his composure, his tone laced with menace. "I am your father. If you misbehave, I shall discipline you." Who told Su Mingru to provoke this punishment? Before his words could fully dissipate, Jiang Ye seized the stick from Jiang Qingshan's hands, delivering a harsh blow to his leg. With a resounding thud, Jiang Qingshan cried out in pain. Clutching the injured area, his face awash with disbelief. You dare strike me?" Jiang Ye's eyes were icy, his voice low and resolute. "This strike is in defense of Sister Ru." With that, he raised the stick once more, landing a second blow upon Jiang Qingshan's other leg. "And this one is for myself." Jiang Qingshan writhed in agony, cursing, "You ungrateful wretch. How dare you strike your father? I will teach you a lesson." Desperately, Jiang Qingshan struggled to rise, reaching for the stick in Jiang Ye's grasp. However, as his hand reached halfway, Jiang Ye swiftly sidestepped, evading his grasp with ease. In the next moment, he seized Jiang Qingshan's wrist, twisting it forcefully, and hoisted him off the ground. Before Jiang Qingshan could comprehend the situation, he found himself hurled to the ground with a decisive slam. With a resounding thud, Jiang Qingshan lay on the ground, grimacing in pain, momentarily dazed. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Jiang Ye, as if seeing his son for the first time. "When did you become so?" Gasping for breath, Jiang Qingshan's voice trembled with shock and panic. It dawned on him that Jiang Ye was no longer the frail, silent boy of yore. The man before him was tall, robust, and exuded an unsettling aura of dominance. Jiang Ye regarded him coldly, a hint of derision in his tone. "Surprised? Did you think I would remain the helpless child you could abuse without consequence?" Jiang Qingshan opened his mouth to respond, but no words came forth. He had indeed underestimated the magnitude of Jiang Ye's transformation. The slender boy from his memories had matured into a man he could no longer contend with. From his elevated stance, Jiang Ye looked down upon him, his voice icy. "Jiang Qingshan, I am no longer the child who craved your feigned affection. To me, you are nothing but a stranger. Let today's events conclude here. If you dare to appear before me again, or harm those close to me, I shall not show mercy as I did today." Jiang Ye's gaze was icy as he spoke in a low, chilling tone. "Leave. Do not let me see your face again, for I cannot guarantee what I might do." Jiang Qingshan stood frozen, his complexion pale, ultimately saying nothing as he turned away. Retreating toward his car, he hastily opened the door, jumped in, and with a roar of the engine, sped away from the villa. Once Jiang Qingshan's vehicle vanished from sight, Jiang Ye turned back to Su Mingru, his expression softening, a hint of concern lacing his voice. "How are you? Does it hurt a lot? I will take you to the hospital." Su Mingru shook her head, managing a faint smile. "I'm really fine, just a bit of pain. I just need to rest." Jiang Ye, still unconvinced, insisted on helping her inside. "Please sit down. I will take a look at you." They entered the villa, and Jiang Ye helped Su Mingru settle onto the sofa, carefully examining her injuries, though her clothing concealed the wounds. The areas struck by the stick were visibly red and swollen. A flicker of guilt crossed Jiang Ye's eyes as he spoke in a hushed tone. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault that you were hurt." Su Mingru looked at Jiang Ye, a whirlwind of complex emotions surging within her. She suddenly recalled his past, that child who lost his mother at a tender age, facing a cold and even violent father. How lonely and fragile he must have been. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her eyes began to glisten with tears, which fell unbidden. Noticing her distress, Jiang Ye panicked, swiftly moving to support her shoulders. His voice urgent and filled with concern. "Rujia, what's wrong? Is the injury on your side very painful? I'll take you to the hospital immediately." Su Mingru shook her head, gently wiping her tears with her hand, her voice slightly choked. "No, Jiang Ye, it doesn't hurt. I just feel for you. Your mother left too soon, and your father is like this." Jiang Ye paused, momentarily taken aback, then lowered his gaze, his tone somber. "Rujia, you needn't feel sorrow for me. Those matters are in the past. I have long since grown accustomed to them." His hand hesitated for a moment, adopting an air of feigned lightness. "Rujia, Let me examine you. Apply some antiseptic to prevent infection. Su Mingru nodded in agreement. Jiang Ye lowered his head, focusing intently as he rolled up her sleeve. His fingertips brushed against her skin, cool and smooth. Just as he marveled at the quality of her skin, his heart sank. As her sleeve was fully rolled up, Jiang Ye's gaze fixed upon a small black mole on her left arm. Small and round, resembling a star. So familiar. Jiang Ye froze, his breath seemingly caught in his throat, his fingers suspended in midair, unable to move. Memories flooded his mind like a deluge. That hazy silhouette. The girl who sold her house to save him, who spoke of her affection for him. The girl with the mole he had searched for so desperately. Was she? Was it really Su Mingru? Jiang Ye's throat tightened, his eyes instantly reddening. Tears blurred his vision as he clenched his teeth, fighting against the surge of emotion threatening to overwhelm him. Yet, his heart ached as if sliced by a knife. Jiang Ye's fist was tightly clenched, his nails nearly digging into his palm. He longed to slap himself in frustration. After seeking countless individuals and pursuing numerous leads, even casting furtive glances at the arms of girls from the adjacent class, he had failed to realize that the person closest to him was right before his eyes, Su Mingru. She had always been by his side, silently guarding him. In that moment, Jiang Ye felt as if his heart were being torn asunder. Surprise, disbelief, regret, guilt, and heartache, all emotions intertwined, suffocating him. At that instant, a familiar melody suddenly emanated from the television, God Lancastoff. The gentle piano notes flowed softly, imbued with a tinge of melancholy. Each lyric resonated deeply within Jiang Ye's heart. I wish to transform into the angel you adore in the fairy tale. With open arms, I become wings to protect you. You must believe that we will, like the stories of old, find happiness and joy as our conclusion. Tears cascaded uncontrollably down Jiang Ye's cheeks. Gazing at Su Mingru, he seemed to glimpse the girl from his past life who had selflessly sold her home to save him. Su Mingru paused, her expression laced with confusion as she looked at him. Jiang Ye, what is the matter? His throat felt as though it were constricted by an unseen force. He wished to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. The events of his previous life seemed too absurd to share. Who would believe him? Starting from the beginning. Jiang Ye murmured softly, Sister Ru, I don't know what's wrong. Hearing this song suddenly makes me want to cry. His voice was hoarse, tinged with an unmistakable catch. Su Mingru studied him, her gaze filled with uncertainty, yet more so with compassion. She had never witnessed this vulnerable side of Jiang Ye. In that moment, he resembled a helpless child, his eyes reddened, tears brimming. After a brief hesitation, she sighed gently, her tone tender. Jiang Ye, have you encountered some trouble? He shook his head, unable to meet her eyes, and quietly asked, Sister Ru, may I hug you? His voice was barely above a whisper, uncertain, as if fearing rejection. Surprised, Su Mingru observed the fragility and helplessness in his gaze, stirring something soft within her heart. She nodded slightly, her voice barely audible. All right. Jiang Ye seemed to receive some unspoken permission, extending his arms to embrace Su Mingru gently. His movements were somewhat frantic, yet imbued with an indescribable tenderness. As his face nestled against her shoulder, memories of past sufferings flooded his mind, and he could no longer contain his tears, which flowed forth like a torrential river. Jiang Ye's shoulders trembled slightly, his breath quickening, yet he bit down on his lip, stifling any sounds of distress. Su Mingru felt the dampness on her shoulder, a pang of sorrow welling up within her. She softly patted his back, soothing him as one would a wounded child, her voice gentle. It's all right. I'm here. Yet Jiang Ye held her tighter, as though releasing her would cause her to vanish. His tears, like pearls strung on a broken thread, soaked her garment, shattering the composure he had maintained for so long. At this moment, he merely wished to convey through this embrace all his gratitude and guilt, revealing to her the missed opportunities of their past life and the serendipity of this existence. Su Mingru did not press further. She simply allowed him to hold her, quietly accompanying him. She was oblivious to the reason behind his tears, yet she understood that he needed her in this moment. Jiang Ye wept for an extended period, as if releasing emotions that had been pent up for 2 lifetimes. After more than 10 minutes, he finally calmed down slightly, lifting his head with still red eyes. His voice hoarse, Sister Ru, I don't want you to leave tonight. Will you stay? Su Mingru was taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a request from him. She furrowed her brow slightly, hesitating. Jiang Ye, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Sensing her impending refusal, Jiang Ye panicked and quickly grasped her hand, his tone urgent yet somewhat clumsy in its plea. Sister Ru, I promise. I won't bully you like last time. You can sleep in your own room. And if I do bully you, I'll be a little dog, barking like one. His seriousness was palpable, even raising his hand as if to swear an oath. Su Mingru couldn't help but chuckle at his earnestness, a soft laugh escaping her lips. She gently withdrew her hand, her eyes reflecting a mix of exasperation and fondness. "Why do you always say such silly things?" Seeing her smile, Jiang Ye felt a wave of relief wash over him, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Sister Ru, please agree to stay. I truly don't want to be alone, especially not tonight." Su Mingru regarded him, his tear-streaked eyes betraying a hint of unease and hope, reminiscent of the little boy who once followed her closely. With a sigh, she finally nodded. "All right, I will stay for tonight. However, this is a special exception. You must keep your word, or I shall truly ignore you in the future." Jiang Ye nodded vigorously. "Yes. Yes, I promise." With that, a broad smile illuminated his face, as though he had received a monumental blessing. Observing his childlike demeanor softened Su Mingru's heart inexplicably. She reached out and patted his head, her voice laced with affection. "Enough with the silly smiles. Hurry and wash your face. You look like a crying cat." Jiang Ye chuckled, turning to dash toward the bathroom, his back radiating a joyful exuberance. Watching him, Su Mingru shook her head, softly muttering, "This silly boy truly makes one worry. I wonder what has gotten into him today, so emotional." After his shower, with damp hair still dripping, Jiang Ye sat on the sofa, his hands fidgeting nervously, his heart pounding like a drum. Having missed a lifetime in the past, he thought to himself that in this life, he could not afford to let another chance slip away. Summoning his courage, he tentatively spoke. "Sister Ru, if I were to say I like you, what would happen?" Su Mingru was seated on the sofa, engrossed in turning the pages of her book. When she heard his words, her fingers paused momentarily. She lifted her gaze, her expression a complex mixture of confusion and hesitation. A flicker of panic and uncertainty reflected in her eyes. The memory of that night, when Jiang Ye had kissed her forcefully, surged unbidden to her mind. The sense of pressure and loss of control igniting a wave of fear within her. Su Mingru bit her lip, fell silent for a moment, then softly spoke. "Jiang Ye, let us remain as siblings." From a young age, she had always regarded him as her younger brother and had never contemplated altering their relationship. Jiang Ye's heart sank, as if gripped by an unseen force. His smile froze upon his face, and a glimmer of disappointment flickered in his eyes. Lowering his head, his voice emerged hoarse. "I understand, Sister Ru." He endeavored to infuse calmness into his tone. "I apologize for being too abrupt. Please do not take it to heart." Observing his forced composure, Mingru's heart grew complicated. She opened her mouth to say something, but found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, she merely sighed gently, her tone softening. "Jiang Ye, you are about to enter university, where you will encounter many wonderful young women. You will meet someone far better." Jiang Ye felt a pang of pain within. Nevertheless, he lifted his head and managed a strained smile. "Sister Ru, do not worry. I understand your sentiments. We shall continue as before, as if nothing has transpired." Yet, despite his words, Jiang Ye silently resolved that since he had finally found the girl with the birthmark, he could not so easily relinquish this chance. He would take his time, proving himself through actions rather than seeking immediate results. One day, Sister Ru would come to recognize his sincere heart, devoid of fear and resistance. Mingru looked at Jiang Ye with a hint of compassion in her eyes and gently said, "Xiao Yi, you should rest early. I have work tomorrow." Jiang Ye nodded, rising and making his way to his room. As Mingru watched his retreating figure, an inexplicable bitterness welled within her. Yet she quickly shook her head, suppressing those complex emotions. When did Xiao Yi become so clingy? Jiang Ye lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, his eyes unblinking. The room was so quiet that he could hear the ticking of the clock, yet his mind was a chaotic whirl. Memories from his past life surged like a tide. Vivid scenes as if they had transpired only yesterday. He recalled Lin Yinyin, the girl he had once fervently pursued. In his previous life, he had devoted nearly all his time and energy to her, like a tireless admirer, meticulously catering to her every whim. He remembered every gift he had bestowed upon her, every love letter he had penned, and even the milk tea from a shop she had casually mentioned. He would traverse the city to procure it. Yet, in return for his devotion, he received only Lin Yinyin's indifference and disregard. She had never truly reciprocated his feelings, occasionally offering him fleeting glimmers of hope that ensnared him deeper into obsession. During that time, he had been like a fool, lost in the fantasies he had woven, believing that if he persevered, one day she would recognize his genuine heart. Meanwhile, he had completely overlooked Su Mingru, the sister who had stood by him throughout his life, quietly caring for and supporting him. Mingru always gazed at him with tender eyes, comforting him in moments of despair and offering guidance in times of confusion. He suddenly recalled numerous details, how Su Mingru remembered his birthday every year, even when he himself had forgotten. How she would always brave the rain to bring him an umbrella at school, knowing his habitual carelessness, and how, during his late-night study sessions, she would quietly deliver snacks and milk, sitting beside him, engrossed in her own reading. Yet, what had he done? He had turned a blind eye to her kindness, taking her concern for granted time and again. What pained him most was the memory of how, in a previous life, Su Mingru had warned Jiang Ye against pursuing Lin Yinyin and Lin Yinyin, deeming it unworthy. Yet he had responded with impatience, reprimanding her for not understanding his feelings, even uttering the hurtful words that his affairs were none of her business, and had even struck her lightly with a stick, ultimately chilling her heart. In the end, Lin Yinyin had dismissed Su Mingru from Guangyao Real Estate. From that moment on, she never reached out to him again. He had been too preoccupied with pursuing Lin Yinyin to realize what he had lost. It was only later that he learned from a friend that Su Mingru had relocated to another city to start anew. Since then, their contact had dwindled significantly. However, upon discovering that he had fallen ill and was hospitalized, she sold her house and rushed to the hospital, declaring that she would do whatever it took to pay for his medical care. The memories of his past life pierced Jiang Ye's heart like a knife, each recollection a fresh wound. He closed his eyes, tears streaming from the corners. His chest felt as if it were being crushed, making it hard to breathe. He loathed his own foolishness in his past life, regretting that he had not recognized sooner who truly cared for him. It turned out that Su Mingru had always loved him in her own way. Jiang Ye's thoughts churned in the darkness. If Su Mingru had indeed harbored feelings for him in his past life, when had it begun? He recalled every fleeting moment shared with her. Suddenly, he remembered that afternoon not long ago when he had visited her hometown. In his previous life, they had shared that very day. A bicycle had whizzed past the roadside, and Jiang Ye had instinctively grasped her hand, pulling her close. Su Mingru had been startled, nearly spilling her milk tea. Later, as Jiang Ye held her hand, she looked up, her cheeks flushed. Perhaps that was the moment it had all begun? Jiang Ye murmured to himself, a pang of bittersweetness swelling within him. He realized that Su Mingru's feelings for him might have quietly blossomed during those seemingly insignificant moments. He had just never taken the time to appreciate or cherish them. What a fool I am. Jiang Ye chuckled softly, wiping away his tears with the pillowcase, resolutely deciding within himself that this time, he would not let Su Mingru down. The following morning, when Su Mingru opened her door, she found Jiang Ye sitting on the sofa, lost in thought. His eyes were slightly red and puffy, as if he had been crying. She paused for a moment and gently asked, "Xiao Yi, didn't sleep well last night?" Jiang Ye lifted his gaze, meeting her tender eyes, and felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. He rose from his seat and approached Su Mingru, speaking with earnest gravity. "Sister Ru, I acknowledge that I have been a scoundrel in the past, often neglecting your feelings. However, I wish to convey that from this moment forth, I will cherish you dearly and ensure that you are never saddened or angered by me again." Su Mingru was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such words from Jiang Ye. With a gaze imbued with complexity, she inquired, "Xiao Yi, why do you suddenly express these sentiments?" Jiang Ye looked into her eyes, which held a hint of confusion, and felt a gentle tug at his heart. Lowering his head, his voice slightly hoarse yet imbued with an unprecedented seriousness, he replied, "Sister Ru, I have come to realize that I was rather immature in the past. Many of your actions stemmed from your concern for me, while I was simply headstrong and thoughtless, which often led to your distress." Su Mingru was momentarily stunned. Then a soft smile graced her lips. "Xiao Yi, why the sudden declaration? In my heart, you have always been a child. You have been quite obedient already. Now, go and have your breakfast. I have prepared it for you." Seated at the dining table, Jiang Ye sipped the porridge she had made, warmth flooding his heart. The taste of the porridge was simple, yet comforting, akin to the feelings she had consistently bestowed upon him. He glanced up to find Su Mingru focused on peeling an egg for him, her profile gentle and attentive. "Is it delicious?" she asked with a smile as she handed him the peeled egg. "Yes, the meals prepared by Sister Ru are always delightful." Jiang Ye nodded in affirmation. After finishing breakfast, Su Mingru tidied the dishes and grabbed her bag, preparing to head to the mall for work. Jiang Ye picked up the car keys and stood up. "Sister Ru, allow me to drive you." Su Mingru hesitated for a moment, then smiled and waved her hand dismissively. "There's no need. I can take the bus by myself." "Absolutely not." Jiang Ye insisted, his tone leaving no room for refusal. "I will drive you, and that is final." "Oh, you." Su Mingru relented, nodding in acquiescence. In the car, Jiang Ye drove steadily, his gaze occasionally drifting to her in the passenger seat. Su Mingru gazed out the window, a faint smile playing upon her lips. "Sister Ru," Jiang Ye suddenly spoke. In the future, whenever I have free time, I shall drive you to work." Su Mingru turned to look at him, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Why go through the trouble? I can manage the bus just fine. It is no trouble at all, Jiang Ye replied, gripping the steering wheel as he focused ahead. I have little else to do, and it provides me with the perfect opportunity to practice my driving skills. Su Mingru paused, then lowered her head in agreement, her heart quietly laughing. This child, how has he suddenly become so clingy? 2 days passed. Fang Qing emerged from the detention center, her complexion pale and her eyes vacant. Standing at the entrance of Jiang Ye's villa, she clutched her clothing tightly, her heart racing with anxiety. Only one thought occupied her mind. She must not lose the opportunity to assist Jiang Ye in purchasing a house. After all, this job promised a relatively easy income and was her sole hope, the last straw to escape her predicament. Taking a deep breath, she raised her hand and pressed the doorbell. When the door opened, Jiang Ye stood there, observing her disheveled and haggard appearance. A wave of satisfaction washed over him, though he feigned sympathy on his face. Ah, Aunt Fang, you have been released. Jiang Ye's voice trembled slightly, his gaze infused with a desperate plea. I wish to continue working for you. Come in, Jiang Ye responded coolly, turning to stride into the living room. Fang Qing closed the villa's grand door, trailing behind him, her steps somewhat unsteady. Jiang Ye, the over 200,000 I had earned has been seized by Lin Bushing and Lin Bo. Fang Qing's voice quivered, tears brimming in her eyes. I am left with nothing. Jiang Ye lounged on the sofa, crossing his legs, and lit a cigarette. He inhaled deeply, releasing the smoke in a languid stream, suppressing a mocking chuckle within. You filthy wench, are you still addicted to the money you made from me? Transitioning from luxury to frugality is arduous. Prepare for your hardships to come. With the developments at Lot 66 and Handong New District underway, who would still covet the meager profits from second-hand property appreciation? Jiang Ye sat upon the couch, gently tapping his fingers against the armrest, a smirk playing on his lips. He sighed deliberately, his tone laced with feigned helplessness. Aunt Fang, I have recently acquired numerous properties and am short on funds. Your assistance in purchasing a house will have to wait until circumstances improve. Upon hearing this, Fang Qing's heart sank, her smile faltering. She had anticipated Jiang Ye's unhesitating agreement, only to be met with his refusal. Biting her lip, panic surged within her, and her mind spiraled into a frenzy of thoughts. Could it be that Lin Yinyin had whispered something insidious behind her back? This notion suddenly surged in her mind. She recalled the contents of the voice recorder Jiang Ye had given her a couple of days prior, and the more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. A wave of animosity toward Lin Yinyin surged within her. Jiang Ye, do not heed Lin Yinyin's baseless slander, Fang Qing implored urgently, her voice tinged with sharpness. Lin Yinyin is nothing but a vile creature. She frequently speaks ill of you, labeling you a complete fool. And Yin Feng, that fool, is not a good person. He is merely a freeloader who has never regarded you as a brother. They both seek to manipulate you. Jiang Ye listened to Fang Qing's words, his expression remaining composed, though a flicker of coldness crossed his eyes. In her desperation to preserve her position, Fang Qing had begun to divulge details regarding her daughter and Yin Feng. Jiang Ye's lips curled into a slight smirk, his internal laughter echoing. He was entirely indifferent to who might be scheming behind the scenes. After all, reputation is a double-edged sword, and one must embrace their own peculiarities. Yet, it seemed that the rift between the mother and daughter had indeed turned serious this time. Jiang Ye was already privy to the matters involving Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng, yet he feigned shock, exclaiming, Aunt Fang, is Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng truly like that? But I genuinely liked Lin Yinyin in the past. Fang Qing nodded vigorously, asserting, Lin Yinyin is enamored with Yin Feng. She doesn't care about you at all. You are merely a backup for her, a means to spend your money. Those gifts you presented meant nothing to her. She adorned campus strays with them. As for those love letters, she shared them with her classmates and Yin Feng, and they mock you behind your back as a fool. Standing before him, Fang Qing spoke with urgency, her eyes reflecting a mix of desperation and indignation. As if to unleash all the resentment towards his daughter, Jiang Ye's expression gradually darkened. His fingers tightened slightly, causing the rim of the cup to emit a faint sound. Although he had long understood the true nature of Lin Yinyin from his past life, hearing these details directly from Fang Qing felt like a sharp blade piercing into his heart, reopening the scars of his previous existence. Lin Yinyin is utterly unsuitable for you. Fang Qing's agitation intensified, her tone laced with a hint of malice. You foolishly bare your soul to her, but what does she do? She only mocks you behind your back and exploits you. If you continue down this path, you will inevitably be splattered with the pain of love. Standing by the window, Jiang Ye turned away, his gaze coldly fixed on the scenery outside. He thought to himself, I have long known what kind of person your daughter is. As for you, Fang Qing, Do you think that by cursing her, I am unaware of your own nature? However, rather than outright rejecting Fang Qing, he found it more prudent to lead her on, to present her with illusions that she could see yet not grasp, for that would be her greatest torment. Moreover, he could also witness the tragic drama unfolding between mother and daughter. Turning back, a faint smile graced Jiang Ye's face, his tone gentle. Fang Qing, I appreciate your sharing this with me. If it weren't for you, I might still be in the dark. Upon hearing Jiang Ye's gratitude, Fang Qing's face lit up with delight, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Jiang Ye, you needn't be so courteous. I simply do not wish to see you exploited. Jiang Ye nodded, his gaze profound, his tone slightly coaxing. Rest assured, if any opportunities arise in real estate, I will certainly keep you in the loop. After all, Aunt Fang, you are the person I trust the most. Fang Qing's heart raced with excitement upon hearing this, and she eagerly nodded. Thank you, Jiang Ye. I will certainly work hard. Work hard? Jiang Ye regarded Fang Qing, a subtle, mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Fang Qing lowered her head, her voice tinged with shyness. Jiang Ye, I haven't bathed in several days while at the detention center. May I take a shower here? I returned home on the bus today, and I am all sweaty. Jiang Ye was fully aware of Fang Qing's intentions. She merely sought to seduce him under the pretense of seeking a favor to further her own agenda. Since she had presented herself so readily, he saw no reason to decline. He decided to take the opportunity to exact another measure of revenge. From now on, he would focus entirely on Sumengru. Of course, Jiang Ye replied calmly. The bathroom is on the first floor. You may go. A look of joy appeared on Fang Qing's face as she quickly nodded. Thank you. Shao Yi. The sound of water echoed from the bathroom. After more than 10 minutes, the water ceased, and the bathroom door was gently pushed open. Fang Qing emerged, wrapped in a white towel, her damp hair cascading over her shoulders, droplets of water trickling down the ends. A faint blush adorned her cheeks, her gaze exuding a hint of allure, the corners of her mouth curving into a delicate smile. Jiang Ye, Fang Qing's voice was soft and sweet. I am done showering. Her towel was loosely wrapped, revealing glimpses of her fair skin, while her long, alluring legs, concealed beneath the towel, carried a teasing undertone with each step. Jiang Ye sat on the sofa, his eyes sweeping over her. An impulse surged within him, and it was not entirely unjustifiable. Over the past few days, Jiang Ye had been cultivating the Four Sacred Origins technique and had just made a breakthrough, leaving the energy within him restless. His gaze swept over Fang Qing, who was wrapped in a towel. Without uttering much, he reached out and pulled her closer, bringing her before him. Aunt Fang, you seem quite proactive today, Jiang Ye remarked, his voice low with a hint of mockery. Fang Qing chuckled softly, her hand gliding gently over his chest, her eyes glimmering with allure. Isn't this what you like? Jiang Ye wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her even closer, his hand sliding down her side with practiced ease. Their breaths intertwined, filling the air with a familiar essence. Fang Qing trembled slightly, yet remained pressed against him, as if she had grown accustomed to his rough and straightforward touch. An hour later, Jiang Ye released Fang Qing, his gaze lingering on her face, revealing traces of emptiness and melancholy. Fang Qing, you certainly know how to indulge, he commented. She smiled, satisfaction glimmering in her eyes. Isn't that you're teaching? Jiang Ye refrained from further words, leaning against the headboard as he lit a cigarette. The smoke slowly wafted through the air. His expression was indifferent, not directed at Fang Qing, but rather focused on the view outside, as if everything that had just transpired was merely an inconsequential encounter. He had resolved within himself that such an emotionless relationship seemed rather pointless. Feeling as though Fang Qing had gained the upper hand, he decided to seek other means of revenge against her, no longer willing to employ such trivial methods. Fang Qing, still wrapped in her towel, sat at the edge of the bed, her cheeks still flushed, her voice tentative. Jiang Ye, may I stay the night? I haven't resolved my issues with Lin Yinyin, and I'd rather not face her now. Jiang Ye exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone calm. No, Aunt Fang. I have business to attend to shortly. Fang Qing bit her lip, a flicker of reluctance in her eyes. It's so hot outside. Can it wait until tomorrow? Jiang Ye turned to glance at her, his eyes reflecting impatience. Business matters cannot be delayed. His tone was crisp and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. Very well. Fang Qing felt a surge of bitterness but dared not voice it. She stood to change, her movement slow, as if hoping Jiang Ye might suddenly reconsider. Yet he continued smoking, showing no sign of wanting her to stay. Jiang Ye, I'm leaving, Fang Qing announced after changing, walking to the door and casting one last glance at him. Jiang Ye nodded, his tone still curt. Be careful on your way. Fang Qing inhaled deeply, suppressing the bitterness within her, turned, and exited the room. Finally, silence enveloped him. The moment the door clicked shut, Jiang Ye extinguished his cigarette, a hint of relief evident in his demeanor. Meanwhile, at Lin Yinyin's side, she stood beneath the shade of a tree on the street, clutching a stack of flyers. Beads of sweat trickling down her forehead and soaking her collar. Hangzhou is renowned as a furnace city. Though the night has fallen, the ground, scorched by the sun throughout the day, continues to radiate heat, distorting the very air around. Her cheeks are flushed crimson from the sun's relentless rays, her lips cracked, and her eyes reveal a profound weariness and helplessness. Passers-by on the street hurry along, few taking the flyers from her hand, let alone sparing her a glance. Yin Feng stands beside her, incessantly fanning himself in a futile attempt to summon a modicum of coolness. His t-shirt, thoroughly soaked with perspiration, clings uncomfortably to his back, rendering him particularly disheveled. Breathing heavily, Yin Feng murmurs, "Yinyin, this heat is unbearable. If this continues, we shall surely succumb to heat stroke. Shall we find a place to rest?" Lin Yinyin shakes her head, her voice hoarse. "No, I've only distributed a few dozen flyers today. Let us endure a bit longer." Despite her words, a glimmer of despair lurks in her eyes. After a day of handing out flyers, her earnings barely exceed 70 yuan. A far cry from the tuition and living expenses she desperately needs. Her mind incessantly replays the events of recent times. Her father, Lin Yinyin, was sentenced for injuring Huang Mao. Although he compensated the victim, his prison term could only be slightly reduced. Her relationship with her mother, Fang Qing, had long since deteriorated, leaving her with no support. Now, she can only rely on herself and Yin Feng to scrape together a meager income through this laborious endeavor. Regret swells within her as she recalls how she had forfeited all her money to Huang Mao. She bites her cracked lips, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the flyers, her knuckles paling. Had she not given away all her money, perhaps she would have some savings now, sparing her from this dire predicament. Even more haunting is her regret over parting ways with Jiang Ye. At that time, she believed that leaving him would lead her to the life she desired, convinced that she would find a more perfect boyfriend in university. Yet now, the absurdity of her decision becomes painfully evident. Jiang Ye not only treated her well, but also indulged her, providing a semblance of stability in her life. Now, she finds herself reduced to distributing flyers on the streets. "Yinyin, are you all right?" Yin Feng's voice interrupts her reverie. Lin Yinyin snaps back to reality, forcing a smile. "I'm fine, just a bit tired." Yin Feng furrows his brow, concern etched in his eyes. "Shall we head back? This heat is too much. Our health cannot withstand it." Lin Yinyin nods, relinquishing her earlier resolve. She understands that persisting further would yield little additional income. The two gather their belongings and walk home in silence. The sun remains glaring, the heat oppressive, yet Lin Yinyin's heart feels heavier than the sweltering weather. Jiang Ye's figure continually haunts her thoughts. Perhaps I should seek him out. A sudden notion arises within her. Jiang Ye is thriving now, while she is entangled in despair. If she could return to his side, perhaps he could help her navigate through this turmoil. With this thought, a flicker of determination ignites in Lin Yinyin's gaze. She halts, turning to Yin Feng, her voice tinged with apology. "Yin Feng, I have something to attend to. You may return without me." Yin Feng paused for a moment, his eyes filled with a hint of perplexity. "Yinyin, where are you headed?" Lin Yinyin replied with a nonchalant tone, "It's a personal matter. You need not concern yourself with me." Yin Feng wished to inquire further, yet Lin Yinyin had already turned to leave. As she walked down the street, the sunlight remained glaring, but within her heart, a flicker of hope ignited. She had no choice now but to seek out Jiang Ye. This was her final recourse. Despite having left him in the past, she found herself with no alternatives. "Jiang Ye, shall we return to the past?" Meanwhile, Jiang Ye languidly reclined on the sofa of his villa, the cool breeze from the air conditioning gently dispelling the sweltering heat outside. With his eyes closed and a chilled beverage in hand, he savored the refreshing sensation. Outside, the world resembled a furnace, yet within the villa, a cocoon of comfort prevailed, as if it were detached from the outside realm. At that moment, a gentle knock on the door shattered the tranquility. Jiang Ye furrowed his brow, reluctantly opening his eyes. "Who is it?" He rose at a leisurely pace, approached the door, and upon opening it, found Lin Yinyin standing there, momentarily taken aback. Lin Yinyin stood at the threshold, her face flushed from the sun, beads of perspiration dotting her forehead. Her hair appeared somewhat disheveled, her clothes damp with sweat, rendering her an image of distress. Clutched in her hand were several unfinished flyers, her eyes betraying a sense of fatigue and grievance. Jiang Ye scrutinized her, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Ah, is this not our campus belle? How did you end up looking like this? Where have you been?" His tone was lighthearted, tinged with mockery, Yet Lin Yinyin discerned a trace of coldness in his gaze. Lowering her head, her voice emerged hoarse. I was distributing flyers to earn tuition. Her words carried a note of helplessness, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her shirt. My father is gone, and my mother is threatening me with a knife. I am truly at my wit's end. A surge of schadenfreude welled within Jiang Ye at her plight. You, the once pampered campus belle who couldn't even attend gym class without a note, now find yourself in such a predicament? Lin Yinyin raised her gaze, her eyes pleading. Jiang Ye, I regret my past actions. I wish to be with you again. You are the only one who has ever cared for me, the only one who can assist me. Her voice quivered, infused with desperation and despair, as if she were grasping at the last straw of hope. Jiang Ye let out a cold laugh, his eyes glinting with frost. Only now do you realize my kindness? It is too late. His tone was decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. When you chose to leave me for Yin Feng, did you not foresee this moment? Lin Yinyin's complexion paled instantly, panic flashing in her eyes. Jiang Ye, I know I was wrong. I truly regret it. Please, grant me another chance. Her voice was laced with pleading, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, rendering her utterly pitiable. Yet, Jiang Ye remained unmoved, his gaze as icy as steel. Only when you find yourself in dire straits do you think of seeking me out. Do you believe I would assist you? At last, tears streamed down Lin Yinyin's cheeks, her voice choked with emotion. Jiang Ye, I truly understand my mistakes. I implore you, please help me. Her tone was tinged with despair, as if all hope had slipped away. Jiang Ye regarded her coldly, his eyes betraying no emotion. You may leave. Our affair has concluded. Do not squander any more time. His voice was succinct and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. Tears cascaded down Lin Yinyin's cheeks as her fingers instinctively clenched the bedspread. A wave of bitterness surged within her, yet she dared not utter another word. It was abundantly clear from his tone that Jiang Ye was no longer the man she once knew, and her pleas were in vain. Lowering her head, her voice barely a whisper, she said, Then I shall take my leave. Her tone was laced with resignation and hopelessness as she turned to depart, her steps faltering, her silhouette appearing particularly disheveled. Jiang Ye stood at the doorway, watching Lin Yinyin's receding figure, suddenly recalling the temporary girlfriend agreement. Allowing her to walk away like this seemed excessively lenient. Moreover, having just shared a moment with Feng Qing, it would not be amiss to have one final encounter with Lin Yinyin, thus formally severing ties with both mother and daughter. It was time to refocus, to devote his thoughts entirely to Su Mengru. Lin Yinyin, come back. Jiang Ye's voice resonated coldly behind her, carrying a hint of command. Lin Yinyin's steps faltered, a rush of elation swelling within her as she turned, her gaze imbued with a glimmer of hope. Jiang Ye, have you changed your mind? Jiang Ye offered no reply, merely casting her a cursory glance. Come in. His tone remained curt, devoid of any unnecessary explanation. After a moment's hesitation, she followed him into the villa. The cool air from the air conditioning enveloped her, dispelling the oppressive heat outside, yet her heart remained uneasy. Jiang Ye lounged on the sofa, lazily leaning against the backrest, a smirk playing on his lips. Lin Yinyin, do you recall that temporary girlfriend agreement? Lin Yinyin's complexion instantly paled, her heart sinking. Of course, she remembered that agreement. It was the pact between her and Jiang Ye, a past she was reluctant to revisit. Each time they broached the subject, Jiang Ye would become frenzied, cycling for over an hour. While the initial moments were somewhat pleasurable, by the end, Lin Yinyin always felt as though she might fall apart. I remember. Her voice came out hoarse, her eyes reflecting a hint of panic. Jiang Ye's gaze held a sense of triumph. You still owe me over 20 hours for that concert ticket. Today, I shall collect 2 hours. Anger surged within Lin Yinyin, yet she refrained from expressing it. Biting her lip, she implored softly, Jiang Ye, can we not maintain this transactional relationship? Can we return to how things were? Jiang Ye remained unmoved, his eyes as frigid as ice. Transactional? Lin Yinyin, do you believe you have the standing to negotiate with me? What you owe must be repaid. This is the agreement you signed of your own volition. Do not blame me for being heartless. Besides, I find this arrangement quite beneficial, do you not? You profit financially, and I enjoy the physical aspect. Truly a win-win situation. Tears finally escaped from Lin Yinyin's eyes, her voice choked with emotion. Jiang Ye, I truly realize my mistakes. I implore you, grant me another chance. I will cherish it dearly. Jiang Ye's mind flickered back to the grievances reported by Feng Qing, igniting a flame of anger within him. Cherish? You claim to cherish me while you mockingly present the love letters I penned through sleepless nights to Yin Feng behind my back? You cherish me, yet you adorned a stray dog at school with the gift I gave you, turning me into a laughingstock? You cherish me while you poison the water I drink. intending to bring about my demise? Spare me your pretense. Lin Yinyin, remove your clothes. Repay the time you owe me. Let us clear the air between us completely. Jiang Ye, disinterested in lengthy discourse, simply issued his command. A wave of bitterness surged within Lin Yinyin, yet she dared not utter another word. Jiang Ye was no longer the man he once was, and her pleas were rendered futile. Standing in the center of the living room, her fingers trembled slightly as she slowly unfastened her buttons. Her movements were stiff, her eyes betraying a mixture of humiliation and helplessness. Light filtered through the curtains, illuminating her sun-kissed skin, now tinged with red. Her hair was disheveled, beads of sweat clinging to her forehead, rendering her particularly disheveled. Jiang Ye lounged on the sofa, lazily observing her with a flippant tone. Lin Yinyin, you reek of sun, perhaps a shower would do you good. His voice was cold and tinged with mockery, as if addressing a mere servant. Lin Yinyin's face flushed crimson, her fingers instinctively clenching the hem of her clothing. A surge of anger welled within her, yet she dared not reveal it. Biting her lip, her voice rasped, "Fine, I'll go wash up." She turned toward the bathroom, her steps unsteady. Jiang Ye watched her retreating figure, an involuntary sigh escaping his lips. The adage that a woman's fairness conceals a multitude of flaws rang true. The once radiant campus belle now appeared less appealing under the sun's harsh glow. Indeed, she seemed far less enchanting than the technician from his past. Lin Yinyin entered the bathroom, shutting the door behind her, and at last, the tears fell freely. Standing before the mirror, she gazed at her darkened skin, a wave of bitterness crashing over her. In that moment, she felt stripped of her former glory, reduced to a mere plaything at Jiang Ye's whims. Taking a deep breath, she stifled her humiliation, turning on the tap to let warm water cascade over her. Moments later, Lin Yinyin emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, her hair still damp and dripping. The more she contemplated, the angrier she grew, feeling increasingly wronged. Although she had resolved to complete the task ahead with Jiang Ye, she decided to make a stand. Jiang Ye, what makes you so special? Her voice was sharp, laced with defiance as she declared, once I enter university, I will become a civil servant and find a boyfriend far superior to you. Don't think I'll always be beneath your heel. Lin Yinyin's intent behind these words was to instill a sense of urgency in Jiang Ye. Perhaps, if he felt threatened, he might revert to treating her with the kindness he once had. Jiang Ye reclined languidly on the sofa, gazing at her with a hint of disdain. Lin Yinyin, do you truly believe you can secure a position as a civil servant? What is the big deal? If I can gain admission to Hangzhou University, surely I can become a civil servant. Lin Yinyin retorted, her confidence wavering. Jiang Ye's tone was frigid, laced with mockery, as though he were discussing a trivial matter. Yet, that single remark rendered Lin Yinyin's complexion pale in an instant. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes, and an ominous premonition surged within her. Jiang Ye, what do you mean by that? Jiang Ye chuckled softly. If memory serves me right, civil servants are subject to political scrutiny. Even if you were to pass the exams, your background would hinder your approval. Your father has committed grievous harm, and your mother wielded a knife against you. Those two criminal records will shadow you for a lifetime. Lin Yinyin's mind erupted in chaos, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Her body swayed slightly, her steps faltering, as though she might collapse at any moment. No, that is impossible. Her voice trembled with helplessness and despair. It dawned on her that Jiang Ye spoke the truth. Her parents' criminal past would loom over her future like a dark specter. Enough. Discard the towel. Time is of the essence. You should be mindful of the clock. Jiang Ye observed Lin Yinyin's disheveled state with an unexpected sense of satisfaction. Just as the towel began to slide from her form, the sound of a key turning in the villa's door shattered the tense atmosphere. All movements froze, the air thick with anticipation. A flicker of shock crossed Jiang Ye's eyes as he turned towards the entrance, a foreboding feeling swelling within him. As the door creaked open, Su Mingru stood at the threshold, gripping the key tightly. The color drained from her face, her eyes widening in astonishment and humiliation. She beheld the scene in the living room. Lin Yinyin, wrapped in a towel, her hair dripping wet, standing before Jiang Ye, who was bare-chested and disheveled. An indescribable awkwardness enveloped the air. Su Mingru's fingers instinctively clenched the key, leaving her momentarily speechless. Her mind whirled in confusion, her heartbeat quickening as if it might leap from her chest. I just... Her voice barely rose above a whisper, tinged with disarray and helplessness. She abruptly lowered her gaze, unable to bear another glance at Jiang Ye or Lin Yinyin, her cheeks aflame as if scorched by fire, her ears glowing crimson. Unconsciously, she took 2 steps back, yearning to escape this suffocating tableau. I'm sorry, Su Mingru's voice trembled. I only intended to tidy up the house since I finished work early. Her tone carried a hint of desperation, as if seeking to justify herself, yet lost for words. With that, Su Mingru turned abruptly, hurrying towards the door. Her retreating figure appeared flustered, eager to flee the scene. Jiang Ye momentarily stood in shock before quickly donning a shirt and hastily pursuing her. Sister Ru, wait. Please, let me explain. He called out, urgency lacing his voice. Su Mingru's footsteps momentarily faltered, yet she did not turn back, continuing to stride briskly towards the exit of the community. Jiang Ye hurried after her, grasping her arm. Sister Ru, please listen to me. After being detained, Su Mingru's voice was cold, as if she had already lost interest in the matter. Her tone tinged with a hint of detachment. Jiang Ye, you are an adult now. You should make your own decisions. There is no need for you to explain anything to me. Jiang Ye's expression darkened instantly, panic flashing in his eyes. Sister Ru, it's not as you think. I am not with Lin Yinyin. Su Mingru withdrew her arm from his grasp, her body trembling slightly, her demeanor distant. Jiang Ye, I have said you do not need to explain. You once adored Lin Yinyin and attended the same Hangzhou University as her. It is inevitable that certain things would occur between you. With that, she quickened her pace, leaving the villa without a backward glance. Su Mingru moved with decisiveness, devoid of hesitation, as if this departure signified an irrevocable farewell. Jiang Ye stood frozen, his gaze fixed on her receding figure. His heart weighed down as if by a boulder, struggling for breath. His mind was a tumult of chaos. Su Mingru's face, her voice, her every action replayed incessantly in his thoughts. He recalled the moment of his past life when he had clung to the girl with the birthmark, vowing to find her upon his rebirth, to repay her kindness. He remembered the restless nights of excitement upon discovering the same birthmark on Su Mingru's arm just days prior. The warmth and tenderness she had shown him in the past. Now, he had finally found her, yet had managed to ruin everything. A wave of intense regret surged within Jiang Ye, wishing he could strike himself repeatedly. He had resolved to treat Su Mingru well, to make amends for the regrets of his previous life, yet in a moment of impulsiveness and vindictiveness, he had allowed her to witness such an embarrassing scene while she was merely tidying up his room. Regaining his composure, Jiang Ye hurried to the garage, flinging open the car door, his hands trembling as he inserted the key and started the engine. The roar of the engine echoed painfully in the quiet garage, but he had no time to concern himself with that. At last, he caught up with Su Mingru once more at the corner. He slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a halt by the roadside, and approached her again. Sister Ru, please get in, I'll drive you home. His tone was tinged with desperation, and his eyes were filled with anxiety. Su Mingru paused, glancing at him with an icy stare. Her expression remained calm, yet her voice was chillingly frigid. No, I will take the bus myself. Jiang Ye's eyes betrayed a hint of panic. Sister Ru, let me explain, it's really not as you think. Su Mingru turned her gaze elsewhere, her voice cool and detached. Xiao Yi, I have already said you do not need to explain. And do you believe there is any necessity for an explanation? With that, she turned and walked towards the nearby bus stop. A few minutes later, the bus slowly approached, its doors opening. Su Mingru quickly boarded, her silhouette vanishing behind the door. Jiang Ye remained rooted in place, his gaze vacantly fixed on the direction of the departing bus until it gradually vanished from sight. An acute pang of anguish pierced his heart, rendering him nearly breathless. The recent act of retribution within the villa had not significantly impacted Lin Yinyin, yet it seemed to have irrevocably altered the course of his life. Furthermore, it appeared that all of this was beyond redemption. Once again seated in the car, his mind was a tempest, thoughts swirling like tumultuous waves whipped by a fierce gale. Refusing to settle, the image of Su Mingru's departing figure flashed incessantly through his mind, her recent voice and gaze leaving him in a state of disorientation. Jiang Ye could scarcely recall how he managed to drive back to the villa. Sitting in the driver's seat, he stared blankly ahead for an extended period. Eventually, he pushed open the car door and stumbled into the villa. Lin Yinyin was perched on the sofa, already dressed, her face betraying a mixture of anxiety and trepidation. Upon seeing Jiang Ye enter with a pallid complexion and a look of despair, she quickly rose and cautiously inquired, Jiang Ye, what's wrong? Without answering, he cast her a cold glance, suddenly filled with an inexplicable disdain and fury. Startled, Lin Yinyin instinctively took a step back. Jiang Ye, are you all right? Should we continue? Jiang Ye abruptly lifted his head, a flicker of violence sparking in his eyes. He glared fiercely at Lin Yinyin, exclaiming, Get out, you wretched creature. Lin Yinyin's countenance turned ashen, a flicker of panic and hurt flashing in her eyes. Jiang Ye, how can you treat me this way? He remained silent, and suddenly, in a fit of rage, he seized a teacup from the coffee table and hurled it violently to the ground. The cup shattered instantly, porcelain shards scattering and tea splattering onto the floor and his trousers. Jiang Ye's gaze remained frigid, laced with brutality, as if he intended to unleash all his fury in that one act. Leave. Do not let me see you again. Lin Yinyin, shaken by his sudden outburst, trembled and turned pale as she clutched the unfinished stack of flyers, stumbling away. The entire night, Jiang Ye tossed and turned, replaying the image of Su Mengru's departure in his mind. He closed his eyes, attempting to drift into slumber, yet his thoughts remained chaotic, making sleep impossible. At last, he managed to doze off only when dawn began to break. However, by 9 o'clock, he was up from his bed, hastily washing up and skipping breakfast as he hurried out to the flower shop. The streets of the early morning were sparsely populated, and the flower shop was still relatively empty. Jiang Ye meticulously selected a large bouquet of red roses before driving to Su Mengru's apartment. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt it imperative to clarify matters with the one person he had labored so hard to find. Arriving at the entrance to Su Mengru's apartment, he took a deep breath and gently knocked on the door. The sound echoed distinctly in the quiet corridor, quickening his heartbeat as his fingers unconsciously tightened around the bouquet. The door was swiftly opened, revealing Su Mengru, who stood at the threshold, still bearing the remnants of slumber, exuding an aura of languor and nonchalance. She adorned herself in a silk nightgown, the fabric soft and caressing her graceful figure, accentuating her perfect S-curve. The hem of the gown cascaded gently, revealing a slender, fair calf, while her feet were nestled in fluffy slippers, imparting an air of cozy sensuality. Her long hair, slightly tousled, cascaded casually over her shoulders, the tips curling naturally. Without a trace of makeup, her complexion remained luminous and fair, reminiscent of morning dew, fresh and enchanting. A delicate fragrance enveloped her, akin to a blooming garden at dawn, both refreshing and captivating. Jiang Ye stood at the doorway, momentarily stunned, as his gaze lingered on Su Mengru. A wave of intense regret and self-reproach surged within him. What am I doing with such a goddess? How could I be entangled with someone like Lin Yinyin? It is simply blinding. Su Mengru looked at Jiang Ye, her expression softened from the cold demeanor of the previous day. A hint of surprise gracing her features as she said, "Shaoyi, what brings you here? Please, come in." Snapping back to reality, Jiang Ye entered the room, flowers in hand. Once the door clicked shut, a mixture of urgency and remorse flickered in his eyes as he said, "Rujia, I have come to apologize. What happened yesterday was my fault. I should not have." His voice trembled, laced with a plea as if seeking a chance for reconciliation. Yet, Su Mengru interrupted him, a faint smile illuminating her face. "Shaoyi, you need not apologize. I truly am not angry. Rather, it was I who should not have intruded upon you yesterday." Her tone was calm, tinged with a sense of detachment, as if discussing a matter of little significance. A heaviness settled in Jiang Ye's heart, a flicker of panic in his eyes. "Rujia, please do not say that. Our relationship should not be defined in such a way." However, Su Mengru remained unmoved, her smile unwavering. "Shaoyi, from now on, we shall only be siblings. You are my brother, and I am your sister. This was true in our childhood, and shall remain so as we grow." Her tone, softer than the day before, held an undeniable firmness. A pang of bitterness surged within Jiang Ye, his voice choked. "But I do not wish to be merely your brother." Su Mengru interrupted him once more. "Shaoyi, you have grown. You are about to enter university, and eventually, you will carve out your own life. After graduation, you will establish your own family. And I shall do the same. It will not be long before that happens. Therefore, is it not better to maintain our sibling bond? Such a relationship is the most enduring. Shaoyi, please do not jeopardize our current brother-sister relationship, all right?" Panic and confusion clouded Jiang Ye's gaze. "Rujia, what do you mean by that?" Su Mengru let out a gentle sigh, her eyes revealing a complex array of emotions. Turning towards the window, her back to Jiang Ye, she spoke, "An older sister from work introduced me to a potential match, and I find him quite agreeable. His parents are both teachers, and he himself is a civil servant, which I believe offers a sense of stability. I am preparing to venture into the realm of matrimony, nearly ready to commit myself, lest I become an aging woman left behind, unwanted by anyone." Su Mengru's voice was light, as if discussing a matter of little significance. Yet, her words pierced Jiang Ye's heart like a dagger. "Sister Ru, how could you think this way? Just a while ago, you were content being alone. Marriage is not a trifling matter. You cannot simply choose anyone." Jiang Ye's tone was tinged with urgency, as if he sought to avert something dire. However, Su Mengru remained unmoved, her tone calm, yet laced with self-mockery, her gaze devoid of any emotion as she replied, "Shaoyi, I never held much hope for marriage to begin with. With a gentle sigh, her eyes clouded with bitterness, she continued, "My father, Su Taisheng, has always wandered outside under the guise of work, consorting with different women at construction sites. The villagers are well aware, and our family has become a laughingstock." Her voice was low and oppressive, as if she were recounting an unspeakable truth. Jiang Ye's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes reflecting shock. "Sister Ru, I never knew any of this." A hint of self-derision flickered in Su Mingru's gaze. "Ironically, when my mother fell ill, he sent back only 500 yuan and never bothered again. My mother lay alone on her sickbed, unable to afford medical expenses. And it was the neighbors who eventually came to her aid. Sister Ru, why have you never shared any of this with me?" Su Mingru turned away, a weariness evident in her eyes, and replied softly, "Xiao Yi, what purpose would it serve to speak of these matters? Marriage? Family? To me, they are merely a farce. My parents' union is the best example. So, do you not understand? Life is like this. One must proceed methodically, settling for someone adequate. I do not wish to struggle anymore. Nor do I desire any expectations." With that, Su Mingru began to gather her belongings in preparation for work. Jiang Ye stood at the door, his eyes slightly reddened, fingers unconsciously tightening around the rose he held. He knew he should leave, yet his feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground, unable to move. With a forced smile, he extended the rose to Su Mingru. "Sister Ru, this is for you." Su Mingru paused, her eyes reflecting hesitation. "Xiao Yi, I cannot accept this flower." Jiang Ye's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice thick with emotion. "Sister Ru, siblings can exchange flowers too, can't they? Please accept it." As Su Mingru beheld Jiang Ye's slightly reddened eyes, her heart trembled, and she unconsciously took the flower. Her voice was soft, but the tremor beneath it betrayed her feelings. "Very well, Xiao Yi, thank you." Jiang Ye breathed a sigh of relief, managing a faint smile. "Then I shall take my leave. All right, I will not see you off. Drive safely." After closing the door, Su Mingru leaned against the doorframe, slowly sliding down to sit on the floor. Her fingers absent-mindedly stroked the rose. A pang of something deep within her heart tightened its grip. "Why do I feel so sorrowful?" she murmured softly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Images from that day in town involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Jiang Ye had pulled her aside to evade an electric scooter, subsequently taking her hand to cross the street. His fingers warm and strong, as if to melt away all the chill within her heart. At that moment, her heart, which had been as tranquil as a placid lake, felt as though a stone had been cast upon its surface. However, in the ensuing days, she unexpectedly encountered Jiang Ye at the villa with Lin Yinyin, and that image remained painfully vivid. "We are merely siblings," she whispered to herself, her voice laced with self-mockery and resignation. This was the only way she could persuade herself. Otherwise, the sorrow would be overwhelming. Slowly, she rose and walked to the window, her gaze falling on Jiang Ye's receding figure below, a wave of bitterness surging within her. After leaving Su Mingru's apartment, Jiang Ye felt utterly drained, unaware of how he managed to drive home. He returned in a daze, collapsing onto his bed, his eyes fixated on the ceiling, replaying the moment when Su Mingru mentioned that she had found a blind date. It felt as though something heavy was pressing down on his chest, suffocating him. The entire day passed in a haze, and he could not muster the appetite to eat. Until evening, as the sky outside darkened, the room too fell into shadow, yet he remained motionless on his bed. Suddenly, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Baolong calling. With great effort, he answered, his voice hoarse and low. "Hello?" Baolong's voice came through with excitement. "Yigo, where are you? The Golden Glory Club has been thriving since its opening half a month ago. As the owner, you should at least show your face. It's been ages since we last saw you." Jiang Ye frowned, forcing himself to sound more alert. "I have some matters to attend to. I've been quite busy." Baolong, oblivious to his distress, continued, "No matter how busy you are, you should come take a look. The club has been transformed into a premier venue. Even the rooftop glass dome has been rented out by wealthy patrons for weddings." After ending the call, Jiang Ye reluctantly got out of bed, threw on a jacket, and drove out. Upon arriving at the Golden Glory Club, he was greeted by a familiar scene. Having visited several times before, he was well acquainted with the layout and atmosphere. Yet today, the club was bustling, more vibrant than ever. As he surveyed the room, he noticed nearly every table was occupied. Patrons were raising their glasses in conversation or sharing quiet laughter, creating a lively and relaxed ambience. There was even a line for the elevator. Despite the establishment's high prices, starting at 500 per person, considered quite a substantial expense in 2006, it was clear that this did not deter those seeking quality and enjoyment. At the front desk, Jiang Ye reviewed that day's revenue report, and the figures were astonishing. Daily earnings had already exceeded 5 million. Baolong approached him, a triumphant smile on his face. What do you think? Isn't the transformation remarkable? Jiang Ye nodded, forcing a faint smile. Indeed, it's quite impressive. The Tyrannosaurus led him upstairs to the glass dome atop the building. It felt like stepping into a dreamlike realm. Beneath the transparent dome, the starry sky seemed almost within reach, illuminated by soft, romantic lights. The center of the venue was adorned for a wedding, resplendent with flowers, crystals, and silk decorations. A couple was rehearsing for their wedding the following day. The Tyrannosaurus remarked with a smile, "This is quite the popular venue, practically booked solid. Just the rental fee for today's banquet exceeds 300,000. Now that the local elite in Hangzhou have discovered this glass dome, they are clamoring to reserve it." This couple happens to be the son of the CEO of Meilong Home Furnishings in Hangzhou. The Tyrannosaurus chattered excitedly beside him. Yet Jiang Ye remained unaffected by the scene before him, merely nodding and replying in a subdued tone, "Yes, it's quite nice." His mood showed no signs of improvement. These staggering figures seemed utterly devoid of meaning to him. His mind was preoccupied with regret, pondering why, after finally finding Su Mingru, he had allowed things to unravel. Noticing Jiang Ye's unusual demeanor, the Tyrannosaurus inquired with concern, "Brother Yi, what's wrong? You seem burdened with worries. If something's troubling you, share it with me and Cold Eru. We'll help you sort it out." Can Ghana really win? Are you joking? Previously, the Tyrannosaurus had faced a dire situation, and Cold Eru had just been released from prison, both struggling. Now, however, they were comfortably managing the Golden Splendor Club, enjoying good food and benefits, all while receiving a decent salary and commissions, living quite well, and naturally looking to Jiang Ye for guidance. Jiang Ye shook his head and forced a smile. Nothing major. The Tyrannosaurus was about to say more when Jiang Ye interrupted. "I'm a bit hungry. I haven't eaten all day. Let us find something to eat." "Wait, you haven't eaten all day? I'll arrange something right away." In the private room, the Tyrannosaurus quickly set a lavish table filled with an array of dishes, fragrant and enticing. The table was laden with exquisite delicacies, steaming soup, golden, crispy fried items, and a few bottles of fine wine. Observing Jiang Ye's somber mood, the Tyrannosaurus also called over Yang Bo to join them for a drink. As Yang Bo entered the room, his gaze fell upon Jiang Ye. He had hoped Jiang Ye might provide him with some lucrative opportunities, but upon seeing Jiang Ye's despondent demeanor, he quickly grasped the situation. Approaching Jiang Ye, he patted him on the shoulder and teased lightly, "Brother Ye, I take it you've had a breakup?" Jiang Ye looked up at him, his eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness, yet he remained silent, simply downing the drink in his cup. He then focused on his meal. Yang Bo chuckled, pouring Jiang Ye another drink, offering comfort. "Brother Ye, you are young and accomplished, running such a grand establishment, and you've secured plot number 66. What sort of woman can't you have? Why let one woman cause you distress?" Jiang Ye coldly retorted, "You don't understand anything." Yang Bo was momentarily taken aback, but didn't he take offense? Instead, he smiled and poured himself a glass, saying, "All right, I may not understand, but I can at least drink with you, right?" After he finished speaking, he raised his glass and clinked it with Jiang Ye's. The two of them downed their drinks in one go. Jiang Ye continued to drink glass after glass, the liquor sliding down his throat, igniting a burning sensation. Originally, he intended to numb himself with alcohol, seeking to become thoroughly intoxicated and forget his troubles. However, after practicing the four sacred origin techniques, his body seemed to have developed an immunity to alcohol. No matter how much he consumed, his mind remained as clear as ever. The several bottles of white liquor on the table were already more than half empty. Tyrannosaurus, Yang Bo, and Cold Eru, however, could no longer hold their liquor. Their faces were flushed, their gazes dreamy, and their speech somewhat slurred. Although Yang Bo was quite drunk, he still managed to maintain a semblance of clarity. Eventually, he grasped the bottle of liquor in Jiang Ye's hand, his tone pleading, all right, I concede. Brother Yi, your capacity for alcohol is astounding. This isn't drinking. It's more like quenching thirst. If we drink any more, the three of us will be down for the count." Jiang Ye chuckled, observing the disheveled state of the three, and felt a surprising lightness in his heart. He set down the bottle, his gaze sweeping over the trio, and a subtle smile graced his lips. "You three have accompanied me to this extent. That's quite commendable." Yang Bo squinted at Jiang Ye, his tone laced with consolation. "Brother Yi, stop dwelling on women. They're just like that. I was too infatuated before and ended up getting hurt. When a man becomes emotionally invested, he becomes vulnerable. Isn't they're saying, with no woman in heart. I wield my sword like a god. I'm now only pursuing physical pleasures, not emotions, and I can't tell you how much more carefree I am. Brother Yi, seeing you so downcast weighs heavily on my heart. please, snap out of it. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ye felt a jolt within him. Yang Bo's words acted like a key, unlocking a certain shackle within Jiang Ye's heart. He suddenly realized that he had been bound by his emotions for far too long. Both in his past life and in this one, being emotionally invested had become his greatest vulnerability. He recalled his past self, who lost everything due to his infatuation with Lin Yinyin. And now, his feelings for Su Mingru had already brought him a day of suffering without food. What was the point of this? His mind flashed with many images of past obsessions, pains, and disappointments, as if they were being torn apart in that moment. Jiang Ye took a deep breath, his gaze gradually sharpening. Perhaps, as Su Mingru suggested, maintaining a sibling-like relationship would be better, more enduring. Cultivating a good brother-sister bond with Su Mingru was certainly a vast improvement over the deep-seated regrets of his past life, was it not? Now, he should focus on his career, earn more money. With wealth, he could repay and care for Su Mingru. Why should he force himself to pursue those things that might forever remain out of reach, causing himself such anguish? With these thoughts, Jiang Ye felt a profound sense of relief. He stood up and walked to the window. The night outside remained deep and profound. Yet his heart suddenly felt much more expansive. Yang Bo watched his silhouette and chuckled lightly, teasingly asking, "Have you come to a realization?" Jiang Ye turned around, nodded, and a relaxed smile spread across his face. "I have." He returned to the table, grasped a bottle of wine, poured himself a glass, and then raised it towards Yang Bo, saying, "Thank you, my brother." Yang Bo hesitated for a moment, then lifted his own glass with a smile and clinked it against Jiang Ye's, exclaiming, "Now that's more like it. Hurry up and bring me along to make some money." With a few tasks at hand, you won't have time to overthink. On the screen of the private room, the World Cup football match was being broadcast with fervor. Yang Bo's gaze was drawn to it. He stared at the screen for a few seconds before suddenly turning to Jiang Ye and asking, "Hey, brother Ye, how about buying some World Cup football lottery tickets? Since we're idle anyway, let us have a little fun." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye glanced at the World Cup footage, and a flash of memory from a past life crossed his mind. He recalled that the 2006 World Cup had few major upsets, the only somewhat surprising match being the one between the Czech Republic and Ghana. After contemplating for a few seconds, a slight smile appeared on his lips as he replied to Yang Bo, "Let us buy some tickets for the Czech Republic versus Ghana match." Yang Bo immediately laughed. "I've already placed a bet of several thousand on the Czech Republic winning. There's hardly any suspense. The Czech Republic is a powerhouse, ranked second in the world, with stars like Nedved, Rosicky, and Czech. Ghana is participating in the World Cup for the first time and is vastly outmatched. How could they possibly win?" Jiang Ye chuckled, not rushing to counter his argument. He glanced around the room. Cold Eru and the Tyrannosaurus were absent, presumably in the restroom. This was indeed a favorable moment to lay all cards on the table with Yang Bo. After all, the Tyrannosaurus and Cold Eru had previously navigated the streets, and there were still opportunities to utilize their skills. The best approach would be to provide them with a modest sum of money, ensuring their livelihoods without overwhelming them. If they were to suddenly acquire millions, it could easily lead to a loss of reason and make them difficult to manage. Furthermore, an unexpected windfall could bring about disaster if they couldn't handle it. However, Yang Bo was a different case. Jiang Ye lowered his voice, laced with a hint of jest, and said to Yang Bo, "Take a gamble, and a bicycle could turn into a motorcycle. Yang Bo, if you trust me, place your bet on Ghana to win against the Czech Republic. You might just make a fortune." Yang Bo scoffed and waved his hand dismissively. "Ghana winning against the Czech Republic? Impossible. If Ghana manages to win, I'll write my name backward." Jiang Ye remained unfazed. Reclining against the chair with a knowing glint in his eyes, "Yang Bo, who is it that just said he wanted to make money with me? Now that I'm offering you a chance, you're doubting me." Yang Bo paused, staring at Jiang Ye for a few seconds, his resolve wavering. He knew Jiang Ye had a sharp eye and never acted without purpose, especially after the last concert of Zhou Xiaodong, where he had made over 10 million by following Jiang Ye's lead. With this in mind, Yang Bo slammed his hand on the table. "All right, since you've said so, I'll definitely buy in. I'll wager 500,000, just to join you for the ride." Jiang Ye smiled and transferred 500,000 to Yang Bo. "Then I'll also place 500,000. Let us see if this venture has merit." After receiving the money, Yang Bo quickly operated his phone, transferring the funds. Once he set down his phone, he still felt a twinge of unease and muttered softly, "If Ghana really wins, I'll be at your mercy for the rest of my life." The door to the private room swung open, and Lung Eru and Baolong returned, both sporting a slight flush from the effects of alcohol. Yang Bo greeted them with a cheerful lift of his glass, urging, "Come on, let us keep drinking." We won't return until we're thoroughly intoxicated. Baolong waved his hand in a gesture of surrender, his tone tinged with desperation. I can't take any more. If I drink another drop, I'll be sprawled out right here. How about we change venues and go sing instead? After all, everything is available here. Let us indulge in something else. Yang Bo and Lung Eru nodded in agreement, and Jiang Ye did not object either. Thus, the group departed the private room and moved to the KTV suite upstairs. Upon entering, Baolong wore a mysterious smile as he pulled out his phone to make a call. Within minutes, the door to the suite swung open once more, revealing a procession of over 10 girls clad in identical black skirts, their makeup exquisitely done. The hems of their skirts barely concealed the tops of their thighs, their legs long and slender. Some were as delicate as willows, while others were voluptuous and firm, each pair resembling finely crafted works of art. The lighting in the suite was soft and suggestive, the material of their black stockings glistening faintly under the illumination. Their steps were light, the sound of their high heels tapping on the carpet akin to a gentle caress upon the heart. They approached Jiang Ye, standing before him with smiles that radiated warmth, their gazes imbued with a hint of charm and anticipation. Jiang Ye's eyes swept over them, his heart racing and breath momentarily faltering. He felt as if his nosebleed was imminent, marveling inwardly at their graceful legs and stunning figures. Baolong, standing nearby, wore a smug expression as he boisterously introduced, "This is our illustrious boss, Jiang Ye, wild brother. You all must treat him well, don't let him down." "Hello, Mr. Jiang." The girls chimed in unison, their curious and flattering glances directed at him. Yet, Jiang Ye found himself momentarily taken aback by the spectacle. However, he soon regained his composure, rising to feign a stern demeanor as he chided, "Baolong, what on earth are you doing? Who authorized this arrangement? I asked you to oversee the venue, and instead, you've brought in beauties?" Baolong was startled by Jiang Ye's tone, his smile instantly freezing, and he dared not breathe. The atmosphere in the room shifted to one of tension, the girls also taken aback, their smiles fading into expressions of uncertainty. Just as Yang Bo stepped forward to offer some words of comfort, Jiang Ye's lips curled into a grin, and he chuckled. "However, I must admit, Baolong has a keen eye. Those legs are indeed stunning, and that length is remarkable, leaving me quite overwhelmed with thoughts of beauty." Baolong finally realized that Jiang Ye had been jesting, and he exhaled in relief, his face breaking into a bright smile once more. "Wild brother, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought you were genuinely upset." The girls, too, were amused by Jiang Ye's words, and the atmosphere in the suite regained its lively spirit. After an hour, Jiang Ye's phone rang, the screen illuminating with Lu Mi's name. He answered the call, and Lu Mi's voice came through, trembling with excitement. "Jiang Ye, hurry to Hejin Real Estate. A major incident has occurred." Jiang Ye's heart tightened. "Lu Mi, what is going on? Why are you so agitated? You must come quickly. We need to discuss our next steps." Lu Mi's voice was tinged with uncontainable excitement. Jiang Ye's gaze sharpened, and he replied in a low tone, "All right, I will be there shortly." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Ye sought out a security guard who drove a resplendent golden vehicle. With a swift press of the accelerator, the car sped towards Hejin Real Estate. Upon entering Lu Mi's office, she rushed toward him, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. The planning for the Handong New District has suddenly been announced. Property prices are skyrocketing. Other projects are lining up, and many are inquiring about Plot 66. Jiang Ye finally grasped the situation. Lu Mi was referring to this matter. "Plot 66? Isn't that the parcel we just acquired?" He coughed lightly. "So it's about this. I thought something serious had happened." Lu Mi nodded vigorously. "Yes. The price has already doubled, and people are clamoring for it. We truly hit the jackpot this time." "Jiang Ye, you are remarkable. We have made a significant profit on Plot 66. Jiang Ye chuckled. "Now, do you still feel like complaining about the late hours because of Plot 66? Upon hearing this, Lu Mi couldn't help but laugh, a hint of pride on her face. "Complaining? Who would dare complain now? If I had known Plot 66 would become this sensational, I would have gladly worked overtime every day. How come you're so calm after hearing the news? I feel like I'm about to lose my mind. At Hejin Real Estate, we've acquired so much land, yet I've never seen a project soar like this." Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, teasingly retorting, "Oh? Wasn't it you who said you would work yourself to death with more overtime? And that I might incur losses with this Plot 66? Lu Mi waved her hand, chuckling. "That was just my lack of foresight. Now, it's a different story. This plot is practically a gold mine. Forget about overtime. I'd be willing to sleep at the office." Then, recalling something, Lu Mi spoke with urgency. "Jiang Ye, I called you over to discuss something. Shouldn't we hasten to launch? The excitement in the Handong New District is already building, and Plot 60's price has doubled. If we don't sell now, We might miss the best opportunity. Jiang Ye remained composed, casually flipping through the documents in his hand. Why the rush? It's still too early to act. Let us wait a bit. The price will continue to rise. Lu Mi grew restless, but the market's momentum waits for no one. If the tide turns, our profits could dwindle. Jiang Ye set down the documents, looking at Lu Mi with assurance. Relax, it has only doubled for now. When it rises fivefold, we'll be in an excellent position to sell. The planning for the Handong New District is a long-term boon. Prices will only continue to escalate. Fivefold. Jiang Ye, are you out of your mind? You truly dare to dream? Jiang Ye chuckled softly, confidence lacing his tone. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. I am well aware of this plot's location and potential. If we list it now, we would merely be underselling to speculators. Lu Mi sighed, realizing further persuasion was futile, and shook her head in resignation. All right, since you acquired this land, you decide when we launch. However, I am quite curious. It seems you had prior knowledge of the Handong New District's planning. What made you choose this plot 66? Jiang Ye smiled lightly, taking a sip from Lu Mi's cup. His expression relaxed. It's quite simple. Urban development follows a certain pattern. Consider this. The old town of Han Province has reached its saturation point, leaving little room for further development. For the city to progress, it must inevitably expand eastward. This is an undeniable trend. All cities follow this pattern, without exception. Choosing this direction merely aligns with the natural course of events. Furthermore, ponder the recent establishment of a construction command center in the Eastern District, along with the addition of a 12-year continuous educational institution. When these pieces of information are combined, the conclusion becomes apparent. Lu Mi was momentarily taken aback, her gaze fixed on the map. Is this truly so? How can you be so certain? Jiang Ye turned to her, a knowing smile gracing his lips. This is not mere intuition. It is an analysis grounded in data and experience. Each urban expansion leaves a trace. The key lies in whether you possess the patience to observe and wait. Rubbing her temples in exasperation, Lu Mi replied, "This systematic approach of yours is overwhelming. I'm beginning to question my entire career in real estate, feeling as though all my years of experience have been in vain. It seems you, a mere student, have outshone me." Jiang Ye chuckled to himself, realizing that Lu Mi had indeed been persuaded by his insights. Having traversed these scenarios in his previous life, he couldn't help but smile at her belief in her own theories. Recalling their earlier wager, a knowing smile crept across Jiang Ye's face. "Lu Mi, do you remember our bet? You claimed that the price of plot 66 could never increase fivefold. Now, looking at the current situation, it appears I have emerged victorious." Lu Mi paused, her expression shifting slightly as she averted her gaze from Jiang Ye. "Bet? What bet? I don't recall any such thing." Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, his smile growing more playful. "Do not feign ignorance. You were quite adamant when we wagered that if prices in the Eastern New District surged, you would allow me to." He deliberately elongated his words, his eyes lingering on Lu Mi's long legs. "Play." Lu Mi's face flushed crimson as she stepped back, huffing. "That was hardly a bet. I merely spoke offhandedly, and you took it to heart?" Yet Jiang Ye was relentless, rising and leisurely circling in front of her, grinning as he said, "Offhandedly? I remember it vividly. Besides, you stated that one must honor their bets. Those were your exact words." Feeling cornered, Lu Mi attempted to divert the topic by standing her ground, hands on her hips, and glaring at him. "Jiang Ye, do not push your luck. I am your comrade, the one assisting you. You cannot treat me this way." Jiang Ye shrugged innocently. "I am not bullying you. This was your own wager. How is it that a dignified CEO cannot acknowledge such a trivial agreement?" Frustrated, Lu Mi stamped her foot but found herself at a loss for a comeback. Finally, she clenched her teeth and conceded. "Fine, you win. But just this once, and nothing excessive." Jiang Ye nodded with satisfaction, his smile radiant. "Rest assured, I am quite adept at maintaining balance." Lu Mi, with an exasperated roll of her eyes, silently vowed never to make a wager with this fellow again. She drew the curtains in the office and timidly settled onto the sofa, gradually extending her long legs. Stealing a glance at Jiang Ye, she noticed the teasing smirk upon his face, his eyes glinting with mischief. He approached her, crouched down, and allowed his gaze to linger on her legs for a brief moment. A wave of anxiety washed over Lu Mi, her palms growing clammy, her heart racing, and she began to regret her agreement to this absurd bet. However, contrary to her expectations, Jiang Ye did not indulge in any antics as she had imagined. Instead, he gently reached out, his fingers lightly brushing against her calf like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water before swiftly retracting his hand. A satisfied smile played at the corners of Jiang Ye's mouth as he declared, "Well, the wager is complete." Lu Mi was momentarily taken aback, blinking in disbelief. Is that it? Jiang Ye stood up, hands tucked into his pockets, his expression innocent as he replied, Yes. What else did you expect? I'm not the type to push my luck. Embarrassment and anger washed over Lu Mi, her face flushing crimson as she grabbed a nearby cushion and hurled it at Jiang Ye, exclaiming, Jiang Ye, you tricked me. Jiang Ye caught the cushion effortlessly, his laughter ringing with delight. What's the matter? You seem a bit disappointed. Should I have taken it more seriously? Get lost. Lu Mi shot him an indignant glare, though a smile tugged at her lips despite herself. Although she pretended to scold him, she felt a sense of relief and even found the situation somewhat amusing. Curiosity piqued. She regarded Jiang Ye with a mixture of confusion and intrigue, unable to resist asking, Hey, Jiang Ye, you lecherous rascal, what caused this sudden change of heart? You let me off so easily. That is not like you. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Ye's previously carefree demeanor faltered, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes. He remained silent for several seconds before responding in a subdued tone, I found her. Lu Mi was momentarily stunned, failing to grasp the meaning of his words. Found whom? Jiang Ye turned away, gazing out the window as he replied softly, the girl with the birthmark. A heavy sensation settled in Lu Mi's heart, an inexplicable wave of despondency washing over her. The smile vanished from her face in an instant. She opened her mouth, intending to say something, yet found herself at a loss for words. The room was enveloped in a brief silence. After a few moments, Lu Mi managed to force a smile, attempting to sound nonchalant as she said, Oh, that's wonderful. After searching for so long, you finally found her. Congratulations. You must feel like you've finally found your place. Jiang Ye nodded, his tone calm. Yes, it took a long time to find her. He fell silent for a few seconds, letting out a gentle sigh, his voice deep and tinged with resignation as he added, But finding her is meaningless. It doesn't guarantee that we can be together. In the end, it's still a regret. Lu Mi felt as if something had gently prodded her heart, a bittersweet sensation flooding her being. She looked at Jiang Ye, wanting to offer words of comfort, but found her own words painfully inadequate. I don't know how to console you, Lu Mi murmured, her voice tinged with hesitation. But let it be, perhaps time will provide the answers. Jiang Ye lifted his gaze, his eyes settling upon Lu Mi's charming visage, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Reflecting on the earlier drinking session, he found himself resolute in his decision to remain detached from romantic entanglements. The feelings of repression and disappointment that had weighed heavily upon him began to dissipate. He cast his eyes toward Lu Mi's slender legs, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Perhaps what I need now is a form of solace beyond mere words. I let you off easily before, but I shan't be so lenient now. Lu Mi's face flushed instantly, her heartbeat quickening involuntarily. Lowering her head, she grasped the hem of her clothing tightly, her voice barely above a whisper. Akin to a mosquito's hum, You rogue. What shall we do with our newfound wealth? Buy a car, of course. Days later, as dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the room. Jiang Ye lay in bed, languidly turning over. His mood had markedly improved. Although Su Mingru continued to maintain an indifferent demeanor, preserving a nebulous distance, he had gradually acclimated to this state of affairs. Su Mingru's attitude felt like a thin veil of mist, neither approaching nor receding. Jiang Ye understood that she was deliberately keeping her distance. Perhaps as a form of self-preservation, or perhaps due to lingering misunderstandings from that fateful day. Yet, he chose not to pursue her further. Some matters cannot be forced. Nevertheless, Jiang Ye's spirits began to lift. Apart from the occasional banter with Lu Mi, seeking comfort in her company, and enjoying drinks with Yang Bo and others, life had become rather relaxed. He now found solace in maintaining a sibling-like relationship with Su Mingru. At the very least, they had not completely severed ties and could still interact as they once did. Although matters of the heart cannot be coerced, Jiang Ye was acutely aware of the debt he owed Su Mingru, both in this life and the next. Even in a fraternal capacity, he felt compelled to make amends. While Jiang Ye lay in bed, lost in thought, a call from Yang Bo interrupted him. Upon glancing at his phone, he saw it was Yang Bo. He pressed the answer button, and before he could utter a word, Yang Bo's voice erupted from the other end, nearly breaking into a shout. Jiang Ye, guess what? The bet we placed on Ghana versus Czech Republic the other day, it's a winner. A 20-fold payout. From 500,000 to 10 million. The money has already been transferred. Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback, then sat upright, his voice tinged with astonishment. Really? It arrived that quickly? Yang Bo's excitement was palpable. Yes, I just checked, the funds are in. Jiang Ye, hurry and check your account. I transferred your share too. You should have received it. Jiang Ye kept the call open, opening his mobile banking app to find, indeed, A transfer of 12 million had appeared in his account. Puzzled, he inquired, Yang Bo, why 12 million? Wasn't it supposed to be 10 million? Yang Bo's laughter rang out from the other end. Teasingly, Brother Yi, you don't understand the old rules? I always share a portion of my winnings with you. Perhaps you should refrain from taking me along next time. Who else could I turn to for fortune? Jiang Ye chuckled helplessly, a hint of teasing in his tone. You, my friend, certainly know how to navigate social nuances. However, this time, the wager was yours. There's no need to share so generously with me. Yang Bo's voice carried a note of sincerity. Brother Yi, please don't be so polite. If it weren't for you guiding me, I wouldn't have had the chance to win such a substantial sum. Besides, you are my lucky star. I must treat you well. Jiang Ye dropped the pretense. All right then, since you insist, I shall accept. When I have more news, I will bring you along. Yang Bo laughed gleefully, a touch of pride in his tone. Rest assured, I'm well aware of the stakes. Jiang Ye, tonight we shall revel in the brilliance of golden glory. It's on me. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. Aren't you concerned about emptying your wallet? Yang Bo's laughter erupted on the other end, brimming with audacity. What's there to fear? We are millionaires now. Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Tyrannosaurus mentioned he managed to lure Zhao Xuefei, the top socialite from Platinum Han, over. Jiang Ye, want to you come and see tonight? Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, his tone teasing. Zhao Xuefei, the one who is said to be the object of desire among the wealthy elite in Han Prefecture? Yang Bo's voice was infused with excitement. Yes, that's her. I've heard she is not only breathtakingly beautiful, but possesses remarkable skills. She was the top performer at Platinum Han. Countless individuals spent lavishly just to glimpse her. Yet even a smile eluded them. For Tyrannosaurus to secure her is indeed a hefty investment. Jiang Ye chuckled, amusement lacing his voice. It appears tonight's golden glory will be exceptionally lively. Very well, if you're so eager, I shall make an appearance. However, it is not for Zhao Xuefei. I am merely honoring our friendship. Yang Bo giggled. Brother Yi, I've noticed your wit has sharpened. Don't be late tonight, as I shall be awaiting your arrival. After hanging up, Jiang Ye gazed at the 12 million displayed on his phone screen, reviewing his current assets. Following his rebirth, he had first profited from reselling concert tickets for Zhou Xiaodong, then invested in the 66th plot of Han Prefecture, acquiring over 100 second-hand homes in the Handong New District. He had also enjoyed complimentary access to a premier club, Golden Glory. This was merely during one summer before university, and his accumulation of assets was already impressive. However, all these holdings were fixed assets, not yet liquidated. The cash flow on his balance sheet had always been somewhat insufficient. Now, with the 12 million from the World Cup lottery win, he finally had tangible funds to spend freely. Jiang Ye felt a surge of inexplicable delight. He finally felt wealthy. What does a man do with wealth? Naturally, he buys a car. Jiang Ye reminisced about the Mercedes that had accompanied him for several years, a vehicle that Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng had both ridden in. The thought felt awkward. It was time for an upgrade. After all, this 12 million felt like a windfall. He also yearned to purchase the BMW Waterbird motorcycle he had coveted in his past life. While still in the bloom of youth, when the things one adores are laid before them, the passion of affection remains vibrant. Otherwise, akin to a former life, one may find themselves in their 30s, with a high-end computer before them. Although the computer runs smoothly, the individual feels stagnant, realizing that engaging in any game lacks excitement. What value lies in such a scenario? Contemplating these thoughts, Jiang Ye pressed the accelerator, steering towards the BMW dealership in the city center. Without much inquiry into prices, he promptly reserved a BMW Waterbird motorcycle. Naturally, between the Han A and Han B license plates, Jiang Ye unhesitatingly spent 20,000 to acquire a Han A yellow plate. In the future, when yellow plates for motorcycles are no longer issued, a Han A motorcycle plate could fetch over 400,000, rendering the BMW Waterbird practically a gift. Although he is financially comfortable now, who could resist the joy of seemingly acquiring a BMW Waterbird for free? After arranging for the motorcycle's registration at the dealership, Jiang Ye turned to the largest Mercedes dealership in Hangzhou. In 2006, luxury Mercedes vehicles were still scarce. The available options above 3 million were limited to models like the S600, CL600, G55, and SL65. After some consideration, Jiang Ye decided to explore the CL600, a two-door coupe featuring a 6.0-liter V12 twin-turbo engine, boasting a maximum output of 517 horsepower and accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in just 4.6 seconds. While it may not rival the electric vehicles of a future era, in 2006, it could nearly outpace 99 of cars on the road. Upon entering the dealership, Jiang Ye was immediately captivated by a silver-gray CL600. Its sleek lines exuded understated luxury, perfectly aligning with his aesthetic preferences. Unable to resist, he stepped closer, gently caressing the car's metallic sheen. The cool touch sent a shiver through his fingertips, and a smile crept to his lips as he silently marveled. This is a true work of art. Just then, a male salesperson approached, with a professional smile that belied a hint of disdain in his eyes. He did not directly scold Jiang Ye, but spoke with an edge of impatience. "Sir, this car is quite expensive. Please be careful not to touch it indiscriminately." Jiang Ye furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of annoyance, and replied coolly, "I'm merely looking. Is it so forbidden to touch?" The male salesperson scoffed, clearly believing Jiang Ye could not afford such a luxury vehicle, his tone growing colder. "This car isn't cheap. If you don't intend to buy, it would be best not to waste time. Which of your eyes sees me as incapable of purchasing?" Jiang Ye felt a swell of frustration. It seemed that the narratives in novels sometimes reflected reality. A student-like figure entering a luxury car dealership indeed faced discrimination. These salespeople truly exhibited a narrow-mindedness. As Jiang Ye and the male salesperson began to argue, many onlookers in the hall were drawn to the commotion. At that moment, a poised and intelligent female salesperson approached, carrying a glass of water to diffuse the situation. With a smile, she offered the water to Jiang Ye. "Sir, hello, I am Tong Yu. This CL600 is our top model. You have an excellent eye. If necessary, I can make an introduction for you." With that, Tong Yu stood to the side, patiently awaiting Jiang Ye's response. Her tone was sincere, devoid of any condescension. Jiang Ye accepted the water, nodded, and observed her closely. She was clad in a well-tailored professional outfit, her black stockings accentuating her long legs, her stature tall and proportionate, exuding an exceptional aura. Jiang Ye's impression of her instantly elevated. He couldn't help but marvel at the fact that, indeed, in a luxury car dealership, even the sales staff were so strikingly attractive. Although Tong Yu had only recently joined, she was acutely aware that such high-end vehicles sold only a few units a year. The customer before her might not be a genuine buyer. Nonetheless, she wished to prevent any discord within the dealership, which was why she stepped in to diffuse the situation. Just as Jiang Ye was about to sit in the car, a familiar sound of laughter and conversation suddenly reached his ears from behind. Turning around, he was taken aback to see Jiang Qingshan, his father. Accompanying him were a young man and a middle-aged woman, his adopted son Chen Zihao and his second wife Chen Wenting. Jiang Ye's expression instantly darkened, a hint of derision flickering in his eyes. He remained rooted in place, hands tucked into his pockets, quietly observing the scene unfold. Jiang Qingshan, having noticed Jiang Ye, quickly regained his composure. The last encounter at the villa's entrance had been tumultuous. Jiang Qingshan had insisted on throwing a graduation party for Jiang Ye, only to be rebuffed and even physically confronted, resulting in a severed father-son relationship. This had infuriated Jiang Qingshan, and he hadn't anticipated encountering Jiang Ye here. Gazing at Jiang Ye standing before the CL600, he spoke with a mocking tone. "Jiang Ye, what brings you here?" Jiang Ye replied with a cold laugh, laced with sarcasm. "Is this forest store yours? Am I not allowed to be here?" Jiang Qingshan furrowed his brow, clearly displeased with Jiang Ye's demeanor, yet refrained from expressing his anger due to the circumstances. However, Chen Wenting, upon seeing Jiang Ye, wore a smug smile, her voice tinged with pride as she declared, "Little Ye, we are here today to buy Zihao a car. He just got his driver's license, and Qingshan promised to buy him a nice vehicle as a gift." Jiang Ye's gaze swept over Chen Zihao, who was engrossed in his phone, displaying an air of indifference. A sardonic smile tugged at Jiang Ye's lips as he spoke with disdain. "Oh, buying such a fine car for an adopted son? Jiang Qingshan, you are truly generous." Instantly, Jiang Qingshan's complexion darkened, his voice brimming with anger. "Jiang Ye, watch your words. My affairs are none of your business." Jiang Ye scoffed, his eyes icy. "Son? Huh. Jiang Qingshan, that doesn't concern me. You can buy for whomever you wish. It is of no consequence to me. I merely remind you that no matter how much you invest, he is but a treacherous wolf, the offspring of another man." Upon hearing this, Chen Wenting's expression soured immediately. She retorted sharply, "Jiang Ye, mind your words. How dare you speak of Zihao like that?" Jiang Ye cast her a disdainful glance, his tone dripping with contempt. "Chen Wenting, do you truly believe you are someone of significance? You are merely a woman who ascended as a mistress. Do not pretend to be virtuous here." Jiang Qingshan's fury became uncontrollable as he stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Ye. "Jiang Ye, silence yourself. If you dare to speak nonsense again, do not blame me for being impolite. You are truly a prodigal. Your mother left you the company Guangyao Real Estate, which generates a profit of 1 million a year. You clearly possess a Mercedes, yet you come to gawk at a CL600, a luxury vehicle you cannot afford. You are utterly oblivious to your own limitations. Shinzaheo, standing nearby, added derisively, if he could afford it, that would be a surprise. He is merely here to satisfy his curiosity. That car costs over 4 million. What a shame it would be if you cannot purchase it. The Jiang family's perception of Jiang Ye remained trapped in the past, recalling how he had entrusted Guangyao Real Estate to Lin Yinyin for management and construction. They were completely unaware that Jiang Ye had transformed into someone entirely different over a mere summer. Both he and the commercial landscape of Guangyao Real Estate had undergone a dramatic metamorphosis. Jiang Ye regarded the Jiang family with an icy indifference. Jiang Qingshan, you have long since lost the right to dictate my actions. What I choose to purchase is none of your concern. The people in the store, including sales consultants and customers, were drawn to the sudden conflict, their curious gazes directed towards the commotion. Unfazed, Jiang Ye turned to Tong Yu, who was standing nearby, and waved his hand. I will take that CL600. Let us sign the contract now. Additionally, I require a C280, a total of 2 vehicles. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated like a firecracker thrown into a still lake, causing the atmosphere in the showroom to freeze momentarily as all eyes converged upon the young man. Dressed in a simple black jacket, jeans, and sneakers, he appeared as an ordinary university student, perhaps even a bit casual. However, there was an undeniable air of authority in his tone. Purchasing 2 luxury cars in one breath, that would amount to over 5 million. Tong Yu, overhearing Jiang Ye's words, was momentarily taken aback, blinking to confirm she had not misheard. Sir, are you saying you want 1 CL600 and 1 C280? Both? Jiang Ye nodded. Yes. I want that black CL600 and the red C280. Let us sign the contract and proceed with payment now. Tong Yu's mind raced. Yet she could not help but wonder if this young man truly had the means. The CL600 cost over 4 million, and the C280 was over 800,000, totaling nearly 5 million. Taking a deep breath, she made an effort to maintain a professional smile. Very well, sir. I will calculate the price immediately. She quickly turned and walked towards the counter, her fingers flying over the calculator, her heart pounding in her chest. The other sales consultants and customers in the showroom also ceased their activities, their gazes fixed on Jiang Ye. Who was this young man? Buying 2 cars, no less. A Maybach and a Mercedes? Surely he must be a wealthy heir, though he certainly did not appear as such, dressed so ordinarily. Or perhaps he was merely acting out of defiance after their earlier quarrel. If one were to act out of spite, how would such a scene conclude in front of so many witnesses? The promotion of a 50% discount on a vehicle was swiftly calculated by Tong Yu, who approached with the contract and quotation in hand, her voice tinged with nervousness. Sir, the price for the CL600 is 26 million, and the C280 is 820,000, totaling 508 million. Jiang Ye took the contract, glanced at it, nodded, and handed over a card. No problem, let us proceed with the payment. Just as he was about to swipe the card, his gaze inadvertently swept across the 4S dealership's account, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Thunderous Glory 4S dealership? The name felt vaguely familiar, as if he had heard it before. A news story from his previous life flashed through his mind. Recalling an incident during the summer following the college entrance examination, where a gas leak in the kitchen of this very dealership had led to a catastrophic explosion, resulting in significant losses and even making the local headlines. There was much speculation at the time that the name of the dealership was ominous, Thunder. Hence, it ultimately met with disaster. Jiang Ye retracted his card and raised his head, addressing Tong Yu. Wait a moment, let us hold off on the payment for now. Before purchasing, I would like to meet your boss. Tong Yu was momentarily taken aback, her professional smile faltering. Sir, are you requesting to see our boss? Jiang Ye affirmed with a nod. Yes, right now. Though a sense of unease settled in her heart, Tong Yu nonetheless picked up the intercom and whispered a brief inquiry. After a muffled response came through, she nodded, setting down the device, and said to Jiang Ye, Hello, please follow me. I will take you to meet our boss. Jiang Ye tucked away his bank card and followed her towards the office at the back of the showroom. Not far away, Jiang Qingshan and his family observed this unfolding scene, and expressions of schadenfreude crept onto their faces. Chen Winning could not help but chuckle softly. Qingshan, see? I told you your son Jiang Ye was just putting on a show. Just moments ago, he was flaunting his wealth. And now he doesn't even dare to swipe his card. Chen Zaheo chimed in. Dad, could it be that he cannot afford it, and is merely trying to act impressive? Jiang Qingshan snorted dismissively, his tone laced with contempt. This kid has always been one to show off. Now he has gone too far, hasn't he? Let us just wait and see what Jiang Ye is up to. It will be amusing to witness how he extricates himself from this situation. Meanwhile, Tong Yu led Jiang Ye into a lavishly decorated office. The door was ajar, and Li Qiyuan, the owner of the 4S dealership, was seated behind his desk, perusing a document. Upon noticing Tong Yu entering with Jiang Ye, he looked up, forcing a professional smile. "Good day, sir. I hear you wish to see me?" Jiang Ye nodded, his tone casual. "Yes, I have a matter I would like to discuss with you privately." After exchanging a glance with Tong Yu, Li Qiyuan gestured for her to leave the room. Standing up, he took a seat opposite Jiang Ye, his tone slightly probing. "You must be Jiang Ye. I've heard you intend to purchase 2 vehicles, totaling over 5 million? With a faint smile, Jiang Ye replied, "Indeed, I am Jiang Ye. I have my eye on 2 vehicles in your dealership, a CL600 and a C280, and I am hoping for a discount." Li Qiyuan furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing Jiang Ye's request, a hint of difficulty evident on his countenance. He set aside the documents in his hand and spoke with a touch of formal courtesy. "Mr. Jiang, the prices of these vehicles are quite steep, and we truly cannot offer any discounts. However, I can arrange for several complimentary maintenance services and provide some additional items for your car. What do you think?" Jiang Ye leaned back in his chair, a flicker of dissatisfaction in his gaze. "Such a meager discount? I wouldn't have come to you otherwise. Mr. Li, let us be straightforward. I seek a 50% reduction." At this, Li Qiyuan's smile instantly froze, morphing into a smirk of derision. 50%? "Mr. Jiang, are you jesting? What a grand joke." Rising to his feet, his tone now tinged with impatience, it was clear that he had lost all tolerance for Jiang Ye. "Mr. Jiang, if you lack sincerity, then there is no need for further discussion." Yet Jiang Ye remained unfazed, leisurely extracting a business card from his pocket and placing it gently on the table. His voice was calm. "Mr. Li, please do not be so hasty to dismiss me. Allow me to offer you a piece of information. Go to the kitchen and retrieve the gas inspection report. Examine the gas pipeline thoroughly. If you discover anything noteworthy and believe my information is valuable, then grant me the 50% discount. If not, it matters not. I shall purchase the car at full price." Li Qiyuan was momentarily taken aback by this statement, then let out a cold laugh. "Mr. Jiang, are you trying to amuse me? What issues could possibly exist with the gas pipeline?" Jiang Ye remained silent, a faint smile gracing his lips, his eyes reflecting a quiet confidence. "Do investigate, it won't be a hassle." Li Qiyuan scrutinized Jiang Ye for several moments, and although he found the notion absurd, he could not shake the unease that Jiang Ye's demeanor instilled in him. Frowning, he eventually nodded. "Very well, I shall take a look. If nothing is amiss, Mr. Jiang, our negotiations will conclude here." With that, Li Qiyuan rose and swiftly exited the office, heading directly to the kitchen. Only Jiang Ye remained in the office. After 5 minutes had elapsed without Li Qiyuan's return, he frowned, pondering whether he had erred in his recollection from his previous life. It was improbable, indeed. There had been an issue here. However, given the chance to live anew, the trajectory of events need not mirror the past. Perhaps, in this lifetime, the gas pipeline issue had not manifested. With this thought, Jiang Ye resolved not to wait any longer. He had intended to purchase the vehicle outright from the beginning. And since Li Qiyuan's cooperation seemed futile, he would proceed directly to the showroom to finalize his purchase. As he exited the office and made his way to the showroom, Jiang Qingshan and his family spotted him upon his arrival and began to point and whisper. Jiang Qingshan scoffed, his voice just audible enough for Jiang Ye to hear. "What is this brat pretending to be a wealthy buyer for? If he can't afford it, he ought not to embarrass himself here." Chun Wenting chimed in. "Exactly, putting on a facade without recognizing his own limitations." Chun Zihao exaggeratedly covered his mouth with laughter. "You should just go home quickly. Don't disgrace yourself further here. Seeking the manager at the 4S shop is futile if you lack the funds." Jiang Ye paid no heed to their mockery as he strode directly to the center of the exhibition hall, producing a bank card and handing it to the sales representative. "Tong Yu, please process the payment, 2 vehicles, full amount." Tong Yu was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating Jiang Ye's straightforwardness. The onlookers, including the Jiang family, widened their eyes, watching intently to see if Jiang Ye would indeed swipe the card. Just as Tong Yu was about to take the card, a hurried footstep echoed from behind. Wait. Li Qiyuan rushed over, panting, his face pale and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Grasping Jiang Ye's hand, he spoke with a mixture of excitement and gratitude. "Mr. Jiang, I cannot thank you enough. You are truly my benefactor. If it weren't for your warning, my establishment might have met a disastrous end. I apologize, but the father-son relationship has been severed." Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, feigning calmness as he inquired. "What seems to be the matter, Boss Li?" Taking a deep breath, Li Qiyuan, bearing a hint of trepidation, pulled Jiang Ye into a corner and whispered, "I just inspected the gas pipeline in the kitchen and discovered a severe leak. I checked with the gas meter, and it was perilously close to the explosion threshold. I was preoccupied with ventilation, which delayed my arrival. If it weren't for your timely warning, a spark could have ignited an explosion, leading to catastrophic consequences. My establishment could have been destroyed. By the way, how did you know about the gas issue?" Jiang Ye nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I recently had a dream that foretold this situation, and I honestly did not expect it to unfold as such. Now, do you think my foresight is worth a 50% discount?" Li Qiyuan, surprised by Jiang Ye's mention of the dream, did not dwell on it further. There are many inexplicable matters in this world. Regardless, he felt that this young man had helped him avert an unthinkable and monumental disaster. Li Qiyuan promptly nodded, leading Jiang Ye back to the vehicles in the exhibition hall. With a tone of reverence, he declared, "Absolutely. It's worth it. Mr. Jiang, I will offer you these 2 vehicles at half price, along with 3 complimentary maintenance services and a set of premium window film." He then turned to Tong Yu, instructing, "Please provide Mr. Jiang with impeccable service." Tong Yu eagerly complied, her expression reflecting both respect and envy. The Jiang family stood nearby, utterly astounded by the unfolding scene. Unable to fathom that a vehicle costing over 5 million could warrant such a substantial discount from the dealership, Jiang Ye cast a sidelong glance at them, a smirk playing on his lips, and teased, "What's this? Did you not just claim I couldn't afford it? Why the silence now?" The Jiang family was left speechless, their faces flushed, as if they had just received a stinging slap. Jiang Ye chose to disregard them further, turning back to Tong Yu. "Please proceed with the transaction." At half price, Tong Yu nodded vigorously, swiftly initiating the process. Jiang Ye stood by, in high spirits. The funds for the vehicle were primarily derived from a lottery win, and now, purchasing it at half price felt like an extraordinary stroke of fortune. After completing the payment and formalities, Li Qiyuan, standing beside him, spoke with a hint of ingratiation. "Mr. Jiang, may I inquire if you have any other relatives or friends interested in purchasing a vehicle? While I cannot guarantee a 50% discount, I can certainly arrange for a discount between 60 to 70%. Just as Jiang Ye was about to respond, Jiang Qingshan, standing nearby, suddenly seemed intrigued. His previously sullen expression softened, and a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. A 60% discount? A vehicle worth over 300,000 could be reduced by over 100,000. This was a significant temptation for him. Disregarding his earlier mockery of Jiang Ye, he swiftly approached, his face adorned with a smile, and his tone laced with eagerness. "Jiang Ye, I too wish to purchase a car. Could you possibly grant me a discount? After all, we are family. It would be a shame for the benefits to go to outsiders." Noticing the shift, Li Qiyuan politely inquired, "And you are?" Jiang Qingshan puffed out his chest and cheerfully replied, "I am his father, Jiang Qingshan." Li Qiyuan nodded, a professional smile gracing his face. "Ah, so you are Mr. Jiang's father. That is not an issue. I can arrange a discount of 60 to 70% for you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingshan's smile broadened, and just as he was about to exchange pleasantries, Jiang Ye interjected with a cold firmness, "He is not my father. We have severed our father-son relationship. As for the other 2, Jiang Ye gestured towards Chun Zihao and Chun Winning, they are utterly unrelated to me." Li Qiyuan was taken aback, his gaze darting between Jiang Ye and Jiang Qingshan, momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Qingshan's smile froze, his countenance darkening. He glared at Jiang Ye, his voice laced with indignation. "Jiang Ye, what do you mean by this? I am your biological father. Blood ties cannot be severed so easily. Must you be so heartless?" Jiang Ye scoffed, his eyes glinting with derision. "Biological father? Just moments ago, you claimed I couldn't afford a car and pretended to be affluent. Now, seeing an opportunity for a discount, you suddenly remember I am your son? You are not my father. Go be a father to Chun Zihao's bastard." Jiang Qingshan was rendered speechless, his face alternating between shades of green and white, his lips moving without a rebuttal. Ignoring him, Jiang Ye turned to Li Qiyuan. "As for the discount, let us proceed as discussed. There is no need to consider anyone else. This vehicle has already been of great assistance to me." Li Qiyuan nodded vigorously, his tone respectful. "Understood, understood. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, everything will proceed according to your wishes." Jiang Qingshan stood off to the side, his expression dark enough to rain upon. Chun Winting, "Chun Zihao, we are leaving." He gritted through clenched teeth, filled with resentment, and swiftly exited the showroom. Once Jiang Qingshan had departed, Li Qiyuan instructed Tong Yu to finalize the paperwork and reminded her to contact him directly if any issues arose. After giving his instructions, Li Qiyuan hurried away to attend to other matters. Tong Yu efficiently completed the paperwork for Jiang Ye. The red Mercedes C280 was registered under Su Mengru's name, while the CL600 was temporarily kept at the dealership to be collected in a few days. With everything settled, they proceeded to the parking lot of the 4S shop. Tong Yu handed the document to Jiang Ye, her face adorned with a professional smile. Yet her gaze held an air of subtle significance. "Mr. Jiang, all the procedures are completed. Is there anything else I can assist you with?" she inquired softly, her tone laced with a hint of trepidation. Jiang Ye accepted the document, casually flipping through its contents, and replied with a smile, "No, you've worked hard." However, Tong Yu did not take her leave. Instead, she slightly lowered her head, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, and her voice dropped even lower. "Mr. Jiang, I meant personally. If you have any needs, I am at your service." Jiang Ye paused momentarily, then quickly realized the implication of her words, a smile creeping onto his lips. He hadn't anticipated that purchasing a vehicle would come with such enticing additional services. Shaking his head, he spoke with gentle warmth. "Your service has already been more than sufficient, thank you." A flicker of disappointment crossed Tong Yu's face as she bit her lip. Her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "But Mr. Li just instructed me to ensure excellent service for our clients. If I fail, I will face criticism upon returning. Moreover, with your purchase of 2 luxury cars, I've already met my performance targets for several months. My commission alone will amount to several tens of thousands. Please, grant me the opportunity to serve you." Jiang Ye chuckled, his gaze scrutinizing Tong Yu more closely. She was clad in a fitted uniform, a black skirt that accentuated her curves, her long legs encased in sheer black stockings, exuding a smooth and sensual line. Her makeup was exquisite, her lips slightly parted, her eyes sparkling with allure and anticipation, radiating the essence of a recent graduate. Jiang Ye couldn't help but smirk. In recent days, he had come to a resolute conclusion. In this lifetime, he would not let himself be swayed by women. He would navigate through the sea of flowers without a single petal clinging to him. Appreciating women was akin to savoring literature. In this life, he would simply indulge in more reading. Now that a delightful book had presented itself before him, it would be a pity not to engage with it. With a teasing tone, Jiang Ye suggested, "Shall we find a place to hold a small meeting? We could thoroughly examine the vehicle." Tong Yu hesitated for a moment before bursting into laughter, her blush deepening. She playfully tapped Jiang Ye's shoulder, her tone imbued with mock annoyance. "Mr. Jiang, you truly have a knack for humor. Let us go. We shall hold our meeting, and I will thoroughly explain the details of this car." Jiang Ye laughed as well, his gaze lingering on the contours of Tong Yu, nodding in agreement. "Absolutely. We must delve into the intricacies of the car's chassis, the engine, and particularly the construction of the 2 headlights. Given the price of today's car, I assume those headlights are top tier as well." 2 hours later, Jiang Ye stood before the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down at the cityscape, a cup of tea in hand, gently swirling it. The sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, casting a warm glow on his face, revealing a satisfied smile. The afternoon meeting had allowed him to unwind completely. Tong Yu's gentleness and enthusiasm during the discussion had liberated Jiang Ye from the emotional burdens he had been carrying. Every pore in his body relaxed, as if enveloped by the warm sunlight, banishing all traces of fatigue. He took a sip of red tea, savoring its rich aroma, and couldn't help but marvel at the moment. Indeed, relinquishing those intricate emotions and focusing on the pleasures of the present is the epitome of a fulfilling life. It seems that in the future, he must dedicate more time to reading and attending meetings. Such a lifestyle is truly commendable. After dropping Tong Yu back at the 4S store, Jiang Ye drove his crimson Mercedes C280 towards the mall where Su Mengru was located. Upon entering the underground parking lot, Jiang Ye parked the car and dialed Su Mengru's number. "Sister Ru, I'm in the parking lot of your mall. Could you come down for a moment? I need to discuss something with you." His tone was casual and relaxed. On the other end of the line, Su Mengru was somewhat puzzled but soon agreed. "All right. Just wait for me. I'll be down shortly." A few minutes later, Su Mengru, in high heels, briskly walked into the parking lot. Dressed in a professional suit with her long hair cascading down, she exuded an air of grace and competence. Upon seeing Jiang Ye beside a brand-new red Mercedes, she paused, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. "Xiao Yi, what is this?" Su Mengru inquired, her tone laced with uncertainty. Jiang Ye smiled and handed her the car keys. "Sister Ru, this car is for you, to make your commute more convenient." Su Mengru was taken aback. Her initial astonishment shifted to complexity. She gazed at the keys but refrained from taking them, shaking her head instead. "No, this is too extravagant. I cannot accept it." Jiang Ye felt a weight in his heart. Indeed, Su Mengru was still unwilling to accept his gift. After a moment of hesitation, He urged, Sister Ru, didn't you say we are like siblings? It's perfectly normal to give a gift to your sister. Yet, Su Mingru remained resolute, her tone earnest. Xiao Yi, I appreciate your kindness, but this car is far too costly. I cannot accept it. Keep it for yourself. A hint of frustration crept into Jiang Ye's demeanor as he sighed. Sister Ru, please do not decline. I specifically chose this car for you. You work so hard every day, and having a car would greatly ease your burdens. Su Mingru shook her head once more, her gaze unwavering. Xiao Yi, I truly value your goodwill, but I genuinely cannot accept this car. You are still young, and there are many things you need to spend money on. Do not waste it like this. Seeing that his persuasion was in vain, Jiang Ye felt a touch of discontent and finally relented. Fine, since you were so insistent. I shall not press the matter further. He tucked the keys away, turned, and opened the car door, settling into the driver's seat. As the car slowly started, he lowered the window and smiled at Su Mingru. Then I shall take my leave, Sister Ru. If you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out. Su Mingru nodded, watching as Jiang Ye's car exited the parking lot. This child, Xiao Yi, she murmured softly to herself, her eyes filled with a mix of tenderness and concern. In the dimly lit parking lot, she remained in place, waiting until the red Mercedes C280 had long vanished from her sight before finally departing. On Jiang Ye's end, after driving out, he felt little of the earlier disappointment. In the past, if Su Mingru had rejected his offer of a car, he would have been quite heartbroken. However, having come to view her as an elder sister, Jiang Ye found himself surprisingly at peace with the situation. Regardless, I regard you as my elder sister. I owe you from my past life, and in this lifetime, my kindness towards you suffices. I have fulfilled my obligations, and your attitude is of little consequence to me. I intended to deliver your car, but since you declined, I shall bring it to your home instead. With these thoughts, Jiang Ye dialed Su's mother, Wang Xiulan. On the other end, a rustling sound accompanied Wang Xiulan's slightly fatigued, yet warm voice. Xiao Yi, what brings you to call me? Jiang Ye chuckled lightly. His tone relaxed. Auntie, what are you busy with at the moment? Wang Xiulan's voice carried a hint of resignation. What else could I be doing? I'm harvesting rice in the fields. This heat is unbearable. The sweat is running into my eyes. Hearing this, Jiang Ye felt a pang of concern and quickly replied, Auntie, please don't overexert yourself. Take care of your health. It hasn't been long since your surgery. Why are you already working in the fields? Wang Xiulan laughed softly, her voice laced with affection. You are such a thoughtful child. I truly appreciated your help during my hospital stay. It has been on my mind. Do come back to visit when you have time. I will prepare something delicious for you. Jiang Ye felt warmth in his heart, his tone softening. Auntie, you need not be so polite. It was my duty. By the way, hasn't Sister Ru come to see you? Wang Xiulan sighed. She just visited a couple of days ago, but she remains as busy as ever. I told her not to overwork herself, but she pays me no heed. Jiang Ye listened, feeling a twinge of complexity in his heart. After exchanging a few more words with Wang Xiulan, he ended the call. As he drove, his thoughts drifted to Song Shaohui. He had not seen the boy much this summer, and since he lived in a village not far from Wang Xiulan's home, it was the perfect opportunity to pay him a visit. Jiang Ye soon arrived at Song Shaohui's village, leisurely navigating the rural paths. The rice fields along the roadside shimmered in golden hues, swaying gently in the breeze, painting a picturesque scene. Parking in front of Song Shaohui's house, Jiang Ye alighted and knocked on the door, but received no response. Familiar with the household from his previous visits, he decided to enter through the side room. Upon reaching Song Shaohui's room, he found it somewhat dim. The curtains were drawn, and the boy was seated at his computer, engrossed with headphones on. Oblivious to Jiang Ye's entrance, Jiang Ye approached from behind and caught a glimpse of the screen, quickly discerning what captivated Song Shaohui's attention. Indeed, it was yet another romantic action film. I'm stimulated, Song Shaohui exclaimed, as these films, despite their simplistic plots and dialogues, held him in rapt fascination. Jiang Ye watched for a moment before tapping Song Shaohui on the shoulder. The latter jumped in surprise, nearly leaping from his chair. Removing his headphones, he turned to see Jiang Ye, his face instantly reflecting a hint of panic. Why you, Brother Ye? What brings you here? Jiang Ye adopted a serious expression, his tone grave. I bought you a notebook, and you are using it to watch this? Song Shaohui lowered his head, sheepishly rubbing his nose. Well, I had nothing else to do. Jiang Ye frowned. A notebook is meant for studying and working, do you understand? You should return it to me. Don't think that just because you've been admitted to university, everything is settled. Have you memorized the vocabulary for the CET-4 and CET-6? Where are your parents? Why aren't they home? Song Shaohui scratched his head, increasingly feeling guilty. They went to work in the fields. They've been busy harvesting rice lately. That's why I'm at home. I apologize, my adoptive father. I was wrong. Jiang Ye fixed his gaze on him for a few seconds before suddenly chuckling. All right, I forgive you this time, shall we? Just send me that website later. Song Xiaowei was taken aback for a moment, then realized Jiang Ye was joking. He breathed a sigh of relief, a smile breaking across his face. You scared me there, adoptive father. The two shared a glance and burst into laughter. After a while, they stepped outside and spotted a striking red Mercedes-Benz C280. The car's sleek lines and the dazzling sheen of its paint under the sunlight made it particularly eye-catching. Song Xiaowei's jaw dropped, disbelief filling his eyes. Brother Yi, is this car new? There was a hint of skepticism in his voice. Jiang Ye's lips curled into a slight smirk. Of course it's mine. Do you think I would borrow it? Do you really think I have time to joke with you? Song Xiaowei scratched his head, his expression shifting from shock to envy. Goodness. Did I end up at a fake Hangzhou #1 middle school? We both graduated high school. You became the top scorer, opened a glamorous club, and acquired land in Hangzhou. And what about me? I can't even afford an original copy of Jean Ping Mei. Jiang Ye couldn't help but chuckle. I reincarnated 25 years ago. If I don't have this little advantage, what was the point of my rebirth? All right, enough chit-chat. Let us get in the car. Jiang Ye unlocked the vehicle and opened the door. Song Xiaowei excitedly jumped in, exploring every inch of the interior, exclaiming, this car is unbelievably cool. The seats are so soft, the interior so luxurious. It feels like a dream. Goodness, this feel, this quality, it's incredible. I'm overwhelmed. When will I ever have a car like this? Jiang Ye started the engine, and the car slowly rolled out of the village for a drive. The deep rumble of the C280's engine attracted countless onlookers. The village elders paused their activities, pointing and discussing the car. Inside the car, Song Xiaowei felt the exhilarating push of acceleration, his excitement bubbling over. This acceleration is insane. It feels like we're flying. Wow, this is exhilarating. Goodness, this sensation, it's heavenly. How much did this car cost? It must be pricey. Jiang Ye glanced in the rearview mirror, unable to suppress his laughter at Song Xiaowei's excited demeanor. He casually replied, not too expensive, just over 800,000. Over 800,000. Song Xiaowei's eyes nearly popped out. Goodness, are you serious? Just over 800,000? Brother Yi, you make it sound so easy. I might never earn that much in my entire life. Are you kidding me? I am utterly astonished once again. Jiang Ye chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Such a reaction over merely a C280. One can only imagine the frenzy if he were to unveil the C600L, which costs over 5 million. Song Xiaohei, seated in the passenger seat, gazed as the car sped away, his face alight with excitement, continuously exclaiming, Yi Gu, this car is absolutely exhilarating. It feels like flying. But you mentioned taking me somewhere fun. Where is it? Don't keep me in suspense. A sly smile played on Jiang Ye's lips as a glint of mischief flickered in his eyes. What's the rush? You'll know once we arrive. I promise it will leave a lasting impression. Song Xiaohei rubbed his hands together, brimming with anticipation. Wow, now I'm even more excited. You're not taking me to some high-end club, are you? Or is there some special event happening? I must admit, I've been a bit restless after watching too many films lately. You little rascal, Jiang Ye teased, recalling how Song Xiaohei had fled like a ghost from the wheel factory last time they visited. With a laugh, he accelerated the car. They navigated through several turns, passing fields of rice, until they finally halted before an old farmhouse. Song Xiaohei paused, surveying the surroundings, and asked in confusion, Yi Gu, where are we? What are we doing here? Jiang Ye turned off the engine, his tone relaxed. We've arrived, let us get out. Dazed, Song Xiaohei followed him out, glancing around. In the yard, a few chickens strolled leisurely while bundles of straw lay stacked in a corner, and the air was filled with the fragrant scent of rice. Furrowing his brow, Song Xiaohei felt an uneasy sensation creeping in. Yi Gu, you're not pulling my leg, are you? What is so entertaining about this place? Jiang Ye remained silent, noticing the absence of people in the yard, and led Song Xiaohei towards the nearby rice field. In the field, golden ears of rice swayed gently in the wind, where Wang Xiulan was bent over, harvesting the rice with a sickle. Her back slightly hunched, the sickle swung rhythmically, producing a swishing sound as the rice stalks fell neatly to the side. Though her movements were skilled, fatigue was evident. After each straightening of her back, she wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand, took a deep breath, and resumed her labor. Wang Xiulan's pants were caked with mud, and the soles of her shoes were soaked with the muddy water of the field, making her steps feel heavy. Occasionally, she would pause to straighten her back, patting the aching muscles, her gaze drifting into the distance as if taking a brief respite. At that moment, upon spotting Jiang Ye and his companion approaching, she straightened up, wiped her forehead, and greeted them with a smile. Xiao Yi, What brings you here? Who is this? Jiang Ye smiled back, introducing, Auntie, this is my friend Xiao Haizi. I brought him to help with the rice harvest today. Wang Xiaolan looked at Jiang Ye, her voice filled with concern. Xiao Yi, why did you suddenly come? I can manage this work on my own. You needn't trouble yourselves. Jiang Ye chuckled, his tone resolute. Auntie, you just had surgery. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. How can you undertake such strenuous work? I'm here to assist you. After all, I have nothing else to do. Wang Xiaolan shook her head, her eyes filled with compassion. My dear child, you are always so busy. How can I allow you to undertake such laborious tasks? Please, go rest. My old bones can still endure. Did 142 bring me here merely to harvest rice? Jiang Ye did not respond, but walked directly into the fields, bending down to pick up a sickle with swift and decisive movements. Aunt, please do not refuse. This task is nothing for me. Rest assured, I can manage it. Wang Xiaolan gazed at him, her eyes slightly reddening, her voice choked with emotion. Xiao Yi, you truly are a good child. I feel so guilty about this. Jiang Ye waved the sickle with a smile and replied, Aunt, there is no need for such politeness between us. We are family, so please take a break. I will handle the rest. Song Xiaohai looked at the endless expanse of rice fields, despair filling his heart. Damn, Yigu, you are truly ruthless. I thought you were taking me somewhere fun, but instead, you brought me here to toil like a laborer? Jiang Ye chuckled as he handed a sickle to Song Xiaohai. Xiaohai, I know what you're thinking. Enough chatter, let us get to work. This is a rare opportunity to experience rural life. Song Xiaohai accepted the sickle, on the verge of tears, murmuring, I have never done this in my life. Yigu, you've really set me up. Jiang Ye could not help but laugh. Stop complaining and get to it. Once we finish, I'll treat you to a nice dinner. With a sigh, Song Xiaohai resigned himself to the task, bending down to begin harvesting the rice. The rice ears felt heavy in his hands, imbued with the fragrance of the earth. They bent over, swinging their sickles. The sound of the blades slicing through the stalks resonating in the air as the rice plants fell neatly to the ground. Though their movements lacked Wang Xiaolan's finesse, they worked earnestly, each stroke infused with vigor. Wang Xiaolan stood at the edge of the field, watching their diligent figures, feeling both touched and gratified. She sighed softly to herself. This child truly has a kind heart. Wang Xiaolan returned home briefly, bringing back a bowl of cool tea for the two. After quenching their thirst, they resumed their work in the fields. Observing Jiang Ye and Song Xiaohai laboring diligently, her heart swelled with contentment. At that moment, Old Li, leaning on his cane, strolled over leisurely. Spotting Jiang Ye in the field, he chuckled and said to Wang Xiaolan, I sent that your relative, Jiang Ye? Last time he specially drove you to the city for surgery, and now he is back to help you harvest rice? That city boy has a truly kind heart. You are so fortunate to have such a relative. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaolan's face broke into a radiant smile as she nodded repeatedly. Indeed, indeed. Xiao Yi is truly exceptional. He has a good heart and is so considerate. I am immensely grateful. Old Li squinted at Jiang Ye, who was swinging his sickle in the field, and teased, I reckon this lad is more considerate than a son-in-law. If you could have a son-in-law like him, that would be a true blessing. Wang Xiaolan felt a wave of joy wash over her, her gaze instinctively drifting back to Jiang Ye. Under the sun, he bent low, skillfully cutting the rice, beads of sweat sliding down his cheek, yet his focus remained unwavering. Wang Xiaolan gazed upon the scene, her heart brimming with admiration. This child, Xiao Yi, is truly impeccable. If only he could finish harvesting rice with Mengru, the three of them would return home, their weary yet satisfied bodies dragging along. Upon entering the house, Wang Xiaolan hurried to the kitchen, murmuring, You two have been working hard all day. You must be exhausted. Allow me to prepare a meal to reward you. However, Jiang Yi stopped her, smiling as he said, Aunt, please rest. I shall cook today's meal. Wang Xiaolan was taken aback, unable to believe her ears. Xiao Yi, you can cook? Don't overexert yourself. Let me handle it. You've been busy all day. How can I let you take on the kitchen duties? Jiang Yi shook his head, his tone resolute. Aunt, do not worry. I am quite capable in the kitchen. You have just undergone surgery and need to rest. Today, allow me to showcase my culinary skills. Wang Xiaolan intended to voice her concerns, but seeing Jiang Ye's earnest demeanor, she relented with a nod. Very well, give it a try. If you struggle, just call for me. Jiang Ye smiled and nodded, turning to enter the kitchen. In the living room, Song Xiaohai, upon hearing Jiang Ye's intention to cook, couldn't he help but laugh. Brother Yi, you can cook? Why was I unaware of this? Just don't blow up the kitchen. Jiang Ye kicked Song Xiaohai lightly, saying, You'll be my fire attendant. Once the fire is set, you can just wait outside for the meal. In the kitchen, Jiang Ye tied on an apron and promptly began preparing the ingredients. In his previous life, He had acquired various culinary skills from short videos. Although he was not a master chef, home-cooked meals came easily to him. He skillfully chopped and mixed the ingredients. His movements fluid and graceful, betraying no hint of a novice. Before long, the kitchen was filled with enticing aromas. Song Xiaohai stood awestruck. Wow, Brother Yi, this smells delightful. Jiang Ye ignored him, remaining focused on stir-frying. Soon, several dishes were presented on the table. Braised pork, stir-fried meat with green peppers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised eggplant, and a bowl of sautéed seasonal vegetables, all visually appealing and fragrant. Song Xiaohai stared at the dishes, his eyes wide. Wow, Brother Yi, this is truly remarkable. Did you really make all of this? Eagerly, he picked up a pair of chopsticks and sampled a bite, immediately giving a thumbs up. Brother Yi, I'm impressed. Your culinary skills are simply extraordinary. How come I never knew you could cook? If you ever open a restaurant, I'll be your regular patron. This flavor is exceptional. Jiang Ye laughed and chided. Just eat and stop your chatter. Wang Xiulan, equally astonished, picked up her chopsticks to taste a bite, her eyes widening in surprise. Xiao Yi, this flavor is truly impressive. Your skills surpass even mine. Jiang Ye chuckled humbly, responding, Aunt, you flatter me. I merely cooked casually. I'm glad you enjoy it. I intentionally made extra braised pork. When you are home alone, you can scoop some out and simmer it in a clay pot. The three gathered around the table to dine, and as they ate, Wang Xiulan remarked, Xiao Yi, you truly excel in everything. You work efficiently and cook deliciously. Such talent is rare. After the meal, Jiang Ye and Song Xiaohai willingly cleared the table and retreated to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Wang Xiulan stood at the doorway, observing their industrious figures with a heart full of contentment. Unable to restrain herself, she remarked, You two needn't trouble yourselves. Allow me to take care of it. Jiang Ye, while washing the dishes, responded with a smile. Aunt, please rest. This trifling task is well within our capabilities. Just as he finished washing the dishes, his phone rang. Wiping his hands, he answered the call, and Yang Bo's voice resonated on the other end. Yi Go, why haven't you arrived at Golden Glory yet? The star, Zhao Xuefei, is already here. You can't leave me hanging. Jiang Yi chuckled lightly, maintaining a casual tone. I'm currently at my relatives in the village. Could you come pick me up? Yang Bo paused, bewildered. In the village? What on earth are you doing there? Jiang Ye offered no further explanation, simply stating, No questions, just hurry over, and I'll explain when you arrive. After conveying Yang Bo's address, Jiang Ye hung up the phone and turned to Wang Xiulan, saying, Aunt, my friend will be here shortly to pick me up. I must take my leave. Thank you for your gracious hospitality today. Wang Xiulan nodded, a hint of reluctance on her face. All right, take care on your journey. Do visit often. Jiang Ye smiled and pointed to the red Mercedes parked in the yard. Aunt, this car was meant for Sister Ru. However, she declined it. So I had to bring it back. Please tell her that this car must remain here, as I have purchased one for myself and cannot drive it over. Do not refuse. Wang Xiulan was taken aback. This car was for Meng Ru? Why would you buy her such an extravagant vehicle? Remembering that Su Meng Ru had not returned today, she quickly added, By the way, you two haven't quarreled, have you? Jiang Ye shook his head, his tone calm. No? Everything is fine. Please do not worry. This car is merely a token of my appreciation. Wang Xiulan wished to say more, but Jiang Ye resolutely left the car keys with her. Aunt, the car is now under Sister Ru's name. You can go to the vehicle management office later to collect the plates and drive it without any hassle. Seeing Jiang Ye's firm stance, Wang Xiulan relented. All right. I will inform Meng Ru. You are such a thoughtful child. Just then, a car horn sounded from outside. Yang Bo, driving a black Land Rover, pulled up at the entrance and called out, Yi Go, I'm here. He parked the car and began unloading a multitude of gifts from the trunk, bringing them to Wang Xiulan's doorstep. Seeing this, Wang Xiulan hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Oh dear, what are you doing? I cannot accept so many items. Yang Bo, beaming, set the gifts down and clapped his hands. Aunt, please do not be so formal with me. My Yi Ji's relatives are my relatives. This is a small token of appreciation. Do accept it, and do not decline. Wang Xiulan gazed at the abundant gifts, feeling both touched and uneasy. She shook her head repeatedly. How can this be? I am already immensely grateful for your help with the rice harvesting. I cannot accept more. Yang Bo waved his hand dismissively, speaking in a jovial tone. Aunt, please do not stand on ceremony. My Yi Gu has looked after me well. This gesture is nothing. If you refuse again, I shall be quite displeased. Jiang Ye, observing Yang Bo's amiable nature, stood by with a smile and said to Wang Xiulan, Aunt, you should accept it. Yang Bo is just like that. If you do not accept him, he might feel that you do not consider him one of your own. Wang Xiulan looked at Jiang Ye, then at Yang Bo, her heart a tumult of emotions. She opened her mouth, wishing to articulate something. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. Finally, she sighed, her voice tinged with emotion. You young ones truly leave me speechless. At my age, to encounter such kind-hearted individuals like you is indeed a blessing from the heavens. Yangbo scratched his head and smiled, saying, Auntie, please do not say that. We are all family. If there is anything you need in the future, do not hesitate to ask, and please do not be polite. Wang Xiaolan nodded, her eyes glistening with tears. All right, you are all such wonderful children. I truly do not know what to say. Jiang Ye stepped forward, gently patting Wang Xiaolan's shoulder. His tone gentle. Auntie, do not overthink it. Keep these things for yourself. Do not feel reluctant. We will visit you often. He then waved his hand and turned to Wang Xiaolan, saying, Auntie, I must take my leave now. A friend has come to pick me up. Please take care of yourself. If you need anything, feel free to call me. Wang Xiaolan nodded, watching them depart. Once in the car, Yang Bo glanced at Jiang Ye and could not help but tease. Brother Ye, did you just crawl out of the mud? You are covered in dirt. And what about that red Mercedes? What on earth happened? You are not smitten with some village girl, are you? Jiang Ye chuckled softly but remained silent. Noticing his reticence, Yang Bo grew more curious. You seemed rather downcast recently. Is it because of this girl? Who could possibly capture the heart of someone like you? You are usually so indifferent to everyone. It must be someone extraordinary. Inside the car, Song Xiaohui finally grasped Yang Bo's insinuation. He suddenly slapped his thigh in revelation and exclaimed, Wow, Jiang Ye, do you have feelings for your sister? Ha ha ha, no wonder you insisted on bringing me to harvest rice. It was to win her favor. Yang Bo, puzzled, turned to look at Song Xiaohui while driving, his brows furrowed even tighter. Which sister? What are you talking about? Brother Ye, you, a young master, actually went to the fields to harvest rice? No wonder you are so dirty. It's all for this? This is quite remarkable. Song Xiaohui laughed uncontrollably, pointing at Jiang Ye while saying, It's that sister who often brings him an umbrella at school. She is incredibly beautiful, right, Brother Ye? Jiang Ye frowned, casting a sidelong glance at Song Xiaohui, his tone unenthusiastic. Stop talking nonsense. She is merely my sister, nothing more. Upon hearing this, Yang Bo's eyes lit up, his curiosity piqued. Brother Ye, you have a sister? How come I have never heard you mention her? What does she look like? Do you have a photo? Let me see. Jiang Ye did not respond, merely leaning back in his seat, his gaze fixed out the window, his expression blank. Yang Bo, noticing his silence, could not resist teasing him. Brother Ye, your reaction is not quite right. If she is indeed your sister, why are you so flustered? Could it be that you are smitten? Song Xiaohui chimed in, fanning the flames. Exactly. Brother Ye, you have never shown such concern for anyone else. Delivering a vehicle and even coming to the village to assist with the rice harvest is certainly not indicative of an ordinary sibling relationship. Jiang Ye shot a glare at Song Xiaohui and Yang Bo, warning them to refrain from prying. Mind your own business. Keep gossiping, and I might just hit you. Yang Bo, noticing Jiang Ye's demeanor, chuckled. All right, I won't ask anymore. However, Ye Gu, if you truly have feelings, you must let me know. I'd be glad to offer my advice. Song Xiaohui chimed in. Exactly. Ye Gu, we're all on the same team here. There's no need for embarrassment. If you genuinely like her, we'll help you pursue her. Jiang Ye closed his eyes, pressing his lips together, betraying no emotion. The car fell into a hushed silence. And Yang Bo and Song Xiaohui exchanged knowing glances, tacitly deciding to drop the subject. Yet, both were acutely aware that Jiang Ye's earlier reaction spoke volumes. Images of Su Mingru infiltrated Jiang Ye's mind, the gentle sister who always smiled warmly and cared for him. However, that connection felt increasingly distant now. Jiang Ye pondered silently. Is she truly just my sister? Can I only regard her as such? With a sigh, he muttered to himself. Perhaps, but what else could it be? An hour later, the vehicle gradually came to a halt at the entrance of the Golden Glory Club, where neon lights flickered and luxury cars lined the driveway, creating an impressive spectacle. As soon as Song Xiaohui alighted, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he rushed inside, exclaiming, I'm starving. I've heard the buffet here is fantastic. I need to grab a bite. Yang Bo, observing Song Xiaohui's frantic demeanor, couldn't help but tease. This guy only thinks about food. Ye Gu, let us ignore him and head straight to the private room. Jiang Ye nodded, following Yang Bo inside. As they walked, Yang Bo glanced at Jiang Ye, noticing his attire still smeared with mud, and frowned slightly. Ye Gu, shouldn't you change before meeting Zhao Yufei? Isn't it a bit inappropriate to show up like this? Jiang Ye looked down at his clothing and replied nonchalantly, No need, let us go as we are. Yang Bo was taken aback, slightly astonished. Ye Gu, are you serious? Zhao Yufei is the top performer here, and she usually meets influential figures. Don't you think this outfit? Jiang Ye merely smiled calmly. It's fine. Let us proceed. Yang Bo chuckled. You truly are one of a kind. You go. All right, you call the shots. But I must remind you, Zhao Yufei is not an ordinary person. Your appearance may catch her off guard. Jiang Ye chose not to respond and continued forward. They arrived at the entrance of an opulent private room. Yang Bo opened the door, revealing dim lighting, soft music, and a subtle fragrance wafting through the air. Zhao Yufei sat on the sofa, a glass of red wine in hand. Upon seeing the two enter, she smiled gently and stood to greet them. She was renowned as the premier performer of Hangzhou, not solely because of her beauty, but also due to her exceptional aura. With delicate features, skin as fair as snow, and eyes that seemed to penetrate the soul, her smile was enchanting. With a hint of allure in the slight upward curve of her eyes. Her figure was tall and well-proportioned, clad in a form-fitting long dress that swayed gently with her movements, exuding an irresistible charm with every gesture. Zhao Yufei lifted her head and, upon seeing Yang Bo, greeted him with a subtle smile. Mr. Yang, you have arrived. Her voice was as gentle as flowing water, tinged with a hint of languor that melted the hearts of those who heard it. However, when her gaze fell upon Jiang Ye, her brows furrowed slightly. Jiang Ye stood behind Yang Bo, dressed in soiled clothes and with disheveled hair, resembling someone who had just returned from a day's labor in the fields. His expression was neutral, his eyes calm, yet radiating an undeniable aura. Zhao Yufei felt a twinge of surprise and inwardly questioned, what is this person doing here? Why is he dressed like that? Yang Bo seemed to sense her confusion and introduced him with a smile. Yufei, this is my brother, Jiang Ye. He is also the owner of this splendid establishment, just back from the village and hasn't he had the chance to change. Please do not take offense. Zhao Yufei paused for a moment, then resumed her smile, her tone gentle. So it is Mr. Jiang. I have long admired your reputation. I never expected the owner of such a grand establishment to be someone so unpretentious. Unlike the other guests who engaged in superficial pleasantries, Jiang Ye made his way directly to the liquor cabinet, selecting a bottle of beer and deftly popping the cap off with a flick of his finger. The bottle cap flew off with a sharp crack. He tilted his head back and drank half the bottle, his Adam's apple bobbing as droplets of beer trickled down his neck. The mud stains on his shirt starkly contrasting with Zhao Yufei's exquisite Chanel ensemble illuminated by the crystal chandelier above. Standing nearby, Zhao Yufei delicately traced the rim of her wine glass with her fingertips, her smile still poised and proper. She observed Jiang Ye with an inquisitive glint in her eyes, yet remained composed. Miss Zhao, Jiang Ye casually placed the muddy beer bottle on the table, his tone nonchalant. I hear you have set 3 rules for your clientele. No nouveau riche, no married men, and no cheap wine? Zhao Yufei's smile faltered for a brief moment before she regained her composure. Mr. Jiang, you jest. Those are merely tactics to ward off unscrupulous individuals. Jiang Ye chuckled softly, fixing his gaze on her, his tone light yet pointed. But Miss Zhao, it seems your brother Zhao Tianyu has become entangled with someone named Scarface Chow, who is hardly a good person, addicted to drugs, involved in loan sharking and gambling. Engaging with any one of these could lead to dire consequences for you. Surely, you should be most wary of Scarface Chow. Zhao Yufei's expression shifted dramatically, her wine glass trembling slightly, causing the liquid within to ripple. Her voice tightened. You have been following me? Jiang Ye had not tracked Zhao Yufei. Rather, stories about her as a top escort had long circulated on social media. After her brother Zhao Tianyu fell under Scarface Chow's influence, Zhao Yufei found herself ensnared, struggling, and ultimately succumbing to the insatiable cycle of debt. However, Jiang Ye had no intention of divulging these details. He merely shrugged, his tone serene. I have my channels for acquiring information. I mention this only to urge you to remind your brother not to jeopardize himself. Zhao Yufei's expression shifted from shock to despair, her eyes instantly reddening. Her voice trembled, tinged with a hint of sobbing. Mr. Jiang, I truly do not know what to do. She lowered her head, tears cascading down her cheeks, falling onto her exquisite Chanel ensemble, leaving small damp spots. Tianyu has been behaving as if he has transformed into a different person. He spends his days mingling with unsavory individuals, and no matter what I say, he ignores me. He has even resorted to borrowing money for gambling. Nearly everything in our home has been sold off in secret. Jiang Ye stood before her, his brow furrowed, his gaze imbued with complexity. He refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to listen quietly. Zhao Yufei lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes searching Jiang Ye's, her voice laced with desperation. Mr. Jiang, I know you possess remarkable skills and extensive connections. Could you possibly assist me? I truly do not know who else to turn to. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, her demeanor appearing fragile and helpless, completely devoid of her usual grace and composure. After a moment of silence, Jiang Ye sighed. Miss Zhao, please do not panic. I will help with your brother's situation. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yufei's tears flowed even more freely. She raised her hand to wipe her tears. Her voice filled with gratitude. Mr. Jiang, thank you, truly thank you. Tianyu and I have pleaded with him countless times, but he simply does not listen. Jiang Ye stood by the window, phone in hand, his expression stern. After a brief contemplation, he exchanged a few words with Yang Hao. Yang Hao made a phone call. And before long, Baolong and Lung Eru arrived in a flurry at the private room. As soon as Baolong entered, he boomed. Brother Jiang, what is the matter? Why the urgent summons? Did he resolve it with just one call? Jiang Ye turned to face the two, his tone somber. Do you know a man named Scar Chow? Baolong furrowed his brow, stroking his chin. Scar Chow? He seems to be a small-time thug from the southern district. I hear he has been involved in usury and drugs lately. However, I haven't had much interaction with him. Lung Eru let out a derisive laugh, his tone dripping with disdain. Scar Chow? That brat spent some time in prison with me, always calling me big brother, acting like a dog. I couldn't be bothered with him. People like that are nothing but trash. Jiang Ye nodded, his demeanor calm. He has recently latched onto Zhao Yufei's brother, Zhao Tianyu, leading him into gambling, nearly ruining his family. How do you suggest we handle this? Baolong slammed his hand on the table, his voice booming. Brother Yi, this kind of trash, I'll bring a couple of brothers and give him a good beating to send him packing. However, Lung Eru shook his head. There is no need to resort to violence with such a minor character. A scare should suffice. With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. When the call connected, his voice was as cold as ice. Scar Chow. It's me, Lung Eru. On the other end, Scar Chow's sycophantic tone came through. Oh, Brother Tiger. What brings you to call me? Any instructions? Lung Eru got straight to the point, his tone carrying an implicit warning. Zhao Tianyu, have you been targeting him lately? I advise you to keep your distance. If I find out that you are still entangled with him, you are well aware of the consequences. On the other end of the line, the voice of Scarface became frantic. Brother who? It's a misunderstanding. I had no idea he was one of yours. I will withdraw at once and promise not to bother him again. Cold Eru responded with a cold hum and abruptly ended the call. He pocketed his phone and turned to Jiang Ye. Brother Yi, it's resolved. Jiang Ye nodded in approval. Well done. Tyrannosaurus, standing nearby, let out a hearty laugh and patted Cold Eru on the shoulder. You're quite resourceful, kid. Well then, Brother Yi, we shall take our leave. Call us if you need anything. After Tyrannosaurus and Cold Eru departed, a subtle atmosphere enveloped the private room. Zhao Yufei stood still, her expression somewhat dazed. She never anticipated that the problem that had plagued her for months would be resolved in a single phone call from Jiang Ye. She gazed at Jiang Ye, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. This man, though young, acted with decisiveness, his words imbued with a maturity that belied his age. His every gesture was devoid of youthful impatience, instead exuding an enigmatic aura. Clad in a shirt still speckled with mud, he seemed out of place in the opulence of the room, yet he appeared anything but disheveled. Rather, he possessed an air of untamed charisma. Zhao Yufei bit her lip, a sudden impulse surging within her. She approached Jiang Ye, her voice soft and tentative. Mr. Jiang, your shirt is quite muddy. Let me take it off and wash it for you. Jiang Ye turned his head, casting a glance her way, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. He remained silent, merely offering a faint smile. At this moment, Yang Bo displayed his perceptiveness. He exchanged a knowing look with Jiang Ye before smiling and stepping out. I'll step outside to make a call. You two chat. Yang Bo exited the private room and headed straight for Tyrannosaurus in the club's office. He clapped Tyrannosaurus on the shoulder, his tone laced with wonder. Tyrannosaurus, guess what I just witnessed? Tyrannosaurus raised an eyebrow. What? Yang Bo lowered his voice, incredulity evident. Zhao Yufei, the top escort of Hangzhou, actually took the initiative to keep Jiang Ye in the room and even offered to wash his clothes. Tyrannosaurus's eyes widened, his voice involuntarily rising. No way. Is that for real? Yang Bo nodded, his tone filled with amazement. Those wealthy elites of Hangzhou have spent countless resources and efforts to win her over. Yet she remains unattainable. But with Jiang Ye's arrival, she instantly took the initiative. Jiang Ye is truly remarkable. Tyrannosaurus scratched his head. Admiration plastered across his face. Brother Yi is indeed exceptional, truly extraordinary. Standing at the corridor's corner, Tyrannosaurus fixated on the direction of the private room, envy evident on his face. He smacked his lips and turned to Yang Bo. Brother Yang, that is Zhao Yufei, Hangzhou's top escort. Not to mention her figure. Even her voice makes one's bones melt. Should we listen in at the wall? Who knows what explosive revelations we might overhear? Yang Bo nearly burst into laughter, raising his foot to give Tyrannosaurus a playful kick, chiding him. Are you itching for trouble? How dare you eavesdrop on Brother Yi? Are you looking to shorten your lifespan? The Tyrannosaurus stumbled back, clutching its backside, yet still wearing a mischievous grin. Brother Yang, it said, you speak as if I am not merely curious. Brother Yi is truly remarkable. Even Zhao Yufei took the initiative to keep him around. If it were me, I would be overjoyed to the point of losing my bearings. Yang Bo rolled his eyes and pointed at the Tyrannosaurus's nose. Dream on. With your disposition, Zhao Yufei wouldn't even glance in your direction. Hurry up and go keep an eye on the scene. Stop loitering here. The Tyrannosaurus pouted, clearly reluctant. Ah, Brother Yang, you are truly no fun. I was merely thinking, what if Brother Yi needed a hand? I could at least add to the excitement. Yang Bo was both amused and exasperated, raising his hand as if to strike. Scram. Does Brother Yi need your assistance? It would be a miracle if you didn't cause trouble. Off you go to watch the scene. If you talk back, I'll have you sleeping on the streets tonight. Seeing this, the Tyrannosaurus quickly raised both hands in surrender. All right, I'll go right now. Just don't hit me. My little frame can't handle a punch from you. He turned to head towards the stairs, albeit slowly, mumbling as he walked. Sigh. Zhao Yufei, I fear I'll never have a chance in this lifetime. Brother Yi is truly a winner in life. I envy him to no end. Yang Bo watched his retreating figure, shaking his head in exasperation, muttering with a smile. This kid, always thinking of nonsense, truly deserves a lesson. 2 hours later, the door to the private room opened. Jiang Ye emerged, wearing an air of calm composure. His shirt was neatly rebut-toned, but bore some creases. Upon seeing Jiang Ye, both Yang Bo and the Tyrannosaurus immediately approached, their faces reflecting curiosity and envy. The Tyrannosaurus rubbed his hands together, a sly grin plastered across his face, and whispered, Brother Yi, how was it? Was it an exceptional experience being with the top tier? Yang Bo could not help but interject, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Indeed, Brother Yi, Zhao Yufei is the pinnacle of beauty in Hangzhou. Countless wealthy men have spent fortunes to win her favor. You have secured quite a catch. Jiang Ye glanced at the two with a slight smile, his tone laced with amusement. What do you think? The Tyrannosaurus's eyes lit up, excitement bubbling forth. Need you ask? It must be an unparalleled delight. Brother Yi, you are incredible to have won over Zhao Yufei. I have never encountered such a remarkable individual. Yang Bo couldn't help but give a thumbs up, admiration evident in his voice. Brother Yi, your skills are nothing short of divine. For a woman of Zhao Yufei's caliber to actively keep you around and even wash your clothes, that is legendary treatment. At the gambling den of Scarface, Jiang Ye chuckled softly, his demeanor remaining unruffled. It was all right, nothing extraordinary. The Tyrannosaurus's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice involuntarily rising. Just all right. Brother Yi, your standards are too high. That is Zhao Yufei we're talking about. A woman so extraordinary that many men dare not even dream of her. Yang Bo chimed in, unable to contain himself. Indeed, Brother Yi, your humility is astonishing. For us, she wouldn't even spare a glance, yet you nonchalantly declare it was merely all right. Are you trying to provoke us? Your act is nothing short of perfection. How on earth did you manage this? Did you manage to win over that woman while wearing a shirt covered in mud stains? Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback by this remark. It seemed he had not consciously endeavored to achieve anything. Perhaps, by genuinely letting go and deciding to refrain from romantic entanglements, he had inadvertently liberated himself. Reflecting on the words Yang Bo had uttered just days prior, Jiang Ye smiled faintly and remarked, with no thoughts of women in my heart, I shall wield my sword like a deity. Yang Bo, did you not impart this wisdom to me? As soon as Jiang Ye finished speaking, Yang Bo stood speechless, as if choked by some unseen force, unable to utter a word for a considerable time. He scratched his head, his expression tinged with embarrassment yet laced with admiration. Brother Yi, that is quite remarkable. I merely mentioned it in passing, and I never anticipated you would remember it so keenly. Beside them, Baolong listened in astonishment, unable to restrain himself from interjecting. What? With no thoughts of women in my heart, I shall wield my sword like a deity? What does that mean? Yang, did you teach him this? Yang Bo chuckled awkwardly, patting Baolong on the shoulder, his tone laced with a hint of resignation. Indeed, just a couple of days ago, I was chatting with Brother Yi, suggesting that if a man could view women with indifference, he would act decisively, like a warrior. I never imagined Brother Yi would truly take it to heart. Jiang Ye regarded Yang Bo with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Yang Bo, you spoke wisely. I now comprehend that in relinquishing certain burdens, one finds ease. Yang Bo sighed deeply. It's over. I realize Brother Yi has reached an entirely new realm of understanding in just 2 days. I cannot fathom it at all. Baolong chimed in. Not understanding is precisely the point. Someone like Brother Yi is destined to be legendary. Jiang Ye stood, brushing off the creases in his clothing, his gaze sweeping across Baolong and Lung Eru. In a calm tone, he stated, let us venture out. We shall visit Scar Chow's establishment. Baolong and Lung Eru exchanged puzzled glances. Lung Eru scratched his head, unable to contain his curiosity. Brother Yi, haven't we already resolved that issue? What do we need to go to Scar Chow's place for? That fellow is merely a lone shark, a petty thug. Is it necessary for us to go in person? Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, his tone casual. Just a casual visit. We have no pressing matters at hand. Let us go. Without further questioning, Lung Eru retrieved his phone and called Scar Chow. Scar Chow, it's me. Eru. We'll be stopping by your place shortly, so prepare for our arrival. On the other end, Scar Chow's voice carried a hint of surprise. Tiger brother, why are you suddenly coming here? This small place hardly merits your attention. Lung Eru replied coldly. No more chatter. We will arrive shortly. After hanging up, Lung Eru turned to Jiang Ye. Brother Yi, shall we head over now? Jiang Ye nodded. Indeed, let us drive. Just then, Song Xiaohai emerged from the cafeteria, leisurely picking his teeth with a toothpick. Upon seeing him, Jiang Ye waved him over. Xiaohai, come along. It's fortuitous that you're here. Song Xiaohai paused for a moment before hastily jogging over, a broad smile on his face. Brother Yi, what is up? Is there something exciting happening? Jiang Ye returned the smile. We're going to check out Scar Chow's establishment. How does that sound? Are you interested? Song Xiaohai's eyes lit up at the mention of Scar Chow's place. Scar Chow's establishment? That's a gambling den. Brother Yi, are you planning to cause a scene? Jiang Ye shot a glare at Song Xiaohui. Just stop with the nonsense. Let us go take a look first. Song Xiaohui scratched his head, feeling somewhat perplexed. Yet he refrained from asking further questions and simply followed Jiang Ye's lead. The group boarded the vehicle, with Lung Eru at the wheel, Jiang Ye in the passenger seat, and Baolong and Song Xiaohui in the back. The car sped along, swiftly arriving at a secluded street in the southern part of the city. At the end of this street lay the establishment run by Scarface Chow, which appeared merely as an ordinary chess and card room from the outside. But concealed within was an underground casino. Standing at the entrance, the facade looked astonishingly mundane. The sign read Old Friends Chess Room in faded letters, bearing the marks of many years of wear and tear. A tattered red cloth curtain hung at the entrance, through which a dim yellow light seeped, accompanied by the faint sounds of mahjong tiles clashing and low murmurs. Scarface Chow approached with a broad grin, bowing slightly as he lifted the curtain. Brother Hu, please come in. Jiang Ye stepped into the establishment, met immediately by a mix of smoke and sweat in the air. Inside, several worn mahjong tables were set up, where a few middle-aged men, cigarettes in mouth, were intently focused on their game, barely glancing up as Jiang Ye and his companions entered. Scarface Chow moved to a wooden door in the corner, pushing it open to reveal a narrow corridor lined with old tiles and covered by a faded carpet. At the end of the corridor stood an iron door secured by a rusty lock. Scarface Chow produced a key, skillfully unlocked it, and pushed the door open, revealing a staircase leading downwards. The steps were steep, with dim wall-mounted lamps casting a weak light that barely illuminated the path ahead. Jiang Ye led the way with steady steps, followed closely by Lung Eru and Baolong, while Song Xiaohui brought up the rear, his eyes darting around in curiosity and caution. After several turns, they finally reached the basement. The underground area was far more expansive than anticipated. Soundproofing panels adorned the walls, and a thick carpet muffled their footsteps. Scarface Chow approached what seemed to be an ordinary wooden door, feeling along the frame before pressing a concealed button. The door creaked open to reveal an old-fashioned elevator. Jiang Ye chuckled. Scarface Chow, your establishment is quite secretive. Scarface Chow let out a dry laugh, his tone somewhat ingratiating. Brother Yi, you jest. In our small business, we must tread carefully. Please, step inside. The elevator goes directly to the casino. Jiang Ye entered the elevator, followed closely by Lung Eru and Baolong, with Song Xiaohui trailing behind. The doors of the elevator closed slowly, and Scarface Chow pressed a button, initiating a gentle ascent. The space within the elevator felt cramped. The walls lined with aged wooden panels, and a dim bulb flickered overhead, creating a stifling atmosphere. After approximately 10 seconds, the elevator came to a halt. As the doors creaked open, they were greeted by a scene that was both unexpected and expansive. A spacious casino unfolded before the crowd. Jiang Ye remarked, I intend to engage someone. The decor of the casino was not opulent, yet it exuded an air of secrecy and enigma. Crystal chandeliers adorned the ceiling, casting a soft glow over the gaming tables, illuminating them in a striking manner. Inside the casino, numerous gaming tables were arranged, each surrounded by eager players. Some were engrossed in Texas Hold'em, others in Baccarat, while a few were engaging in dice games. The gamblers were intensely focused, chips in hand, their eyes gleaming with avarice. In a corner of the casino stood several burly bodyguards, their vigilant gazes sweeping the surroundings, walkie-talkies in hand, ready to respond to any unforeseen situation. Scarface Chow approached Lung Eru, whispering, "Brother Hu, this is our establishment. Feel free to look around. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask." Lung Eru nodded, his icy gaze scanning the casino with a hint of detachment. He approached one of the gaming tables, casually picking up a chip and toying with it, his tone nonchalant. "Scarface Chow, your business seems to be thriving." Scarface Chow chuckled awkwardly, his voice laced with flattery. "Brother Hu, you jest. Our modest enterprise pales in comparison to yours." Standing beside Jiang Ye, Lung Eru surveyed the diverse array of gaming tables, quietly inquiring, "Brother Ye, is there anything you wish to play? Since we are here, shall we try our luck?" Jiang Ye smiled, his gaze sweeping the casino before settling on a fruit-themed slot machine, its colorful lights flashing, showcasing various fruits on the screen. He stated calmly, "Let us play this. It appears quite entertaining. Let us try a stake of 5,000. Upon hearing this, Scarface Chow hurried over, a sycophantic grin plastered on his face. "Brother Ye, just enjoy. Brother Hu has always had your back in this establishment. No need for a stake. I shall fetch you some chips right away." With that, he turned and rushed to the counter, grabbing a handful of chips and swiftly returning to present them to Jiang Ye. "Brother Ye, here you go. Play as you wish. And if you need more, just let me know." Lung Eru accepted the chips, weighing them in his hand, his tone teasing. "Scarface Chow, you are quite generous." Scarface Chow chuckled awkwardly, his voice dripping with obsequiousness. "Brother Hu, you flatter me. This establishment has thrived thanks to your support. This is but a trifling gesture." Leaning closer to Jiang Ye, Lung Eru whispered, "Brother Ye, this slot machine is riddled with tricks. Scarface Chow possesses a remote control that can adjust the odds. If he wishes you to win, you shall. If not, you will continue to lose." Jiang Ye's eyes brightened with intrigue at this revelation. "Oh, is that so?" Lung Eru turned to Scarface Chow. "Scarface Chow, this machine can indeed adjust the odds, correct?" Scarface Chow's expression faltered, a nervous chuckle escaping him. "Ah, that was in the past. Now, these machines are entirely legitimate. There are no tricks." Lung Eru shot a piercing glare at Scarface Chow. "Am I not well aware of your ways? Do my words mean nothing? Hurry and bring me the remote." Scarface Chow, unnerved by Lung Eru's gaze, found it increasingly difficult to maintain his smile. He chuckled awkwardly, murmuring softly, "Brother Hu, you're all set. I'll fetch it right away." Turning on his heel, he approached the counter, bending down to rummage through a drawer, ultimately extracting a black remote control. After a moment's hesitation, he grasped it firmly and hurried back. Scarface stepped up to Jiang Ye and Cold Eru, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Yet his eyes betrayed a hint of unease. He handed over the remote, lowering his voice significantly. "Ye go, Hu go. This is our little secret. You mustn't let anyone else know. If word gets out, my establishment won't survive." Jiang Ye accepted the remote, weighing it in his hand, his lips curling into a subtle smirk, his eyes glimmering with amusement. "Rest assured, we'll merely indulge ourselves. We won't make things difficult for you." Scarface nodded repeatedly, his grin now somewhat stiff. "That's good, that's good. Ye go, feel free to play. Just let me know if you need more." Jiang Ye said nothing further. Turning to sit before the arcade machine, the screen flickered with vibrant lights, the game's sound effects deep and rhythmic. He casually tossed in a few chips, and the game interface immediately sprang to life. Cold Eru, standing behind Jiang Ye, glanced at the screen and whispered, "Ye go, give it a try. I've already increased the odds of winning." Jiang Ye nodded, placing a casual bet, and to his delight, he instantly won, his chips multiplying several times. A hint of excitement danced in his eyes. Indeed, this was intriguing. He placed several more bets, winning consecutively, and his chips soared from 1,000 to 5,000 points. Scarface, standing nearby, wore a smile frozen in place, his eyes darting anxiously toward the screen as he inwardly lamented. The remote's adjustment allowed Jiang Ye to win even faster than he had anticipated. Then, Jiang Ye placed a substantial wager. Miraculously, he won again, his chips leaping from 5,000 to 10,000 points. Scarface's heart raced, and he silently prayed that Jiang Ye would stop. If this continued, he would face catastrophic losses in his establishment. Cold Eru leaned closer to Jiang Ye, whispering, "Ye go, perhaps it's time to call it a day. If this goes on, Scarface might just break down." Jiang Ye, Gazing at the fluctuating 10,000 points on the screen, smiled faintly, his tone casual. I'm not here to take his money. I'm merely testing the machine's quirks. Let me try it with the odds set to the lowest. Cold Eru paused for a moment, then pressed a few buttons on the remote, immediately lowering the odds. Jiang Ye placed several bets at random, only to find that even the guaranteed bananas within 5 rounds eluded him, his chips dwindling from 10,000 to merely a few hundred. He continued placing bets. Yet the promised bananas failed to appear even after 10 attempts. A satisfied smile crept across Jiang Ye's face as he stood up and clapped his hands. All right, I'm done. This machine is quite impressive. He then turned to Yang Bo, saying, Yang Bo, please transfer 500,000 to Scarface. I'll reimburse you later. Yang Bo was momentarily taken aback, but asked no further questions, promptly pulling out his phone to execute the transaction. Upon hearing the words of Scar Super, his eyes widened in surprise, a hint of panic lacing his voice. Brother Yi, what do you mean by this? How could I possibly accept your money? Jiang Ye chuckled softly, his tone firm and unwavering. This money is not a gift. Soon, a guest will arrive at your establishment. While he is engaged in play, ensure that the odds are set to the maximum, allowing him to win consistently. Let him win freely, up to 500,000. After completing the transfer, Yang Bo put away his phone, still puzzled, and asked, Brother Yi, what is your intention? Purchasing a guaranteed win service for 500,000. Who is this for? Beside them, Baolong and Song Xiaohai wore expressions of confusion. Baolong could not help but murmur, what is Brother Yi planning? 500,000 is no small sum. And he just handed it to Scar Super, instructing him to arrange for someone to win continuously? Is there a significant figure coming? Song Xiaohai scratched his head, uncertainty evident in his voice. I've heard that some big shots cannot accept gifts directly, so they resort to such methods to distribute money. Is Brother Yi considering this approach? The corners of Jiang Ye's eyes lifted slightly, a hint of coldness in his gaze. I have no intention of giving gifts. Rather, I intend to ensnare someone. What is a lucrative business? Count me in, someone remarked. The group fell silent, their expressions shifting from confusion to shock. Cold Eru furrowed his brow, unable to restrain himself. Brother Yi, what do you mean? If it's revenge, why guarantee his wins and provide him with money? Jiang Ye smiled, a playful tone in his voice. I'm not afraid of him winning. I fear that he might not play at all. Once he tastes the sweetness of victory, he will find it impossible to stop. Upon hearing this, the others instantly comprehended the plan. The intention was to lure the individual first, then lower the odds once he became addicted. Cold Eru and Baolong exchanged knowing glances, expressions of realization on their faces. Cold Eru whispered, Brother Yi, you aim to ensnare Yin Feng in the casino, and then Baolong slapped his thigh. Brother Yi, that's brilliant. But you're aiming for a person. Who would dare cross you? Just tell me, and Tiger and I will handle it. No need for such complications. Jiang Ye shook his head, his tone remaining calm. No need for that. I want to play with him slowly. I intend for him to leap into the pit and find it impossible to escape. His gaze turned to Song Xiaohai, a commanding note in his voice. Xiaohai, find an opportunity to draw Yin Feng over. Song Xiaohai, who had been curious about the identity of this person, now understood completely. Hatred tinged his voice. Brother Yi, so the person you want to deal with is Yin Feng? That scoundrel has disrespected you alongside Lin Yinyin and has deceived you. He certainly deserves retribution. Jiang Ye thought to himself that it was not merely the betrayal of his money, but an attempt on his life as well. Xiaohai, keep this under wraps. Be natural in your actions, and do not raise his suspicions, Jiang Ye advised. Standing by, Song Xiaohai displayed a glimmer of excitement. Brother Yi, rest assured, I will find a way to lure Yin Feng over. This fellow is currently in financial straits and is desperately seeking opportunities to make money. The next day, sunlight streamed through the glass windows of the internet cafe, illuminating the familiar establishment frequented by Song Xiaohui and Yin Feng. Seated comfortably, Song Xiaohui held a can of cola in his hand, a smug smile gracing his face. He glanced at Yin Feng beside him and declared exuberantly, Yin Feng, today I'm treating you to some internet time. Play as you wish. Yin Feng paused, turning to face Song Xiaohui, his expression tinged with confusion. During their summer reunion, he had exchanged sharp words with Song Xiaohui at the Golden Radiance Club. Now, what had prompted this gesture of generosity? Xiaohui, why are you being so generous? He inquired. Bewildered. With a playful smirk, Song Xiaohui replied, I've recently made quite a fortune, tens of thousands. Treating you to some internet time is nothing, just a few bucks. Yin Feng's eyes widened with excitement. You've earned tens of thousands recently? What kind of business is that? Feigning mystery, Song Xiaohui shook his head, a hint of pride in his tone. No need to ask. The more who know, the less effective it becomes. Intrigued, Yin Feng leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Shall we? We're classmates. Why not take me along? Once I'm in college, I'll introduce you to a girlfriend. What do you say? Waving his hand dismissively, Song Shaohui maintained a look of refusal. Come on, can't I find a girlfriend myself? This isn't possible. If too many people know, I won't be able to conduct my business. Yin Feng felt a restless itch in his heart at Song Shaohui's attitude. Just as he was about to press further, Song Shaohui's phone rang unexpectedly. Pulling out his phone, he glanced at the screen, then spoke in a hushed, enigmatic tone. Making money? Sure, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Song Shaohui stood, patting Yin Feng on the shoulder. All right, you enjoy yourself. I have something to attend to. Watching Song Shaohui hastily depart, Yin Feng's curiosity deepened. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly followed, grabbing Song Shaohui's arm. Shaohui, don't be so cold. Take me with you. I promise I won't be a nuisance. No need. I've said I can't take you. As Song Shaohui hurried away, Yin Feng's intrigue only grew. He hesitated for a few seconds before stealthily standing up to follow. Exiting the cafe, Song Shaohui turned into a narrow alley. His pace brisk, Yin Feng trailed behind, a mix of anxiety and excitement coursing through him, fearful of being discovered. After crossing several streets, Song Shaohui finally stopped in front of an old friend's chess room. He glanced around before pushing the door open and stepping inside. Yin Feng, standing at a distance, fixated on the sign of the chess room, pondering quietly, can money truly be made here? After a moment's deliberation, he decided to follow inside. However, just as he reached the entrance, Song Shaohui emerged with a serious expression. Yin Feng, are you following me? Stopping in his tracks, Song Shaohui turned to scrutinize Yin Feng. After a brief silence, he sighed, a note of resignation in his voice. Yin Feng, do you really want to go? Yin Feng nodded vigorously, his voice tinged with urgency. Of course I want to go. You can trust me. I won't cause you any trouble. Song Shaohui squinted slightly, a hint of warning lacing his tone. Very well. I can take you there, but you must promise that this matter remains confidential. If word gets out, my business will be ruined, and neither of us will come out unscathed. Upon hearing this, Yin Feng immediately pounded his chest in assurance. Shaohui, rest assured. I, Yin Feng, am a man of my word, and I shall not utter a single syllable to anyone else. Trust me, I understand the rules. With no further words, Song Shaohui turned and strode towards the game room. He led Yin Feng through the front hall of the gaming area, turning into an inconspicuous corridor that led to a basement. They then ascended in an elevator. Following closely behind, Yin Feng felt a mix of anxiety and excitement, his eyes darting around restlessly. A sense of unease prickled at him, prompting him to ask in a hushed voice, Shaohui, where are we headed? Without turning back, Song Shaohui replied in a flat tone, no questions, just follow me. Upon reaching the third floor, the sight that greeted Yin Feng was astonishing. It was a casino. Before he could take a closer look, Song Shaohui had already briskly approached a brightly lit video game machine. Yin Feng hurried to catch up, whispering, Shaohui, is the business you mentioned gambling? Song Shaohui shot him an impatient glare, his tone tinged with annoyance. Stop with the chatter, just watch. Feeling slightly embarrassed by Song Shaohui's demeanor, Yin Feng fell silent, standing by with his eyes glued to the screen. Song Shaohui approached a fruit machine, pulled out a stack of cash, and exchanged it for 1,000 yuan worth of chips. He casually tossed a few chips into the machine, and the screen instantly lit up with the game's interface, vibrant fruit patterns flashing enticingly. After pressing a few buttons and placing a few bets, he lost several rounds in quick succession, his chips dwindling to half. Standing nearby, Yin Feng couldn't help but murmur inwardly. This hardly seems like a lucrative endeavor. Yet, just as Yin Feng was on the verge of losing patience, Song Shaohui suddenly made a substantial wager and, in an instant, struck it rich, multiplying his chips several times over. Yin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Shaohui, your luck is impressive. Song Shaohui chuckled, a note of pride in his voice. This is not mere luck, it's skill. Intrigued, Yin Feng could not resist asking, Shaohui, could you teach me this craft? Shaking his head resolutely, Song Shaohui replied, no, Yin Feng, you must not partake. Just observe my play. This is not something for you to dabble in. Very well, let him continue winning. After speaking, Song Shaohui placed a few more bets, hitting consecutive wins as his chips soared from 1,000 to over 5,000. Yin Feng stood by, eyes wide with disbelief, muttering, winning like this is too exhilarating. Casting a sidelong glance at Yin Feng, Song Shaohui smirked, his pride evident. This requires skill. Do you think you can simply press buttons and win? Although Yin Feng felt a twinge of discontent, he maintained a smile. Shaohui, We are classmates after all. Could you take me along? I promise not to be a bother. Song Xiaowei let out a dismissive snort, his tone tinged with impatience. It's already generous of me to bring you here. What more do you want? Just look around and don't hinder my winnings. Yin Feng felt a bit awkward from the rebuke, but refrained from saying much, secretly competing with him in his mind. He began to closely observe Song Xiaowei's gameplay, noticing that after a series of several unsuccessful attempts at hitting bananas, he would suddenly place large bets on them. Furthermore, if he lost a round, he would double his bet. After careful observation, Yin Feng arrived at a conclusion. Within 3 attempts, a win was guaranteed. Yin Feng focused intently on the screen, contemplating. So that's it. A win is assured within 7 attempts at hitting bananas. This pattern is quite straightforward. He discreetly noted this strategy. Meanwhile, Song Xiaowei continued to place bets, his stack of chips growing higher, and his expression of triumph becoming increasingly evident. Ultimately, after winning 10,000, he stood up, clapped his hands, and waved at Yin Feng. I'm off. Today's work is done. Yin Feng followed him outside, but inside, he felt an itch akin to a cat's clawing. Watching Song Xiaowei's triumphant figure, he mused. This guy really has luck on his side. He won 10,000 in one go. If I were to try, perhaps I could win too. Upon reaching the entrance of the gaming room, Yin Feng suddenly halted, feigning a casual demeanor. Xiaowei, you go ahead. I have some other matters to attend to. Song Xiaowei glanced back at him, a smirk on his lips, and asked teasingly, what is the matter? Are you itching to play? I advise you not to. Winning on those machines requires skill. Not everyone can do it. Yin Feng maintained a serious facade, nodding in agreement. Of course not. I'm not playing. I'm just going to hand out some flyers to earn a little pocket money. Song Xiaowei chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. All right then, you take care. I'm off. As Yin Feng watched Song Xiaowei walk away, he inwardly cursed. What skill? I had already figured out your little tricks. Once Song Xiaowei was out of sight, Yin Feng promptly turned around, took a detour, and returned to the casino of his old friend's gaming room. He approached the counter and withdrew 500 yuan to purchase the minimum chips. With chips in hand, Yin Feng found a machine in a corner and sat down, feeling a mix of nervousness and anticipation. He focused on the screen, calculating that according to Song Xiaowei's pattern, he should bet on bananas within 7 attempts. He needed to be cautious, avoiding placing all his chips at once. He made the smallest bet first, but the first attempt yielded no success, nor did the second. Feeling a pang of anxiety, Yin Feng restrained his impulses and continued with small bets. By the 3rd attempt, he still had not hit any bananas. Taking a deep breath, he placed a bet of 50 yuan on bananas. As the images on the screen spun and suddenly halted on bananas, Yin Feng's eyes brightened with joy. I won. It seems this pattern is indeed valid. He continued to play in this rhythm, hitting bananas once every 7 attempts. The chips began to accumulate slowly, and Yin Feng's spirits rose higher with each win. This money was coming too easily, he thought, secretly reveling in his good fortune, yet he dared not become complacent, fearing he might inadvertently lose back his winnings. After some time, Yin Feng's chips had increased from 500 to over 2,000. After playing a couple more rounds to round off his total, Yin Feng reminded himself not to be greedy. In those final 2 games, he struck lucky with bananas, and his chips surged to 2,500 yuan. Filled with joy, he hurriedly approached the cashier to exchange his chips for cash. The staff moved swiftly, asking no questions, and handed him the 2,500 yuan without delay. With the money in hand, Yin Feng felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, an involuntary smile spreading across his face. Winning money is far too easy, he mused. Meanwhile, Song Xiaowei had exited the casino and made his way to a secluded alley, where he pulled out his phone to call Jiang Ye. Brother Ye, Yin Feng has taken the bait, he said casually. I saw him win, and he made an excuse to leave the casino, so I suspect he has returned to play some more. On the other end of the line, Jiang Ye chuckled. Well done. Yin Feng is indeed falling into the trap. Just after hanging up, Jiang Ye's phone rang again. It was Scarchow calling. Brother Jiang, as per your instructions, I have adjusted the machine's winning rate to the maximum. Yin Feng has won 2,000 yuan today. He must be feeling quite pleased with himself. Jiang Ye's lips curled into a slight smile. Excellent. Let him continue winning. Remember, do not let him sense anything unusual. Scarchow replied affirmatively. Understood. I will keep a close watch on him. After ending the call, Jiang Ye leaned back in his chair, picked up a teacup from the table, and sipped leisurely. In his mind, he thought, Ah, Yin Feng, you believe you have discovered a pattern, but in reality, it is merely the trap I have set for you. Go ahead and win, my dear brother. With 2,000 yuan in his pocket, Yin Feng was in high spirits. Clutching his phone, he stood by the roadside, a smile gracing his face as he contemplated how to spend his newfound wealth. After much deliberation, he decided to treat Lin Yinyin to a meal. Over the years, he could count on one hand the number of times he had taken her out, and she often lamented her neglect. Today, he finally had the chance to be generous. He dialed Lin Yinyin's number, and her voice, tinged with curiosity, came through the line. "Hello, Yinfeng? What else with the sudden call?" Yinfeng chuckled, a hint of pride in his tone. "Yinyin, let us go out for dinner. It's on me." Lin Yinyin paused, her tone playful. "Oh, the sun must be shining from the west today? You haven't treated me to a meal in ages. What is the occasion for your generosity?" Listening to her teasing, Yinfeng felt even prouder. "I can earn money now. Treating you to a meal is no big deal. Hurry up and come. No more chatter." Lin Yinyin laughed, not pressing further, and agreed. After hanging up, Yinfeng's spirits soared even higher as he walked with a newfound confidence. He chose a decent restaurant and settled in to wait for Lin Yinyin. Before long, Lin Yinyin arrived, accompanied by her friend, Sun Hui. Yinfeng was slightly taken aback, but said nothing. Once seated, Lin Yinyin smiled and explained, "I was just with Sun Hui, and when I heard you were treating, she decided to join. I hope you don't mind." Yinfeng waved his hand dismissively, feigning nonchalance. "Not at all. The more, the merrier. I have plenty of money to spare." Sun Hui cast a glance at Yinfeng, playfully teasing. "Oh, Yinfeng, you seem quite self-assured today. Have you struck it rich?" Yinfeng chuckled with pride, offering no further explanation as he beckoned the waiter to take their orders. Lin Yinyin picked up the menu, flipping through it while inquiring, "How much have you earned? You seem rather generous." Yinfeng, with an air of mystery, replied with a grin, "Not much, just around 2,000 yuan. How about I give you a couple of needles for 150? Both Lin Yinyin and Sun Hui looked up in astonishment. Lin Yinyin frowned slightly, her tone laced with concern. 2,000? What did you do to earn that? You didn't go gambling, did you?" Yinfeng quickly shook his head. "Of course not, just a regular game. Don't overthink it." Seeing someone else treating them to a meal, Sun Hui's spirits lifted, and she became more talkative. Sipping her drink, she remarked to Lin Yinyin, "Yinyin, I think Yinfeng is quite a decent guy. Look, he even specially invited you to dinner today. How thoughtful." Lin Yinyin smiled, but did not respond. Noticing her silence, Sun Hui continued, "In contrast, that Jiang Ye seems a bit inconsiderate. He hasn't even treated you to a meal recently, has he? It feels like he is completely oblivious, nowhere near Yinfeng's level." Lin Yinyin felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing this. Memories of the past began to surface. When she fell ill, Jiang Ye did not hesitate to take leave to accompany her to the hospital, tending to her needs, and even personally purchasing her medication. When she performed poorly on an exam and was feeling particularly down, Jiang Ye rushed over to chat and console her. As for meals and gifts, he had always been generous. All that money was spent solely on her. Even the Mercedes at Jiang Ye's home was something she used to ride in whenever they went out. "Jiang Ye has always treated me well," Lin Yinyin thought to herself. The more she considered it, the more unsettled she felt. She lifted her glass, breaking her usual restraint to take a sip of alcohol. Typically, she seldom indulged in drinking. But today, feeling a bit overwhelmed, she sought solace in a drink. Sun Hui, surprised to see Lin Yinyin drinking, exclaimed, "Oh, Yinyin, don't you usually avoid alcohol? What has gotten into you today?" Lin Yinyin shook her head, her tone indifferent. "Nothing, just felt like having a bit." Sun Hui refrained from probing further, but sensed the shift in Lin Yinyin's mood. Lin Yinyin took several more sips, her thoughts swirling chaotically. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt. What had happened to Jiang Ye recently? Why had he suddenly become so distant? Did he truly not care for her anymore? Instinctively, she picked up her phone and scrolled through her chat history with Jiang Ye. The recent messages were predominantly from her, with Jiang Ye either responding curtly or not at all. Lin Yinyin stared at the screen. Recalling the last time they were at the villa when his sister had looked at her, Jiang Ye had erupted in anger, expelling her from the villa, and since then, their communication had dwindled. Noticing Lin Yinyin's despondency, Sun Hui quickly shifted the topic. "Hey, Yinyin, stop overthinking. Aren't we here to enjoy a meal? Cheer up. At least Yinfeng is treating you well. Perhaps Jiang Ye will regret it when he sees you with Yinfeng." Boys often fail to cherish what they possess until it slips from their grasp. Only then do they realize their regrets. Upon hearing Sun Hui's words, Lin Yinyin felt a sudden stirring in her heart. Reuniting with Yinfeng? She had never contemplated this possibility before, but Sun Hui's suggestion seemed to hold some merit. Perhaps this truly was a clever stratagem. If Jiang Ye were to see her alongside Yinfeng, might he genuinely feel remorse? Would he come to value her anew? Her thoughts were a chaotic whirl, and she downed several more sips of wine. The alcohol began to take effect, causing discomfort in her stomach and a dizzying sensation in her head. She placed her glass down and addressed Sun Hui and Yinfeng. "I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'll head back now. You both enjoy your meal. Noticing her pallor, Yin Feng expressed concern. Should I accompany you? It's unsafe for you to go alone after drinking. Lin Yinyin shook her head, her tone weary. No need. I can manage on my own. Please continue. With that, she grabbed her bag and turned to leave the restaurant. The night breeze brushed against her face, slightly reviving her senses. Yet the pang of bitterness in her heart only intensified. With her head bowed, she slowly made her way home, her mind a tangled mess. Upon reaching her abode, Lin Yinyin fished out her keys to unlock the door, revealing a silence that enveloped the space. Recently, her relationship with Feng Qing had soured significantly, rendering the atmosphere at home perpetually tense. They scarcely spoke, each preparing their meals separately. Even the vegetables in the fridge were kept apart. Feng Qing emerged from her room, catching a glimpse of Lin Yinyin seated on the sofa, casting a cold glance before retreating into the kitchen without a word. Lin Yinyin, too weary to engage, mirrored the indifference, and they existed as strangers, ignoring one another. If only there were another place to reside, she mused. Then she wouldn't have to endure this stifling environment. After changing her shoes, Lin Yinyin wandered into the kitchen, yearning for a glass of water. As she stood there, a sharp pain gripped her stomach. The effects of the wine began to surface, igniting a fiery discomfort within her. She set down the glass, suppressing the pain, and approached the door to change her shoes, preparing to seek out Jiang Ye at the villa across the way. She was aware that he typically lingered there. Despite their recent coldness, she clung to a flicker of hope, believing he wouldn't entirely disregard her. Upon arriving at the entrance of the opposite villa, she pressed the doorbell. It wasn't long before the door swung open, revealing Jiang Ye. Upon recognizing Lin Yinyin, his brow furrowed slightly. What brings you here? Lin Yinyin clutched her stomach, her face pale, her voice weak. Jiang Ye, I've run out of my stomach medication. The pain is quite severe. Do you have any? Leaning against the doorframe, Jiang Ye replied coolly. What does your stomach ache have to do with me? Don't you have hands to buy medicine yourself? Why come to me? I'm not a doctor. Lin Yinyin was taken aback, a wave of sorrow washing over her. She hadn't anticipated such indifference from him. He had never treated her this way before. Biting her lip, she hesitated to respond when Jiang Ye's lips curled into a slight smirk. And he continued, if you want, I can give you a checkup. How about I give you a couple of injections now? Though Jiang Ye had steeled himself to be indifferent to women, he had completely lost interest in both Lin Yinyin and Feng Qing, suggesting the injections merely to provoke her. To appreciate a woman is akin to appreciating a book. The world outside resembles a grand library, with an abundance of tomes within this library. Jiang Ye has resolved to diligently study and immerse himself in literature. Lin Yinyin, somewhat perplexed, inquired, needles? What do you mean? Can you actually use needles? Jiang Ye's voice carried a hint of mockery. The temporary girlfriend agreement allows for an additional 2 hours. Aren't you experiencing stomach pain? If I administer 2 injections, I assure you the discomfort will vanish immediately. Only then did Lin Yinyin grasp the true meaning behind Jiang Ye's mention of needles. Her cheeks flushed crimson, a blend of embarrassment and indignation coursing through her. Jiang Ye, how could you say such a thing? Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, his tone flippant. What have I said? Aren't you in pain? Am I not assisting you? Lin Yinyin, now exasperated, spoke with a trembling voice. Jiang Ye, you have gone too far. My stomach ache is serious. How can you make a jest of such a matter? Jiang Ye remained unfazed, dismissing her concern. Enough of this pity party. If you're truly in pain, buy some medicine yourself and stop bothering me. A wave of grievance washed over Lin Yinyin, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. In the past, whenever she suffered from stomach pain, Jiang Ye would rush to her side, procure medicine, prepare congee, and even fetch sanitary pads for her. He had always cared for her tirelessly, never uttering a single complaint. But now, he could not even muster a word of concern, instead opting to ridicule her? How had their once harmonious lives devolved into such turmoil? The more she pondered, the more her heart ached, the pain in her stomach compounded by her emotional distress, making it difficult to breathe. Recalling a conversation from earlier that day, when Sun Hui had suggested that if Jiang Ye learned of Lin Yinyin's association with Yin Feng, he might feel a sense of urgency. Clenching her teeth, Lin Yinyin raised her voice towards Jiang Ye, who remained inside. Jiang Ye, do not blame me for not giving you a chance. Do not wait until it is too late to feel regret. If you continue this way, I shall be with Yin Feng. Pausing for effect, she added with a hint of pride. Today, Yin Feng treated both me and Sun Hui to dinner. And he is even earning money now. What about you? You haven't even taken me out for a meal lately. Jiang Ye, upon hearing Lin Yinyin's words, felt a jolt in his heart. He turned around, a smile creeping onto his face. Yin Feng had won 2,000 yuan at the casino. It was amusing to see him flaunt his newfound fortune. However, he considered it understandable, as Yin Feng had likely toiled under the sun, earning just a few dozen yuan a day distributing flyers. Suddenly gaining 2,000 was indeed a considerable sum for him. With a hint of disdain, Jiang Ye replied sarcastically, "If he treats you well, then by all means, be with Yin Feng. You two are indeed a match made in heaven. I wish you both happiness." Lin Yinyin felt a pang at Jiang Ye's words, a bittersweet ache in her heart. She had not anticipated his cold indifference, nor that he would suggest she and Yin Feng were a perfect pair. Biting her lip, she retorted, "Jiang Ye, do not presume that I am solely devoted to you. Yin Feng is more considerate. At least he would never treat me with such scorn." Jiang Ye remained leaning against the doorframe, his expression unchanged. "Is that so? Then go ahead and be with Yin Feng. It will save me from your incessant bothers." Lin Yinyin felt a sharp stab in her heart upon hearing this. She never anticipated that Jiang Ye would so decisively push her away, showing not even a hint of reluctance. As she gazed at his indifferent visage, the man before her suddenly felt estranged. Taking a deep breath, she stifled her tears and forced out a statement. "Fine, Jiang Ye, don't regret this." Upon hearing her words, Jiang Ye's expression remained impassive. He simply locked the villa's door. Subsequently, he retrieved a key from his pocket and pressed it casually. He then turned towards the car parked in the corner, smoothly opening the door and taking a seat inside. It was then that Lin Yinyin noticed Jiang Ye had acquired a new vehicle. The car was immaculate and gleaming, its black exterior reflecting a cold light in the night, with the Mercedes-Benz emblem prominently displayed at the front. She was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise coursing through her, prompting her to inquire, "Didn't you already have a car? Why did you switch to a new one?" Seated in the car, with one hand resting on the steering wheel, Jiang Ye replied nonchalantly, tinged with a hint of indifference, "The thrill of a new car is quite enticing, a refreshing experience. You wouldn't understand. A man gets tired of driving the same vehicle." Lin Yinyin felt a pang in her heart and couldn't help but ask, "How much did this car cost?" Jiang Ye turned his head, casting a glance her way, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he casually remarked, "Just over 5 million. After uttering this, he started the engine, the deep rumble echoing sharply in the stillness of the night. Without casting another glance at Lin Yinyin, he deftly maneuvered the car out of the villa and soon vanished into the darkness. Lin Yinyin stood there, utterly dazed. Over 5 million, not a trivial sum. Her mind was in disarray, Jiang Ye's words reverberating in her ears. Yin Feng had treated her to a meal that cost a little over 100, and she had come to flaunt it before Jiang Ye. Yet, he nonchalantly switched to a car worth over 5 million without batting an eye. The more she pondered, the more she felt foolish for comparing Yin Feng to Jiang Ye. Suddenly, she found her previous behavior somewhat laughable, even a tad foolish. Lowering her gaze, she glanced at herself and then at the empty villa entrance, a wave of bitterness washing over her. Although Jiang Ye's car had long since disappeared from sight, she remained rooted in place, her mind replaying the earlier scene. Taking a deep breath, she turned and began to walk back slowly, her steps laden with heaviness. The night breeze brushed against her face, cool yet her heart felt burdened as if weighed down by a stone, leaving her unable to feel at ease. Forget it. She resolved not to dwell on such matters. Upon returning home, Lin Yinyin's stomach grumbled in protest. The dishes ordered during her meal with Yin Feng had hardly suited her palate, and coupled with the alcohol, her stomach was in turmoil. She had barely touched her food. Now, however, hunger gnawed at her, but the kitchen was bare, devoid of any sustenance. Her relationship with her mother, Fang Qing, had always been strained. Their encounters resembled those of adversaries, each ignoring the other. It was unlikely that Fang Qing would cook for her. Gritting her teeth, Lin Yinyin decided to take matters into her own hands and prepare something to eat. She entered the kitchen, her movements frantic as she began to busy herself. Pots and pans clanged together noisily, yet her culinary skills were lacking, and with her stomach in agony, her thoughts were somewhat muddled. She discovered several frozen dumplings in the refrigerator and thought that frying them would be rather simple. Without hesitation, she poured oil into the pan and tossed the dumplings in. Suddenly, the pan erupted with a cacophony, the oil splattering everywhere, and the dumplings burst apart, leaving a mess of hot oil that even left several red marks on her hands. The kitchen quickly became a scene of chaos. The dumplings in the pan were burnt to a charred mass, utterly inedible. As Lin Yinyin frantically tried to clean up, Fang Qing heard the commotion and approached. Upon witnessing the disarray in the kitchen, Fang Qing's expression darkened instantly. Pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Yinyin, she scolded, "You wretched girl, what are you fumbling about with again? If you can't cook, then don't. Look at the mess you've made. This must be intentional." Lin Yinyin, already brimming with frustration, felt her anger flare at Fang Qing's harsh words. She glared back defiantly, retorting, "What does my cooking have to do with you? You don't cook for me, so why can't I do it myself?" Fang Qing let out a derisive laugh, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "You just went to see Jiang Ye, didn't you? It's a wonder he even pays you any mind. I've already told him everything about you and Yin Feng. If he still cares for you, then that would be truly bizarre." Upon hearing this, Lin Yinyin's mind went blank, her entire being stiffening. It suddenly dawned on her why Jiang Ye had been so cold towards her. Fang Qing had already divulged her secrets. Trembling with rage, Lin Yinyin pointed at Fang Qing, exclaiming, "What gives you the right to tell Jiang Ye those things? Are you my mother? How can you be so disgusting?" Fang Qing, refusing to back down, shoved Lin Yinyin's hand away, her voice sharp. "Disgusting? You are the one who is disgusting. Haven't you severed ties with me as mother and daughter long ago? You are entangled with Yin Feng, yet you still have the audacity to seek out Jiang Ye? Let me tell you, Jiang Ye has seen through you. He would never want someone like you, a shameless wretch." Lin Yinyin was utterly incensed. Unable to contain her fury any longer, she charged at Fang Qing, and they began to grapple fiercely. The two of them fell to the ground, tugging at each other's hair, exchanging punches and kicks, their mouths spewing a torrent of vile insults. The kitchenware was sent flying, the floor littered with oil stains and debris. After a tumultuous struggle, both women bore scratches on their faces and marks on their arms, yet neither showed any sign of relenting. It was only when they were both utterly exhausted that they gasped for breath and released their grip. Lin Yinyin sat on the floor, her face burning with pain, her hands covered in scratches, feeling a tumult of anger and grievance within her. Fang Qing lay sprawled nearby, her hair in disarray, a streak of blood marring her face. As Lin Yinyin surveyed the havoc around her, a wave of helplessness surged within her. She gritted her teeth, stifling her tears, and staggered back to her room. She could not fathom how her life had transformed so drastically from one of comfort and ease to this chaotic state. If only she could have openly straddled both Jiang Ye and Yin Feng from the beginning without the turmoil of indecision, how much easier it would have been. Su Mingru had been busy in the mall all day, yet her thoughts were consumed by the few acres of rice back home. She had long advised Wang Xiulan against planting rice, citing her age and declining health, yet Wang Xiulan remained restless and insisted on cultivating it. Su Mingru felt a deep sense of unease, fearing that Wang Xiulan would struggle to manage the harvest alone. After work, Su Mingru approached her supervisor, Dong Jiaming, to request leave, intending to return home to assist Wang Xiulan with the rice cutting. However, Dong Jiaming, visibly irritated, furrowed his brow and remarked, "The market is incredibly busy right now. You wish to take leave to cut rice? Do you think this is the countryside?" With her gaze lowered, Su Mingru pleaded fervently until her supervisor reluctantly granted her a half-day off. Without further ado, she hastily packed her belongings and caught the last bus back to her hometown. Upon arrival, the sky was still illuminated. Su Mingru headed directly to her family's rice field to assess the situation. From a distance, she spotted Wang Xiulan busily working along the ridge. "Mom, I'm back," she called out. Hearing her voice, Wang Xiulan looked up, beaming as she waved. "Darling, what brings you back?" As Su Mingru approached, she was taken aback to see that the rice had already been harvested. With a look of astonishment, she inquired, "Mom, who cut the rice? How could such a vast field be cleared so swiftly?" Wang Xiulan's smile broadened, her voice infused with gratitude. "Oh, it was all thanks to that boy, Jiang Ye. The other day, he brought a lad over to help cut the rice for half a day and even cooked for me. Jiang Ye is truly a wonderful young man, thoughtful and diligent." Standing on the ridge, Su Mingru gazed at the harvested rice, her mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Wang Xiulan continued to sing Jiang Ye's praises. "He is really impressive, works efficiently, and knows how to care for others. Seeing me struggling alone, he offered his help without hesitation. Mingru, you must treat him well in the future." With her head bowed, Su Mingru clenched the sickle tightly in her hand, a tumult of emotions swirling within her. She had scarcely interacted with Jiang Ye recently and was taken aback by his willingness to assist, as well as Wang Xiulan's evident admiration for him. Suddenly, she felt like an outsider. Despite being her mother, Wang Xiulan spoke of Jiang Ye as if he were family. Linking her arm with Wang Xiulan's, they returned home, where they spotted a car parked at their doorstep from afar. As they approached, Su Mingru recognized it as a brand-new red Mercedes C280, glistening in the sunset, exuding a sense of grandeur. She paused momentarily, wondering why the car appeared so familiar. Upon reflection, she realized it was the same vehicle Jiang Ye had driven to the market to pick her up that day. A sense of confusion washed over her as she hurried into the yard. Pointing to the car, she asked, "Mom, what is the story with that car? Why is it parked at our door?" Wang Xiulan smiled faintly, a hint of resignation in her tone. Oh, I was just about to call you. That boy Jiang Ye insisted on leaving the car, saying it was registered in your name. He bought 2 cars and offered you one. When you declined, he simply drove it over. I couldn't stop him. Su Mingru felt a twinge of discomfort at this revelation. What was Jiang Ye up to? Suddenly gifting a car without any prior discussion, especially after she had declined it at the market, left her bewildered. Su Mingru furrowed her brows and inquired, Mother, why didn't you inform me? How could this car be taken so casually? Wang Xiulan sighed and waved her hand dismissively. I couldn't stop it. That boy Jiang Ye is quite stubborn and unyielding. Moreover, he brought along someone named Yang Bo, who unloaded an entire vehicle of gifts, filling the house to the brim. How could I possibly intervene? Upon hearing this, Su Mingru felt a surge of discomfort within her. She stepped into the house and indeed found the living room overflowing with various gifts, boxes, and bags piled high like small mountains. There were luxurious health products, imported snacks, several cases of fine wine, and staple food items, leaving no space even on the floor. Observing this abundance, Su Mingru's heart was filled with mixed emotions. What was Jiang Ye trying to accomplish? Suddenly presenting a car along with gifts, creating such a grand display, as if they shared some extraordinary bond. Wang Xiulan followed closely behind, murmuring softly, Mingru, that boy Jiang Ye may be a bit overbearing in his actions, but his intentions are good. Look, he still remembers our family and has even bought you a car. You mustn't disappoint his kindness. Listening to this, Su Mingru felt even more troubled. She turned to Wang Xiulan and said, Mother, we cannot accept these gifts. Jiang Ye's actions are inappropriate. We cannot take advantage of him. Wang Xiulan shrugged, unimpressed. I can see that he is sincere. If he wishes to give, then accept it. Besides, aren't you two getting along quite well? Su Mingru glanced at the brand-new Mercedes-Benz C280 parked at the entrance, her unease growing. She turned to Wang Xiulan and asked, Mother, do you know how much this car costs? Wang Xiulan, busy tidying up the items in the yard, replied without looking up. Jiang Ye told me the other day it was only 80,000 yuan. I thought, although it's a bit expensive, it's his goodwill, so it would be rude to refuse. Su Mingru was momentarily taken aback. Then her face displayed a blend of exasperation and amusement. Her brows knitted slightly, as if grappling with a perplexing issue. Yet, almost immediately, the corners of her mouth began to rise in a resigned smile, her cheeks flushing lightly, resembling a delicate blush that rendered her irresistibly charming. Gently biting her lower lip, she shook her head and said with a hint of disbelief, 80,000? Mother, you've been deceived. This car is clearly worth 800,000. Thud. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiulan dropped the broom she was holding. She stood frozen, her eyes wide and mouth agape, unable to utter a word for a long while. After what felt like an eternity, she stammered, 800,000. Is this car really that expensive? Su Mingru nodded, her emotions swirling within her. She was aware of Jiang Ye's wealth, but never anticipated he would gift such an extravagant vehicle and deceive Wang Xiulan into believing it was worth merely 80,000. This revelation only deepened her confusion. Regaining her composure, Wang Xiulan's face reflected a tinge of concern, but soon transformed into a knowing expression. She approached Su Mingru, gently patting her shoulder, her tone laced with reassurance. Mingru, I can see that Jiang Ye truly cherishes you. Consider it if you must, dear, after all. He possesses such admirable qualities and shows genuine care for you. Upon hearing this, Su Mingru's face flushed crimson. She lowered her head, her voice tinged with urgency. Mother, what are you saying? I am his sister. How could I entertain such thoughts? Wang Xiulan, unfazed, chuckled lightly and waved her hand dismissively. What does a few years matter? As the old saying goes, a woman 3 years older than her partner is akin to a treasure. You are slightly older than Jiang Ye, making it quite fitting. In a mix of embarrassment and irritation, Su Mingru stamped her foot, her tone laden with exasperation. Mother, please refrain from such talk. I saw Jiang Ye with another girl the other day. He has a girlfriend now, someone he has cherished since the first year of high school. It is not at all as you imagine. Wang Xiulan's smile faltered, her expression freezing in disbelief as if doused with cold water. She mumbled softly, oh, so that is the case. I had thought. Su Mingru observed her mother's face, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Though Wang Xiulan was concerned for her, the reality was far from her assumptions. Approaching her mother, she gently grasped her hand, softening her tone. Mother, do not overthink it. Jiang Ye has his own life. Let us not interfere. Maintaining our sibling bond is sufficient. Wang Xiulan sighed and nodded, yet her eyes still reflected a hint of regret. She bent down to retrieve the broom from the ground, her movements slow, as though she were pondering something profound. As she quietly tidied the yard, she muttered to herself, "Ah, what a wonderful child he is, such a pity. But isn't youth all about relentless encounters and missed opportunities? Perhaps in the future, you two might still end up together." Su Mingru, taken aback by this remark, raised her hand to gently cover her mouth, unable to suppress a light chuckle. Her laughter rang clear, akin to the sound of wind chimes swaying in a gentle breeze, tinged with a hint of resignation. "Mother, where did you learn such words? How did you become so poetic all of a sudden? I've never heard you speak like this before." Wang Xiaolan paused her chores, lifting her head with a touch of pride mixed with bashfulness. "Oh, I picked it up from watching television recently. They often say such things in that drama, and I found it quite insightful, so I remembered it." Su Mingru's laughter grew even brighter. She stepped closer to Wang Xiaolan, linking her arm with her mother's, teasingly remarking, "Mother, you're watching dramas now? I suppose I should recommend a few more. Who knows what other gems of wisdom you might acquire." Wang Xiaolan laughed, playfully patting her daughter's hand, her tone infused with affection. "You, my dear, only know how to jest. I'm merely concerned for you. Jiang Ye, though he has a girlfriend now, who can predict what the future holds? Fate is unpredictable." Su Mingru's smile gradually faded. She lowered her gaze and softly replied, "Mother, please do not dwell on it. Jiang Ye has his own life. Let us not meddle. Besides, I have no such intentions." Wang Xiaolan regarded her, sympathy evident in her eyes, yet she chose not to press the matter further. With a gentle sigh, she continued tidying up the yard, softly murmuring, all right, mother. No more words. You know your own mind. That's sufficient. I shall go prepare the fire and cook." Su Mingru stood in place, observing Wang Xiaolan's retreating figure, her heart a tangle of emotions. After spending a night at home, the next morning, Su Mingru reluctantly resolved to drive to the mall for work. She could not leave the car idle at home indefinitely. Seated in the driver's seat, her hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, her demeanor tinged with anxiety. When the car started, she cautiously pressed the accelerator, fearful of speeding. Throughout the journey, she drove particularly slowly, anticipating red lights and beginning to decelerate well in advance. Apprehensive about not being able to stop in time, when turning corners, she was exceedingly careful, signaling her intent and waiting a few extra moments to ensure the coast was clear before proceeding. As a result of her cautious pace, she arrived at the mall even later than usual, having taken the bus. Upon her hurried arrival, Dong Jianmin was already waiting at the store. Seeing her late, his expression darkened, and he sternly reprimanded her. "Su Mingru, what is going on? Did we not agree yesterday that you would only take a half day off? How could you be late? Do you not want this job?" Su Mingru lowered her head, feeling unbearably wronged. She wished to explain but found herself at a loss for words, silently enduring the scolding, tears brimming in her eyes. Biting her lip, she fought to keep the tears at bay, managing only a meek, "I'm sorry, Manager Dong. I will be more careful next time." Dong Jianmin waved his hand dismissively, impatiently saying, Enough. Hurry up and get to work. Do not waste any more time." Su Mingru retreated to the restroom, splashing cold water on her face in an effort to regain her composure. As the end of the workday approached, she could no longer contain herself and decided to call Jiang Ye. The burden of the car weighed heavily on her. Parking at the mall cost over 20 yuan for just one day. On the other end of the line, Jiang Ye was pleasantly surprised. They had not been in touch much lately, and now Su Mingru was reaching out to him. "Hello, Sister Mingru, what's the matter?" Su Mingru held the phone, her tone wavering. "Jiang Ye, is it possible to return the car? I'm not accustomed to driving it, and it's too expensive for me to maintain." Jiang Ye detected the unease in her voice and immediately inquired, "Sister Mingru, are you all right? You sound troubled." Su Mingru bit her lip, softly replying, "I'm fine. Just a minor issue at work." Jiang Ye fell silent for a few seconds before responding, "Do not worry about the car. I'll come by after work, and we can discuss it in person." Su Mingru intended to decline, but Jiang Ye had already hung up. She gazed at her phone, feelings of complexity swirling within her. Yet a sense of relief washed over her inexplicably. When the workday concluded, Jiang Ye indeed arrived. Upon reaching the mall store, he exchanged a few words with Su Mingru, eager to inquire about her day, when suddenly, Dong Jianmin approached from behind. His expression was grim, and he cast a cold glance at Su Mingru, reprimanding her sternly. "Su Mingru, what are you doing? Chatting during work hours? Do you think this job is too easy for you?" Su Mingru was momentarily taken aback. Her face instantly flushed with crimson. She lowered her head, softly attempting to explain, "Manager Dong, I just what?" Dong Jianming interrupted her, raising his voice to a higher pitch. "Look at the time. Have you completed your work? All you do is chat. Do you not wish to continue working?" Su Mingru, chastened by the reprimand, found herself at a loss for words, her eyes welling with tears. Biting her lip, she clutched the hem of her garment tightly, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice. Jiang Ye, unable to bear the scene any longer, furrowed his brow deeply. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Mingru, and fixed his gaze on Dong Jiaming. Why are you being so harsh? She merely exchanged a few words with me. Is it really necessary to escalate matters to this extent? Dong Jiaming, taken aback by Jiang Ye's audacity, paused momentarily before sneering. And who do you think you are? What business is it of yours? A mere student, coming here to dictate terms? Jiang Ye felt his temper flare at this remark. His countenance darkened, and his tone turned resolute. Who I am is of no concern to you, but your bullying is intolerable. She is not a machine, incapable of uttering a word. Dong Jiaming, incensed by Jiang Ye's demeanor, pointed a finger at him, berating, what do you think you are? This is the business world, not your home. If you continue to cause a scene, I will not hesitate to summon security to escort you out. Jiang Ye responded with a scornful laugh, his gaze unwavering. Go ahead. I would relish the opportunity to see just how much clout you truly possess. As the argument intensified, Su Mingru felt a pang of urgency. She quickly grasped Jiang Ye's arm, softly urging, Jiang Ye, please, let's not escalate this. It was my fault. I shouldn't have spoken to you during work hours. Just leave for now. Let us not make a bigger fuss. Jiang Ye glanced down at her, noticing her reddened eyes and the expression of distress on her face, which only deepened his own discomfort. He inhaled deeply, striving to temper his anger, and softened his tone slightly. Sister Ru, do not be afraid. This is not your fault. The blame lies with that foolish man. This job is hardly worth the trouble. Seeing that Jiang Ye remained undeterred, Dong Jiaming sneered once more. Such bravado for a student. I cannot be bothered to argue with you. Just get lost and stop being an eyesore. At those words, Jiang Ye's expression hardened. He fixed his gaze on Dong Jiaming, enunciating each word deliberately. Just you wait. Dong Jiaming, dismissive, snorted and turned away. Although Su Mingru urged Jiang Ye to remain calm, a surge of unexpressed gratitude welled within her. Observing Jiang Ye standing protectively in front of her, confronting Dong Jiaming, she felt a sudden realization. The young boy who once trailed behind her had truly grown up. Noticing Su Mingru's silence, Jiang Ye assumed she was still upset and softened his tone further. Sister Ru, what's wrong? Are you still angry about what just happened? Su Mingru shook her head gently, responding in a soft voice. No, I just feel that you have matured. The little brother who once followed me around can now protect me. Jiang Ye, hearing her words, broke into a mischievous smile. Sister Ru, you cannot refer to a man as a little brother. That is a form of discrimination, did you know? Su Mingru was momentarily taken aback, but as realization dawned, her face flushed with embarrassment. She raised her hand and playfully delivered a light punch to Jiang Ye, reproaching him. You, how can you be so frivolous? Jiang Ye, instead of feeling angered by the blow, found himself laughing even more joyfully. Rubbing the spot where he had been struck, he feigned a look of grievance. Sister Ru, your punch was rather forceful, wasn't it? Su Mingru shot him a glare, the blush on her cheeks still lingering. Lowering her head, she mumbled softly, Shao Yi, you really are becoming more and more disrespectful. Observing her bashful demeanor, Jiang Ye felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. He suddenly realized that this casual jest seemed to bridge the gap between them, diminishing the previous sense of estrangement. He adopted a more serious expression, saying earnestly, Sister Ru, if there's anything troubling you, don't bear it alone. I'm here for you, and I will always stand by your side. No matter what, as you said, we will forever be the best of siblings. Upon hearing those words, a whirlpool of emotions stirred within Su Mingru. When he referred to them as the best of siblings, she felt a flicker of acceptance, yet there lingered an ineffable sense of loss. However, at the very least, Su Mingru sensed that their relationship had returned to a familiar state, free from awkwardness and the need for distance. She could face Jiang Ye openly now, no longer hiding from him due to those ambiguous feelings. With a smile, she spoke more lightly. Thank you, Jiang Ye. I truly appreciate you helping me harvest the rice recently. It must have been quite a chore for you. And as for this car, though I am not very skilled at driving, I still thank you. Remembering something, Su Mingru turned to Jiang Ye and asked, Shao Yi, how much did you spend on this car? Upon hearing the question, Jiang Ye's gaze immediately shifted evasively. Around 80,000. Su Mingru frowned, unable to restrain herself from inquiring. Did you forget a zero? Jiang Ye stuck out his tongue, chuckling. Oh, come on, Sister Ru, just consider it an 80,000 car and don't overthink it. With a resigned sigh, Su Mingru shook her head. You truly. I knew it wasn't a cheap car from the first glance. And you tell me it's 80,000? Do you take me for a fool? Realizing he could not keep up the charade, Jiang Ye smiled sheepishly, his tone playful. Sister Ru, I didn't expect you to know so much about cars. I thought you weren't interested in such matters. Su Mingru shot him an exasperated look. Her voice tinged with frustration. I'm not entirely clueless. The interior, the features, and the brand, it's clearly not inexpensive. Saying it's 80,000 is rather dismissive. Jiang Ye chuckled. Come on, Sister Ru, don't be upset. I was just afraid you might think it too expensive and refuse it. So I threw out a random number. In truth, it wasn't that much. Don't dwell on it. Xiao Yi, I appreciate your sentiment. But this car is truly too pricey. I cannot accept it. You should return it, Su Mingru insisted. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye quickly waved his hands. No. Sister Ru, the car has already been bought. It can't be returned. Just enjoy driving it. Su Mingru was about to voice her thoughts again when Jiang Ye interrupted. Sister Ru, please don't overthink it. A car is merely a means of transportation. What matters is its convenience. If you feel uncomfortable, just treat me to a few more meals in the future. Su Mingru's face still bore a hint of hesitation. But I truly fear the roads. There are so many cars, and I hardly dare to drive fast. Earlier, I almost arrived late to work and was scolded by Dong jamming. Jiang Ye waved his hand dismissively, wearing an expression of indifference. Who isn't apprehensive at first? Do not worry, take your time. How about this, after work? I shall accompany you for practice. We can find a secluded spot to hone your skills, and I assure you, you will soon find your footing. After sharing a meal, Jiang Ye drove to a remote location for her to practice driving. Settling into the driver's seat, Su Mingru adjusted her position and pressed the accelerator, causing the car to gently lurch forward. Jiang Ye, seated in the passenger seat, offered guidance while stealing glances at her. Today, she wore a light-colored short skirt, the hem reaching mid-thigh. As she pressed the gas pedal, the skirt lifted slightly, revealing a glimpse of her fair, elongated legs. Her legs were exquisitely shaped, with smooth, delicate skin reminiscent of finely polished jade. Jiang Ye found himself involuntarily captivated, his heart racing. Despite having encountered numerous women during this time, including the renowned courtesans of Hangzhou, he could not help but feel momentarily entranced by Su Mingru's legs. They were simply mesmerizing, rendering one unable to look away. However, Jiang Ye quickly recognized the inappropriateness of his thoughts. He hastily averted his gaze, silently reciting, 3 years minimum, with no maximum. Cultivate a tranquil heart, and a heart devoid of desires. Su Mingru is my sister, she is my sister. After a series of mental affirmations, he managed to suppress those thoughts. Meanwhile, Su Mingru remained focused on her driving, entirely oblivious to Jiang Ye's earlier distraction. After several laps, she gradually found her rhythm, becoming increasingly adept. Observing her progress, Jiang Ye felt a sense of relief. He smiled, saying, Sister Ru, you are learning quite swiftly. It seems you will be ready to drive on your own in no time. Su Mingru returned his smile, her tone lightening. Thanks to your excellent guidance. I would not have dared to drive otherwise. They practiced for a while longer, and as dusk approached, Su Mingru glanced at the time. I think that should suffice for today. Let me take you home. Jiang Ye nodded in agreement. All right, let us call it a day. As Su Mingru drove Jiang Ye to the entrance of the community, they waved goodbye. Just as Jiang Ye stepped out of the car and began walking into the complex, he suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. Turning around, he saw Lin Yinyin standing by the roadside, a plastic bag in her hand, containing fried rice she had just purchased from a local eatery. Lin Yinyin had been having a tough time lately. Lacking culinary skills and having had a fierce argument with Feng Qing, she had no one to prepare meals for her. Unwilling to distribute flyers, she found herself in such dire straits that even a decent meal was a luxury. Earlier, she had settled for a cheap serving of fried rice from a small restaurant at the community entrance, and upon exiting, she happened to see Jiang Ye alight from an extravagant vehicle. Her heart sank, prompting her to hurry after him. Jiang Ye suddenly noticed several distinct scratches on Lin Yinyin's face, resembling marks left by someone clawing at her with their nails. He paused momentarily, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, yet he feigned concern, asking disingenuously, Oh, Lin Yinyin, what happened to your face? Did you fall? Upon hearing this, Lin Yinyin's expression darkened further. She clenched her teeth, her tone laced with resentment. Fall? Humph, it was my mother, that wretched woman, who did this to me. Jiang Ye nearly burst into laughter at her words, but maintained an appearance of surprise and inquired, What? Your mother did that? How could you two come to blows? Lin Yinyin, furious, stamped her foot, her voice brimming with anger. Don't mention it. She's a lunatic, always arguing with me, and today, she even laid hands on me. Look at my face, look what she did. Gazing at the scratches on her face, Jiang Ye felt a surge of satisfaction, almost laughing out loud. He thought to himself, let them fight at home, the more ferociously, the better. If they could just eliminate each other, it would spare others from their chaos. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of sympathy, sighing with a hint of feigned concern. Why can't you two just talk things over? Resorting to violence only breeds animosity. Lin Yinyin scoffed. Amity? What kind of amity can I have with her? She's a psychopath who can't stand the sight of me, wishing nothing less than my demise. Jiang Ye, hearing this, felt even more pleased. He secretly hoped they would argue daily, inflicting grievous harm upon each other. Yet, he still pretended to advise her, don't say that. After all, she is your mother. No matter how much you argue, you are still family. Lin Yinyin shot him an irritated glare, her tone laced with impatience. Enough. Spare me your insincere concern. My affairs are none of your business. Jiang Ye shrugged, his tone light-hearted. Fine, I won't interfere. Just take care of yourself and try not to mar your face further. It looks rather unsightly. Just as Jiang Ye was about to leave, Lin Yinyin recalled something important. She caught up with him, her tone inquisitive. Hey, Jiang Ye, I just saw your sister from the countryside bought a new car. Where did she get so much money? That car looks expensive, at least 800,000, right? Jiang Ye was taken aback, not expecting Lin Yinyin to ask about this. He frowned slightly, responding in a nonchalant manner. I bought it. I got it for her. Didn't I tell you I purchased 2 cars? Lin Yinyin was instantly stunned by his revelation. Her eyes widened, and her voice rose several octaves. You bought it? Are you out of your mind? That's an 800,000 car, and you just gave it away so casually? Jiang Ye glanced at her, his tone growing impatient. What business is it of yours who I give a car to? Besides, she is my sister, and I am more than happy to buy it for her. What right do you have to judge? Lin Yinyin's face flushed with anger. She pointed at Jiang Ye, her voice trembling. Jiang Ye, are you foolish? She is from the countryside. Why should you buy her such an expensive car? Are you being deceived by her? Jiang Ye's expression darkened as his tone turned icy. Lin Yinyin, mind your words. Speak carelessly again, and I will not hesitate to retaliate. Lin Yinyin felt a pang of discomfort in her heart as she witnessed Jiang Ye defending Su Mengru. She bit her lip, her voice laced with sharpness. Jiang Ye, have you been enchanted by her? What right does a rural woman have to make you treat her this way? Have you lost your mind? Jiang Ye, angered by her words, responded with an even colder tone. Lin Yinyin, stop your madness. I shall reiterate, my sister's affairs are none of your concern. If you continue this nonsense, do not expect me to be courteous. Then, with a pointed remark, Jiang Ye added, if you envy my sister, why not seek out Yinfeng? Did he not just treat you to a meal yesterday? Lin Yinyin was taken aback, her heart sinking further with each thought. That was a Mercedes, a striking red one, exuding opulence. Had she remained with Jiang Ye, that car would have been hers. The realization struck her hard, filling her with regret for having let Jiang Ye slip away, insisting on a breakup. Now, he had turned around and gifted Su Mengru a luxury vehicle while she was left to dine on mediocre fried rice at a shabby eatery, her life tight and constricted. The more she pondered, the more bitterness brewed within her, until she suddenly recalled the temporary girlfriend agreement. An idea sparked in Lin Yinyin's mind that perhaps she could use this agreement to reconnect with Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye, what about that temporary girlfriend agreement? Shall we put it into action right now? I happen to have some free time. Jiang Ye, however, had seen through Lin Yinyin's intentions, fully aware that her interest was piqued by the luxury car. He let out a cold laugh. No, I'm not interested. Why not? Lin Yinyin asked, astonished. Jiang Ye shook his head, his gaze lingering on Lin Yinyin's chest, and replied, in youth, one fails to appreciate the charms of a mature woman, mistaking superficial allure for treasure. Lin Yinyin, you should reconsider. Lin Yinyin's face flushed with anger. How could Jiang Ye be so brazenly dismissive, even mocking her physique? Just as her frustration reached a peak, her phone rang unexpectedly. Upon glancing at the screen, she saw it was a call from Yinfeng. She frowned, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately answered. Yinfeng's voice came through the line, tinged with pride. Yinyin, today has been fortuitous. Following the technique of winning bananas in 8 rounds, I won 20,000 playing games. How about I treat you to a movie tonight? Yinfeng refrained from mentioning gambling, presenting it instead as a game, which sounded less abrasive. Upon hearing playing games, Lin Yinyin surmised it was likely the kind of arcade games one finds in game halls. Her anger subsided slightly. While Yinfeng may not possess Jiang Ye's wealth, he had always treated her decently. Moreover, winning 20,000 and inviting her to a movie swayed her heart towards Yinfeng. With a slight curl of her lips and a hint of disdain in her tone, she replied, all right, I have nothing else to do anyway. But don't deceive me. Did you truly win 20,000? Yinfeng chuckled lightly, his tone casual. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? I'll be waiting for you at the cinema entrance at 7. Don't be late. Lin Yinyin acknowledged with a brief then ended the call. Standing by the roadside, the resentment towards Jiang Ye still simmered within her. The more she reflected, the more she felt Jiang Ye was blind, forsaking someone as admirable as herself for that rural woman. A wave of unwillingness surged within her. Yet the thought of spending the evening watching a movie with Yin Feng slightly lifted her spirits. She bit her lip and silently cursed. You wretched Jiang Ye. You are nothing. Do you think you are impressive just because you drive a Mercedes? I, Lin Yinyin, am not impressed. Jiang Ye, do not be smug. I, Lin Yinyin, am not unwanted. Yin Feng is far superior to you. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Jiang Ye received a call from Lu Mi. Ever since the planning of the Handong new district was announced, property prices had soared as if launched by a rocket, escalating daily. What was once below 5,000 had skyrocketed to over 30,000 in just a few weeks. The area, initially the least expensive in Handong, had now risen to become the priciest in Hangzhou, multiplying sixfold. On the other end of the line, Lu Mi's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. Jiang Ye, you are incredible. Thank goodness we listened to you and didn't rush the launch. Otherwise, we would have suffered significant losses. It's truly unimaginable that the price for Plot 66 has surpassed 30,000. We wouldn't have dared to dream of this before. Jiang Ye chuckled softly, his tone laced with a hint of teasing. Now we can proceed with the launch, right? By the way, where are you? Lu Mi, full of vigor, replied, I'm working overtime at the office, preparing the marketing plan for the launch. We must carefully strategize this time and not waste such a golden opportunity. The corners of Jiang Ye's lips curled upward, his voice carrying a subtle flirtation. Just don't overexert yourself. Would you like me to come and offer you some comfort? Lu Mi paused for a moment, then pouted, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Jiang Ye, what do you mean by that? I'm here working hard while you're just watching from afar? And you say you want to comfort me? Who knows what intentions you have? Jiang Ye's amusement deepened, his voice soft and gentle. How could that be? I am your most trusted partner. My comfort is more effective than anyone else's. Besides, isn't our comfort mutual? Lu Mi's face flushed slightly, her heartbeat quickening involuntarily. She bit her lip, her tone playful yet reproachful. Don't start with that again. You always use such words to fool me. Half an hour later, Jiang Ye pushed open the door to Lu Mi's office. He carried a cup of coffee and approached her desk, placing the coffee in front of her. This is for you, to perk you up. Lu Mi looked up, her heart racing at the sight of Jiang Ye. Yet her lips pouted in annoyance. You pest. Just seeing you irritates me. Look at me. Swamped with work while you're leisurely strolling in, completely unconcerned. Jiang Ye picked up the marketing plan. So, how is the plan coming along? Lu Mi nodded. It's nearly ready. This time, we plan to promote both online and offline, emphasizing the future development and investment value of Handong New District. What do you think? Jiang Ye set down the plan, leaning slightly over the desk, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Mi. Currently, there is no shortage of buyers for the properties in Handong New District. Even if you don't print brochures, they will sell out instantly just by being displayed. Lu Mi hesitated for a moment, her brow slightly furrowed. So, are you suggesting that we don't need to do extensive promotion? Jiang Ye shook his head, his tone imbued with a sense of certainty. No, we still need to engage in promotion. It won't cost us much. However, the main event lies in our ability to market differently. For instance, we could initially offer 100 houses through a lottery system. A lottery? Lu Mi exclaimed, her eyes widening with confusion. Is that really feasible? Can we purchase homes through a lottery? Jiang Ye was not surprised by Lu Mi's astonishment. For it was the year 2006, and the real estate market was only just beginning to emerge. The bull market had yet to fully materialize, and the concept of buying homes through a lottery was unfamiliar to most. However, Jiang Ye had experienced firsthand the frenzy of the real estate boom in his previous life. When a single unit was a rarity, and the prices for lottery numbers soared to exorbitant sums, it was akin to a lottery for cars. The more one had to rely on luck, the more intense the anticipation and the greater the perceived scarcity. If one were to win, it would only solidify their desire to purchase. Currently, the land parcel at number 66 in the East District of Hangzhou was already a hot commodity, teeming with eager inquiries daily. Introducing the concept of a lottery for home purchases at this juncture would be akin to dousing the fervent market with gasoline. Jiang Ye's smile deepened as he addressed Lu Mi. Of course it is possible. A lottery not only heightens excitement, but also fosters a sense of collective desire. The more elusive the homes appear, the more valuable they seem. This sense of scarcity will render our development even more sought after. Lu Mi pondered for a moment before nodding thoughtfully. You make a compelling point. However, how do we establish the rules for the lottery? Won't that incite controversy? Jiang Ye straightened, declaring, The rules are quite straightforward. Transparency is key. For example, we could have an online registration process, followed by a random selection through a system. Only those who are drawn would be eligible to purchase. This approach is fair and generates conversation. Lumi, being astute, quickly grasped his idea. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "If we proceed this way, our development is bound to become the talk of the town." Jiang Ye, this strategy is truly brilliant. Jiang Ye chuckled, a teasing note in his voice. "What? Do you now find me to be a mere figurehead?" Lumi shot him a playful glare, her lips curving into a smile. "Oh, spare me. You're usually hands-off, but when it counts, you're surprisingly reliable." Jiang Ye's amusement radiated from his smile to his eyes. "Of course. But Lumi, don't forget, my assistance isn't without its price. Come, you've been working hard. Let's have a little meeting and share our thoughts." Lumi paused for a moment, her heart racing involuntarily. Lowering her gaze, she shot Jiang Ye a glare. "What are you scheming now?" Jiang Ye leaned in slightly closer, his voice dropping to a husky whisper. "What do you think? The comfort I seek has yet to be fulfilled." Instantly, Lumi's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, her ears tingling with warmth. She glared at Jiang Ye, her voice laced with a mixture of panic and embarrassment. "Humph, I am going to get a glass of water." With that, she nearly fled to the pantry. Jiang Ye watched her retreating figure, unable to suppress a chuckle, his smile tinged with playful intrigue. He leisurely followed behind, his gaze fixed on Lumi's uniform short skirt ensemble. "Lumi, why are you running?" "I want tea bite," he teased. Lumi stood in the tea room, flustered as she poured herself a glass of water, her voice laced with mild reproach. "Don't come over here. I have a feeling you're up to no good." Leaning against the doorframe, Jiang Ye wore a mischievous smile. "Lumi, do you know what sets me apart from the other boys?" Lumi paused, glancing up to shoot him a disdainful look. "Humph, isn't it just that you want my body like the rest of them? You men are all the same." Jiang Ye waved his hand in playful dismissal, his tone dripping with sarcasm. No. I am not like the others pursuing you, while they seek to bed you. I have other interests." Lumi bit her lip, a mixture of embarrassment and anger in her voice. "Aren't you the same? Stop pretending to be serious." Jiang Ye's grin widened, his voice low and suggestive. No. Beyond what they desire, I am also curious about places like the office desk and the tea room." "You, shut up. Perverted scoundrel." News of the lottery for 100 apartments in the Handong New District shook the real estate market in Hangzhou. The developers of He Real Estate introduced an unprecedented approach by selling these homes through a lottery system. Upon hearing the announcement, bewilderment ensued. Was it truly necessary to draw lots to purchase a home? Many took to social media to voice their frustrations, deeming the developers utterly foolish. Relying on luck to buy a house. Madness, they exclaimed, convinced this was merely a publicity stunt with no one actually participating in the lottery. However, as the opening day arrived, the scene was bustling with throngs of people, resembling a lively marketplace. Thousands had signed up, crowding at the sales office, eagerly awaiting the lottery results. Some held documentation, others brought family members, and a few even carted their children along, creating an atmosphere akin to a festive gathering. Conversations buzzed around the absurdity of the lottery system, with furrowed brows expressing disbelief. Thousands vying for just 100 apartments? Is this not insanity? Others complained. The developers are toying with us. Buying a house through luck? I've never seen anything like it. Yet, despite the grumbling, anticipation shimmered in everyone's eyes, each hoping to be among the fortunate 100. After all, properties in the Handong New District were appreciating rapidly, and securing a ready-to-move-in apartment was akin to finding a treasure. Who wouldn't want to seize such an opportunity? As the line at the sales office grew longer, some scrolled through news on their phones, others deliberated with family on which unit to choose, while several made calls, inquiring if friends had any insider connections. Everyone awaited the lottery results, eager to discover if they would be the lucky ones. The developer's staff busily maintained order while explaining the rules of the lottery. But the crowd's minds were elsewhere, fixated on whether fortune would smile upon them. Some were nervously sweating, while others remained composed, confident in their good luck. The lottery commenced, and the atmosphere at the scene became palpably tense. As numbers were announced one by one, some cheered, others sighed, and a few even resorted to expletives. Those fortunate enough to win beamed with joy, hastily rushing to sign contracts, fearful that the opportunity might slip away. Conversely, those who were not selected wore expressions of despair. Some turned to leave, while others remained, stubbornly fixated on the large screen, hoping for another chance. Lumi and Jiang Ye stood amidst the throngs at the opening of Block 66, witnessing the overwhelming crowd. Lumi couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this really necessary for a brochure? It's utterly insane." She shook her head, deeming the lottery system for purchasing homes utterly ludicrous. Jiang Ye, standing beside her with a smile, replied casually, "What's wrong? Do you think this method is flawed?" Lumi shot him a glance filled with exasperation, her tone tinged with a hint of resignation. "Jiang Ye, you truly are a remarkable individual. You can come up with such ideas. I'm in awe." Jiang Ye chuckled, a flicker of pride in his eyes. "All right, enough of the sarcasm. Let us celebrate tonight. Your place, my place, or a hotel?" Lumi's face flushed at his words. Biting her lip, she chided lightly. "Aren't you going to take a break? You caused quite a stir at the office yesterday. Do you really want to do it again today? I need some rest." As they conversed, a familiar voice, laced with mockery, suddenly interrupted from behind. "Oh, Jiang Ye, you're here to queue as well?" Jiang Ye turned to see Jiang Qingshan standing there, a smug grin plastered across his face. Frowning, Jiang Ye felt a surge of annoyance. Why is he everywhere? Jiang Qingshan flaunted several identification cards in his hand, his tone dripping with arrogance. "I have numerous IDs and have already won 2 numbers. Investing in this property guarantees profit. What was the point of your expenditure on that car? That was mere consumption. Buying this house is far more sensible. Truly mindless. Only knowing how to spend without understanding how to earn." Jiang Ye's temper flared at his words. He shot Jiang Qingshan a cold glare, his voice laced with a warning. "You think you can gloat? Do you believe I want to ensure you can't purchase?" Jiang Qingshan laughed heartily, his tone rife with derision. "Do you really think this property belongs to you? Stop dreaming." Without further ado, Jiang Ye turned and called over the sales director. He pointed at Jiang Qingshan, his voice icy. "Investigate the multiple IDs used in the lottery and disqualify him." The sales director nodded and immediately sent someone to verify Jiang Qingshan's credentials. Jiang Qingshan was taken aback, his smile frozen in disbelief. His eyes widened, incredulous. "Wait. Is this property truly yours? Isn't it developed by Hejin Real Estate?" At that moment, Lumi approached, a gentle smile gracing her features. Looking at Jiang Qingshan, she stated calmly, "I'm sorry, but this property is a collaboration between myself and Guangyao Real Estate." Jiang Qingshan was utterly flabbergasted, his expression shifting from shock to embarrassment. He opened his mouth to speak, but the words caught in his throat. He anticipated that the very individuals he had mocked were the developers of this property. Jiang Ye cast a cold glance at Jiang Qingshan, his tone laced with disdain. "Do you understand now? Did you truly believe that a few identification cards could grant you an advantage? Dream on." Jiang Qingshan stood there, his complexion fluctuating between green and white, the earlier sense of triumph having vanished. He looked at Jiang Ye, his voice suddenly softening, tinged with a hint of desperation. "Jiang Ye, after all, we are family. Could you perhaps grant me a favor? I am not asking for a discount, just the market price. I genuinely wish to purchase this house." Jiang Ye shot him a cold glance, his tone unyielding. "No way. If you had won the lottery without my knowledge, that would be one thing. But now you resort to cheating, and I certainly cannot allow you to buy it." Upon hearing this, the expression on Jiang Qingshan's face shifted from pleading to despair. He opened his mouth to say something, yet the words caught in his throat. In the end, he could only sigh and turn away, leaving in dejection. Lumi stood by, watching Jiang Qingshan's retreating figure, unable to suppress a laugh. She turned to Jiang Ye, her tone laced with curiosity. "Who is that person? Why does he provoke such ire in you?" Jiang Ye maintained a somber expression, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. "Officially, he is my father, but we severed ties long ago." Lumi paused, her smile gradually fading. She glanced at Jiang Ye, a wave of sympathy washing over her. Though unaware of the specifics, she sensed that the relationship between Jiang Ye and Jiang Qingshan was far from simple. She softly inquired, "What happened? Can you share it with me?" Jiang Ye shook his head, weariness evident in his tone. "There is nothing to discuss. It is all in the past." Lumi refrained from pressing further, gently patting his shoulder, her voice offering solace. "All right, if you prefer not to speak, that is fine. However, don't take it too much to heart. It is indeed heart-wrenching to have such a strained relationship with one's biological father." Jiang Ye glanced at her, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. Suddenly, he broke into a mischievous grin, his tone teasing. "Come on, let's south head to your place. You can pamper me a bit." Upon hearing this, Lumi's face flushed crimson. She shot Jiang Ye a reproachful glare, her voice imbued with playful annoyance. "You again? Didn't I say that you wore me out yesterday? Do you expect to come again today?" Jiang Ye chuckled, pride evident in his tone. "Rest assured, there are only exhausted oxen, not worn-out fields." Lumi rolled her eyes at him, her tone tinged with resignation. "You know, one day you might just drive me to my end. Shall we go to my home?" Despite her verbal complaints, Lumi's heart did not resist the idea, which only deepened Jiang Ye's sense of affection. Jiang Ye laughed heartily, wrapping an arm around Lu Mi's shoulders. All right. We'll eat, and you can rest at home. I won't bother you today. Lu Mi looked at Jiang Ye, a hint of reluctance in her eyes, softly saying, Then, once you recover, can we meet another day? Jiang Ye smiled, playfully patting her on the rear, his tone affectionate. Sure, my dear love. The profits from Plot 66 have been substantial, and I owe you my gratitude. Lu Mi's cheeks flushed once more. She shot a glance at Jiang Ye, yet her eyes sparkled with amusement. Gently nudging him, she chided, Stop it. You're just taking advantage and acting coy. Jiang Ye mused inwardly. Who could blame him when the heart method of the four holy origins was so powerful? Recently, he had broken through to the second realm in his cultivation, and he felt entirely transformed. It was as though a surge of energy resided within him, pent up and unable to escape. Each time he attempted to practice martial arts or run at home, that energy remained, akin to a flame, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Jiang Ye contemplated that this pent-up state was not a viable solution. Rather than stifling himself, it would be better to find a means to release this energy. Currently, he held no interest in Qing or Lin Yinyin. Although he was intrigued by Lu Mi, her endurance was insufficient. It seemed he needed to ponder new aspirations. After leaving the sales office, Jiang Ye had a meal with Lu Mi. Once their meal concluded, she drove herself home. Checking the time, Jiang Ye deemed it still early and decided to wander through a nearby antique market. The market, known as Guyanfang, was a well-renowned old establishment, offering an array of antiques, calligraphy, and decorative items. Jiang Ye strolled leisurely, observing his surroundings. Upon reaching a stall selling calligraphy, he abruptly halted. A woman stood before the stall, bargaining with the vendor over a piece of artwork. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Wasn't that the renowned star, Xiao Ran, from his past life? What was she doing here? Clad in a simple white dress, she exuded elegance with her tall stature and graceful curves. Her bosom was prominent and alluring, drawing attention. Many in his previous life had claimed she rose to fame due to her figure, but in truth, her acting skills were quite commendable. Her face retained its beauty. With exquisite features and fair skin, though her eyes betrayed a hint of weariness and anxiety. Jiang Ye wondered how such a star had fallen to this state. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the artwork in Xiao Ran's hands was an authentic piece by the esteemed painter Chen Mo. Chen Mo was a celebrated master of traditional Chinese painting, and his works typically commanded high prices, starting at several $100,000. Yet, Xiao Ran was only asking for $30,000 to sell this piece. The vendor, clearly aware of the painting's value, wore a greedy expression while feigning disinterest. $30,000 is too steep. This painting isn't anything extraordinary. I'll offer $25,000. Xiao Ran frowned, her tone urgent. Sir, this is an authentic piece by Chen Mo. $30,000 is already quite reasonable. Could you possibly increase your offer? The vendor shook his head, adamantly refusing to budge. Jiang Ye stood by, increasingly perplexed. How had Xiao Ran descended to the level of selling artwork? Moreover, she clearly recognized the painting's authenticity. Why was she willing to part with it for merely $30,000? Had she encountered some trouble? After a moment's thought, he resolved to step forward and assess the situation. Unable to contain himself any longer, Jiang Ye approached and addressed the vendor. You're selling a Chen Mo painting for $30,000? And you're haggling? Isn't that akin to letting someone stumble upon a great fortune? The vendor's expression immediately darkened, glaring at Jiang Ye with irritation. Young man, if you don't understand, it's best not to meddle. Is this painting truly a masterpiece by Chen Mo? That remains debatable. 30,000 yuan is already a considerable sum. Jiang Ye let out a cold laugh, his tone tinged with disdain. Do you truly have any idea of its authenticity? Chen Mo's works typically commence at several $100,000 in the market. Is it not a tad greedy of you to haggle here? The vendor, taken aback by Jiang Ye's words, turned pale, irritation creeping into his voice. If you're so capable, then buy it. Don't just stand there and talk without any pain. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, turning to Xiao Ran with a calm demeanor. I shall purchase this painting. 100,000 yuan, a direct transfer. What do you say? Xiao Ran paused, looking up at Jiang Ye with a mix of surprise and gratitude. Are you really going to buy it? Jiang Ye nodded affirmatively. Yes, 100,000 yuan. I will transfer it now. Upon hearing this, the vendor's expression soured instantly, mumbling, just pretending to be affluent. Who knows if you're just here to stir trouble? Jiang Ye ignored the vendor, pulling out his phone to transfer the sum to Xiao Ran. After receiving the money, Xiao Ran displayed a relieved expression, sincerity evident in her voice. Thank you. You've truly helped me immensely. Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, his tone casual. No need for thanks. I'll even profit from this painting. Hearing this, Xiao Ran offered a faint smile, whispering, Your ability to discern it as a genuine piece by Chun Imo indicates your expertise. I had no choice but to sell it at this price. Jiang Ye beckoned Xia Ran aside, a hint of curiosity in his voice. I recall you were a singer. How did you end up in such a predicament? Xia Ran sighed. Weariness and resignation reflected in her eyes. I was naive before and signed a predatory contract with my manager. Now, the penalty for breach is exorbitant, and I simply cannot afford it. Moreover, I have numerous financial obligations but no income, so I had no choice but to sell my family's valuable possessions. Jiang Ye furrowed his brows, perplexity evident in his tone. How could someone of your stature lack income? Surely acting and endorsements must yield some profit? Xia Ran let out a bitter laugh, self-deprecation lacing her words. What do you mean by a major star? The contract stipulates that the majority of earnings from the roles and endorsements I take on go to the management company. Furthermore, the company is currently not providing me with any work or allowing me to release albums. With no opportunities to even make an appearance, how could I possibly have any income? Jiang Ye listened, a twinge of sympathy stirring within him. He hadn't anticipated that this once illustrious star had been so severely exploited by her manager. Reflecting on her past, it seems Xia Ran had embarked on her career quite late, embodying the notion of late bloomers. He hadn't imagined her earlier years would be fraught with such hardships. Contemplating, he spoke with a hint of probing. What do you plan to do next? You can't possibly continue selling your belongings indefinitely, can you? Xia Ran shook her head, uncertainty clouding her gaze. I truly do not know. I suppose I will take it one step at a time. For now, I must find a way to gather funds to sustain my living, or else I won't even be able to afford rent. Jiang Ye observed Xia Ran thoughtfully, then remarked, Come, I shall write a few songs for you. Xia Ran, upon hearing this, was taken aback, surprise evident in her eyes. You can write songs? Jiang Ye smiled casually, his tone laced with a hint of nonchalance. Give it a try. It might just be of help to you. Although Xia Ran felt somewhat skeptical, the earnest expression on Jiang Ye's face prompted her to nod in agreement. All right, let us find a place to discuss. The two exited Guyun Fong and sought out a tranquil cafe nearby. Once seated, Jiang Ye retrieved his phone and procured several sheets of blank paper. Beginning to write and sketch upon them, Xia Ran sat across from him, cradling a cup of steaming coffee, her gaze imbued with curiosity and anticipation. Before long, Jiang Ye handed the sheets over to Xia Ran. Take a look at these songs. What do you think? Xia Ran accepted the papers, lowering her head to read. The pages were filled with lyrics, rich with emotion and vivid imagery. She softly recited a few lines. The night is like water, the starlight like tears. Our encounter unfolds in a deserted street. Heartbeats like drums, breaths like poetry, striking all the matches to let the atmosphere shine like before. At least, I am grateful for the sweet jokes you shared with me that day. Xia Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement, her voice trembling with enthusiasm. These lyrics are simply breathtaking. How did you come up with them? Jiang Ye chuckled softly, secretly thinking to himself that he had merely penned songs that would echo her sentiments a decade later. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm demeanor, just a casual scribble. What do you think? Xia Ran's voice quivered, her eyes moistening. These songs, if set to music, would surely become classics. How can you write such beautiful songs? It feels as though they were tailor-made for me. Jiang Ye set down his coffee cup, speaking with a serene composure. I am but an ordinary person, fortunate enough to write a few things. If you find these songs useful, take them. Go create an album. Xia Ran was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, her voice choked with emotion. Jiang Ye, these songs mean the world to me. If I can get them published, it might just turn my career around. But why are you willing to help me? Sitting in the cafe, she clutched her phone tightly, though her gaze gradually dimmed. She sighed softly, a note of resignation in her voice. But I am currently bound by a contract. My studio would never agree to release me, let alone produce an album for me. Even if I wanted to release an album independently, I lack the funds. Just as Jiang Ye was about to leave, he paused upon hearing Xia Ran's words. He turned back, resuming his seat, and spoke calmly. How about this? I will personally invest 2 million for you. If that is insufficient, I can add more. Use this money to produce your album. And as for the studio, let us go. I will help you negotiate. Xia Ran was taken aback, lifting her gaze to meet Jiang Ye's, her eyes wide with astonishment. You want to invest 2 million in me? Why? We have only just met, and you are willing to invest such a substantial amount? Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, his tone casual. Because I appreciate your music. I believe these songs have the potential to succeed and can help you rise once more. Upon hearing this, Xia Ran felt a whirlwind of emotions. She gazed at Jiang Ye, uncertainty lacing her voice. But this is a considerable risk. Should the album fail, your investment would be in vain. Jiang Ye waved his hand dismissively, his tone imbued with a measure of confidence. I am well aware of the risks, yet I believe it is worthwhile. Moreover, I have faith in my own judgment and in your capabilities. Xiaoran fell into a momentary silence, her eyes reflecting a touch of gratitude. Jiang Ye. I truly find myself at a loss for words. Why are you being so supportive of me? Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed. Do not overthink it. I simply believe you are deserving. Besides, aiding you also benefits me. If these songs become successful, I stand to profit, do I not? Upon hearing this, Xiaoran felt a slight easing of her burdens. She nodded resolutely, her voice firm. All right, since you have such faith in me, I will do my utmost to ensure the album's success. Jiang Ye rose from his seat, his tone urging. Well then, let us not delay any further. We should head to your studio and discuss matters. Xiaoran hesitated. However, they will not easily let me go. The penalty for breaking the contract is prohibitively high. Jiang Ye smiled confidently. Fear not, I have my ways. Come, let us not waste any more time. Seeing Jiang Ye's unwavering determination bolstered Xiaoran's confidence inexplicably. She stood up and followed him out of the cafe. The duo made their way to Xiaoran's management company. Jiang Ye stood at the entrance. Glancing at the sign, Starlight Cultural Media, he remarked casually. Is this the place? Xiaoran nodded, her voice tinged with apprehension. Yes, this is indeed Starlight Cultural Media. As Jiang Ye surveyed the company, he recalled its background, formulating a plan in his mind. He pushed the door open and strode in. The receptionist, upon seeing Xiaoran, wore a frosty expression. Xiaoran, what brings you here? The company instructed you to remain at home until notified. Ignoring the receptionist, Jiang Ye spoke directly. Please summon your manager. I have matters to discuss with him. The receptionist furrowed her brow, her tone impatient. Who are you? Do you have an appointment? Jiang Ye smiled, his demeanor assertive. No appointment, but your manager, Wang Defa, will certainly wish to meet with me. The receptionist felt a twinge of discomfort due to Jiang Ye's demeanor and was about to retort when a middle-aged man emerged from within. His tone displeased. What is happening here? Why the commotion? Upon seeing the man, Xiaoran's expression soured. Manager Wang. Jiang Ye interrupted her calmly. You are the manager, I presume. I am Jiang Ye, here to discuss Xiaoran's contract. Wang Defa scrutinized Jiang Ye, his tone laced with disdain. Who are you? On what grounds do you think you can negotiate with me? Grant me 5 minutes. If I deem you unworthy of discussion, I shall take my leave. Intrigued by the young man's commanding presence, Wang Defa relented. Very well. Then, follow me to my office. Jiang Ye turned to Xiaoran. Wait for me outside. It will not take long. Inside the office of Starlight Cultural Media, Jiang Ye did not hasten to the matter at hand. Instead, he leisurely approached the window, turning his back to Wang Defa, and spoke in a nonchalant tone. Manager Wang, Starlight Cultural has indeed enjoyed a splendid reputation over the years. Wang Defa was momentarily taken aback, his brows furrowing slightly. Young man, what do you mean by that? Jiang Ye turned around, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Wang Defa, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. Surely, Wang, you must be aware of what I'm implying? Last year, your company's new actress, what was her name? Li Sisi, after completing her shoot, tragically leapt from a building, citing depression. Yet, who in the circle doesn't know she was driven to that by your pressure? Wang Defa's complexion shifted instantly, his voice wavering. Such claims cannot be made lightly. Li Sisi's situation was due to personal reasons, unrelated to our company. Jiang Ye let out a cold laugh, his tone becoming increasingly aggressive. Is that so? What about the male singer from 2 years ago, Zhang Zixuan, who was caught with drugs? It was revealed that someone from your company provided him with the substances. How do you account for that? And last year, the female idol Chen Xiaoyu, whom you coerced into accompanying clients, nearly faced disaster, and the matter escalated online, only to be silenced with money. You haven't forgotten that, have you, Wang? Wang Defa's face turned ashen, panic creeping into his voice. What exactly do you want? These incidents are in the past and have nothing to do with Xiaoran's contract. Jiang Ye chuckled, his tone now laced with menace. You are correct, Wang. Those events belong to the past. However, should they come to light in the media, do you really believe Starlight Culture can endure for long? Wang Defa was thoroughly unsettled, desperation tinging his voice. Mr. Jiang, let us converse amicably. If you have objections regarding Xiaoran's contract, we can discuss it. Jiang Ye approached Wang Defa's desk. Leaning his hands on the surface, his gaze icy. Discuss? Certainly, my terms are quite simple. Dissolve Xiaoran's contract, and from this moment forth, Starlight Culture shall cease to trouble her. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to expose these matters. Wang Defa fell silent for a few seconds, ultimately exhaling deeply, resignation evident in his tone. Very well, Mr. Jiang, since you insist, We shall proceed as you wish. Xiaoran's contract is dissolved, and you need not pay any penalty. Jiang Ye straightened up, a note of satisfaction in his voice. You truly are a reasonable man, Wang. Let us draft a termination agreement to avoid any future complications. Wang Defa nodded, promptly summoning his secretary to bring forth the agreement. Jiang Ye scrutinized the terms, confirming their accuracy before signing. Once outside Wang Defa's office, Jiang Ye handed the termination agreement to Xiaoran. As she accepted the document, her hands trembled slightly. She lowered her gaze to examine it closely. Verifying it was indeed a contract termination, disbelief etched across her face. Looking up at Jiang Ye, her voice quivered with emotion. Is this really finalized? Jiang Ye smiled, his tone light. Yes, it is settled. From today onward, you are free. Xiaoran stood frozen, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. She had yearned for release countless times, pleading, negotiating, even humbling herself before Wang Defa, only to be met with relentless refusals. Yet today, Jiang Ye had accomplished all of this in under 10 minutes with ease. She gazed at Jiang Ye, her voice thick with gratitude. Jiang Ye, thank you. Truly thank you. The penalty for breach of contract. I shall certainly repay you when I am financially stable. Jiang Ye waved his hand dismissively, his tone laced with a hint of nonchalance. There's no need to repay. There's no penalty. Xiaoran, upon hearing this, was even more bewildered. No penalty? How could that be? A person like Wang Defa would never let me go so easily. Jiang Ye smiled faintly, offering no further explanation, and turned to leave. Come, let us depart from here. As they exited the Starlight Culture Building, Jiang Ye took out his phone and said to Xiaoran, I will transfer 2 million to you. Use this money to prepare your album. Xiaoran was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly scratched her head. It seems I didn't bring my bank card. Jiang Ye glanced at her with a hint of exasperation. Then let us go to your home. I will transfer it directly to you. Xiaoran nodded and led Jiang Ye to her residence. Upon entering the modest abode she rented, Jiang Ye immediately furrowed his brow. The room was small and sparsely furnished, with some areas of the wall already peeling. The furniture was old, the sofa's fabric worn to a faded hue, and the coffee table cluttered with sheets of music and magazines, creating a disordered atmosphere. Jiang Ye surveyed the surroundings, his voice tinged with surprise. You live here? Xiaoran lowered her gaze, a touch embarrassed. Yes, my financial situation has been poor lately, so I can only afford this kind of place. Jiang Ye said little more, instructing her to retrieve her bank card. He then promptly transferred 2 million to her. Upon hearing the notification sound from her phone, Xiaoran opened it to find the funds had been credited. She looked up, her voice filled with gratitude. Jiang Ye, you have truly helped me immensely. I hardly know what to say. Jiang Ye smiled encouragingly. Do not overthink it. Focus on preparing your album. I believe in you, and you will surely succeed. You need not worry about living here. It won't be long before you no longer have to reside in such a place. Xiaoran was momentarily taken aback. Perplexed. Why is that? Jiang Ye chuckled, his tone imbued with confidence. Because your talent deserves recognition, it should not be overlooked. Once this album is released, you will surely rise again. Xiaoran felt her eyes welling up with emotion. Looking at Jiang Ye, her voice quivered slightly. Jiang Ye, why do you believe in me so much? We have only just met, yet you are willing to do so much for me. Jiang Ye smiled lightly. His demeanor relaxed. I trust my judgment, as well as your abilities. Enough of this. Concentrate on preparing your album. Just as Jiang Ye was about to leave, Xiaoran suddenly called out to him. Jiang Ye, wait a moment. Jiang Ye halted, turning back to her with a look of curiosity. What is it? Xiaoran stood at the doorway, her expression a mix of complex emotions, her voice soft. Jiang Ye, you have helped me so much, and I truly do not know how to repay you. Jiang Ye smiled casually. There is no need for repayment. I assist you because of your talent, not for any other reason. Xiaoran bit her lip, her voice resolute. But I do not see it that way. In my decades of life, no one has ever understood or supported me like you do. To me, you are not just a benefactor. You feel more like a kindred spirit. Jiang Ye felt a slight tremor within his heart upon hearing those words. Xiaoran lowered her head, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing as she said, But I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Jiang Ye, if you do not mind, let me repay you. Jiang Ye hesitated, his tone laced with uncertainty. Xiaoran, that may not be appropriate. I assisted you because of your talent, not for any ulterior motives. Xiaoran was taken aback, raising her head with a glimmer of hurt in her eyes. Do you find me unworthy? Do you think I am not attractive enough to deserve you? Jiang Ye, alarmed by her words, quickly waved his hand, his voice urgent. Do not misunderstand. How could I possibly find you lacking? Who would turn away from such a captivating beauty? Xiaoran's gaze shimmered with anticipation. Then will you accept my gratitude? Jiang Ye fell silent for a few seconds, grappling with conflicting emotions. Xia Ran stood before him, her eyes filled with hope, her voice gentle. Will you accept my gratitude? As she spoke, she slowly moved closer, her fingers delicately resting on her clothing, beginning to unfasten the buttons one by one. A subtle fragrance enveloped the air, reminiscent of a luxurious perfume, mingling with her natural scent, fresh and inviting, compelling one to draw nearer. Jiang Ye's breath caught slightly, his gaze inadvertently drawn to her. Xia Ran's figure was exquisitely curvaceous, her skin fair and delicate, radiating a soft glow under the lights. Her collarbone was refined, her neck elegantly sculpted. As her garments slipped away, her allure became undeniably evident. Jiang Ye felt a dizzying sensation, a surreal feeling washing over him. The enchanting woman before him was Xia Ran, the star who once captivated the entire nation, the one he had only seen on television, the celebrity whose signed CDs he could only dream of acquiring. And now, she stood before him in the purest of forms, her eyes filled with tenderness and expectation. It all felt too dreamlike. Her soft body pressed against him, her warmth penetrating through the fabric, causing Jiang Ye's heart to race uncontrollably. His mind was a whirlwind of confusion, torn between anticipation and guilt. Perhaps he felt he should not take advantage of her vulnerability at this moment. Yet Xia Ran was undeniably irresistible. He let out a gentle sigh and wrapped his arms around her. Rebirth was indeed a wondrous thing. The next morning, Jiang Ye emerged from Xia Ran's home and returned to his villa, his steps somewhat unsteady, his mind still in disarray. The events of the previous night felt surreal, lingering like a film replaying in his mind. Xia Ran's passion, her allure, every movement, every word, struck him with an unprecedented impact. He had never imagined he would reach such a point with Xia Ran. This woman was extraordinary, perhaps even unparalleled. Her allure transcends mere appearance. It lies in her unique temperament and personality, which render her utterly irresistible. On one hand, Jiang Ye feels a twinge of regret, believing he was too impulsive last night, failing to rein himself in. On the other hand, he cannot help but savor the exhilarating sensation, a joy and satisfaction he has never experienced before. Xia Ran, this woman, truly captivates him. Upon returning home, Jiang Ye collapses onto the sofa as soon as he steps inside. Closing his eyes, the scenes from the previous night begin to replay vividly in his mind. Every gesture, every word from Xia Ran unfolds like a slow-motion film, crystal clear before him. Her enthusiasm, her initiative, her charm, she is simply overwhelming. Just as he immerses himself in these memories, his phone suddenly buzzes. He pulls it out to find a message from Xia Ran. How are you? Have you made it home? Staring at the screen, he pauses for a few seconds before replying, just got home. Last night was great. Not long after, another message from Xia Ran arrives. That's good to hear. I was worried you might be too tired. I had a wonderful time too. A smile involuntarily creeps across Jiang Ye's lips. After a moment's thought, he responds, me too. It was something special. After exchanging a few more text messages with Xia Ran, he stands in the center of his room, takes a deep breath, and resolves to practice the four holy origins. During this period, he has been diligently enhancing his internal energy, particularly the four holy green mountain, which he has now cultivated to the second realm. The transformation in his internal power leaves him feeling considerably lighter, as if he has been rejuvenated. He sits cross-legged, closes his eyes, and begins to circulate the heart method of the four holy green mountain. His internal energy flows gently within him, akin to a meandering stream, tender yet brimming with strength. As the technique unfolds, he senses his meridians becoming more unobstructed, his breathing growing ever steadier. After completing the four holy green mountain, he attempts the four holy green water. This practice focuses on physical stamina, and upon finishing, he feels as though he has been infused with new vitality. His body feels exceptionally buoyant, as if he could soar at any moment. To test the effects, Jiang Ye steps outside, running a few laps around the community. Indeed, his speed surpasses his usual pace, his steps light as if treading on clouds, the wind whistling past his ears, transforming him into a mere gust. After his run, he breathes heavily, a satisfied smile gracing his face. It seems his recent efforts have not been in vain. His only concern, however, is that after practicing, he often feels ravenous, as if he could devour an entire cow. Another troubling aspect is that since he began practicing the four holy green water, he has noticed an intensification of his bodily desires, which have become increasingly difficult to control. It feels as if he is constantly beset by such thoughts. As he walks down the street, his mind is ensnared by errant notions, surfacing unexpectedly. His gaze is inevitably drawn to girls clad in revealing attire, and he cannot help but conjure up suggestive images. He shakes his head, attempting to dispel these thoughts, yet finds it utterly futile. That impulse seems to surge from his very core, completely beyond his control. Jiang Ye felt a sense of restlessness within, unable to restrain himself from murmuring, "What on earth is happening? My physical strength has undeniably increased through my training, yet why has this desire intensified as well?" He retrieved a bottle of icy water from the refrigerator, twisted off the cap, and gulped down half of it in one go. The frigid liquid coursed down his throat, finally bringing him a modicum of calm. Yet, the unsettling sensation remained, akin to a blaze igniting within his being, impossible to quell. After all, hadn't he spent a wild night with Xia Ran at her home just yesterday? Jiang Ye sighed, feeling a hint of helplessness. Perhaps this desire transcended mere physical craving. It seemed more akin to a psychological fervor. Following his training, his body had grown exceedingly sensitive, and his awareness of the surrounding world had sharpened significantly. Particularly, his attraction to the opposite sex felt magnified exponentially. However, as with all things, perfection remains elusive. Possessing a robust physique was already a considerable achievement. If there were side effects, so be it. The next day, with no particular plans, Jiang Ye suddenly recalled that Hangzhou University would commence classes in just over 2 weeks. He decided to visit ahead of time to familiarize himself with the environment. Remembering that Su Mingru had been practicing driving recently, he picked up his phone and called her. "Hello, Sister Ru, are you free today? I'd like to check out Hangzhou University. Would you care to join me? It would be a fine opportunity to practice driving as well." There was a note of eagerness in his voice. On the other end of the line, Su Mingru responded with a smile, "Sure. I don't have much to do today, so practicing driving sounds great. Give me a moment, I'll come pick you up." After hanging up, Jiang Ye quickly tidied himself up, donning a casual outfit, and waited downstairs for Su Mingru. It wasn't long before she arrived in her red Mercedes C280 at the entrance of the community. Rolling down the window, she waved to him with her sunglasses on. "Hop in." Jiang Ye, momentarily distracted by his phone, suddenly heard a faint sound of brakes. He looked up to see the red C280 coming to a gentle stop before him. As the window lowered, Su Mingru's face, adorned with sunglasses, came into view. She wore a light-colored tank top, the straps so delicate they seemed ready to slip off, exposing her fair collarbone and shoulders. The hem of the tank was slightly fitted at the waist, emphasizing her slender silhouette. Below, she sported a pair of denim shorts. The legs rolled up to reveal her long, straight legs. Her long hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, swaying gently in the breeze, presenting a picture of both coolness and allure. Su Mingru removed her sunglasses and waved again, a smile gracing her lips. "Get in." Jiang Ye momentarily froze, his gaze lingering on her for a few seconds before he regained his composure, smiling as he opened the door and settled into the passenger seat. As he fastened his seatbelt, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister Ru, you look absolutely stunning today, so youthful. It feels like you're my senior from college." Upon hearing this, a slight blush crept onto Su Mingru's cheeks, and she chuckled shyly. "Oh, come on, I'm already working. I can't possibly compare myself to a college student." Jiang Ye shook his head and teased, "Sister Ru, you truly appear remarkably youthful, hardly resembling someone who has been working for several years. How about this? From now on, I shall refer to you as junior sister, since you graduated from Hangzhou University. It seems quite fitting. If you don't return to work, I might just inform Andy." Su Mingru couldn't help but laugh, waving her hand dismissively. "Stop it. I've graduated for quite some time now. What is the point of calling me junior sister? It sounds rather odd." However, Jiang Ye was relentless, grinning as he replied, "What is odd about it? I find it quite appropriate. You are indeed my senior. What harm is there in calling you junior sister? Besides, you are so young and beautiful that calling you senior feels like a demotion." Su Mingru was both amused and exasperated, giving him a helpless glance. "You are so stubborn. Call me as you wish. I can't be bothered to argue with you." Jiang Ye chuckled triumphantly. "Then it's settled, junior sister." Su Mingru shook her head, yet a faint smile crept onto her lips. She started the car, saying as she drove, "You little rascal, I truly can't do anything with you." Nevertheless, while Jiang Ye had won the verbal battle, the term junior sister still felt a bit foreign to her. After some contemplation, she decided to continue calling him Jiang Ye instead. Leaning back in his seat, Jiang Ye's spirits soared as he casually inquired, "Sister Ru, were you particularly popular during your time at Hangzhou University? With your beauty, I'm sure many pursued you." Su Mingru cast him a sidelong glance, her tone laced with playful sarcasm. "What? Are you trying to dig up my past?" Jiang Ye quickly waved his hands. No, I'm simply curious. Someone as outstanding as you must have quite a few stories." Su Mingru chuckled softly, her gaze fixed ahead as she drove. "Actually, there's nothing particularly special. College is quite similar for everyone, attending classes and having fun when the time allows. But I did have a wonderful time back then, without any worries. Jiang Ye nodded, a hint of envy in his heart. How wonderful. I'm about to attend Hangzhou University as well, and I hope to enjoy my time as much as you did. Su Mingru glanced at him, her tone gentle. Don't worry, college life is quite vibrant. You will surely enjoy it. The car glided smoothly down the road as the two engaged in light conversation. Jiang Ye, seated in the passenger seat, felt a sense of anticipation, occasionally stealing glances out the window at the familiar scenery. Su Mingru remained focused on driving, occasionally chatting with him, creating a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Before long, the outline of Hangzhou University gradually appeared in the distance. Just as they were nearing their destination, Su Mingru's phone suddenly rang. Frowning, she picked it up and glanced at the screen. It was a call from the store. After a moment's hesitation, she answered, Hello, manager. Is there something you need? On the other end, Manager Dong Jianming's voice carried a hint of impatience. Su Mingru, where are you right now? Hurry back to work. We're short-staffed and the customer flow is overwhelming. Su Mingru was momentarily taken aback, her tone filled with confusion. Manager, wasn't I not scheduled to work today? Why am I being asked to come back all of a sudden? Dong Jianming's tone grew increasingly impatient. No schedule means no overtime. The store is swamped right now. Hurry back and stop the nonsense. Su Mingru furrowed her brow, feeling a twinge of displeasure, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. Manager, I'm currently out and unable to return at the moment. Besides, it's the weekend, and I had no work planned. Dong Jianming's voice escalated. Su Mingru, don't give me excuses. When I say return, you return, no more chatter. Do you still want to keep your job? Su Mingru tightened her grip on the steering wheel, feeling a sense of frustration welling up. Before she could respond, Jiang Ye could no longer tolerate the situation. He seized her phone and spoke with a firm tone. What kind of ridiculous manager are you? Get lost. She said she can't come back, yet you insist she must? On the other end of the line, Dong Jianming was clearly taken aback by the sudden interjection from a stranger. After a brief pause, he quickly recognized the voice of the young man who had previously challenged him in the mall. Dong Jianming's tone turned even more abrasive. What is it to you? Su Mingru, are you ready to quit? Jiang Ye chuckled coldly, his tone unapologetic. You needn't concern yourself with who I am. But I must inform you that Su Mingru will not be returning to work today. Handle your store's matters on your own and stop flexing your authority here. With that, Jiang Ye abruptly ended the call and returned the phone to Su Mingru. Su Mingru stared at Jiang Ye in a daze, her voice tinged with concern. Will this really be okay? The manager might cause trouble for me. Jiang Ye waved his hand dismissively, his tone resolute. What trouble? He's just a store manager, and he seems to think too highly of himself. You're working part-time. There's no need to coddle him. Let us focus on what we need to do today and ignore him. Su Mingru still hesitated. But could this affect the store's operations? If there are too many customers and the store gets overwhelmed, the manager will definitely come after me. Jiang Ye looked at her earnestly. Sister Ru, listen to me. This job isn't worth you compromising yourself. They don't respect you. They expect you to work overtime without regard for your feelings. You shouldn't endure this for a meager paycheck. Su Mingru fell silent for a moment, letting out a sigh that carried a hint of resignation. I understand, but I've been at this job for quite a while, and it's hard to just walk away. Plus, finding a suitable job isn't easy. Jiang Ye's eyes brightened as he seized the opportunity. Sister Ru, if you truly have an attachment to your job, why not come work at Guangyao Real Estate? Our company has been inundated with work lately. I can hardly keep up, especially with the financial reports and approval documents. It's overwhelming, and I genuinely need your assistance. Su Mingru paused for a moment, then smiled and shook her head. Oh, come on. With a company as large as Guangyao Real Estate, how could they possibly be short-staffed? Besides, it has been quite some time since I left. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to return suddenly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye immediately adopted a woeful expression, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance. Sister Ru, please don't doubt my words. I am genuinely overwhelmed. There are countless matters to attend to at the new office, and the finance department is pressing me hard. I work late into the night every day, hardly finding time to eat. If you don't come back soon, I fear I might truly collapse from exhaustion. Su Mingru glanced at him, her skepticism evident. Is it really that exaggerated? Jiang Ye nodded earnestly, his tone growing more sincere. Absolutely. If you don't believe me, I can take you to the new office right now. The pile of documents is nearly burying me. Sister Ru, just consider helping me out and returning, I beg you. How could someone so unattractive hope to find a girlfriend? Su Mingru still hesitated, speaking softly. But I've been away for so long. Wouldn't it seem strange to my colleagues if I suddenly returned? Moreover, I'm uncertain if I can adapt again. Seeing her reluctance, Jiang Ye felt a surge of urgency and pulled out his phone, feigning a call. If you don't agree, I'll call Andy. I'll tell her you'd rather take a part-time job elsewhere than come back to assist me. Upon hearing this, Su Mingru panicked and quickly reached out to stop him. No, please don't call. If my mother finds out, she'll surely lecture me for ages. And I can't bear that. Jiang Ye, pleased with himself, smiled and put away his phone. So have you agreed? With a resigned sigh, Su Mingru replied. Her voice laced with acquiescence. All right, I'll do it. But don't expect me to adapt immediately. I'll need some time. Jiang Ye, elated, nearly jumped from his seat, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Wonderful. Sister Ru, I knew you were the most reliable. If you weren't driving right now, I would have lifted you in a joyful spin. Internally, Jiang Ye rejoiced, pleasantly surprised that his playful coaxing had proven effective. He felt that today was indeed worthwhile. Not only had he alleviated Su Mingru's troubles with the store manager, but he had also persuaded her to return to the company. With that thought, he couldn't help but hum a cheerful tune. Su Mingru was amused by his exaggerated reaction, shaking her head in disbelief. You are truly incorrigible. The two engaged in light-hearted banter as they made their way to Hangzhou University. After parking, they strolled through the campus, where everything felt both familiar and endearing to Su Mingru. As they walked, she pointed out various landmarks to Jiang Ye. This is the building where I used to attend classes, and over there is the library, where I often studied. Jiang Ye nodded, yet his mind wandered. He noticed that several male students were casting glances at Su Mingru. Some discreetly took out their phones to snap pictures, while others simply halted in their tracks, stealing furtive looks at her. Jiang Ye mused that it was no wonder. Today, Su Mingru was exceptionally beautiful. After a while, feeling parched, Su Mingru pointed to a nearby convenience store. Xiaoyi, I'd like to grab some water. I'll buy a couple of bottles. You can wait for me here. Jiang Ye nodded. All right, you go ahead. I will wait for you here. Su Mingru shook her head with a smile. I am not a child. I won't get lost. Jiang Ye stood in place, watching her retreating figure, an inexplicable sense of unease creeping into his heart. He intended to follow her, but deemed it unnecessary, thus resolved to wait. However, as seconds turned to minutes, Su Mingru had yet to return. Jiang Ye frowned, feeling a stir of anxiety. He checked his phone and noted that nearly 10 minutes had elapsed. Logically, purchasing a bottle of water should not take this long. He decided to follow the direction where Su Mingru had gone and walk toward the convenience store. Just as he approached, he suddenly heard a commotion nearby. He turned his attention to the noise and saw a group of people gathered near the store, seemingly engrossed in some spectacle. A sense of alarm gripped him, and he hurried over. As he drew closer, Jiang Ye's anger flared. There stood Su Mingru, her expression revealing a hint of embarrassment and unease, while two boys hovered before her, grinning and conversing in a frivolous manner. One boy, holding a phone, spoke with a lewd tone. Hey beautiful, let us add each other on QQ and hang out. The other boy chimed in. Exactly, our school is so large. The more friends, the more opportunities. Su Mingru appeared flustered, wishing to decline their advances, but unsure how to articulate her refusal. Her cheeks flushed slightly, eyes betraying a flicker of panic. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Ye's fury ignited. He strode forward, positioning himself squarely in front of Su Mingru, and coldly glared at the two boys. What do you think you're doing? Harassing others in broad daylight. Do you have no shame? The two boys, taken aback by Jiang Ye's sudden intensity, faltered momentarily before retorting defiantly. Who are you? What is it to you? Jiang Ye scoffed dismissively, his tone unyielding. You need not concern yourselves with who I am, but I cannot tolerate your despicable behavior. What kind of pathetic upperclassmen are you? Thinking you can flirt with others while looking like that. Get lost and stop embarrassing yourselves. Just because you failed to find a girlfriend in your freshman and sophomore years, you think you'll succeed now? The boys' faces shifted from green to pale in response to Jiang Ye's scathing words, their retorts stifled by his commanding presence. They glanced at Su Mingru, then at the robust Jiang Ye, ultimately retreating in humiliation. With their departure, Su Mingru exhaled in relief. Xiaoyi, you were quite fierce just now. Jiang Ye turned, his icy demeanor dissipating instantly. Rujia, are you all right? Did they do anything to you? Such scoundrel upperclassmen deserve no courtesy. Su Mingru shook her head, smiling. I'm fine, just a bit annoyed by their persistence. I was at a loss for what to do until you arrived. The two strolled leisurely through the campus, Su Mingru's tall stature and refreshing aura attracting numerous glances. As they walked by, students turned their heads, some even discreetly taking photographs. Su Mingru was accustomed to this attention, responding with a modest smile and occasionally engaging Jiang Ye in conversation. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye's eyes scanned the surroundings, feeling a mix of satisfaction and melancholy. How wonderful it would be if Sister Ru were truly with me. As they approached the playground, A cacophony of noise caught their attention. On the track, several athletic students were engaged in a sprinting test, their physiques robust and movements fluid, resembling a gust of wind as they ran. A throng of female students gathered by the track, some recording with their phones, while others enthusiastically cheered, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Su Mingru glanced over and, smiling, remarked to Jiang Ye, "These girls are quite enthusiastic. It seems the handsome boys from the sports department are very popular." Jiang Ye scoffed slightly, a hint of disdain in his tone. "What is so impressive about running? These girls are such infatuated fans." Su Mingru chuckled lightly, teasing, "What is this? Are you feeling jealous?" Jiang Ye huffed, remaining silent, yet internally, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He recalled how his recent training with the four sacred origins had allowed him to surpass the second realm, making his body feel significantly lighter and his running particularly effortless. Observing these athletes basking in the limelight, an impulsive urge surged within him, and he couldn't help but state, "Sister Ru, how about I give it a try? Let them see what true speed looks like." Su Mingru was momentarily taken aback and quickly shook her head. "Don't be ridiculous. They are professionals. You'll only embarrass yourself." However, Jiang Ye was undeterred, brimming with confidence as he replied, "So what if they're professionals? I've been training well lately. I might even be faster than them." Su Mingru attempted to dissuade him again, but Jiang Ye had already taken confident strides toward the track. With a resigned sigh, she followed behind him. "Can he really run that fast?" Jiang Ye approached the physical education teacher and politely said, "Teacher, I would like to try the sprint. Is that all right?" The teacher scrutinized him with a puzzled expression. "Are you from the sports department?" Jiang Ye shook his head. "No, I just want to give it a shot." Before the teacher could respond, a lean, dark-skinned boy approached. Although not tall, his muscular definition was apparent, and he bore a condescending gaze. He sized up Jiang Ye and harshly remarked, "Who are you? This is the sports department's testing area, not a playground for you. Move aside." Jiang Ye frowned, feeling somewhat irked, yet he endeavored to maintain politeness. "I just want to try. What is the problem?" The lean boy sneered, his tone dripping with contempt. "What are you trying to prove? Don't embarrass yourself here. Just leave." Anger flared within Jiang Ye, and his tone turned assertive. "Whether I embarrass myself or not, I'll find out by trying. Are you stopping me because you're afraid I'll outrun you?" The lean boy, incensed, darkened his expression. "What did you say? You dare to compare yourself to me? Fine, let us see you run. Loser has to lie on the ground and bark like a dog 20 times. How about that?" His provocation escalated the tension in the air. A crowd began to gather. He glared at Jiang Ye, his voice laced with disdain. "Loser has to lie on the ground and bark like a dog 20 times. Do you dare? All right. Let everyone bear witness. If you lose, don't try to wriggle out of it." Upon hearing this challenge, the surrounding students erupted in excitement. "Wow, this is going to be entertaining. Let us race, let us race. The wager is indeed audacious, barking like a dog. The one who loses will suffer embarrassment." Su Mingru stood by anxiously, her brow furrowed in deep concern. She tugged at Jiang Ye's sleeve, whispering imploringly, "Xiao Yi, please, this bet is utterly absurd. Let us leave." However, Jiang Ye gently patted the back of her hand, assuring her, "Sister Ru, have no worries. I am fully aware of what I am doing." The physical education teacher, drawn by the commotion, approached the pair and, upon grasping the nature of their wager, could not suppress a chuckle. "Are you truly going to compete? Very well, let the contest commence. But I must caution you, should you lose, do not resort to deceit." The lanky boy, clad in black, disdainfully sauntered onto the track, stretching his limbs before addressing Jiang Ye. "Don't say I'm taking advantage of you. I'll grant you a 2-second head start. How does that sound?" Jiang Ye shook his head, his tone unwavering. "No need for allowances. Let us compete fairly." The lanky boy scoffed. "Fine, but do not blame me for lacking leniency." The two positioned themselves at the starting line, while the surrounding students eagerly retrieved their phones, prepared to document this showdown. Su Mingru stood nervously to the side, her palms sweating as she silently prayed that Jiang Ye would not suffer a humiliating defeat. The physical education teacher raised the starting pistol, calling out loudly, "Ready, bang." With the sound of the gunshot, Jiang Ye surged forth like a bolt of black lightning. His acceleration was astonishing, unleashing a formidable force almost instantaneously. His legs propelled him forward with the vigor of springs, each stride bursting with explosive power, his body leaning forward, his movements fluid as if he were a gust of wind. Initially brimming with confidence, the lanky boy did not exert himself at the start. Yet, merely a few meters in, he sensed something was amiss. Gritting his teeth, he desperately attempted to accelerate, but no matter what he did, he could not catch up to that elusive shadow. Jiang Ye's speed was breathtaking, his movements devoid of any hesitation, each step precise and powerful, as if he were carving a phantom in the air. The girls on either side of the track stood mesmerized, forgetting to cheer, their eyes fixed on his flying figure. Mere seconds later, Jiang Ye crossed the finish line. The physical education teacher glanced at the timer, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, 99 seconds. How is this possible? A wave of astonishment rippled through the surrounding students, who began to murmur excitedly. What? 99 seconds? Did I hear that correctly? Oh my. He is an amateur. To achieve such a time is utterly preposterous. Is he truly inexperienced? The lanky boy, panting heavily, reached the finish line upon hearing the result. His face drained of color. He stood frozen, unable to believe his ears, his gaze fixed on Jiang Ye, filled with shock and resentment. Su Mingru too was momentarily stunned, before her expression shifted to one of astonishment. The physical education teacher approached Jiang Ye, patting him on the shoulder with a tone of surprise and admiration. Young man, your performance is of professional caliber. Would you be interested in joining our athletics department? Jiang Ye shook his head, humbly replying, Thank you, teacher. I was merely running for fun. I have no intention of pursuing this path. The lanky boy, standing nearby with a grim expression, clenched his fists tightly. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward to Jiang Ye, quietly conceding, I admit defeat. Jiang Ye cast a glance at him, his tone serene. Let's forget about the barking like a dog. It was merely a jest. The lean, dark-skinned boy paused momentarily, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his face. He opened his mouth, seemingly on the verge of articulating something, but ultimately nodded and turned to leave. The surrounding students, witnessing the conclusion of the incident, began to disperse. However, discussions regarding Jiang Ye's remarkable performance of completing the run in under 10 seconds lingered on. Some even uploaded the video of the event to the Han State University forum. On the playground, the physical education teacher extracted his mobile phone, exclaiming enthusiastically, Young man, your achievement genuinely astonishes me. Our school has annual recommendation slots, and it would be a pity for a talent like you not to participate in the Diamond League. Let us exchange contact information. I can assist you in making arrangements. Jiang Ye hesitated for a moment, his mind wavering. Although he harbored little interest in sports, he recognized that this opportunity could potentially lead him further along his path, and ultimately nodded. All right, I appreciate your help, teacher. After exchanging contact details, Jiang Ye and Su Mingru departed the playground. They conversed about the earlier events, with Su Mingru's voice brimming with pride. Xiao Yi, your performance has the potential to create a stir throughout the school. It might even make the news. Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, his tone casual. It's not that exaggerated. I was just running casually. Su Mingru shook her head, a hint of teasing in her eyes. Just running casually and still finishing in under 10 seconds? You're being overly modest. Upon exiting Han State University, the two made their way to the Starlight Plaza, preparing to finalize the transition that would lead to Su Mingru resigning from her part-time position at the store. In the parking lot, the traffic was moderate. Su Mingru was driving and was about to turn into an available spot when suddenly a black sedan surged from the side. Cutting in front of her, Jiang Ye furrowed his brow, feeling a wave of irritation. He exited the passenger seat, approached the black car, and tapped on the window. The window lowered slowly, revealing a familiar face, Li Jiaming. Upon seeing Jiang Ye, Li Jiaming's expression shifted to one of impatience. You again? Young man, what brings you to my shopping center to snatch a parking space? Jiang Ye replied calmly. What do you mean your shopping center? I spotted this parking spot first. It's rather inappropriate for you to take it. Li Jiaming let out a scornful laugh, condescension lacing his tone. Your sister works at my store, and you still act so arrogantly? Do you want to quit? You little brat, just scram. Jiang Ye's expression darkened instantly, ready to respond. When Su Mingru stepped out of the car, ISNT at 165, driving a car worth over 800,000 to work part-time? Upon seeing Li Jiaming, she approached him and declared, Boss Li, I've made up my mind. I will no longer work at the store. As of today, I officially resign. Li Jiaming was taken aback, eyeing Su Mingru up and down, then glancing at the luxury car, a C280, behind her, disbelief etched on his face. Wait, you drive such an expensive car, worth over 800,000, and yet you're working part-time selling shoes at my store? Are you jesting with me? Su Mingru was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. However, Jiang Ye offered a subtle smile, his tone tinged with sarcasm. Boss Li, working is my sister's freedom, and resigning is also her prerogative. As for the car she drives, it seems unnecessary to explain to you. Li Jiaming was choked into silence, his face shifting between hues of blue and white. He opened his mouth, seemingly wishing to refute, yet could find no suitable justification. Just then, the door of another car swung open, and Yang Bo alighted. Observing a dispute from a distance, he approached to ascertain the situation. His arrival immediately captured Li Jiaming's attention, causing his demeanor to transform from arrogance to deference, even tinged with a hint of ingratiation. "Boss Yang, what brings you here?" Li Jiaming hastily approached. A smile plastered across his face, his tone laced with flattery. Yang Bo merely cast a cursory glance at him, offering a slight nod as a greeting. His gaze quickly shifted to Jiang Ye, his expression revealing surprise. "Huh? Brother Yi, what brings you here?" Jiang Ye, surprised to see Yang Bo, responded with a smile. "Brother Yang, I'm here to take care of some matters. What about you? What brings you to the mall?" Yang Bo chuckled lightly, his tone casual. "I'm a shareholder in this mall, just here to take a look at the operations." After speaking, he glanced at Li Jiaming beside him, then back to Jiang Ye, inquiring, "What is going on? I saw you two in a heated discussion." Jiang Ye gestured towards Li Jiaming, his tone tinged with displeasure. "This fool is trying to steal my parking space and even threatened me regarding my sister's part-time job at his store. My sister is here to resign, and he is still acting tough." Upon hearing this, Yang Bo's expression darkened immediately. He turned to Li Jiaming, his gaze imbued with a chill. "Li Jiaming, you're quite audacious, aren't you? Not only did you attempt to seize a parking space, but you also dared to threaten my friend?" Li Jiaming, intimidated by Yang Bo's piercing stare, stammered in haste. "Boss Yang, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. I didn't know they were your friends. Had I known, I wouldn't have dared." Yang Bo scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Didn't know? Well, do you know now? What? Do you still wish to act tough?" Li Jiaming's complexion turned ashen, a sheen of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He hurriedly bowed in apology. "I'm sorry, Boss Yang. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, Miss Su. I was blind to your stature. Please, have mercy and don't hold this against me." Yang Bo, uninterested in his excuses, waved his hand dismissively, his tone tinged with impatience. "Enough. Don't linger here and obstruct the view. Hurry up, submit your resignation, and leave." "Resign and leave?" Yang Bo's words struck Li Jiaming like a heavy hammer, immobilizing him in shock. His expression morphed from panic to disbelief, ultimately crumbling into despair. He opened his mouth, his voice trembling. "Boss Yang, what do you mean? Just for taking a parking space, you're going to fire me? Isn't that a bit excessive?" Yang Bo coldly regarded him, his eyes devoid of warmth. "Excessive? Do you find this excessive? You stole a parking space, threatened my friend, and coerced others into resigning. Each of these actions is serious. Do you truly believe yourself innocent?" Li Jiaming's complexion paled further, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He stepped forward urgently, his tone pleading. "Boss Yang, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake. You have to give me another chance. I promise I will change and never repeat my mistakes." Yet Yang Bo remained unmoved, his tone icy and unyielding. "A chance? You have severed your own path. Who can you blame? If you must assign blame, direct it at yourself for offending my brother Yi." Upon hearing the name Yi, Li Jiaming felt a jolt of fear. He turned to glance at Jiang Ye, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. He could not fathom why this seemingly ordinary young man commanded such respect from a powerful figure like Yang Bo. Jiang Ye was merely a student, even working part-time at his shop. How could he possibly share such a profound connection with Yang Bo? The more Li Jiaming contemplated, the more incredulous he became, waves of regret crashing over him. Gritting his teeth, he mustered the courage to approach Jiang Ye, his tone laced with humility. "Mr. Jiang, I was blind to your significance earlier. If you could kindly intercede with Boss Yang on my behalf and prevent my dismissal, I would be immensely grateful." Jiang Ye regarded him coolly, his voice steady. "Boss Li, the opportunity was one you squandered. When you bullied others, did you ever consider this day would come?" Li Jiaming was left speechless, his countenance growing increasingly pallid. He opened his mouth as if to protest further, but the coldness in Jiang Ye's gaze silenced him, and he reluctantly closed his lips. Yang Bo, impatient, waved his hand dismissively, his tone dripping with disdain. "Enough. Stop being an eyesore here. Hurry and submit your resignation and leave." Despair enveloped Li Jiaming completely as he hung his head and exited the parking lot in shame. Meanwhile, Yang Bo observed Li Jiaming's retreating figure with a cold smirk. He turned around, his expression softening, a faint smile gracing his lips as he addressed Jiang Ye and Su Mengru. "People like him need to be put in their place. Do not take his words to heart. He has grown arrogant from his small measure of power in the business world, treating his employees poorly. This opportunity allows us to rid ourselves of his troublesome presence." Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed. "It's nothing. I appreciate your intervention, Brother Yang. Without your involvement, I can only imagine how chaotic today could have turned out." Yang Bo waved his hand cheerfully. "It's nothing. Among brothers, there is no need for thanks. Besides, I look forward to prospering together with you, Brother Yi. At that moment, Yang Bo's gaze inadvertently fell upon Su Mengru, and he was struck by her remarkable presence and beauty. His eyes flickered to the red Mercedes beside them, and suddenly, everything clicked into place. So, this was the woman who had caught Jiang Ye's interest. He had good taste. Yang Bo felt a spark of inspiration. Recognizing this as an opportune moment to facilitate a connection, he smiled at Jiang Ye and Su Mengru. Since fate has brought us together today, why don't we share a meal? It's on me. As a way to ease the tension for both Brother Yi and Miss Su, Jiang Ye looked at Su Mengru, and seeing her lack of objection, he nodded in agreement. All right, then I'll trouble you, Brother Yang. In a luxurious vehicle valued at 5 million, the trio ventured to a restaurant situated above a shopping mall. The restaurant's decor was both elegant and grand, with softly muted lighting that created a remarkably comfortable ambience. It was evident that Yang Bo was a regular patron. Upon his arrival, the staff greeted him with enthusiasm and promptly escorted them to a cozy table by the window. Once seated, Yang Bo ordered several signature dishes and thoughtfully recommended a few lighter options for Su Mengru, displaying his attentiveness. Observing Yang Bo's diligent efforts, Jiang Ye couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "Brother Yang, your hospitality is truly exceptional. It almost makes me feel a bit embarrassed." Yang Bo laughed heartily and waved his hand dismissively. "This is nothing. Both Brother Yi and Miss Su are esteemed guests, and it is my duty to ensure your satisfaction." As the dishes arrived, the three engaged in a lively conversation. Jiang Ye casually mentioned Yang Bo's previous trip to his hometown, during which he had brought numerous gifts for Wang Xiaolan. Upon hearing this, Su Mengru's expression turned to one of gratitude as she addressed Yang Bo. "Mr. Yang, I cannot thank you enough. Those items were indeed a tremendous help to our family." Yang Bo, with a humble demeanor, waved his hand again, saying, "No need for formalities. It was merely a small gesture. Moreover, Brother Ye's affairs are my own. Assisting him is only natural." As he spoke, Yang Bo's gaze subtly flitted between Jiang Ye and Su Mengru, a silent amusement bubbling within him as he considered how well-suited they appeared together. Seizing the moment, he decided to further embellish his praise for Jiang Ye. "Miss Su, you have no idea how remarkable Brother Yi truly is. He possesses exceptional abilities, embodies integrity, and is utterly reliable. During our previous collaborations, he consistently executed tasks flawlessly, never once disappointing me." Suddenly, recalling a particular incident, Yang Bo dramatically slapped his thigh, exclaiming with a touch of exaggeration, "By the way, during my last visit to your home, I drove over to find him. Can you imagine what he was doing? He was actually harvesting rice in the fields. What a sight that was, truly eye-opening." As he spoke, he animatedly gestured, his voice tinged with admiration. "You wouldn't believe it. The sun was merciless that day, and the steam rising from the rice paddies was dizzying. Brother Yi was clad in an old tank top, his pant legs rolled up to his knees, and his feet encased in muddy rubber shoes. He bent low, one hand grasping the rice stalks while the other wielded a sickle, moving with remarkable agility. Mud splattered across his face, yet he paid it no mind, drenched in sweat, his shirt clinging to his back. Standing on the ridge, I couldn't help but feel an immense respect for him." At this juncture, Yang Bo paused deliberately, gauging Su Mengru's reaction. Noticing her attentive demeanor and the hint of concern in her eyes, he felt a surge of satisfaction and continued to embellish his tale. "What astonished me most was that Brother Yi usually drives a luxury car worth over 5 million. Just think about it. How many people in the entire Han state can boast of such a vehicle, yet willingly descend to the fields to toil?" And he wasn't merely putting on a show. He engaged wholeheartedly from start to finish, without a hint of pretense. One must admire such a person, wouldn't you agree? Jiang Ye, feeling somewhat bashful from Yang Bo's words, lowered his gaze to sip his tea, inwardly marveling at Yang Bo's astuteness and his ability to navigate social situations with finesse. However, she cast a fleeting glance at Yang Bo, her tone imbued with a hint of exasperation. "De Bo, all you ever do is gossip. What is there to discuss about these matters?" Yang Bo, in response, erupted into hearty laughter, playfully patting Jiang Ye on the shoulder. "How can this be called gossip? I am simply praising you. Besides, Miss Su is not a stranger. Isn't it splendid for her to learn more about you?" Upon hearing this, Su Mengru felt a faint blush creep onto her cheeks. With her head bowed, she delicately stirred the food in her bowl with her chopsticks, evidently touched and somewhat bashful from Yang Bo's words. After dining at the mall, Yang Bo took his leave first, while Jiang Ye and Su Mengru exited the restaurant together. The night outside the mall was brilliantly illuminated, and a refreshing breeze wafted through the air. Walking side by side, neither was in haste to return, seemingly relishing this rare moment of relaxation. As they strolled along, Jiang Ye suddenly pointed toward a nearby amusement park and chuckled. Look over there. There's a pirate ship. Shall we give it a try? Su Mingru followed his gaze, observing the pirate ship soaring high, with shrieks of exhilaration emanating from the passengers aboard. She furrowed her brow slightly, her voice tinged with hesitation. The pirate ship? I'm a bit scared, perhaps not. Noticing her demeanor, Jiang Ye felt a surge of mischief and teased her. What is there to fear? Look at those children. They are brave enough to ride it. Besides, I went on it last time, and it was not frightening at all, just swinging back and forth, quite enjoyable. Su Mingru bit her lip, clearly wavering, yet she shook her head resolutely. No, I heard their screams. It must be terrifying. Sensing her reluctance, Jiang Ye resolved to encourage her further, speaking in a light tone. How about this? I'll accompany you. I assure you, it will be fine. Life should be filled with experiences. Su Mingru glanced at him, her eyes reflecting uncertainty, yet she eventually nodded. All right, but you must promise not to scare me. Jiang Ye nodded with a smile. Rest assured, I will not frighten you. Arriving at the pirate ship, they purchased their tickets, and Jiang Ye intentionally led Su Mingru to the last row. As they walked, he remarked, the last row is the least thrilling. We shall sit here, and I guarantee you won't be scared. Su Mingru, somewhat skeptical, followed him and settled into her seat. After fastening her safety belt, she instinctively gripped the armrest, her heart racing with anticipation. Jiang Ye glanced at her, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, though he maintained an air of nonchalance. As the pirate ship commenced its journey, it began with gentle sways, and Su Mingru's tense body gradually relaxed. She turned to Jiang Ye, smiling with a hint of ease. It seems there really isn't much to fear after all. Jiang Ye nodded, grinning. Indeed, I told you it's not frightening. However, before long, the ship's swings grew more pronounced, and its speed increased. Su Mingru's expression shifted as she clutched the armrest tightly, her body involuntarily leaning back. Her heart raced, breaths quickened, and with her eyes shut, she could not suppress a low cry. What is happening? This is too frightening. Observing her reaction, Jiang Ye feigned calmness, speaking in a reassuring tone. It's all right, don't be afraid, I am right here with you. Su Mingru was too preoccupied to respond to him, her entire being tense, her fingers gripping tightly. Jiang Ye found her demeanor somewhat amusing, yet also a tad sympathetic, so he extended his arm, saying, if you're scared, you can hold onto my arm. Without hesitation, Su Mingru grasped his arm firmly, merely wrapping herself around it. Jiang Ye relished the sensation of her touch, feeling quite pleased. As the pirate ship finally came to a halt, Su Mingru's complexion had turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. She released Jiang Ye's arm and took several deep breaths, gradually regaining her composure. Observing her state, Jiang Ye couldn't help but chuckle. So, was it fun? Su Mingru shot him an irritated glare, her tone laced with reproach. You deceived me. How could that not be terrifying? I nearly died of fright. Upon disembarking from the pirate ship, the amusement park owner, noticing Su Mingru's ashen face, couldn't resist laughing. Little girl, you were scared yet chose to sit in the last row? That's the most frightening seat, with the greatest swing. Only the brave dare to sit there. Taken aback by his words, Su Mingru turned to look at Jiang Ye, only to find him wearing a mischievous grin. It dawned on her that he had deliberately tricked her into sitting in the last row. Infuriated, she punched Jiang Ye lightly, her tone slightly playful. Xiao Yi, you are too wicked. Did you intentionally deceive me? Jiang Ye laughed as he dodged her playful punch, his voice brimming with pride. How is that deceiving you? I simply thought the last row offered a better view. Who knew you would be so frightened? Su Mingru stomped her foot in frustration, but couldn't help breaking into laughter at his smug expression. She rolled her eyes at him, her tone tinged with exasperation. You are truly incorrigible. I shall never trust you again. With a cheeky grin, Jiang Ye leaned closer to her ear and whispered, next time, I'll accompany you on the carousel. I promise it won't scare you. His words made Su Mingru blush, and she gently pushed him away. Who wants your company? After parting ways with Su Mingru, Jiang Ye drove home in high spirits. He hummed a cheerful tune as he slowly maneuvered the car through the community gate, his mind replaying the delightful moments he had just shared with her. However, as he turned a corner towards his home, the sight before him caused him to frown. At the entrance of the community, Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng stood together, engaged in lively conversation and laughter, the atmosphere appearing quite harmonious. A brand new Camry was parked next to Yin Feng, its paint gleaming under the streetlights, evidently a recent acquisition. Lin Yinyin leaned against the car, holding a cup of milk tea, her face adorned with a gentle smile, seemingly captivated by Yin Feng's words. As Jiang Ye's car approached slowly, Yin Feng noticed him, and his smile broadened with satisfaction. He deliberately raised his voice, addressing Lin Yinyin. Yinyin, what do you think of my car? Although it pales in comparison to some luxury vehicles, it was purchased solely through my own efforts, without a single penny from my family. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yinyin chuckled softly, her tone laced with a hint of mockery. Indeed, some individuals may drive luxury cars, yet the wealth may not necessarily be their own. It must be rather comfortable to live off past glories, wouldn't you agree? Jiang Ye, upon hearing this, parked his car by the roadside, alighted and glanced at the two with a nonchalant expression, stating, "Oh, what brings you both to my neighborhood today? Have you been waiting here for me on purpose?" Yin Feng, catching Jiang Ye's remark, sported a somewhat provocative smile. "Jiang Ye, don't be mistaken. We are not here waiting for you. I recently acquired a new car and took Yinyin out for a drive, and we happened to pass by." As he spoke, he patted the car beside him. His voice tinged with pride. "A Camry, while it may not rival your luxury vehicle, it is one I purchased with my own efforts, without a single cent from my family." Jiang Ye, absorbing this information, could surmise the situation. He smiled faintly, responding, "Is that so? Congratulations then. It is indeed no small feat to purchase a car through one's own endeavors. You seem to be quite the earner." Yin Feng, growing increasingly smug, continued, "Jiang Ye, do tell, is the splendid car you drive funded by your own efforts, or is it courtesy of your mother's company? While I may not possess your wealth, at least every penny I have is earned through my own labor, which brings me peace of mind." Lin Yinyin regarded Jiang Ye with a tinge of sarcasm. "Jiang Ye, do not hold it against us for speaking this way. You have treated me poorly. Do not blame me for being with Yin Feng. I initially intended to give you a chance, but you never valued it. So do not hold it against me." Jiang Ye, upon hearing this, felt a cold smirk arise within him. "Lin Yinyin, our past is long gone. There is no need to revisit it. Whom you choose to be with is entirely your prerogative, and I have no right to interfere. However, if you believe Yin Feng is more suited for you, then I wish you both well." Lin Yinyin was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Ye's words, her expression tinged with embarrassment. After returning home, Jiang Ye remained unsettled by Yin Feng's earlier provocation. He picked up his phone and dialed Lung Er's number, directly addressing the matter at hand. "How has Yin Feng been performing at the old French chess room lately? Has he won a considerable amount?" Upon hearing this, Lung Er's tone shifted to one of seriousness. "Ah, you mean Yin Feng? He has indeed been frequenting the place lately and has been on quite a winning streak, racking up over 200,000. The odds have been adjusted. Even a dog could win in these conditions. His appetite for betting is growing. He places wagers in the tens of thousands daily. Just the other day, he mentioned he made a down payment on a Camry. So it seems he intends to continue gambling." Jiang Ye's lips curled into a slight smile, a surge of delight coursing through him. "Lung Er, since he enjoys gambling so much, let us allow him to indulge. Can we adjust the odds on the slot machines?" Understanding Jiang Ye's implication, Lung Er chuckled, "Understood. I will have someone lower the odds on the slot machines tomorrow, ensuring he has a thorough experience." The following day, Yin Feng awoke early, still basking in his prior triumph. Last night, he had tossed and turned in bed, his mind consumed with thoughts of his brand new Camry and the exhilarating moments of outshining Jiang Ye. He felt an overwhelming surge of luck, believing his fortune was flourishing. Today, he decided to visit the casino once more, convinced that he might win several 100,000, affording him the chance to not only pay off his car loan, but also indulge in a lavish lifestyle for a while. As he drove, humming a cheerful tune, he made his way to his old friend's casino. Upon arriving, he parked his car and strode confidently along the familiar path into the establishment. Inside the casino, the atmosphere was electric with the cacophony of voices and swirling smoke. The melodies of slot machines intertwined with the exuberant shouts of patrons, creating a vibrant ambience. As Yin Feng stepped through the entrance, the burly casino manager immediately spotted him. The manager furrowed his brow and approached, blocking his path. "Ah, Yin Feng, what brings you back? Didn't you just win over 200,000 a few days ago? Are you not planning to stop?" Yin Feng felt a twinge of irritation at this remark, but maintained an air of nonchalance, responding with a feigned smile. "What's the problem? I'm here to enjoy myself. Is that not permissible? Just because I've won doesn't mean I can't play again. Is that a rule at your casino?" The manager regarded him with a hint of warning in his tone. "Fine, if you wish to play, go ahead. But do not say I did not caution you. In a casino, winning is merely a stroke of luck, while losing is the norm. Your good fortune the other day does not guarantee continued success today." Yin Feng dismissed the warning with a wave of his hand. "Don't worry, I know my limits. I'll play a few rounds and then leave." The manager, seeing Yin Feng's determination, refrained from stopping him, casting a meaningful glance before turning away. Yin Feng approached a slot machine, seated himself, and exchanged a stack of cash for a pile of chips. Gazing at the fruit symbols on the screen, he mused to himself about the recent pattern of hitting bananas. Confident that this trend would persist, he tentatively placed a few bets, and to his delight, bananas appeared several times, yielding a modest profit. Elated by his astute judgment, he increased his stakes, focusing solely on betting on bananas. However, the ensuing rounds unfolded contrary to his expectations. Bananas seemed to vanish, replaced by a relentless stream of apples, oranges, and grapes. Gradually, perspiration beaded on his forehead as anxiety crept in. What was happening? Why were bananas not appearing? Determined to continue, he gritted his teeth and resolved to bet exclusively on bananas, wagering all his remaining chips. Yet, disappointment lingered as the screen continued to showcase an array of other fruits, with not a single banana in sight. After losing several consecutive rounds, he found himself doubling down each time, having already exhausted tens of thousands in chips. Glancing at his bank card balance, panic surged within him. The remaining 50,000 earmarked for his car purchase had nearly vanished, along with his hard-earned money amounting to over 1,000. Sitting before the machine, his complexion paled, palms drenched in sweat. Unwilling to concede defeat, he convinced himself that the next round would surely yield bananas. After all, it was improbable that so many consecutive spins could yield nothing. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet and approached the casino manager once more, urgency tinging his voice. "Hey, could you lend me some money? I truly believe the next spin will hit bananas. I'll repay you with interest." The burly man cast a glance at him, a cold smirk escaping his lips. "It is not that I am unwilling to lend you money, but the casino operates under its own set of rules. Borrowing requires collateral. What do you have to offer?" Yin Feng paused momentarily, then pointed to his car keys. "My car, a newly purchased Camry worth over 200,000. I can use it as collateral. Is that acceptable?" The burly man took the keys, inspected them, and nodded. "Very well. I will hold on to the car and lend you 100,000, but the interest will follow the house rules. If you win, you repay it immediately. If you lose, the car becomes ours." Upon receiving the 100,000 chips, Yin Feng felt an inferno ignite within him. His mind fixated solely on one thought. He would surely hit the jackpot with bananas on the next spin. If he succeeded, he could reverse his fortunes and reclaim all he had previously lost. He hurried back to the fruit machine, took a seat, inhaled deeply, and fixated his gaze on the screen, his fingers trembling slightly. Gritting his teeth, he placed a direct bet of 20,000 on bananas, silently urging, "Hit, hit. It must hit." As the machine began to whirl, his heart raced in tandem. His eyes remained glued to the screen, his breath nearly suspended. However, when the machine finally ceased its rotation, an apple appeared instead. Yin Feng's complexion turned ashen, his fists clenched involuntarily. He refused to accept defeat, thinking to himself, "Impossible. The bananas must come. I will certainly win the next round." Without hesitation, he wagered another 20,000 on bananas, his gaze unwavering on the screen, chanting, "Bananas, bananas. Bring forth the bananas." Yet again, disappointment washed over him as the screen revealed grapes, offering no sign of bananas. Yin Feng's expression darkened further, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks, his shirt drenched with perspiration. Gritting his teeth, the stubborn resolve within him surged forth. He continued to place bets on the third, fourth, and fifth spins, each time wagering 20,000 on bananas. Yet, it seemed as though bananas had vanished entirely. Following the fifth round, all his chips had been utterly depleted. Jiang Ye sat before the machine, utterly drained, his complexion pale as parchment, bloodshot eyes betraying his turmoil. Chaos reigned in his mind. Overwhelmed by a singular thought, "This cannot be. How could this happen? The bananas must appear. I will certainly win the next round." Suddenly, he sprang to his feet. Unsteady as he approached the burly man, his voice hoarse and tinged with desperation. "My friend, lend me some more money. I can turn this around. The next round will surely yield bananas." The burly man regarded him with a sneer, his tone laced with mockery. "Yin Feng, you are neither the first nor will you be the last gambler to seek my aid. However, the casino adheres to its rules. Without collateral, why should I lend you anything? You've already staked your car." Upon hearing this, Yin Feng's heart raced with urgency, his rationality crumbling in an instant. He fell to his knees before the man, his voice tinged with desperation. "I beg you, lend me just a little more. I will win it back, and I promise to repay you with interest. I implore you." The burly man frowned, a flicker of impatience crossing his face, poised to refuse. Suddenly, a deep and chilling voice emerged from beside him. "Need to borrow money? Fine, pledge something as collateral." Yin Feng looked up to see a burly man approaching. his face marred by a sinister scar, and his cold gaze sent shivers down one's spine. This man was none other than the notorious boss behind the casino, known in the underworld as Scarface. Scarface stepped before Yin Feng, sneering as he unsheathed a dagger from his waist, flinging it with force so that it embedded itself into the table beside them with a dull thud. He fixed his icy stare on Yin Feng, his voice dripping with malevolence as if it had risen from the depths of hell. Need to borrow money? Stake a hand. 200,000. If not repaid in 3 days, you'll lose a hand. Upon hearing this, Yin Feng froze, his mind blank. He glanced at his hand, then back at Scarface, his voice trembling. A hand? 200,000? Scarface let out a derisive chuckle, his tone laced with contempt. What? Are you afraid? Then get lost. And don't waste my time here. With a surge of madness erupting within him, Yin Feng clenched his teeth and nodded resolutely. All right, I'll stake it. 200,000. I'll repay in 3 days. Scarface nodded slightly, gesturing for his subordinate to bring forth a contract. Yin Feng, trembling, signed and pressed his handprint, feeling as though a colossal weight was pressing upon his chest, making it difficult to breathe. After receiving the 200,000 in chips, he hurried back to the fruit machine, sitting down with his eyes fixated on the screen, his mind consumed by a singular thought. I must win. If I win, I can turn this around. He placed all 200,000 chips on the banana, his hands shaking as he pressed the button. The machine whirred to life, and Yin Feng's heart raced in tandem, his breath nearly catching in his throat. However, when the machine finally ceased its motion, his complexion turned ashen. He sat there, stunned as if struck by lightning, his mind a void. 200,000, gone in an instant. Yin Feng had gambled everything. The chips were completely depleted. He was left to face the consequences of his own actions. It was over, utterly over. Seated before the machine, Yin Feng felt as though his very soul had been drained, his mind swirling in chaos. At that moment, his stomach churned violently. He suddenly stood, unsteady, and stumbled to the trash bin, clutching his chest as he bent over and violently retched. The acidic bile and undigested food surged forth. He collapsed to the ground, trembling, tears streaming down his face. He had lost everything, even the chance to keep a hand. Yin Feng was ruthlessly pummeled by the large man, fists raining down upon him like a torrential downpour, causing him to curl up on the ground, devoid of the strength to fight back. As the man continued to strike, he cursed, "You fool. I warned you not to gamble, yet you dared to come and borrow? Go back and find the money. If you don't repay in 3 days, just wait for your hand to be severed." Bruised and battered, with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, Yin Feng staggered to his feet, disoriented and soul lost, wobbling as he exited the casino. The cold wind outside sliced against his face like a blade, inflicting further pain. He gazed up at the overcast sky, which mirrored his own somber mood, shrouded in a gloom that obscured any glimmer of hope. Dragging his weary feet home, he collapsed onto his bed without even shedding his clothes. His mind was a chaotic whirlwind, consumed by an abyss of regret and despair. For 2 days, Yin Feng lay in bed, refusing food and drink, his spirit seemingly siphoned away, leaving his eyes hauntingly vacant. On the 3rd morning, his father, Lin Yinyin, inadvertently uncovered a loan contract carelessly tossed atop the sofa. Upon reading its contents, his complexion darkened to an ashen hue, fury igniting within him. He stormed into Yin Feng's bedroom, yanked back the covers, seized his son by the collar, and dragged him upright, delivering a fierce blow to his face. "You worthless fool. How dare you borrow money from a casino and sign such a contract? Have you lost your mind?" Stunned and dizzy from the strike, blood trickled from the corner of Yin Feng's mouth, yet he lacked the strength to resist. With his head bowed, he rasped, "But you gamble too. Don't you have the audacity to criticize me?" The words only fueled Lin Yinyin's rage, prompting another stinging slap. "I gamble? At least I don't do so recklessly. You dared to use your own hand as collateral. Do you even comprehend how ruthless those thugs can be? Do you think they are jesting with you?" Sitting on the floor, Yin Feng felt a flicker of desperate hope and looked up at his father, his voice laced with pleading. "Dad, can you lend me some money? If I don't repay them, they really will cut off my hand." Lin Yinyin scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Money? Where do you think I would get any? You created this mess. Now you must face the consequences. Just wait to have your hand chopped off." Panic surged within Yin Feng at his father's words, his voice trembling. "Dad, please don't scare me. They really will do it?" Lin Yinyin sneered, his eyes full of disdain. "What do you think? Those gangsters are merciless. They mean what they say, and you, in your ignorance, are nothing but prey to them." At this moment, Yin Feng's final bastion of hope crumbled. He sat on the floor, his face as pale as a ghost, his mind blank, consumed by an overwhelming dread and remorse. He had genuinely landed himself in grave trouble. If he failed to repay the money within 3 days, the consequences would be unfathomable. Lowering his head, tears began to flow unbidden as he murmured hoarsely to himself. It's over, utterly over. Observing his son's plight, Lin Yinyin felt a twinge of complexity within him, yet he ultimately coldly declared, "You brought this upon yourself. Bear the burden alone. Don't drag me down with you." With that, he turned and exited the room, leaving Yin Feng alone on the floor, his heart extinguished. A day later, Lin Yinyin arrived at Yin Feng's home, her spirits notably high. Dressed in an exquisite dress, her face adorned with light makeup, and holding a cup of milk tea, she clearly intended to invite Yin Feng for a leisurely outing. She knocked on the door, and after a considerable wait, Yin Feng finally opened it. He appeared listless, his complexion pale and his gaze vacant, as if he had not slept for several days. Lin Yinyin frowned slightly, her expression tinged with disdain as she glanced at him. "Yin Feng, what has happened to you? Did you not sleep well last night?" Yin Feng forced a smile, his voice hoarse. "It's nothing, just a bit tired." Lin Yinyin did not dwell on it, and cheerfully suggested, "Let us go. The weather is lovely today. We can take your Camry for a drive and visit that newly opened cafe." Upon hearing the word Camry, Yin Feng's expression darkened further, his lips moved. Yet no words came forth. Noticing his demeanor, Lin Yinyin felt a flicker of concern and inquired, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with the car?" Yin Feng, looking down, spoke as if the words were being squeezed from his throat. "The car is gone." Lin Yinyin paused, momentarily bewildered. "Gone? What do you mean? Was it stolen?" Yin Feng shook his head, his voice raspy. "It wasn't stolen. I lost it." Lin Yinyin's eyes widened in disbelief. "Lost? You lost the car? What are you saying?" Yin Feng clenched his teeth and recounted the entire story to Lin Yinyin. From his initial gambling win that allowed him to purchase the car, to ultimately losing everything, even pawning the car to borrow from loan sharks, and now finding himself in a desperate situation with a debt of 200,000 yuan. Fearing that his hands might be mutilated, he laid it all bare. Upon hearing this, Lin Yinyin's expression soured immediately, her eyes brimming with disdain and disappointment. She regarded Yin Feng coldly, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Yin Feng, you truly have opened my eyes. You actually went to a casino to gamble and lost your own car? Do you not realize you are ruining your future?" Yin Feng lowered his head, his voice tinged with a plea. "Yinyin, I know I was wrong, but I truly have no way out now. Could you possibly help me? Lend me some money to repay the loan sharks? Otherwise, they will really cut off my hands." Upon hearing this, Lin Yinyin's disdain intensified. She let out a derisive laugh, her tone laced with contempt. "Help you? You have created this mess yourself. Why should I assist you? Do you think I am your personal ATM? Moreover, I still have my university tuition to consider." Yin Feng grew frantic, grasping Lin Yinyin's hand with a quivering voice. "Yinyin, I beg you. I am truly at my wit's end. If I cannot repay the money, I will lose my hands. Can you bear to see me become disabled?" Lin Yinyin shook off his hand, her expression cold and indifferent. "Yin Feng, do not think that your pathetic act will soften my heart. You must bear the consequences of your own actions. I will not help you, nor do I have any obligation to do so." As the two were bound in a warehouse, Yin Feng, witnessing Lin Yinyin's unwavering stance, felt a surge of panic, his voice trembling. "Yinyin, are you truly this heartless? Were we not good together before? Do you not care about me at all?" Lin Yinyin scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Yin Feng, spare me your self-pity. Our relationship has long since ended. You treated me poorly. Why should I still care for you? Besides, your current state is truly repulsive." After speaking, Lin Yinyin turned away without looking back. As she approached the door, ready to leave, it was suddenly flung open from the outside. Several burly tattooed men barged in, blocking her way. Their faces were brutish, their gazes fierce, and their arms adorned with menacing designs, clearly not the kind of individuals one would wish to encounter. Startled, Lin Yinyin instinctively took a few steps back, her voice trembling. "Who are you? What do you want?" The leader of the group let out a cold laugh, his eyes scanning the room at Yin Feng and Lin Yinyin, his tone laced with menace. "We are here to collect a debt. Yin Feng, it's high time you repaid what you owe." Upon seeing the men, Yin Feng's face turned pale, his legs trembling involuntarily as he stammered, "Brothers, please give me a few more days. I will find a way to repay you." The leader scoffed, his gaze filled with disdain. "A few more days? Do you think we run a charity? The deadline has passed. Where's the money?" Yin Feng lowered his head, his voice hoarse. "I truly don't have any money right now. Could you grant me a bit more time?" Impatiently, the leader waved his hand, his tone turning threatening. "Enough with the nonsense. Either pay up today, or we'll follow through with the contract. Cut off a hand." Hearing this, Lin Yinyin felt a surge of terror and quickly interjected, "You're demanding money from him. It has nothing to do with me." I was just passing by. Let me go? The leader turned to Lin Yinyin, a mocking smile on his face. Nothing to do with you? As long as he owes money, none of you in this room can escape. At these words, Lin Yinyin froze, her complexion as pale as paper, her voice trembling. You can't do this. It's illegal. The leader laughed derisively, his tone dismissive. Illegal? We are merely acting in accordance with the contract. Yin Feng signed and stamped. He must face the consequences. As for you, since you are with him, you cannot distance yourself from this. With that, he gestured for his men to act. The tattooed men swiftly advanced, seizing Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng by the arms, binding them together. Lin Yinyin struggled desperately, her voice tinged with desperation. Let me go. You can't do this. I have no connection with him. The men ignored her pleas, roughly dragging her and Yin Feng out of the room and forcing them into a black van. Once the door slammed shut, the vehicle roared to life, speeding towards the outskirts of the city. Inside the van, Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng were tied to the back seat, their hands bound behind their backs, unable to move. Lin Yinyin's face was ashen, her eyes filled with fear and despair as she trembled. Yin Feng, what have you done? Why did you involve me in this? Keeping his head down, Yin Feng's voice was hoarse. Yinyin, I'm sorry. I never expected things would turn out this way. Anger surged within Lin Yinyin upon hearing this, her voice quaking with emotion. You madman. You've ruined my life. The van sped along until it arrived at an abandoned warehouse on the city outskirts. The men dragged Lin Yinyin and Yin Feng from the vehicle and ushered them into the warehouse. The warehouse was shrouded in dimness and dampness, the air thick with a musty odor. Various odds and ends littered the floor, while several sharp blades hung ominously on the walls, creating an atmosphere of palpable dread. The imposing figure at the forefront scoffed derisively, stepping up to Yin Feng with a menacing tone. Yin Feng, I shall ask you one last time. Where is the money? Yin Feng lowered his gaze, his voice hoarse. I truly have no money. The brute let out a chilling laugh, gesturing for his subordinate to fetch a sharp cleaver. Approaching Yin Feng and Lin Yinyin, his tone turned cruel. Since you lack funds, we shall proceed as per the contract. Time to sever your hand. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yinyin completely broke down, her voice tinged with desperation. No, you can't do this. It's illegal. The leader cast a scornful glance at Lin Yinyin, mocking her. Illegal? In this place, we are the law. With that, he signaled for his men to restrain Yin Feng and Lin Yinyin by their wrists. Both struggled fiercely, their cries filled with anguish. No, please, give us a little more time. I will repay you. Yet, the thugs paid no heed to their pleas. Roughly pressing Yin Feng's wrist against the table, the leader raised the cleaver, a cruel glint in his eye. Sever the hand. Lin Yinyin, pinned to the table, watched in horror as the sharp blade descended, her mind spiraling into despair. She writhed in her restraints, her voice rising to a near scream. Wait, don't do it. I can call to borrow money. Please, grant me a moment. The leader chuckled coldly, halting the cleaver midair, his gaze laced with mockery. Borrow money over the phone? Fine, I'll give you 5 minutes. If you cannot procure the funds, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Trembling, Lin Yinyin fumbled through her pocket for her phone, her fingers shaking uncontrollably as she struggled to tap the screen. In her chaotic thoughts, the first person who came to mind was Feng Qing. Despite their previous animosity, she could no longer afford such considerations. Once the call connected, Lin Yinyin's voice was filled with desperation, nearly incoherent. Mom, help me. I've been kidnapped, and they want to sever my hand. Please, I beg you, assist me. On the other end of the line, Feng Qing was taken aback by Lin Yinyin's cries. Despite their prior discord, such words struck fear into her heart. She quickly inquired, where are you? What is happening? Lin Yinyin, trembling, briefly recounted her plight, her voice heavy with hopelessness. We are at an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. They want to sever Yin Feng's hand, and I'm caught in this too. Mom, please, help me raise some money, or we are truly finished. Hearing this, Feng Qing's heart raced in panic. In her state of disarray, the first person she thought of was Jiang Ye. Aware of his wealth and capability to handle such situations, she immediately dialed his number. When Jiang Ye received the call, he was leisurely enjoying coffee at home. Upon hearing Feng Qing's description, he paused in surprise, then a cold smirk crept across his lips. He had already been informed by Lung Eru about the current developments. Unexpectedly, this matter has reached Feng Qing, and even Lin Yinyin has become entangled in it. The drama is becoming increasingly captivating. Such a spectacle cannot be missed. Jiang Ye promptly agreed to Feng Qing's request, driving to pick her up as they hastened towards the warehouse. The treacherous individuals, devoid of gratitude, awaited them. Upon arriving at the warehouse, Jiang Ye strode in with Feng Qing, exuding an air of confidence. The 4 tattooed men, upon sighting Jiang Ye, immediately concealed their fierce expressions, their faces adorned with smiles, their tone laced with respect. "Brother Yi, what brings you here?" Jiang Ye sneered, his gaze sweeping over Yin Feng and Lin Yinyin, who were pinned against the table. His eyes twinkling with mockery. "I heard there was a good show to watch, so I came to join the fun." Yin Feng, upon seeing Jiang Ye, felt a tumult of emotions, yet at that moment, his pride was irrelevant. He hastily pleaded, "Jiang Ye, please save me. Lend me some money. I promise to repay you." Lin Yinyin chimed in, her voice laced with desperation. "Jiang Ye, I beg you, please help us." Observing their disheveled state brought Jiang Ye a sense of satisfaction, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Weren't you quite arrogant a few days ago? Bought a new car and claimed it was through your own efforts? What has happened now?" Yin Feng lowered his head, his voice hoarse. "Jiang Ye, I see my mistakes now. Please help me." Jiang Ye laughed coldly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Help you? I have wealth, but what does that concern you? Weren't you quite capable before? Why the sudden cowardice?" Hearing these words, despair washed over Yin Feng and Lin Yinyin, yet they clung to hope, continuing to plead. "Jiang Ye, we implore you, if you assist us, we will certainly heed your commands in the future." The tattooed men approached, one of them turning to Jiang Ye. "Brother Ye, should we consider waiving this debt?" Upon hearing this, Yin Feng seized the opportunity like a lifeline, scrambling to his feet and fervently bowing his head. The sound of his forehead striking the ground echoing through the air as he repeatedly begged, "Please, waive this debt. Show mercy and spare me. I promise to turn over a new leaf and never gamble again." Lin Yinyin knelt beside him, tears streaming down her face, her voice trembling. "We truly understand our mistakes. Please, grant us a chance to live." Jiang Ye coldly scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. "Yin Feng, have you lost your mind? Do you think I, Jiang Ye, hold such influence? Moreover, why should I assist you?" Yin Feng felt a chill creep into his heart upon hearing this, yet he refused to give up. Continuing to plead, "Jiang Ye, considering our acquaintance, please help me. I truly recognize my errors." Jiang Ye's scornful laugh echoed again, his tone dripping with contempt. "Acquaintance? When you were flaunting before me, did you consider us acquaintances? Now you seek my assistance? It's too late." The tattooed men exchanged glances. One of them approached Jiang Ye, asking, "Young Master Jiang, how should we handle this?" Jiang Ye sneered, replying to the man, "An extension is possible, but not a penny less. As for the interest, it will be calculated as per the rules. They shall repay it gradually until it is settled." Upon hearing this, Yin Feng felt a profound sense of despair engulf him. His life seemed irreparably shattered, with the debt combined with interest. He might never be able to repay it in his lifetime. He sat despondently on the ground, his gaze vacant, muttering to himself, "It's over, utterly over." Jiang Ye drove out of the warehouse, with Feng Qing and Lin Yinyin seated in the back. The atmosphere inside the car was as frigid as a crypt. Outside the window, the night deepened, and the dim glow of the streetlights streamed in, casting shadows on the somber faces of the two women. The warmth of a mother-daughter bond had long since evaporated, leaving only indifference and hostility in its wake. Feng Qing crossed her arms, her icy stare fixed on the view outside, a simmering anger brewing within her, though she had initially intended to remain uninvolved in Lin Yinyin's affairs. Witnessing her daughter's disheveled state had tugged at her maternal instincts. However, recalling Lin Yinyin's past actions, especially the fact that they had severed their mother-daughter relationship, she believed the girl to be beyond redemption. At last, she could no longer restrain herself, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Lin Yinyin, you truly astonish me today. How could you associate with someone like Yin Feng? Almost losing your hand. Serves you right." Lin Yinyin felt a sharp pang at her mother's words and turned to glare at Feng Qing, her voice tinged with irritation. "Isn't it your duty to help me?" Feng Qing scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. "Help you? Why should I? We've long since severed ties. And now that you're in trouble, you suddenly remember me? How ridiculous." Momentarily silenced by Feng Qing's retort, Lin Yinyin quickly found her voice again. "Feng Qing, don't think too highly of yourself. If Jiang Ye hadn't intervened, do you really believe you could have saved me? You're merely a messenger. What right do you have to lecture me?" Feng Qing's indignation flared, her voice rising an octave. "Lin Yinyin, have you no sense of gratitude? If it weren't for me seeking out Jiang Ye, who knows what would have happened to you? Instead of being thankful, you dare to argue with me? Truly heartless." Lin Yinyin refused to back down, her tone mocking. "Grateful? Why should I be grateful to you? What was your motive for helping me? Was it not merely to showcase your magnanimity before Jiang Ye? Don't think I am oblivious to your little schemes." Feng Qing's composure was shattered by Lin Yinyin's words, her expression darkening, voice laced with fury. "Lin Yinyin, do not spout nonsense. I helped you out of a sense of kinship. Do not be ungrateful." Kinship? Do we still share that bond? You have long regarded me as a stranger. Now you pretend to be the virtuous one? The argument escalated between them, each volleying words like daggers. Jiang Ye, seated in the driver's seat, listened to their quarrel, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. How amusing, this mother-daughter duo. Last time, Fang Qing had wielded a knife against Lin Yinyin, and now they were embroiled in yet another heated dispute. It was evident they had become irreconcilable foes. This spectacle was a delight to behold, especially as he watched Lin Yinyin left speechless by Fang Qing's retorts, intensifying his enjoyment of the unfolding drama. He intentionally slowed the car, wishing to prolong this captivating exchange. The vehicle gradually approached the entrance of the community. Jiang Ye halted the car, turned his head to gaze at Lin Yinyin, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his lips, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Lin Yinyin, didn't we agree earlier? You still have a bit of time left as my temporary girlfriend, right? Why not accompany me to the villa tonight? I did you quite a favor today, otherwise your hand could have been severed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yinyin's expression darkened immediately. She furrowed her brows, her tone reluctant. Jiang Ye, today has been chaotic enough. I do not wish to involve myself in any temporary girlfriend charade. Sitting nearby, Fang Qing felt a swirl of conflicting emotions upon hearing Jiang Ye's words. She glanced at Jiang Ye, then at Lin Yinyin, and suddenly spoke up. Jiang Ye, I shall accompany you tonight. You have aided us significantly. I must repay you. Lin Yinyin is ungrateful and heartless. The evening was becoming increasingly intriguing. Lin Yinyin, upon hearing this, abruptly turned to glare at Fang Qing, her eyes brimming with shock and fury, her voice laced with disbelief. Mom, what did you just say? You want to go to the villa with Jiang Ye? Have you lost your mind? How shameless. Fang Qing let out a cold laugh, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Shameless? Lin Yinyin, what right do you have to criticize me? If it weren't for the mess you created, would I be in this predicament? I truly regret not allowing them to sever your hand back then. At this, Lin Yinyin's anger erupted completely. She clenched her teeth and declared, Fine, if you insist on going, I will go too. I want to see what tricks you two can conjure. Jiang Ye observed the mother-daughter duo as they clashed, secretly amused. Leaning back in his seat, he glanced at Fang Qing, then at Lin Yinyin, his tone teasing. Oh, so you two are both coming to the villa with me? How delightful. Fang Qing shot a disdainful look at Lin Yinyin, her tone dismissive. Jiang Ye, do not listen to her. She is merely trying to stir trouble. Ignore her. However, Lin Yinyin refused to back down, her voice resolute. Jiang Ye, I have said I will go. You cannot shake me off. Jiang Ye found their banter amusing. He feigned a look of dilemma, stroking his chin, his tone playful. What should I do? Both of you wish to join me. Whom should I choose? Fang Qing and Lin Yinyin simultaneously turned to glare at him, their eyes filled with anticipation and tension. Jiang Ye, observing them, let his smile deepen. He deliberately paused, then slowly uttered, Oh, never mind. I shall choose the more considerate one. A smooth path lacks excitement. With that, he turned to Fang Qing, his tone gentler. Fang Qing, you shall return with me tonight. Lin Yinyin's face turned ashen upon hearing this. She abruptly flung open the car door, her voice sharp. Jiang Ye, what do you mean? You choose her over me? Have you lost your mind? Fang Qing, sitting beside her, coldly regarded Lin Yinyin, her tone laced with mockery. Lin Yinyin, spare us the embarrassment. Go home quickly and stop being a nuisance here. As Lin Yinyin absorbed the words that pierced her heart, despair engulfed her entirely. With a sudden force, she flung open the car door and leaped out, her voice tinged with a raspy determination. Fang Qing, Jiang Ye, you shall not escape my wrath. I will not let you off lightly. With that, she turned and dashed into the night, her silhouette appearing particularly solitary and disheveled. Jiang Ye watched her retreating figure, a deeper smile curling at the corners of his lips. Tonight was proving to be increasingly intriguing. An hour later, Jiang Ye completed the enchantment. In the dimly lit villa, an air of suggestiveness lingered. Leaning against the headboard, he held a cigarette, the smoke curling upwards and obscuring his features. Fang Qing lay beside him, her hair tousled, her face reflecting a blend of fatigue and satisfaction. She turned her head to gaze at Jiang Ye, a glimmer of calculation flickering in her eyes. Jiang Ye, she began softly, her tone laced with a hint of probing. Do you recall the properties I helped you acquire in the East District of Hangzhou? Perhaps we should consider purchasing a few more? There might still be an opportunity. At her words, a cold smirk danced upon Jiang Ye's lips, his eyes glinting with mockery. He inhaled deeply, exhaling the smoke slowly, his demeanor nonchalant. Buy? They've appreciated 4 to 5 times already. What's the point? It's time to sell. Fang Qing jolted upright. Astonishment etched across her face. 4 to 5 times? Are the properties in the East District of Hangzhou that valuable now? Jiang Ye nodded, pride tinging his voice. You didn't know? The planning for the Handong new district has been announced, and the properties there are bound to surge. Who would buy now? Everyone's waiting to sell. A pang of bitterness surged within Fang Qing, her eyes brimming with envy and dissatisfaction. The properties she had previously assisted Jiang Ye in acquiring had appreciated so significantly. Roughly calculated, he had earned over 20 million. She mused to herself, had she purchased a few units back then, wouldn't she be reaping substantial profits now? Biting her lip, she hesitated before tentatively suggesting, Jiang Ye, since you intend to sell your properties, would you allow me to assist? I possess some client resources that might help secure a favorable price. At this, Jiang Ye's heart filled with derision, his gaze reflecting disdain. He had long seen through Fang Qing's intentions, recognizing her desire to profit from his success. What a greedy wench, hoping to profit from my endeavors. How laughable. He paused deliberately, his tone casual. Selling properties is not as straightforward as you think. It requires skill and a network of clients. Without connections, it seems you might struggle. With those words, Fang Qing's spirit plummeted. After lingering in Jiang Ye's room for a while, she departed. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the cracks in the curtains, bathing the room in warmth. Jiang Ye stretched languidly, rising from the bed. The weariness of the previous night had been dispelled by a restful slumber, replaced by a subtle exhilaration. He planned to take a stroll around the Handong new district today, eager to assess the current value of the numerous properties he held. After completing his morning routine, he donned a casual t-shirt, grabbed his car keys, and stepped outside. As he drove towards the Handong new district, a swirl of emotions enveloped him. Merely 2 months prior, this area was desolate, with property prices astonishingly low. Back then, he had persuaded Fang Qing to purchase several 3-bedroom apartments of over 90 square meters. Who could have predicted that with the announcement of Handong new district's development plan, this place would transform into a coveted golden location? Upon entering the Handong new district, Jiang Ye's eyes were instantly captivated. Towering skyscrapers lined the streets, shops were densely packed, and the thoroughfares bustled with pedestrians and vehicles alike, creating a vibrant urban tableau filled with construction sites. He slowed his speed, cruising along the main road, his gaze drifting over the real estate agencies that dotted the street. Almost every agency had large advertisements plastered at their entrances, each price more exorbitant than the last. Jiang Ye parked his car in front of a relatively large agency and stepped inside. The interior was alive with activity. Agents were busily engaged, some on the phone, others attending to clients, the air thick with a palpable mix of tension and excitement. Standing at the entrance, he couldn't help but marvel at the booming market. After waiting for a considerable time without anyone approaching him, Jiang Ye furrowed his brow in annoyance. He waved to a male agent nearby who was on a call. Excuse me, do you deal with second-hand property transactions here? The male agent glanced at him dismissively, noting Jiang Ye's youthful attire and the cheap water cup in his hand, his expression dripping with condescension. Without even hanging up the phone, he replied dismissively, yes. But we're quite busy at the moment. If it's not urgent, please wait a bit. Jiang Ye felt a surge of irritation upon hearing this, yet he maintained his composure. Responding, I have several properties I'd like to inquire about regarding the current market. Can you assist me in listing them? The agent scoffed, a smirk crossing his face, laced with ridicule. Several properties? Young man, please don't jest. Do you know how much a square meter costs in Handong new district now? With your appearance, being able to afford even one would be impressive, let alone several. Incensed by the agent's demeanor, Jiang Ye's expression hardened, his tone becoming steely. What kind of attitude is that? Whether I own properties is my business. Shouldn't you, as an agent, first ascertain the needs of your clients? Faced with this rebuke, the agent's facade crumbled, and after hanging up, he retorted with increased sarcasm. Oh, are we getting temperamental now? All right, tell me, how many properties do you have? What are their layouts? Which community are they in? I hope you're not just here to boast. Just as Jiang Ye was about to unleash his frustration, a melodious voice interjected from beside him. Sir, please don't be upset. The store is exceptionally busy today. Please have a sip of water. Turning his head, he saw a young woman approaching him. Clad in a neat professional outfit, a white shirt paired with a black skirt, she exuded both competence and freshness. Her sweet visage, adorned with a youthful charm, featured delicate skin, bright, expressive eyes, and when she smiled, her cheeks dimpled with 2 gentle indentations. Most striking is her figure, though not tall. Her proportions are exquisite, particularly the proud curve of her bosom that captivates the gaze. The young woman approached Jiang Ye, cradling a glass of water in her hands, her face adorned with a sincere smile. Sir, please have a glass of water to calm your nerves. I am the new intern, Gu Xiaoyu. That colleague earlier may have been too busy and displayed an unsatisfactory attitude. Please do not take it to heart. If you have any requests, Feel free to share, and I shall do my utmost to assist you. As Jiang Ye accepted the glass, a significant portion of his anger dissipated. He glanced at Gu Xiaoyu and noticed a hint of nervousness and anticipation in her eyes. Clearly a newcomer still acclimating to her role, yet her demeanor was refreshingly earnest. The male agent, upon witnessing Gu Xiaoyu's approach, immediately donned an expression of disdain. With arms crossed, he cast a cold glance in her direction, his tone laced with sarcasm and impatience. Gu Xiaoyu, have you only just arrived? Can't even distinguish key clients? Look at this student. It's obvious he's just here to loiter. Why waste time with him? Hurry and attend to those with real potential, truly lacking in insight. Upon hearing his words, Gu Xiaoyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her face. Yet she endeavored to maintain her smile and gently replied, Li Gu, I believe every client deserves our utmost attention. Perhaps this gentleman genuinely has needs? Moreover, this is also an opportunity for me to learn. The male agent scoffed, his tone growing even more acerbic. Learn? You must choose the right subjects to learn from. Someone who is clearly just browsing. What can you possibly discuss with him? Such a waste of time. If you truly wish to learn, engage with those driving luxury cars and wearing designer labels. They are the priority clients. Jiang Ye felt a surge of anger at his words, but before he could respond, Gu Xiaoyu interjected. Li Gu, I believe that clients should not be judged by their status. Since this gentleman has expressed a need, I must take it seriously. Besides, I am still new and require experience. The male agent huffed in annoyance and waved his hand dismissively. Fine, do as you wish. But don't come crying to me later if you fail to meet your targets. Truly foolish. Jiang Ye observed Gu Xiaoyu's earnest yet slightly anxious demeanor, and a faint smile crept across his lips. He found her quite intriguing. He reached into his bag and withdrew a hefty stack of property certificates, placing them directly on the table with a relaxed yet teasing tone. I intend to sell all these houses. Instantly, it felt as though the entire agency had been frozen in time. The previously bustling agents halted their activities, their gazes converging on Jiang Ye. The pile of property certificates loomed on the table like a small mountain, easily numbering close to 100, each representing a property in the Handong New district. The male agent who had just mocked Jiang Ye now wore a frozen expression. His eyes widened, his mouth opened in shock, yet no words escaped his lips. As if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, leaving him chilled to the bone. His mind buzzed with a singular thought. What have I just missed? Other agents soon flocked over, exclaiming, so many properties, what must this cost? Goodness, this is a significant client. How did no one notice earlier? This unassuming young man possesses such remarkable strength. Gu Xiaoyu, taken aback, lowered her gaze to the pile of property certificates on the table, her mind a blank canvas. Although she was merely an intern, she understood the magnitude of this situation. It was not a trivial matter, but rather a colossal deal worth tens of millions. She lifted her head and stammered, Sir, do you truly intend to sell all these properties? Jiang Ye nodded, maintaining a casual demeanor. Yes, they are all to be sold. Did you not say you would do your utmost to assist me? Then I entrust this to you. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoyu felt a mix of exhilaration and anxiety. The thrill of having the opportunity to handle such a significant transaction was countered by her nerves as an intern, lacking in experience. What if she were to falter? Hesitating momentarily, she cautiously inquired, but I am just an intern, lacking experience. Why have you chosen me? Jiang Ye smiled gently, his gaze warm. Because you just poured me a glass of water. At this remark, the entire establishment fell silent. Pouring a glass of water? Was it truly that simple? Such a minor act had resulted in such a substantial business opportunity? A myriad of emotions washed over the onlookers, some envious, others regretful, and some wishing they could turn back time to relive the moment of pouring Jiang Ye a glass of water. The male agent's expression darkened further. Standing to the side with his head bowed, he wished he could sink into the ground. Moments ago, he had mocked Gu Xiaoyu for failing to recognize a key client, only to realize he was the one lacking perception. Stealing a glance at Jiang Ye, he felt a mix of regret and jealousy, but above all, a sense of helplessness. Gu Xiaoyu, somewhat bewildered by Jiang Ye's response, had not anticipated that such a small gesture would earn her such profound trust. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to compose herself and earnestly stated to Jiang Ye, Sir, thank you for your trust. I will exert every effort to ensure this matter is handled impeccably, and I will not let you down. Jiang Ye nodded, his tone light. All right, I shall await your good news. 174, Sister Ru. How wonderful it would be if you were my girlfriend. Jiang Ye was just preparing to leave the agency when the male agent who had previously mocked him approached with a sycophantic smile plastered across his face. His tone laced with awkwardness. Sir, you see, Gu Xiaoyu is just an intern with little experience. Perhaps I could assist you as well? I am well versed in the business and can assure your satisfaction. Jiang Ye halted, casting a cold glance at him, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth, and then nonchalantly uttered 3 words, "Go away." The male agent was momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend the meaning of those words, his face reflecting confusion. Go away? What does that mean? At that moment, another agent watching the spectacle could not contain their laughter. Go away, it means get lost. You can't even understand that? The shop erupted into raucous laughter, as everyone was thoroughly entertained. The face of the male agent instantly flushed crimson, as if he had been publicly slapped, leaving him utterly embarrassed. Jiang Ye chose to disregard him, turning to Gu Xiaoyu and stating, "All these properties are entrusted to you for transaction. Moreover, we shall offer a discount of 5% off the market price. I have faith in your capabilities." Upon hearing this, the shop fell into a state of shock once more. A 5% discount. What did this signify? The cumulative price of these properties amounted to several tens of millions, and such a discount directly translated to a substantial saving of several million. Such terms would make any agent envious. The other agents exchanged glances filled with admiration, and someone whispered, "What extraordinary fortune has Gu Xiaoyu encountered? Such a significant deal, coupled with such a generous discount." Regrettably, another agent lamented, "Had I known, I would have fetched a glass of water earlier. How could I have missed this opportunity?" Gu Xiaoyu was poised to soar. This monumental deal would provide her with enough commission to sustain her for years. She too was taken aback by Jiang Ye's words, never having anticipated that he would entrust such a substantial deal to her along with such favorable conditions. Jiang Ye nodded and retrieved a business card from his pocket, presenting it to Gu Xiaoyu. "This is my contact information. Feel free to reach out should you have any queries." She nodded earnestly, accepting the card with a tone imbued with excitement and gratitude. "Rest assured, sir, I will exert every effort to ensure the success of this endeavor. I will not disappoint you." After exiting the agency, Jiang Ye felt an unusual lightness in his heart. If all went according to plan, a significant sum of money should soon arrive. Checking the time, he deemed it still early and pulled out his phone, dialing Su Mingru's number. "Hello, Sister Ru. It's me, Jiang Ye," he greeted with a smile. "The weather is delightful today. I plan to stroll around the mall, and perhaps you could practice driving as well. Would you care to join me for a little relaxation?" Su Mingru hesitated for a moment, quickly realizing his intention, her tone laced with a hint of resignation. "Are you using driving practice as an excuse to invite me out again?" Jiang Ye chuckled, teasingly responding, "Come on, Sister Ru, and help me select a few outfits. I wish to change my style, but I'm uncertain how to proceed." Su Mingru laughed at his jest, her tone lightening. "Very well. Since I have nothing else to do, I shall accompany you on your shopping expedition." After hanging up, Jiang Ye drove to pick up Su Mingru. She wore a simple white t-shirt paired with jeans, her hair casually tied in a ponytail, exuding a fresh and natural charm. Upon seeing her, Jiang Ye couldn't help but muse, Sister Mingru's elegance is beyond compare. She looks stunning even in such casual attire. Upon arriving at the mall, Jiang Ye guided Su Mingru inside, leading them to a men's clothing store. As they walked, he inquired, "Sister Mingru, what style of clothing do you think I should purchase? Something more businesslike or more casual?" Su Mingru chuckled, her tone teasing. "Didn't you say you wanted to change your style? Then why not try a business look? It would convey a sense of maturity and stability." Jiang Ye nodded, feigning seriousness as he began to select garments. After trying on several shirts and suits, with Su Mingru offering her suggestions, they quickly completed their shopping. After wandering for a while, Jiang Ye suddenly remarked, "By the way, Rujia, you'll be returning to Guangyao Real Estate to work tomorrow, right?" Su Mingru paused for a moment, then nodded. "Didn't you insist I come to help you because you were too busy?" Jiang Ye chuckled. "Indeed, since I brought you along. Let me buy you an outfit as a celebration for your return to Guangyao, and for assisting me." Upon hearing this, Su Mingru quickly waved her hands in refusal. No, I have my own clothes, and I prefer to keep it simple for work. There's no need for such fuss." However, Jiang Ye was unyielding. Pulling her toward the women's clothing section, "Rujia, you are like a sister to me. It is only right that I buy you clothes. Furthermore, you are re-entering the workforce tomorrow. How can you not look your best?" Unable to resist him, Su Mingru reluctantly followed him into a high-end women's boutique. Inside the store, the array of clothing was diverse and stylish, and Jiang Ye began to select pieces with great care, occasionally holding an item up against Su Mingru. "How about this one? The color complements your complexion beautifully," he said, holding up a light blue professional skirt suit. Su Mingru glanced at it and shook her head. "That doesn't seem appropriate for work." Jiang Ye, however, remained undeterred and handed the garment to a sales assistant. "Please fetch her a suitable size for this, so she can try it on." With no other choice, Su Mingru took the dress into the fitting room. A few minutes later, she emerged wearing the skirt suit. Instantly transformed. The light blue fabric accentuated her fair skin, and the tailored cut elongated her silhouette, exuding elegance. Jiang Ye's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Rujie, I told you this outfit is perfect for you. It's as if it was custom-made." Su Mingru stood before the mirror, astonished by her reflection. She hadn't anticipated that a single outfit could so dramatically enhance her aura. Touching the fabric of the dress, she hesitated. But this dress must be quite expensive. Jiang Ye, unfazed, turned to the sales assistant and said, "We'll take this one. Please wrap it up." Before Su Mingru could protest, Jiang Ye had already presented his credit card to the assistant. The sales assistant's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but praise, "Sir, your taste is impeccable. This dress looks as though it was tailored for your girlfriend. Her grace has elevated several notches, akin to a movie star." Hearing this, Su Mingru's cheeks flushed, and she quickly waved her hands in denial. No, we're not in that kind of relationship. We're just siblings." The assistant was taken aback for a moment, then offered a knowing smile, yet couldn't refrain from exclaiming, "Siblings? Your brother is truly considerate, taking such care in selecting clothes for his sister." Jiang Ye stood by with a subtle smile, saying little, yet feeling quite pleased within. After purchasing the outfit, the two exited the store. Su Mingru walked beside him, her cheeks still tinged with a lingering blush. Jiang Ye couldn't help but muse, half jokingly and half seriously, "Rujie, wouldn't it be wonderful if what the assistant said were true, that you were my girlfriend?" Su Mingru suddenly halted, taken aback by the unexpected sentiment. Suddenly recalling something, I turned to Jiang Ye, my tone imbued with a hint of seriousness. "Jiang Ye, I remember you were previously with Lin Yinyin. How are things between you now?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye's smile faltered, his heart pricked by an unseen sting. He remained silent for a few seconds, forcing a smile. "Sister Mingru, why do you suddenly ask about this?" Su Mingru cast a glance at him, her voice laced with concern. "Jiang Ye, since you've chosen to be with Lin Yinyin, you must cherish it. Matters of the heart cannot be trifled with. One must be devoted, do you understand?" A wave of bitterness washed over Jiang Ye. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. He would never be with Lin Yinyin in this lifetime, far from what Su Mingru envisioned. But he could not bring himself to articulate that truth. With a wry smile, he could only respond ambiguously, "Sister Ru, let us continue our stroll." Yet, his heart was entangled in complexity. Was it truly the case that he could only maintain a sibling relationship with Su Mingru? The following morning, Jiang Ye arrived early at the base of Su Mingru's apartment building. He parked his car below and stood beside the crimson Mercedes, awaiting her descent. Before long, Su Mingru emerged from the building, clad in the light blue dress Jiang Ye had gifted her the previous day. She wore exquisite high heels and carried a petite handbag, transforming her entirely. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her face bore a light touch of makeup, exuding a graceful charm as if she had stepped out of a fashion magazine. At the sight of her, Jiang Ye's eyes brightened. Goodness, was this truly the same Rujie from the countryside? She was breathtaking, rendering him unable to look away. He approached her with a smile and said as they entered the vehicle, "Sister Ru, why don't you drive today? I'll take the passenger seat." Su Mingru offered no further comment, nodding as she took the driver's seat. Half an hour later, as they arrived at the Guangyao real estate company, Su Mingru parked in the lot. A few female colleagues from the company happened to pass by, initially drawn by the allure of the crimson Mercedes. Their gazes were irresistibly drawn to Su Mingru as she stepped out of the car. In an instant, they were astounded. "Oh my goodness! Is that really Su Mingru? She looks stunning today, as if transformed. Is that red Mercedes hers? I recall she didn't have a car before." As Jiang Ye entered Guangyao real estate, he was greeted by a bustling office atmosphere. He surveyed the room, noting the invigorated spirit among the employees who were diligently engaged in their tasks. Indeed, after eliminating the internal competition and implementing a more relaxed management style, the workplace morale had noticeably improved. He strode directly to the conference room, summoning all management and staff for a meeting. The employees were momentarily taken aback by Jiang Ye's presence, as it had been some time since he had visited the company in person. However, seeing their boss with a smile brought a wave of relief to their hearts. As the meeting commenced, Jiang Ye stood before the conference table, his gaze sweeping across each attendee, his tone steady and commanding. "Ladies and gentlemen, today we convene to announce several significant matters. Firstly, regarding the progress of the project on Lot 66. Since its launch, the influx of funds has exceeded expectations, achieving our anticipated goals. In gratitude for everyone's hard work, the company has decided to bestow a generous bonus upon each employee." As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of cheers erupted within the conference room. Jiang Ye smiled, allowing time for the crowd to settle before continuing. The second matter pertains to the future development of the company. Guangyao Real Estate will further expand its scale. We have resolved to purchase a standalone office building to serve as the new headquarters. This decision not only aims to enhance the company's image, but also to provide a superior working environment for all. The new office will be equipped with modern facilities. Upon hearing this news, the employees once again erupted with excitement. Wonderful. We will no longer be cramped in this small office. President Jiang truly considers our needs. Working alongside President Jiang, the company is progressing so swiftly, it is far more reliable than collaborating on those agency projects with Lin Yinyin. President Jiang is indeed dependable. With him at the helm, our future looks ever brighter. Jiang Ye continued. Lastly, I have an important announcement regarding personnel adjustments. Su Mingru is officially returning to the company as the chief financial officer. I firmly believe that under her leadership, our financial operations will become more standardized and efficient. The employees observed Su Mingru, who had donned professional attire, exuding a polished demeanor and a subtle smile, and they applauded her warmly. Wow, Director Su looks stunning today. Indeed. That outfit suits her perfectly. Her aura is simply unbeatable. Having Xiao Su back to manage finances is indeed reassuring. Hearing such praises, Su Mingru appeared slightly bashful. She lowered her head and softly replied, "Thank you all. I am delighted to work alongside everyone." Jiang Ye looked at Su Mingru, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. With her return, the financial operations of the company were poised for greater stability, ensuring a solid foundation for Guangyao Real Estate. After the meeting, Jiang Ye escorted Su Mingru to her new office. It was a spacious, bright room with excellent lighting, offering a view of verdant scenery outside, creating a particularly inviting atmosphere. As Su Mingru entered, a look of surprise crossed her face upon seeing her own designated space. "Mingru, are you pleased with your office?" Jiang Ye inquired with a smile from the doorway. "I am very satisfied, thank you, Xiao Yi. This office is far superior to my previous one. The environment is quiet and conducive to work. I simply did not expect to have a private office." Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed. "As long as you are satisfied. As the chief financial officer, your workspace should certainly reflect your esteemed position. Having your own office is a necessity." Su Mingru stepped into the office, beginning to tidy her desk and chair. After spending a moment in her new space, a delicate fragrance began to permeate the room. Jiang Ye stood aside, captivated by an enticing fragrance that inadvertently led his thoughts astray, conjuring a myriad of chaotic musings. The subtle, natural scent emanating from Ru Jie was simply enchanting. How could she smell so delightful without a hint of perfume? In moments like these, it would be utterly intoxicating. Jiang Ye found his gaze drawn to Su Mingru, who was diligently organizing documents, her long hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, swaying gently with her movements. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon her, accentuating her slender silhouette. The light blue dress she wore clung elegantly to her figure, highlighting her delicate waist and gentle curves. The hem of her dress revealed a glimpse of her fair calves, and the high heels she donned enhanced her poised stature, making her appear both competent and irresistibly feminine. Jiang Ye found himself entranced, perplexed by the inexplicable allure Su Mingru held over him amidst a life that was seemingly rich in female company. Her faint fragrance stirred emotions within him with ease. The intoxicating aroma seemed to seep into his very being with each breath, quickening his heartbeat. He recalled the 4 sacred essence cultivation techniques he had mastered since his rebirth, which had significantly enhanced his prowess but also awakened uncontrollable desires. These desires simmered within him like dormant volcanoes, ready to erupt at any moment. Su Mingru acted as a catalyst, her mere presence capable of igniting the restless turmoil within him. Feeling his breath quicken, Jiang Ye shook his head vigorously, striving to regain composure. Although his rebirth had ushered in numerous opportunities, it was not without its imperfections. Certain boundaries were not meant to be crossed, nor should they be. Previous transgressions had profoundly impacted their relationship, and he could not afford to repeat those mistakes. Ultimately, some matters could not be forced. Having Ru Jie by his side and back at Guangyao Real Estate was already a tremendous blessing. As for everything else, he resolved to let it unfold naturally. Despite this mindset, Jiang Ye sat in the office, his thoughts swirling chaotically. The image of Su Mingru and her elusive fragrance clung to his heart, refusing to dissipate. He felt as though he were being tugged by an invisible force, unable to contain the restlessness within. The desires ignited by the 4 sacred essence techniques felt like a raging fire, leaving him in discomfort with no outlet for release. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair, cursing inwardly. Damn it, while this technique is indeed powerful, It can be quite tormenting at times, especially when the heat rises. Just as his agitation peaked, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Lumi, raising an eyebrow. A mischievous smile danced upon his lips. After stepping out of Su Mingru's office, he answered the call. Jiang Ye, recently the properties have been consistently selling well, and we need to discuss the profit sharing for the joint venture. Lumi's voice floated through the phone, soft and melodious, stirring a sense of intrigue within Jiang Ye. Regarding the profit-sharing matter, very well, I understand. Wait for me in the office. I shall come to see you shortly. Once the call ended, the smile at the corners of Jiang Ye's mouth grew more pronounced. Perfect, it was an opportunity to tease her and, in turn, to indulge himself. What he needed now was an outlet, and Lumi was precisely that outlet. Arriving at Lumi's office door, Jiang Ye did not bother to knock. He simply pushed the door open. Lumi was seated at her desk, engrossed in the files on her computer. Oh, Lumi, you look particularly lovely today. Were you perhaps waiting for me? Jiang Ye quipped, playfully slapping her backside as he entered. Lumi's cheeks flushed instantly. She shot him a glare and softly scolded. Jiang Ye, you rogue, you can't behave yourself for a moment. Lumi was adorned in a light-colored dress, the hem swaying gently with her movements, accentuating her slender waist and elongated legs. Jiang Ye felt a tingle of desire, his lips curling into a mischievous smile as his mind began to concoct ways to provoke her. Just then, Lumi's phone rang unexpectedly. She glanced at the screen, then stood and walked to the window to answer the call. As Jiang Ye watched her graceful silhouette, a surge of heat ignited within him. He squinted, his smile deepening as he mused. Goodness, that figure is truly captivating. Lumi stood by the window, her back to Jiang Ye, speaking softly to the person on the other end of the line. With a leisurely gait, he rose and approached her, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. He positioned himself behind Lumi, gently wrapping his arms around her waist, lowering his head to breathe softly into her ear. Startled by his sudden action, Lumi's body stiffened, and her voice faltered. She turned to glare at Jiang Ye, her eyes conveying a blend of warning and annoyance, gesturing toward the phone receiver. The message was clear. Jiang Ye, please refrain from being disruptive. I am engaged in serious business. Yet, Jiang Ye paid her no heed, his hands sliding down her waist in a flirtatious and audacious manner. Lumi found herself increasingly flustered. The person on the line continued speaking, but she could no longer focus. She pushed Jiang Ye away, yet he remained undeterred, intensifying his playful antics by gently pinching and tickling her waist. Frustration bubbled within her, but she dared not raise her voice, fearing the caller might overhear. Sensing her discomposure, the voice on the other end inquired, Director Lu, is everything all right on your end? Lumi quickly composed herself, feigning calm as she replied, everything is fine, please continue. Unfazed, Jiang Ye leaned down and nibbled her neck, his smile growing ever more audacious. Finally, the caller finished speaking, and Lumi, exasperated, hastily ended the call. She turned to Jiang Ye, glaring at him fiercely, her voice laced with irritation. Jiang Ye, you have crossed the line. Do you realize what I was just discussing? Could you not be more composed while I was on the phone? Jiang Ye, however, was unfazed, pulling her into his embrace with a mischievous grin. So, does that mean once the call is over, you can be a little less restrained? Your appearance is truly captivating. Lumi found herself enveloped in his embrace, her entire being softened by his presence. She wished to push him away but lacked the strength, surrendering instead to his hold. Her face nestled against his chest, her voice barely a whisper. Jiang Ye, please don't do this. Initially, she struggled, but soon relinquished her resistance. Jiang Ye, however, paid no heed, lowering his head to kiss her. He then swept her off her feet, striding toward the lounge with purpose. Lumi playfully tapped his chest, her voice laced with feigned annoyance. Jiang Ye, what are you doing? Put me down. An hour later, Jiang Ye exhaled deeply, leaning against the headboard of the lounge bed as he lit a cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, he squinted at Lumi beside him, a roguish grin tugging at his lips. This feels absolutely exhilarating. Lumi's hair was slightly tousled, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes reflected a blend of fatigue and contentment. Jiang Ye flicked the ash from his cigarette, his tone languid. All right, we can discuss the profit sharing for plot 66 now. Upon hearing this, Lumi playfully punched him, her voice teasing. How can you bring up serious matters now? You weren't this earnest just a moment ago. Wasn't I busy? Now that I'm done, it's time to talk business. Lumi shot him an exasperated glance, tidied her hair, and sat up, her voice tinged with excitement. The lottery results for plot 66 are out, and they sold out in an instant. The price for the second phase has already surpassed 20,000, and the lottery tickets have skyrocketed to over 200,000 each. The market is absolutely wild. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. Over 200,000 for a ticket? These people truly have more money than sense. Damn, this money is too easy to make. Indeed, this joint venture has turned out to be tremendously lucrative. Our cash flow is back on track, and now we can discuss the profit distribution. Do you agree? Upon hearing this, a deeper smile spread across Jiang Ye's face. He extinguished his cigarette and wrapped his arm around Lu Mi's shoulders, his tone teasing. Profit distribution? Absolutely. Just follow the original partnership agreement. The joint venture has cash flow. Simply allocate the profits to me. Once the money is in hand, it's foolish not to share. A modest target of 177. Lu Mi sat on the edge of the bed, phone in hand, reviewing the financial data. Her hair remained a bit disheveled, the blush on her cheeks still evident. Yet her gaze had regained its usual composure. The balance sheet now showed approximately 200 million in profit. According to the prior agreement, the two companies would each receive 100 million. You have no objections, I presume? 100 million? That's enough for me to indulge for a while. Jiang Ye squinted, a playful smirk curling his lips. This money comes in swiftly. It's only been a few days since the lottery, and our joint venture already has 200 million on the books. The market is simply insane. Let us distribute it. After all, once the money is in, it's only right to share. Lu Mi nodded, standing to straighten her clothes before calling the finance department to arrange the transfer. Jiang Ye playfully tugged at her, his voice laced with jest. What's the rush? The money isn't going anywhere. Lu Mi shot him an annoyed glance, shaking off his hand. Her tone reproachful. Jiang Ye, can you please be a bit more serious? This is indeed a significant matter. The sooner it is resolved, the more at ease I shall feel. With that, she shot him a glare and swiftly exited the lounge. Jiang Ye watched her retreating figure, pondering how this woman, when serious, truly possesses a certain gravitas. Before long, Lu Mi returned from the front office, a document in hand and a relaxed expression on her face. The finance department has arranged everything. 100 million will soon be transferred to your account. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. So soon? It appears your efficiency is quite impressive. Lu Mi shot him an exasperated look. Jiang Ye, could you refrain from being so nonchalant? This is a sum of 100 million. Could you please take it a bit more seriously? Yet, Jiang Ye only grinned more broadly, pulling her into his embrace. Why worry? You're handling everything, and I relish this leisurely life. After indulging in a bit of playful banter in Lu Mi's office, Jiang Ye finally stepped out. Standing at the entrance of Hejin Real Estate, he took a deep breath. The sunlight warmed his face, yet an indescribable excitement and disorientation bubbled within him. 100 million, just like that, had come into his grasp. He glanced down at his phone. The string of zeros in the bank message made his eyes sparkle. Unable to suppress a grin, he mused to himself, damn, I am now someone with a small goal. The sensation of accumulating wealth post-rebirth felt remarkably gratifying. In 2006, 100 million was no trifling sum. Jiang Ye began to contemplate how best to manage this windfall. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone rang. A glance at the screen revealed an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? A gentle, professionally sweet voice responded from the other end. Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am Lin Xiao, a client manager at Hongshang Bank. I noticed a substantial sum in your account and would like to discuss deposit and investment opportunities with you. Would that be convenient? Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smirk forming. Oh, deposit and investment? What favorable terms does your bank offer? Lin Xiao's voice remained warm, yet exuded confidence. Mr. Jiang, our bank offers exceptionally favorable conditions. We can discuss the specifics in person, or I can come by at your convenience. Jiang Ye chuckled more heartily, teasingly inquiring, in person? Are all terms negotiable? Lin Xiao seemed to catch the underlying implication, yet maintained her professional smile. Certainly, Mr. Jiang. Our service principle is to ensure client satisfaction. Jiang Ye laughed heartily, thinking to himself that this woman was quite adept at navigating the situation. He casually remarked, all right, let us arrange a time later. I have something to attend to now. After hanging up, Jiang Ye felt even more elated. Checking the time, he called Yang Bo Hey, de Bobo. Let us go out for drinks, same place as always. Yang Bo had been eagerly awaiting Jiang Ye's call and was thrilled to hear from him. He quickly replied, hey, Ye Go, what brings you to call today? Something good is happening? Jiang Ye laughed heartily, a hint of pride in his voice. Cut the chatter, let us hurry. I'll fill you in when we meet. Upon arriving at the Golden Glory Club, the evening promised to be eventful. As Jiang Ye stepped through the door, he spotted Yang Bo seated at the bar. Approaching him, he playfully patted Yang Bo on the shoulder, teasingly remarking, oh Bo, you seem to be doing quite well lately. Your face has rounded out a bit. Turning around to see Jiang Ye, Yang Bo chuckled and playfully punched him. Come on, what's with the cheerfulness today? Did you come into some money? Pretty much, Jiang Ye replied. Just got my hands on 100 million today. Thought I'd come and have a drink with you to celebrate. Yang Bo paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. 100 million? Have you been drinking too much? Or are you dreaming? Jiang Ye pulled out his phone, opened a bank message, and waved it in front of Yang Bo. Take a good look. Is this not 100 million? Yang Bo stared at the screen for several seconds, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wow, you really struck it rich? How did that happen? With a smug smile, Jiang Ye replied, it's the dividend from lot 66. The lottery for the opening went well. You must have made a pretty penny helping with the construction for lot 66 too, right? The two of them enjoyed several drinks at the bar, and as the alcohol took effect, their conversation flowed more freely. Yang Bo clapped Jiang Ye on the shoulder and suggested, let us not just drink here. Let us find a place to eat and chat over dinner. Jiang Ye nodded in agreement, grabbed his coat, and stood up. Upon reaching the parking lot, Yang Bo approached his car and retrieved 2 bottles of Matai from the trunk. Shaking them with a hint of pride, what do you think? I got these from a friend. I hear this brand is quite good. Want to have some tonight? Jiang Ye's gaze shifted to the 2 bottles of Matai, his expression suddenly becoming more complex. He took one bottle, examining the label closely, and felt a stirring within. Matai? How much is it now? Over 600, I suppose. It's not cheap, but not overly expensive either. Over 600? Jiang Ye repeated softly, his eyes brightening. Suddenly, memories from his past life flashed in his mind. The price of Matai skyrocketing, becoming nearly impossible to procure, with stock prices soaring to outrageous heights. But now, it was merely over 600 a bottle? Excitement surged within him. Was this not an opportunity knocking at his door? Noticing Jiang Ye staring intently at the bottle, Yang Bo waved his hand in front of his face. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the wine? Jiang Ye snapped back to reality, smiling with a hint of mischief. Nothing's wrong. I just think this wine is bound to appreciate in value. If we stock up now, we might make a fortune later. Yang Bo laughed heartily, slapping Jiang Ye on the shoulder. Have you had too much to drink? You think you can make money off wine? Jiang Ye, however, remained silent with a smile, already beginning to strategize. His mind raced with thoughts of Matai. The price had yet to rise, making this an opportune moment for investment. Wine needed to be stocked, and stocks needed to be purchased. This was a surefire profitable venture. As they climbed into the car, Yang Bo started the engine, and the vehicle slowly rolled out of the parking lot. Jiang Ye leaned back in his seat, his thoughts consumed by Matai. The more he contemplated, the more he felt this was indeed a golden opportunity, reigniting that thrill within him. He turned to Yang Bo, his tone laced with curiosity. Big Bo, how much Matai does your friend in the liquor business have left? As Yang Bo drove, he casually replied, there should still be quite a bit left. What's up? Are you really looking to stockpile some wine? Jiang Ye chuckled, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. Yes. I believe the price of this wine will undoubtedly rise in the future. It's wise to buy more while the prices are still low. Yang Bo glanced at him, surprise evident in his eyes. What has gotten into you today? First, it's 100 million. Now it's stockpiling wine. You're making it sound quite serious. What is so great about hoarding wine? You might end up with counterfeit bottles. Plus, selling it would be a hassle. Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, Jiang Ye furrowed his brow, his expression turning icy. He fixed his gaze on Yang Bo, impatience creeping into his voice. Are you trying to teach me how to conduct my affairs? Yang Bo was taken aback by Jiang Ye's sudden change in demeanor, his smile freezing in place. Memories flashed through his mind. Winning over 10 million from the lottery with Jiang Ye, the limited edition AJ1 sneakers, and Zhou Xiaodong's concert, all of which made him feel a twinge of anxiety. He had once thought Jiang Ye was merely lucky, but now, with 100 million in hand, and having accurately predicted every previous venture, Jiang Ye spoke with such confidence that Yang Bo dared not question him any further. Quickly, he waved his hands, attempting to appease him. No, ye go. I would never presume to teach you how to do things. I was just speaking offhandedly. Please don't take it to heart. Jiang Ye narrowed his eyes, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. All right then, enough with the idle chatter. Regarding the Maodai, if you trust me, join me in stockpiling as much as we can. If not, I'll handle it myself. Yang Bo felt a surge of urgency at these words. He had witnessed Jiang Ye's prowess firsthand. After all, he had made over 10 million from the lottery just recently. With Jiang Ye speaking so assuredly about the Maodai, he realized he could not afford to miss this opportunity. He leaned in closer. Ye go, I trust you. I was just being foolish. Please don't take it to heart. Whatever you say about the Maodai, I will follow your lead. Jiang Ye regarded him with a teasing look. Now that's more like it. Yang Bo, remember, following me will never lead you to losses. Yang Bo nodded eagerly, a broad smile spreading across his face. Of course, Mr. Jiang. How could I doubt your judgment? If you say we should stockpile wine, let us stockpile as much as we can. Jiang Ye nodded in satisfaction, excitement bubbling within him once more. The price of Moutai hasn't risen yet. This is the perfect time to invest. We should not only stockpile wine, but also buy stocks. This is a guaranteed profitable venture. Hurry and reach out to see how much he has. We'll acquire it all. Yangbo nodded, taking out his phone to make a call. Before long, he hung up, excitement lighting up his face. Yigo, my friend said he has 200 cases of Moutai available, and the price is negotiable. What do you think? Jiang Ye narrowed his eyes, a deeper smile forming. 200 cases? Let us take all of them. Price is not an issue. The key is to ensure they are authentic. Yangbo nodded vigorously, his tone ingratiating. Absolutely, my friend has been in this business for many years, and the quality is guaranteed. Yigo, rest assured, I will take care of this for you. Jiang Ye nodded in satisfaction. After finishing dinner with Yangbo, as he stepped out of the restaurant, a gentle night breeze caused his head to feel somewhat heavy. He took out his phone to check the time when it suddenly rang. The screen displayed the name Gu Xiaoyu. Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Ye answered the call. President Jiang, many people have expressed interest in the second-hand houses in the Handong New District that we just listed. Several wish to meet the owners for discussions. Gu Xiaoyu's voice was clear and pleasant. I'm currently at the second-hand house on Huayuan Road. Would you like to come over? Jiang Ye squinted slightly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Sure, that is quite efficient. Please make the arrangements. I'll head over immediately. After hanging up, he took a taxi towards Huayuan Road, his mind already contemplating the several properties. The housing prices in the Handong New District had soared, and he had previously seized the opportunity to purchase numerous second-hand houses at a lower price. Now that they were on the market, the response was indeed quite promising. Upon arriving in the Handong New District, Jiang Ye exited the vehicle and entered one of the second-hand houses. It was a wedding home, exquisitely decorated, yet it had remained unoccupied since he purchased it. As Jiang Ye pushed open the door, he immediately spotted Gu Xiaoyu standing in the living room, a folder in hand, engrossed in reviewing something. Hearing the noise, she lifted her head and smiled gently at Jiang Ye. President Jiang, you're here. Jiang Ye appraised her with a discerning gaze. Feeling a stir within, Gu Xiaoyu was clad in a fitted blazer, complemented by a white blouse and a form-fitting skirt that accentuated her perfect curves. Her face bore a blend of innocence and allure, particularly highlighted by her sparkling eyes, which seemed to convey 1,000 words. Most striking was her physique, impeccably proportioned. She would undoubtedly turn heads on the street, achieving a remarkable 200% attention rate. If short videos were popular, a casual clip of her would surely garner millions of followers. He approached her with a playful smile, teasingly inquiring, Xiaoyu, you look rather formal today. Are you meeting clients? Gu Xiaoyu chuckled softly, her tone imbued with professional poise. President Jiang, you jest. Since you have entrusted me with so many properties to sell, I must dedicate all my energy and present myself well to ensure these houses are handled appropriately. Jiang Ye laughed heartily, patting her shoulder reassuringly. Good, with you on board. I feel at ease. Jiang Ye wandered around the wedding home, his fingers gliding gently over the walls, cabinets, and even the window sills. Surprised to find not a speck of dust, he raised an eyebrow in mild astonishment. Although the house was well decorated, being a second-hand property that had been uninhabited for an extended period, it should have accumulated some dust. Turning to Gu Xiaoyu, he inquired with a hint of curiosity. How is this house so immaculate? Did you hire someone to clean it? Gu Xiaoyu smiled lightly, downplaying her efforts. I cleaned it myself. A tidy and neat house creates a better first impression for potential buyers and can fetch a good price. Jiang Ye paused, an indescribable feeling swelling within him. He gazed at Gu Xiaoyu, his expression growing more complex. In this day and age, finding someone as dedicated as she was truly rare. He could not help but glance at her a couple more times, noticing that her finger joints were slightly reddened, evidently the result of excessive effort during cleaning. A warmth surged within Jiang Ye's heart, and his tone took on a rare gentleness as he said, Xiaoyu, you need not exert yourself so much. The house is nearly satisfactory. As long as the price is reasonable, we can finalize the deal. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoyu's face brightened with a hint of gratitude. Yet her eyes reflected a resolute determination. Mr. Jiang, rest assured, having accepted this task, I will strive for excellence. Your house cannot be sold casually. Jiang Ye regarded her, feeling a deeper sense of appreciation. He nodded, his tone laced with approval. Very well, your dedication pleases me. If you continue to work alongside me, prosperity will undoubtedly follow. However, Gu Xiaoyu felt a twinge of anxiety. Just the commission from these few second-hand houses amounted to several million, a figure she had never dared to dream of. Previously, as an agent, she toiled for every deal, sometimes achieving none in a month. Yet now, alongside Jiang Ye, such a sum seemed within easy reach, leaving her both exhilarated and unsettled. She lifted her gaze, stealing a glance at Jiang Ye, who stood by the window, his back to her, hands in his pockets, gazing into the distance. His tall, commanding silhouette exuded an indescribable confidence and charm. Gu Xiaoyu's heart fluttered involuntarily as she mused. Indeed, a person like Mr. Jiang is incomparable to the ordinary. Seemingly sensing her gaze, Jiang Ye turned his head, flashing her a smile. What's the matter? Lost in thought, Gu Xiaoyu quickly averted her eyes, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, her tone flustered. No, it's nothing. I just think you are truly remarkable, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Ye chuckled heartily, his voice teasing. Remarkable? This is merely the beginning. Once you have worked with me longer, you will understand what true prowess entails. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. I will go to the kitchen and fetch you a glass of water. Gu Xiaoyu turned and entered the kitchen, holding a cup, yet her mind wandered. The recent conversation with Jiang Ye left her thoughts in disarray. Millions in commission, his recognition, future opportunities. These matters twisted together in her heart like a tangled mess. As she walked, contemplating Jiang Ye's words, excitement mingled with trepidation. Just then, lost in her reverie, her foot slipped, and she collided forcefully with the kitchen doorframe. A sharp pain shot through her shoulder, and she could not suppress a yelp. The water cup nearly slipped from her grasp. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Ye immediately sprang from the sofa and hurried to the kitchen door. Upon seeing Gu Xiaoyu clutching her shoulder, her brow furrowed in distress, he quickly approached her, concern evident in his voice. What happened? Did you hurt yourself? Gu Xiaoyu, on the brink of tears from the pain, bit her lip and replied, It's nothing. Just an accidental bump. Observing her vulnerable demeanor, Jiang Ye felt a pang of compassion. He gently placed his hand on her shoulder, his voice softening. Don't move. Let me take a look. At his touch, Gu Xiaoyu froze, her body tense. Jiang Ye's palm was warm and strong as it gently pressed against her shoulder, causing a flurry of emotions within her. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet Jiang Ye's eyes, her heart racing uncontrollably. Noticing her silence, Jiang Ye glanced at her shoulder, which had already turned a shade of crimson. With a slight frown and a hint of reproach in his tone, he asked, How could you be so careless? Does it hurt? Gu Xiaoyu shook her head, her voice barely audible. No, it doesn't hurt. Yet, Jiang Ye paid no heed to her words. He reached out and tenderly massaged her shoulder with gentle movements. Gu Xiaoyu felt herself melting under his touch, leaning into his embrace. Her mind was a blank slate, yet an indescribable feeling surged within her. Sensing her slight tremor, Jiang Ye looked down and was met with her face, flushed like a ripe apple. A mischievous smile danced upon his lips as he teased, What's wrong? Are you shy? Gu Xiaoyu's face reddened further at his words. She lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. Mr. Jiang, please don't. However, Jiang Ye disregarded her plea, lifting her chin gently, his gaze locking onto hers with a teasing lilt. Don't what? Gu Xiaoyu's heart raced at his intense stare, rendering her unable to move. Jiang Ye's eyes were deep and fervent, as if he could see right through her. With her vulnerability laid bare, Jiang Ye felt an overwhelming urge rise within him. He leaned down and captured her lips with his, a kiss that was both commanding and tender. Gu Xiaoyu, overwhelmed by the kiss, wrapped her arms around his waist. Her voice a mere whisper, Mr. Jiang, please don't. More than an hour later, Gu Xiaoyu and Jiang Ye emerged from the exquisitely decorated but uninhabited marital home. A faint blush still adorned her cheeks, her eyes shimmering with shyness and satisfaction. She kept her head lowered, her fingers subconsciously smoothing the slightly disheveled hem of her clothes. Her steps light, yet tinged with a hint of timidity, as though wary of being discovered. Walking beside her, Jiang Ye wore a barely perceptible smile, his gaze reflecting a mix of pride and contentment. He felt an unprecedented sense of ease, reveling in the delightful unexpectedness of the earlier encounter with Gu Xiaoyu. Although the marital home was second-hand, its warm and exquisite decor, coupled with the recent events, left him with an indescribable sense of fulfillment. He felt he had made a most worthwhile investment in this second-hand abode. Suddenly halting, he turned to Gu Xiaoyu, his voice laced with a hint of curiosity. Xiaoyu, was I too impulsive just now? At his question, Gu Xiaoyu's blush deepened. She lifted her gaze, momentarily evasive, but soon mustered the courage to meet Jiang Ye's eyes. Her voice low yet resolute. No, Mr. Jiang, I really liked it. Jiang Ye couldn't help but smile at her bashful, yet earnest demeanor. He reached out to tousle her hair, his tone playful, as long as you like it. I was worried you might think I was too forward. Gu Xiaoyu softened further under his affectionate gesture. She lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Mr. Jiang, please don't say that. Jiang Ye chuckled, turning to the window. his gaze lost in the scenery outside. Suddenly, he pivoted back to Gu Xiaoyu, his tone laced with playful jest. Xiaoyu, don't you think our earlier interaction resembled a honeymoon? At his words, a flush of crimson spread across Gu Xiaoyu's cheeks and into her ears. She bowed her head, her fingers intertwining nervously, her voice barely a whisper. Mr. Jiang, please stop joking. Undeterred, Jiang Ye approached her, draping an arm around her shoulders with a teasing inflection. What's the matter, feeling shy? Gu Xiaoyu froze at his remark, lifting her gaze to reveal a mixture of fluster and grievance. Mr. Jiang, please don't say that about me. Jiang Ye reclined against the sofa in the marital suite, his fingers lightly drumming on the armrest as his eyes scanned the room. The apartment was indeed tastefully decorated. From the flooring to the ceiling, every piece of furniture and appliance spoke of elegance and meticulous attention to detail. Though a second-hand property, it appeared as pristine as a new home. A thought suddenly flickered in his mind, and he turned to Gu Xiaoyu, his tone casual yet unmistakably authoritative. Xiaoyu, we are not selling this apartment. You can assist with selling the remaining properties. As Gu Xiaoyu stood nearby organizing documents, she halted at his words, her surprise evident as she looked up. Huh? Mr. Jiang, this apartment is worth over 2 million. Why not sell it? Jiang Ye couldn't help but chuckle at her bewilderment. He rose, stepping closer, his gaze lingering on her face for a few moments. A smile gracing his lips. Such a beautifully renovated marital home, fully furnished, it would be a pity to sell it. Besides, I am not in need of the money from this apartment. Gu Xiaoyu's confusion deepened at his statement. But, Mr. Jiang, keeping this apartment serves no purpose for us. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, his gaze imbued with significance. Who says it serves no purpose? This apartment will be an excellent venue for our business discussions in the future. Business discussions? Gu Xiaoyu paused, her mind racing with thoughts. Observing Jiang Ye's teasing expression, she suddenly grasped his implication, her face flushing deeply. She averted her gaze, her fingers anxiously twisting together, her voice nearly inaudible. Mr. Jiang, please don't jest. Seeing her flustered demeanor, an urge surged within Jiang Ye. He gently lifted her chin, locking his eyes onto hers with a provocative tone. What's wrong? Weren't we just discussing business quite well? Gu Xiaoyu stiffened under his gaze, her face as red as a ripe apple, her eyes darting away, her heartbeat quickening uncontrollably. Yet, Jiang Ye remained unfazed, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, this apartment will be our secret hideaway. What do you think? The warmth of his breath against her ear rendered Gu Xiaoyu utterly pliant. She lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Mr. Jiang, whatever you say goes. Jiang Ye nodded in satisfaction, reaching out to tousle her hair, his tone laced with playful teasing. Now that's obedient. Stick with me, and there will be plenty of opportunities. Gu Xiaoyu felt her cheeks flush deeper at his words. Observing her reaction, Jiang Ye's heart softened. He gently pinched her cheek, his voice turning tender. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let's go. I'll drive you home. Gu Xiaoyu nodded, yet the tension in her heart had not entirely dissipated. Following Jiang Ye out of the apartment, she found herself reminiscing about the earlier moments, the warmth of his demeanor, his dominance, and that elusive smile of his stirred an indescribable feeling within her. As they descended the stairs, Jiang Ye produced his car keys and opened the door. Turning to Gu Xiaoyu, he teased her again. Get in, my little assistant. The affectionate title made her blush anew. Her bashful demeanor was utterly charming. Each time he jested with her, a delicate blush would bloom on her face, reminiscent of a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. A subtle smile crept across Jiang Ye's lips as he marveled internally. This little girl has no idea why she blushes so easily. Shaking his head, he felt a surge of inexplicable joy. Gu Xiaoyu's innocence and shyness were starkly different from the women he had known in his past life, especially Lin Yinyin, the woman for whom he had sacrificed everything, yet who had never graced him with such a genuine smile. Her smiles were always tinged with calculation and indifference, as if masked, forever obscuring her true intentions. The thought of Lin Yinyin made Jiang Ye's expression turn cold. In his previous life, he had exhausted himself for her, even going so far as to risk everything, only to be met with betrayal and pain time and again. Her smiles had never been for him, but rather for her own ambitions and interests. Jiang Ye had once believed he could move her, only to realize in the end that he was merely a pawn in her game, disposable once she had no further use for him. How ironic. He scoffed softly, inhaling deeply, striving to extricate himself from those unpleasant memories. Having been reborn, he had gained clarity on many matters and learned to live with greater freedom. Indeed, rebirth was the key. As 2 days passed swiftly, the date for his enrollment at Hangzhou University drew near. Jiang Ye sat in his office, organizing documents when suddenly his phone rang. Glancing down, he noticed it was a call from Zhang Keping, the district governor of Hangzhou. Jiang Ye felt a twinge of surprise, but answered nonetheless. Jiang Ye, what have you been busy with lately? Zhang Keping's voice carried a hint of polite mirth. Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, responding in a casual tone. Governor Zhang, what can I do for you? It's not so much a directive as an invitation. I would like to invite you to a banquet. It's my father's 70th birthday, and I thought you might join us to celebrate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye's brow furrowed slightly. His mind raced with thoughts, yet a sudden heaviness settled in his heart. In a previous life, Zhang Keping's father indeed hosted a grand birthday banquet, but it was later marred by some unspeakable scandals that came to light, dragging Zhang Keping down with it and severely tarnishing his career. Although Jiang Ye was aware of some inside information at that time, he refrained from intervening, as his connection with Zhang Keping was rather tenuous. However, the current circumstances had shifted. Jiang Ye had saved the daughter of the municipal party secretary, Gao Zhifeng, indirectly providing Zhang Keping with significant assistance, thereby strengthening their bond considerably. Jiang Ye was acutely aware that Zhang Keping's invitation to the birthday celebration was merely a pretext to cultivate their relationship and, by extension, to gain favor in front of Gao Zhifeng. Nevertheless, Jiang Ye had no desire to witness Zhang Keping repeat the tragic fate of his past life. After a brief pause, his tone took on a serious note. Director Zhang, I strongly advise against holding this birthday banquet. On the other end of the line, Zhang Keping was momentarily taken aback, his voice tinged with displeasure. General Jiang, what do you mean by that? How can I not celebrate my father's 70th birthday? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ye understood that a few words over the phone would not suffice to elucidate the matter. Director Zhang, this is not something that can be clarified over the phone. Perhaps we should discuss it in person. Please let me know when it would be convenient for you. Zhang Keping remained silent for a few moments, visibly dissatisfied with Jiang Ye's stance. Yet, recognizing the nature of their relationship, he suppressed his emotions. Very well. Come to my office this afternoon. After hanging up, Jiang Ye leaned back in his chair, his brow furrowed in concern. The course of action he was about to undertake might offend Zhang Keping. Yet he could not stand idly by as Zhang Keping moved towards the fate that had befallen him in the past. After all, Zhang Keping was not merely a potential official ally but a valuable asset to cultivate. In the afternoon, Jiang Ye arrived punctually at Zhang Keping's office. Zhang Keping sat behind his desk, his expression dark and evidently still brooding over Jiang Ye's morning remarks. He glanced up at Jiang Ye, his tone somewhat frosty. General Jiang, please take a seat. Now, tell me why my father's birthday banquet should not proceed. Jiang Ye settled onto the sofa, maintaining a calm demeanor, though his gaze bore a hint of gravity. After a few moments of silence, he slowly spoke. Director Zhang, if your father's banquet is held on too grand a scale, it may attract unnecessary complications. Zhang Keping's brow furrowed at this statement, his voice tinged with impatience. Complications? What kind of complications could arise? As his son, is it not my duty to host a celebration for my father's 70th birthday? Jiang Ye nodded, his tone imbued with understanding. I comprehend your sentiments, but have you considered that this banquet might be exploited for ulterior motives? Especially in your position. Every action you take is scrutinized. If the event is overly ostentatious, it is bound to invite unwarranted speculation and gossip. Furthermore, with the onset of the new academic year approaching, observe your surroundings. Are not all government officials frequently hosting banquets? Even those who have merely secured admission to junior colleges are holding celebrations. Do you not find this peculiar? Although your intentions stem from filial piety, should a vigorous anti-corruption campaign arise, resulting in a thorough investigation, one might find oneself inadvertently ensnared, which would indeed be quite detrimental. Jiang Ye's words pierced through Zhang Keping's heart like a sharp blade. The remnants of his earlier displeasure dissipated entirely in the wake of this profound statement. Leaning back in his chair, his brow furrowed, he could not help but reflect on recent occurrences. Indeed, the prevailing atmosphere had been rather unsettling. Several officials in the district seemed to indulge in banquets almost daily, some celebrating their children's academic achievements, others honoring their parents on their birthdays, and even some hosting weddings for relatives. On the surface, these gatherings appeared to be perfectly normal celebrations, yet Zhang Keping understood that, lurking beneath, they often bore the implications of gift solicitation. Particularly alarming were the academic celebration banquets, where a child's admission to a college could yield astonishing gifts amounting to hundreds of thousands, leaving one utterly astounded. A wave of unease washed over Zhang Keping. If his father's 70th birthday banquet were to be excessively ostentatious, it could indeed attract unwarranted scrutiny. Although his intentions were grounded in filial devotion, others might interpret the occasion as a mere pretext for financial gain. Furthermore, with the tightening scrutiny from above, the anti-corruption storm could descend at any moment. Should he inadvertently become entangled, it would be an irreplaceable loss. He glanced at Jiang Ye, surprise and admiration flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated that such a young student could possess such depth of thought. Moreover, Jiang Ye's tone was devoid of any reproach or moralizing, instead demonstrating genuine concern for him, which endeared him to Zhang Keping. After a brief silence, he spoke slowly. Jiang Ye, you are correct. The current atmosphere is indeed troubling, and I must exercise greater caution. Jiang Ye nodded, sincerity infusing his voice. District Chief Zhang, it is truly wonderful that you perceive it this way. In fact, filial piety need not be expressed through grandiose celebrations. We can adopt an alternative approach that will both delight your father and avert unnecessary complications. Zhang Keping's eyes brightened at this suggestion. Oh, what do you propose? Jiang Ye smiled lightly, his tone relaxed. How about this? On your father's birthday, we visit a countryside farm. I can arrange for my brother to organize it. We can enjoy some rustic cuisine, try our hand at fishing, and refresh our spirits. Your father, having spent the majority of his life in the countryside, would undoubtedly relish such an atmosphere. Moreover, this intimate gathering would neither be ostentatious nor diminish your expression of filial devotion. Zhang Keping felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing this. He had not expected Jiang Ye to devise such a thoughtful plan. The serene environment of the farm, far removed from the city's clamor, was indeed perfect for someone of his standing to unwind. Furthermore, the simplicity of farm food and fishing activities would not only avoid any display of extravagance, but also evoke a profound sense of joy in returning to one's roots. He nodded appreciatively. Jiang Ye, that is an excellent idea. Let us proceed with it. I am truly grateful. Jiang Ye smiled humbly. District Chief Zhang, you are too kind. It is merely my duty. General Jiang, what have you been busy with lately? Zhang Keping suddenly inquired, his tone laced with genuine concern. Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, adopting a casual demeanor. I am currently preparing for my enrollment at Hangzhou University. The new semester begins in just a few days, so I need to make some arrangements. District Chief Zhang, what have you been occupied with? You appear somewhat unwell. Is there something troubling you? Zhang Keping sighed, massaging his temples, his voice tinged with fatigue. It's nothing to mention. Recently, there has been an internal bidding process in Handong District aimed at developing an incubator for Hangzhou University. While this is ostensibly a positive venture, the practicalities are quite vexing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye's eyes sparkled with interest. Ideas raced through his mind, igniting a wave of exhilaration within him. An incubator adjacent to Hangzhou University. Was this not the very opportunity he had been seeking? The concept of incubators was still in its infancy, and many were uncertain about how to proceed. However, in his previous life, he had navigated the intricacies of incubator and accelerator industrial parks, possessing a comprehensive understanding of this domain. A subtle smile graced Jiang Ye's lips as he spoke nonchalantly. District Chief Zhang, this endeavor sounds rather intriguing. I also own a real estate company. Might I participate? Zhang Keping's brow furrowed slightly, his tone imbued with hesitance. Jiang Ye, participation is possible, but this plot is evidently a losing proposition. Currently, only one real estate firm is willing to take it on. Others are skeptical. Are you certain you wish to wade into these murky waters? Jiang Ye chuckled. District Chief Zhang, not necessarily. I believe this venture may hold potential. Why not let me give it a try? Observing Jiang Ye's confident demeanor, Zhang Keping felt a flicker of intrigue. He set down his teacup, leaning forward slightly, his tone growing earnest. Since you are so confident, why not draft an operational plan? If it's compelling enough, I can advocate with the city to see if you can become involved. Jiang Ye nodded, his tone now serious. Understood, District Chief Zhang. I will take full responsibility for this matter and will expedite the proposal for you. Zhang Keping chuckled, a hint of teasing in his voice. Jiang Ye, you certainly possess a commendable drive. However, I must caution you that this is no trivial matter. The city has high expectations for this incubator. Should it fail, the repercussions could be significant. Jiang Ye waved his hand dismissively, his tone relaxed. District Chief Zhang, rest assured, I am well aware of the stakes. Since I have chosen to undertake this, I will devote myself entirely to it. After departing from Zhang Keping's office, Jiang Ye continued to contemplate their earlier conversation. Excitement surged within him as he considered the incubator at Hangzhou University, not merely a business venture, but an opportunity that could reshape the future of both the university and the entire Handong district. More importantly, he was situated at Hangzhou University, making this endeavor exceedingly convenient. The university boasted a wealth of student resources, and numerous cutting-edge technological achievements were still in the process of being transformed into practical applications. For this incubator, Adopting a real estate mindset will undoubtedly yield little profit and may even result in losses. However, for the burgeoning high-tech industry in Hangzhou, it represents a vast treasure trove ripe for exploration, brimming with countless investment opportunities. Upon exiting Zhang Keping's office, and just as Jiang Ye settled into his car, his phone suddenly rang. A glance at the screen revealed the name that brought a slight smile to his lips, Li Wanqing from Honghai Bank. The last time she called, her voice was gentle and melodious, imbued with a touch of professional politeness, yet subtly laced with familiarity, leaving a lasting impression on him. "Hello, Manager Li. What a pleasant surprise to receive your call today," Jiang Ye answered, his tone tinged with playful banter. On the other end, Li Wanqing's voice remained soft. "Mr. Jiang, your words suggest I'm usually quite busy. I merely wanted to follow up on the deposits and financial products we discussed last time. You mentioned considering your options, so I thought I'd inquire about your thoughts." Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, adopting a casual tone. "Manager Li, your attentive service is truly commendable. As it happens, I have some time now. Shall we meet at a place of your choosing to discuss further?" Li Wanqing appeared unfazed by his suggestion, her voice carrying a hint of amusement. "Mr. Jiang, you are indeed forthright. Let us meet at that tea house across from Honghai Bank. You mentioned it had a pleasant atmosphere, correct?" Jiang Ye nodded, his tone teasing. "Sounds good. I'm quite familiar with that place. However, Manager Li, what exactly does the VIP client service entail that you mentioned previously?" Li Wanqing let out a light laugh, her tone laced with subtle flirtation. "Mr. Jiang, a distinguished client like you certainly deserves exceptional service. You'll find out when you arrive." Amused by her words, Jiang Ye felt a surge of anticipation. "Very well. I look forward to seeing what special VIP service you have in store for me today." He drove to the tea house across from Honghai Bank, and upon entering, he found Li Wanqing already seated by the window. Dressed in a light-colored professional suit, her long hair cascaded gracefully, and her makeup was impeccable, exuding elegance and intellect. Particularly striking were her eyes, which glimmered with a hint of a smile upon spotting Jiang Ye. He approached and took a seat opposite her, allowing his gaze to linger on her for a few moments before breaking into a teasing smile. "Manager Li, your attire today is truly eye-catching. I never expected you to be such a beauty." Flattered by his compliment, Li Wanqing's cheeks flushed with a subtle hue, her voice soft and gentle. "Mr. Jiang, you flatter me. I'm quite embarrassed." Jiang Ye smiled, lifting his teacup and savoring a sip, the aroma enveloping him and inducing a sense of relaxation. Setting the cup down, his gaze returned to Li Wanqing, his tone casual. "Manager Li, after considering the deposits and financial products you mentioned last time, I have decided to entrust my personal account to Honghai Bank. The annual interest rate stands at 6. With a deposit of 100 million, one could earn an impressive 6 million in interest over the span of a year. Quite a lucrative yield indeed." Upon hearing this, Li Wanqing's eyes sparkled with a hint of delight, and her tone was laced with surprise. "President Jiang, your foresight is truly remarkable. Our Red Sea Bank is renowned in the industry for both its interest rates and security. This deposit will not only yield substantial returns, but also provide the utmost protection for your funds." Jiang Ye nodded slightly, a teasing undertone in his voice. "Manager Li, your enthusiasm makes me feel that this deposit is indeed worthwhile." Li Wanqing smiled gently, her gaze holding a subtle flirtation. "Rest assured, President Jiang, as a distinguished client, we will ensure you receive the finest VIP service. Should you have any subsequent needs, feel free to reach out to me at any time." Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, his tone inquisitive. "VIP service? I am curious to experience it firsthand." Li Wanqing momentarily froze, then quickly comprehended, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she murmured, "President Jiang, what do you mean by that?" Jiang Ye chuckled, his gaze locking onto hers with a playful challenge. "Manager Li, you are astute. Surely you understand my intent? I am eager to witness your VIP service. Do you have the time?" Under his penetrating gaze, Li Wanqing felt her entire being stiffen. Her face flushed like a ripe apple, her eyes darting away, yet her heart raced uncontrollably. She bit her lip, her voice barely a whisper. "President Jiang, whatever you say goes." Jiang Ye nodded in satisfaction. "Now that's more like it. Shall we?" Blushing, Li Wanqing nodded slightly, rising to follow Jiang Ye as they exited the tea house together. Side by side on the street, sunlight bathed them, casting elongated shadows. They arrived at the June Flower Hotel, an opulent 5-star establishment, adorned with luxurious and elegant decor. Jiang Ye completed the check-in process at the front desk, and then led Li Wanqing into the elevator. Inside, Li Wanqing kept her head down, her cheeks still flushed, her fingers nervously entwined. Jiang Ye glanced at her, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, and teased, "Manager Li, don't be so tense. Relax a little. Li Wanqing lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting a swirl of emotions. President Jiang. But Jiang Ye paid her no heed. Wrapping an arm around her waist with a commanding air. No need for words. Just follow me. Li Wanqing stiffened at his embrace. Upon entering the room, Jiang Ye shut the door, turning to face Li Wanqing, his gaze imbued with a hint of aggression. She stood at the threshold, her fingers twisted together, her face aglow with embarrassment, her eyes betraying her anxiety. Jiang Ye approached, lifting her chin with his hand, locking eyes with her, his tone teasing. Managerly now. Allow me to truly experience your VIP service. The atmosphere in the room began to heat up. An hour later, Jiang Ye glanced down at Li Wanqing nestled in his embrace, a smirk gracing his lips. Managerly, I am quite satisfied with this VIP service. I shall reach out to you for any future deposits or loans. Li Wanqing lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. Mr. Jiang. As long as you are satisfied. Jiang Ye turned his head to glance at Li Wanqing beside him, the corners of his mouth curving slightly, his tone laced with a hint of teasing. Managerly, I am certain we will have further business interactions in the future. You must be prepared at all times. I can be quite a troublesome client. Li Wanqing chuckled softly, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Mr. Jiang, you jest. Clients of your stature are always welcome at Honhai Bank. Whether now or in the future, we shall provide you with the highest quality of service. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. Deposits? That may not necessarily be the case. Next time I come to you, it might be for a loan instead. Li Wanqing, taken aback by his words, replied, Mr. Jiang, what do you mean by that? Did you not just deposit 100 million? Jiang Ye chuckled casually. You see, it's a matter of personal deposits and corporate loans. Money flows in and out with great flexibility. Li Wanqing found his remarks amusing. Mr. Jiang, you truly are quite adaptable. However, should you require a loan, our bank certainly welcomes that as well. Just give me a heads up in advance so I can prepare. Jiang Ye waved his hand dismissively, his tone light. Rest assured, managerly, I am always quite methodical in my dealings. I will certainly notify you beforehand to avoid any surprises. Li Wanqing nodded, her tone earnest. That's reassuring. Mr. Jiang, you can be confident that whether it's a deposit or a loan, we shall provide you with the finest VIP service. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye's lips curled slightly, a glimmer of flirtation in his gaze. VIP service? Managerly, I shall remember your words. I just tried out the VIP service, and it indeed seems quite splendid. However, I believe there's room for a deeper experience, wouldn't you agree? Li Wanqing, blushing and biting her lip, replied softly, Mr. Jiang, whatever you say goes. 2 days later, Su Mingru found her footing at Guangyao Real Estate. Although she initially struggled to adapt to the job, her diligence and Xiao Yi's discreet support gradually helped her align with the company's rhythm. Each day, though busy, filled her with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. One morning, as Su Mingru was organizing files in the office, Jiang Ye suddenly pushed the door open. Dressed in a well-tailored black suit, he appeared particularly lively. Sister Ru, come with me today. There's a business deal to discuss. Su Mingru felt a tightness in her chest upon hearing this. Xiao Yi, I am not skilled in business discussions. I fear I may complicate things for you. Jiang Ye laughed lightly, his tone reassuring. No worries, just accompany me. You want to need to speak. Su Mingru felt a bit more at ease, but still harbored some trepidation. Jiang Ye seemed to sense her unease. Stepping closer to her with a teasing tone. Sister Ru, don't be anxious. Just think of yourself as a tool. His gaze swept over her. And Jiang Ye suddenly remarked, by the way, your attire today is rather too casual. Since we are heading out for business, it would be prudent to dress more formally. Why don't you change into something more appropriate? At a glance, you resemble my secretary, which will certainly aid in negotiations. Su Mingru froze upon hearing his words. Her face flushed a deep crimson, and her eyes reflected a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Xiao Yi, you must be doing this on purpose, right? Jiang Ye chuckled, his tone laced with amusement. How could that be? I am merely considering our work. Su Mingru, feeling both embarrassed and vexed by his comment, couldn't help but lightly punch him. Xiao Yi, you are truly incorrigible. Unfazed, Xiao Yi reached out to tousle her hair, his voice tinged with a hint of authority. Enough of the dawdling. Hurry and change, time waits for no one. Biting her lip, Su Mingru eventually nodded and turned to head to the changing room. Although she felt somewhat reluctant, she understood his point. Since they were going out for business, appearance was indeed significant. Moreover, this was Jiang Ye's first time taking her out, and she did not wish to disappoint him. After changing, Su Mingru stood before the mirror, examining her reflection. She wore a light-colored professional suit, complemented by black stockings, giving her an air of elegance and intellect. Her figure, already commendable, exuded a more mature charm in this ensemble. As she stepped out of the changing room, Jiang Ye was waiting at the door. Upon seeing her, his eyes lit up. No way. Sister Ru, actually, wore black stockings. His gaze instinctively fell upon her legs, causing a jolt within him. She was clad in a light-colored suit, the well-tailored jacket accentuating her slender waist, while the short skirt perfectly showcased her long legs. Most striking were the black stockings, delicate as gossamer, clinging to her skin and beautifully highlighting her legs' contours. Her calves were smooth and proportionate, with firm muscles that did not appear bulky, and her slender ankles seemed as if one could encircle them with ease. The texture of the stockings lent her legs an even more polished and refined appearance, imbued with a subtle sheen that exuded an indescribable allure. With a light step, each movement caused the lines of her legs, encased in the stockings, to subtly undulate, embodying an elegance and temptation that was hard to articulate. Jiang Ye's throat involuntarily bobbed. Although he had seen Su Mingru in black stockings before, witnessing her in them again was still breathtaking. Feeling his gaze upon her, Su Mingru's cheeks flushed, and she spoke softly, a hint of shyness in her voice. Xiao Yi, what are you looking at? It's rather embarrassing. Jiang Ye snapped back to reality, a smirk gracing his lips as he teased. Sister Ru, your attire is truly eye-opening. I never imagined you would look so stunning in black stockings. Her face reddened further at his words, and she mused to herself. Is this guy intentionally getting me to wear black stockings just to negotiate with clients? Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, his tone tinged with a hint of playful sarcasm. Sister Ru, your appearance truly compels one to steal a few more glances. He then added, all right, let us proceed. We wouldn't want to keep our clients waiting. Su Mingru nodded, trailing behind Xiao Yi as they exited the office. Soon, the duo arrived at the Jinding International Office building nestled in the heart of the city. Although this skyscraper wasn't the most luxurious, its prime location, convenient transportation, and vibrant commercial atmosphere made it highly appealing. Most importantly, it was in close proximity to Hangzhou University. Standing at the base of the building, Jiang Ye gazed upward at the towering structure. A subtle smile gracing his lips as plans began to form in his mind. Sister Ru, stay close to me and try not to be anxious. Jiang Ye advised as he turned to Su Mingru. She nodded, still feeling a bit apprehensive, yet the calm demeanor of Jiang Ye offered her some solace. Upon entering the building, they were warmly greeted by the receptionist, who confirmed their appointment and escorted them to the elevator. Upon reaching the meeting room, they found the building's owner, the middle-aged Chun Jian, already waiting. Dressed in an exquisite designer suit and adorned with a luxury watch, he exuded the air of a successful businessman. As Jiang Ye and Su Mingru entered, Chun Jian's gaze swept over them, lingering especially on Jiang Ye's youthful visage, which prompted a slight furrow of his brow. Is this Jiang the CEO? He appears quite young, he mused, clearly harboring a sense of skepticism regarding Jiang Ye's age. 184 million for the acquisition of the office building. Chun Jian's voice bore an undertone of condescension, revealing his dismissive attitude towards Jiang Ye's youthful appearance. To him, Jiang Ye resembled merely a student, far from someone capable of engaging in significant business negotiations. Checking his watch, Chun Jian spoke with impatience. My time is limited. Let us expedite our discussion. Jiang Ye, undeterred by this remark, maintained a gentle smile, seemingly unfazed by Chun Jian's demeanor. With composure, he approached the conference table, drew out a chair, and sat down, his tone imbued with steadiness. Mr. Chun, since time is of the essence, let us delve directly into the matter at hand. Standing behind Jiang Ye, Su Mingru felt a tightening in her chest. She sensed Chun Jian's disdain for Jiang Ye, even perceiving a sense of dismissal in his demeanor. Stealing a glance at Jiang Ye, she felt reassured by his unwavering composure. Chun Jian took his seat, his tone laced with indifference. Mr. Jiang, you are aware of the building's attributes. Prime location, high rental yield. Our offer stands at 25 million. Please let me know if there are any concerns. Jiang Ye's lips curled into a slight smirk, his tone playful. Mr. Chun, 25 million? That price seems a bit steep, wouldn't you agree? Chun Jian frowned, evidently displeased with Jiang Ye's attitude. Mr. Jiang, the value of this office building is evident. 25 million is already our bottom line. Jiang Ye chuckled softly, his tone resolute. Mr. Chun, we are both business people. There is no need for circumlocution. Utilizing the method of cash flow capitalization for rental income. The calculations here are based on a full occupancy rate, suggesting that the annual rent amounts to less than 2 million. Consequently, the actual value of this office building, derived from its rental cash flow, is certainly below 20 million. Do you not find this figure to be more reasonable? Upon hearing this, Chun Jian's countenance shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that Jiang Ye would employ such a professional approach to assess the value. Internally, He began to reevaluate the young man before him, discovering that he was not as simple as he initially appeared. Su Mingru, standing to the side, also felt a jolt of surprise. She had not expected Jiang Ye to negotiate with such expertise. After a moment of silence, Chen Jian, with a hint of probing in his tone, remarked, "Mr. Jiang, is 20 million not a rather low figure? Our costs exceed that amount." Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed. "Mr. Chen, we are both astute individuals. While this office building boasts a favorable location, its tenant structure is unstable, and the vacancy rate is notably high. 18 million is my utmost offer." Upon hearing this, Chen Jian felt a flicker of uncertainty. He recognized the truth in Jiang Ye's words. Although the office building appeared impressive, it indeed harbored certain issues. After a brief moment of hesitation, he finally gritted his teeth, stating, "Mr. Jiang, 20 million is my bottom line." Jiang Ye's lips curled into a slight smirk, his tone teasing, "Mr. Chen, let us each take a step back. How about 19 million? I will pay in full." Su Mingru, observing from the side, felt a wave of anxiety for Jiang Ye. The price of 19 million was undeniably low. Stealing a glance at Chen Jian, she noted his somber expression, clearly displeased with Jiang Ye's offer. Nevertheless, Jiang Ye remained unflustered, reclining against the chair with an air of ease. "Mr. Chen, 19 million is my final offer. Please take some time to consider. However, I must caution you, buyers who are as straightforward and willing to pay in full as I am are scarce." After a moment's contemplation, Chen Jian finally acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. "Mr. Jiang, it is settled. 19 million, we have a deal." Jiang Ye smiled, his tone imbued with satisfaction. "Mr. Chen, I look forward to our collaboration." The two swiftly signed a letter of intent. Despite his lingering dissatisfaction, Chen Jian had to concede that Jiang Ye's negotiation skills were indeed impressive. As they exited the office building, Su Mingru's steps faltered slightly, trailing behind Jiang Ye. She felt a growing sense of unease. Although the recent negotiation had elevated her perception of Jiang Ye's capabilities, the company's financial situation weighed heavily on her mind. With over 50 million in funds on the books, it seemed substantial, yet the prospect of suddenly allocating 19 million to purchase an office building felt overly aggressive. Though Su Mingru was not well versed in commercial real estate, she understood the critical importance of liquidity for a company. What if this investment went awry? Would the company's cash flow be jeopardized? Her brow furrowed slightly, and a sense of worry settled within her. Jiang Ye seemed to perceive her emotions. Slowing his pace and casting a sidelong glance at her, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Rujia, what troubles you? You appear to be burdened with thoughts." Su Mingru lifted her head, hesitating for a moment before voicing her concerns. "Xiao Yi, I feel somewhat apprehensive. Although the company has over 50 million on the books, is it not rather reckless to immediately allocate 19 million for purchasing a building? What if this investment encounters issues? Could it jeopardize the company's cash flow?" Jiang Ye chuckled at her worries. "Rujia, I understand your concerns, but rest assured, this investment is undeniably a sound decision." Su Mingru felt a slight alleviation in her heart upon hearing his words, yet confusion lingered. "How can you be so certain? What if the commercial real estate market downturns?" Jiang Ye smiled. "Rujia, it is now 2006, and the commercial real estate market in Hangzhou is just beginning to flourish. Do you know the current price per square meter for this office building? It's merely over 3,000, complete with furnishings. This price is an absolute steal." He paused, his gaze imbued with profound certainty. "Moreover, I can assure you that within a few years, the commercial real estate prices in Hangzhou will soar to over 20,000 per square meter. Purchasing this building now is akin to acquiring a golden brick at a cabbage price. It is a guaranteed gain." Su Mingru felt a jolt within her. Though she lacked extensive knowledge of commercial real estate, the conviction and confidence in Jiang Ye's tone compelled her to believe. She raised her head, observing Jiang Ye's youthful yet sharp visage, and inwardly marveled at his superior vision and perspective. Jiang Ye continued, "Furthermore, Rujia, there is no need for you to fret about cash flow. We can secure a mortgage against this office building, thereby ensuring complete liquidity of our funds. In fact, we could utilize the loaned funds for further investments, thereby expanding the company's operational scale." Hearing this, a wave of admiration surged within Su Mingru. She had not anticipated Jiang Ye's astute thinking, not only regarding investment, but also in leveraging a mortgage to address cash flow concerns. She could not help but exclaim, "Jiang Ye, you are truly remarkable. I never imagined such an approach was possible." As the car glided slowly towards Su Mingru's apartment, nightfall had quietly descended, and the streetlights flickered to life one by one, casting a warm glow through the car windows upon the two of them. Soft music played in the background, creating a tranquil and cozy atmosphere. Su Mingru, seated in the passenger seat, held 2 oranges in her hands, diligently peeling them. Her movements were meticulous, stripping the oranges of their skins with utmost care, even removing the delicate white pith, as if engaged in an exceedingly important task. Jiang Ye, while driving, stole a glance at her from the corner of his eye, an involuntary smile tugging at his lips. Observing her focused demeanor, warmth blossomed within him. Su Mingru was always like this, thoughtful and gentle, as if caring for others had become her second nature. Sister Ru, are you so meticulous in peeling the oranges that you've even removed the pith? Jiang Ye's voice carried a hint of teasing, yet his tone was undeniably tender. Su Mingru lifted her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. The pith is somewhat bitter. Removing it enhances the flavor. Do give it a try. Is it not sweeter? Jiang Ye accepted the orange, broke off a segment, and placed it in his mouth. Indeed, the sweetness of the orange blossomed on his tongue, devoid of any bitterness. He couldn't help but exclaim, Sister Ru, your skill is truly remarkable. Whoever marries you in the future will be incredibly fortunate. Upon hearing this, a delicate flush crept across Su Mingru's face, and her gaze momentarily faltered. Lowering her head, her voice softened with a touch of resignation. Jiang Ye, did I not mention? I have little hope regarding such matters. Jiang Ye's heart tightened at her words. He parted his lips, yearning to express something, yet ultimately remained silent. A tranquil stillness enveloped the car, with only the gentle flow of music breaking the silence. After a while, the vehicle halted beneath Su Mingru's apartment building. Jiang Ye turned off the engine and, glancing at her, said, We have arrived, Sister Ru. Do rest early. Su Mingru nodded and reached for the car door. As she stepped out in her high heels, she suddenly lost her balance, twisting her ankle painfully. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips as she nearly toppled over. Jiang Ye, witnessing this, promptly exited the car, rushing to her side and grasping her arm with concern. Sister Ru, are you all right? Su Mingru bit her lip, the pain radiating from her ankle rendering her unsteady. Her complexion paled slightly, and with a tinge of distress in her voice, she lamented, I twisted my ankle. It hurts terribly. Jiang Ye glanced down at her ankle, noting the swelling beginning to form. Sister Ru, you cannot walk like this. Allow me to carry you upstairs. Su Mingru's face immediately reflected a hint of panic as she waved her hands. No, I can manage on my own. Just support me a little. Jiang Ye, however, disregarded her protests and bent down, his tone possessing an air of authority. Sister Ru, do not be stubborn. Your ankle is quite injured. Walking will only exacerbate it. Hop on. I shall carry you. Su Mingru hesitated, contemplating his broad back. Throughout her life, she had never been carried by a man, let alone by Jiang Ye. Her face flushed, and she murmured, Jiang Ye, this seems rather inappropriate. I can walk. Jiang Ye turned to her, a playful glimmer in his eyes. Sister Ru, when did you become so bashful? If you do not climb aboard, I might just scoop you up outright. His words deepened the color in her cheeks. Biting her lip, she ultimately relented and cautiously climbed onto Jiang Ye's back. That is more like it. Steady yourself, sit tight, and hold on. Jiang Ye securely supported Su Mingru's legs, rising to his feet and making his way toward the apartment building. With her resting against him, a flurry of emotions swirled within Su Mingru. Yet, she also felt an inexplicable sense of safety. Jiang Ye's back was broad, radiating a gentle warmth that offered her an unprecedented feeling of security. Her heart raced, and a rosy hue adorned her cheeks. She cast a furtive glance at Jiang Ye's profile, noting the intensity and seriousness etched upon his face, as if it were perfectly natural for him to carry her. Thank you, Jiang Ye. Su Mingru's voice was soft, laced with gratitude. Jiang Ye smiled lightly, his tone imbued with a sense of ease. Sister Ru, why be so polite with me? You've injured your foot. You must rest well tomorrow and refrain from overexerting yourself at work. Su Mingru nodded, warmth flooding her heart. Jiang Ye steadily carried her towards the apartment building. The night breeze gently brushed past, carrying a hint of chill, yet his back gradually warmed. Su Mingru's body pressed closely against him, her soft bosom rising and falling rhythmically with each step, akin to 2 gentle rabbits, transmitting an indescribable sensation through the thin fabric. Jiang Ye felt a tightening in his chest, his heartbeat quickening. Initially, he merely intended to assist Su Mingru, acknowledging the severity of her ankle. Yet this brief contact stirred within him an inexplicable restlessness. He endeavored to maintain his composure, striving not to overthink. Yet that soft sensation coursed through him like an electric current, spreading from his spine throughout his body, leaving him somewhat disconcerted. He inhaled deeply, attempting to redirect his focus. However, Su Mingru's breath brushed against his ear, carrying a subtle warmth that intensified his discomfort. Jiang Ye's throat involuntarily tightened, silently reprimanding himself. Jiang Ye, what are you thinking? This is Sister Ru. Do not entertain such thoughts. Yet, the more he restrained himself, the more potent the sensation became. Su Ru was pressed too closely against him. Her body heat, her breath, and the faint fragrance that enveloped her were all insidious temptations he could not disregard. His steps unconsciously slowed, and the restlessness within him grew increasingly apparent. It's nothing, Sister Ru. You're quite light. I was merely lost in thought. Upon hearing this, Su Ru felt a slight alleviation, though a flush still adorned her cheeks. She nestled against Jiang Ye's back, feeling the breadth of his shoulders and the steadiness of his gait, which instilled within her a profound sense of security. Stealing another glance at Jiang Ye's chiseled profile, she noted its striking handsomeness. Su Ru bit her lip, internally chastising herself. It's all my fault for wearing high heels, causing Jiang Ye such trouble. At last, they arrived at the entrance of her apartment, where Jiang Ye carefully set her down, steadying her arm with concern. Sister Ru, be cautious. Do not re-injure your foot. Inside her apartment, Jiang Ye gently placed her on the sofa and inspected her ankle, noting the swelling and redness. He furrowed his brow. Sister Ru, your ankle is quite serious. It requires immediate attention. Wait here. I'll go downstairs to fetch some medicinal oil. Su Ru's face paled slightly at his words, and she waved her hands in protest. No, I can handle it myself. Jiang Ye, please don't trouble yourself. However, Jiang Ye remained resolute, his tone firm. Sister Ru, if you do not tend to this, it will worsen by tomorrow. Do not be stubborn. I shall return shortly. He finished speaking and, without waiting for Su Ru to say anything further, turned and descended the stairs. He prepared a meal for her, and as Su Ru observed his hurried departure, a warm sensation blossomed within her. She understood that Jiang Ye genuinely cared for her. Yet the fact that he had seen her foot made her feel a twinge of discomfort. Biting her lip, she inwardly wrestled with her thoughts. How could he be so domineering? Before long, Jiang Ye returned, holding a bottle of medicinal oil. He approached Su Ru, squatted beside her, and spoke with a hint of tenderness. Sister Ru, please take off your socks. I will apply the medicine for you. Upon hearing this, Su Ru's face flushed slightly, and she softly replied, Jiang Ye, I can manage on my own. You need not trouble yourself. However, Jiang Ye disregarded her protests, firmly grasping her ankle, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Sister Ru, your foot is swollen. How can you handle it yourself? Do not be stubborn. Allow me to assist you. At his insistence, Su Ru's cheeks reddened even more. Biting her lip, she ultimately relented and permitted Jiang Ye to remove her socks. As her foot was fully revealed, Jiang Ye momentarily froze. Su Ru's foot was fair and delicate, the skin on the top smooth and fine, reminiscent of exquisite porcelain, with a gentle blush. Her toes were small and rounded, the nails neatly trimmed and adorned with a subtle pink polish, adding to their elegance. The soles of her feet were exceptionally soft, seemingly capable of leaving marks with the slightest touch. Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat, his gaze flickering with astonishment. He had not anticipated that Su Ru's foot would possess such beauty, resembling a work of art. His throat involuntarily moved, and that restless sensation within him reemerged. Noticing that Jiang Ye was fixated on her foot, Su Ru felt her face grow even warmer and softly murmured, Jiang Ye, you shouldn't stare. It makes me feel rather embarrassed. Jiang Ye finally snapped back to reality, his tone slightly masked. Sister Ru, your feet are truly beautiful. Su Ru's face flushed with a mixture of shyness and annoyance, and she playfully punched his shoulder. Jiang Ye, stop speaking nonsense. Jiang Ye ceased his teasing, pouring some medicinal oil into his palm, warming it gently before beginning to massage her ankle. His movements were meticulous, the pressure perfectly balanced, ensuring she felt neither pain nor discomfort while effectively promoting circulation. As Su Ru felt the warmth of his hands, a sense of reassurance enveloped her. Stealing a glance at Jiang Ye, she noticed his expression was focused and earnest, as if he were engaged in an exceedingly significant task. Her heart raced, and a rosy hue graced her cheeks. As he continued to massage, he softly advised, Sister Ru, you must be more cautious in the future. Refrain from wearing such high heels. What if you were to twist your ankle again? Just then, Su Ru suddenly noticed something amiss. Pouting slightly, her gaze soft as water, she quietly remarked, Jiang Ye, it seems you are massaging the wrong foot. Jiang Ye was taken aback and, looking down, realized that he was indeed tending to her other foot. Realizing the situation, a hint of embarrassment crept across his face as he teased, Sister Ru, your feet are so beautiful that I can hardly tell which one is injured. At his remark, Su Ru's cheeks flushed even deeper. As Jiang Ye gently massaged her uninjured ankle, a swirl of complex emotions stirred within him. He struggled to maintain his composure. Yet the faint fragrance emanating from Su Mingru was an irresistible allure that he could not overlook. Stealing a glance at her, he noticed her cheeks were tinted with a soft blush, her eyes shimmering with a blend of shyness and tenderness. Her eyelashes fluttered like the wings of a butterfly, brushing against his heart. Internally, Jiang Ye chuckled at himself. What is happening to you, Jiang Ye? You're merely helping her with her foot, yet your mind is so disquieted. Su Mingru, your sprained ankle has inadvertently become a boon for me. Alas, you only wish to be my sister. Rubbing his stomach, he smiled and said, Sister Ru, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Shall we prepare something to eat? Upon hearing this, Su Mingru immediately rose to her feet. Although her foot still throbbed, she insisted, Let me go to the kitchen and whip up a couple of dishes. You rest here. Jiang Ye, however, intervened. Sister Ru, your foot isn't fully healed yet. Allow me to take care of it. Just sit back and relax. She paused, a skeptical expression crossing her face. You? Can you cook? Please don't blow up the kitchen. Jiang Ye chuckled, playfully retorting, Sister Ru, have you forgotten? The last time I was at your home harvesting rice, I was the one who cooked. You even praised my culinary skills. Recalling this, a smile broke across Su Mingru's face. Oh, right, I had forgotten. Very well, I shall let you showcase your talents today. Jiang Ye turned and entered the kitchen, while Su Mingru settled onto the sofa, her curiosity piqued. Unable to resist the urge, she stole glances toward the kitchen, eager to see what Jiang Ye would conjure. Inside the kitchen, Jiang Ye deftly tied on an apron, retrieving several potatoes, green peppers, and a piece of pork from the refrigerator. He washed the potatoes, placed them on the cutting board, and with swift precision, began to slice them into thin shreds. Su Mingru initially glanced casually, but her eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of his knife skills. Jiang Ye's technique was both rapid and steady. The potato slices as thin as gossamer, neatly stacked as if they were transparent sheets of paper. He then expertly transformed the slices into fine shreds, each piece uniformly long and seemingly measured with a ruler. Su Mingru watched in awe, her heart silently marveling. His knife skills surpass even those of a professional chef. When did he acquire such talent? Unbeknownst to Jiang Ye that he was being observed, he remained engrossed in his task, recalling the cooking techniques he had learned from short videos in his previous life. Back then, he had spent countless hours watching culinary influencers to pass the time, never imagining these skills would prove useful now. After finishing the potato shreds, Jiang Ye quickly prepared the green peppers and pork, his movements fluid and harmonious, seamlessly flowing from one task to the next. He meticulously arranged the ingredients, then ignited the dual burners, simultaneously stir-frying shredded potatoes and simmering soup. Utterly absorbed in his culinary endeavors, Su Mingru reclined on the sofa, captivated by the clattering of spatulas and the sizzling of oil emanating from the kitchen. A wave of anticipation swelling within her. She was pleasantly surprised to discover that Jiang Ye could indeed cook, and he appeared quite adept at it. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, causing her stomach to audibly protest. Unable to resist, she rose and, supporting herself against the wall, slowly made her way to the kitchen door to peek inside. There stood Jiang Ye, emerging with 2 plates, a triumphant smile adorning his face. Sister Ru, the dishes are ready. Come and have a taste. Su Mingru followed him to the dining table, her eyes widening in delight at the sight of 3 dishes and a soup. A vibrant plate of sweet and sour shredded potatoes, adorned with green and red peppers, beckoned with its colorful presentation. A dish of stir-fried meat with green peppers showcased tender slices of meat and crisp peppers. A plate of sautéed bok choy gleamed with a fresh green hue. And finally, a bowl of tomato and egg drop soup, a beautiful blend of red and yellow, wafting an irresistible fragrance. Unable to resist, Su Mingru picked up her chopsticks and sampled a piece of the potato. The texture was crisp and tender, the flavors perfectly tangy and spicy, surprisingly delightful. Xiao Yi, your shredded potatoes are exquisite, better than those in restaurants. Jiang Ye chuckled, a teasing tone in his voice. Sister Ru, are you praising me or mocking me? Restaurants lack chefs as dedicated as I am. His playful banter elicited a laugh from her, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Xiao Yi, your culinary skills have truly impressed me. How is it that I never realized you were such a talented cook? Jiang Ye shrugged, a hint of mystery in his demeanor. Sister Ru, there are many things you remain unaware of. Now, try this stir-fried meat with green peppers. She sampled a piece of meat. It was tender and juicy, the fragrant essence of the peppers harmonizing beautifully with the meat, prompting her to nod enthusiastically. This is delicious. Xiao Yi, your skills are worthy of a restaurant. With a pleased smile, Jiang Ye replied, Sister Ru, if you enjoy it, I shall cook for you often. Her heart warmed at his words as she gazed at Jiang Ye, reflecting on how much he had transformed. They conversed while eating, the atmosphere imbued with warmth and joy. Suddenly, an inexplicable sentiment stirred within Jiang Ye, and he softly remarked, "Sister Ru, don't you think that if, after a long day's work, one could share the experience of cooking and dining together, followed by casual conversations about daily life, such a life would embody the simplest form of happiness?" Upon hearing this, Su Mingru paused, her chopsticks momentarily stilled, and looked up at Jiang Ye, her eyes shimmering with surprise and emotion. She had not anticipated such profound words from him. In her view, a young man of Jiang Ye's age should be pursuing excitement and adventure. How could he harbor such mature and serene thoughts? As she observed him, a complex array of feelings blossomed within her. His gaze held a sincerity and anticipation, as if he were imparting something of great significance. Su Mingru felt a subtle stir in her heart and softly remarked, "Indeed, this mundane life embodies the essence of human existence, does it not? I simply did not expect you to share such sentiments." Jiang Ye smiled, his tone tinged with a hint of nostalgia. "Sister Ru, I have always believed that life need not be filled with grandiose events. To share a meal and engage in conversation with those who matter most is, in itself, a profound fulfillment." Upon hearing this, a wave of warmth washed over Su Mingru. She gazed at Jiang Ye, silently marveling at how he had transformed, matured and steadied compared to his former self. Lowering her head, her voice barely above a whisper, she replied, "Xiaoyi, you are right. This simple happiness is indeed the most precious. Rather than chasing after elusive dreams, it is far wiser to cherish the people and moments right before us. Wouldn't you agree?" Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, a teasing note in his voice. "Sister Ru, I believe we should often cook and dine together in the future, enjoying this ordinary life. What do you think?" At his suggestion, a faint blush crept onto Su Mingru's cheeks, accompanied by an inexplicable sweetness in her heart. She lowered her head, her voice softening. "Xiaoyi, please do not speak foolishly. I am merely your sister, and you will undoubtedly find someone to share meals with in the future. Besides, are you not with Lin Yinyin?" Her words pierced Jiang Ye's heart like a fine needle, causing a pang of pain. His movements faltered, and the smile on his face gradually faded. He set down his utensils, raising his gaze to meet Su Mingru's, his eyes reflecting a complex blend of emotions and helplessness. He opened his mouth to speak, but found his throat constricted, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. The name Lin Yinyin loomed as an invisible barrier between him and Su Mingru, rendering him powerless. Jiang Ye sighed inwardly. Here we go again, this same topic. This inescapable deadlock. Su Mingru had always taken his relationship with Lin Yinyin as a given, never once questioning it. Yet he knew all too well that the reality of his connection with Lin Yinyin was far from what she imagined. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to sound calm. "Sister Ru, my relationship with Lin Yinyin is not as you perceive. We are merely friends, with no special bond." Su Mingru's expression revealed a flicker of surprise, but she quickly regained her composure. Lowering her head, her voice tinged with resignation, she replied, "Xiaoyi, you need not explain. Ultimately, it is your choice whom you wish to be with. I merely believe you should live the life you desire." As Jiang Ye observed her calm, yet distant demeanor, he felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. Su Mingru was deliberately avoiding the topic, unwilling to grant him any opportunity for clarification. In her heart, it seemed she had irrevocably assigned him the role of a younger brother, never contemplating any other possibility. After dinner, Jiang Ye retreated to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Standing at the sink, he held a cloth in hand, methodically wiping the plates and utensils with a leisurely pace. The water from the faucet cascaded melodiously, droplets splashing onto his hand, bringing with them a hint of coolness. His gaze turned vacant as his mind inadvertently began to wander into a realm of trivial thoughts. Is this life truly what I desire? Jiang Ye found himself pondering. He lacked not for money, and his career was progressing smoothly. While he may not be extravagantly wealthy, at least he need not fret over his livelihood. Yet, for reasons unknown, an unsettling emptiness lingered within him, as if something essential was amiss. He set down the bowl in his hand, flicked the water droplets from his fingers, and moved to the window, gazing out into the evening darkness. The city lights twinkled in the distance like a shimmering river of stars, yet he felt as though these glimmers were far removed from him, as though they belonged to another world. Perhaps this is simply how life unfolds, Jiang Ye mused, possessing wealth and a flourishing career, yet still feeling insufficient. He recalled the scene of dining with Su Mingru not long ago, warmth blossoming within him. That simple sensation of happiness seemed to be what he truly yearned for. However, Su Mingru's demeanor left him feeling powerless. She had always regarded him as a younger brother, never contemplating any other possibilities. A sigh escaped Jiang Ye's lips, a sense of helplessness washing over him. "Jiang Ye, What is it that you truly desire? Is it success in your career or fulfillment in love? Or is it that these two aspirations cannot coexist? He shook his head, attempting to dispel these chaotic thoughts from his mind. Overthinking only deepened his confusion. Life cannot be merely conceived in thought, but must be lived step by step. Enough of this. Jiang Ye resolutely told himself that what is meant to come will eventually arrive, and what is meant to be will surely be. Rather than indulging in unfounded speculation, it is far better to cherish each day that unfolds before him. The next day, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the room as Jiang Ye arose early. He stood in the kitchen, tying on an apron, and began to prepare breakfast with practiced ease. Golden, crispy eggs sizzled in the pan while a pot of steaming porridge bubbled nearby, the aroma wafting throughout the room. As he busied himself, thoughts of Su Mingru's foot injury surfaced, igniting a sense of concern within him. Her foot had yet to fully heal. Perhaps he should bring her some food today. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace. He placed the fried eggs and porridge into a thermal container and sliced fresh fruit, placing it in another box. Once everything was ready, he picked up the lunchbox and stepped outside. Upon reaching Su Mingru's residence, Jiang Ye gently knocked on the door. It opened swiftly, revealing Su Mingru, her face marked by surprise. "Xiao Yi, what brings you here?" she inquired. Jiang Ye smiled, holding up the lunchbox. "Sister Ru, I prepared some breakfast and brought it for you. Your foot isn't fully healed, so you shouldn't trouble yourself with cooking." A faint blush crept across Su Mingru's cheeks as warmth filled her heart. She accepted the lunchbox, her voice softening. "Xiao Yi, you really shouldn't have gone to such trouble." Jiang Ye waved his hand dismissively, his tone lighthearted. "Sister Ru, you often brought me meals in the past. It is only right for me to return the favor. Do not be so formal. Please enjoy your meal while it's still warm." Su Mingru nodded, a flicker of emotion passing through her eyes. As she gazed at Jiang Ye, a tumult of complex feelings welled up within her. She recognized that Jiang Ye genuinely cared for her, yet she remained ensnared in a web of hesitation and inner conflict. Jiang Ye did not linger long. After imparting a few words of advice, he took his leave. Once outside Su Mingru's residence, he stood below, gazing up at the sky. A wave of relief washing over him. He understood that although his relationship with Su Mingru had yet to fully transcend its current boundaries, at the very least, she had begun to accept his concern. He took out his phone, glanced at the time, and decided to visit the second-hand apartment on Garden Road that he had yet to sell. Recently, Gu Xiaoyu had assisted him with several real estate transactions, and having heard that over 20 properties had been sold, he felt a curiosity to ascertain the situation himself. Upon reaching the apartment on Garden Road, Jiang Ye pushed the door open and found Gu Xiaoyu already waiting inside. Today, she adorned a simple yet stylish casual outfit that exuded a fresh and natural charm, underscored by an undeniable allure. She wore a loose-fitting white cotton t-shirt that, with its soft fabric, hugged her figure and accentuated the curves of her upper body. The subtle rise of her chest was quite striking, and while the neckline of the t-shirt was not particularly low, it revealed a glimpse of her collarbone and fair skin, which appeared especially captivating in the sunlight. Her lower half was complemented by a pair of light blue high-waisted jeans, slightly loose at the legs but cinched at the waist, emphasizing her slender silhouette. The cuffs of her pants were gently rolled up, exposing delicate ankles, and she wore white canvas shoes with loosely tied laces, presenting an effortless yet vibrant demeanor. Jiang Ye's gaze involuntarily lingered on her, stirring a flutter of excitement in his heart. Gu Xiaoyu was seated on the sofa, holding a stack of documents. Upon seeing Jiang Ye enter, she immediately rose, a smile illuminating her face. "President Jiang, you have arrived." Jiang Ye nodded and took a seat beside her. "Xiaoyu, how have the property sales been lately?" Gu Xiaoyu handed him the documents, her tone laced with enthusiasm. "President Jiang, the sales have been quite impressive. We've sold over 20 units. The company's payment of 20 million has also been transferred to your account. You may wish to check." Jiang Ye paused for a moment, momentarily taken aback, as he recalled this sizable sum. He had been preoccupied with incubator matters recently and nearly overlooked it. He retrieved his phone, opened the banking app, and indeed found a substantial increase in his account balance. Observing the figures on the screen, a swirl of intricate emotions stirred within him. While this amount was not astronomical, it was certainly not insignificant either. After providing some directives regarding the remaining properties, Jiang Ye spoke with a languid tone, his gaze imbued with a hint of flirtation. "Xiaoyu, let us discuss business, shall we?" Gu Xiaoyu looked up, a trace of confusion crossing her face. "President Jiang, haven't we just discussed this? I've already reported on the sales situation." Jiang Ye smiled, his voice tinged with mystery. "Xiaoyu, do you comprehend the nature of the business to which I am alluding?" Gu Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained her composure. Her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. Lowering her gaze, she spoke softly, "President Jiang, please do not jest." Jiang Ye approached her side, gently patting her shoulder. His tone laced with playful teasing. "Xiaoyu, I assure you, I am not joking. Business, after all, necessitates in-depth communication, does it not?" Gu Xiaoyu's face deepened in color, her heartbeat quickening. She lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Ye's mischievous smile, feeling not disgust, but an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Lowering her head again, she murmured, "President Jiang, I will follow your lead." Jiang Ye, undeterred by her shyness, took her hand with an air of insistence. "Come, Xiaoyu, let us discuss business in the bridal chamber. But from now on, please just call me by my name." At his words, the blush on Gu Xiaoyu's face intensified, yet a sweet sensation blossomed within her. The two continued to delve into their business discussion. Jiang Ye sat at the desk, scrutinizing the sales report Gu Xiaoyu had presented, his expression focused and earnest. Gu Xiaoyu stood beside him, occasionally elucidating particular data and details. "Jiang Ye, look, this property was just sold yesterday, and the price exceeded our expectations by quite a margin." She pointed to a line in the report, her tone tinged with pride. Jiang Ye glanced up, a smile gracing his lips. "Xiaoyu, you have done well. It seems your business acumen is indeed formidable." Her heart swelled with joy at his praise, and she beamed. "Oh, it is merely due to your excellent leadership, Jiang Ye." They exchanged smiles, the atmosphere transforming into one of ease and delight. Jiang Ye set the report aside, reclining in his chair while observing Gu Xiaoyu with a hint of amusement. "Xiaoyu, do you know? I have always held you in high regard. Now, let us discuss some other matters of business." His voice was deep and resonant. Gu Xiaoyu was taken aback once more, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She lowered her head, whispering, "Jiang Ye, please do not say such things." Yet Jiang Ye continued, "Xiaoyu, your capabilities are remarkable. I am confident that with your efforts, our second-hand property business will flourish." Gu Xiaoyu raised her gaze to meet Jiang Ye's eyes, filled with trust and encouragement, and a warm wave of emotion surged within her. Nodding resolutely, she replied, "Jiang Ye, rest assured, I will strive to excel." After a half-hour break, Jiang Ye and Gu Xiaoyu resumed their discussions for the next business endeavor. Once they concluded the second negotiation, Gu Xiaoyu hesitated before addressing Jiang Ye. "Jiang Ye, how about I introduce an acquaintance to assist you with the second-hand property business? After all, managing 100 properties alone is quite overwhelming for me." Jiang Ye's workload of 100 second-hand properties was indeed substantial, and it was impossible for her to manage them all in a short span of time. Lu Qiuxia, a longtime friend of hers, possessed exceptional skills and extensive connections, and most importantly, she was currently single. Gu Xiaoyu contemplated inwardly, pondering that if Lu Qiuxia could lend her assistance, matters might proceed with greater ease. Jiang Ye, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone laced with curiosity. "Oh? What kind of Anne are we speaking of?" A faint smile graced Gu Xiaoyu's lips, her eyes shimmering with a hint of mystery. "Her name is Lin Yinyin, a strikingly beautiful woman with formidable abilities. If you are interested, I could invite her to meet you. I believe her involvement would expedite our endeavors." Intrigued, Jiang Ye felt a spark of interest. Gu Xiaoyu was a diligent individual. Anyone she would recommend could not possibly be lacking. "Very well. Let us have her come and meet. I too am curious about the kind of aunt who merits such a recommendation from you. I shall make the call. Please rest here for a moment." Descending to the lower level, Gu Xiaoyu gently swiped her fingers across her phone's screen, dialing Lu Qiuxia's number. On the other end, Lu Qiuxia's voice, tinged with fatigue, resonated. "Xiaoyu, what's the matter? I just finished showing properties to a client, and I'm utterly exhausted." Upon hearing her voice, Gu Xiaoyu felt a sense of relief wash over her. "Sister Qiuxia, I need to discuss something with you. I have a significant client with 100 second-hand houses to manage, and I am overwhelmed. Could you possibly assist me? I assure you, the commission will be generous." Lu Qiuxia's interest peaked instantly, her tone imbued with excitement. 100 houses? That is quite a substantial deal. Who is the client? Are they reliable? Gu Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, lowering her voice. "The client is Jiang Ye. You may have heard of him. However, Sister Qiuxia, there is something I must clarify beforehand." Sensing the hesitation in her tone, Lu Qiuxia's curiosity was aroused. "What is it? Please, go on." Gu Xiaoyu bit her lip, her voice dropping further. "Jiang Ye is a decent person, yet at times he may require a degree of unspoken understanding. To put it plainly, there may be a need for a closer personal connection. I realize this may sound excessive, but the commission is indeed substantial. And he is quite handsome and of good character. Given that you are currently single, perhaps you should consider it?" A brief silence enveloped the conversation, and Lu Qiuxiao's face flushed crimson, a wave of confusion washing over her. She had not anticipated Gu Xiaoyu would make such a proposal. Although she had been divorced for many years and was not averse to emotional and intimate relationships, this was a novel situation for her, leaving her somewhat flustered. Xiaoyu, are you suggesting I accompany the client? Lu Qiuxiao's voice wavered with uncertainty and embarrassment. Gu Xiaoyu, noting her hesitation, quickly clarified, Sister Qiuxia, please do not misunderstand. I am not implying that you engage in anything untoward. It's just that Jiang Ye tends to be rather personable. Yet, he is genuinely a good person. And the commission is quite high. I sought you out because I trust you and believe you can handle this well. Lu Qiuxia found herself in a quandary. Gu Xiaoyu would not endanger her, and she had indeed heard of Jiang Ye. He was a capable young man. Collaborating with him could not only yield considerable earnings, but also expand her network. Yet, the thought of intimate interactions left her feeling a tad apprehensive. Xiaoyu, I am somewhat hesitant. I have never done anything like this before, and I fear I might not handle it well. Lu Qiuxiao's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Gu Xiaoyu, sensing her hesitation, continued to persuade her, Sister Qiuxia, trust me, Jiang Ye is truly easy to get along with. Moreover, you are single, and this opportunity is indeed rare. If you are willing, you can come over and meet him, have a chat. If you find it unsuitable, we can devise another plan. All right. Lu Qiuxiao fell silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons in her mind. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and responded with a measure of determination. All right, Xiaoyu. I will go meet him. However, I cannot guarantee that I will agree to your request. Upon hearing her consent, Gu Xiaoyu felt a surge of joy and gratitude in her tone. Sister Qiuxia, thank you. Rest assured, I will always be by your side. We will find a way together, and I will not let you feel uncomfortable. After hanging up the phone, Gu Xiaoyu let out a long breath. A weight finally lifted from her heart. Before long, the doorbell rang. Gu Xiaoyu hurried to the door, opening it to find Lu Qiuxia standing outside. A blend of nervousness and anticipation on her face. She wore a simple yet elegant dress, the deep V neckline perfectly accentuating her curves, while the design at her waist highlighted her flawless figure. The length of the dress ended just above her knees, revealing her long and proportionate calves. And she wore a pair of delicate high heels, radiating both elegance and allure. Her makeup was not overly dramatic, but exquisitely done, with slightly uplifted eyeliner enhancing the charm of her almond-shaped eyes, and her lips adorned with a subtle rose hue, exuding a hint of mature femininity. Her long hair cascaded in gentle waves over her shoulders, releasing a faint, enticing fragrance. As Gu Xiaoyu looked at Lu Qiuxia, a sense of pride welled up within her. Lu Qiuxia's allure was undeniable, particularly her mature charm, which could captivate any man. She smiled warmly, her voice infused with enthusiasm. Sister Qiuxia, you're here. Please come in. Jiang Ye is waiting inside. Lu Qiuxia nodded, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she felt a wave of nervousness. Although she had been divorced for many years, this was her first encounter of such nature. Upon hearing footsteps, Jiang Ye looked up, his gaze landing on Lu Qiuxia. Momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes as he thought, this is far from the anti-Gu Xiaoyu described. She is simply a stunning woman. Lu Qiuxia's elegance and figure surpassed all his expectations, reminiscent of an aged red wine, exuding an irresistible charm, especially with her eyes reflecting a touch of shyness, yet devoid of artifice, which only enhanced her captivating allure. A playful glint appeared in Jiang Ye's eyes, and a teasing smile graced his lips. Xiaoyu, just how many beauties does your little agency have? Gu Xiaoyu blushed at his remark and replied with a smile, Jiang Ye. Sister Qiuxia is one of the most formidable agents in our agency. Her skills and connections are top-notch. Do not underestimate her. Upon hearing the praise from Gu Xiaoyu, Lu Qiuxia blushed slightly and replied, Mr. Jiang, Xiaoyu is exaggerating. I am merely an ordinary agent, hoping to assist you. Jiang Ye, intrigued by the thoughtful Gu Xiaoyu, remarked, Sister Qiuxia, Xiaoyu has already introduced you to me. I am confident that with your involvement, our business will flourish even further. After a brief conversation among the three, Jiang Ye swiftly agreed to let Gu Xiaoyu and Lu Qiuxia assist him with the second-hand housing transactions. He stated, if you manage to sell all 100 properties, I will grant you an additional bonus. What do you think? At this, the eyes of Gu Xiaoyu and Lu Qiuxia sparkled with excitement, their smiles unable to be concealed. The prospect of such a substantial bonus was undeniably enticing. Gu Xiaoyu secretly felt a sense of relief, believing her earlier efforts had not been in vain. Meanwhile, Lu Qiuxia lowered her head, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, her heart racing with anticipation and a hint of nervousness. Jiang Ye stood up, adjusted his attire, and prepared to depart. All right, it's settled. I shall take my leave now. You both work diligently. Upon noticing his intention to leave, Gu Xiaoyu suddenly appeared flustered. She stepped forward, her voice barely above a whisper and tinged with shyness. Jiang Ye, aren't you going to discuss other business matters with Lu Qiuxia? Jiang Ye paused, raising an eyebrow in mild confusion. Haven't we concluded our discussion? The housing business is already settled. Gu Xiaoyu's face turned even redder as she cast her gaze downward, her fingers intertwining nervously. Gathering her courage, she murmured, "It's not about the housing business." Her eyes discreetly darted toward the direction of the bedroom, the implication unmistakable. Jiang Ye instantly grasped her meaning, a mixture of surprise and bemusement flooding his mind. He had not anticipated that Gu Xiaoyu would be so considerate, even paving the way for such matters. His gaze shifted to Lu Qiuxia, noting her lowered head, her face as crimson as a ripe apple. Yet she displayed no signs of reluctance. "Xiaoyu, have you and Lu Qiuxia come to an agreement?" Jiang Ye's tone held a hint of testing, yet his eyes glimmered with intrigue. Gu Xiaoyu nodded, her voice soft and shy. "Yes, Sister Qiuxia said she is willing to follow my arrangements." Upon hearing this, Lu Qiuxia's face flushed deeper, her heartbeat quickening. Although she had been divorced for many years and was not unfamiliar with such situations, this was her first time being arranged in such a setting, causing her to feel a mix of tension and apprehension. She lifted her gaze, stealing a glance at Jiang Ye, only to find his eyes fixed on her, filled with admiration and anticipation. Her heart raced uncontrollably, akin to a fluttering bird. Jiang Ye's thoughts were equally complex. Initially seeking a reliable agent for his second-hand housing business, he had not expected Gu Xiaoyu to be so thoughtful, even orchestrating such arrangements. With everything in place, it would be remiss to disregard her kindness. "Xiaoyu," you could detect a hint of helplessness in Jiang Ye's tone, yet it was laced with a touch of indulgence. "All right, since you have it all arranged, I shall discuss the $10 business with Sister Qiuxia." The two were amused by Jiang Ye's playful banter. Upon noticing Jiang Ye's lack of refusal, Gu Xiaoyu felt a quiet sigh of relief wash over her. "Rest assured, Jiang Ye, Sister Qiuxia, and I will surely cooperate with you and not disappoint." Jiang Ye and Lu Qiuxia entered the marital chamber together, the door closing softly behind them, leaving Gu Xiaoyu standing alone in the living room. Before long, she could hear the sounds of business negotiations emerging from the room, and a blush crept onto her cheeks, her heart fluttering with a mix of anxiety and curiosity. Although she understood this was her own arrangement, the actual sound stirred an undeniable shyness within her. "It's just a business discussion, isn't it? Why is the noise so loud?" Gu Xiaoyu mused internally, her fingers unconsciously twisting together. She stood hesitantly in the living room, unsure whether to remain or to find something else to occupy her time. As the sounds of negotiation grew louder, her cheeks flushed deeper. She hadn't anticipated that the usually gentle and demure Lu Qiuxia would display such passion in business discussions. A complex array of emotions welled within Gu Xiaoyu, both envy and apprehension. Images of the two engaged in conversation in the room filled her mind. Her heart raced, a sense of panic mingling with an overwhelming curiosity. She recognized that these thoughts were inappropriate, yet the sounds seemed to possess an enchanting quality, drawing her attention irresistibly. No, I cannot stay here any longer," Gu Xiaoyu thought to herself, feeling that remaining would only lead to greater embarrassment. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm herself, then turned towards the kitchen. "I shall prepare a meal, find something to do to distract myself." With that thought, she opened the refrigerator and began rummaging for ingredients. By the time Jiang Ye and Lu Qiuxia concluded their discussions, Gu Xiaoyu had already prepared a delightful spread of home-cooked dishes. The dining table was adorned with several dishes, each rich in color and aroma, exuding an enticing fragrance. Standing beside the table, she wore a shy smile, her heart fluttering with trepidation. Uncertain if her culinary creations would please Jiang Ye and Lu Qiuxia, she felt a wave of relief when they emerged from the room. Having finished their discussions, Jiang Ye and Lu Qiuxia approached the dining table, their faces adorned with satisfied smiles. Jiang Ye's gaze fell upon the array of dishes, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes, his tone teasing yet warm. "Xiaoyu, I didn't expect you to possess such culinary skills. You truly have impressed me." Hearing this, a blush rose to Gu Xiaoyu's cheeks, and a sense of pride blossomed within her. She understood her cooking was not particularly exquisite, yet receiving Jiang Ye's praise filled her with joy. "Jiang Ye, you flatter me. It's merely some home-cooked dishes. I hope they suit your tastes." Lu Qiuxia nodded with a gentle smile, her voice imbued with warmth. "Xiaoyu, you are far too modest." The dishes looked utterly delectable, and I could hardly contain my eagerness to sample them. Once the three of them were seated, they commenced their meal. Jiang Ye picked up a pair of chopsticks and delicately placed some food into his mouth. After savoring the flavors, a satisfied smile graced his face. This is truly delightful. Xiaoyu, your culinary skills are worthy of a restaurant. Gu Xiaoyu humbly replied. Jiang Ye, you flatter me. It's merely simple home-cooked fare. It's nothing extraordinary. Lu Qiuxia, having concluded her business discussion with Jiang Ye, felt a sense of familiarity now. Their interactions were much more relaxed, and she wore a subtle smile, her tone laced with playful banter. Xiaoyu, next time you two are engrossed in business, I shall prepare a meal for you. You must experience my cooking. At this, Jiang Ye's eyes lit up, and a blissful grin spread across his face. That sounds splendid. I often find myself alone in the villa, unsure of what to eat. I shall bring over some clothes and casually discuss business with you while enjoying your culinary creations. Life couldn't be more blissful. Gu Xiaoyu felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. Jiang Ye was subtly insinuating that he would frequently seek her out for business discussions. Yet, there were indeed dozens of properties to sell, and it would be essential to enhance their business communication with Jiang Ye moving forward. After their meal, Gu Xiaoyu rose to clear the table, while Jiang Ye reclined lazily in his chair, occasionally casting his gaze upon Lu Qiuxia. Seated at the table, Lu Qiuxia cradled a warm cup of tea, her eyes drifting off as if lost in a reverie. Sensing her mood, Jiang Ye casually inquired, Sister Qiuxia, I heard from Xiaoyu that your family situation is somewhat unique. Would it be all right to discuss it? Lu Qiuxia paused momentarily, lifting her head with a faint wry smile. Her tone tinged with resignation. There's nothing that cannot be shared. After my divorce, I have relied solely on my brother, Lu Chong. He has always been exceptionally bright, excelling in his studies, and eventually earned his doctorate in pharmaceutical research. At this revelation, Gu Xiaoyu halted her actions, concern etched on her face. Sister Qiuxia, your brother sounds incredible. He must be doing quite well now, right? Lu Qiuxia shook her head, a glimmer of sadness flickering in her eyes. Her voice laced with bitterness. It was going well initially. He is researching a cold capsule called Kingenling, which is now in the clinical trial phase. However, his previous employer abruptly withdrew their investment, resulting in a severed funding chain, and he now faces bankruptcy. His lifetime of dedication and accumulation may soon vanish into thin air. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye's eyes suddenly brightened. Kingenling? The name rang a bell. After some contemplation, a wave of excitement washed over him as memories from his past life surged forth. He recalled that this medication was later acquired at a low price by a pharmaceutical company, coinciding with a massive influenza outbreak that propelled its sales into the stratosphere, generating billions annually and becoming a legend in the pharmaceutical realm. Such a golden opportunity could not be allowed to slip into the hands of another. Jiang Ye mused to himself, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his lips. This is an extraordinary opportunity. Should one seize this project ahead of others, the future returns would be immeasurable. Jiang Ye inquired nonchalantly, Sister Xia, what is the current status of your brother's research team? Lu Qiuxia sighed, her voice tinged with helplessness. Everyone in the team has departed, leaving only him and a few core members persevering. However, without financial backing, clinical trials cannot proceed. He has been so distressed lately that his hair has turned noticeably gray. It pains me to see, yet I am powerless to assist. Gu Xiaoyu emerged from the kitchen, her tone infused with concern. Sister Qiuxia, has your brother sought other investors or considered bank loans? Lu Qiuxia shook her head, her eyes reflecting despair. We have explored all avenues, but the current market environment is unfavorable. Investors perceive the risks as too great and are unwilling to take over. Securing a bank loan is even more challenging. Without collateral, obtaining funds is virtually impossible. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye's expression shifted to one of contemplation. The pharmaceutical development sector is fraught with high risks, yet promises high returns. It is astonishing that a once promising drug has now fallen into such dire straits. He suddenly rose, urgency evident in his voice. Sister Qiuxia, let us go meet your brother now. Lu Qiuxia was taken aback by his response, momentarily stunned before regaining her composure. She had not anticipated Jiang Ye's enthusiasm, and a flicker of hope ignited within her, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Mr. Jiang, are you truly going now? Jiang Ye nodded affirmatively. Yes, we are going now. I will speak with your brother. Lu Qiuxia's excitement surged. She understood that Jiang Ye's willingness indicated salvation for her brother's project. A grateful smile graced her face, her voice tinged with urgency. Mr. Jiang, let us depart immediately. My brother should be at the laboratory, not far from here. The two exited, boarded the car, and set off for Lu Chang's laboratory. Throughout the journey, Jiang Ye's mind raced with calculations, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. Lu Chang's project was at its most challenging juncture. If If he extended his assistance now, not only could he acquire the project at minimal cost, but he could also ensure Lu Chang's unwavering loyalty. Such an opportunity must not be overlooked. Lu Qiuxia sat in the back seat, feeling a twinge of anxiety. She was uncertain how Jiang Ye would approach her brother, but witnessing his eagerness instilled a sense of hope within her. She silently contemplated that if Jiang Ye could indeed invest, her brother's project would be saved, and she would be sure to repay him generously. The vehicle swiftly arrived at Lu Chang's laboratory, located within an aging office building, marked by a small sign reading Research and Development Center. Jiang Ye alighted from the car, gazing up at the building, a wave of sentiment washing over him. Such a remarkable project, yet situated in such a rudimentary place. Upon entering the laboratory, he was immediately struck by a stifling atmosphere. The laboratory was in disarray. Several individuals were busy packing equipment. Cardboard boxes littered the floor, and documents were scattered everywhere, creating a particularly chaotic scene. The air was permeated with an indescribable sense of despondency, as if this place had irrevocably lost its former vitality. Jiang Ye found himself engulfed by a complex swirl of emotions. It was evident that this scene signified the project's failure, the dissolution of the team, and the impending shattering of once cherished dreams and hard work. His gaze swept over the bustling individuals, only to discover their faces etched with numbness and resignation, as if they had already reconciled themselves with this disheartening conclusion. Lu Qiuxia trailed behind Jiang Ye, her heart tightening at the sight before her. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her throat constricted as if choked by an unseen force, rendering her speechless. She hurried to the doorway of Lu Chang's office, pushed it open, and beheld her brother slumped in a chair, a bottle of liquor in hand, his unkempt beard and hollow gaze betraying his utter exhaustion. Lu Qiuxia's voice trembled, her heart aching as if pierced by a blade. She approached her brother, gently resting a hand on his shoulder, her tone laced with emotion. "Why have you consumed so much alcohol? This is not the way. It is detrimental to your health." Lu Chang looked up, and upon seeing his sister, managed a faint, bitter smile, his voice tinged with self-mockery. "Sister, what brings you here? We can no longer afford the rent for the factory. This project is utterly doomed. I am buried in debt, and fear I may never recover. The only option left is to seek employment at a pharmaceutical company, working to repay what I owe." Upon hearing this, Lu Qiuxia could no longer hold back her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks. Her brother had invested so much effort and savings into this project, and its failure not only meant the collapse of his dreams, but also the weight of immense debt he now had to shoulder. "Lu Chang, do not speak so despondently. There will always be a way," she replied, her voice thick with emotion. She embraced her brother gently, hoping to offer him some semblance of comfort. Jiang Ye stood quietly at the entrance, observing this poignant scene. Lu Chang was at the nadir of his life, yet it also presented an opportune moment for Jiang Ye to seize an opportunity. He stepped into the office, adopting a more casual tone. "Dr. Lu, do not be so pessimistic. The project has not reached a point of no return. Perhaps a reversal of fortune is still possible." Lu Chang looked up, surprise flickering in his eyes upon recognizing Jiang Ye, only to be swiftly overshadowed by resignation. "And you are?" Lu Qiuxia, regaining her composure, hastily introduced Jiang Ye. Lu Chang held little hope for the future and replied despondently, "Mr. Jiang, you have arrived at a rather unfortunate moment. This project has collapsed, the clinical trials cannot proceed, the funding has ceased, and the team has disbanded. We are left with no choice but to pack up and shut down." Jiang Ye smiled, exuding a hint of confidence. "Dr. Lu, the project has not yet reached its final hour. Do not give up so soon. I am genuinely interested in your kingdomling. If you are willing, we could discuss a potential collaboration." Lu Chang paused, a glimmer of hope flitting across his eyes, only to be quickly quelled by the harshness of reality. His tone was laced with self-deprecation. "Mr. Jiang, please do not jest. No one is willing to invest in this project now. The risks are far too great." Jiang Ye shook his head, his voice resolute. "Dr. Lu, I am entirely serious. I perceive a significant market potential for kingdomling. As long as we can address the financial challenges, the project stands a chance of salvation." Lu Chang, sensing the underlying inquiry in Jiang's tone, asked, "Mr. Jiang, are you truly willing to invest?" Jiang Ye nodded, his gaze imbued with a measure of depth. "Of course. However, we must discuss the particulars in detail." Lu Chang replied, "Mr. Jiang, shall we find a suitable place to converse further?" Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed. "Very well, let us proceed to the adjacent conference room. Dr. Lu, do not be so pessimistic. Circumstances often take a turn for the better." Upon entering the neighboring conference room, Jiang Ye stated plainly, "Dr. Lu, cease your attempts to sell the equipment. I will invest in this project." I have always been one to embrace challenges. The greater the risk, the greater the opportunity. I believe Ling is a promising venture worth pursuing. How much funding does this project still require? Lu Chang was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of hope rising within him. Mr. Jiang, do you truly wish to invest? The project is currently short of 30 million, and the debt situation is rather complicated. Upon hearing the figure of 30 million, Jiang Ye displayed no hesitation, but rather a hint of ease. 30 million? Not an issue, I shall invest. Lu Chang was utterly astonished. His eyes widening and mouth slightly agape, rendered speechless for a moment. 30 million. To him, this was an astronomical sum. He could hardly fathom that someone would so readily agree to invest at such a critical juncture. A complex mix of emotions surged within him, excitement intertwined with apprehension. Mr. Jiang, are you absolutely certain? Lu Chang's voice trembled, his expression tinged with disbelief. After all, this was 30 million, not a trifling amount. Jiang Ye smiled, a teasing lilt in his voice. Dr. Lu, are you questioning my capabilities? For me, 30 million is hardly significant. However, I must make a phone call first. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang's anxiety rekindled. Although Jiang Ye had verbally consented, actualizing the investment might still present uncertainties. Mr. Jiang, please go ahead and make your call. I shall await your news. Jiang Ye nodded and exited the office. Standing in the corridor of the laboratory, he contemplated the immense potential of the Ling project, yet realized that relying solely on himself may not suffice to navigate all the necessary channels smoothly. Particularly in Hangzhou, while he possessed some connections, he was not in his home turf, and many matters could prove to be quite challenging. He needed to enlist the assistance of a local individual, and Yang Bo seemed to be an excellent candidate. Yang Bo was well connected in Hangzhou, had extensive resources, and the two had collaborated on several occasions, establishing a solid rapport. Most importantly, Yang Bo held Jiang Ye in high regard, especially after their last venture into Matai, which had yielded substantial profits, leading Yang Bo to admire Jiang Ye profoundly. With this in mind, Jiang Ye dialed Yang Bo's number. The phone rang, and soon Yang Bo's excited voice resonated on the other end. Brother Jiang, you finally called. I was just about to tell you, the price of Matai has skyrocketed since our last investment. We're going to make a fortune. We should earn over 10 million this time, right? Jiang Ye chuckled, his tone laced with a hint of jest. Bozy, don't be hasty to sell. Wait a while, and the price will only soar. These wines are mere trifles. We ought to engage in something grander. Yang Bo paused, a flicker of confusion in his voice. Brother Jiang, what do you mean? What grand project do you have in mind? Jiang Ye spoke lightly, yet his words harbored deeper significance. Indeed, this time we shall not delve into wines. We shall venture into pharmaceuticals. I have a project concerning a cold remedy that shows promising prospects, and I wish to collaborate with you. Yang Bo was momentarily taken aback. Just a moment prior, he had been contemplating how to sell the Matai he possessed at a good price, and now Jiang Ye was proposing to embark on a pharmaceutical endeavor. The shift was rather drastic. He scratched his head, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Brother Ye, this leap is rather substantial. I assentee it? Just recently, we were trading in wines. How have we now pivoted to pharmaceuticals? I'm struggling to keep up. Jiang Ye smiled, radiating confidence. Bo, do you still doubt me? In our last Matai venture, you two were somewhat skeptical, yet you ended up reaping considerable rewards. This project is undoubtedly more lucrative than Matai. Upon hearing this, Yang Bo felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Jiang Ye's insight was always keen. He had never missed an opportunity that he deemed profitable. Although entering the pharmaceutical realm was entirely new for him, he felt a sense of security with Jiang Ye at the helm. Brother Jiang, if you say we should proceed, then let us do so. I shall certainly follow your lead. However, what are the specifics of this medication? You must divulge some details. Jiang Ye laughed lightly, his tone relaxed. We can discuss the particulars when we meet. This project is still in its early stages, yet it possesses immense potential. If we can navigate it smoothly, it will undoubtedly become a substantial venture. Come over now. Before long, Yang Bo hurried over. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the disarray within the laboratory. Equipment was haphazardly packed, documents scattered across the floor, and the entire space appeared exceptionally chaotic. He frowned, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. Brother Jiang, why does this place seem on the verge of collapse? Jiang Ye chuckled, maintaining a light demeanor. Bozy, don't rush, take a seat, and I will explain everything to you. The three of them settled into Lu Chang's office, where Jiang Ye succinctly recounted the origins and trajectory of the Ling project. Yang Bo listened with growing astonishment. Although he was utterly inexperienced in the pharmaceutical industry, he was aware of Jiang Ye's astute judgment. Every project he claimed was profitable had never faltered. Brother Jiang, if you say we should proceed, Then let us do so. I shall certainly follow your lead, Yang Bo declared with an air of boldness. Where have all these goddesses come from? Jiang Ye nodded, a glint of profundity in his gaze. I will invest 20 million for a 50 stake. You will contribute 10 million for a 25 share. Lu Chang will provide the technology for the remaining 25. How does this distribution sit with you? Yang Bo's heart soared at this revelation. He understood that Jiang Ye was typically generous, and this allocation was both fair and reasonable. Investing 10 million for a 25 stake was undoubtedly a lucrative venture. His tone carried a hint of excitement. Brother Jiang, I wholeheartedly agree with this allocation. Let it be decided. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang felt a surge of complex emotions. He was acutely aware that his project teetered on the brink of bankruptcy, and the willingness of Jiang Ye and Yang Bo to invest was akin to a timely rescue. Yet, he was astonished that Jiang Ye was willing to grant him a 25 stake. With a voice tinged with emotion, Lu Chang expressed his gratitude. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Yang, I cannot thank you enough. After incurring such losses, you still allow me to hold shares. How can I possibly repay your kindness? Jiang Ye chuckled lightly. His tone relaxed. Dr. Lu, there is no need for such formality. Your technology is the cornerstone of this project, and granting you a 25 stake is only just. Our collaboration is aimed at mutual success. Yang Bo nodded in agreement, his demeanor exuberant. Indeed, Dr. Lu, do not bear any psychological burden. Together, we shall expand and strengthen this project. The future undoubtedly holds great promise. Lu Chang felt a deeper sense of gratitude. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Yang, rest assured. I will ensure the success of Qingganling and will not betray your trust. Jiang Ye nodded, his gaze imbued with significance. Dr. Lu, I believe in you. However, we need to discuss the specifics in detail. After all, 30 million is no trivial sum, and I must ensure that every penny is wisely invested. Lu Chang nodded earnestly. Mr. Jiang, you can trust me. I will provide you with a comprehensive plan to ensure that every fund is allocated to where it is most needed. After discussing the project for a while, the four of them felt a pang of hunger. Yang Bo suggested, let us go. It is time for dinner. We should find a place to eat and talk. Seated around a table in a private dining room, they were surrounded by an array of sumptuous dishes, with the red wine glistening invitingly under the light. The atmosphere was vibrant, and the spirits of everyone were exceptionally high. The frowns on Lu Chang and his sister Lu Qiuxia had long since vanished, replaced by excitement and anticipation. Yang Bo, in a boisterous manner, raised his glass repeatedly, urging others to drink, occasionally uttering grandiose remarks. Suddenly, Jiang Ye recalled that in the realm of pharmaceuticals, one must not solely immerse oneself in the laboratory, particularly now that Qingganling had entered the clinical trial phase. Market anticipation and promotional efforts must accompany the scientific endeavors. He set down his chopsticks and cleared his throat, adopting a serious tone. Everyone, I believe we cannot solely focus on drug development. Now that Qingganling has reached the clinical stage, we must begin to generate buzz. It would be prudent to invest in advertising to raise awareness of this medication. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang furrowed his brow slightly, feeling hesitant. Advertising required substantial financial investment, and given the project's already strained budget, allocating additional funds for promotion seemed somewhat risky. He cautiously probed, Mr. Jiang, while advertising is indeed a commendable idea, could it impose undue pressure given our current financial situation? Yang Bo immediately interjected, thumping his chest. Dr. Lu, you need not worry. Leave the advertising to me. I happen to have a connection with an advertising company. We can launch an extensive campaign at a low cost, ensuring that Qingganling becomes a household name across the nation. Jiang Ye smiled, his eyes reflecting satisfaction. Yang Bo's advertising company is rich in resources and possesses remarkable execution capabilities. With his assistance, promotional endeavors are bound to yield exceptional results. Indeed, bringing Yang Bo on board has proven to be the right decision, as the effects of this initiative are already becoming apparent. Jiang Ye remarked, Bo, with your assurance, I feel at ease. Please devote your efforts to the advertising campaign. We must elevate Qinggan's reputation. Yang Bo nodded in agreement, saying, rest assured, Brother Yi, I shall take charge of the advertising. I will arrange everything promptly, starting with both online and offline media, and then we will adorn the elevators with advertisements, ensuring that Qingganling garners immense acclaim. Lu Chang felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. Seated at the head of the table, Jiang Ye raised his glass, his tone lighthearted. Let us toast to the future of Qingganling. The four clinked their glasses, the sound resonating cheerfully. Lu Qiuxia, sitting beside them, wore a gentle smile, though her gaze occasionally flitted toward Jiang Ye. His investment not only salvaged her brother's project, but also bestowed upon her a newfound hope. Her heart brimmed with gratitude, accompanied by an indescribable emotion. She lifted her glass, her voice softened with warmth. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Yang, allow me to toast to you as well. Thank you for your support of my brother. Jiang Ye chuckled, his eyes reflecting a hint of profundity. Sister Qiuxia, there's no need for such formality. We are all in this together. I will certainly lend a helping hand wherever possible. As the dinner concluded, although Jiang Ye had not imbibed excessively, Lu Qiuxia proactively offered to accompany him home, expressing her concern. Jiang Ye accepted without resistance, and the two exited the restaurant together. Yang Bo observed this scene and immediately grasped the underlying implications, a teasing sentiment swelling within him. He leaned toward Jiang Ye, playfully whispering, Brother Ye, where did you gather such a collection of goddesses? Each one is exquisite. I wonder why I lack your fortune in romance. Jiang Ye chuckled, responding with a hint of jest. Bo Zi, do not misinterpret the situation. I am merely conducting business, nothing more. Yang Bo, in response, laughed heartily, his tone playful. Brother Jiang, spare us the explanations. After all these years as brothers, do you think I am unaware of your true intentions? Jiang Ye also chuckled, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Life after his rebirth had undeniably improved tremendously. The nightlife outside Hangzhou was vibrant, illuminated by dazzling lights and bustling with traffic, as if every corner pulsated with vitality. Reflecting on his past before rebirth, he recalled a time of stagnation where he followed Lin Yinyin around, his existence akin to stagnant water, devoid of any hope. Now, however, he not only possessed wealth and status, but had also forged meaningful connections with like-minded individuals and even found opportunities to reshape the industry landscape. Yet, inexplicably, a void lingered within him, as if something essential was missing. The image of Su Mengru surfaced unbidden in his mind, the gentle yet resolute woman. After his rebirth, he initially believed he could rekindle their relationship and amend the regrets of his previous life. Yet, reality proved otherwise. Su Mengru remained steadfastly the same, independent, strong, and at times, stubborn. The relationship between them always seemed to be separated by a delicate veil, appearing within reach yet profoundly distant. Jiang Ye let out a gentle sigh, feeling a sense of helplessness within. He understood that he might never fully compensate for the regrets shared with Su Mengru. Some things, once missed, remain irrevocably lost. Even if given a second chance, they cannot be altered. However, life is inherently fraught with regrets. No one can claim to possess a flawless existence. As the three engaged in business discussions, Yang Bo noticed Jiang Ye lost in thought and could not resist playfully tapping him on the shoulder. Brother Jiang, what are you pondering so deeply? Surely you aren't daydreaming about some goddess? Jiang Ye returned to the moment with a smile. Which one are you referring to? As the night deepened, within the softly lit second-hand apartment at Donghu Garden, the air was imbued with a subtle fragrance. Gu Xiaoyu was diligently wiping down the coffee table and sofa with a cloth, her movements gentle and focused. Occasionally, she glanced towards the door, her heart a mix of apprehension and anticipation. Jiang Ye was dining with Lu Qiuxia and Yang Bo that evening, likely indulging in a fair amount of alcohol. Although Jiang Ye usually held his liquor well, she could not help but worry. The door creaked open, and Jiang Ye entered, followed closely by Lu Qiuxia. Gu Xiaoyu promptly set down her cloth and hurried over, her face etched with concern. Mr. Jiang, you're back. I heard you had quite a few drinks tonight. I'll prepare some hangover soup right away. Jiang Ye chuckled, waving his hand dismissively, his tone relaxed. Xiaoyu, no need to fuss. Although I drank quite a bit, I'm not at all inebriated. My face isn't even flushed. Lu Qiuxia chimed in with a smile. Xiaoyu, Mr. Jiang's capacity for alcohol is truly commendable. Nevertheless, do prepare some hangover soup, just in case. Nodding, Gu Xiaoyu retreated to the kitchen, comforted by the thought of doing something for him, even if it was merely a bowl of soup. Lu Qiuxia assisted Jiang Ye in settling onto the sofa, her voice imbued with tenderness. Mr. Jiang, I'll prepare some warm water for you. You should take a bath and unwind. Jiang Ye nodded, and before long, Gu Xiaoyu returned with a steaming bowl of hangover soup, gently placing it on the coffee table before Jiang Ye. Mr. Jiang, the soup is ready. Please enjoy it while it's hot. Jiang Ye opened his eyes, smiling appreciatively. Thank you, Xiaoyu. Gu Xiaoyu felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks as she lowered her head, her voice soft. Mr. Jiang, there's no need to be so formal. It's the least I could do. Lu Qiuxiao emerged from the bathroom, her face alight with a smile. Mr. Jiang, the warm water is ready. You should take a bath and relax. Rising, Jiang Ye drank the hangover soup in one go and then made his way to the bathroom. After his bath, he donned comfortable loungewear and stepped out, noticing Gu Xiaoyu and Lu Qiuxiao still busy in the living room. Approaching them with concern, he asked, Xiaoyu, Qiuxiao, Where will you stay tonight? It's quite late. You needn't return home. Stay here instead. Gu Xiaoyu and Lu Qiuxia exchanged glances, both revealing hints of hesitation on their faces. Gu Xiaoyu softly remarked, Mr. Jiang, I am still renting a place nearby, so I can return on my own. Lu Qiuxia nodded in agreement, her tone imbued with warmth. Mr. Jiang, I too am in a rented accommodation. It's no trouble. I can manage to go back. You needn't be so formal, Jiang Ye interjected. There are plenty of rooms here. Why not stay the night? It would save you the hassle of back and forth. Striving outside, the conditions of rented homes can be quite lacking. This place is newly renovated, and since I have no intention of selling it, you might as well stay here. It would also make it convenient for me to drop by for a meal in the future. As soon as Jiang Ye finished speaking, the atmosphere in the living room became subtly charged. Gu Xiaoyu and Lu Qiuxia exchanged a glance, each reflecting a tinge of complicated emotions. They understood that Jiang Ye's suggestion was an undeniable temptation for them. After all, this apartment in Donghu Garden not only boasts a prime location and exquisite decor, but is also a spacious 3-bedroom home. Residing here would undoubtedly elevate their quality of life several notches. Images of her own modest rented room flooded Gu Xiaoyu's mind. It was a dilapidated unit in an old community, shared with roommates whose living habits left much to be desired. The kitchen was perpetually cluttered with unwashed dishes, and the bathroom floor often bore unsightly water stains, sometimes emanating peculiar odors. Each time she cooked, she had to tread carefully, fearful of soiling others' belongings. A quiet sigh escaped her. Living in such an environment was indeed stifling and inconvenient. Lu Qiuxia's thoughts mirrored this emotional turmoil. While her rental was marginally better than Gu Xiaoyu's, it was still far from ideal. Situated in a remote neighborhood, it was often beset by noise, with the raucous sounds of neighbors frequently intruding upon her evenings. Furthermore, her landlord would occasionally concoct reasons to increase the rent, leaving her utterly fatigued. If she could relocate to this apartment, not only would her living conditions improve significantly, but she would also save a considerable amount on rent. Noticing their silence, Jiang Ye's face broke into a gentle smile. He was aware that his proposal was a significant lure for them. Lightly, he continued, Since I have no plans to sell the place, it might as well be occupied. You both moving in would save you rent and help me keep an eye on the property. It's a win-win situation. Gu Xiaoyu felt her resolve wavering. A hint of hesitation crossed her features as she quietly voiced, Mr. Jiang, wouldn't this be too much trouble for you? Lu Qiuxia echoed a similar sentiment. Her tone tentative, Mr. Jiang, would our presence disrupt your life in any way? Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, his demeanor relaxed. Please, don't be so formal. We're all friends here. Having you stay would not only help me, but also give me the pleasure of your company, and I don't often reside here myself. Upon hearing his words, Gu Xiaoyu and Lu Qiuxia felt their apprehensions dissipate significantly. They both nodded gently, their voices laced with gratitude. Mr. Jiang, thank you so much. We promise to take good care of the place. Seeing their agreement, Jiang Ye felt a surge of satisfaction. Rising from his seat, he said, Let us head to the room and discuss some business. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiuxia's face instantly flushed with a hint of crimson, and she felt a twinge of embarrassment within her heart. She softly replied, Mr. Jiang, let Gu Xiaoyu go. I shall not attend. Gu Xiaoyu also appeared somewhat awkward. Lowering her head and speaking in a gentle tone, Mr. Jiang, are you truly all right after having consumed alcohol? Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, his voice imbued with a relaxed demeanor. Why wouldn't I be? I feel utterly unexhausted. In fact, my capacity for business discussions is heightened after a drink. Since there are numerous secondary housing transactions to discuss, let us address them all at once. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoyu and Lu Qiuxia exchanged a glance. Their cheeks flushed, revealing a touch of hesitation. Jiang Ye discerned their uncertainty and teased them lightly. Do not overthink it. We are merely discussing business. There is nothing to fret about. Come, let us proceed inside together. Gu Xiaoyu and Lu Qiuxia shared another glance and, shyly, nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall discuss it together. Jiang Ye smiled. That's the spirit. We are all familiar faces. There is no need for such formality. We will see each other often. The three entered the room, and the door closed gently behind them. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, bathing the room in a warm glow. Jiang Ye rubbed his slightly sore shoulders and let out a long sigh. Although he felt somewhat fatigued from discussing business with Gu Xiaoyu and Lu Qiuxia throughout the night, his heart brimmed with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Not only had he assisted them in resolving their housing issues, but he had also significantly elevated their quality of life. He picked up his phone and transferred a sum of money to each of them, saying, Xiaoyu, Sister Xia, today you should go to the mall and purchase some household items. Opt for high-quality bed linens and covers. They will ensure a more comfortable sleep. Also, buy as many appliances as you need. Do not be frugal. Get whatever you require. Gu Xiaoyu and Lu Qiuxiao responded with excitement in their messages. Mr. Jiang, you are truly considerate. We will head to the mall right away and ensure to procure everything. Having prepared themselves, Gu Xiaoyu and Lu Qiuxiao set out for the mall. As they walked along the path of the residential complex, smiles illuminated their faces. Gu Xiaoyu's heart overflowed with gratitude. Understanding that Jiang Ye's financial support would not only allow her to acquire superior living essentials, but also envelop her in an unprecedented warmth. Her tone was infused with enthusiasm. Sister Qiuxia, Mr. Jiang is simply wonderful. We must make sure to buy everything well, so as not to disappoint his kindness. Lu Qiuxia nodded, equally elated. Indeed, Mr. Jiang is truly remarkable. We must ensure we procure everything necessary to make his stay comfortable. As they strolled, they animatedly discussed their intended purchases, bed linens, appliances, kitchenware, each item filling them with immense anticipation. Their lives were undeniably improving, thanks to Jiang Ye's generous assistance. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye had already driven out to a farmhouse located on the outskirts of the city. Today marked the birthday celebration of District Chief Zhang Ku Ping's father. The vehicle gradually entered the parking lot of the Green Fields Leisure Farm, and as Jiang Ye stepped out, he glanced up at the wooden sign hanging at the entrance, which exuded a rustic charm blended with elegance. The farmhouse, selected by Jiang Ye for Zhang Keping, was a serene haven, distanced from the clamor of the city, making it an ideal venue for intimate gatherings. As Jiang Ye entered the courtyard, he spotted Zhang Keping seated beneath an ancient locust tree, engaged in tea and conversation with a few friends. Upon noticing Jiang Ye, Zhang Keping immediately rose, his face alight with a warm smile. Jiang Ye, you have arrived. Please, take a seat. We have been awaiting your presence. With a gentle smile, Jiang Ye approached, his tone imbued with humility. Director Zhang, you are exceedingly gracious. I apologize for my tardiness to your father's birthday celebration. Zhang Keping waved his hand dismissively, his voice tinged with a hint of emotion. Jiang Ye, your presence alone brings me great joy. Thanks to your reminder, we have kept this gathering modest. The organization has recently intensified scrutiny on extravagant banquets and gift-taking. Had this been a grand affair, it would have posed significant complications. Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, his demeanor relaxed. Director Zhang, you jest. We are all acquaintances here. A simple gathering for merriment is all that is necessary, without the need for complexity. Zhang Keping nodded appreciatively, his eyes reflecting approval. Jiang Ye, you are indeed thoughtful. Come, let us sit and enjoy some tea while we converse. As Jiang Ye settled down, he retrieved a scroll from his bag and presented it to Zhang Keping with both hands, his tone respectful. Director Zhang, this is but a small token from a junior. I hope you will accept it. Zhang Keping received the scroll, curiosity evident on his face. General Jiang, what is this? With a smile, Jiang Ye explained. This is a painting, bamboo and rock by the renowned Qing dynasty artist Zheng Banqiao. I am aware of your father's fondness for collecting such art, and I sought it out specifically for him, hoping it would please him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Keping's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly unfurled the scroll, studying it intently. The bamboo stood tall and elegant, while the rocks conveyed strength, with delicate brushwork that evoked profound meaning. He nodded repeatedly, his voice filled with enthusiasm. General Jiang, this painting is truly exquisite. Such a piece is rare. Your gift is indeed wonderful. At that moment, a businessman named Sun Jingchong, seated nearby, emitted a derisive laugh, his tone laced with sarcasm. General Jiang, what merit does this painting hold? It appears to be just another commonplace imitation, does it not? Given that the elder enjoys art, your choice seems rather dismissive. Jiang Ye maintained his smile, though a flicker of coldness passed through his eyes. Sun Jingchong, a favorite associate of Director Zhang, was known for his jealousy and penchant for showing off in front of others. Today, he was clearly seeking to provoke. With a calm demeanor, Jiang Ye replied, Mr. Sun, you jest. I acquired this painting from a seasoned collector. Its authenticity is readily discernible to the elder. Sun Jingchong curled his lip in disdain, his tone dismissive. General Jiang, spare us the pretense. With so many fakes circulating the market, this painting is likely just a decorative item, is it not? The elder, being well-versed, would hardly take a liking to something so trivial. Upon hearing this, Zhang Keping's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure creeping into his heart. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a middle-aged gentleman in the corner rose. Dressed in an elegant Tang suit and wielding a folding fan, he exuded an air of composure and tranquility. He is a renowned figure in the antique appraisal scene of Hangzhou, known as Zhao Wenyuan, who specializes in the authentication and collection of antiques. Within the community, he is respectfully addressed as Teacher Zhao. Approaching Zhang Keping, Zhao spoke in a calm tone. Director Zhang, may I take a look at this painting? Zhang nodded. Handing over the scroll, Zhao received the artwork and examined it with great care, his gaze gliding over the surface, occasionally leaning closer or stepping back. His fingers gently tracing the edges of the paper, his demeanor focused and serious. The courtyard fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixated on Zhao Wenyuan. After a moment, he lifted his head, a hint of a smile gracing his face, and confidently declared, Director Zhang, this painting is indeed an authentic piece. The brushwork, ink usage, and the paper's age all align with Zheng Banqiao's style. Furthermore, the inscriptions and seals are legitimate, leaving no doubt of its authenticity. As his words echoed, the courtyard erupted in awestruck exclamations. Everyone turned their gaze toward Jiang Ye, their expressions a mix of surprise and admiration. They had not anticipated that Jiang Ye would present such a precious piece of calligraphy and painting, especially under Sun Jingchang's scrutiny, and receive Zhao Wenyuan's unequivocal endorsement. Sun Jingchang's expression darkened. He had not expected that his mockery would inadvertently elevate Jiang Ye's status. Hearing Zhao Wenyuan's appraisal, Zhang Keping's face broke into a satisfied smile. Zhang's father approached, patting Jiang Ye on the shoulder, his tone tinged with approval. Jiang Ye, this gift of yours is truly extravagant. I am overwhelmed by your generosity. Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed. Old sir, you are too kind. This painting was an unexpected find for me, and as for its authenticity, I am not entirely certain. Consider it a mere decoration for enjoyment. His words prompted yet another round of astonished murmurs. Jiang Ye's nonchalant attitude stood in stark contrast to the valuable genuine piece he had just gifted, yet he spoke of it so casually. This way, he would not be accused of presenting something overly extravagant that might intimidate Zhang Keping into refusal. Just then, Sun Jingchang sensed that the spotlight had been wholly claimed by this young man. It was time to unveil his own treasure to overshadow the youth's brilliance. He abruptly rose, clutching a small golden Buddha, a smug expression adorning his face. Approaching Zhang Keping, he ingratiatingly remarked, Director Zhang, I too have prepared a small gift, and I hope you will find it to your liking. Zhang Keping glanced at the small golden Buddha, his brow furrowing slightly, and replied coldly, Jingchang, what are you doing? This is merely a casual gathering. Such gestures are unnecessary. Sun Jingchang's smile faltered, taken aback by Zhang Keping's outright rejection. He hastily explained, Director Zhang, this is just a token of my appreciation. Please do not misunderstand. Zhang Keping's expression grew even more severe, his tone stern. Jingchang, you are putting me in a difficult position. The organization is currently rigorously investigating gift-giving. Are you trying to complicate matters for me? Do you wish for me to be scrutinized? Put away that hefty chunk of gold at once. Sun Jingchang was taken aback by Zhang Keping's demeanor, feeling an immediate sense of unease. He had not anticipated that his well-intentioned gesture would instead displease Zhang Keping. Hastily, he tucked away the small golden Buddha, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Director Zhang, I apologize for my oversight. Please do not be upset. Zhang Keping waved his hand dismissively, his tone laced with impatience. Enough, take a seat. Today, we are simply gathering together. Let us refrain from such trivialities. Sun Jingchang awkwardly returned to his seat, a wave of frustration washing over him. Stealing a glance at Jiang Ye, he noticed the latter observing him with a half-smile, his eyes glinting with amusement. A surge of anger welled up within Sun Jingchang. The courtyard gradually returned to tranquility as the guests resumed their tea and conversation, though the atmosphere was palpably charged with discussions about the young man's commendable conduct. Laughter and chatter filled the air, glasses clinked, and topics flowed freely, entirely oblivious to the shifting weather outside. Suddenly, a low rumble of thunder echoed across the sky, followed by a torrential downpour that pelted the ground with large raindrops. The rain came down with ferocity, quickly transforming into a deluge, as water cascaded from the eaves, pooling into puddles throughout the courtyard. Zhang Keping was engaged in conversation with a few friends when his phone abruptly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he noted it was the Flood Control Command Center, and his expression instantly turned serious. Stepping aside, he answered the call, his voice steady as he coordinated flood prevention efforts. Yes, I understand. Please monitor the situation closely. After hanging up, Jiang Ye approached with an air of urgency. Director Zhang, there is something imperative I must discuss with you. Jiang Ye's tone conveyed a sense of urgency. Zhang Keping turned to face Jiang Ye, his brow furrowing in curiosity. General Jiang, what is it? Jiang Ye took a deep breath, lowering his voice. Director Zhang, I just recalled that this rain could potentially trigger a flash flood, particularly in Baishir village downstream. which is situated in a low-lying area and is at risk of landslides. Based on my experience, if we do not evacuate the villagers promptly, the consequences could be grave. Zhang Keping's brow creased slightly at this, his mind wavering. Baishur village was indeed a hazard, yet the rain had only just begun. It was uncertain whether a flash flood would truly ensue. If he ordered an evacuation now, it might incite unnecessary panic, and the villagers might not cooperate. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke cautiously. General Jiang, I understand your concerns. But we have been monitoring Baishur village closely and have not received any reports of imminent danger. Would it not be premature to issue an evacuation order at this time? Jiang Ye felt a surge of urgency. He recognized Zhang Keping's hesitance, but was acutely aware that delay could render any action too late. Director Zhang, this rain is far more ferocious than we anticipated, and it is intensifying. The location of Baishur village is perilous. Should a flash flood occur, the ramifications would be dire. It is still not too late to evacuate. If we wait any longer, it may be too late. Even if we mistakenly evacuate, it would not incur significant loss, would it? Zhang Keping found himself wavering as well. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Keping turned to Jiang Ye and said, You are right, Jiang Ye. We must not underestimate the situation in Baishur village. I will issue the evacuation order immediately. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye nodded vigorously. Director Zhang, your decision is indeed timely. I recommend that you personally lead the team to Baishur village. The villagers will cooperate more willingly. Zhang Keping nodded in agreement and promptly dialed the relevant departments. Commanding with resolute authority, initiate the emergency evacuation plan for Baishur village at once. Organize the complete evacuation of all villagers. Ensure not a single person is left behind. I will lead the team myself. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Ye said to Zhang Keping, Director Zhang, I would like to accompany you. I am quite familiar with the situation in Baishur village and can be of assistance. Without hesitation, Zhang Keping replied, Very well, come along. The two swiftly donned raincoats and braved the heavy downpour to get into the vehicle. The car sped through the curtain of rain. With Jiang Ye at the wheel and the windshield wipers working tirelessly, yet visibility remained obscured. Zhang Keping, seated in the passenger seat, coordinated the operations of various departments via phone. As the vehicle entered Baishur village, the rain showed no signs of abating. The village streets were already inundated, and some low-lying areas had formed small ponds. Village officials and staff were going door to door to notify the villagers of the evacuation, but progress was sluggish. Some elderly residents were reluctant to leave, while others clung to a sense of false hope, believing the rain would cease soon. Zhang Keping exited the vehicle, holding a loudspeaker, and called out, Dear villagers, I am Director Zhang Keping. This rain is extremely dangerous, and you must evacuate immediately. Please cooperate with our efforts. Safety comes first. Jiang Ye followed suit, assisting in persuading the villagers, uncles and aunts. The situation is truly urgent. Please evacuate first, and you can return once the rain has stopped. Your safety is paramount. With the presence of the district director, the villagers' attitudes gradually shifted, and they began to cooperate with the evacuation efforts. They hastily gathered their essential belongings and boarded the vehicles with the staff. Just as the last batch of villagers climbed aboard, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, resembling the sound of a landslide. Zhang Keping and Jiang Ye exchanged a knowing glance, both understanding that a flash flood might have already erupted. Quickly, everyone evacuate at once. Do not delay. Zhang Keping's face went pale. Upon hearing the thunderous noise, the villagers finally recognized the imminent danger and quickened their pace. Vehicles departed Baishur village one after another, heading towards safety. Just as the villagers reached a higher ground at the village entrance, still catching their breath, a deafening rumble resonated from the distance. The sound was akin to a mountain roaring in fury, shaking the very core of their beings. In unison, everyone turned their gaze toward the village, witnessing a colossal mudslide cascading down from the mountainside, like a wild beast out of control, instantly engulfing the entire village. Director Zhang, you are surely destined for promotion, remarked one villager. The mudslide, carrying boulders, trees, and earth with cataclysmic force, ruthlessly struck the village's homes. Those once sturdy houses crumbled under the impact of the mudslide, as if they were made of mere paper, swiftly toppled and buried beneath the debris. The village's roads, farmlands, and trees lay submerged beneath a murky expanse of mud. It was as if an invisible hand had swept over the entire village, leaving only devastation and silence in its wake. The villagers, witnessing this scene, appeared pallid, their eyes filled with terror and apprehension. Some covered their mouths, letting out low gasps of astonishment. Others, their legs trembling, collapsed to the ground, and still others clung tightly to their loved ones, tears silently streaming down their faces. The air was thick with a sense of relief and shock, as everyone harbored a singular thought. Had they been a moment later, it would have been them buried beneath that mire. An elderly villager spoke, his voice trembling. It was far too dangerous, truly perilous. We owe our lives to Director Jiang. Had he not evacuated us in time, we would have perished. Others nodded in agreement, their faces etched with gratitude. Dear villagers, please take a moment to rest. We will arrange for your resettlement as swiftly as possible. As long as we are alive, our home remains. We shall rebuild. Despite these reassurances, Zhang Keping stood amidst the crowd, gazing at the buried village, his heart heavy with anxiety. His back was drenched in cold sweat, and his fingers trembled slightly. Had it not been for Jiang Ye's insistence, he might have hesitated and missed the optimal moment for evacuation, with dire consequences. Turning to Jiang Ye, he pulled him aside, his eyes expressing profound gratitude and respect. Jiang Ye, I cannot thank you enough. Your perseverance made all the difference. You saved dozens of lives. Jiang Ye shook his head. Speaking with calm resolve, Director Zhang, it is what we ought to do. The safety of the villagers is of utmost importance. On their return journey, the rain continued to fall outside, yet the atmosphere felt considerably lighter than before. Zhang Keping gazed out at the curtain of rain, his heart a swirl of emotions. Suddenly, he spoke. Jiang Ye, I truly owe you my gratitude. I am at a loss for how to express it. Jiang Ye smiled lightly, a hint of nonchalance in his tone. Director Zhang, you are too kind. I merely fulfilled my duty. However, I suspect this may lead to your promotion. Zhang Keping paused, turning to Jiang Ye with a look of perplexity. Promotion? Why do you say that? Jiang Ye met his gaze, his eyes imbued with depth. You saved dozens of lives. That is no trivial matter. The organization will undoubtedly recognize your decisiveness and responsibility, and a promotion will naturally follow. Today, there are accompanying reporters for interviews. This will surely make it to the news. Upon hearing this, Zhang Keping felt a jolt within him. He had previously been consumed by relief and gratitude, never considering this angle. Now, as Jiang Ye spoke, he suddenly realized that this incident could indeed present an opportunity. If managed properly, it could not only leave a favorable impression on the organization, but also win the hearts of the people. He fell silent for a moment before addressing Jiang Ye. General Jiang, regardless of the outcome, I am already content knowing that we saved so many lives. The prospect of promotion is, in truth, of little importance. Jiang Ye nodded, his tone imbued with a touch of admiration. Director Zhang, your mindset is indeed commendable. However, I firmly believe that the organization will recognize your contributions. Zhang Keping turned to Jiang Ye, his tone casual. General Jiang, what have you been busy with lately? You always seem to be bustling about. Jiang Ye chuckled softly, responding in a calm manner. Primarily, I've been occupied with the Kingdom project. It has just commenced, and there's a considerable amount to attend to. Zhang Keping raised an eyebrow in surprise. Kingdom? You ventured into pharmaceuticals? That is a high-risk industry indeed. The development cycle is lengthy, investments are substantial, and regulatory scrutiny is stringent. A single misstep could lead to total failure. Are you certain you wish to pursue this path? Director Zhang, you are absolutely correct. The pharmaceutical industry is fraught with risks. Yet, I perceive it as an opportunity. The Kingdom project possesses core technology and market demand. As long as we proceed with diligence, I am confident we can achieve success. Observing Jiang Ye's confident demeanor, Zhang Keping felt a surge of admiration. Jiang Ye, though merely a youth, had the audacity to delve into the medical field. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Keping spoke with a supportive tone. Jiang Ye, your determination is impressive. There happens to be a recent policy in the district that supports the development of biomedicine. If you require it, I can provide you with a 2-year rent-free factory space. As a gesture of the district's support for your project, Jiang Ye felt a wave of joy at this news. He had been troubled by the issue of the factory space, and Zhang Keping's offer was a fortuitous boon. He quickly replied, Director Zhang, this is truly wonderful. The Kingdom project greatly requires such support. Your offer is immensely helpful. Zhang Keping waved his hand dismissively, his tone generous. Jiang Ye, you are too kind. This project has great potential, and it is only right for the district to support you. As long as you excel in the Kingdom endeavor, the district will also reap the benefits. By the way, have you been busy with the Hangzhou University Incubator project? Do you still intend to participate? The competition seems quite fierce. Jiang Ye nodded. I certainly plan to engage with the incubator. Zhang Keping's expression shifted to one of concern. The real estate firm Sheng has enlisted McKinsey to devise their incubator operational plan, spending over $3 million on consulting fees alone. I've heard their proposal is exceptionally professional. Sheng is indeed a formidable competitor. McKinsey's plans hold significant influence in the industry, and if Guangyao real estate lacks distinct advantages, it may be challenging to outcompete them. However, a mysterious smile graced Jiang Ye's face. That may not necessarily be the case. Zhang Keping was taken aback, turning to Jiang Ye with a hint of confusion. General Jiang, what do you mean by that? Do you have any hidden cards? Jiang Ye refrained from answering directly, instead smiling slightly, his tone imbued with confidence. Director Zhang, just wait and see. Some matters cannot be predicted until the final moment. A week swiftly passed. Today marked the final presentation day for the Hangzhou University Incubator Project, a collaborative effort between Guangyao Real Estate and Xing Real Estate. Jiang Ye had prepared thoroughly, and this time, he had deliberately brought along Su Mingru, playfully proposing a special request. Sister Ru, today you must dress a bit more formally. How about that black silk uniform from last time? I believe that donning this attire will surely bring me good fortune. Upon hearing this, Su Mingru couldn't help but roll her eyes. What scheme is this fellow concocting now? Last time, when we went to acquire the office building, you were dressed in this outfit, and we achieved great success, so you must wear it again today. With no way out, Su Mingru reluctantly agreed. Fine, I'll heed your advice. But you must be serious during the report. As she spoke, Su Mingru retrieved a tailored black business suit and a pair of black silk stockings from her wardrobe, feeling a flutter of anxiety. She rarely dressed so formally, especially in silk stockings, which always felt somewhat awkward. Seeing that Su Mingru had acquiesced, Jiang Ye's face broke into a triumphant smile. Before long, Su Mingru appeared, resplendent in her black business suit, complemented by silk stockings and high heels. Her long hair was neatly tied back, her makeup flawless, exuding an undeniable aura. Jiang Ye walked beside her, grinning. Sister Ru, your ensemble is simply stunning. Today's report is bound to be a success. Feeling Jiang Ye's gaze upon her, Su Mingru's cheeks flushed slightly, a mix of exasperation and embarrassment coursing through her. This guy, so brazenly staring. However, she refrained from commenting further and quickened her pace. In the conference room of the Hangzhou municipal government, the atmosphere was so tense it felt suffocating. At the center of the spacious room stood a long rectangular conference table, meticulously arranged with nameplates, folders, and bottles of mineral water. The table was surrounded by members of the expert panel, each facing a thick stack of documents, their expressions serious and focused. As Jiang Ye and Su Mingru entered the conference room, they immediately sensed an intangible pressure. Su Mingru instinctively adjusted her black business suit, her nerves beginning to fray. The scale of this report was larger than she had anticipated, and she was uncertain if they would pass without issue. Stealing a glance at Jiang Ye, she noticed his demeanor was calm, even sporting a faint smile, which filled her with admiration for his composure. Jiang Ye scanned the room, his gaze suddenly landing on Gao Jifeng, who sat at the head of the table. Gao Jifeng was a prominent figure in the Hangzhou municipal government, rarely seen in such settings. Jiang Ye's mind flickered back to the time he had saved his daughter. Yet, Gao Jifeng had never mentioned it publicly, not even offering a formal word of thanks. At that moment, Gao Jifeng also noticed Jiang Ye. Their eyes met briefly, and he gave a slight nod, acknowledging him before returning to his documents. Jiang Ye was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected someone of Gao Jifeng's stature to attend such a report meeting. Clearly, Hangzhou placed significant importance on the incubator initiative. Jiang Ye and Su Mingru found a vacant seat at the back of the reporting area. Although they sat close to each other, neither spoke a word. Su Mingru sat upright, her gaze steadfastly fixed ahead, clutching a notebook in preparation for recording. Her long hair was neatly tied back, revealing a fair and alluring neck. Jiang Ye, seated behind her, inadvertently cast his eyes upon her, noting her proper posture and the subtle tension in her shoulders, which evoked a soft chuckle from him. At that moment, his foot accidentally brushed against hers. Her slender ankle, encased in delicate stockings, felt soft and warm to his touch, akin to encountering a ball of cotton. A flicker of intrigue stirred within Jiang Ye, causing him to linger a few seconds longer. Startled, Su Mingru instinctively withdrew her foot, evading his touch. Jiang Ye found her reaction amusing and deliberately extended his foot forward, gently brushing against her ankle once more. Again, her foot recoiled, her body stiffening slightly as a faint blush crept onto her face. After several such exchanges, she glanced down at her phone and swiftly sent Jiang Ye a message. You insufferable rascal, stop it. Upon seeing the screen light up, Jiang Ye could not help but chuckle. He looked up at her silhouette, noticing the tips of her ears had turned red, further piquing his amusement. He quickly replied, Who told you your legs were so long? I can't help but touch them. The flush on Su Mingru's face deepened upon reading his response. She bit her lip, feeling a mix of exasperation and helplessness. This fellow was becoming increasingly audacious. Though she contemplated sending another message, the fear of drawing attention from those around her held her back. Instead, She shot Jiang Ye a reproachful glance, her eyes betraying a blend of annoyance and resignation. Yet, Jiang Ye remained unfazed, a smug smile still adorning his face. Fortunately, at that moment, the official report commenced. The first to take the stage was Ma Cheng'an, the representative from Yixing Real Estate. Clad in a sharp dark suit and holding a USB drive, he approached the podium with assured steps. As he gently inserted the USB, a beautifully crafted PowerPoint presentation sprang to life on the screen. Clearing his throat, Ma Cheng'an began his report in a calm and steady tone. Distinguished experts and leaders, today I shall present the detailed plan from Yixing Real Estate concerning the Hangzhou University Incubator. As he spoke, the cover of the PowerPoint appeared, showcasing a professional design with meticulous fonts and color schemes. With each page turned, the presentation brimmed with data, charts, and even three-dimensional models and dynamic demonstrations. Throughout the reporting process, Ma Cheng'an maintained a composed demeanor and clear logic, occasionally referencing specialized terminology and industry cases. The audience of experts nodded in agreement, some diligently jotting down notes. Meanwhile, Su Mingru, observing the PowerPoint, felt a twinge of anxiety. Stealing a glance at Jiang Ye, she noted his calm demeanor, even sporting a faint smile, leaving her puzzled. How could he remain so unperturbed? The presentation by Yixing Real Estate was exquisitely crafted, yet we found ourselves woefully unprepared. Could we truly succeed? Jiang Ye seemed to sense Su Mingru's gaze, turning to her with a smile, yet he offered no words. In his previous life, Jiang Ye had thoroughly analyzed the incubator's operations, no matter how elaborate the presentation. The understanding and functioning of an incubator could not be rivaled by even the most prestigious consulting firms, as his years of experience far outweighed any superficial display. Ma Cheng'an's report extended nearly an hour, concluding with a round of applause from the experts below, clearly impressed by his performance. As he descended from the stage, a victorious smile adorned his face, his eyes casting a dismissive and provocative glance towards Jiang Ye. Unperturbed, Jiang Ye rose, adjusted his attire, and ascended the stage. Clad in a simple casual suit, devoid of a USB drive, presentation slides, or even a single sheet of paper, he appeared more like a recent graduate than the head of a real estate company. The experts in the audience exchanged whispers, their faces etched with confusion. Was Guangyao Real Estate truly so unreliable? How could they present without even a PowerPoint? It seemed that Yixing Real Estate had solidified their hold on this project. Still, why would they so casually send a young man like him to the stage? Gao Jifeng, among the audience, initiated the applause. Jiang Ye stood confidently before the audience, his gaze sweeping over each individual. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a calm tone. Esteemed experts and leaders, I apologize for my lack of a presentation. I firmly believe that a truly valuable proposal does not require embellishment through extravagant displays. As his words resonated, murmurs rippled through the audience. Some furrowed their brows, evidently displeased with Jiang Ye's forthrightness. Su Mingru, seated below, felt her heart race with anxiety. What was Jiang Ye doing? How could he be so direct? This could spell disaster. The experts would surely question our professionalism. Yet, Jiang Ye remained unfazed by the audience's reaction. He continued, our proposal is rooted in comprehensive research on Hangzhou University and the local industry. While we lack flashy charts and models, we possess concrete data and feasibility analyses. I will now provide a detailed overview of our plan. What followed left the audience astounded. According to the latest statistics, Hangzhou University boasted over 600,000 students, ranking second nationally. However, the number of incubators in our city paled in comparison to others. While other cities had already ventured into the operational dynamics of incubators, Hangzhou had merely watched from the riverbank, moving far too slowly. Thus, how should Hangzhou approach its incubators? The first step is to plunge into the waters without delay. Jiang Ye's tone was calm, yet resolute, each word striking the hearts of the experts like a hammer. The audience sat in stunned silence, pins halted mid-motion, all eyes fixated on Jiang Ye. Some parted their lips as if to speak, yet no sound emerged. The meeting room fell into an eerie stillness, as if the very air had solidified. Su Mingru sat nervously in the audience, taken aback by Jiang Ye's audacious opening remarks. She discreetly glanced at the experts in attendance, observing their astonished expressions, and a sense of unease crept into her heart. Was Jiang Ye being too reckless with his words? Would the experts accept his assertions? However, Jiang Ye appeared unfazed by the audience's reactions. He continued, we have been endlessly discussing the models and schemes for incubators, yet we have taken too few actions. With so many universities, students, and innovative resources in Hangzhou, why have our incubators lagged behind those in other cities? The reason is simple. We have been merely spectators without taking genuine action. His tone was sharp, even somewhat confrontational, leaving the experts little room for rebuttal. Some bowed their heads, seemingly reflecting on his words, while others wore pensive expressions, clearly stirred by his insights. As Jiang Ye continued his presentation, his voice remained calm. Yet each word resonated with power. He expounded on the incubator scheme proposed by Guangyao Real Estate. Although devoid of flashy PowerPoint slides, the substance was remarkably solid. He addressed numerous aspects such as resource integration, development, and operational models, and policy support, with each detail meticulously examined. This was something Sheng Real Estate had completely overlooked. The experts in the audience grew increasingly attentive, some nodding frequently, while others hastily jotted down notes. Though Jiang Ye's proposal lacked ostentation, it struck at the core of the issue, revealing Guangyao Real Estate's sincerity and capability to all present. At the conclusion of his presentation, while the audience did not erupt into the enthusiastic applause scene for Sheng Real Estate, their expressions were markedly more serious than before. At that moment, a round of applause unexpectedly resonated through the conference room. Everyone turned in surprise to see that it was led by Gao Jifeng, the meticulous and discerning secretary of the municipal committee. He was actually applauding? Although his applause was not fervent, it was powerful, as if conveying a clear message to all. Jiang Ye's report, devoid of lengthy rhetoric, was compelling due to its thorough research and thoughtful consideration. Gao Jifeng's deep and resonant voice carried a note of approval as he remarked, "Creating an incubator is not akin to writing a thesis, if one has clarity of thought. Even the absence of a PowerPoint slide can be persuasive." His words silenced the room instantly, leaving everyone, including Jiang Ye, momentarily stunned. Gao Jifeng was known for his high standards and strict requirements, rarely praising others in public. Yet today, not only did he lead the applause, but he also offered high praise for Jiang Ye's presentation, leaving everyone astonished. The experts exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a complex array of emotions. One quietly remarked, "If Mayor Gao has said this, it seems Guangyao Real Estate's proposal indeed possesses unique merits." Others displayed expressions of sudden realization, as if they finally comprehended why Jiang Ye's report, though succinct, was so impactful. Gao Jifeng's commendation was akin to a pebble cast into the tranquil surface of a lake. The experts seated below began to voice their opinions. Some praised Jiang Ye's report for its incisive clarity, while others lauded Guangyao Real Estate's proposal as both pragmatic and innovative. The atmosphere in the conference room gradually grew more animated. After all, the boss had expressed his approval, and the subordinates could hardly claim superiority over Gao Jifeng, could they? Ma Chengyan, the representative from Husheng Real Estate, felt a subtle shift in his demeanor, a flicker of unease in his gaze. He had initially believed that his PowerPoint presentation and proposal would decisively outshine Guangyao Real Estate, yet Gao Jifeng's assessment instilled in him a sense of foreboding. The representatives from McKinsey, seated nearby, wore similarly dismal expressions. Their tailored proposal for Husheng Real Estate, once deemed infallible, now felt undermined by Gao Jifeng's remarks, leaving them with a sense of defeat. Indeed, it wasn't long before the expert panel announced their final decision. Guangyao Real Estate had successfully secured the operational rights to the incubator across from Hangzhou University. The room erupted in applause. The faces of Husheng Real Estate and McKinsey's representatives darkened, particularly Ma Chengyan, whose smile had entirely vanished, replaced by a look of defeat and resignation. Astonishingly, this project had been snatched away by a mere young upstart from Guangyao Real Estate. Upon exiting the Hangzhou city government building, sunlight bathed Jiang Ye and Su Mingru, enveloping them in warmth. They strolled side by side through the courtyard of the government office, their steps light and spirits considerably lifted. Su Mingru turned to glance at Jiang Ye, her face aglow with delight, her tone imbued with admiration. "General Jiang, you've secured yet another project, truly remarkable. Given the fierce competition this time, your ability to stand out is truly impressive." Jiang Ye chuckled lightly, his voice tinged with playful sarcasm. "Oh, come now, this is all thanks to you. I told you, wearing that uniform and black stockings would ensure victory every time." Upon hearing this, a blush crept onto Su Mingru's cheeks. She playfully tugged at Jiang Ye's ear, her tone teasing. "Xiao Yi, you are incorrigibly mischievous. What was with your foot nudging mine during the meeting?" Jiang Ye winced theatrically at the tug, though a proud smile lingered on his face. "Ouch, be gentle. Am I not like a soft shrimp? Being a bit cheeky is only natural." Su Mingru couldn't help but burst into laughter, loosening her grip. She released Jiang Ye's ear, her face still slightly flushed, yet her eyes softened with warmth. "You, my dear, are becoming increasingly audacious." As they continued their playful banter, they soon returned to Jiang Ye's villa. Upon entering, Su Mingru slipped off her high heels and donned a pair of comfortable slippers with practiced ease. Turning to Jiang Ye, she said, "Xiao Yi, why don't you rest for a bit? I will prepare dinner for you." Jiang Ye nodded, a wave of warmth swelling in his heart. Although Su Mingru had consistently refused to move back in, their relationship had undeniably progressed significantly since those earlier days. He sat on the sofa, observing Su Mingru's busy silhouette in the kitchen, and suddenly felt a long-lost warmth of home. Su Mingru was skillfully and gracefully chopping vegetables and stir-frying them. Her long hair was casually tied back, with a few strands gently framing her cheeks, exuding an air of tenderness. Unlike the second-hand apartment in Donghu Garden, whenever he was with Su Mingru, Jiang Ye always sensed an inexplicable tranquility and comfort. Sharing a steaming meal with her at home was always a delightful experience. As Jiang Ye gazed at her figure, a flurry of mixed thoughts crossed his mind. Before long, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen. Su Mingru emerged with plates of colorful and fragrant dishes, a satisfied smile adorning her face. "Xiao Yi, come and eat," she called. Jiang Ye rose and took a seat at the dining table, where several home-cooked dishes were laid out, steaming and tantalizing to the appetite. He picked up a piece of food and placed it in his mouth, savoring the exquisite flavor that instantly filled him with satisfaction, especially the bowl of steaming seafood soup. The shrimp, scallops, and squid slices in the milky broth were partially visible, emanating a rich fragrance. Jiang Ye picked up a spoon, adhering to his usual habit, gently scooping a small taste before taking a hearty sip. He exhaled slowly, relishing the deliciousness of the soup as it spread across his palate. With a rhythm of shallow and deep breaths, he found it to be exceedingly delightful. The flavor of this seafood soup was both savory and fresh, with the saltiness perfectly complementing the sweetness of the seafood, leaving an everlasting aftertaste. Jiang Ye smacked his lips appreciatively, secretly thinking, Sister Ru's culinary skills have truly improved. This abalone seafood soup, with its perfect balance of saltiness and freshness, is simply irresistible. Su Mingru emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of freshly stir-fried greens. Noticing Jiang Ye's entranced expression, she couldn't help but ask, "Jiang Ye, what are you thinking about? How does the soup taste?" Jiang Ye snapped back to reality, a meaningful smile gracing his face. "The soup is wonderful, both savory and fresh. It's simply hard to stop eating. If only I could have it every day." Su Mingru, hearing this, smiled contentedly. "I'm glad you like it. I was worried the flavor might be too strong." The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, and Jiang Ye sat up in bed, stretching lazily while contemplating the imminent start of the school term at Hangzhou University. Standing by the window, he gazed out at the street, reflecting, although the dormitory is convenient, it is rather crowded and noisy. It would be better to purchase a residence near the university, allowing for quiet study while facilitating daily life. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ye quickly freshened up, dressed, grabbed his car keys, and prepared to head out. He walked to the garage, opened the door, and settled into the driver's seat, starting the engine. The car rolled slowly out of the community as Jiang Ye turned on the radio, intending to listen to the news or music to pass the time during his drive. A lively song began to play on the radio. At first, he paid little attention, but as he listened, his heartbeat quickened. This sound, why was it so familiar? He listened intently, suddenly taken aback. Was that not the voice of Xia Ran? Jiang Ye felt a surge of excitement in his heart as he swiftly pulled over to the roadside, focusing intently on the song emanating from the radio. Xia Ran's voice was pure and imbued with emotion, each note resonating deeply within him. A smile involuntarily crept onto Jiang Ye's lips. Xia Ran had indeed released an album. This fellow had finally realized his dream. As the song concluded, the radio host began to introduce Xia Ran's new album. His tone laced with approval. Xia Ran's album not only boasts beautiful melodies, but also lyrics brimming with emotion. It is no wonder that it has garnered immense popularity among listeners. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye's excitement intensified. He immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Xia Ran's number. After a few rings, Xia Ran's voice came through the receiver, tinged with fatigue, yet predominantly filled with exhilaration. "Jiang Ye, why are you suddenly calling me?" Jiang Ye replied with a smile. "I just heard your song on the radio, Xia Ran. You've truly made it big. Congratulations." Xia Ran's voice quivered slightly, clearly overwhelmed with emotion. "Jiang Ye, I never anticipated the album would be so well received. I've been swamped lately, with interviews and performances every day, leaving no time to rest. I had intended to call you much earlier, but I couldn't find a moment." Listening to Xia Ran's voice, Jiang Ye felt a wave of comfort wash over him. "Xia Ran, your hard work has not been in vain. I am so proud of you. Once you finish your busy schedule, let us have a meal together to celebrate. I'll come find you now. I've been wanting to see you." Xia Ran responded. The venue for their meeting was chosen to be a sophisticated restaurant, characterized by its elegant ambience and relaxed atmosphere. Jiang Ye arrived early. Seated by the window with a cup of coffee in hand, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the entrance. He felt a sense of anticipation, for it had been quite some time since they had the opportunity to sit down and converse properly. Before long, the restaurant door swung open, and Xia Ran entered. Jiang Ye looked up and was momentarily stunned. Xia Ran had transformed her appearance entirely, donning a well-tailored black dress and high heels. Her long hair gently curled and cascading over her shoulders, exuding an aura of maturity and elegance. Jiang Ye rose to greet her with a smile. Xia Ran, you truly embody the essence of a star now. Xia Ran chuckled, a hint of pride glimmering in her eyes, yet her tone remained warm. Jiang Ye, it's been such a long time. I've been exceedingly busy, and today I finally managed to carve out some time to meet you. Once seated, Xia Ran glanced at Jiang Ye, her gaze filled with gratitude. Jiang Ye, thank you so much for your support regarding the album. Had it not been for your encouragement back then, I might have given up long ago. Jiang Ye waved his hand dismissively, adopting a relaxed tone. Do not mention it. Supporting each other is only natural. Your album's success is a testament to your talent. I merely gave you a little nudge. Upon hearing this, Xia Ran's smile radiated even more brightly. She retrieved a bank card from her bag and slid it across the table toward Jiang Ye. This is the initial payment for the album's rights, 8 million. Please accept it. As Jiang Ye contemplated the purchase of a luxurious residence, he hesitated momentarily before promptly declining. Xia Ran, you should keep this money for now. There's no rush. However, Xia Ran shook her head, her tone resolute. Jiang Ye, we agreed that the album's earnings would be split evenly. This is your rightful share. Without your initial support, this album would not exist. You must accept it. Observing her insistence, Jiang Ye felt that further refusal would only appear insincere. He nodded and accepted the bank card. Very well, I shall accept it. But please, do not be so formal next time. Xia Ran smiled, a playful glint in her eyes. That simply won't do. What is yours must not be diminished by even a penny. The two continued their conversation, transitioning from the album's success to future plans, and then to their personal lives, the atmosphere light and enjoyable. After their meal, Xia Ran glanced at Jiang Ye, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Jiang Ye, could you assist me in composing 2 more songs? I am currently preparing for a new album and wish to incorporate some fresh elements. Jiang Ye chuckled, a teasing light in his gaze. Sure, but songwriting requires inspiration. We need to find a tranquil place. Xia Ran's face broke into a sly smile. You rascal, you have ulterior motives, don't you? Jiang Ye feigned seriousness, his tone innocent. Not at all. I merely suggested a 5-star hotel for its quietude, conducive to songwriting. Besides, as a rising star, you surely can't compose in a cafe, can you? Unable to stifle her laughter, Xia Ran playfully punched Jiang Ye's arm. All right, I shall heed your advice. As they exited the restaurant, Jiang Ye drove Xia Ran to a 5-star hotel. Upon reserving a suite, they entered the room, and Xia Ran surveyed her surroundings, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. The environment is indeed splendid, quiet and comfortable. Jiang Ye chuckled, a teasing spark in his eyes. See, I wasn't misleading you. This place is perfect for songwriting. Now, let us begin. Xia Ran nodded, her smile brightening as she echoed Jiang Ye's sentiment. Indeed, I can't wait to hear your new compositions. Jiang Ye smiled, his gaze fixed intently on Xia Ran, as if seeking inspiration. His hand rested gently on her shoulder, his fingertips applying a delicate pressure, savoring the warmth of her skin. Gradually, his hand slid down, lightly brushing against Xia Ran's arm, as though he were composing a silent symphony. Xia Ran's body gradually relaxed, her eyes reflecting a dreamy haze. She felt Jiang Ye's fingertips gliding across her skin, as if crafting a melody understood only by the two of them. Her heartbeat quickened, and her breath became slightly erratic. His hand continued to explore her form, movements gentle and unhurried, as if searching for each note, each rhythm. Xia Ran felt herself becoming increasingly pliant, her gaze filled with enchantment. She sensed Jiang Ye's fingers delicately tracing her waist, akin to performing a passionate concerto. Soon, the tempo of their creative endeavor quickened, the soothing music transforming into a wild rock anthem, brimming with energy. After an hour of collaborative composition, their piece finally reached its exhilarating climax. Xia Ran's long hair appeared slightly disheveled, her cheeks adorned with a hint of blush, clearly still lingering in the euphoric state of her recent musical creation. Are you satisfied with the song I just wrote? Jiang Ye inquired. Xia Ran flashed a mischievous smile, her eyes reflecting a blend of nostalgia and reverie as she gently tapped Jiang Ye on the arm. Jiang Ye, this song is truly exceptional. After leaving Xiaoran, Jiang Ye contemplated the prospect of composing more songs while igniting the engine and gradually steering his car towards Hangzhou University. Along the journey, his mind repeatedly replayed the unexpected sum of 8 million that Xiaoran had just gifted him. Given that it was now 2006 and property prices remained relatively low, purchasing real estate seemed an astute decision. Rather than allowing the money to languish idly in a bank account, investing in assets promised future appreciation, a prospect that would also prove useful during his time at Hangzhou University. As he drove, Jiang Ye meticulously devised a plan for acquiring property. Initially, he considered seeking assistance from Gu Xiaoyu, who worked as a real estate agent and was well-versed in available listings. However, most of Gu Xiaoyu's properties catered to essential housing needs, while he desired a high-end apartment or villa, making her assistance potentially futile. Thus, he resolved to approach a firm specializing in luxury real estate. Upon arriving near Hangzhou University, Jiang Ye spotted a real estate agency named Jinding Realty. The storefront exuded an air of sophistication, showcasing an array of upscale apartments and villas in its display windows. He parked the car and entered the establishment, where a cheerful agent promptly approached him. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" "My name is Pei Man." The female agent greeted him with a radiant smile and an air of enthusiasm. Dressed in a well-tailored black suit, complemented by a white blouse with a slightly unbuttoned collar revealing her delicate collarbones, she wore a black skirt paired with sheer nude stockings and elegant high heels, presenting a striking blend of professionalism and femininity. Jiang Ye nodded, his gaze lingering on her for a few moments. Indeed, she was a beauty with commendable poise. Unconsciously, he found himself comparing her to Su Mingru. Su Mingru's beauty radiated warmth and naturalness, akin to the morning dew, fresh yet understated. In contrast, this alluring agent, while equally captivating, seemed to lack the heart-stirring charm that Su Mingru possessed. Nonetheless, she would still earn a solid score of 90. "I wish to view high-end properties near Hangzhou University, preferably those in tranquil surroundings with ample privacy," Jiang Ye stated calmly. Pei Man, maintaining her smile, exuded professionalism as she replied, "Certainly, sir. We have several villas that would suit your needs perfectly. Allow me to show you." Upon reaching one of the villas, Jiang Ye stood in the courtyard, surveying his surroundings, only to feel a pang of disappointment. Although the environment was pleasant and the privacy commendable, the overall layout and design struck him as rather ordinary. The presence of numerous stairs added an element of inconvenience, making him realize that this villa did not measure up to his previous residence, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied. He turned to Pei Man beside him, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation. "This villa does not quite suit me. Do you have any recommendations for upscale apartments? A larger space would be preferable, ideally close to Hangzhou University." Pei Man smiled gently, her eyes reflecting understanding. "Mr. Jiang, I comprehend your requirements. We indeed have two properties that align perfectly with your needs, located adjacent to Hangzhou University at Jianglan International. They are two premium Riverview apartments, featuring symmetrical layouts, each encompassing an area of 280 square meters, with 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and a spacious observation balcony that offers exceptional light and views." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye felt a surge of interest. Jianglan International is one of the most renowned upscale apartments near Hangzhou University, boasting a prime location and comprehensive amenities. More importantly, it is situated by the river, providing expansive vistas and a tranquil environment. If such properties are indeed available, they are certainly worthy of consideration. Noticing Jiang Ye's interest, Pei Man continued, "However, these two apartments are directly opposite each other, and their prices are relatively high, currently listed at over 5 million each. If you are interested, I can take you to see them." "I'll take both," Jiang Ye nodded, reassured by the 8 million he had received from Xiaoran. Confident that purchasing one apartment would pose no issue, Pei Man led Jiang Ye to Jianglan International. After disembarking, Jiang Ye looked up at the towering edifice before him, feeling a wave of astonishment. The exterior of the apartment building featured a modern glass curtain wall design, exuding both sophistication and style. The garden and fountain below were meticulously maintained, imparting a serene and elegant ambience. Pei Man guided Jiang Ye into the lobby, where the elevator ascended directly to the rooftop. Upon exiting the elevator, Jiang Ye was immediately captivated by the scene before him. The elevator opened directly into the unit, which boasted an entry door crafted from high-quality solid wood. The moment he pushed the door open, his gaze was drawn to the expansive observation balcony. Stepping onto the balcony, he gazed down at the distant river view, feeling a sense of clarity wash over him. The river shimmered under the sunlight, and the city skyline in the distance was vividly visible. Pei Man approached Jiang Ye's side, smiling as she remarked, "Mr. Jiang, The view here is truly remarkable, especially during the evening when the sun sets, casting a breathtaking glow over the river. Moreover, this apartment is exquisitely furnished, ready for immediate occupancy. He turned and ventured inside, meticulously examining each room. The apartment's decor exuded simplicity and grandeur, utilizing top-tier materials and furnishings with meticulous attention to detail. The 4 bedrooms enjoyed ample natural light, particularly the master bedroom, which featured a private dressing room and bathroom, exuding both intimacy and comfort. Upon entering the kitchen, he noted that the appliances and utensils were all from world-renowned brands, instilling a sense of reassurance within him. After exploring the apartment, Jiang Ye had already made up his mind. He turned to Pei Man, his voice firm. Pei Man, I am very satisfied with this apartment. I will take it. Please assist me with the necessary formalities. Pei Man stood beside Jiang Ye, her smile not yet fully formed when he casually added, by the way, I wish to purchase both. I will take both units that are directly opposite each other. The words fell like a stone cast into a serene lake, instantly stirring ripples in Pei Man's heart. She paused, her gaze betraying a hint of disbelief, even questioning whether she had misheard. Such a luxurious apartment commanded a steep price, with only rare instances of a single unit being sold in a month. Yet the young man before her nonchalantly spoke of purchasing 2? Pei Man's mind whirled with thoughts. Was he serious or merely jesting? However, his demeanor suggested he was not joking. She endeavored to maintain a calm expression, though her eyes held a trace of inquiry. Mr. Jiang, are you indeed referring to 2 units? Jiang Ye nodded, his tone remaining composed, as if discussing the most mundane matter. Yes, 2 units. One for myself and the other for investment. Is that acceptable? Pei Man felt a jolt of astonishment, quickly tempered by elation. Such a transaction was undoubtedly a remarkable achievement for her. She swiftly adjusted her emotions, a more enthusiastic smile gracing her face. Of course, Mr. Jiang. You truly possess discernment. These 2 apartments are an excellent choice for either personal residence or investment. Jiang Ye smiled subtly, feeling a sense of reassurance. Together, they exited the apartment and returned to the car. Pei Man sat in the driver's seat, still buzzing with excitement. Occasionally, she glanced at Jiang Ye in the rearview mirror, noting his calm demeanor, as if the recent decision was merely routine for him. Pei Man silently marveled at this young man's background. His generosity was striking, yet he exhibited no ostentation. The car slowly made its way back to the agency, where Pei Man promptly arranged for the staff to prepare the contract and documents. Personally, she poured Jiang Ye a cup of hot tea, her tone tinged with respect. Mr. Jiang, please hold on for a moment. We will expedite the paperwork for you. Jiang Ye nodded. The process unfolded smoothly, and after signing the contract, he felt a wave of satisfaction. All right, the paperwork is complete. I will leave the subsequent matters to you. Pei Man quickly rose, her face reflecting gratitude. Mr. Jiang, rest assured, I will ensure everything is handled meticulously. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to contact me. Yet, she remained somewhat dazed. She had never encountered such a decisive client, one who, without much negotiation, had directly purchased 2 adjacent high-end apartments. This left her feeling both delighted and anxious, fearful of having overlooked some detail. Just as Jiang Ye prepared to depart, Pei Man suddenly recalled that he had yet to view the apartment across the hall. After a moment's hesitation, she ventured to ask, Mr. Jiang, you have yet to see the unit opposite. Would you like to take a look? Jiang Ye halted, turning to regard Pei Man. Oh, there is another unit? Very well. Since we are here, let us take a look. Pei Man, upon hearing this, swiftly grabbed the keys and led Jiang Ye back to Jianglan International. Exiting the elevator, Pei Man unlocked the door and ushered Jiang Ye into the apartment across the hall. The decor of this unit was similar to the previous 2, and the size was identical. He approached the window, gazing at the distant river view, a wave of tranquility washing over him. Pei Man stood behind him, her tone laced with a hint of curiosity. Mr. Jiang, what do you think of this apartment? Surely, you must be satisfied? It is essentially the same as the previous one. Jiang Ye did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned around, casting a meaningful glance at Pei Man, a subtle smile playing at his lips. Pei Man, I purchased 2 properties today, each costing 10 million. Your commission must be quite substantial, wouldn't you agree? Pei Man, unfazed, replied candidly, Indeed, Mr. Jiang. With a client like you, I need not worry for the next few years. I truly must thank you. Jiang Ye chuckled, his gaze lingering on Pei Man for a few seconds, particularly appreciating her elegant legs. His eyes sparkled with playful teasing. Is that so? How do you intend to express your gratitude? Pei Man momentarily froze, a flutter of anxiety coursing through her. She began to grasp the implication behind Jiang Ye's words. Mr. Jiang, You are our most esteemed client. If you have any requests, we shall do our utmost to accommodate them. Standing beside Jiang Ye, her cheeks flushed slightly, a hint of shyness illuminating her gaze. She bit her lower lip gently and suggested, Mr. Jiang, the greatest highlight of this apartment is the large bathtub in the bedroom. Perhaps you might like to try it out? Certainly. Having spent so much, I must indulge. Upon hearing his affirmation, Pei Man reached out to draw the curtains. Jiang Ye felt a stir within him and smiled. No need to close the curtains. Such a splendid river view would be a waste to obscure. A bath, fine wine, and the river view. All three together are the epitome of luxury. Pei Man felt a warmth creep across her face. She nodded softly, her voice barely audible. Then I shall prepare the red wine. Jiang Ye watched Pei Man as she turned to head towards the kitchen, a sense of satisfaction enveloping him, not only for acquiring these two apartments, but also for relishing this moment. Pei Man emerged from the kitchen with a bottle of red wine and two elegant glasses, her movements graceful and composed. Jiang Ye accepted the wine glass, gently swirling it, the ruby liquid shimmering enticingly within. He took a sip, yet his gaze remained fixated on Pei Man, especially when she slightly bowed her head, her long hair cascading down, revealing her fair neck, which appeared particularly alluring. Together, they entered the bedroom, where the bathtub was filled with warm water, steam rising gently from the surface. Pei Man stood by the edge of the tub, gracefully removing her high heels in a slow, elegant manner. She bent down to test the water temperature. Her legs, enveloped in black stockings, showcased a smooth and elongated line. Turning her head, she shyly said, Mr. Jiang, the water temperature is just right. Please, go ahead. Jiang Ye smiled, a teasing undertone in his voice. Let us indulge together. Such a splendid bathtub would be wasted on just one. Pei Man's face flushed slightly at his words, but she did not decline. Nodding gently, she softly removed her outer garment, revealing a fitted white blouse beneath. Her figure, subtly outlined by the blouse, appeared exceedingly enticing. Together, they stepped into the bathtub, the warm water enveloping them instantly, bringing forth a wave of soothing relaxation. Jiang Ye leaned against the side of the bathtub, a glass of red wine in hand, his gaze resting upon the picturesque riverscape outside the window. The twilight sun cast its golden rays upon the river's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle akin to a beautiful painting. Before him stood a captivating beauty, her long hair dampened by water, clinging to her cheeks, accentuating her delicate allure. Jiang Ye took a gentle sip of red wine, a wave of unprecedented satisfaction washing over him. Perhaps this was what it meant to be a victor in life. After Pei Man departed, Jiang Ye stood in his newly acquired apartment, surveying his surroundings, a sense of grounding enveloping him. The apartment, with its exquisite decor and splendid view, brought him immense contentment. It not only laid a solid foundation for his forthcoming university life, but also offered him a tranquil sanctuary for self-cultivation. He made his way to the balcony in the living room, seated himself cross-legged facing the river, closed his eyes, and began to circulate the Four Saint Origin technique. This method, acquired by chance, was simple and direct in its practice, yet it promised a profound enhancement of his physical capabilities. A few days prior, a professor from Hangzhou University had approached him, inviting him to partake in the forthcoming Diamond League. The professor even imparted some starting and sprinting techniques. Yet Jiang Ye felt somewhat skeptical after listening. In his view, such elaborate techniques paled in comparison to the fundamental enhancement of physical fitness. After all, physical prowess was the cornerstone. Once it was elevated, any technique would merely serve as an embellishment. As time ticked away, a gentle warmth began to radiate through Jiang Ye's body, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He felt the energy within him flowing through his limbs, a sensation of exhilaration enveloping him. Though this method of cultivation appeared simplistic and somewhat crude, its effects were immediate and profound. Upon concluding his practice, Jiang Ye rose, stretching his muscles, feeling invigorated and full of strength. The following morning, Jiang Ye boarded a flight to Lin Yinyin to participate in the Diamond League. The preliminary rounds posed no challenge for him, and he breezed through effortlessly. After the competition, instead of departing the arena immediately, he leisurely wandered towards the climbing area, eager to observe other events. The climbing zone was bustling with spectators, the air punctuated by gasps of astonishment and applause. Jiang Ye stood at the periphery of the crowd, his attention captured by a female athlete scaling the wall. She possessed a statuesque figure, her muscular lines fluid, yet not overbearing, her movements executed with precision and grace, each grip and step appearing remarkably accurate. Her long hair was tied up high, swaying gracefully in the air with each motion, exuding an aura of elegance. Jiang Ye felt a subtle stirring in his heart, his gaze lingering on her for a few extra moments. He recognized her as Jean Rueli, a rising star in the climbing discipline, renowned for her formidable skills and striking beauty, revered as a goddess by many. However, his brow soon furrowed in concern, a sense of foreboding creeping in. He vaguely recalled hearing her name from a past life, associated with an unfortunate fate. It seemed that during this very Diamond League, she had suffered a tragic fall, meeting a dire end on the spot. An uneasy feeling gripped Jiang Ye as he focused intently on Jean Rueli, fearing that calamity might befall her in the next instant. Fortunately, no such misfortune transpired. Jean Rueli successfully completed the climbing route, landing gracefully with a confident smile gracing her face. However, Jiang Ye remained somewhat apprehensive. He resolved to keep a vigilant eye, stealthily trailing behind her to observe her subsequent actions. After organizing her gear, Jean Rueli picked up a bottle of water and settled down in the resting area. With little to occupy his time throughout the day, Jiang Ye continued to follow her. After a brief respite, Jean Rueli stood up, preparing to depart. Noticing this, Jiang Ye followed suit, maintaining a respectful distance that prevented her from noticing him while allowing him to monitor her movements. As Jean Rueli strode briskly down the streets of Linqing, her brow furrowed with irritation. She had sensed someone trailing behind her for some time. Initially, she presumed it to be an overly enthusiastic fan, but upon glancing back, she discovered it was merely a young man. Increasing her pace in an attempt to shake off Jiang Ye, she found that no matter how fast she walked, he remained leisurely behind her, keeping a constant distance. Eventually, Jean Rueli could no longer suppress her frustration. She halted abruptly, turning to confront Jiang Ye with a hint of anger in her voice. "What are you following me for? Are you some sort of stalker?" Taken aback by her sudden inquiry, Jiang Ye quickly regained his composure. He recognized that his actions could easily be misconstrued, yet he could not reveal the truth to her. With a faint smile and a tone tinged with resignation, he replied, "Miss Jean, you misunderstand. I merely sensed that you seemed unwell today and was concerned for your safety, hence my attentiveness." Jean Rueli found his concern absurd, a sardonic smile curling at her lips. "You're worried about me? What a joke. Besides, my well-being is none of your business." Jiang Ye felt a pang of frustration at her words, but restrained himself. He understood that with her current emotional state, nothing he said would be of any use. He continued to follow her silently, resolving that no matter her words, he would remain by her side. He could not allow the events of his past life to repeat themselves. He would ensure she remained safe, regardless of the streets they traversed. Seeing that Jiang Ye had no intention of departing, Jean Rueli felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. No matter how much she berated him, he remained steadfast. With a fierce glare, she turned and continued walking, muttering under her breath, "What a creep. Do as you wish. Let's see how long you plan to follow me." The two continued down the street, one ahead of the other, enveloped in a heavy silence. Pedestrians traversed the street, their animated chatter seemingly unrelated to them. Jean Rueli arrived at the training facility, engaging in practice for a while longer. Jiang Ye merely observed from a distance in a corner. After the training session concluded, Jean Rueli prepared to leave, and as Jiang Ye turned to follow, a mysterious figure caught his attention from the corner of his eye. Clad in a dark coat with the brim of their hat pulled low, obscuring much of their face, the individual was surreptitiously lingering in the climbing area, glancing around furtively. A sense of unease gripped Jiang Ye. His instincts warned him that this person was not ordinary. Without further contemplation, he remained in his corner, capturing a photograph of the scene on his phone, yet he remained perplexed about the intentions of the figure in black. The following day, Jiang Ye arrived early at the climbing training site. Jean Rueli preferred to train alone before competitions, a method she employed to relax and adjust her state of mind. Jiang Ye stood at the edge of the area, his gaze fixed intently on Jean Rueli as she ascended the wall. Her movements remained fluid, but upon noticing the safety rope she wore, and recalling the shadow from the previous day, a sudden alarm seized him. As Jean Rueli reached halfway and prepared for her next maneuver, Jiang Ye rushed forward, shouting, "Jean Rueli, stop! Do not continue." Startled by his exclamation, Jean Rueli nearly lost her grip and fell from the wall. Regaining her balance, she glanced down at Jiang Ye. Irritation etched on her face. "What is the matter with you? Are you insane? I am in the midst of training, and you shout without warning." Ignoring her ire, Jiang Ye implored urgently, "Please, come down." Jean Rueli frowned, feeling a sense of bewilderment, yet she complied and descended. Upon landing, she regarded Jiang Ye with a hint of impatience. "What do you want?" Without elaborating, he crouched down to inspect her safety rope meticulously. His fingers grazed the material, and suddenly, his expression shifted. A segment of the rope had been severed with a blade, leaving only a few fragile strands tenuously connected, on the verge of snapping. A heavy weight settled in Jiang Ye's heart as he looked up at Jean Rueli, his tone grave. You should see this. The rope has been tampered with. If you had continued climbing and reached the top, it would have undoubtedly snapped upon your descent. Upon hearing this, Jean Rueli was taken aback, hastily crouching to examine the rope. As she beheld the nearly severed strands, her complexion paled instantly, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Thoughts raced through her mind. What is happening? Who would sabotage my rope? Had it not been for Jiang Ye's timely intervention, I could have. She raised her gaze to Jiang Ye, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. She had previously thought of him as a mere pervert, yet now she realized he might have saved her life. Biting her lip, she hesitated. How did you discover this? Jiang Ye did not respond directly, merely letting out a faint sigh, his voice tinged with helplessness. Yesterday, I noticed someone stealthily following you, and something fell off, so I kept a watchful eye. I never anticipated they would actually resort to such actions. Jean Rueli felt a surge of anger and fear upon hearing the news. Jiang Ye recalled the mobile phone footage from the previous day and showed it to her. As Jean Rueli watched the video on Jiang Ye's phone, her expression gradually shifted to one of solemnity. The mysterious figure captured in the footage was an international rock climbing competitor, lurking suspiciously near the climbing gear, a small knife in hand. A wave of dread washed over Jean Rueli, cold sweat trickling down her spine. She lifted her gaze to Jiang Ye, her eyes reflecting a mix of guilt and gratitude. Jiang Ye, thank you for your understanding. I was so harsh with you before, that was my fault. If it weren't for you, I might have. Jiang Ye waved his hand dismissively, his tone calm. It's all right, your safety is what matters. It's only natural to find such occurrences unsettling. I completely understand. Hearing this, a warmth enveloped Jean Rueli's heart. She took a deep breath, striving to infuse her voice with a sense of ease. How about I treat you to a drink? Consider it both an apology and a token of gratitude. Jiang Ye nodded, not declining the offer. The two departed from the climbing training ground and made their way to a cafe situated across from a five-star hotel. The cafe's ambience was elegant, with soft lighting and soothing music that fostered relaxation. They ordered coffee and sipped it slowly. As Jean Rueli took small sips, she discreetly observed Jiang Ye. She noticed that his demeanor was quite distinct from that of ordinary athletes, exuding a certain calmness and confidence in his every gesture. Once they finished their coffee, curiosity bubbled within Jean Rueli, prompting her to ask, Jiang Ye, where are you staying? Would you like to return to the athletes' dormitory together? Although the conditions there are modest, it is at least close to the competition venue. Jiang Ye chuckled, gesturing towards the five-star hotel across the street, his tone casual. No need. I'm not accustomed to such places. I stay right across, where the environment is pleasant and I can sleep soundly. Jean Rueli was taken aback, exclaiming, The Kebbins Hotel? That place is incredibly luxurious. We athletes usually live frugally. How can you afford such opulence? Jiang Ye smiled, evading a direct answer, but his tone held a hint of teasing. Shall I book you a room as well? It gets rather dull staying alone. Jean Rueli hesitated momentarily, aware that staying there would indeed be far more comfortable than the athletes' dormitory, yet apprehensive about appearing too forward. However, recalling how Jiang Ye had saved her life, she ultimately agreed. They ascended to his room, and as Jean Rueli stepped inside, she couldn't help but marvel at the surroundings. The room was spacious and bright, with floor-to-ceiling windows revealing a breathtaking night view of the city, illuminated in a dazzling array of lights. The decor was exquisitely refined, with every piece of furniture and ornament exuding luxury and taste. Just as Jiang Ye was about to head downstairs to secure another room, Jean Rueli suddenly reached out to stop him. A playful smirk danced on her lips, her eyes glinting mischievously. Forget it, Jiang Ye, no need to bother. Jiang Ye paused, momentarily perplexed. What do you mean? Weren't you planning to stay here? I'll go arrange another room to ensure your comfort. Jean Rueli raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with a hint of teasing. What is so inconvenient about it? A bath together would be an excellent way to conserve water. Jiang Ye, upon hearing this, nearly erupted into laughter. At that moment, Su Mingru suddenly appeared, exclaiming, Rueli, your transformation is rather swift, I see it. Just this morning, you called me a perverted stalker. And now you're suggesting a shared bath? I can hardly keep up with your logic. Jean Rueli shrugged, her demeanor surprisingly relaxed. What can I say? You saved my life, after all. I certainly don't wish to owe you a favor. Besides, although you seem a bit peculiar, you're quite dependable. I wouldn't mind engaging with you further. Jiang Ye found this amusing, yet did not decline her proposal. Though Jean Rueli spoke nonchalantly, she had already lowered her guard around him. As the two entered the bathroom, the atmosphere turned subtly charged. Despite her outward bravado, a faint blush crept across Jean Rueli's cheeks at the situation. They began discussing competition techniques, and the ambience gradually transformed into one of fervor and enthusiasm. Jean Rueli realized that Jiang Ye possessed a profound understanding of the 100-meter sprint, and his insights proved invaluable to her. An hour swiftly passed, and as they emerged from the bathroom, Jean Rueli glanced at Jiang Ye, a playful smirk gracing her lips. Jiang Ye, I didn't anticipate your prowess. Not only did you save my life, but you also imparted competition strategies. It seems I underestimated you. Considering his poor sleep habits and the impending competition the next day, Jiang Ye opted for a separate room. Otherwise, they would likely spend the night exchanging athletic tips. Rest well, and good luck in tomorrow's competition, he said as he secured a room and handed her the key card before retreating to his own quarters. Lying on his bed, Jiang Ye found his thoughts drifting to the past, a whirlwind of emotions overwhelming him. He was perplexed as to why moments of such intense passion often left him feeling hollow. The silence of his room was punctuated only by the soft hum of the air conditioning, yet his mind was inexplicably drawn back to memories of Su Mingru, the figure who had once provided him immeasurable comfort. Particularly, he recalled those anxious nights before exams when he could never find rest. Su Mingru would gently pull him beside her, allowing him to rest his head on her lap while she tenderly stroked his hair, softly coaxing him to sleep. Her voice was as gentle as a breeze, imbued with an irresistible soothing power. He remembered the warmth of her fingers gliding across his forehead, a sensation so comforting that it seemed capable of dispelling all anxiety and weariness. Now, however, as he lay in the hotel bed, a profound emptiness enveloped him. The excitement of earlier had exhilarated him for a fleeting moment, but that thrill had dissipated, leaving a tide of emptiness in its wake. He could not fathom why he felt this way. In that moment, his heart felt desolate. He turned over, picked up his phone, and began to mindlessly scroll through the screen. Eventually, his gaze settled upon Su Mingru's name. He hesitated for a moment before opening the chat box and sending a brief message. What are you doing? Not long after the message was dispatched, his phone vibrated. Jiang Ye glanced down to see a reply from Su Mingru. Just finished showering, about to sleep. What about you? A smile involuntarily crept onto Jiang Ye's lips as he gazed at the screen. After a moment's reflection, he typed a playful response. Thinking of you. Once sent. An unexpected wave of apprehension washed over him. He wondered how Su Mingru would reply and if she might perceive him as too frivolous. He fixated on the screen, and time seemed to stretch interminably. After what felt like an eternity, his phone vibrated again, revealing Su Mingru's succinct reply. Smooth talker. Jiang Ye couldn't help but chuckle at her words. Although she said this, she was not truly upset. He quickly responded. Isn't it perfectly normal for a younger brother to think of his sister? Besides, you used to be my dedicated sleep inducer. I've grown unaccustomed to not having you around. Su Mingru replied promptly, Stop being cheeky. Why aren't you asleep yet? I have to participate in the Diamond League finals tomorrow, and I'm in Lin Yinyin. The change of environment is making it hard for me to sleep. Jiang Ye was taken aback by her response. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Such an important matter, and I'm only finding out now. After chatting for a while, Jiang Ye soon drifted off to sleep. The following morning, he arrived early at the athletic field. The morning sun bathed the track in golden light, and the air was infused with the refreshing scent of grass. As he bent down to adjust his shoelaces, he suddenly heard a faint sound of footsteps behind him. He lifted his gaze and casually scanned the stands, only to freeze in his tracks. A familiar figure stood not far away, smiling at him. It was Su Mingru. Jiang Ye's heart raced, as if something had exploded within his chest. He hadn't anticipated her arrival, especially not taking the earliest flight, just to cheer him on. He stood rooted for a few seconds before hastening toward her. Sister Ru, what brings you here? His voice conveyed a mix of surprise and disbelief. His eyes fixed on Su Mingru as if fearing this was merely a figment of his imagination. She smiled softly, her gaze warm. Such a significant event for you. How could I possibly miss it? I'm here to cheer you on. Thank you, Sister Ru. Jiang Ye's voice was somewhat subdued, imbued with sincerity. I'm truly delighted that you came. Su Mingru chuckled lightly, her tone playful. But I'm here to watch you compete. If you lose, I won't let you off easily. Hearing this, Jiang Ye couldn't help but laugh. He understood that Su Mingru was alleviating his stress, encouraging him to relax. His heart raced, and his steps quickened as he approached her. Each stride felt like walking on clouds, light yet imbued with an indescribable sense of solidity. As he reached Su Mingru, before she could utter a word, he pulled her into his embrace. Su Mingru was momentarily taken aback by his sudden gesture, but soon her body relaxed, and she gently wrapped her arms around his waist. Jiang Ye felt her warmth seep through the thin fabric of their clothing, a sensation that stirred his heart. With his chin resting lightly on her shoulder, he inhaled her faint, alluring fragrance, and a wave of indescribable happiness washed over him. as if he were enveloped in a gentle embrace. He had embraced many in the past, but never had he felt such a profound thrill rising from the depths of his soul as he did now. Su Mingru's body was soft and warm against his chest, sending electric currents coursing through his veins. This was Su Mingru, the feeling he had long cherished. Her embrace, her warmth, her breath brought him immeasurable comfort and joy. His arms instinctively tightened around her, as if he wished to meld her into his very being, never to let go. The spectators erupted in a chorus of cheers at the sight, some whistling while others exclaimed, "Wow, this couple is just too sweet." A few took out their phones, snapping photos incessantly. The atmosphere in the arena instantly transformed into a lively spectacle, as if, in that moment, Jiang Ye and Su Mingru had become the focal point of everyone's attention. Hearing the commotion around her, Su Mingru felt a blush creep across her cheeks, her heartbeat quickening, and the tips of her ears turning crimson. She gently pushed against Jiang Ye's chest, her voice barely audible. "Jiang Ye, everyone is watching." It was only then that Jiang Ye regained his composure, loosening his embrace slightly. He looked down at Su Mingru's face, noticing her cheeks were as red as ripe apples, her eyes reflecting a mix of shyness and fluster. A smile involuntarily graced his lips. "Let them look, I don't mind." At that moment, a stir erupted at the entrance of the arena, drawing everyone's attention as if an illustrious figure had arrived. Jiang Ye followed their gaze to see Jean Rayleigh entering with graceful strides. Her presence instantly ignited a fervor throughout the venue. Dressed in a minimalist yet stylish athletic outfit, her long legs gleamed under the sunlight. Her physique was well-proportioned, with smooth muscle lines that conveyed both strength and feminine grace. Her long hair was tied back, exuding an aura of confidence and allure. Jean Rayleigh was a household name in the athletics realm, her prowess and beauty rendering her a goddess in the hearts of many. Her arrival undoubtedly added allure to the competition. Approaching Jiang Ye, she smiled, her gaze imbued with encouragement. "Jiang Ye, give it your all. I believe in you. But don't be too tense. Relax while you run. Your abilities are more than sufficient." The audience responded with envious gasps at this scene. "Goodness. Two goddesses are cheering for Jiang Ye. That lad is truly fortunate." Su Mingru stood to the side, her face adorned with a faint smile. Yet her heart was enveloped in a whirlwind of complex emotions. She observed Jean Rayleigh, contemplating the undeniable excellence of this young woman. However, what was the nature of the relationship between Jiang Ye and her? She bit her lower lip, a flicker of unease coursing through her, though she swiftly suppressed it. Yet, Su Mingru was startled by her own thought. Why had a hint of jealousy surfaced moments ago? At that instant, a tall foreign competitor approached. His skin was a deep shade, muscles sharply defined, and his expression bore a mix of disdain and provocation. His gaze fixed intently on Jiang Ye, as if assessing a fragile adversary. Noticing the scrutiny, Jiang Ye lifted his head, locking eyes with him. The air crackled with the intensity of their stare, igniting sparks between them. The foreign athlete scoffed, articulating in fluent English. "Hey kid, it doesn't matter how many girls cheer for you. I'm going to crush you in the next race. You're nothing compared to me." Jiang Ye felt a surge of displeasure at the taunt, yet he chose not to reveal it. Such provocations were commonplace in competitions, aimed at destabilizing an opponent's mindset. Instead of responding immediately, he lowered his gaze to adjust his athletic attire, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He then raised his head, his eyes calm as he regarded the foreign athlete, exuding confidence and composure. Extending his right hand, he raised his index finger and gently shook it, then spoke slowly in English. You duck. Not necessary." The foreign competitor, bewildered by Jiang Ye's words, felt his smile falter. Clenching his jaw and fists, he appeared on the verge of retaliation, but ultimately restrained himself. He shot Jiang Ye a fierce glare before turning away. The starting gun for the 100-meter final fired, igniting an eruption of excitement among the crowd. Jiang Ye positioned himself at the starting line, his gaze piercing. His body leaned slightly forward, muscles coiled like a taut bowstring, yet he refrained from rushing into action. Having trained in the Four Sacred Origins, he understood that the essence of the race lay not in the start, but in the explosive finish. He inhaled deeply, maintaining a steady place in the middle of the pack, calm and collected. In the first 30 meters, Jiang Ye did not take the lead. The foreign athlete surged ahead, muscles rippling, strides powerful, reminiscent of a cheetah sprinting across the savannah. A smug expression graced his face, as though he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. The audience held their breath, their eyes fixated on the competitors, silently questioning, why hasn't Jiang Ye made his move? Is he truly going to lose? At the 50-meter mark, Jiang Ye remained in a central position. His breathing was steady, his gaze resolute. He knew that the true contest had yet to commence. Within him seemed to reside an invisible force, accumulating and awaiting its ultimate eruption. At 70 meters, Jiang Ye's gaze sharpened abruptly. His legs propelled him forward with tremendous vigor, akin to being launched by a spring, as he surged ahead in an instant. With each stride, his pace quickened, exuding an overwhelming power that was impossible to ignore. The spectators in the stands widened their eyes, incredulous at the spectacle unfolding before them. In the final 30 meters, Jiang Ye appeared to soar through the air. His figure flashed like a lightning bolt, effortlessly overtaking the black athlete. A confident smile graced his face, and he even flicked his fingers in a subtle gesture, as if to declare, "You cannot match me." Upon witnessing this, the black athlete's face drained of color. His steps faltered, and his breathing grew frantic. He exerted every ounce of strength to catch up to Jiang Ye, but it was far too late. As Jiang Ye crossed the finish line, the crowd erupted in fervor. The timer displayed a shocking 9:53 seconds. Not only had he triumphed in the race, but he had also shattered the world record. The audience erupted in ecstatic cheers, their applause and screams resonating in waves. Some leapt joyfully, others waved flags with fervor, while many frantically captured the moment on their phones. The internet was ablaze with discussions surrounding this race and Jiang Ye's astonishing performance. Goodness, Jiang Ye is extraordinary. He is nothing short of a superhero. In those final 30 meters, he even managed to accelerate. What a phenomenal display of explosive power. The previously arrogant black athlete was easily surpassed by Jiang Ye, who even playfully wagged his finger. What a satisfying moment. Standing at the finish line, Jiang Ye held the national flag tightly in his grasp, his face radiating with undeniable excitement and pride. The audience continued to cheer passionately, their applause and shouts echoing through the air. He began to stride around the track, the flag in his hand fluttering in the wind like a blazing flame, complementing the confident smile upon his face. Each step resonated with strength, as if proclaiming to the world, "This Asian has broken the world record. This Asian has reached the pinnacle." The spectators stood in unison, waving their flags and chanting Jiang Ye's name. Some jumped in jubilation, others captured the moment on their phones, and some even shed tears of joy. After completing a lap, Jiang Ye's steps came to a halt. His gaze fell upon Su Mingru, who stood at the sidelines with a gentle smile. His heart raced, and he found himself irresistibly drawn toward her. Before Su Mingru could react, Jiang Ye enveloped her in a warm embrace. She playfully pushed against his chest, her strength insufficient to deter him. Su Mingru shot him a playful glare, yet her eyes held no reproach, only a hint of affection. In a barely audible whisper, she remarked, "You rascal, today is all about you. But today, I'll let it slide, for the glory you've brought to our country." Hearing this, Jiang Ye couldn't help but chuckle. Before long, the summer break came to an end, and the onset of the new school season filled the air with a sense of anticipation. Jiang Ye drove his close friend Song Xiaohe to Hangzhou University of Science and Technology, while he himself headed towards Hangzhou University for registration. Song Xiaohe, burdened with a hefty backpack and a suitcase in hand, wore an expression laden with reluctance. His gaze frequently darted towards Jiang Ye, seemingly brimming with unspoken words. Yet he remained at a loss for how to begin. Standing by with his hands tucked in his pockets, Jiang Ye wore a nonchalant smile, appearing utterly indifferent to the impending farewell. "Jiang Ye, I'm leaving now," Song Xiaohe finally managed to voice. Jiang Ye, upon hearing this, feigned a dismissive pout, his tone laced with mock disdain. "Oh, come on, don't be so dramatic. It's just university, not a life and death separation." Song Xiaohe chuckled at his words, though traces of sadness still lingered in his eyes. He playfully punched Jiang Ye on the arm, teasingly scolding, "You rascal, always so tough. When I'm gone, who will keep you company for games?" Jiang Ye shrugged, adopting an air of indifference. "Don't worry, I'll have some peace without you. Hurry inside. Don't dawdle here." With a resigned shake of his head, Song Xiaohe dragged his suitcase through the school gates. After a few steps, he turned back to glance at Jiang Ye, waving his hand. "Jiang Ye, do come visit me when you can." Jiang Ye waved back with a smile, yet continued his playful jibe, "Just get going, enough with the chatter." Watching Song Xiaohe's figure gradually vanish into the crowd, Jiang Ye felt a twinge of emptiness within. With his best friend gone, gaming would indeed feel a little lonelier. However, university life necessitated adaptation to new experiences. "Xiaohe," Jiang Ye called out, chasing after him. "Wait. I brought you here. Aren't you going to treat me to a meal before you leave?" Song Xiaohe broke into a grin. After depositing his luggage in the cafeteria, he and Jiang Ye ventured into the dining hall of Hangzhou University of Science and Technology. Upon entering, Jiang Ye was instantly captivated by the bustling scene before him. The cafeteria was alive with activity, filled with the enticing aromas of various dishes that stirred his appetite. As he surveyed the surroundings, preparing to find a serving window, his attention was suddenly drawn to a middle-aged woman behind one of the counters. This woman, wielding a large ladle with practiced ease, served food to the students. Her ample figure was clad in a slightly snug uniform, with a hint of cleavage that caught the gaze of many young men. A playful smile graced her face, and her eyes sparkled with the alluring charm of a mature woman. Jiang Ye found himself momentarily entranced, thinking, how clever of her. She's clearly trying to draw in customers. He couldn't help but steal a few more glances, amused by the situation. Standing beside him, Song Xiaohei's face turned as red as a ripe apple. He looked down, unable to meet the gaze of the woman, and quietly suggested, Jiang Ye, let us switch to another window. It's too crowded here. Jiang Ye, unable to suppress his laughter, patted Song Xiaohei on the shoulder, teasingly saying, Xiaohei, you're missing the point. This lady is putting in so much effort to attract customers. We can't let her hard work go to waste. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaohui bit his lower lip, his voice barely audible. But this is exceedingly awkward. Jiang Ye shrugged nonchalantly, exuding an air of indifference. Awkward? Why should it be? Others deliberately present themselves for our observation. If we do not look, would that not be a waste of their earnest efforts? With that, he strode confidently toward the window, a smile gracing his face. He looked up at the middle-aged woman behind the counter, teasingly remarking, Auntie, I would like to order your signature dish. Upon hearing this, the woman beamed with a knowing smile. Swiftly, she lifted a ladle, efficiently serving Jiang Ye a portion of food, her tone laced with playful banter. Young man, eat well. You need to grow. Jiang Ye accepted the meal, a hint of a smile curving his lips. Thank you, Auntie. Your culinary skills must be exceptional. Young man, how old are you? The middle-aged woman inquired. 18. He replied. That is not what I meant. She laughed heartily. What I just mentioned was not age either. Ha ha. The woman chuckled merrily. Do remember to visit often. Come back for seconds once you finish, and don't forget to add me on Feishin. Jiang Ye, holding the meal, wore a faint smile, his eyes glimmering with a sense of pride. He turned and made his way back to Song Xiaohui, his steps light, as if the preceding conversation were nothing more than casual pleasantries. Yet, Song Xiaohui stood frozen, his expression a mixture of shock and confusion. Jiang Ye, he stammered, his face as pale as a ghost. Jiang Ye placed the meal on the table, took a seat, and glanced at Song Xiaohui. His tone relaxed. What's wrong? It was just a brief chat. Why do you look like you've never seen the world? Song Xiaohui's eyes widened, his voice rising an octave. A brief chat? Is that truly what you call it? You managed to win her over with just a few words. Jiang Ye, you scoundrel. How on earth did you achieve that? Jiang Ye could not help but laugh. He shrugged, a teasing lilt in his voice. What is so difficult about it? You should take note. Stop acting like a log, blushing at the sight of a woman. Hearing this, Song Xiaohui's face flushed a deep crimson. He bit his lip and murmured, I'm not as smooth as you are. Have you been practicing behind my back? Jiang Ye took a mouthful of food, chewed leisurely, and replied, Practice? This is all innate talent, you see. With your wooden head, you'll never learn. Song Xiaohui was momentarily silenced by his words, glaring in frustration but unable to counter with a retort. He lowered his head, eating quietly, yet felt a tumult of emotions within. He pondered, when did Jiang Ye become so adept? Could it truly be talent? After dropping Song Xiaohui off at school, Jiang Ye drove his flashy CL600 Mercedes slowly into the campus. The sunlight bathed the silver-gray car, reflecting a dazzling brilliance that caused passing students to pause and stare in admiration. One hand rested casually on the steering wheel while the other rested on the window, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Wow, a CL600, exclaimed a bespectacled boy. That car must cost over 2 million, right? Jiang Ye, upon hearing the murmurs, gently honked the horn and parked the car steadily beneath the dormitory building. As he alighted, a few girls nearby, blushing, hovered around, occasionally stealing glances at him. Inside the dorm, Zhang Hao lounged on his bed with his legs crossed, idly toying with the latest model of a laptop. Upon seeing Jiang Ye enter, he enthusiastically beckoned. Brother, you arrived just in time. Take a look at this newly purchased laptop. Top configuration, over 20,000. He deliberately raised his voice regarding the price, then brandished his latest iPhone in front of Jiang Ye, declaring, this phone is also freshly acquired, costing over 10,000. Stick with me, and I assure you a life of luxury. The corners of Jiang Ye's mouth twitched slightly as he struggled to suppress a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, quite impressive. He leisurely organized his belongings, hanging several seemingly ordinary garments in the wardrobe. Unbeknownst to Zhang Hao, These ostensibly mundane t-shirts were custom pieces from a niche Italian luxury brand, each priced in 5 figures. During midday, Zhang Hao boasted about treating the entire dormitory to a meal. As they descended to the ground floor, he continued to chatter excitedly. I know a great restaurant off campus. Let us take a cab there. Before he could finish, Jiang Ye produced his car keys and pressed a button, causing the lights of his CL600 to flash twice. Zhang Hao's voice abruptly halted, his eyes widening in astonishment. Is this your car? He exclaimed, his tone transformed. Jiang Ye nonchalantly nodded. Shall I drive everyone then? The other dormitory members eagerly gathered around, animatedly discussing the luxury vehicle. Zhang Hao stood rooted to the spot, his expression fluctuating between green and pale. The allure of his new phone suddenly diminished. As they entered the car, Jiang Ye noticed Zhang Hao cautiously caressing the genuine leather seats, as if fearful of soiling them. Amused, he inquired, Brother Hao, what car do you usually drive? I have an A6 at home, Zhang Hao stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Zhang Hao appeared significantly subdued. During the ordering process, he no longer dared to flaunt his wealth, opting for a few inexpensive dishes. Observing his reluctance, Jiang Ye took the menu and added several hearty options. Today, Whaley. It's my treat, he said with a smile. Consider it a gathering for our dormitory's first meal together. When the bill arrived, Zhang Hao discreetly glanced at the total, over 3,000. He swallowed hard, realizing this amounted to half a month's living expenses. On the return journey to campus, Zhang Hao remained unusually quiet. It was only as they were about to disembark that he mustered the courage to ask, Jiang Ye, what does your family do? Just a small business, Jiang Ye replied casually, yet the smile on his lips deepened. After the meal, Zhang Hao's spirits visibly diminished. Hey, did you all hear? A high-end esports internet cafe has just opened off campus. Li Ming adjusted his glasses and suddenly proposed. I heard they have a dedicated viewing area with a massive screen for watching matches. How about we go tonight for the Champions League? Wang Lei immediately chimed in. Sounds great. I was just lamenting the lack of a place to watch the game. Zhang Hao, are you coming? Zhang Hao mustered his spirits and declared, let us go. It's on me. He pulled out his wallet and waved it nonchalantly, saying, it's just a few $100. Jiang Ye chuckled, if we're watching the game, why not come to my place? My home theater setup is quite decent, more comfortable than an internet cafe. An immediate hush fell over the group as all three turned their gazes toward Jiang Ye, their expressions varying in surprise. Where do you live? Li Ming asked cautiously. Jianglan International, just 20 minutes from school, Jiang Ye replied casually. Zhang Hao's hand trembled, causing his wallet to slip from his grasp. Jianglan International was one of the most prestigious residential areas in Hangzhou, with prices soaring into tens of thousands per square meter. The owner of his father's company resided there. That's too much trouble, Wang Lei scratched his head. It's fine, I'm just bored living alone, Jiang Ye said, already grabbing his car keys. Let us go, we'll make it just in time for the start. Throughout the journey, Zhang Hao remained unusually silent. Sitting in the passenger seat, his body was as rigid as a plank, his gaze fixed ahead. As the car entered the underground parking lot of Jianglan International, his breathing noticeably quickened. The elevator whisked them to the top floor. The moment Jiang Ye unlocked the door, the three behind him collectively gasped in astonishment. A lavish flat of over 400 square meters unfolded before them. The panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows showcased the dazzling night view of the Han River, while the living room soared nearly 6 meters high, adorned with a modern crystal chandelier that cast delicate shards of light upon the dark marble floor. Make yourselves comfortable. No need to change shoes. Jiang Ye tossed the keys into a gilded tray at the foyer and headed towards the open kitchen. What would you like to drink? There should be juice, beer, and champagne in the fridge. Li Ming and Wang Lei, akin to Lu Laolao, entering a grand garden, cautiously settled on the edge of the genuine leather sofa, their eyes darting around in awe. Zhang Hao stood at the entrance, his face paling, lips trembling slightly. Zhang Hao. Jiang Ye glanced back at him. What's wrong? Is this your home? Zhang Hao's voice was hoarse, almost unrecognizable. Yes, I usually live here alone, Jiang Ye said, retrieving a few bottles of Evian from the fridge. Just bought them. Zhang Hao mechanically stepped into the living room, the soft hand-woven wool carpet beneath his feet giving him an ethereal sensation, as though walking on clouds. His gaze swept over the abstract paintings adorning the walls. Though he couldn't comprehend them, the signature in the corner sent his heart racing. It belonged to a contemporary art master. The home theater is over there. Jiang Ye pointed to a door at the end of the corridor. The equipment might be a bit complex. I'll go set it up. Once Jiang Ye departed, Li Ming whispered, my goodness, how much must this place cost? Based on the area, at least several million. Wang Lei swallowed hard. And that doesn't even include the renovations and these artworks. Zhang Hao remained silent. He approached the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down at the city lights below, suddenly realizing that his earlier boast about a $20,000 laptop seemed utterly laughable. He recalled how he had pestered his father for 2 months to purchase that notebook, and now, the marble floor beneath his feet might be worth just as much. Zhang Hao, come to the media room. The match is about to begin. Jiang Ye's voice pulled him back to reality. The opulence of the media room once again astonished the trio. A wall adorned with professional sound equipment, leather reclining seats, and a 200-inch laser projection screen defined the space. Zhang Hao noticed a haphazard pile of Blu-ray discs in the corner, each a limited edition set, with any one of them worth more than his half-year's living expenses. As the competition commenced, the other two quickly became engrossed in the intense match, leaving Zhang Hao distracted. His gaze wandered over the various details of the room. The acoustic treatment on the walls, the touch control screens on the armrests, and the meticulously calculated starry ceiling, each element showcasing the owner's substantial wealth and refined taste. During the intermission, Jiang Ye stood to fetch drinks. Zhang Hao seized the opportunity to excuse himself to the restroom, stealthily exploring the house. Upon entering the master bedroom, he discovered a walk-in closet larger than their dormitory, neatly organized with dozens of suits and casual attire, while the drawers displayed an array of luxury watches and accessories. The round massage bathtub in the bathroom reminded him of a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel. As he passed by the study, the sight through the half-open door made him halt, a wall lined with limited edition sneakers, some of which even a casual fan like him recognized as signed by superstar athletes. What are you looking for? Jiang Ye's voice suddenly came from behind, startling Zhang Hao. Nothing, I was just. Zhang Hao stammered, rendered speechless. Jiang Ye chuckled and handed him an ice-cold cola. Do you like sneakers? Are these all genuine signatures? Zhang Hao couldn't help but inquire. Yes, some were gifts from friends, and others were purchased at auctions, Jiang Ye replied nonchalantly, pushing open the study door. Feel free to take a look if you're interested. Zhang Hao cautiously stepped inside, his eyes wide with astonishment. He trembled as he pointed to a pair of red and white sneakers. Is this Messi's? Yeah, just bought a pair. Jiang Ye leaned against the door frame. But I don't really wear them. I just collect. Suddenly, Zhang Hao felt his legs weaken, and he plopped down onto the small sofa in the study. His worldview was collapsing and reforming. He had always believed that flaunting material possessions was a means to earn respect, yet now, in the presence of true wealth, he realized how foolish he truly was. Jiang Ye, he said hoarsely, why are you so low-key at school despite your wealth? Jiang Ye moved closer, taking a sip from the cola. In middle school, I loved to show off, but the friends I made were only interested in what I owned. He chuckled softly. Eventually, I learned that true friends wouldn't change their attitudes based on your wealth. Zhang Hao lowered his head, recalling his deliberate displays of affluence since starting school, his face burning with embarrassment. Let's go. The match is about to start. Jiang Ye patted his shoulder and said, right, next week is my birthday. I plan to hold a small party here. You all must come. Upon returning to the multimedia room, Zhang Hao's mood had completely shifted. As Jiang Ye casually sat on the carpet, cheering for the goal alongside them, Zhang Hao suddenly realized that the most precious aspect of this seemingly ordinary boy, who donned a simple t-shirt and mingled with them in the cafeteria, was not the luxury items he possessed, but rather this rare authenticity and easygoing nature. After the match concluded, Jiang Ye drove his CL 600 back to campus with his 3 roommates. The night had deepened, leaving only sporadic lights and the occasional student wandering through the campus. Today was absolutely fantastic, Wang Lei exclaimed from the back seat. Jiang Ye, your multimedia room is simply incredible. It's even more exhilarating than a cinema. Li Ming adjusted his glasses and nodded in agreement. That sound system must be worth at least $1 million, right? I've seen something similar in magazines. Zhang Hao, seated in the front passenger seat, was unusually quiet. Ever since witnessing Jiang Ye's luxurious residence, his own once prized possessions suddenly felt lackluster. He occasionally stole glances at Jiang Ye's profile, feeling a tumult of complex emotions swirling within him. Just as the car came to a halt beneath the dormitory building, they noticed a small crowd gathering ahead. With the flash of mobile phone cameras illuminating the scene and excited murmurs drifting through the air. What is going on? Wang Lei craned his neck to see. It seems like a celebrity. Li Ming squinted. That profile looks somewhat familiar. Jiang Ye locked the car and nonchalantly glanced toward the crowd, only to halt abruptly. In the center of the throng stood a tall girl, signing autographs for several students. Clad in a simple white t-shirt and denim shorts, she radiated an unmistakable star quality. Her slightly wavy long hair was casually tied back, revealing her exquisite profile. Wow! Zhang Hao suddenly exclaimed, gripping Jiang Ye's arm. Isn't that Xia Ran? The name detonated among them like a bomb. Xia Ran, the recently rising singer-songwriter, whose new album had topped the charts for 8 consecutive weeks and amassed over 10 million followers on Weibo, was the dream girl of countless boys. Is this for real? Wang Lei's voice pitched in disbelief. How could Xiaoran be at our school? Yet Jiang Ye's expression grew peculiar as he furrowed his brow and murmured, "What brings her here?" Before they could fully process the moment, a sharp-eyed girl spotted Jiang Ye and shouted, "Jiang Ye is here. Sister Xiaoran, that is, Jiang Ye." The crowd fell silent for a brief second before parting to create a path. Xiaoran turned, her gaze locking onto Jiang Ye, and a radiant smile blossomed on her face. "Xiao Yi," she waved, her voice sweet and melodious. The 3 roommates turned in unison to look at Jiang Ye, their expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. "What did she just call you?" Zhang Hao's voice trembled uncontrollably. Jiang Ye sighed, helplessly walking toward Xiaoran. "What brings you here?" Xiaoran tilted her head playfully. "School has started. I came to see you. By the way, why not take a stroll around your campus and immerse yourself in the experience of university life?" She naturally linked her arm with Jiang Ye's. "Aren't you inviting me up for a visit?" This gesture elicited a collective gasp from those nearby. Several girls excitedly covered their mouths, and the sound of cameras clicking filled the air. Jiang Ye's 3 roommates stood frozen in disbelief. Zhang Hao's expression shifted from shock to confusion and finally to incredulity, resembling a vibrant palette of emotions. "The dormitory is a bit messy," Jiang Ye attempted to decline. "Oh, I don't mind at all," Xiaoran replied with a smile, then turned to the 3 stunned roommates. "You must be Xiao Ye's roommates, right? I am Xiaoran. It is a pleasure to meet you. Why you hello?" Li Ming was the first to regain composure, stammering a greeting. "I'm Li Ming. I've listened to every one of your songs." Wang Lei was rendered speechless, merely nodding mechanically. Zhang Hao finally found his voice, but asked a rather foolish question. Do you know each other?" Xiaoran and Jiang Ye exchanged glances and laughed simultaneously. "I invested in Xiaoran's first album," Jiang Ye explained nonchalantly. "Not just the first album," Xiaoran winked. "If it weren't for Jiang Ye, I probably wouldn't have debuted by now." Their familiar banter left the 3 roommates once again in a state of shock. Amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, the group made their way toward the dormitory building. Xiaoran's appearance sparked a minor frenzy, with students peering out of dorm windows and others chasing after them for autographs. "Could you please let me know in advance next time you come?" Jiang Ye said helplessly, shielding Xiaoran from overly enthusiastic classmates. "What would be the point of that?" Xiaoran mischievously stuck out her tongue. "I just love seeing you caught off guard."